The man's hazy consciousness gradually cleared. He looked around and saw an unknown forest of trees, 5 or 6 meters tall. Welcome 100,000 esteemed warriors to the land of Atlanta. You will become a distinguished lord, leading your troops in the struggle for supremacy among all races. You will have a territory and a random unit. Here, countless races roam, and danger lurks everywhere. Begin your plunder and conquest. In a battle among myriad races, the strong survive and the weak perish. Here lies the secret of immortality and godhood. It belongs only to the strongest. Lord's chat channel open. Lord's exchange platform open. Randomly generating troops. A battle for supremacy among all races. Lord, have I been transported to another world? He shook his head. In front of him were 2 simple buildings. A thatched hut that looked like it could collapse at any moment, and a small pond that looked like a fountain. Is this the wellspring of territories and troop types mentioned in the information in my mind? He stepped forward, wanting to take a look at his own troop type first. He looked down at the spring of life, its waters crystal clear, with a dazzling green gem embedded above it, its dark green light illuminating the twilight sky. A green gem shouldn't be bad. A glimmer of hope rose in his heart, but he still guessed that the troops might be poisoned dragons or elves. However, when the virtual panel appeared, Chun-Yi was stunned. Dark Goblin breeding spring. Unique unit building. Initial level, level 1, can breed 5 goblins per day, requires 50 energy stones. Goblins? One of the 3 idiots of Western fantasy? His face instantly darkened. After waiting a moment, Chun-Yi took a deep breath and reopened the panel. Detailed information was displayed. Dark Goblin, the only unit from the Dark Abyss, ignores reproductive isolation. He raised an eyebrow. A unique unit? Ignoring reproductive barriers? Ordinary goblins don't have these. With a thought, the 5 goblins given to him by the newbie were born from the fountain of life. It has 3 heads, green skin and pointed ears, and wields bone weapons, but its dark green skin is covered with fine black stripes, and its emerald green eyes reveal cunning, cruelty, and confidence. Chun-Yi was startled. These goblins seemed different. They were powerful enough and confident enough to help him dominate this continent. Dark Goblin. Quality, silver. Level, LV5, upgradable. Loyalty, unwavering. Weapon, bone club. Skill, poisoning. Saliva contains paralyzing and aphrodisiac toxins. Trait, ignores reproductive barriers. Chun-Yi pondered carefully. Ignoring reproductive isolation, could it possibly lead to offspring? Just as he was deep in thought, a mysterious voice rang out. The will of Atlantis has discovered your existence and has begun its extermination. The newbie trial has begun. Those who succeed will be invincible for 7 days. Those who fail will die. Then, a ball of light appeared beside him, and the number of people rapidly decreased. Someone's already dead? Chun-Yi stared nervously at his surroundings. Darkness enveloped the forest, limiting his vision, but the goblins could clearly see the movement in the darkness and roared in unison at a certain corner. Behind that corner, several blue lanterns approached step by step, accompanied by a low hum. Your territory has been attacked by giant wolves. Please eliminate the wolves to complete the beginner trial. Your territory has been invaded. Dark goblins are spontaneously protecting it. System notifications sounded one after another, and the dark goblin beside Chun-Yi charged into the dense forest with a strange cry. Under the cover of darkness, Chun-Yi quickly spotted the enemy, 2 giant gray wolves. The goblins quickly surrounded them, forcing the 2 giant wolves, who had just stepped into the territory, to retreat back to the edge of the dense forest. The giant wolf let out a disdainful growl, clearly not taking the goblins seriously at all. In the forest, goblins have always been a cowardly and weak race. The next second, several dark goblins simultaneously spat on the weapon, as if poisoning it. Then, they surrounded the giant wolf and relentlessly attacked its weak points. Chun-Yi stood at the back, watching the battle with a solemn expression. If the goblins lost, he would be the one to die. But these goblins coordinated like hunting dogs, with one goblin engaging from the front while others harassed from the sides. Whenever the giant wolf turned to counterattack, the remaining goblins would focus on attacking from below, fighting dirty and ruthlessly. Before long, the 2 giant wolves were ravaged beyond recognition and finally collapsed completely. Soon, the system notification sounded again. Congratulations on completing the beginner's trial. Your territory will be absolutely safe for the next 7 days. The will of Atlantis has detected the invasion and will launch an attack on all lords in 7 days. Strive to survive, my lord. As soon as he finished speaking, a semicircular light shield enveloped the territory. Qinyi finally breathed a sigh of relief. 7 days later, the will of this world will launch an attack on all lords. In other words, these 7 days are the development period for all lords. He glanced down at the number of deaths in the top left corner. It had dropped from 100,000 to 98,731 and was still decreasing. In such a short time, several thousand people had already died. Qinyi immediately opened the general chat channel. It was in complete chaos. That newbie trial just now scared me to death. Luckily, my unit was a silver giant lizard. 2 of my bronze militiamen died protecting me, and I only had 5 in total. But mine is a gold level fire lion, easy win. At that moment, a new system announcement sounded. Congratulations to 89,789 lords for passing the novice trial. Everyone receives 7 days of newbie protection. Please develop your territory as soon as possible. Killing wild beasts or natives will yield energy stones. Defeating bosses has a chance to yield exotic crystals. This is forcing all lords to go hunting. After reading the information about the territory and the Fountain of Life, Qinyi immediately understood something. To upgrade your territory and strengthen your forces, you must acquire energy stones and alien crystals. And these resources can only be obtained through killing. But then it suddenly dawned on him. He had clearly killed 2 giant wolves, so why hadn't they dropped any energy stones? Qinyi turned to look at the goblins and was completely dumbfounded. Of the 5 goblins, 2 were busy breeding, while the other 3 were still queuing up. Their targets were none other than the 2 giant wolves that had just died. Qinyi felt a chill run down his spine, and his lips froze. Reproduction is understandable, but you don't even spare wolves? Even more outrageous, the belly of one of the giant wolves was bulging at a speed visible to the naked eye. Qinyi's mind was filled with only one thought: ignoring reproductive isolation. So that's how it's used? One giant wolf was pregnant, and the other didn't escape either. Several dark goblins lined up to attack, and their movements were surprisingly orderly. Even more outrageous, they would smear poisonous saliva on the giant wolves. One poison would make the target go into heat, while the other would paralyze it. Qinyi's face turned black at the sight. Beast. Absolutely beast. He couldn't help but curse, and casually cast a scouting spell on the giant wolf. Gray giant wolf, quality, bronze, attribute, 15, level, LV10 skill, bite. Current status, pregnant, 23 hours and 58 minutes until delivery. Is it just one more day until delivery? Just as Qinyi finished reading, another giant wolf was also impregnated. The stats were similar, only the wolf's attributes were 2 points higher, and it was almost at the silver level. Qinyi gradually came to understand that in this world, what truly matters are attributes and quality. The higher the quality, the higher the starting point, and the more exaggerated the combat power at the same level. That's why as few level 5 dark goblins were able to easily defeat 2 level 10 giant wolves. At this moment, several goblins surrounded Qinyi, gesturing that they wanted to continue hunting. Their meaning was simple: capture more female goblins to breed, and then hunt down males to bring back to their territory as resources. With only 6 days left in the protection period, his biggest needs were time and manpower. After confirming that the 2 giant wolves would not wake up, Qinyi quickly sent the goblins out to hunt again. After they left, he glanced at the data for the Fountain of Life again. Dark Goblin Fountain of Life. Unique unit building. Initial level, 1. Daily goblin breeding capacity, 5. Current energy stones required for nurturing, 50. Materials required for advancement, 300 energy stones, 50 units of wood, 30 units of stone. In total, it costs 50 energy stones to breed 5 goblins, averaging 10 stones per goblin, which is outrageously expensive. Qinyi had just frowned when a system notification sounded. Dark Goblin killed Gray Giant Wolf, experience plus 500, energy stone plus 2. Dark Goblin kills Boar, EXP plus 300, energy stone plus 1. A giant wolf only yields 2 energy stones. Using giant wolves to breed is much more economical than using the Fountain of Fertility. Not long after, 5 little green stags returned, dragging the carcasses of a boar and a gray wolf. They were too small to carry any more prey. The goblins were jumping and yelling, meaning that both were male, and they were going out to find new prey. Qinyi naturally agreed, then looked at the corpse on the ground. The system quickly popped up a notification. Monster corpse discovered. Collect, collect. A flash of white light, and the corpse was instantly disintegrated into neat pieces. Gained 20 units of local pork, 2 sharp tusks. Obtained 10 units of gray wolf meat, 2 sharp wolf fangs, and 1 wolf pelt. Looking at the meat and materials on the ground, Chunyi thought of selling them. He couldn't possibly finish all that food by himself, and the goblins would keep dragging the prey back. But other lords are different. Many of them have just finished the novice trial, and their troops have suffered heavy casualties. They dare not go out for a while, and food is definitely in short supply. Thinking of this, Chunyi immediately broke up the 10 units of wolf meat and put them in the trading area. 5 units of wolf meat cost 50 units of wood, 30 units of stone. 5 units of wolf meat cost 1 energy stone. The moment the items were listed, they were snapped up instantly. After confirming that the resources had arrived, Chunyi immediately divided the 10 units of local pork into 2 portions and listed them again. 5 units of local pork are priced at 2 energy stones. The general chat channel exploded. Shocking. Food is being sold in the trading area. Shocking. A shady merchant has appeared in the trading area, selling 5 units of food for only 2 energy stones. Shocking. I can't afford anything. Finally, food. Thank you so much, kind sir. I've been starving all day. I traded my energy stones for some pork. Wait, you bought that meat? Energy stones are so precious. The general chat channel exploded with discussion, with one person helplessly explaining, my unit is a slime. I can't get food. What can I do if I don't buy it? Someone even casually mentioned that energy stones could actually be found while mining rocks. Chunyi's eyes lit up when he saw this news. He originally wanted to take the opportunity to raise the price of local pork even higher, but when he turned around, he saw someone listing 5 units of beef and asking for 3 energy stones in advance. But before they could be sold, someone in the channel poured cold water on their enthusiasm, saying that energy stones weren't so easy to get at all. Don't waste your resources. I dug up almost 100 units of stone and only got 1. Yesterday I killed a gray wolf and only got 2 energy stones, and 2 militiamen were killed or wounded. When Chunyi learned that it cost 5 energy stones to recruit a militiaman, he felt sorry for the person. The other party had essentially lost 8 energy stones for nothing. There are quite a few messages in the channel. Most bronze level units don't have skills, but some units have special characteristics such as poison resistance, endurance, and burst damage. You can't judge them just by their quality and level. The strongest one currently is a bronze level skeleton unit with the immortal trait. As long as it isn't reduced to dust, it can slowly repair and regenerate itself. The next morning, the countdown reached day 5. Chunyi woke up shivering in the thatched hut. The dilapidated house offered no protection from the wind. He got up and quickly lit a campfire to roast the meat. The local pork sizzled and smelled incredibly delicious, but unfortunately, he didn't have any seasonings on hand. He made a decision. This dilapidated house had to be replaced. If things continued like this, he would freeze to death in this awful weather. Just then, a notification sound suddenly went off incessantly. Dark Goblin killed soft-boned rabbit. Experience plus 100, energy stone plus 1. A barrage of messages overwhelmed him. He had been worried that the goblins hadn't returned all night, but now it seemed they had raided the rabbit's hideout. In just one night, he received 15 energy stones. Chunyi was immediately in high spirits and even started thinking about the rabbit meat, planning to stew a pot of rabbit heads later. But as he was enjoying his moment, a dangerous aura crept closer to the edge of his territory. A robust white goat with black horns was drawn by the aroma of his meat. Those scarlet eyes stared intently at Chunyi, relentlessly ramming against the protective shield, but aside from creating ripples, they couldn't break through anything. Chunyi walked over with the meat skewers and stood inside the shield. The next second, Black Mountain lowered its head, and a black fireball condensed on its horn, slamming into the shield with a loud bang. Chunyi's eyelids twitched. This goat actually knows magic? He cast a detection spell, and the information immediately appeared. Black Goat, Bronze Quality, Attribute 18, LV8, Skill, Fireball. 2 more points to reach Silver. Chunyi munched on meat while sizing it up, thinking to himself, its skills are pretty impressive, but its brain isn't very bright. The Black Goat seemed enraged, charging at the protective shield more and more fiercely. Every time Chunyi took a bite of meat, it would slam into the shield. Just then, Chunyi suddenly smiled. His goblins, dragging a string of snow-white rabbits, were stealthily approaching from behind the Black Goat. Chunyi had an idea and gave the order. The goblins gently put down the rabbit, picked up sticks, and silently surrounded the Black Goat from behind. Sizzle! Black flames condensed again between the Black Goat's horns, and the heat wave distorted the air. Several goblins had already circled behind him, striking him on the head with clubs and stabbing him repeatedly with knives. their movements swift and ruthless. It was too late for the black goat to react. The goblins skillfully applied poisonous saliva to its wounds and quickly dragged it back to their territory along with the group of rabbits. When Chunyi saw that the black goat was actually female, the goblins automatically began their breeding mission without him even having to say a word. But when he got to the soft-boned rabbits, he froze. There were two groups of rabbits on the ground. One group was already dead. The other group had fewer rabbits, but they were all alive. Chunyi looked at the group of live rabbits and immediately understood. They don't even spare the rabbits. He glanced silently in the direction of the sheep, then silently worried for the rabbits. Bah, bah, chirp. Chunyi ignored the chaotic screams and began to deal with the dead rabbit. A wild animal carcass has been found. Should we collect it? Collect it. A flash of white light, and the dozen or so rabbits were quickly decomposed. Chunyi harvested a total of 34 units of rabbit meat, 17 soft-boned rabbit skins, and 17 processed rabbit heads. Immediately afterwards, a new notification sounded. Your goblin has leveled up through prolonged battles and is currently at level LV6. When Chunyi opened the panel, he saw that the 3 goblins had leveled up to level 6, and their attributes had increased from 30 to 31. The 3 little creatures jumped around excitedly for a while, then dug a hole in the ground and buried themselves in the soil, leaving only their heads sticking out to photosynthesize. They really know how to save resources for the Lord. Chunyi had just chuckled when the sound of a rabbit squealing came from the side, silencing him completely. Build houses, we must build houses, 2 houses. And they must be soundproof. He couldn't be bothered to listen to these strange noises anymore. He simply opened the trading area and listed the rabbit meat. 2 units of rabbit meat, 20 units of wood, 2 units of rabbit meat, 10 units of stone. However, the food wasn't as sought after as it had been a few days ago. A day later, many powerful individuals had begun selling meat, and prices had been driven down. Before long, he received a bunch of private messages. Gu Xiaoyu. Big brother, can you sell it to me cheaper? I'll show you Lolita. Su Qingyu. Hey handsome, you're Chinese too, right? I'm the campus belle from South China Sea University. Could you give me some rabbit meat for free? Nanha. Brother, do you have rabbit heads? I'll trade you spices. Ida, want to join our Warriors Guild Alliance? After Chunyi finished reading, the poor guy and the freeloader directly refused, and the alliance didn't bother with him either. In the end, they only went through Nanha, exchanging 2 rabbit heads for 2 large bags of spices. As night deepened, Chunyi munched on a roasted rabbit head while contemplating the future development of his territory. He needed to find a water source as soon as possible. Meanwhile, the 2 goblins were busy from morning till night, and they actually managed to get all the rabbits pregnant. Once they were exhausted and buried themselves in the ground, a system notification sounded. 24 hours have elapsed. A new goblin has been born in your territory. A goblin is about to be born? Chunyi suddenly looked at the 2 giant wolves and saw tiny hands patting inside their swollen bellies. But his initial surprise quickly turned to dismay. What about delivering a baby? I don't know how. He'd only ever seen babies born to humans and wolves. He truly had no experience whatsoever. Chunyi's heart sank, and he even doubted whether the goblin's characteristic of ignoring reproductive isolation was completely useless. The next second, the bodies of the 2 giant wolves suddenly began to shrivel rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, only a layer of skin covering the bones remained, which stunned Chunyi. Then, with a ripping sound, the wolf's skin was forcibly torn open from the inside. Several furry heads popped out, and a system notification sounded. A newly formed werewolf goblin has appeared in your territory and will become your default unit. Do you accept? Accept. Chunyi nodded immediately, then looked at these new troop types. They retained the bodies and markings of dark goblins, but had wolf heads and their hands had turned into sharp wolf claws. The detection spell was cast, and information quickly emerged. Werewolf goblin. Quality, silver. Attribute, 35. Level, LV3. Skills, bite, venomous fang, silver quality, 35 attributes, and inherits the advantages of goblins and giant wolves. Is this the werewolf goblin? Chunyi became increasingly satisfied with what he saw, and this litter actually contained 5 pups. Soon, another giant wolf was torn open from the inside, and 5 more werewolf goblins emerged. With 2 litters of 10 goblins, plus the original goblins, he now has 15 types of troops. As soon as the newborn goblins landed, they began digging in the soil and burying their bodies in the ground. Chunyi knew that they were too weak and were relying on the earth to recover their strength. Regardless of size, they could absorb energy from the earth moonlight, and sun. Thinking of this, Chunyi breathed a sigh of relief. At least he wouldn't have to worry about not being able to afford to feed them when the numbers increased. He would rest first, then go find a water source tomorrow and continue hunting. After saying that, he turned and went back to the thatched hut. The next morning, the fourth day to go, Chunyi had just woken up and wanted to check on the black goat, but was first startled by the werewolf goblin. Holy crap, it's that big? He quickly cast a probe, and the status bar showed adult, excited. He's an adult so quickly? Chunyi was startled and immediately used the detection technique on the black goat and the soft-boned rabbit. The results showed that both were pregnant. The black goat was due in 8 hours, and the soft-boned rabbit in about 10 hours. Sure enough, they were born in 24 hours and reached adulthood in 12 hours. At this moment, Chunyi's ambition was completely ignited. At this rate of development, he had nothing to fear from others. After the initial excitement subsided, he immediately began to plan the development of his territory. The goblins were sent out to hunt and find water, while he stayed behind to build houses. A day passed quickly, and system notifications kept popping up. Werewolf goblins and dark goblins successively hunted down earth boars, soft-boned rabbits, and gray-furred giant wolves. Besides the processed meat, there were also captured female native pigs and soft-boned rabbits. Chunyi also ordered that the breeding tasks be carried out at night. After a long day of work, he finally managed to reinforce the house and put up a simple fence around it. Although it was rudimentary, it was quite an achievement considering the lack of tools and the fact that everyone had to do it themselves. After all the goblins returned, Chunyi walked to the wooden plank and glanced at his plan. The 5-day plan, which included improving housing, building fences, hunting for meat, and capturing female animals, has been largely completed. He nodded in satisfaction, then turned to the goblins and ordered, "Begin the breeding mission." The system notification sounded again the next moment. 24 hours have passed. A new goblin has been born in your territory. Horned goblin, quality, silver, attribute, 37, level, LV3, loyalty, extremely loyal. Skills, poisoning, poison fireball, status, newborn, weak, so strong. Chunyi stared at the panel, his eyes lighting up. With 37 attribute points, it's approaching gold quality. More importantly, this new unit clearly inherits the strengths of both sides. The goblin with ram horns still looks like a goblin, except that it has ram horns growing on its head and the back of its hands. Originally, the werewolf goblin was known for its poison and fangs, but in this case, it's become poison and poison fireballs. Poison plus fireballs, resulting in a poison fireball, really does resemble card fusion. He glanced back at the soft-boned rabbits in his territory that were about to give birth, and the goblins that were breeding, the local pigs and rabbits, and his heart immediately stirred again. Dark goblins, werewolf goblins, horned goblins. He's already starting to look forward to what other weird things they might create in the future. In this way, we can first raise a large army, then hunt down dragons, capture one to breed, and finally create dragon goblins. The more Chunyi thought about it, the more outrageous it seemed, and the sillier he felt. Since he couldn't sleep anyway, he simply dragged the 2 goblins to work, making them burn wood in preparation for carbonization. He quickly witnessed the effects of the poison fireball. The goblin's horns glowed on the back of its hand, and a ball of green fire appeared in its palm, looking quite cool. But after figuring out the toxicity of the fireball, Chunyi's expression changed instantly. Paralysis, plus an aphrodisiac. My god, this is terrible. He decisively called a halt. If they actually used this thing to build a house, they might end up knocking themselves down. That would be a real problem. Setting the house aside for now, Chunyi turned to sort through today's haul. He kept some of the local pork and put the rest up for sale in the trading area. He sold all the wolf meat, as well as the rabbit meat, and picked out a few rabbit heads to hang up. As for the wolf teeth, fangs, wolf pelts, and rabbit pelts, he kept them all for later. The weather was getting colder, and these things might come in very handy later. Before long, the trading area was filled to capacity again. A huge amount of meat was put on the shelves at once, and the general channel immediately exploded. Look, the big spender sold hundreds of units of meat in one go. What kind of unit is Chunyi? Even gold-rank soldiers aren't this overpowered. Godfather, I'm a college student, please give me some food. Chunyi glanced at them, too lazy to pay attention to the flattery and complaints about being poor. A whole bunch of friend requests, however, popped up again. Gu Xiaoyu. Brother, I managed to snag it this time, thank you. Su Qingyu. Chunyi, your stuff is too expensive. I don't have any wood or stones, can I trade something else for it? Zhang Sanli. Boss, I need some food. My troops are almost out of manpower. Yeah, Michelle, do you have a lot of meat? I can trade with energy stones. This last option made Chinyi stop. Trade energy stones for meat? He thought for a moment, then approved the request. We're out this time, but we can pack some for you next time. Are you sure you want to use an energy stone? Michelle quickly replied, of course. 2 energy stones for every 50 units of meat. A minimum of 100 units is required for the transaction. Deal done. I'll contact you later. Chinyi was immediately delighted. For him, the difficulty lay in accumulating energy stones. Now that he had encountered someone willing to exchange energy stones for meat, it was practically a business opportunity delivered to his doorstep. Meanwhile, in a dilapidated church, Leah Michelle knelt. She wore clean church robes, her blonde hair fell down, her eyes were blindfolded, and the meat she had just received was laid out in front of her. She bowed her head in prayer, her voice devout. Great Almighty God, your faithful believer, I have once again found your lost body. Please guide it home. A flash of white light, and the meat on the ground vanished instantly, leaving only 2 energy stones. Michelle didn't immediately grab them, but continued praying. Thanks be to God for his grace. I will find the evil will you spoke of as soon as possible, and let the holy light purify everything. The statues in the church glowed faintly, then quickly dimmed. Michelle glanced up at the summoning progress. It was already at 78%. Even now, she still doesn't have a true unit of her own. After a night of turmoil, on the morning of the 3rd to last day, Chunyi had just opened his eyes when he saw a row of heads buried in the ground outside the territory, including wolf heads, sheep heads, and rabbit heads. Last night, the rabbit goblin was successfully born, a litter of 5. These new goblins generally resembled dark goblins, but they have added strong hind legs and red eyes. It's a silver quality item with 30 attributes. Its skills are poisoning and digging. Its attack power isn't strong, but it's a free help. Chunyi started grilling meat early in the morning, putting rabbit meat, rabbit heads, and local pork on the fire. The goblins, who had been busy all night, popped out of the ground and curiously gathered around him. Try it. Chunyi casually tossed a roasted rabbit leg to a werewolf goblin, which jumped up, bit into it, and swallowed it in a few bites. After eating the meat, the werewolf goblin's condition improved significantly. Chunyi also confirmed that although goblins don't need to eat, eating meat does indeed restore their strength. So he simply divided the meat among those who had worked hard the night before. Just then, a series of loud thuds came from afar. Chunyi looked up and saw that the white-haired, black-horned goat was back at the edge of the barrier 100 meters away, its eyes red as it rammed into the protective shield. It stared intently at the skewers in Chunyi's hand, determined not to give up until it broke through. Chunyi raised an eyebrow. Food delivered to his door first thing in the morning? No sooner had he finished speaking than the goblins swarmed forward and dragged the black goat into their territory. By the time they brought it in, the ram was already dead. Did it die so quickly? The system notification sounded immediately. The werewolf goblin killed the black goat and gained experience and 3 energy stones. Collect. Soon, Chunyi obtained 20 units of black goat meat, a pair of black goat horns, and a goat skin. Looking at his harvest, a thought suddenly popped into his head. Since barbecue can attract sheep, why not just wait for the delivery to come to his door? Without hesitation, he went to the trading area to exchange for some spices and continued grilling meat. Before long, the aroma wafted out again, and a black goat that was drinking water smelled it and immediately rushed over like a frolicker. Chunyi stood inside the barrier and waved the lamb's skewers in his hand. Sure enough, the black goat's eyes turned red instantly, and it rushed up and started ramming into the barrier, making Chunyi want to laugh. Chunyi stared at it. Could this kind of creature be social? He immediately sent the werewolf goblin out to drive away the black goat. When the sheep saw 10 werewolf goblins, 5 dark goblins, 20 rabbit goblins, and 2 horned goblins rushing out together, it turned and ran away. The goblins chased after him, and Chunyi thought he could finally find the sheep's den by following the clues. However, when he reached the vicinity of the hillside, he actually lost track of the sheep. Oh well, it's gone. Maybe it'll come back on its own tonight, when we have barbecue. Just as Chunyi was about to order the goblins to retreat, a goat's head suddenly appeared on the other side of the hillside, tilting its head and looking puzzled. It looked as if it were saying, "Why did you stop chasing?" Chunyi chuckled. This sheep is even dumber than I thought. The goblins continued their pursuit. After a while, they finally returned to their territory, jumping around excitedly and squawking loudly around Chunyi. He was completely bewildered, but the result was indeed good. The goblins found the black goat's gathering place, discovering that it was right next to a water source, only 500 meters from his territory. Chunyi immediately asked, "How many sheep are there on the other side? Can we bring them all back?" As a result, the goblins started arguing all at once, giving him a headache. He simply pointed at the strongest werewolf goblin. "From today onwards, you are called Grey Wolf. From now on, all goblins will be under your command, and you will report to me." Then he pointed to a goblin with horns. "Your name is Little Sheep. You'll be the second in command." The two goblins jumped up and down excitedly, and Chunyi finally calmed down. Soon, the big gray wolf explained the situation. There were more than 70 black goats, most of whom lived in groups. Chunyi's expression darkened slightly. Although he currently had 42 goblins, swallowing this herd of black goats whole was still a bit of a stretch. Just as he was frowning and pondering, Little Sheep suddenly pointed at the group of limp rabbits and pigs in his territory and squawked loudly. Chunyi was taken aback at first, then suddenly slapped his thigh. "That's right. My third batch of goblins is about to be born." Because of the sowing process, Chunyi's goblins always spawn at night. Tonight, another batch of new goblins will be born. After another night of recovery, you can go straight into battle on the second to last day of the protection period. Chunyi quickly began to calculate. As long as he wiped out the herd of black goats on the penultimate day and immediately started breeding them, he could harvest a fourth batch of goblins when the protection period ended. He opened the territory panel and the fountain of life panel, carefully examining his available resources. What he truly lacked were energy stones, rocks, and, most importantly, that one unique crystal. "I'm short 227 energy stones, 1 alien crystal, 10 units of wood, and 330 units of stone." Chunyi quickly set his sights on the black goat herd. More than 70 black goats, each of which can provide 3 energy stones, is a considerable number. Moreover, such a large flock of sheep likely has a leader, and there's a chance to obtain a rare crystal if you can kill it. "Let's gather the wood and stones first, then go for the black goat." Chunyi separated the meat he kept for himself, planning to put the extra food in the trading area to exchange for materials. But when he opened the trading channel, he was stunned. All the meat products were gone. What happened? He turned and clicked into the general channel, only to be immediately bombarded with a deluge of messages. "Dragon, dragon, dragon. I saw the frost dragon. It just unleashed a blizzard over my territory. Luckily, the protective shield didn't break. My territory is completely covered in snow. Could this be the will of the Atlantean world?" The entire chat channel exploded. Some panicked, some started analyzing, and others immediately sought refuge with stronger individuals. "Frost dragon." Chunyi looked at the messages. Dragons are top-tier creatures, with the lowest being at the king rank, and the stronger ones even at the saint rank or demigod level. Let alone his current state. How would he defend himself if he actually encountered such a situation? Just as he was deep in thought, a deafening dragon roar suddenly exploded from above. Chunyi looked up abruptly and saw a colossal, terrifying frost dragon that had already covered the entire sky. The blue and white dragon body spread out, its 100-meter-long form pressing down on people, making it almost impossible to breathe. Its huge fleshy wings spread out, directly covering a third of the territory. The next second, the frost dragon slammed down with its claw. Boom. Chunyi instinctively raised his hand, and the protective shield rippled first, forcefully blocking the attack. He then realized that he hadn't forgotten about the protective shield, but rather that the oppressive aura emanating from the giant dragon was so terrifying that he doubted whether the shield could withstand it. But the frost dragon was clearly unwilling to give up. It roared and soared into the sky, then unleashed a breath of frost down at the protective shield below. The cold wave exploded instantly, and although most of it was blocked by the protective shield, its aftershocks still swept across several miles. The ground quickly froze, and the sky darkened. The frost dragon roared for a long time, until the sky turned grayish-yellow, before finally flapping its wings and flying away. Chunyi, standing inside the protective shield, had his back soaked in cold sweat. It's 100 meters long, with 3 diamond-shaped snowflake marks on its forehead. Is the frost dragon you saw like this too? Chunyi noted down the features and immediately sought confirmation on the general channel. But soon his heart sank. No, what I saw were 4 snowflakes, each over 200 meters long. What I encountered was a single snowflake, only a few dozen meters long. I had 6 imprints on my side, and it just passed by, freezing my territory. The chat was buzzing with conflicting opinions, but each answer was different. This indicated that the attack on all the lords wasn't caused by a single frost dragon, but by many. Chunye's face darkened. This difficulty was simply outrageous. He'd just finished the beginner trial against the giant wolf, and now he was facing the frost dragon head-on. It was a hellish start. Just then, someone named Chunimo tagged him. I also encountered 3 snowflakes an hour ago. When did you encounter them? Chunyi replied. Just now, a minute ago. Chunimo replied. Then we're probably in the same area. Good luck. Chunyi narrowed his eyes, somewhat relieved. At least the frost dragon wasn't targeting him alone, which was a silver lining amidst the bad news. But then, a new problem arose. Does anyone have any warm clothing? I'm freezing and can't stand it anymore. It's snowing here too, and the protective shield is no match for this kind of weather. My wood is damp and won't light at all. As soon as the frost dragon left, blizzards began to fall in everyone's territory. Meat in the trading area disappeared almost instantly, and the prices of wood and coal skyrocketed, with 20 units of wood even selling for 1 energy stone. Chunye's hands didn't stop moving. He immediately hung up the extra wolf and rabbit pelts. 1 wolf pelt, price, 2 energy stones. 4 soft rabbit skins, price, 2 energy stones. Although the rabbit skins are small, 2 are enough to make thermal pants. Soon, the general channel was filled with insults, and both the timber merchant and the fur merchant were criticized. Chunyi naturally received his share of the criticism as well. Despite the complaints, those who need to buy it still have to. The temperature has already dropped from the teens to -8, and it's still falling. You lost 1 wolf pelt, gained 2 energy stones. You lost 4 soft-boned rabbit pelts, gained 2 energy stones. Chunye's furs sold out quickly. Those who couldn't buy furs turned to scrambling for wood, only to be enraged by the price of 20 units for 1 energy stone and began to curse loudly. At least fur is expensive and keeps you warm. So why is your wood so expensive? If you think it's too expensive, don't buy it. Take it or leave it. The channel was in an uproar, but Chun-Yi couldn't be bothered to pay attention. He actually still had quite a few furs left, but he wasn't in a hurry to release more stock. The best time to strike is when the temperature drops a bit more, when those with fur start to feel comfortable, and those without fur become desperate. After exiting the chat, Chun-Yi immediately began directing the goblins to chop wood. His priorities were twofold. First, to continue gathering materials for upgrading the territory and the spring, and second, to quickly reinforce the houses. He didn't know how long this snow would last. He had to make the house more sturdy as soon as possible. Otherwise, if the snowstorm got worse, the newborn goblins and the entire territory would be in trouble. The werewolf goblin wielded its claws and fangs to chop down trees, while the other goblins were responsible for carrying and building. Under Chun-Ye's command, more than 40 goblins finally built a large house of 100 square meters, which completely covered the original thatched hut. Chun-Yi built the house so big so that there would be room for the newly spawned goblins. But when I finished and came out, the snow had already piled up to 20 centimeters deep, and the temperature was probably already below -10 degrees Celsius. There was no way we could wait until daylight. At this rate, the snow will likely cover the goblins overnight, making it impossible for them to even leave their homes, let alone fight. Just then, system notifications sounded in succession. A new goblin has been born in your territory. Your fountain of incubation level is too low. Your goblins can currently only fuse with 1 genetic trait. A werewolf goblin has been born. A rabbit goblin has been born. A newborn pig goblin has appeared in your territory. Do you accept it? Not high enough level. Chun-Yi frowned. He had originally hoped that the werewolf goblins, boars, and soft-boned rabbits would continue to crossbreed and create stronger new units. But now he was completely stuck due to the level of the fountain of life. It seems we need to raise the spring water level as soon as possible. Without hesitation, he accepted the pig goblin and then checked the panel. Pigman goblin, quality, silver, attribute, 31 level, LV5, skills, poison, ironhide, status, newborn, weak. Ironhide. Chun-Yi immediately became interested and casually selected a pig goblin. He cast the skill, Ironhide. The little pig-headed creature obediently stuck out its belly, exhaled 2 streams of white vapor from its nostrils, and then its entire body quickly turned ashen. Chun-Yi reached out and tapped the belly, which produced a dull metallic clang. No wonder the wild boar was so difficult to kill. It had this skill. Chun-Yi was immediately satisfied. With these pig goblins, he finally had a decent frontline tank when fighting the black goat. He quickly counted the newborns again. 5 werewolf goblins, 30 rabbit goblins, and 20 pig goblins. Although he hasn't created any new, more advanced hybrid species. His current number of goblins, including his original forces, is approaching 100. 5 dark goblins, 20 werewolf goblins, 50 rabbit goblins, 20 pig goblins, plus 2 ram horn goblins, for a total of 97. Although some were still young, time was running out. Chunyi knew this very well. That herd of black goats was crucial. If he could devour them, he would have a chance to upgrade his territory and obtain a large amount of resources. More importantly, the appearance of the frost dragon made him fully aware of the malice of Atlantis' will. The blizzard was coming down, and it wasn't just a matter of the weather getting worse. It was clearly weakening the fighting power of all the lords in advance. Therefore, the black goat must be attacked now. Chunyi then called over Grey Wolf and Little Sheep and explained several strategies to them. Lure the snake out of its hole, hunt in batches, and kill the lead sheep first if possible. As for how much they can understand, that's up to fate. Soon, the large goblin caravan set off against the wind and snow. The snow was ankle-deep, and in some places even knee-deep. The cunning rabbit goblin at the front cleared a path through the snow, followed by werewolf goblins, pig goblins, and other goblins. Before long, they found a herd of black goats by the river. More than 70 black goats were huddled together for warmth. Grey Brother called out a few times in a low voice and began assigning tasks. The cunning rabbit goblin immediately scattered and quietly dug holes in the snow. 2 goblins with horns stood at the rear, gathering their strength, while the werewolf goblins and pig goblins lowered their bodies and slowly approached the herd of black goats. The werewolf goblin charged ahead, its sharp, venomous teeth biting into the hind leg of a black goat on the periphery. The black goats, startled by the attack, tried to flee inwards, but the inner flock was already crowded. The leader of the black goats stood up, its 3-meter height allowing it to spot the attacker at a glance. A few strange-looking goblins, werewolves, and pigs. Well, let's not worry about that for now. Anyway, they're invading our territory. At a command, all the black goats rose and condensed fireballs. More than 70 fireballs formed in the air, instantly melting the snow, and were launched at the goblins. The next second, the werewolf goblin and the dark goblin quickly retreated and hid in the burrow that the cunning rabbit goblin had dug in advance. The goblin retaliated, hitting the black goat leader precisely with a fireball, but the fireball was coated with a paralyzing toxin, so the leader felt no pain, only a sense of provocation. The black goat leader's eyes were bloodshot, and he kept glancing at the ewes beside him. This is a battle. It shook its head, switched to another ewe, and the black goat, now without its leader, began to set off fireballs randomly, which landed in all sorts of places. The goblins stealthily advanced towards the black goats through the cave, poisoned them, and then withdrew, surrounding the flock and waiting for the poison to take effect. Although the black goat is powerful, charging like a heavily armored cavalryman with fierce skills, the goblin uses strategy to avoid direct losses. Soon, the toxin spread, throwing the black goat herd into chaos. Males and females attacked each other indiscriminately, and the leader was also controlled by the poison, causing the battlefield to become unbalanced in an instant. Inside the territory, Chunyi waited anxiously as system notifications appeared one after another. Dark Goblin killed Black Goat. Experience plus 600, Energy Stone x3. Werewolf Goblin kills Black Goat. EXP plus 600, Energy Stone x3, LV7. Horned Goblin kills Black Goat Leader. EXP plus 3000, Energy Stone x50. Different Crystal x1, LV8. Ha ha ha, it's a success. Chunyi was overjoyed. The goblins had completed the raid without any damage, and the alien crystal had also been obtained. A comprehensive upgrade of the territory was now within reach. Checking the upgrade materials. 1 crystal is ready, 350 units of wood are enough, and about 70 energy stones are still needed. The only missing stone was obtained by trading meat and fur in the trading area for 300 units, so the materials are complete. Upgraded Fountain of Incubation and Territory, here I come. The panel displays. Dark Goblin Fountain of Incubation, Level 1, can breed 5 goblins, requires 50 energy. Promotion requirements. 1 crystal, 50 wood, 30 stone. Dark Goblin Territory. Level 1, size 300 meters, provides basic protection. Upgrade requirements. 300 wood, 500 stones, 300 energy stones. Chunyi looked at the panel and said, Upgrade. A beam of white light fell from the sky and landed directly on Chunyi, marking the successful completion of his double upgrade. Chapter 13, Hell Skeleton, Undying Trait. Congratulations. Your territory has reached level 2. Territory area expanded to 1,000 meters, enabling shared vision and remote command. Congratulations! Your fountain of infancy has reached level 2. Newborn goblins can fuse 2 genes. You are the first lord to upgrade your territory to level 2, and can choose any 2 territory buildings. You are the first lord to upgrade the fountain of childbirth to level 2, and have received a scroll gift pack. As the white light descended, the entire territory lit up, and Chunyi fully experienced the benefits of the upgrade. As expected, the upgraded spring water can integrate more genes, but it's only 2 so far, so we still need to upgrade it further. He immediately opened the Lord panel. Name, Chunyi. Level 1. Attribute, 7. Free attributes, 5. Skills, shared vision and remote command. Personal space, 1 extraordinary crystal, 1 scroll gift pack, 10 energy stones. Upon closer inspection, it was revealed that points could be added to spirit, speed, strength, and stamina. Without hesitation, Chunyi allocated 5 free attribute points to spirit, and speed also increased, and the panel attribute points rose to 12. Then, he opened the scroll gift bag. Tier 1 Fire Rain Scroll can summon fire rain within a 300-meter radius of the designated area. This stuff is good. Finally, Chunyi focused his attention on the architectural rewards. After weighing his options among more than 10 types of buildings, he ultimately chose the stone brick city wall and arrow tower, one for survival, the other for expanding the field of vision, perfectly suited for a lord like him who commanded from the rear. Soon, a stone brick wall with a radius of 300 meters was erected, enclosing the territory. Just then, a group of goblins dragged the carcass of a black goat bigger than themselves, howling as they rushed back to their territory. Caw caw caw. They were overjoyed to see the new city walls. In their eyes, they were like bigger houses. On the other side, amidst the red blizzard, shattered black skeletons and the corpses of gray-furred giant wolves were everywhere. Inside the small wooden cabin on the high slope, the young girl Chi Hongi finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully we got it. To subdue this pack of over 40 giant wolves, she endured 4 long days of relentless effort. Relying on the immortality of the hell skeletons, after repeatedly sending skeletons up to wear them down, we finally killed the Wolf King today and even got a rare crystal. I've got the alien crystal. I can finally upgrade the Fountain of Life. Chi Hongi knew very well that although her troops were only among the weaker tiers of gold quality units, their advantage lay in their indestructibility. As long as her forces could accumulate, she is qualified to go up against a saint-level lord. She had deliberately referred to the gold tier unit as bronze in the chat channel to gather information. The result pleased her greatly. Among 100,000 people, very few truly possess special characteristics, and her immortality is her greatest trump card. If others don't dare to gamble, I do. If others don't dare to fight the boss, I do too. A white light quickly illuminated her body. Congratulations. Your fountain of pregnancy has reached level 2. You are the third lord to upgrade the fountain of childbirth to level 2. You have received a small scroll gift pack. What? Chi Hongi suddenly opened her eyes, her face changing color. I'm not the first one. There are actually 2 people ahead of me who have already reached level 2. After a brief moment of shock, she quickly calmed down. Those who can overpower me are mostly saint-level beings, or even possibly demigods. But then she smiled again. She was only a gold-tier soldier, yet she still managed to reach 3rd place, which already spoke volumes. With its gold-quality weaponry, it surpasses so many others. My hell skeleton is indeed the strongest. She stared at the panel, her eyes growing brighter and brighter. Now that I've lost 1st place in the fountain, I'm determined to take 1st place in the territory upgrade. Chapter 14. This guy is actually pretty nice. Congratulations on becoming the 2nd lord to upgrade your territory. You now have the right to choose any one of your territory's buildings. Upon seeing the prompt, Manhwa was completely stunned. The second one, he had been trying to gather 300 energy stones. He's been desperately trying to make money from the very beginning, humbling himself and trying to fool everyone, and yet he's still only in 2nd place. His heart sank. Who's number 1 then? In his mind, the person who could surpass him was probably hiding something. Deeper still, it might even be a saint-level lord. But then again, while saint-level troops are powerful, their summoning conditions are also extremely demanding. Logically, no one should have accumulated enough resources by now. Manhwa has made over 100 transactions in the past few days, mostly at a loss, but he has also taken advantage of the opportunity to chat privately with powerful lords. He extracted a lot of information. He then organized and resold this information, which gradually helped him accumulate 300 energy stones. According to his judgment, no one should have gotten there before him. Could it be that someone in this group possesses a demigod-level weapon? Nanha's breathing quickened at the thought. He had only one thought in his mind: to find that person, curry favor with him, and cling to this powerful figure. He immediately opened the trading channel and chat channel to check for anything unusual. As soon as he entered, the message barrage exploded. Someone's selling mutton and sheepskin, charge. Holy crap, boss meat too. Who's this, wiping out the tribe? Stop talking nonsense, grab it now. The entire channel erupted in noise. Nanha was a little doubtful. Would anyone really be so eager to ask others to buy such a good thing in the channel? When he entered the trading area, he was completely dumbfounded, and even had the feeling of running into a fellow trader. This isn't normal selling. This is clearly the work of a seasoned pro. 1 unit of black goat boss meat, price, 2 energy stones. 10 units of black goat meat, price, 1 energy stone. 1 sheepskin, price, 2 energy stones. Nanha gritted his teeth. Black, really black. This guy is definitely a swindler. But despite his cursing, the goods were all from the blizzard. These are highly sought-after items. Everyone who sees them is tempted. What's even more infuriating is that the rich players in the channel actually started looting. The sheepskin was gone, the boss meat was gone, and even the regular mutton was gone. It was disappearing in a flash. Nanha felt a void in his heart, and his hand trembled as he rushed forward. If we don't buy it now, it'll be gone. We have to grab it. He stared at Chun Ye's personal shop, not even bothering to look at the prices carefully, and just bought it. The next second, his face turned green. What appeared in his hand wasn't mutton, but a rough wooden hammer. It was old and worn out, almost frayed. Nanha slammed the hammer on the ground in anger. What normal person would? Would someone really list a broken wooden hammer for 1 energy stone in the trading area? His chest heaved, his fists clenched white, and despite his cursing, he finally opened Chun Ye's private chat. His thumb flew across the keyboard. Instead of a question, the message sent was, "Bro, do you still have black goat boss meat? I ordered the wrong thing earlier. I got robbed of a hammer, 5555, feeling so wrong. JPG. On the other side, Chun Ye was amused when he saw the message. Someone actually bought it. He had only intended to try it out casually. I was just looking to see if I'd found a sucker, and surprisingly, I did. Even more outrageous, this person, despite being scammed, didn't come to complain. Instead, they politely asked if there was any meat left. Chun Ye was speechless for a moment, only thinking that this person had a really good temper. This person is quite nice. Just as he was about to reply to the message, another private message popped up. Leah Michelle, do you still have any black goat boss meat? I'm willing to trade with alien crystals. Chapter 15. The 3 sub-gods ahead of me? Exotic crystal trading? The other party's words immediately grabbed Chun Ye's attention. Being able to produce a different crystal meant the other party had definitely killed a boss. But since even, if we can take down the boss, how could we possibly lack meat? A thought struck him, and he tentatively replied, I want 2 alien crystals. Michelle over there was clearly taken aback. You have the flesh and blood of 2 bosses? Chun Ye was very honest. No. Michelle fell silent immediately. The reason she was willing to exchange alien crystals for boss flesh was because her unit type was special and required purifying flesh and blood to accumulate summoning energy. The alien crystals in her hand were also brought out when she summoned the troops, and there weren't many to begin with. She suppressed her anger and replied, 1 alien crystal for the flesh and blood of a boss. You can trade if you're willing. Chun Ye replied calmly, 2 alien crystals for 1 head. Don't think I don't know the secret of the boss's flesh and blood. Michelle almost laughed in anger when she saw the message. The man had clearly misunderstood something, but unfortunately, she was currently in dire need of this meat. Finally, she could only grit her teeth and reply, I'll buy it because it's a special unit. If you don't sell it to me, I'll find someone else. Chun Ye thought about it and felt that the reason was acceptable, so he nodded. Trading is possible, but I sold 10 units before, so now I only have 30 units left. Although it's incomplete, I won't negotiate the price. This infuriated Michelle, but there was nothing she could do. The other party had her firmly under their control. She held back for a long time before finally replying with a single word. Good. The transaction was completed quickly. You have lost 30 units of black goat boss meat. You have obtained 1 exotic crystal. Chun Ye stretched and yawned, feeling quite pleased with himself. There are definitely more good people than bad in this world. He casually opened the panel and glanced at it. The Fountain of Life had now reached level 2. capable of breeding 10 goblins per day, but next time. The upgrade requires 5 alien crystals, wood, stone, and 100 units of clean water, significantly increasing the difficulty. Territory upgrades are even more demanding. The required resources increased several times over. However, Chunyi wasn't disappointed. After all, the 2 first-place finishes he'd secured already brought him city walls, arrow towers, and the fire rain scroll. These are all his trump cards now. Next, he wants to continue striving for first place. The biggest problem right now is that the snow outside is already a meter deep. Goblins would be buried if they went out. They need to continue searching for supplies. Obtaining the source is clearly unrealistic. The only option now is to gradually acquire it through transactions. Then, news from Manhwa popped up again. Hey boss, do you still have black goat boss meat? I'll pay a high price for it. Chunyi casually replied. That's all. I just got all paid for by a rich woman. On the other side, Manhwa was so angry when he saw the news that he almost exploded on the spot. Damn it, that rich woman, that unscrupulous businessman. He had just opened the Lord's panel, intending to buy some boss meat to test its effects, but he hadn't managed to get a single piece. Despite his frustration, he calmed down. From then on, he could only obediently send a smiley face. That's a shame. If you need it again next time, remember to contact me, and I'll give you a discount. He knew very well that the other party was likely the top-tier big shot who possessed a demigod-level weapon, and he couldn't afford to offend him, so he could only try to appease him first. At that moment, the true saint-level lord was riding on the back of a snow dragon, looking somewhat bewildered. I, the mighty snow dragon, am only ranked 4th in the upgraded fountain. Am I not a high-ranking saint-level unit? Am I actually quite adapted to the icy and snowy environment? In this situation, shouldn't I be the strongest below the level of a demigod? Thinking of this, his expression suddenly changed. Could it be that the 3 ahead of me are all demigods? Is the competition really this outrageous? Chapter 16, Adequate Preparation. Baka, who stole my mutton? This is outrageous. You want to eat mutton even when you're on a simple life. Want some? Get in line behind the dogs. That's right, my flame lion hasn't eaten enough yet. You'll have to wait a bit. Stop fighting over it. It's no use dying with a full stomach. Leave the meat for those who need it more. I can't get any more anyway. Are you even speaking human language? So what if you're a silver rank soldier? Follow us. Give me your address. In 2 days, within 300 kilometers, I'll send the golden mud dragon to take you down alone. The blizzard had blocked the roads, and everyone was stuck, huddled together in chat channels for warmth. Some were using conversation to ward off the chill. Some people were trembling as they stared at the trading area. After all, furs and food were too rare, and no one was willing to waste energy stones. Chunyi, wrapped in a sheepskin sweater, sipped hot tea and stared at the chat channel and a barrage of friend requests that were about to explode. Gu Xiaoyu sent a message. Brother, give me some meat. I'm starving. I have lots of stones. You can have whatever you want. Zhang San and Li were also pleading. Boss, I'll even raise the price. Just sell me some mutton. Inoue Sakurako sent him a string of Japanese text, saying that she would be willing to show him photos as long as he gave her food. Chunyi finished his tea, smacked his lips, and casually refused all the offers. Giving away supplies to strangers for free? Impossible. Meanwhile, in a thatched hut in the middle of the swamp, Su Qingyu gritted her teeth in anger. She had already been very humble. But Chunyi still refused to approve the application. She clutched a piece of slightly rotten flesh in her hand. It was her best food at the moment. But if you actually eat it, there's a high chance you'll get an upset stomach. She wanted to go to the chat channel to scold Chunyi for being selfish, but she held back because she knew the protection period was about to end. After hesitating for a moment, she decided to lower her stance and try again. Brother Chunyi, I'm starving. Please give me something to eat. She felt awkward even calling him brother. But considering the other person might be a king-level or even saint-level soldier, she gritted her teeth and endured it. Then, she ran into the snow to wash her long legs clean, her knees and ankles turning red from the cold. I took a picture and sent it over, hoping to exchange this pitiful appearance for some food and fur. After sending the message, she opened the reply with great anticipation. Chunyi only replied with 7 words. It's cold. Drink more hot water. Immediately afterwards, a system notification popped up. Chunyi has rejected your friend request. Su Qingyu's smile froze instantly. Meanwhile, Chunyi was looking at the photos and sipping his tea, slowly remarking, this green tea is just delicious. Just then, the water in the pot boiled, and he immediately got up to work. The goblins poured hot water into the large ice buckets they had prepared beforehand, and the ice and snow quickly melted into water. Then, buckets of cold water were carried up the 5-meter-high city wall and poured down the wall. The temperature was extremely low during the snowy weather, and the water began to freeze shortly after flowing out, making the city walls even thicker. It also gradually froze the surrounding soft snow solid. Not far away, a group of goblins were lying on the ice, skating on their bellies and making loud noises. As soon as they saw the newly formed ice, they rushed over, sliding and nibbling at it, having a great time. Chunyi frowned as he looked at it. He had created these ice surfaces in preparation for the battle 2 days later. By the time the protection period ended, the snow outside was over a meter thick. Without the ice layer underneath, the goblins would have been trapped inside long before they rushed out. They'd be half buried in snow, making it impossible to fight. Now, a considerable amount of hard ice has formed in the snow outside the city walls. At least it will allow these little things to gain a foothold. He had originally planned to train goblins to fight on ice, so that when the enemy arrived, they wouldn't even be able to stand, while he could skate and kill his way through. Just thinking about it is cool. Unfortunately, a goblin is still a goblin. They have the brains for combat, but their survival skills are limited too. With a good enough attitude, skating training eventually turned into belly skating. Alright, a belly is a belly. It's better than being unable to move. Chunyi had just finished speaking when he saw a goblin. He plunged headfirst into the pile of broken ice and couldn't climb out for a long time, leaving only his 2 legs kicking wildly outside. He sighed and rubbed his forehead in exasperation. Go, get him out of here. As a result, the goblins rushed up with strange cries, not to rescue him, but to throw snowballs at him first. Chunya's lips twitched as he watched. Fortunately, the unfortunate fellow, under the pressure of life and death, managed to struggle and crawl out on his own. Chunyi rubbed his temples and muttered to himself. Never mind, the process doesn't matter, as long as we get out. Chapter 17, The Last Day. The protection period ends in 1 day. Lords, please prepare for battle. The will of Atlantis must be destroyed. You must annihilate the enemy completely, or it will leave a hidden danger for our territory. Lords, survive. After hell, there will be heaven. The system notification immediately caused chaos in the general channel. Damn it, it finally happened. They actually want to annihilate the entire enemy force? I've prepared all sorts of survival measures. No way, how could I, a slime, wipe out the entire enemy force? Is there any big shot in the area who'll take me in? I'm willing to be their subordinate. The Warriors Alliance is recruiting powerful lords. Weaklings need not apply. The Golden Alliance is recruiting. All levels of experience are welcome, but a membership fee is required. I'm ready. My flame lion can now set fires in the blizzard. Some people broke down, some called for help, and some were already looking forward to a major battle. Chunyi looked at the chat channel, but his expression remained calm. This morning, his last batch of goblins reached adulthood. That was 20 ram-horned goblins. Combined with his previous forces, there are a total of 117 goblins. 117 goblins, a 5-meter-high stone wall, an arrow tower, plus a prearranged ice rink and fire rain scrolls. This is the source of Chunyi's confidence in facing the will of Atlantis. As long as it's not a dragon, there shouldn't be a big problem. Unlike the fearful lords, Chunyi was actually somewhat expectant. Last time it was about driving wild beasts. What will it be this time? The strong yearn for battle, the weak yearn for someone to save their lives. Of course, there are also some people who are still busy with their own little schemes at such times. On the other side, Su Qingyu was looking at the private chat messages. Goddess, this is a great thing I just got yesterday. It's called a gambling stone. I heard it can unlock skills. You should take it to improve your strength. We're about to go to war, so don't get hurt. The person who sent the message is a sycophant she recently started dating. Su Qingyu replied, okay, sure. But after reading the description of the jade gambling stones, she frowned again. The probability of activating a skill is only 1%? That's way too low. The other party immediately replied, I had no choice. It took me a long time to dig it up. Seeing that there was nothing more, Su Qingyu immediately lost interest, only replying with a perfunctory before closing the chat. What a poor loser. Minors really don't have any resources. Thinking of this, she inexplicably opened Chunyi's chat window again. In her opinion, Chunyi was the real powerhouse. It's just that this man was always difficult to approach and showed no interest in her. Su Qingyu gritted her teeth. Humph, this time I'm definitely going to take you down. She adjusted the sheepskin coat she'd gotten from the sycophant, took a picture first, Then, feeling it wasn't enough, pulled the collar down a bit more. I took another picture and sent it along with the rough stone to Chunyi. Meanwhile, in another cave half sealed by wind and snow, a man was hugging his arms and grinning foolishly. My goddess replied to me. She replied with so she must be touched. Haha, all that time I spent digging for rough stones has finally paid off. A cold wind rushed into the cave entrance, and he shivered from the cold, quickly sealing the entrance back up. Luckily, I gave the sheepskin coat to my goddess. I made it myself, and I couldn't bear to wear it myself. The man grew happier the more he thought about it, feeling that he, as a king-level lord, had finally experienced what it felt like to be cared for by the school beauty. Meanwhile, after posting the photos, Su Qingyu looked down and tugged at her wool coat, her face full of disgust. What shoddy workmanship! You have to drag it out for ages just to show a little bit of skin. She looked at the message she had already sent and muttered something under her breath. Boss Chunyi, surely you'll take the bait this time? Chapter 18, 7 Days End, Atlantis Attacks. Brother Chunyi, can I get some food for Xiaoyu? Chunyi has rejected your friend request. Inside the underground cave, Gu Xiaoyu puffed out her cheeks, stomping her feet in anger. She wasn't truly angry. After all, she was begging for help. It's a favor if someone gives you something, but it's normal if they don't. It's just that being rejected by the same person so many times has made her more. Chunyi became a little curious. In her mind, Chunyi should be a principled and somewhat ruthless person, coupled with his ridiculously strong abilities. She had even conjured up an image of a tall, thin figure with a cold expression, riding a giant dragon. Unfortunately, she didn't have time for that now. I thought to myself, my stomach is already growling with hunger. Gu Xiaoyu patted the stone golem beside her, urging it to continue digging. Her troops were strong, even gold level, and there were 3 of them to begin with, so they shouldn't have had to worry about food. But her territory was buried underground, who knows how deep, and they had to dig. She hadn't even seen the surface after all this time. Right now, she wasn't digging an exit, but rather a hiding place for herself. Phone. After tonight, the 7-day protection period will end, and Atlanta will be here. Just then, a system notification suddenly popped up. Ding. You've unearthed a rough jade stone. Stone gambling. Gu Xiaoyu was taken aback and quickly opened it. Congratulations on starting your jade gambling activity and gaining the skill, blacksmith. Her joy lasted only a second before her face fell again. She had a blacksmith, but blacksmithing still required blueprints, and she had nothing right now. Yes, not long after, the stone man unearthed another rough stone. Gu Xiaoyu's eyes lit up, and she quickly started digging again. You opened the jade stone, and you lost one. She refused to believe it, and continued driving. The 3rd piece was empty. The 4th piece was also empty. Each system comment was more hurtful than the last, making Gu Xiaoyu grit her teeth in anger. She glared fiercely at the pile of stones. I refuse to believe it. There must still be some. She dug and opened stones simultaneously, placing all her hopes on gambling on rough stones. If she could just find one more blueprint, she could turn her fortunes around through forging. To end these days of hunger and poverty, she toiled from day to night, the cave filled with rubble and stones, yet nothing was opened. On the other side, Chunyi finally accepted Su Qingyu's friend request. In his hand, he held a rough stone. As the stone was opened, a blueprint fell into his grasp. You have opened a rough stone and obtained a forging blueprint. The blueprints for forging the bone-splitting blade. Chunyi glanced at it and casually put it into his personal space. He had the blueprints, but unfortunately he didn't. He had the blacksmith skill, but no second piece of rough stone, so he had to leave it for now. He then asked Su Qingyu a few questions to confirm. They stopped gambling on stones when they ran out. Having accepted the gift, Chunyi didn't take it for nothing. He returned the favor with a rabbit skin and 5 units of rabbit meat as a gift. Having done all this, he looked up outside the territory. The blizzard that had raged for days had finally stopped, but the world remained cold. It was quiet, almost oppressively so, as if it were making way for an impending great battle. This is the last night before the protection period ends. Some are fearful, some are regretful, and some are desperately making final preparations. As dawn broke and the first rays of sunlight entered the territory, the system notification sounded precisely on time. 7 days have passed, and the protective shield has disappeared. The will of Atlantis is about to strike. Lords, prepare for battle. Current number of users, 100,000/83,000. The next second, a deafening roar shattered the silence of the morning. Chapter 19. The Orcs invade, Goblins fight for God. A squad of orcs has invaded your territory. As soon as the system notification sounded, Chunyi immediately used the vision-sharing feature of the goblin on the arrow tower to see a small orc squad approaching from a distance. There were about 40 people, each nearly 2 meters tall, with frighteningly thick arms and long bull horns on their heads. Duh, didn't we come here to capture human slaves? Why are we here? Yes, duh, we are water buffalo, not yaks. This place is too cold. The Minotaur leader, known as Ada, shrugged and stared at the increasingly thick snow ahead. Don't you find it strange? It's not even winter yet, but it's snowing so heavily here. Upon hearing this, the Minotaur's eyes lit up immediately. In the Thousand Ghost Forest, strange occurrences usually signify only two things, either treasure or a powerful creature. But they had been here before. There are no formidable characters here. That leaves only one possibility. There's treasure here. Moo. Moo. A group of Minotaurs instantly became excited, brandishing their swords and shields as they charged forward. Soon, they trudged across the icy snow and spotted something in the distance. The stone wall outside Chunyi's territory. Look, there's a city wall over there. Could there be a powerful tribe here? Ada was initially hesitant, but when he saw that the people patrolling the city wall were actually goblins, his expression changed immediately. Moo. It's a bunch of filthy goblins. Does a lower being deserve to live in such a nice house? Orcs charge. In their eyes, goblins didn't deserve houses, let alone such a decent piece of land. So 40 Minotaurs held up. The weapons charged directly towards Chunyi's territory. Chunyi watched this scene from behind, merely sneering, without rushing to give orders. As soon as the Minotaurs rushed onto the ice rink, the first few slipped and crashed into the ice pit with a few loud thuds. Roar! You think this little trick can stop a Minotaur? Minotaur, you're fearless. The Minotaurs roared and leaped out of the ice pit, but the impact was too heavy, the ice shattered again, and they fell into a new pit in the blink of an eye. They paused for a moment, then roared again. Fearless. So a group of Minotaurs jumped up and slammed down on the ice, then jumped up and slammed down again, charging forward against the ice crater. The Minotaurs behind them, seeing this, also shouted. Fearless in the face of a house. Fearless. As these guys charged at him like cannonballs, Chunyi rubbed his forehead. Sure enough, traps alone couldn't stop this kind of reckless fool. Seeing that the Minotaurs had entered the attack range, he finally gave the order. Attack! Gagaga! The goblin on the arrow tower couldn't wait any longer. He raised his hand and unleashed a barrage of green poison fireballs, raining them down on the Minotaur. But these Minotaurs were well equipped and immediately drew their bone shields to block, managing to withstand the first wave of ranged attacks. Chunyi frowned. This Orcish force was clearly no ordinary beast. Their spears, swords, and shields, though rudimentary, were perfectly suited to their physiques. Their combat power is already quite formidable. If we can't suppress them with long-range forces, then let the ground troops take over. Just as the melee goblin was about to make its move, several goblins on the city wall suddenly froze. If the Minotaurs are shouting for the house, what should they be shouting? The Dark Goblin spoke first. Shout for the boss. The boss is a god. The cunning rabbit goblin scratched its head. For God? But what is God? The pigman goblin waved his hand. Who cares? I knew from birth that our boss is a god. The werewolf goblin immediately nodded. The pigman is right. The next second, all the goblins let out a series of strange screams. God! 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 For God! For God! They imitated the Minotaurs and rushed down the city walls and the ice rink in one go. On one side are Minotaurs shouting for the house, and on the other side are goblins yelling for the god. In the blink of an eye, the two groups of people collided violently. The bone knife and the cleaver clashed, sparks flying everywhere. Chapter 20. Was the whole army wiped out? As soon as the battle began, the Dark Goblin charged ahead with a bone weapon, colliding head-on with the Minotaur's crude cleaver. The result was predictable. He was sent flying by a single blow. In terms of strength, he was no match for the Minotaur. Seeing this, the other goblins immediately changed their tactics, using their bellies to slide across the ice and circling around the Minotaur. The Minotaur stared in disbelief. These goblins before him included those with wolf heads, rabbit legs, and even those with pig noses and big bellies. Each one is stranger than the last. You're so ugly, the Minotaur roared, swinging his sword, the blade carving deep grooves into the ice, but he couldn't hit anything. Instead, the goblin seized the opportunity to strike from behind, slashing his body repeatedly. Blood flowed continuously from the wounds. But the Minotaur seemed oblivious to the pain and continued to hack and slash wildly. The pig goblins took the lead, and after opening their armor plates, they actually withstood the Minotaur's attacks. The Minotaur leader was enraged and stomped down with his foot, yelling, "This is impossible. Stomp on it." With a loud bang, the ice layer within a radius of tens of meters shattered on the spot, and a large area of snow was blown away. "You have lost a pig goblin." Chunye's face darkened on the city wall. This Minotaur leader was clearly no ordinary person. But just then, the goblin with ram horns seized the opportunity and simultaneously hurled several emerald fireballs at its leader. The Minotaur leader was taken aback. "Doesn't it hurt?" He was overjoyed and turned to shout, "The orc god is protecting us. Our attacks will do no harm." Upon hearing this, the remaining Minotaurs were immediately invigorated. "Orcs, we fear nothing." The goblin slid along chanting, "For God! For God! For God!" The next moment, the Minotaur leader drew his spear and hurled it at the arrow tower. Boom! Wood chips flew everywhere as the spear pierced the arrow tower, killing a goblin with its horns in the process. "You have lost a goblin with horns." Chunyi immediately ordered, "Attack the enemy leader first." The goblins on the ground quickly changed target and began attacking the Minotaur leader. The other Minotaurs followed suit, hurling spears. However, their strength was ultimately inferior to that of their leader, and their spears could only be embedded in the arrow tower, making it difficult to inflict fatal wounds. Those attacks that seemed painless had actually caused the orcs to lose too much blood. They chanted Beast God's protection, but their movements grew slower and slower, and they even struggled to jump out of the ice pit. The goblins seized the opportunity and swarmed forward, with dark goblins, werewolf goblins, and pig goblins taking turns to attack. It kept leaving new wounds on the leader. The Minotaur leader punched several goblins away, trying to hold on, but the blood had already stained the surrounding ground red. Finally, before the other Minotaurs arrived, he collapsed with a thud onto the vacuum zone he had created. Without their leader, the orcs' formation instantly crumbled. The ram-horned goblins regained control, while the pig goblins moved to the front lines. The werewolf goblins went berserk. Soon, system notifications popped up one after another, and the remaining Minotaurs were swiftly slaughtered. Chunyi stood on the city wall, but did not show any signs of relief. "They've wiped them all out." He stared at the battlefield, becoming even more wary. Is the attack on Atlanta really that simple? He quickly realized that the system had said, "Annihilate the enemy completely," which probably didn't refer to the dozens of orcs in front of him. Instead, the entire Minotaur tribe must be wiped out. Thinking this, Chunyi immediately raised his hand to stop them. They deliberately left the last surviving Minotaur alive. Chapter 21. The proud Minotaur will not leak a single piece of information. Within the territory, 3 human captives and a Minotaur were forced to kneel on the ground. The Minotaur had a fierce look on his face, staring intently at Chunyi, and breathing heavily through his nostrils. "The noble Tauren will not reveal a single piece of information to you." He snorted coldly, his face full of disdain. So these goblins were subdued by a human. What a trashy race. They don't even have their own faith. Chunyi glanced at him, somewhat admiring the guy's stubbornness. Several goblins were holding the large machetes they had just stolen to his neck, but they were hitting him hard. The blades slashed back and forth, cutting the Minotaur's neck until it was covered in bloody gashes, a scene that looked almost like being slowly sliced to death. Chunyi was too lazy to bother with any more questions, so he simply asked directly, "May I have your name?" The Minotaur immediately raised his head. "I won't tell you my name, you cunning human." Chunyi paused for a moment, then asked, "Aya, how many Minotaurs are there in your tribe?" Aya was stunned at first, her face full of shock. "How do you know Aya's name? Are you a mind reader?" Before Chunyi could reply, he hurriedly added another sentence. "Aya knows you're trying to trick me. Aya won't tell you that there are 150 people in the tribe." Chunyi laughed immediately after hearing this. "Good. Great Aya, your bravery has earned my approval, and I have decided to let you go." "What?" Aya was stunned for a moment, and then a touch of emotion appeared in her eyes. In his view, it must have been his bravery that moved the beast god, and the beast god then made the human in front of him spare him. Chunyi also applied some wood ash to his wound to prevent the guy from bleeding to death on the way. Aya was so moved that she ran away as fast as she could, without even daring to look back. He needed to return to the tribe immediately and tell the chief what had happened. Chunyi watched him run away, then casually waved his hand, signaling the goblin to follow. Soon, a group of goblins, carrying machetes and shields almost as tall as themselves, chased after them. As for those spears, they were too big for them to use. After sending the Minotaur away, Chunyi tied up the 3 human prisoners again and casually tossed them into a corner. One of the women had just spoken when her tone remained condescending. You must be an adventurer banished by the Empire, right? I am the eldest daughter of the Salavel family. Let me go, and I can. Bang. Chunyi simply closed the wooden cabin door, not even bothering to listen. The most important thing right now is to eliminate the hidden dangers. He has no time to waste on a woman's nonsense. Outside, the 2 bound adventurers were getting anxious. Sasha, quickly use the distress scroll. Yes, if this drags on any longer, it's all over. Falling into the hands of orcs might offer a chance of survival, but falling into the hands of these adventurers is basically a death sentence. Saravel gave the 2 of them a cold look. Shut up. I hired you to protect me, not to teach me how to do things. You should be thinking about how to escape, not worrying about my scroll. If you say another word, I'll report you to the guild when I get back. The 2 silver-ranked adventurers immediately fell silent. Sha suppressed her emotions and began to look around. Although it stinks terribly here, reeking of goblins everywhere, the buildings are clearly newly constructed, with tall walls and a well-ordered layout. More importantly, these goblins are completely different from ordinary goblins. They are not stupid at all, and their combat strength is ridiculously high. It is obvious that it has been specially trained, or even modified. The more she looked, the more alarmed she became, and a name gradually surfaced in her mind. There are very few adventurers like this, recently expelled, powerful, and capable of ruling and modifying demi-humans. The next second, Sha's eyes widened suddenly. Yes, that's him. Creating heroes. But now, it should be called the creator of fallen powers. Chapter 22. Discovery of the Minotaur tribe. A hero whose country was destroyed by his own empire? Sha kept her head down, her expression constantly shifting. She no longer wanted a direct confrontation. She just wanted to escape without using the scroll. But soon, another thought crossed her mind. Since this person could train goblins to such an extent, if she could recruit him for her own use. That was an extremely powerful trump card she held. As she pondered, she secretly calculated power, status, money. Which would the other person care about? If we can find what Chunyi truly wants, we can not only protect ourselves, but also use him to suppress our younger siblings. What should we do? What does this hero really need? On the other side, Chunyi had already shifted his focus to the goblins. The released Minotaur was killed by goblins before it could even escape into the tribe. Not far away, a clearing surrounded by woods was also completely exposed to Chunyi's eyes. The area was surrounded by a waist-high wooden fence, and more than 50 cowhorn tents were scattered inside. The tents were crudely made, but the goblins were clearly excited, their eyes shining as they stared at the houses. Chunyi quickly frowned, because among the ordinary tents, there were 3 significantly larger horn-shaped tents. This means that there is likely not just one powerful enemy in this Minotaur tribe, but 3 mini-bosses. This is troublesome, Chunyi said in a low voice. Even a small boss can influence the course of a battle, let alone 3 of them together. He then truly realized that the system's promise of annihilation was indeed not so easy to achieve. Chunyi stood there pondering a solution, unaware that while he felt there were too few enemies, other lords were already on the verge of collapse. For the vast majority of people, this attack was not a test, but a disaster. At this moment, Miao Dajuan, who possessed the gold-tier Flame Lion unit, was hiding in a tree in a sorry state. Below, 2 fiery lions are fighting fiercely with a group of earth pigs. Flaming needles and fiery breath were constantly unleashed, but the opposing earthen boars had thick hides and were numerous. Especially the silver-level boar leader, whose level was frighteningly high, led the herd of pigs in a rampage. The flame lion could only retreat while burning, but it still quickly revealed a weakness. The next second, the boar leader charged forward, severely injuring a flame lion. Miao Dajuan's face turned pale. Damn it, this can't go on. He hurriedly opened the chat channel for help, only to find it even more chaotic than he had imagined. Help, I have 10 skeleton soldiers here, and one of them can use magic. Help, I have 5 high-level stone armored bears here. Does anyone have humanoid weaponry? Machetes, spears, shields, anything goes. High price offered. I'm facing 30 goblins, I can't possibly beat them. The screen was filled with SOS messages and acquisition requests, which made Miao Dajuan's scalp tingle. This time, no one dared to say the crisis was simple. Even the high-ranking lords didn't have time to pretend to be relaxed. Miao Dajuan's lips were dry, and his heart sank to the bottom. But the next second, as if he suddenly remembered something, his eyes lit up. Gold level. Yes, the Golden Alliance. He immediately started frantically messaging the channel. Golden Alliance. I want to join. I'll pay the membership fee. Please help me. Chapter 23. The Golden Alliance. On the high slope, Chi-Hong looked at the black bones scattered on the ground and finally breathed a sigh of relief. We finally made it through. The attackers who just assaulted her were 30 primitive men. Those creatures were originally human, but after being exiled to the mountains for so long, they had long since degenerated. Like ape men, they have long arms, great strength, and agility. They can also use wooden spears. They have both brute force and intelligence, making them more difficult to deal with than wild beasts. Thankfully, she won. However, this battle was not easily won. Her 10 upgraded hell skeletons faced off against 30 level 15 primitive humans. In the end, only 5 remained. Almost half of their forces had been lost. Suddenly, the chat window flashed. Chun Mo sent a message. Alliance leader, have you weathered the crisis? Chi-Hongi replied. We just wiped out the enemy. What about your side? Chun Mo breathed a sigh of relief. As expected of the alliance leader, I only barely managed to repel the invading giant wolves. Chi-Hongi asked directly. Let's get down to business. Chun Mo immediately reported. I have compiled information on the alliance members and found that the intensity of this attack was based on the strength of the military units. So many gold level members died. Even our only king level lord couldn't hold on. On the contrary, the bronze and silver level members, because with more people, more survived. The number of alliance members has now dropped from 130 to 70. After he finished speaking, Chi-Hongi hardly hesitated. Keep hiring. Chun Mo was stunned. Given the current situation, why expand the workforce? Chi-Hongi remained calm. First, the alliance members are too far apart to provide support to all of them. Only by continuing to expand can we have the opportunity to band together nearby. Secondly, many people are desperate for a cure right now. Don't you think this is a good time to make money? Chun Mo frowned. But most of those who come to join now are weak lords. If we recruit them but can't save them, it's just giving the Golden Alliance a hard time. Does it attract negative attention? Chi-Hongi didn't speak, only sent a space. A few seconds later, Chun Mo suddenly realized what was happening. Those who can't be saved are simply dead. They have no chance to come back and criticize the League. In other words, recruiting heavily at this time would not only generate substantial profits, but also expand the Alliance's reach. Those who can be saved will. Grateful and continue to help the Alliance recruit. Those who cannot be saved, simply disappear from the world. I understand. I'll get on it right away. Just as Chun Mo was about to leave, Chi-Hongi called him back. Do your humanoid units have weapons? Chun Mo paused for a moment. Golden troops, tiger warriors. Chi-Hongi glanced at the skull fragments on the ground and casually picked up a few fine iron machetes. My skeleton needs to be reassembled, so I won't need it for a day. Here, take these knives. Chun Mo fell silent. He actually lied. His unit type is not a normal gold tier unit at all, but a degraded mutated king tier unit with an attribute of only 40 and no built-in weapon. That's why he understands even more how valuable these knives are now. Chi-Hongi seemed to see right through his thoughts. Don't worry, it's not a gift. You have to return it after you're done. Take these and wipe out that pack of giant wolves completely. Leave no hidden dangers. Chun Mo glanced down at the 3 elite soldiers behind him, and his eyes lit up. They were able to repel 20 giant wolves with their bare hands just now, but now that they have weapons, the situation is completely different. Understood. The next second, a flash of white light appeared, and 3 gleaming steel cleavers fell into Chun Mo's hands. He knew that Chi-Hongi was trying to win him over, but someone who could offer such genuine help in a life-or-death situation. They are far more worthy of following than those who only make empty promises. Meanwhile, on the other side, a holy light was slowly descending upon the sky above a certain territory. An angel stood in midair, wings outstretched, feathers falling like snow. Those who cleanse sin with the holy sword and offend the Lord's apostles shall die. Chapter 24. To whom? To the simp or the male god. Evil has been purified. The enemy has been eliminated. Your Excellency, Apostle of God, I am about to fall into slumber. A handsome angel stood beside the white spring, arms crossed, his form slowly turning to stone. Michelle immediately clasped her hands together in prayer. A devout prayer. Thank you, God, for your protection. Thank you for your radiance that helped me through this crisis. In her view, Being able to draw a demigod unit was no longer just a matter of luck, it was a gift from the gods. Before transmigrating, she was an apostle of God. Even after transmigrating, she remained favored by the gods. Even though this type of soldier had numerous restrictions and demanding summoning requirements. She prays and gives thanks before and after each act, and she does it willingly. On the other side, Mayade wasn't so lucky. He was desperately trying to escape on his saint rank unit, the Snow Dragon. Behind him, a giant frost python, at least 40 meters long, was hot on his heels. King Maya asked. Maya was completely disarmed after reading the information from both sides. My own Snow Dragon is indeed a saint rank, but it's still in its juvenile stage, with only 50 stats. But the one behind it is a king rank. The Frost Serpent stats are already at level 60, what's the point of fighting it? He patted the Snow Dragon and whispered, the stats aren't that different, why don't we give it a try? Snow Dragon immediately shook its head in refusal. Your troops' trust in you has decreased. Their loyalty is currently at 95%. Damn it. Run. Maya dared not do anything reckless again and could only continue to flee. Compared to these high-ranking lords, many Bronze and Silver Lords' opponents are not so outrageous. In one corner, 50 slimes were locked in a chaotic battle with 30 goblins. The slimes outnumbered them, but they were almost always the ones getting beaten up and could only rely on their physical strength to stall for time. Their lord, Lei Chi, had already personally entered the fray. He was shirtless, holding a rough wooden hammer in his left hand and a bone knife in his right. They charged forward relentlessly under the cover of the slimes. Kill. The goblins fell one by one, but he himself was almost exhausted. Luckily, these goblins don't cooperate in battle. Lei Chi was panting heavily, his bone knife breaking in his hand. He could only pick up the new weapon from the ground. When he looked down, he found it was a spiked club. Grass. But he dared not stop. If the slime couldn't hold on first, and the remaining goblins surrounded him, he would be doomed. Thinking about this, Lei Chi was filled with deep regret. If only I hadn't given up, I could have at least built a few fences beforehand. We wouldn't have been chased and hacked down by these three-headed creatures. In this crisis, some people relied on their own strength to withstand the pressure, some fought desperately in the face of danger, and some still thought about relying on others to survive. For example, Su Qingyu. At this moment, she was fidgeting with her fingers, her expression hesitant. She had no desire to personally confront matters of fighting and killing. But now that the protective shield is gone, I need to find someone to save me. She bit her lip, only one question remaining in her mind. Who should I look for? A simp or my dream guy? Chapter 25, awaiting the result. Brother Qingyi, I have a lot of water snakes here. Can you come and save me? I'm very close to you. My coordinates are. Qingyi glanced at the message and immediately cursed. Damn, is this woman crazy? I haven't even conquered my own tribe yet. He didn't reply at all. Right now, the Minotaur tribe alone was enough to give him a headache. He had no energy left to help others eliminate new enemies. On the battlefield, Qingyi had switched from defense to offense, leading the goblins to surround the entire Minotaur tribe. The Tauren army that had previously attacked his territory has been wiped out, and now only 2 silver chieftains remain in the tribe. He hadn't rushed into a full-scale attack, instead ordering the goblins to wage a war of attrition. Sure enough, the Minotaur discovered that the outgoing party hadn't returned in a long time. They started searching in batches, only to be gradually devoured by the goblins lying in ambush outside. After several rounds, the Minotaur's fighting strength decreased the number dropped from 60 to 40. But then a problem arose. Having learned their lesson, the Minotaurs stopped venturing out so easily, and instead began retreating back into their tribe to search for the goblins. Damn it, this means we have no choice but to force our way in. Qingyi was frowning when he suddenly saw the situation inside the tribe through the goblins' perspective in the tree. A group of voluptuous female minotaurs were being escorted into a tent under guard. Upon seeing this, Qingyi's eyes lit up. That's right, with female orcs replenishing our forces, what do I have to worry about attrition? He then realized that his goblins were essentially freebies from him. They could be replaced whenever they died. Since that was the case, what was there to be afraid of? What do you mean by exchanging lives? Attack. At the command, the goblins, who had been eager to charge, immediately rushed forward. The horned goblins first cleared a path with poison fireballs, followed by dozens of goblins. Bryn, dragging his machete and shield, charged straight at the Minotaur tribe under the cover of fireballs. The two sides clashed quickly, the sounds of clashing blades and roars exploding outwards. There were over 100 goblins, while the Minotaurs, though still numerous. 60. But 20 of them were female minotaurs who had no fighting ability. Only 40 were truly capable of fighting, and some of them had to be assigned to guard the tent. The difference in quality is immediately apparent. Moo! A roar erupted as a muscular minotaur, wielding a spiked club, charged into the battlefield like a tank. Nearby, he smashed the goblins one by one with his club, sending them flying in all directions. Soon, another, even more outrageous minotaur emerged. This creature was easily 4 meters tall, with a tattered hat wrapped around its head and held. He was carrying a 2-meter-long machete, and his imposing presence was terrifying. Trample! With a loud bang, the earth cracked open instantly, and more than a dozen goblins that couldn't escape in time were swallowed up by the fissure. That skill again, so powerful. Chunyi was shocked by what he saw, but it also strengthened his resolve. I must acquire this skill. Without him saying much, the goblins began to adjust their tactics. They quickly spread out, no longer huddling together to die, and relied on their numbers to their advantage. The advantage lies in holding back the ordinary minotaurs, allowing them to concentrate their firepower on the 2 silver leaders. The 2 minotaurs were indeed ferocious, but the pig goblins, with their iron plates, kept pushing forward, while the werewolf goblins and ramhorn goblins went berserk. Finish them off with a blow, unleash poison fireballs. Even if they're beheaded or sent flying, those goblins will still pounce on them, bite them, and slash them before they die. Chunyi hid in the back, calmly observing the battle. The lives of more than 20 goblins were used to hold back the 2 minotaurs. These 2 leaders, one with an overall attribute of around 50 and the other with an even higher 55, are clearly stronger than the one outside. But now, things are different now. After the Black Goat battle, the castle battle, and these ambushes, the goblins' overall level has already increased significantly. Werewolf Bryn generally has around 37 or 38 attribute points, with all goblins exceeding 40. Even the strongest minotaurs couldn't withstand such an attack. Every time they use their ultimate attack, they get slashed, bitten, and ingested poison fireballs. The toxins gradually accumulate in their bodies, leading to their defeat. It was already destined. You have lost a werewolf goblin. You have killed a minotaur. You have killed. Notifications kept popping up, and the scales of victory tipped completely in Chunyi's favor. Just then, his vision suddenly cut off. His mental energy was exhausted, and the remote sharing was forced to end. However, Chunyi was not flustered. The fate of the Minotaur tribe is sealed. All he has to do now is wait quietly for the outcome. Chapter 26. Annihilation of the Minotaur tribe. Ding. Congratulations to the Pigman Goblin for defeating the Tauren leader. Ding. Congratulations to the Werewolf Goblin for defeating the Tauren chieftain. You have obtained the bronze weapon, a spiked club. You have gained 300 energy stones. You have obtained the bronze weapon, Red Fong Machete. You have gained 400 energy stones. A series of system notifications rang out, putting Chunyi in a great mood. The Minotaur tribe had been completely overrun, and its goblins had also been defeated. With each upgrade, the Goblin, Werewolf Goblin, Pig Goblin, and Dark Goblin all received a huge boost of experience. He took out the bronze spiked club first, but as soon as he picked it up, he almost smashed it to the ground. With a loud thud, the impact created a crater in the ground. Chunyi's eyelids twitched. Goodness, this thing must weigh at least 50 pounds, right? Upon closer inspection, he saw that the spiked club was entirely white, as if it were made of bone, yet it also had a metallic sheen. Bronze spiked mace, strength +5, armor penetration +3, weight +50. Upon seeing the attributes, Chunyi's eyes lit up. It can even increase attributes? It's well known that leveling up a lord is difficult, and attribute increases are slow. But this weapon directly added 8 attribute points. It's practically a godsend in the early game. No wonder that Minotaur leader was so powerful, even taking down iron-skinned pig goblins. They could all be blasted away in one move. But the next second, Chunyi's face darkened again. It's a divine artifact, but I can't lift it. He tried to swing it, but couldn't get it up at all, and couldn't help but curse. Whose weapon weighs 50 pounds? Who, besides a Minotaur, could use this thing? Undeterred, he took out the red Fong cleaver again. Bronze crimson Fong blade, strength +5, speed +1, armor penetration +3, weight +50. After looking at the panel, Chunyi remained silent for 2 seconds before throwing the knife to the ground. I'll train you, my ass. Ultimately, he had already planned his path. He wanted to follow the route of a lord who controlled everything from behind the scenes. The focus is on acceleration and mental strength. Enough to survive and control the situation is sufficient. I never intended to train myself to be a frontline fighter. A fierce general. Even if those two weapons were incredibly tempting, he could only grit his teeth and resist. Forget it, I won't change it, absolutely not. Despite his defiant words, Chunyi still stored the two bronze weapons in his spatial storage, intending to wait until the goblins had finished collecting their spoils. I'll move everything back and see if there's anything suitable for me. Just then, the system notification sounded again. Ding! Congratulations on becoming the first lord to wipe out an enemy tribe. Your reputation panel is now available. Congratulations on becoming the first lord to unlock the prestige system. You have received a random gift pack. Chunyi's spirits lifted, and he immediately checked the new system. The so-called reputation value, simply put, is his influence in the surrounding area. The higher one's reputation, the more likely they are to attract the attention of local forces, and may even attract forces to actively join them, gaining troops for free. However, the downsides are also obvious. Too much fame will attract the attention of the empire, and in serious cases, it may even lead to a punitive expedition. However, after thinking about it, Chunyi wasn't too worried. With his current size, he was far from being worthy of the empire's attention. He cared more about the immediate reward than about reputation. Random gift pack. He stared at the gift bag, muttering to himself, "Give me a weapon, give me a weapon, give me a weapon." Without his protective shield, he felt increasingly insecure, and what he lacked most now was something that could put his mind at ease. After finishing his recitation, Chunyi took a deep breath and directly opened the gift pack. Ding! Congratulations on opening a random gift pack. Chapter 27, The Woman's Whining Hammer. Ding! Congratulations on opening a random gift pack. You have obtained a bronze weapon, a refined steel hammer 1. Bronze, refined steel hammer, strength +7, speed -5, armor penetration +1, weight +30. Note, what a piece of junk this hammer is. It's so light, is it for women? Here's a bow for you. The sky gradually darkened, and the breeze became disordered. It wasn't just the breeze that was disordered. This is for women. What woman can swing a 30-pound sledgehammer? They actually gave me a bow? Chunyi looked at the exquisite iron hammer in his hand, which weighed at least 30 pounds, and he could barely lift with one hand. The hammer is very beautiful, with an overall silver-white metallic color. The hammerhead is thick on both sides, and the handle and body have beautiful and delicate patterns and a butterfly tied with a pink ribbon. Damn it, there's not a single one I can use. Sell it all. Sell it all. Chunyi gritted his teeth in anger. There were 3 bronze weapons in total, but not one of them was usable by him. Since that's the case, then sell them all and exchange them for resources or weapons that suit us. Everyone's mission is to annihilate the enemy. Even if some low-ranking lords cannot accomplish this, high-ranking lords should be able to. I obtained 2 bronze weapons after annihilating a tribe, so shouldn't others who annihilate an enemy tribe also obtain at least 1 bronze weapon? As Chunyi was thinking this, he did not realize that the so-called annihilation was not the annihilation of the enemy tribe, but the annihilation of the attacking enemy. Because if they don't wipe them out completely, it will definitely have subsequent consequences for themselves. For example, if the escapees expose the location of their territory, they will turn around and call for reinforcements to attack the Lord. Chunyi, on the other hand, annihilated the enemy without them even realizing it. Forget about reinforcements. The entire Minotaur tribe is probably wiped out now. Not even a single tent can be found. When he shared the goblin vision, he could clearly sense that, besides being interested in the female Tauren, their greatest interest was in the Tauren tribe's tents. In their eyes, that was a beautiful house. However, the notification just said that I am the first to completely annihilate the enemy tribe's lord, which means that many lords are still in the process. I should be able to complete the annihilation soon. Chunyi thought for a moment and decided to wait a while before selling his weapons. After all, he could choose the right weapons for himself once the other lords had also completed their annihilation missions. Meanwhile, the other lords. That was really dangerous. If my land-tooth shark hadn't been unaffected by the blizzard and reached adulthood, I probably would have died. Li Xiang looked at the mess on the ground. He had been attacked by a group of earth elves. Although they were only bronze level, they were numerous and of high level. Among them was an earth elf leader with an attribute of 40. Fortunately, his land-tooth shark is of king rank quality, and its attribute reaches 51 after reaching adulthood. It takes about 7 days for a king rank unit to reach maturity, and his land-biting shark likes to mine, so he spends almost 7 days in caves, avoiding blizzards most of the time. I successfully brought the land shark to adulthood, but I've been mining and earning almost no income, so I've had a tough time these past few days. However, this patience paid off. At least he survived the crisis in Atlantis. Despite suffering heavy losses himself, he annihilated the invading enemy, consisting of 30 Earth Elves and an Earth Elf leader. It was so dangerous, I wonder if my goddess managed to get through the crisis. From what I've seen in the general chat group, this attack seems to be based on strength, with Lords of Gold rank and above suffering more casualties. Thinking of this, Li Xiang couldn't help but worry about the goddess he had won over. The opponent is also a gold level unit. I wonder if we can successfully get past them. Ding ding ding. The chat window flashed wildly. Li Xiang opened it, and was shocked to find it was his goddess. Li Xiang, have you resolved the crisis on your end? I have so many snakes, and my troops are no match for them. Can you help me out? Hee, goddess is begging me. She likes me. Li Xiang's eyebrows twitched and moved incessantly, showing his absolute certainty. He felt that the goddess must like him. Otherwise, why would she send him messages instead of sending messages to others? In such a critical moment, the first person she thought of asking for help was me, which fully demonstrates her trust in me. She trusts me, and I am the light in her life. I'm here, goddess. Li Xiang replied quickly. I just got through a crisis. Where are you, Qingyu? I'll come over and help you. Su Qingyu felt a little nauseous when she saw that the sycophantic miner was calling her by her name, but she still had to ask him for help for her own survival. She sent the coordinates and then continued to hide in the mud within the mouth of her swamp crocodile. If Brother Chunyi hadn't been too busy to reply to my messages, this simp wouldn't have gotten away with it. These past few days, their casual chats and occasional photo taking have made Su Qingyu accustomed to being called Brother Chunyi. I heard that the stronger a force is, the stronger the attack it will suffer during this crisis. I wonder what kind of enemy Brother Chunyi is facing. That's definitely why he didn't have time to reply to my messages, right? While Su Qingyu sighed, she was also a little worried. She immediately sent another message to Chunyi, but it still went unanswered. This made Su Qingyu even more worried, because Chunye's brother's troops were powerful creatures at the saint or demigod level, perhaps dragons or something else. In that case, Brother Chunyi must be in great danger. Su Qingyu frowned, thinking to herself, maybe after the simp saves me, I should ask him to save Brother Chunyi too. Okay, let's do it that way. Goblin territory. Chunyi looked at the flashing chat box and closed it helplessly. This woman is so annoying. She keeps sending me messages. Doesn't she need to weather the crisis herself? Is annihilating an entire tribe easy for her? Chunyi was slightly speechless. If it weren't for the other person's affectionate way of calling him brother every day and the occasional beautiful photos that could cheer him up, he probably wouldn't have paid any attention to him at all. However, speaking of a pleasant mood, perhaps I should also take care of my 36D bust. He looked in the direction of the 3 human adventurers separated by a partition not far away. How should we deal with the indigenous people in order to maximize their benefits? Sold? Released? Or used as a slave? None of them seemed quite right. As Chunyi pondered, he slowly walked towards the other person. P.S. Please vote. Please vote. Chapter 28. It's not that I need you, it's that you need me. Goblins have somewhat casual lifestyles. Some like to bury themselves in the ground, while others like to lie on the ground and absorb the moonlight. Therefore, Chunye's territory was always full of potholes, and apart from the small wooden house, there was almost no large area to settle down. Chunyi opened the partition between the cabin and the goblin living area and came to the 3 of them. The 3 split into 2 groups in a bumpy area. The 2 male adventurers huddled together, while 36D stayed alone. I didn't have time to observe them closely before, but now it seems these 3 people are not ordinary individuals. Especially that 36D, the other person was calmly looking at her. Saravelsa sized up Chunyi, and Chunyi sized her up in return. The other person was dressed in loose red and white robes and looked like a mage, but he had an indescribable aura that made him look very noble. Yes, that's it, it's noble. Despite being captured, the other party did not panic but instead remained noble and elegant. She was calmly observing Chunyi. In contrast, the other 2 male adventurers couldn't help but back away when they saw him arrive. Despite being in the front row, he instinctively retreated upon seeing the enemy. Although he didn't know the adventurer levels of the 2, he estimated that their levels would be fixed there for life. You're not an ordinary adventurer. Who are you? Chunyi lifted Sha's rounded chin with his index finger and asked with great interest. Not to be outdone, Sasha generously displayed her snow-white neck, her haughty, queenly demeanor seeming like a gift to the commoners. Sarah said, "Who I am doesn't matter. What matters is that I can help you. Help me." Chenyi was surprised by the other party's initiative. Intrigued, he asked in return, "How can you help me?" "You should know the Salavel family, right?" Salavel said haughtily. Chenyi shook his head. Sha stared coldly. Even though she was the one who was tied up and her chin was being held in someone else's hand, she still put on a haughty, queenly posture. She said seriously, "You don't believe me?" Chenyi laughed and said, "I don't know anything about the Salavel family." Sha frowned, but after a moment she relaxed. It's understandable that the other party, whose country was immediately occupied by the Titan Empire upon being summoned, was unaware of the Saraville family. Sarah explained, "The Salavel family is one of the two major merchant guilds in the Titan Empire, controlling 1/3 of the Titan Empire's economic lifeline. So I can do anything you want, including going back to your original world. As heroes who have been summoned here, you can actually be sent back with just one reverse super-level magic spell. Of course, that's on the premise that you possess the magic scroll that summons you, and that you yourself cannot resist it." Sha continued, "I know that what you heroes who have been summoned want most is to return to your original world. Now, submit to me, and if you serve me for 3 years, I can help you return to your original world." After speaking, Sha waited confidently for the other party's reply. She felt she had him completely under her thumb. But the next second, she felt an indescribable panic. Because the corrupt creator did not consider his own proposal, but instead reached out and played with his own face as if admiring a rare treasure. Sarah's face turned pale. The worst outcome she had anticipated had occurred. This fallen creator seems to have adapted to the strong psychological attachment to the other world and not being able to return, which means, I'm in danger. Chunyi stroked the other's cheek. It was as smooth and warm as jade, as tender as baby fat, which made him reluctant to let go. To be honest, among all the beautiful women I've ever seen, she's definitely among the top. Exquisite, three-dimensional facial features, an enviable figure, and an inherently heroic brow, combined with an air of superiority in everything she does. Like a towering mountain hidden above the clouds, it makes one want to conquer it. The woman in front of him seemed to have mistaken him for someone else, and said a lot of things he couldn't understand. However, he also extracted the information he needed from it. The other party was a member of the Salavel family, a business tycoon in a vast empire. This identity is very advantageous to him, and it seems that he can take this opportunity to open up channels other than the forest and enter the empire's commercial sector. This was once part of his plan, but now it seems it needs to be brought forward. Of course, the sooner the better. He had no intention of staying in the forest forever, especially since he was in competition with many other lords. If he could exchange the resources he obtained from the forest for those of the empire, he would surpass everyone else economically. For example, if the wild beasts here were to be judged by the system, they would most likely be given some flesh and blood, a piece of fur, and 1 or 2 teeth. But is that really all there is to a complete wild beast? If it were left to a professional, he would get blood, flesh, bones, fur, several teeth, and even some tendons and other byproducts. In short, if he could open up the imperial commercial channels and bypass the system's intermediaries, his gains would double. As if by magic, Chunyi extended his finger from the back of the other person's neck, and when it reappeared, an energy stone was in his hand. He asked, "Do you have this?" As Sha felt the fingers leave her face, the panic in her heart quickly subsided, and she breathed a sigh of relief, saying, "Yes. Thankfully, the other party has something they need from me. As long as the other party has something to ask of her, she is confident that she can win them over. This guy dared to touch my face so brazenly. I'll make him pay once I'm free." Sha regained her haughty demeanor and glanced at the energy stone in the fallen creator's hand, saying, "These are energy stones, something that mages often use. You can buy 10 for 1 gold coin. Do you need this?" "I can't." Before he could finish speaking, Chunyi pinched his cheek, making it impossible for him to utter another sound. "Where did you learn that tone of voice from? Can you change it?" "I really don't like it." With the Lord template buff, Chunyi tilted his head slightly, and an aura from the abyss was faintly released. "Yes, that's fine." Sha's cheeks were flushed red from being squeezed, and she managed to utter a few words. She didn't know if it was the powerful aura suddenly emanating from the other person or the fact that the other person had become violent towards her, but she panicked for a moment and lost her superior and powerful aura. She cleared her throat and said timidly, "I can get you what you want, as long as you pledge your loyalty to me. Oh." Yi scoffed. Loyal to you? Why should I be loyal to you? Your life is in my hands, and your identity needs to be verified. You don't need to doubt my identity, Sha was about to retort when Yi covered her mouth. Even if your identity is real, let me guess. Why would the heir of the Salavial family, who controls the commercial lifeline of the empire, be captured by a mere squad of orcs? Yi paused briefly at this point and looked at Sha. Sure enough, the other person's face had turned deathly pale. In fact, he could tell from the other person's demeanor and temperament that the other person was either rich or noble. However, this person, who was originally rich and noble, actually fell so low as to be captured by orcs. Either you've lost power, or you've been ostracized, or your capture by the orcs was entirely orchestrated by rivals within your own family. So, what do you have to offer to fulfill the promises you made to me? Yi gently patted the other person's shoulder and whispered in their ear, It's not that I need you, it's that you need me. Chapter 29. What price are you willing to pay? It's not that I need you, it's that you need me. When the supply and demand relationship changes, the person in a high position changes from Saravelsa to Yi. Yi looked down at Salavel Shah and said, Now, it's your turn to prove your abilities. Prove that you have value. Prove that you are worth my investment. Prove it or die. Yi added, with a hint of threat. Shah lowered her head, knowing that the man in front of her had seen through the aloof facade she was wearing. Yes, she is indeed one of the heirs of the Salavel family. But she did indeed lose power, or rather, she had no power to support her at all. Perhaps it's inappropriate, but it can't be said that it has absolutely no support. Under the pressure from her younger brother and sister, who had the support of the family elders, she probably wouldn't have survived this long without any support. However, the support I managed to gain was more like lambs to the slaughter. She sold herself to the second prince and became his fiancée, so she can be considered to have some power behind her. However, the master of this power didn't care much about him, and even just used him as a backdrop for the invasion of the Salavel family. But that was enough for her to survive, so that she wouldn't be killed by her younger brother and sister's petty tricks. For her, as long as she was alive, there was a chance, and as long as there was a chance, she would personally plunge the knife of revenge into her father's chest. No, that would be too easy on him. What she wanted was to control the Salavel family. She wanted to use her power as patriarch to torture his daughter and son to death in front of that old man. However, it is not easy to do all of this. Without any family support, she could only rely on the name of the Salavel family and her own intellect and hard work. She could rely on the name of the Salaver family, but that was all she could rely on. Just like now, when she was captured, her reason for crossing the Thousand Dark Forest was to try to open up a safe passage for trade. If it were any other member of the Salavel family, even a collateral descendant, they wouldn't need to pave their own way. Connections are a good thing, but unfortunately, she doesn't have them. Sarah sighed. You're right, I can't prove it. Then, with a hint of self-deprecation, he said, All right, kill me now. I'm probably useless to you now, right? Yi stroked his chin. Interesting. You don't want revenge anymore. Salavir Shah gave the other person a resentful look, conveying her answer. Yi was very satisfied with this answer. He grabbed the other man's chin again and said rudely, I like your eyes, but that doesn't change the fact that you're trash. Salavir Shah bit her red lips, tears welling in her eyes, and her feigned noble aura crumbled instantly. She had already tried very hard. She pretended to be an aristocrat to increase her social standing. She learned the family rules and realized that she was legally entitled to inherit property. She even resolutely sold herself after learning some business knowledge in order to seize a chance. Hee-hee-ha-ha. Her hair was disheveled amidst her manic laughter. The beautiful and noble queen now resembled a madwoman from the marketplace. I never expected that all my efforts would be seen as useless trash by those in power. Yes, she had no support, no connections, and was just trash caught between many powerful forces. But even trash wants to live. Trash wants revenge on the person who threw it away. Her eyes were filled with resentment. Now that the other party had seen through her disguise, she would no longer pretend. If looks could kill, then Salavir Shah would have killed Yi countless times by now. Bloodthirsty eyes, immense desire, a fallen nobleman, legitimate channels, and identity. Yi became even more interested in the girl in front of him. If the other party was truly a noble from a powerful family, he would definitely kill the three to prevent future troubles. Because with his current power, he cannot control the eldest son of a great empire. However, the other party is not favored and has no power at all. He is even more down on his luck than I am, a wild lord. Therefore, the other party is within my control. At least, even if the other party reveals their identity, it won't cause any sensation. At most, it's silver-level adventurers who come to scout. This can be seen from the fact that the other party hired silver-level adventurers to protect them through the perilous forest. He gently lifted the other person's face and said, "You are trash, but trash also has value, and I can help you." "Help me." Sarah glared at the other person in disbelief. Chunyi smiled and said, "Yes, I can help you." Before Sha could ask any more questions, Chunyi asked again, "How much gold can a gray giant wolf and a boar be sold for?" Sha was slightly taken aback, but subconsciously answered the other party's message. The gray-haired giant wolf and the native boar themselves are not expensive, but the pork and wolf pelts sell well. A head of pork can sell for about 5 silver, and a wolf pelt, if intact, can be sold for 1 gold. These were all preparations she had made for her business ventures. The Thousand Nether Forest is teeming with wild beasts of all kinds, powerful creatures appearing one after another, and there are even rumors of a frost dragon living in seclusion. As the most basic commercial material of the Thousand Nether Forest, the earth pig and the gray-furred giant wolf are things she knows by heart. Starting from scratch is easier said than done. In order to quickly answer questions from potential business clients, she has trained these basic conversational skills to the point that they have become her subconscious reactions. But why is the person in front of me asking me this? Could it be that he really wants to help me? But isn't the other person a high and mighty hero? Why would they lower themselves to associate with someone like me? Upon hearing this, Chunyi immediately smiled and asked, "What did you just say about how many energy stones 1 gold could be exchanged for?" Saravel Shah instinctively replied, 10. Chunyi's lips curled up wider and wider as his mind raced with a series of plans. He looked at the woman in front of him and said, "If I can help you, what are you willing to give in return?" He really wants to help me? Salavir Sassa was stunned for a moment, then gritted her teeth and said, "I can give everything." "Including yourself?" Chunyi inquired. Sarah answered resolutely, "Including myself." Chapter 30. The Chess Player and the Sun Never Set. Gaga gaga gaga. Quack. The goblins returned excitedly, and just as Chunyi had predicted, they brought back a whole bunch of stuff. There were minotaur tents, minotaur pots and pans, minotaur dilapidated fences, minotaur women, and gagaga. They began to decorate and beautify their territory, and Chunyi even saw that one of the few floor tiles belonging to the minotaur tribe had been laid in front of their hut. "Your goblin has brought back loot. 10 units of gray giant wolf leather, 10 units of native pork, 30 units of lizardman meat, 10 units of peacock meat." One by one, items were reported by the system. Chunyi listened to the reports and learned that most of these items were considered valuable by the system. However, besides the fur, there were other items with special value that Chunyi cared about. For example, weapons. Weapons that don't meet the required rank seem to be ignored by the system and aren't even reported, but for goblins in the early stages, these are the best way to increase their strength. 80 bone spears, 70 machetes, 73 shields, 10 pieces of gray wolf leather, and 20 minotaurs. This is what Chunyi considers the most useful. Combining what he already possessed, Chunyi handed the leather from 15 gray giant wolves and 20 soft-boned rabbits to the woman behind him who was coughing, saying, "These are for you, to let me know that your value is more than this." Salavir Shah nodded sadly and said in a slightly hoarse voice, "I promise I won't disappoint you, sir." After last night's discussion, Chunyi was certain that the girl in front of him was a perfect match for him. Having a legitimate identity to enter the empire and a certain status, but most importantly, being a merchant. If the woman in front of me can confirm what she said earlier, then these furs alone could be exchanged for nearly 20 gold coins. And 20 gold is equivalent to 200 energy stones. 200 energy stones is no small amount. Adding the 783 energy stones he got from killing the Minotaur tribe and some other miscellaneous items, he's almost ready to collect the 1,000 energy stones needed to upgrade his territory. As for upgrading the spring, that requires exotic crystals, and exotic crystals are ridiculously expensive. A single exotic crystal costs 30 gold in the Titan Empire. This was an experiment by Chunyi, and also the first step in his invasion of the empire. If he succeeds, he will make a fortune from the price difference between forests and empires. Of course, before that, he also had to clear the path for Saravel Shah to enter and exit the Thousand Shadow Forest. 2 tribes blocked the road, the Minotaur tribe and the Knoll tribe. He has already dealt with the Minotaur, and the Knolls will soon be gone as well. Saravel Shah received her first batch of supplies from her business, and left the Thousand Shadow Forest under the protection of the goblins. As she was leaving, she glanced back at Chun-Yi with a complicated expression. She knew that she was still a pawn, only the player had changed. Here, she gave more, but she also gained more. At least, in the eyes of the player, her position was more important. Chun-Yi and the second prince were using her, but she was also using them, whether it was the second prince's background or Chun-Yi's strength and potential. She's capable of anything to get revenge. Meanwhile, Chi Hongyi was leading her remaining hell skeletons and the lords she had saved to put out fires everywhere. In just half a day, the number of her Golden Alliance members has grown from more than 70 to more than 230. With an entry fee of 2 energy stones per person, she had earned over 400 energy stones in half a day. This efficiency excited her, and it drove her crazy. At this rate, I estimate I'll be able to upgrade my fountain to level 3 in just a few days. Ha, great. This time, first place is definitely mine. She soon arrived at the territory of a lord who had joined the cause. Chi Hongyi ordered the skeletons and other lords behind her. Go, crush those giant wolves. The hell skeleton charged straight forward, wielding a machete, followed by flame lions, militia, lizardmen, and other units, all under the command of their respective lords. Her risky decision proved successful once again. The rescue force has now expanded from his 5 hell skeletons to more than 40 different types of units. With the protection of such a large force, their safety was greatly guaranteed during the rescue mission. This has attracted more lords to join the Golden Alliance, and it also made it easier to save the other lords. The lords they saved were mostly of gold rank or below, and an attack of this level could be easily dealt with by 40 troops swarming in. They rescued another lord of the Golden Alliance, increasing his force from 40 to 43 men. And she has 2 more teams like that. She could hardly imagine how many units she could buy with the franchise fee after this crisis was over, or whether she would become the first person to upgrade her fountain to level 3. It should be noted that her troops rely on quality and characteristics to win. As long as there are enough of her, and the spring water is of a high enough level, she is invincible. Imagine a battle between 2 sides. Just when the enemy has finally broken through your first layer of defense and your skeletons are invading your second layer, the skeletons on the first layer suddenly resurrect on the spot. What kind of scene would that be? This is the domineering nature of her troops. As long as the fountain level is high enough, she can infinitely shorten the time for skeletons to reassemble, and as long as she has enough troops, she can dominate the entire Otherworld. Chi Hongyi was full of fighting spirit. She could even see the Golden Alliance growing stronger, and the scene of 100,000 skeleton soldiers kneeling down with a wave of her hand when she stood at the peak. Lord Alliance Leader, the next distress call comes from a king-rank lord 10 kilometers away. The person beside Chi Hongyi helped her organize the various SOS messages from her allies. Chi Hongyi's lips curled up, and a hint of heroic spirit emanated from her eyes like a sharp sword. King-level powerhouses have already begun joining their alliance, which is a very good start. It should be noted that before this, the only king-ranked member of his Golden Alliance was someone she had brought in to fill the ranks, but he died. Now, even a powerful king-level expert has to ask him for help and become a member of his alliance. This is the beginning, but it is definitely not the end. In the future, her alliance will not only have more king-level members, but may even have saint-level members. The Golden Alliance will become the only alliance among all lords. Even the sole Overlord. Chi Hongyi's ambition grew ever larger, and now the number of people in her alliance was the sum of all the other alliances combined. The Warriors Alliance, the Iron River Alliance, and the Blood Oath Alliance. These 3 alliances, founded by king-level lords and even saint-level lords, together have no more than 150 members. And she has as many as 230 people, and this trend and number are still increasing. Compared to those high-ranking lords, Chi Hongyi is truly destined for greatness. Once the crisis is completely over, members of the Golden Alliance will be everywhere. Oh no, that name is a bit too common. Chi Hongyi's smile never stopped. I remember there used to be a country called the Sun Never Sets. That's a nice name. Perhaps it's time to change the league's name. Chapter 31. The Birth of the Horizontal Strengthening Goblin. The day after the protective shield disappeared. Within his territory, Chun-Yi toyed with a bone spear from the Minotaur tribe. It has to be said that this Minotaur tribe has a lot of weapons, especially these spears. I don't know if they were purchased or made themselves. Well, no matter how I got it, it's mine now. After annihilating the Minotaur tribe, his goblins are now each armed with a machete and a shield, greatly increasing their combat strength. Not only that, but he also acquired a lot more weapons, especially the spear he now wields, though his goblins can't use it for the time being because of its height. Although he couldn't use it, Chinyi didn't choose to sell it. Just because this batch of goblins is unusable doesn't mean the next batch won't be usable. After conquering the Tauren tribe, he lost nearly 40 units, leaving him with only about 60 goblins, largely due to the Tauren leader and chieftain. However, the stronger the opponent was then, the stronger his next batch of goblins will be. No, even stronger. What kind of monster could be created by fusing the genes of werewolves, pigmen, and goblin rams? Chinyi was already beginning to feel a sense of anticipation. When the werewolf goblin and the black goat were first bred, only the goblin horn was created due to the level of the spring water. Now that the spring has been upgraded to accommodate 2 sets of genes, it means that newly born goblins will integrate the 3 genes from their mother. It should be about time by now, right? Chinyi dropped the spear he was holding and went to the maternity ward. A new wolf goblin has been born in your territory and will become your default unit. Do you accept this? A new ironhide goblin has been spawned in your territory and will be your default unit. Do you accept this? A new goblin priest has been born in your territory and will be your default unit. Do you accept this? Speak of the devil and he appears. Chinyi was delighted and said, I accept. Upon entering the room, a group of goblin babies. These are babies. Chunye's eyebrows twitched up and down, and the goblin in the current breeding room was no longer short as before, but was actually very, very, very robust. After some thought, Chinyi could only describe the newly born goblin as robust. Standing 1 meter tall and growing rapidly, with 8-pack abs and arms thicker than Chunye's head, this is a giant wolf goblin, like a female warrior. No wonder it has the title giant. Let's look at another one, the iron goblin. This one isn't that exaggeratedly tall, only 80 centimeters, and growing rapidly. However, this goblin was born with a beer belly, and its appearance is simply that of a reincarnation of Pigsy. The last goblin. He has 6-pack abs and muscular biceps, like a little cheetah. More muscular than me. That's not important. Chinyi checked the attributes of the newborn baby, which were firstly wolf, giant goblin. Giant wolf goblin. Quality, gold. Attribute, 40. Level 3. Level increases are gained by killing creatures. Loyalty, unwavering. You are the goblin's absolute faith. Weapon, none. Skills, tear, venomous fang, trample. Current condition, newborn, weak. Characteristic, ignores reproductive isolation. Note, what are you looking at? I was only born 8 seconds ago. I'm still a child. Iron goblin. Quality, gold. Attribute, 40. Level 3. Level increases are gained by killing creatures. Loyalty, unwavering. You are the goblin's absolute faith. Weapon, none. Skills, iron skin, poisoning, trampling. Current condition, newborn, weak. Characteristic, ignores reproductive isolation. Note, I did not steal the rabbit. Goblin priest. Quality, gold. Attribute, 43. Level 3. Level increases are gained by killing creatures. Loyalty, unwavering. You are the goblin's absolute faith. Weapon, none. Skills, poison palm, poison heal, trample. Current condition, newborn, weak. Characteristic, ignores reproductive isolation. Note, spellcasting is instinct, and melee combat is also a hobby. Can't a priest know a little melee combat? Know some melee combat skills? You're all about melee skills, aren't you? Chinyi looked helplessly at the child born from the goblin with horned horns and the minotaur, on whom he had placed the most hopes. It's unclear whether the goblin's genes heard its plea or the minotaur's genes were simply more powerful. He wanted his newborn goblins to have the trample skill, and now they've got it all. Not only that, even the priest has become a melee fighter. No wonder he's so muscular. Chinyi took a deep breath. Sure enough, each fusion was like opening a blind box, thrilling and exciting. The mage legion I prayed for wasn't established. Well, it's still established. Melee mages are mages, aren't they? The giant wolf goblin lays 3 goblins per litter for a total of 18. The ironhide goblin lays 3 goblins per litter for a total of 18. The goblin priest lays 4 goblins per litter for a total of 32. Adding to the previous 62 goblins, that makes 130 goblins, bringing the total to a 100-man army. Chinyi watched as the goblins began digging holes to bury themselves. He knew he would receive a group of adult combatants by morning. Although they have barely returned to the 100-man legion, this 100-man legion is different from the previous 100-man legions. The newborn goblins all have gold level base stats. Starting with 40 attribute points, after a few upgrades, you might end up with a group of Minotaur leaders. Chunyi imagined the goblins after reaching level 10. At that time, their strength would be comparable to that of the Tauren leader and the Tauren chieftain. If they all trampled down together, it would be an earthquake-level disaster. Go clear out the gnolls first thing tomorrow morning. Chunyi was very pleased with his greatly increased strength, but it was a bit of a shame that he hadn't found a suitable weapon. During this time, he kept an eye on the trading area, but he couldn't find a suitable weapon. He figured the other lords hadn't completed their missions yet. Well, after all, it was the complete annihilation of an entire tribe, so it wasn't easy for me either. Chunyi didn't want to wait any longer. He had many things to do. Exterminate the gnolls, establish trade routes, build a beautiful territory, construct a moat, and search for even more powerful hybrid creatures. These are all tasks on his 5-week plan, and he hasn't completed them yet. Chunyi was too lazy to keep observing the trading area, so he simply listed his weapon for 1,000 energy stones and noted that he wanted to exchange it for a weapon that could increase speed or mental strength. Okay, that's settled then. Chunyi didn't know which weapon could increase speed, but as long as it worked for him, that was fine. He'd figure it out later. Anyway, once the lords had completed their missions, he'd have something to choose from. Chunyi casually closed the interface. However, some lords who were constantly guarding the trading area were struck as if by a heavy hammer or a thunderbolt. This is fucking amazing. There are weapons that can boost stats. A divine artifact, a divine artifact. Holy crap. Quick, add me as a friend. Add me as a friend. Chunyi's private messages were flooded with messages, but he was lying in bed reminiscing about the beautiful morning. Never mind, I don't want to think about it anymore. I'm going to sleep. Chapter 32. The Strongest Alliance Leader and the Strongest Lord. Someone come quick, save the child. Where's the Golden League? Why aren't they here yet? Inside the territory, a lizardman lord was looking at a group of goblins wandering outside the wall with a worried expression, and he did not dare to attack rashly. One reason is that he had built his territory into an impregnable fortress, first with wooden walls, then reinforced with stones, and finally he poured water on the stones, which froze into ice at low temperatures. The layers of defense here protected him from goblin attacks, but the mission was to annihilate the enemy, and hiding like this wasn't a solution. So he sought help from the recently powerful Golden Alliance. However, although the Golden Alliance was powerful and had lords in forests, grasslands, deserts, and Gobi, there were even more lords seeking help. The number of lords calling for help was too great. Even the Golden Alliance would need some time to save itself. Moreover, it's uncertain whether the Golden Alliance can successfully cross this dangerous grassland. Forget it. Let's go to the trading area and see if any lords sell weapons. Xia opened the trading area and tried to complete the mission himself after obtaining the weapon. He had been lucky these past few days and had accumulated a lot of energy stones, which he used to summon troops. Although there are 30 goblins outside, he also has 20 different types of troops. In theory, he is capable of fighting back, or even going toe-to-toe with them. The goblins were all armed, while his lizardmen were unarmed. He figured that after a battle, he wouldn't have many troops left. This was what he couldn't accept. If his troops were running low on numbers, how would he face the upcoming attacks? In order to minimize his losses, he opened the trading channel. What came into view was, holy shit. Spiked Fong Mace, strength +5. Crimson Fong Blade, strength +7. The stat boost from this weapon is almost half that of my lizardman's. Xia looked at the weapon's +7 attribute, then glanced at his own bronze lizardman, whose overall attributes were only 15. Her eyes instantly turned red. Buy. I absolutely have to buy this thing, or I'll just go crazy. Never mind, I don't deserve it. His reddened eyes went out instantly. Upon seeing the weapon's price of 1,000 energy stones and the note that he wanted to exchange it for a weapon that could increase acceleration or mental power, he knew that this was a deal between big shots, and it was out of his reach. But I really want a weapon that can increase stats by half. Let me see who's selling this. Chunyi? It's Chunyi again. At this moment, Chunyi's name was completely etched into Xia's heart. If selling those furs and meat before was just luck in encountering a foolish black goat and a weak, soft-boned rabbit, then at this moment, he truly admired them. A weapon that can add attributes. This must be the first of all the lords, right? While marveling at it, Xia also began to wonder and inquire about how such a weapon was obtained. Even though I can't afford it, what if I get lucky and it comes out on me? I don't need +7 strength. +3 would be fine too. That would be comparable to my lizardman advancing 3 levels. The same scene unfolded among the other lords. Amidst a group of goblin corpses, a weary and wounded man lying in a slime's arms suddenly sat up. Holy crap, this thing adds stats. This. He turned to look at the slime behind him, feeling slightly deflated, but then his eyes lit up again. If the troop type isn't good, can a lord use this thing? Lei Chi did not upgrade his territory, so he did not unlock the lord panel, and was unaware that lords could also upgrade and use weapons. He simply added the other person as a friend, then got up to dig for stones and chop wood. I'm lucky. Maybe I'll be able to dig up enough energy stones when the other person agrees to be my friend. Although the seller listed the price as 1,000 energy stones, their note stated that they wanted to exchange it for other weapons, so it wouldn't be available for sale anytime soon. And he's planning to use money to bribe people. I'll dig, even if it takes all night. I'll dig out enough energy stones. Although 1,000 energy stones is a bit much, I should be able to get 200 or 300 if I try hard. I must get these energy stones. Looking at the top 3 attribute weapons in the entire server, Manhwa silently sighed. As expected, Chunyi is still the biggest shrewd businessman. His asking price is partly to get the weapon, and partly to see if any sucker will actually buy it. Manhwa didn't believe he would use all 3 weapons in the exchange. He had access to the Lord's panel and knew that Lords could upgrade and use weapons. Therefore, he was certain that the weapon belonged to Chunyi himself, so the remaining 2 were definitely a scam to fool someone. Indeed, a role model for us all. I still have a long way to go in learning from him. While marveling at it, Manhwa sent a message to Chunyi offering to pay him to find out where this weapon came from. At the same time, he also purchased this weapon from other high-ranking lords he knew at high prices. He knew that this kind of server-wide weapon would definitely cause a sensation, and there would always be some rich suckers willing to pay up. Inside an underground cave, a little girl, covered in dirt, sat in the rubble, gazing longingly at the hammer with a bow in the trading area. She opened countless rough stones and finally obtained a dagger forging blueprint, but the system notified her that she needed a hammer to forge it. In just 16 hours, excluding the 6 hours spent dealing with the attack and the 10 hours spent gambling on jade, she cried for 3 hours. The requirements weren't explained all at once, which made me work so hard for nothing. But now I have the blueprints and the profession, and all I'm missing is the hammer. I don't want to give up. This seems to be the gambler's mentality when it comes to jade gambling. Gu Xiaoyu's teary eyes, puffed up cheeks, and upturned lips all reveal her grievances and stubbornness. A hammer with a bow, so expensive, but I really want one. After thinking it over, she made a decision. I'm going to find Brother Chun. On the other side, Chi Hongyi, who was sitting in her territory, also received news that a weapon with attributes had appeared in the trading area. Now her Golden Alliance is growing with unstoppable momentum and has begun to take shape. Some are responsible for monitoring the market, some for intelligence gathering, and others for rescuing the rest of her companions. As the leader, all she needed to do was figure out how to spend all the money to build up her power and then continue to expand her influence. Faced with the formidable weapon that everyone coveted, she remained unmoved, because she knew that Chunyi's lead was only temporary. Judging from the Golden Alliance's daily income of 800 energy stones and the fact that the number of members has already reached 400 and is still increasing, I can surpass him in a few days. Although this momentum is based on everyone's crisis and won't last for more than a few days, even these few days are enough for him to amass thousands of energy stones. Chunyi, unity is the strongest. I can get thousands of energy stones in a short time, but can you do that? Thinking of this, Chi Hongyi generously sent the other party a personal invitation to join the alliance. The silence is brewing, and the storm is brewing. Within hours, rumors were circulating in the chat room that 2 of the 100,000 lords had surpassed all others. One was the strongest alliance leader, Chi Hongyi, and the other was the strongest lord, Chunyi. But there can only be one strongest, so who is the truly strongest? P.S. Please vote, everyone. Give this kid a vote. Chapter 33. A kind man and a rich girl. 2 meters tall, with prominent wolf fangs and a strong, muscular build. No wonder it's a wolf giant goblin. Standing 1.8 meters tall, with a beer belly, a pig's nose, and bull's horns, he truly lives up to his name. Pig gang line. Oh, he's Iron Goblin. And you, a mage who's 170 centimeters tall, and all muscle. As expected of a mage. Chunyi surveyed his new troops, who were a fusion of minotaur, wolf, pig, and sheep genes. They were getting stronger with each wave, and just standing there gave off an overwhelming sense of pressure. That's good, At least someone will finally be using those bone spears. Chunyi sighed, then ordered the army to set off. First, a 70-man squad, led by the wolf giant goblin and assisted by goblin priests and pigman goblins, was responsible for clearing out the Knoll tribe. Then, 20 rabbit goblins and 10 werewolf goblins were responsible for digging water channels and building a moat around the territory. Finally, the remaining 30-odd goblins were responsible for protecting Chunyi and staying behind to guard and build the territory. He had not forgotten the conditions required for his advancement to a higher territory and a spring. Territory requires 1,000 units of wood, 2,000 units of stone, 1,000 energy stones, and at least 3 territory buildings to upgrade. Spring water. Materials required for advancement. 5 differential crystals, 30 units of wood, 300 units of stone, 100 units of clean water. Although the 5 exotic crystals needed for the spring are a bit difficult to obtain, he has already instructed the goblins to be on the lookout for groups of wild beasts lurking nearby, and they should have some results soon. Currently, with his 783 energy stones plus the goods he's selling, he should be able to exchange them for the 1,000 energy stones he needs to upgrade his territory. Bronze weapons definitely won't sell for 1,000 energy stones, but they should still be able to fetch 200 or 300. Therefore, Chunyi only needs to build territory buildings and acquire wood and stone. Chunyi already owns arrow towers and city walls in his territory, and he plans to build a row of houses for himself to live in. Although he didn't know that Saravelsa had misunderstood his identity, he was happy to continue playing that role. Based on the other party's account, the role they unintentionally played must have been of high status, but they were expelled. Well, in other words, you still need to maintain a certain level of sophistication. Building a stone house isn't too much to ask, is it? It's just a bit troublesome. Chunyi glanced at the trees and forests around him. There was wood everywhere, so he didn't lack timber, but stones were a bit hard to find. Suddenly, he remembered something. There seems to be a little girl who's cheap and plentiful. He opened the chat channel and saw a bunch of friend requests. Chunyi glanced at them and saw that they were mostly asking where he got the weapon and how many energy stones it cost, and whether he wanted to buy it. He didn't intend to sell 1,000 energy stones when he casually bid 1,000 energy stones, but he also wouldn't sell them for just a few dozen energy stones. He basically rejected everyone. He hesitated for a moment when a person named Lei Chi offered him 200 energy stones, but still chose to refuse. A shrewd businessman always wants to whet the customer's appetite, just in case they really like it and are willing to pay a higher price, right? Of course, he estimated that around 2 days later, some lords would have completed their annihilation missions. If they didn't raise the price then, he could just shamelessly go and sell them to them. Making money? Not bad at all. So many private messages. Not many people have their own contact information, but everyone is asking how they obtained their weapons. Even Gu Xiaoyu, who wanted to buy stones, asked him if the hammer with the bow could be cheaper. Chunyi was speechless. What does a little girl like you need a hammer for? Isn't a magic wand good enough? However, considering that they were acquaintances and that he was going to buy something from them, Chunyi told them his bottom price, 200 energy stones. He expected the red Fong blade and the wolf Fong mace to sell for around 300 each, while he thought the iron hammer would be good if it sold for 200, considering that it had a negative attribute of -5 speed. Although she had expected it, Gu Xiaoyu was still disappointed when Brother Chun said it would cost 200 energy stones. I recognized it from their eyes. It was a weapon I couldn't afford. But I really want it. I only need a bronze-grade hammer to complete the forging. Gu Xiaoyu was unwilling, but she really didn't have anything of value left besides herself. Or should I offer myself up? No, isn't that inappropriate? The little girl was so anxious that she stomped her feet, but all she could find here was herself and stone. Even the soldiers and monsters were made of stone. Suddenly, she noticed the pile of rough stones in the corner. These things should have some value, right? Although the drop rate for this item is extremely low, there is still a chance of it dropping. So she typed to Chunyi, "Brother Chunyi, I don't have that much money. Can I use stones as collateral?" Chunyi, "No, I've always been the one being a shrewd businessman. When did it become someone else's turn to shrewish me? How did this little girl know I was lacking stones? However, stones are not a monopolized commodity, nor are they a rare resource. Why does she dare to say that?" Just as Chunyi was wondering what was going on, the other party hurriedly sent a supplement. I'm sorry, Brother Chunyi. I mean it's not an ordinary stone, it's this." Along with the news came a jade gambling enthusiast. Chunyi was stunned. He had come into contact with this kind of thing before and even produced a blueprint for it. However, the drop rate seems to be very low, with the system stating only 1%. In my estimation, this kind of thing should only be considered a consumable entertainment product. If there are enough stones, it's not impossible to exchange them, provided that the other party has enough stones. Chenyi said, Jade gambling has some value, but the success rate is too low. If you have a lot of it, I can trade with you. Really? Great. Brother Chenyi, how much do you need to make the trade? The little girl's sadness turned to joy, and she was in a great mood. She had quite a few of these kinds of things herself. After some thought, Chenyi concluded that the best selling price for a rough stone should be 2 to 3 energy stones per stone, but the price he would pay for it would naturally be lower. He said, at least 200. As soon as Chenyi finished typing, a pile of gambling stones appeared at his feet with a whoosh. This, a young rich woman? Gu Xiaoyu said excitedly. It's 220 in total, and I've given it all to Brother Chenyi. Thank you, Brother Chenyi, for exchanging with me, hehe JPG. In Gu Xiaoyu's eyes, Chenyi is a very good person. After all, the drop rate for gambling on stones is so low. She opened more than 300 times and only got 1 blueprint and 1 skill. It was practically garbage. She was even afraid that Chenyi wouldn't want it. In Chenyi's eyes, this was just a pure little rich girl. After the transaction was completed, he said he wanted to buy 1,000 units of ordinary stone, and the little girl threw them at him without saying a word. He added, thank you for agreeing to trade with me earlier, Brother Chenyi. Consider this a bonus. Chenyi once again marveled at the young woman's wealth, and to express his gratitude, he sent her 10 units of marinated pork. He saw it as just a matter of etiquette, while the little girl burst into tears. Meat? It's actually meat? My God, do you know how hard it is to sell stones? Do you know how much a bite of meat affects a little girl who's never had enough to eat? She's almost stopped developing. Brother Chenyi is such a kind person. 55. Chapter 34. The Growing Golden Alliance. The giant wolf goblin killed a gnoll, gaining 500 experience and 1 energy stone. The pig goblin killed the gnoll, gaining 500 experience and 1 energy stone. The giant wolf goblin has killed the gnoll chieftain, gaining 2,000 experience and 300 energy stones. The giant wolf goblin has leveled up. It is currently level 7. Pigman, you have obtained a bronze weapon, the Lucky Pickaxe. Lucky Pickaxe, Strength +1, Speed +1, Luck +1. Note, wow, this pickaxe is pretty good. It seems the process is going unexpectedly smoothly. Chenyi assessed his injuries and found they were almost non-existent. Under the powerful trampling skill, the goblins had wiped out most of the gnoll tribe in 1 move. If one act of trampling is a man-made disaster, then the trampling of a group of people is a natural disaster. The jackal people like to mine, so most of the tribe's buildings are in caves. The goblins' collective trampling outside the cave caused the earth dragon to overturn, the cave to collapse, and many people were killed or injured. This had already achieved the effect that Chenyi had originally imagined. When the 2 armies faced each other, he stomped his foot, causing the earth to shake and ravines to appear. Enemy soldiers died one after another in the ravines. He not only killed them, but also buried them. He was truly a good person. Build a house, build a house, build a big house, so I can have time to conquer other tribes. The dropped weapons and alien crystals are exactly what I need. Yes, and we also need to prepare the next shipment for Salavir Shah. Looking at it this way, I realize I'm quite busy. Compared to other lords who only need to overcome survival crises, Chenyi is incredibly busy with building houses, arrow towers, moats, killing wild beasts to stock up on supplies, and upgrading his territory. The earth shook violently, and rocks tumbled down. What's going on? Was there an earthquake? Inside a stone forest, a black lord with dark skin and bright white teeth walked in surprise toward the distant mountains. Soon, the Earth Knights, the units he had stationed around him, reported to him. The man nodded with amusement. So it was an earthquake that happened in the territory of those gnolls. It was really loud. This seems like a good opportunity. He immediately reported to the Golden Alliance. Coordinates, 1000 Nether Forest. I have detected a huge tremor in the surrounding area, which seems to indicate the emergence of some rare and precious treasure. The message was passed on layer by layer and soon reached Chi Hongyi's ears. Rare and precious materials? Chi Hongyi recalled information about this world, which seemed to include rare and precious natural treasures and exotic beasts. She thought for a moment and said to the reporting lord, "Investigate and report back after obtaining detailed information. If needed, I will dispatch nearby lords to assist you." Chi Hongyi knew that rare and precious materials usually came with dangers, so she asked the other party to investigate first. If it really was a rare and precious material, she wouldn't mind trying to get it. Although she is thousands of miles away, her alliance members have spread throughout the entire alliance leader group. Therefore, she was confident in acquiring the so-called treasure. In the Thousand Dark Forest, if I remember correctly, there seem to be 10 alliance lords there, 2 of whom are adjacent to this Earth Knight Lord. Although there are 2, one of them is Chun Mo, who is still on a mission, so there is only one lord left besides Owen. That's a bit too few, but this Earth Knight is a humanoid unit, so I can provide him with some weaponry assistance. I just don't know how dangerous it is. Owen, the Lord of the Earth Knights, smiled slightly upon seeing the message from the leader of the Golden Alliance, then remained silent. After waiting a moment, he said, "We've scouted it out. A group of gnolls discovered a huge crystal. Judging from its shape, it seems to be the alien crystal that you, the Alliance leader, asked us to pay attention to." A gigantic alien crystal? Chi Hongi frowned. "There are large pieces of this strange crystal?" She asked the other person to confirm. "Are you sure it's a heteromorphic crystal?" Owen smiled without saying anything, and replied, "It should be. My unit didn't observe it up close, but the shape and color are very similar." Owen spoke unclearly, but he knew that was enough to make his leader take a risk. According to his information, his lord seems to be searching extensively for the alien crystals needed to upgrade the spring. And he, as someone who also upgraded the fountain to level 2, he knew the allure of the spring, and moreover, his own alliance leader's troops were quite special, so upgrading the spring would be of great benefit to her. Therefore, revealing the news of a suspected large quantity of alien crystals at this time would definitely be enough to make the other party take risks. Oh, no, it's not the alliance leader who's taking the risk, but rather the lords under his command. Chi Hongi was skeptical. She desperately needed the alien crystal, but she also felt that what Owen was saying seemed unreal. So she asked another lord around Owen if he had sensed anything unusual. The lord was initially puzzled, but then explained that he had felt a slight tremor in the ground. This corresponded to Irving's intense vibration, but because the two were at different distances, the vibrations they felt were also different. She asked Owen about the strength of the gnolls. Irving replied, 40 gnolls armed with pickaxes. 40 armed gnolls. This was a perfect answer. The enemy knew that it would be very difficult for a single gold lord to take them down alone, and they would definitely send other lords over. That will be my chance to show my skills. Irving's plan was shrewd, and Chi Hongi, upon hearing this, made the decision he had guessed. Send a nearby lord to join them in the fight against the gnolls. If the spoils can be divided, one share will go to the 2 lords and 1 share to the alliance leader. If they cannot be divided, then the alliance leader will be given priority, and both lords will receive a substantial energy stone reward. Everything was as Owen had guessed. However, what he didn't expect was that Chi Hongi provided her troops with 10 sets of armor in order to reduce casualties among the two. Hee ha, I should still thank you, my good alliance leader. Owen's smile was intriguing, and he then used the alliance leader's contact information to exchange for the lord who was nearby. Silver Lord, mountain moving ape troops, another batch of excellent fertilizer. He licked his lips, full of anticipation. Chapter 35. The hidden danger is now 100% confirmed. Who are you? Kyrie Irving. The leader of the mountain moving apes is a college student who is 175 centimeters tall and wears wool and leather. As for why he was a college student, Irving already knew the answer from the other person's clear eyes. Owen nodded from his horse and said, "That's right. I am Owen. The battle ahead will require us to work together." The leader of the mountain-moving apes nodded in agreement, showing no surprise at the other party's arrival. After all, the other party had already indicated that the journey through the forest was dangerous and that they would need to regroup and travel together. But why does the Golden Lord only have 5 troop types? He asked, "Boss Owen, didn't the alliance leader say you have 10 types of troops? And that he also gave you 10 sets of armor?" The mountain-moving ape lord sized up the big shot Owen in front of him. The other party had only brought 5 tall earth knights riding fine horses, and these knights were not wearing any armor. Owen chuckled good-naturedly. "I'm staying behind to guard the territory. The armor the alliance leader mentioned is too big for my earth knight. He can't wear it." Irving added, "I've already discussed it with the leader. This time, you'll be the main force, and I'll be the support. If it really is a different crystal, I'll only take 2/10 of the crystals." The mountain-moving ape lord frowned. This was not what they had agreed upon. Without the gold lord's restraint, his silver troops alone would not be a match for those jackals. Owen seemed to sense the other's concern and continued, "Don't worry, I've already scouted the area. There are only 40 gnolls, of which only 3 are high-ranking, and there are no mini-bosses. I'll hold off the higher-level ones. You can help me with the rest after you've dealt with them. I see. The mountain-moving ape lord felt somewhat relieved. If that was the case, then he was still confident. After all, his mountain-moving ape was incredibly powerful. As long as there are no high-ranking gnolls, his mountain-moving ape can almost easily kill ordinary gnolls. Although the mission has changed, it doesn't seem impossible to complete, and I can also get more energy stones as a reward, which is pretty good. Then let's go. The mountain-moving ape lord chose to leave his 3 mountain-moving apes to guard the territory, and then set off with his 20 troops. Although ordinary orcs and beasts wouldn't attack a house that has nothing in it and a strangely shaped spring, he still had to be a little careful. Irving narrowed his eyes and remained silent when he saw the other party's choice. Kyrie, let's go. The mountain-moving ape lord, seated atop his mountain-moving ape, extended an invitation to the person before him. The mountain-moving ape is enormous, standing up to 3 meters tall, and can easily lift itself up. Irving nodded. Okay, let's go. The two traveled at breakneck speed, and the surrounding scenery rushed past as the steed and the mountain-moving ape galloped by. Just after the two left, 15 Earth Knights, hidden around the mountain-moving ape territory, gripped the reins and stared fiercely at the mountain-moving ape territory not far away. Tada! 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 This is the bugle call signaling the troops to march in formation, gathering their strength for the charge. 15 Earth Knights, clad in gleaming silver armor and wielding 8-foot-long spears, rode warhorses whose nostrils emitted white breath. As the leader of the alliance, how could the armor that Chi Hongi borrowed from the other lords to lend to Owen not fit properly? Of course it fit perfectly, but he used the well-fitting armor for other things. Whoa! 15 steel behemoths roared as they galloped forward with incredible speed and momentum, aided by their reins. Kill! A chilling aura swept in fiercely, and the mountain-moving apes, hundreds of meters away, immediately sensed this tangible killing intent. They took it seriously, but the steel cavalry accelerated faster and faster as it sped up. The next instant, it appeared directly in front of the 3 mountain-moving apes. Brush! Dozens of spears pierced through flesh and blood, viciously pinning the 3 mountain-moving apes to the house behind them. Roar! The mountain-moving ape let out a resentful roar, and then died as the opponent turned the spear. The 15 gold warriors, each with an attribute of 40, already overwhelmed the silver-level mountain-moving apes in terms of attributes. In addition to gaining the initiative in the charge and having a numerical advantage, they also used a skill that accelerated their sprint. A variety of reasons led to the easy, instant kill. After killing the mountain-moving apes, the Earth Knights did not leave. Instead, they headed towards a strange ape mountain structure and the only remaining wooden hut in their territory. At the same time, while running, the mountain-moving ape lord suddenly stopped and looked behind him in disbelief. Your territory has been attacked by other lords. Please launch a counterattack as soon as possible. Your territory has been attacked, and you have lost a mountain-moving giant ape. Your territory has been attacked, and you have lost a mountain-moving giant ape. Your territory has been attacked, and you have lost a mountain-moving giant ape. The urgent warning sounded almost simultaneously, and the mountain-moving ape lord's eyes instantly turned bloodshot as he whirled around. He didn't even have time to explain the situation to Irving before he hurriedly turned around and rushed back to his own territory. They haven't gone far. There's still time. There's still time. There's still time. The leader of the mountain-moving apes was panting heavily, his mind a complete mess. How could this be? Shouldn't everyone be busy dealing with their own crises? Shouldn't everyone be busy recovering? Why would someone attack my territory? What kind of high-level lord has my eye on the 3 mountain-moving apes that instantly killed me? And what benefit would he gain from doing this? Why would a high-ranking lord attack me? Your territory has been occupied. Your fountain is under attack. It is currently 38% destroyed. Depend on. The mountain-moving ape lord cursed angrily as he frantically rushed back. The opponent must be a high-level lord to be able to destroy my territory so quickly. Even if I go back, I might not be able to defeat them. However, the spring and territory are his means of survival in this world. If he loses these, it will basically mean his death. Owen noticed the other man's unusual behavior and quickly spurred his horse to catch up, asking, "Brother, what's wrong? What's the rush?" The mountain-moving ape lord turned around angrily, then suddenly felt a surge of joy. That's right, he had alliance members by his side. As long as he was with Boss Owen, they could definitely take back his territory. He exclaimed excitedly, "Boss, my territory has been attacked. They're currently taking over my fountain. Please help me. Owen asked with a hint of curiosity. Are they attacking your fountain? While anxiously continuing his journey back, the leader of the mountain-moving apes answered Owen's question. Yes, they have already conquered my territory, and the spring is only 40% away from being destroyed by them. Boss Owen, you absolutely have to help me. Aren't your cavalry supposed to be fast? Yoop. As the leader of the mountain-moving apes spoke, he spat out a mouthful of blood and looked down at his chest, where a long spear had somehow become stuck. With his last ounce of strength, he turned around in astonishment, only to see Owen smiling and asking, Is it 100% now? Your spring has been destroyed. Your territory has been occupied. Defeated Lord. You have lost the trade channel. You have lost the general chat channel. Your troop loyalty has dropped to 50%. The cold, discreet notification sound echoed in the darkness. Chapter 36. Why don't you have bronze weapons? The powerful gnolls are dead. The mountain-moving ape lord? Chi Hongi looked at the report sent by Owen with a solemn expression. Yes, those gnolls actually had a leader and a chieftain hidden away. I fought a bloody battle with the mountain-moving ape lord, and I only escaped because the Earth Knight risked his life to protect his master at the last moment. Irving's feigned aggrieved expression and words conveyed a profound sense of tragedy. You lost all 10 of your troop types? Chi Hongi frowned. A tribe with a chief and a leader is a different concept from one without a chief and a leader. She had just killed a territory with a tribal chief and leader yesterday, so she was well aware of its danger. She was heartbroken to see 25 of her 30 hell skeletons die. If it weren't for the skeleton's immortality, she would have been devastated. It's important to understand that most of the money the League earns is spent on recruitment. Although we've also spent a lot, it's still a small portion. The foundation is still very important. Alright, your losses this time were caused by you, but you also paid a considerable price. Here's 50 energy stones to compensate you. Chi Hongi rubbed her temples in response. This defeat is not just a loss for an Alliance Lord, but also a loss of 10 sets of equipment to make up for it, and 50 energy stones to make up for it against the opponent, which adds up to more than 130 energy stones. After making up for this, I still don't have enough energy stones stored up to upgrade the spring. Thank goodness, we just wiped out a werewolf tribe. Chi Hongi sighed with relief amidst her misfortune, but the wolf claws she had originally intended to use herself could only be sold. But this is good too. It lets everyone know that bronze weapons are not exclusive to Chunyi. My Golden Alliance can do the same. Thinking this way, Chi Hongi didn't seem so heartbroken anymore. As long as she could surpass Chunyi and elevate the prestige of her alliance to a higher level, then everything would be worth it. She priced the bronze wolf claw at 300 energy stones and then advertised it on the general channel. She believed that her fair prices would satisfy everyone, unlike that unscrupulous businessman who didn't care about his reputation at all. Has a lord finally weathered the crisis? How slow? Chunyi stared at the wolf claw icon on the trading channel, lost in thought. Bronze, wolf claw, strength +1, speed +2, armor penetration +3. Note, this is an unremarkable wolf claw, barely qualifying as a bronze weapon. This weapon is rubbish. Chunyi had no intention of buying the wolf claw. Not only was this weapon unsuitable for him, but the attributes it added were also geared towards armor penetration. It would be more suitable for his goblin priest. Forget it. A lord has already overcome the crisis. The other party has set the price at 300, so I'd better lower the price and sell it quickly. Chunyi was worried that more and more people would sell bronze weapons, so he planned to change the price. However, just as he was about to make the change, he discovered that his red fang blade had disappeared. You have lost a red fang blade. You have received 1,000 energy stones. Chunyi, the hand that wanted to change the price froze in midair. What is going on? Are there really people willing to be ripped off buying at this price? Are you crazy? Chunyi checked the buyer's name and realized it was Lei Qi, the one he had previously rejected. Is this guy really that rich? At this moment, only 2 bronze weapons remained in the chat area, a wolf claw and a spiked club. Just as Chunyi was preparing to build a good relationship with this guy for a fool, a distinguished guest named Lei Qi, someone in the chat area started frantically tagging Chunyi. Chunyi, our Golden Alliance also has bronze weapons. Your dictatorship is over, and bronze weapons will only be cheaper in the future. As the vice leader of the Golden Alliance, Chunimo knew there were some things that Chi Hongi shouldn't say, so he took the initiative to play the bad cop. Chunyi, what the heck is dictatorship? I've never thought about dictatorship. Everyone will have something like that once the crisis of Atlantean will is over, right? Chun Mo continued, According to information from my Golden Alliance, bronze weapons will drop as long as the orc chieftain is killed. Once everyone upgrades their territory, they will unlock their personal panel, at which point they can use bronze weapons. Chun Mo talked a lot in the chat area, even sharing a lot of information that only high-level lords knew, which gained him another wave of new members. The Golden Alliance is such a good person, so that's how bronze weapons are obtained. Chun Yi is still a big shot after all. It turns out he had already wiped out an entire orc tribe. I heard that this crisis was arranged according to the strength of the forces. Boss Chun Yi sent an entire orc tribe. Does that prove that Boss Chun Yi's troops are extremely powerful? Upstairs, does this even need proof? Isn't this already a consensus? Yes, alas, poor me, a mere bronze-level soldier, only just survived the crisis this morning. Annihilating the entire enemy force is no easy task. My troops suffered heavy losses. TCH, you think you're some big shot like Chun Yi? You're just a noob. Seeing that the discussion was getting out of control and everyone was talking to Chun Yi, Chun Mo quickly spoke up again. Everyone, don't worry. Our leader of the Golden Alliance will be selling bronze weapons to everyone one after another. You can look forward to it. Of course, each bronze weapon will not cost more than 1,000 energy stones. Special weapons are an exception. These words immediately caused a huge uproar. Killing a tribal chief by sheer luck is not as impressive as killing one after another. Ordinary lords, let alone killing chieftain after chieftain, have paid a heavy price just to get through this crisis, and it will take them at least 10 to 15 days to recover. Just like Boss Chun Yi, who can unleash 3 weapons at once, that's definitely a testament to his strength. This recently popular Golden Alliance, which everyone initially thought was a fluke, now seems to possess the strength to wipe out an entire tribe in succession. What type of unit is the leader of your Golden Alliance? I've overcome my crisis and don't need help anymore. Could you reduce the membership fee a bit? Does the Golden Alliance offer internal members and internal pricing for its bronze weapons? The Golden Alliance. Chun Mo's words successfully steered the conversation toward the Golden Alliance, which pleased him greatly. The crisis in Atlanta is gradually passing for everyone. Now only a small number of people have not survived the crisis. Their Golden Alliance's popularity and revenue have declined, and they need to boost their popularity. They all believe that the Golden Alliance would become the largest and strongest. While everyone was discussing the Golden Alliance, Chun Yi was struggling with a problem. During the chat, just now, many people said they had weathered the crisis, but why are there no bronze weapons for sale? Even if the level of crisis varies according to the Lord's strength, he's only silver rank. If his silver rank troops can obtain bronze weapons, why can't the others? Completely baffled, Chun Yi decided to ask directly, since the quantity of bronze weapons could affect his sales volume and price. So he picked a Silver Lord who had just said he had survived a crisis and asked, "You've survived a crisis, so why don't you have any bronze weapons?" Silver Lord. Chapter 37. The Boss's High-Level Versailles. Is this Versailles? This is it. It must be, right? 5555. Thank you, Chun Yi, for taking the time out of your busy schedule to mock me. The Silver Lord who was called out choked up. You passed the crisis in Atlantis, so why don't you have bronze weapons? Look at this. Is this even human language? Do you think everyone is a saint-level being like you, a demigod-level soldier? Chun Yi took a deep breath. I don't have Versailles. I'm asking if your crisis is truly over? Wasn't the Atlantis crisis supposed to be a complete annihilation? The Silver Lord replied dejectedly. Yes, boss, my troops were almost wiped out. We annihilated the enemy. Chun Yi thought for a moment and said, Do you mean the complete annihilation of the invading enemy? The Silver Lord raised and lowered his eyebrows, replying, Isn't that right? Isn't this annihilation? To everyone's surprise, Chun Yi pressed on with a startling question. Didn't you catch up with his tribe and wipe them out? Silver Lord. Do I need to exterminate them all? This question made the Silver Lord unsure of himself. Had he completed the mission or not? One onlooker commented, So, boss, after annihilating the enemy, you went to their territory and helped them reunite their entire tribe? Suddenly someone exclaimed, Holy crap, I get it now, so that's how the pro got his bronze weapon, right? Holy crap, that's impressive. So this is what the big boss considers a total annihilation. Well, I give Chun Yi 4 points for showing off, and send the remaining 96 points as 666. I have no prior acquaintance with this big shot, so why is he targeting my Versailles? My Dao heart is damaged. Is there a beautiful lord to hug me? I need comfort. Oh, let me hug you. Get lost, you damned lesbian. While Chun Yi was puzzled, Chun-Mo sent Chun-Yi a friend request, along with a note about the crisis in Atlanta. Chun-Yi clicked agree, and the other party immediately sent a document containing various crises encountered by different lords. Finally, based on the calculation and deduction of strength, the document concluded that annihilating the invading enemy would constitute total annihilation. Chun-Yi nodded in sudden understanding and thanked the other party. That's true. It seems that not every lord is as wealthy as me. It seems that most of us don't even have more than 100 troops. If we really want to wipe out the enemy tribe, it seems that we would have to exterminate 98% of the lords. The obtuse party suddenly realized. He then left the chat channel and silently increased the energy of his spiked club by 100. It turns out that bronze weapons were rare, and most people couldn't afford them. Since that's the case, shouldn't we let this unscrupulous businessman pull off a scheme? Chun-Mo breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Chun-Yi finally leave the chat channel and continued his recruitment. There was no way around it. Chun-Yi's strength was terrifying. From the beginning until now, although he hadn't deliberately shown off, judging from the items he sold, he had consistently outpaced all the other lords. Such a casual remark can spark heated discussions in the chat, greatly impacting recruitment efforts. Luckily, Chun-Yi kept a low profile. Otherwise this buzz wouldn't belong to our Golden Alliance. Chun-Mo couldn't help but sigh inwardly. In his eyes, although Chun-Yi hadn't opposed the Golden Alliance, his very existence was a great danger. Of course, he wouldn't be so brainless as to provoke a super strong person for no reason, especially since this strong person was not far from him. During the initial attack by the Frost Dragon, the two were only a minute or two apart, and the distance between them should not have exceeded 20 kilometers. However, although we should avoid provoking them, their popularity is extremely high, so we still need to suppress that. The kind of popularity that comes with it has to belong to his Golden League. After some thought, Chun-Mo finally decided to suppress the opponent with weapons in order to seize the spotlight. Judging from Chun-Yi's account, he must have misunderstood the meaning of total annihilation, which led to the complete annihilation of the enemy's entire tribe. Judging from the sale of the 3 weapons that followed, Chun-Yi must have wiped out at least 2 tribes. After destroying 2 tribes, we obtained 3 weapons, and then remained silent for 2 days. It seems our troops suffered severe losses. After some analysis, Chun-Mo believed he had grasped the whole story. That's true. Even someone as strong as Chun-Yi needs to rest after wiping out 2 tribes in a row. Then they can just take advantage of this moment to overpower Chun-Yi in terms of weaponry. You can rest, but we don't need to. Chun-Mo secretly decided to report to Chi-Hong-yi and prepare to gather the entire alliance's forces to begin hunting down tribal forces in various regions. They may not be a match for a tribe-level power with the strength of 1 or 2 lords, but if the lords of 1 or 2 regions come together, they will surely be able to break through the orc tribe. At that time, whether it is sold on the trading channel or within the alliance, it will generate a lot of buzz. He reported his thoughts and quickly received Chi-Hong-yi's approval. Originally, Chi-Hong-yi planned to wait until her troops recovered before going hunting. However, Chun-Yi is currently riding high, and it's not impossible for him to overpower the entire opposing alliance by mobilizing their forces. By the way, since you've decided to take action against the tribes, why don't you deal with one of your Knoll tribes first? Chi-Hong-yi seemed to remember something and told Chun-Mo about Owen and the mountain-moving ape lord. Chun-Mo expressed his regret after hearing this, saying, I was out rescuing another lord from another alliance who was asking for help. Otherwise, with my help, we could definitely have taken down that pack of gnolls. Chi-Hong-yi smiled and nodded. Of course I know. If you weren't on a mission, I wouldn't have let Owen lead the team. Don't worry, I'll lead the team this time. There won't be any problems. Chun-Mo assured him. Chi-Hong-yi was pleased. Take the lord you saved and Lord Owen with you. They are both members of your alliance. Let them help you absorb some of the pressure, and they can also gain some experience points. No problem. Chun-Mo readily agreed, since they were all members of his alliance, and he certainly didn't mind bringing them along. Moreover, according to intelligence, this Knoll tribe only has about 40 people and should be a newly established small tribe. With its elite troops, it would be enough to wipe out the enemy. He was still confident of victory against more than 40 bronze units and 1 or 2 leaders, despite having over 20 gold tier units. Chapter 38, Territory Upgrade. Little Knoll, another wave of unit upgrades. Chun-Yi stretched and looked at the pregnant female jackal. After the goblins destroyed the Knoll tribe, they inherited everything from the Knolls, most of which were daily necessities, a small amount of food, a bunch of mining picks, and the female Knolls. Perhaps the female jackal is the greatest treasure. Chenyi played with the gambling stone in his hand, somewhat uncertain. This kind of thing actually existed in the jackal tribe, but it was not common. I got 220 coins from Gu Xiaoyu, and now I've seized another 50 coins from the werewolf cave, for a total of 270 coins. I might consider selling them as entertainment products after everyone has been developing for a while. Before this, Chenyi had opened more than 10 gambling stones when the number was not a whole number, but he got nothing. This made him even more certain that the drop rate of this item was extremely low. Therefore, this kind of thing is suitable for people to sell after they have some spare money. Open the territory panel. Dark Goblin Territory. Territory level, level 2. Territory size, 100 meters. Territory abilities. Post-invasion notification, provides wall protection, and provides vision from the arrow tower. Requirements for leveling up: 1,000 units of wood, 2,000 units of stone, 1,000 energy stones, and at least 3 territory buildings. Current resources: 1,200 units of wood, 2,000 units of stone, 30 pregnant gnolls, 3 arrow towers, 1 city wall, 1 moat, 50 tower tents, 30 gnoll tents, luminous pearls. The upgrade requirements are met. Would you like to upgrade? Chenyi glanced at the panel briefly. The construction and the capture of the Gnoll tribe in the past 2 days had further enhanced his strength. The number of energy stones obtained reached 2233, which met the requirements for upgrading. He originally intended to upgrade along with the fountain, but the rapid development of the Golden Alliance recently made him feel threatened. If we don't hurry, the first place prize will probably be taken by someone else. Chenyi sighed, then said, "Upgrade." Buzz. A massive white beam of light enveloped Chenyi and his territory. Congratulations. Your territory has reached level 3. You have gained experience sharing for your troops. Congratulations. Your territory has reached level 3. Your territory has received divine protection. Within your territory, all invading enemies will have their attack attributes reduced by 5%. Congratulations. Your territory has reached level 3. Your territory has received divine protection. Goblins will receive a 5% attack bonus when fighting within your territory. Congratulations on becoming the first lord to upgrade a territory to level 3. You have been granted the right to choose any 2 territory buildings. The familiar glow and the new features made Chenyi feel so comfortable, he almost shouted out loud. Personal panel. Name: Chenyi. Level, level 2. Attribute, 12. Free attributes, 5. Skill: shared vision, shared experience. You can gain 1 out of 1,000 experience boost from your unit's combat performance. Personal space: 1 extraordinary crystal, 1 bone-splitting blade forging blueprint, 1233 energy stones, first tier fire rain scroll, 270 gambled stones, bronze, 1 lucky pickaxe. Mental strength, 6. Speed, 5. Strength, 1. Stamina, 1. Sharing experience? This skill is definitely more suitable for me. Chenyi once lamented that his leveling up was too slow and that the experience gained from boss flesh and blood was too little, but now it's great that he can gain experience points just by sitting still. 1 in 1,000 may seem like a small number, but it's actually terrifying because the number of goblins is growing at an alarming rate. Although there are only 130 or so now, less than 10 days have passed. Given time, when I command an army of 100,000 or even 1 million, I can level up every day without moving. Well, as for the free attribute, it's still 2 points of speed and 3 points of mental strength. Freedom attribute becomes 0, mental strength becomes 9, speed becomes 7, and the total attribute reaches 17 points. So, does that mean I'm basically a bronze level monster? Chenyi joked about his stats, but judging from his stats, his 17 points were already considered a powerful bronze level monster. Only this monster didn't have much attack power. Fortunately, he doesn't need offensive capabilities. These menial tasks are handled by his own troops. Territory building selection: arrow tower, moat, blacksmith shop, pharmacy, giant crossbows, training ground, temporary teleportation array. A temporary teleportation array? When Chenyi saw this option, he felt that the other options suddenly turned gray. Thank goodness I upgraded my territory ahead of time. Without hesitation, he took control of the temporary teleportation array and training ground. Temporary teleportation array sets up 2 ends for teleportation. You can teleport to either of the designated points within a limited time. What a pity, it's not a permanent teleportation array. Chenyi sighed, realizing that this thing could only be used for temporary teleportation. If teleportation were possible permanently, then his transaction with Saravel Sasha would have no intermediate steps, and there would be no need to clear obstacles or protect the route. He put away the temporary teleportation array and placed it in a corner of his private space. Training grounds. Training in the training grounds grants a 50% experience bonus. Being able to gain an extra half of the experience is a good thing. Although goblins rarely train, if they don't acquire such valuable items themselves, they can become powerful upgrade tools if they are taken by certain humanoid lords. Sometimes, the choice of resources is not based on one's own needs, but rather on the ability to limit the enemy's development. He had not forgotten that he was in competition with the other lords. Having chosen the two most valuable resources, Chun-Yi was in high spirits. Whether or not he trained troops was unimportant. The most important thing for his goblins was to create offspring. Go, capture nearby creatures, and complete the hunting and breeding tasks. Chun-Yi gave orders to the goblins at his feet. Suddenly, a system notification sounded. You have lost a werewolf goblin. You have lost a cunning rabbit goblin. You have lost a cunning rabbit goblin. Return. Chun-Yi hurriedly recalled the goblins who were about to go out. He tried to connect to the goblins guarding the Silk Road through vision sharing. He could connect normally to the outer perimeter of his own territory, the Tauren territory, but could not connect to the Null territory. Court death. Chun-Yi raised an angry eyebrow, realizing that his troops deployed along the Silk Road had indeed suffered losses. Our own Silk Road isn't even finished being built, and people are already trying to sabotage it? P.S. Please vote. Please vote. Chapter 39. Fortune turns around. Why didn't any energy stones drop? Owen looked at the werewolf goblin he had killed with his Earth Knight with a puzzled expression. These goblins look strange, but they should be considered wild monsters, right? Why didn't they drop any energy stones when I killed them? Perhaps it's a type of troop belonging to a certain lord? Shin Imo replied. Although he felt somewhat uncomfortable about Owen's sudden act of stealing goblins, he couldn't say anything. It was just a small gain, especially since the other party had not only provided information but also lost a lot of troops. The lord of the other troop type, the tiger, said with some concern, since it's someone else's troop type, shouldn't we give them some compensation? Irving scoffed, compensation? To the goblins. He was about to say that this kind of thing didn't deserve his compensation, but then he thought that compensation wasn't out of the question. If he knew the coordinates of the other party's territory, then it would be another wave of supplies. You should know that the previous silver level lord gave him a reward of 400 energy stones and a territory expansion of 300 meters. I didn't sense any strength from this goblin when it attacked, but judging from its appearance, it shouldn't be a bronze level goblin, right? Owen's eyes lit up at the thought. Yes, it's time to give him compensation. I'll make it up to him later. Chun Imo glanced at the two of them coldly, his heart filled with indifference. They were just goblins, most likely bronze level units. This type of unit is so weak that he has to think twice before joining the Golden Alliance. The Golden Alliance is now so powerful that it doesn't need to recruit just anyone. To fight against tribe-level forces, it's better to recruit some high-ranking lords. Chun Imo glanced at the collapsed cave in front of him and said, It seems that the gnolls here have moved away, and we have lost our chance. Owen chimed in. Yeah, they probably took that huge alien crystal and dug a hole to hide in. Lord Tyrant Tiger nodded. It's not impossible. Alright, let's go back. Since there's no tribe here, there's no point in staying. At this point, Chun Imo looked at Owen with some regret. It's a pity that you don't have many troops left, otherwise the two of us with gold-tier troops could have tried to conquer other tribal forces. Irving spread his hands, his thick, dark palm facing upwards. I can't do anything about it. Chun Imo nodded. Let's go back first. Owen hurriedly came to the Tiger Lord's side and said, My Earth Knight reported to me earlier that there seems to be a Minotaur tribe with more than 100 people on our way back. It's a bit dangerous. Why don't we go back together? The Tiger Lord seemed slightly displeased by the invitation from this foreign friend. I don't think so. We didn't see anything when we arrived. Seeing that the other party wasn't taking the bait, Owen changed his excuse, saying, I have 3 Earth Knights in total. One of them has to stay behind to apologize to that Goblin Lord, so I only have 2 units left. As he spoke, he tossed 2 energy stones from his person to one of the Earth Knights who remained behind as an apology. Why does this person always want to go back with me? Lord Tiger was somewhat dissatisfied with Owen, but couldn't find a reason to refuse. Let's go back together. You can look after each other. Chun Imo also spoke out. All right. Since the vice leader had spoken up, the Tiger Lord couldn't refuse any longer and had to agree. However, he always felt inexplicably disgusted by this seemingly enthusiastic Black Lord. Hey Han, can I ride your horse? Tiger, he's way more handsome than my horse. Irving, with a smug grin, walked toward one of the tigers. Roar! The 2-meter-tall tiger immediately bristled and let out an angry roar as a warning, and the two Earth Knights immediately raised their exaggerated long spears and aimed them at the roaring tiger. Let it go, let it go. Owen waved to his Earth Knight. Hanyu suppressed his anger and said, As you can see, my raging tiger doesn't seem to want anyone else to get close except for me. Owen turned and mounted his horse. Never mind then, I'll just ride my mount. The mighty tiger army, followed by 2 Earth Knights riding fine horses, disappeared from Chun Mo's sight one after the other. Chun Mo then compared the surrounding scenery and headed in another direction. There was a king-rank lord there who had just applied to join his alliance, but he seemed to have encountered some trouble. After the 3 lords left, the Earth Knight began digging into the collapsed cave. The cave is a standard mine pit, quite large, about 100 meters long, with a downward-facing opening, so you can see the end and the burial situation at a glance. According to the Lord, these goblins are guarding something. Could it be treasure buried in the cave? The Earth Knight arrived at the pit and began moving the boulders one by one. Soon, the tip of the iceberg in the cave was lifted, and an iron pickaxe appeared in front of him. This item might be useful to a lord without weapons, but it's utterly useless to a knight of the earth who already has a steed and a spear. He put it aside and continued searching. Suddenly, a strong sense of crisis caused the Earth Knight to instinctively roll over. Bump! A small, wiry goblin appeared right in his path and slammed a palm at him. The soft force swept over him, and a bright green palm print quickly appeared where he was hit. Poisonous! The Earth Knight hurriedly dodged the opponent's next move. This goblin seemed rather strange. He had never heard of a goblin that could use poison. In the blink of an eye, the two exchanged dozens of blows. This made the Earth Knight sigh. The guy in front of me is incredibly tall and skilled, something that a goblin shouldn't possess. Call. The Earth Knight turned around, gripped his 8-foot spear in his hand, and then looked warily at the goblin with unbelievably muscular and handsome features. Poisonous milk. The goblin raised his hand, and a green light enveloped the Earth Knight in front of him. -1-1-1-1. The Earth Knight immediately created distance. The opponent even had a skill that caused continuous damage. Was this creature really a goblin? He stared in disbelief at the humanoid creature before him. Although he was a mounted charging knight, he was also quite formidable in ground combat. Yet, this humanoid creature was actually able to gain the upper hand in close combat. The Earth Knight fought and retreated, while the goblin made no attempt to stop him, merely repelling his opponent and following closely behind. Chapter 40. Why did I run away? Almost there. Great. Another 400 energy stones have arrived. Owen followed closely behind the Tiger Lord, a smile occasionally playing on his lips. Lord Tyrant Tiger frowned, unable to understand what the other party meant. On the way? So many times on the way. His territory was just ahead. What? Suddenly, Owen, who was feeling smug, immediately turned to the Tiger Lord with an ugly expression and said, Han, I have something to do, so I won't be going with you. Hanyu nodded. Okay. He watched Owen ride away quickly on horseback and felt a strange sense of relief. Although I don't know what happened, the feeling of being targeted by a venomous snake has finally disappeared. We absolutely need to keep an eye on this person. Hanyu silently labeled Irving as a hypocrite. Damn it, who let you go back? Who let you go back? As Owen hurried back, he cursed inwardly the Earth Knight who had dared to flee back to his territory. He had just switched perspectives and discovered that his Earth Knight, which he used to scout the goblin territory, had returned severely injured and had even been thwarted by the goblins. He vaguely sensed unease. They clearly had the ability to kill the enemy, yet they still let the enemy escape back to their territory. Wasn't this the tactic they were planning to use? The Goblin Lord actually wants to know the location of his territory? What does he mean? Does a mere goblin think he can copy me and invade the other side's territory? Irving was about to say that was impossible, but then he thought about it again. What if the other person also knows the benefits of obtaining energy stones by killing the Lord? Ordinary people might struggle for days to earn 100 energy stones, but killing a Lord, even the lowest level Bronze Lord, can easily earn 200 energy stones. It's obvious at a glance which is superior, which has a greater gain, and which has a smaller cost. Damn it. No wonder that guy's goblins look weird. Maybe it's because he destroyed the territories of other lords. A moment later, Irving finally made it back to his territory. Thankfully, it hadn't been attacked yet. He first had his soldiers put on armor and prepare for battle, and then he went to the Earth Knight who had escaped and attacked him with fists and feet. Go to hell, Why don't you just die? Who gave you permission to come back without permission and expose the location of our territory? The Earth Knight, covered in wounds, silently endured the Lord's wrath, getting up after being kicked down time and time again and continuing to kneel on one knee. But in reality, he felt lost. Your unit loyalty has decreased. It is currently at 67. The soldiers were unaware of the system notification, but Owen was furious and lashed the Earth Knight with his whip. What do you mean? You made a serious mistake by bringing the enemy back to your territory and exposing its location. Shouldn't I scold you a few times? Your unit loyalty has decreased. It is currently at 50%. Danger. Units with loyalty below 50% are at risk of defection. Please restore their loyalty as soon as possible. You. Owen was prompted again and angrily raised his whip high, ready to strike. But then, noticing the gazes of the other soldiers around him, he lowered the whip. He knew that if he really lashed out with that whip, it wouldn't just be the Earth Knight in front of him whose loyalty would be lowered. He took a deep breath and exhaled forcefully, forced to suppress his anger in his chest. Irving turned his head away and said, "Don't say I didn't give you a chance to redeem yourself. If the other side really tries to invade our territory, you'll be the vanguard." "Yes, I obey." The Earth Knight gritted his teeth. Seeing this, the surrounding knights continued with their own work. Meanwhile, a group of bizarre goblins, predominantly green with black accents, were rapidly approaching Owen's territory. "Your territory has been invaded by an enemy lord. Please prepare for battle." So they've arrived after all. Irving felt inexplicably nervous when he heard the system notification sound. His territory was quite large, spanning a kilometer. After absorbing several lords, it expanded to over 2 kilometers. Although you can't see people, you can find out if there is an enemy attack through the system. "Earth Knight, prepare." At his command, the Earth Knights launched an attack, their hooves kicking up smoke as they charged forward, ready to pounce. His unit was the Earth Knight Cavalry, a force that could only unleash its true power after a sufficient charge. Therefore, he decided to take the initiative. But why do I feel a vague unease? Why? The other side is just a bunch of goblins. Even if there are a few strong ones occasionally, so what? They're still goblins. Anxiety began to creep into Irving's heart. Damn it. Why? Why is my sixth sense telling me to run away? My unit is a gold tier unit. I have as many as 30 different troop types. I should be one of the best among the lords. Why would I run away? Fuck. Irving angrily pounded the air, unable to understand why his sixth sense told him to run, and to run away with all his might. Although he was very unwilling, his sixth sense had never been wrong. Just like his initial decision to attack the other lords was also based on his sixth sense. "You 10, retreat, and follow me to flank them from the side." Owen addressed the 10 heavily armored cavalrymen dressed in crimson robes, whom he had tricked into coming from. Yes. The Earth Knights were extremely loyal. When the Lord proposed the battle plan, they did not hesitate to withdraw 10 men to follow the Lord and flank him from the side. Once the Lord left, the goblins were only 400 meters from the territory, and the Earth Knights, remotely controlled by Owen, began their charge. 20 Earth Knights, each wielding a spear in perfect unison, unleashed a rapid and synchronized barrage of attacks, like swords released from a bow. They were like crossbow bolts fired in a siege amidst a vast enemy army, unstoppable and unstoppable. Nothing could halt their advance, and they would not stop even after piercing through the enemy's body. They will fight fiercely, they will weave through enemy encirclements. They are absolutely invincible swords. Yes, I possess such formidable strength, but what am I afraid of? Irving still didn't understand why his sixth sense told him to run away. With such troops, such a configuration, such strength, and even having launched an early attack, he was confident he could tear the enemy apart, even if Chun Mo, the vice leader of the Golden Alliance, came. But why should I run? Irving was completely baffled. However, the next second, Chun Ye's Wolf Goblin, an Iron Goblin demonstrated to him why he had to run away. More than 30 goblins raised their right feet in unison, then brought them down hard. Trample. Boom. The sound was like muffled thunder, and the earth-shattering force spread rapidly, along with dozens of ravines nearly 100 meters long. If Owen's cavalry charge was like a dense volley of arrows, then Chun Ye's trampling was like countless black lightning bolts spreading across the earth. One symbolizes human actions, the other symbolizes natural disasters. In the face of natural disasters, human beings are so insignificant. One by one, the arrows were neatly destroyed, and the horses and cavalrymen were buried deep in the ravines. Irving swallowed hard, his body trembling uncontrollably as if struck by lightning. He remembered that the same tremor had occurred before the Knoll tribe disappeared. At that moment, he had only one thought in his mind. Run, run fast. Chapter 41, Red-Named Lord, Wandering Lord. Owen watched helplessly as his knight was swallowed by the abyss-like chasm, and he couldn't help but curse inwardly. Damn it, damn it, damn it. I only killed a few of your units, yet you wiped out most of mine? Why? Why? This isn't fair. Owen's eyes turned bloodshot and crimson. At this moment, all he could think about was cursing. He had actually forgotten that his original intention was also to destroy the other party's territory, but it was just that the outcome was reversed due to the difference in strength. I hope that person doesn't know the benefits of destroying territory, doesn't know, absolutely doesn't know. Owen's voice trembled, whether from the horse's rapid gallop or from his own inner panic, it was hard to tell. If the other party is simply seeking revenge for their goblin's violation of their dignity, then it's a stroke of luck that their territory won't be destroyed. However, if the other party really was just after the energy stones as he was, then Owen dared not think any further. He didn't know what would happen after losing his territory. Meanwhile, Chenyi, who was remotely controlling the device, was a little confused. He originally wanted to teach the other party a lesson, but what was this red name thing? He received a notification sound as soon as he entered the other party's territory. You have entered the territory of a red-named lord. Please be careful. Red-named lords are extremely dangerous, but destroying them yields special rewards. Up to this point, Chenyi was still completely confused. He was still wondering what a red-named lord was, and why it sounded somewhat similar to a red-named player. But before he could think, the Earth Knights opposite him charged forward like arrows, ready to pounce. Chenyi knew how terrifying a cavalry charge was. On the battlefield, cavalry against infantry was often a massacre. You killed my unit, and I came to demand an explanation, and you also want to wipe out my entire army? The wicked strike first? How can we tolerate this? Chenyi immediately ordered the giant wolf goblin and the ironhide goblin to use their skills to retaliate. Cavalry can easily kill infantry, but that only applies to ordinary infantry. Cavalry can easily kill infantry, but sorry, that doesn't work here. The 18 wolf goblins and 18 iron goblins first staggered their positions, and then simultaneously raised their feet. When the Earth Knight was only 100 meters away from them, his 50-yard-long foot landed instantly. Trample. Just as Chenyi imagined, the core of the stomp skill lies in vibration. This skill is terrifying when used alone, but when used in multiples, it is like a natural disaster. Just like when school ended, everyone would rush to escape from the classroom. A few hundred weak and unpredictable elementary school students were enough to make the entire staircase tremble or even collapse. In the past, there have even been news reports of elementary school students collapsing stairs on their way home from school. This demonstrates the terrifying power of vibration and resonance. If even elementary school students can break stairs by stepping on them, then these monstrous goblins, who are 2.18 meters tall, can stomp out an abyss with a single step, thanks to their skills. As the abyss advanced, it continuously fractured, forming ravines that spread rapidly forward like a spider web on an ice surface. The Great Knight was about to unleash his speed boost to catch the foolish goblins off guard when his footing gave way, and the shockwave, powerful enough to shake their very core, caused them to lose their composure and cough up blood. That wasn't the end of it. The cracks beneath their feet continued to widen, and the Earth Knight and his mount both fell into the crevice canyon, never to rise again. Terrifying, absolutely terrifying. The enemy took down their charging battle formation of 20 gold-level soldiers with just a stomp of their foot. This is how all the Earth Knights described the goblins. They wanted to get up and continue protecting their territory, but they collapsed to the ground due to their severe injuries. At this moment, Chenyi also received a new system notification. You have defeated the Red-Named Lord. Further destruction of the Red-Named Lord's territory will grant you a special reward. Do you wish to continue? Whether to? Chenyi was a little confused, but he quickly realized that he had come to demand an explanation and had just run into a Red-Named Lord who was killing other lords to obtain resources. Chenyi's original idea was to beat up the other party and then make them compensate him, but now it seems there are better options. He never considered himself a kind person, especially since he would receive a special reward after killing a red-named player. Yes. Chenyi pointed to the ground with one hand, and the wolf goblins cheered excitedly as they began their relocation and destruction operation. No wonder he dared to attack my troops so casually. He's a red-named lord. But why choose to kill the other lords? What benefits would they gain from doing so? Yi was a little curious, but the notification sound answered his question the next second. Congratulations on successfully destroying the Earth Knight's territory. You have gained 1,000 energy stones by plundering their fountain of life. Congratulations on destroying the territory of the red-named Lord. You have received a special reward, the title of Great Philanthropist. Great Philanthropist. You will be blessed with good fortune in the near future. Yi froze on the spot. Destroying a lord could actually yield such a large reward of energy stones. Although he had long known that the lords would inevitably become competitors in the end, he never expected that the competition would exist from the very beginning. Killing a boss rewards you with energy stones? And it's 1,000 energy stones? Does every lord receive this reward? Or does the amount of energy stones vary depending on the type of troop? Is it because the other party has a red name, which is why they get so many kills? In an instant, a greedy thought arose in Ye's heart. What if he could kill more lords than those around him? Phew. Yi took a deep breath and quickly suppressed his greed. Being a red name player is not advisable. This has been proven in many games. Moreover, he already has his own way of making money, and in terms of making money, even robbery might not be as fast as doing business. If Salavel's move succeeds, he could make 5 times the profit in the leather business alone. Of course, if some foolish lord were to run into him, Yi wouldn't mind either becoming a red name lord or a great philanthropist once again. Fuck. On the other side, Irving also received a notification from the system. Defeated Lord, you have lost access to the general chat channel. Defeated Lord, you have lost the trading area. You have lost territory, and the loyalty of your remaining troops has dropped to 60%. You have become a wandering lord. You can either plunder to become the new lord or choose to submit and join the ranks of another lord. Fuck why? He actually destroyed my territory. How dare he? He's nothing but a mere goblin. Goblins, damn goblins. Why are goblins so powerful? Owen was furious to the point of madness when suddenly, a sharp claw grew larger and larger in front of him. Boom. The Earth Knight, who reacted first, sent the creature flying with a single spear thrust. Oleopard cat. Owen was sweating profusely as he nervously stared at the creature on the ground that had tried to ambush him, but instead bared its teeth at him. It was about a meter tall, covered in spots, and looked like a cat or a leopard. It had long, narrow ears and sharp claws that were a foot long, and it was constantly scratching at the ground. Damn it! How dare this bronze-level creature bare its teeth and claws at me? Kill him. Enraged, Owen gave an order to the Earth Knight, standing beside him. Suddenly, a series of roars rose and fell as slender, wiry figures emerged from the jungle. More than 20 leopard cats surrounded Earth Knight and Owen. Shit, so what if there are more of you? Do you think I'm made of mud? Irving felt extremely humiliated when he saw that a mere 20-odd bronze creatures dared to surround him. In a short while, all the leopard cats except for a few that escaped were killed by the Earth Knight's spear. The corresponding cost was that the knights were unharmed thanks to their heavy armor, but 3 of their horses were wounded, with blood trickling from their thighs in wounds more than 2 feet long. It's all right. We can use the spring water when we get back. Owen instinctively wanted to use the spring water to heal the horse's wounds, but then he suddenly remembered that he had lost the spring water. Losing the fountain not only means my units have lost their healing abilities, but I've also lost the ability to summon more units? Owen panicked when he realized that his units were being damaged, and he had no way to heal them or replace them with new units. This is deadly. The forest is constantly in crisis, and if he cannot be healed or summon more troops, there is only one outcome. Irving experienced the feeling of being a wanderer for the first time, with absolutely no logistical support. You can become a new lord through plunder. Yes, I can become a new lord. Suddenly, Owen seemed to remember something. We need to find a territory. We absolutely must find one. I want to become the lord again. Chapter 42. The dragon is discovered. Wow, the Golden Alliance is pretty quick. They've produced a bronze weapon in just half a day. As a qualified lord, Yi immediately developed his own information channels upon learning that he was behind on the news, namely the great injustice, the great and kind-hearted Manhwa. He also learned about the Golden Alliance's actions through Manhwa. The opposing side attempted to acquire bronze weapons by relying on numerous lords to besiege the tribal forces, thereby increasing their influence and attracting more people to join them. Yi himself was not optimistic about the alliance, even though the other party was developing rapidly. In his view, the League already had many problems, and now it has an even more fatal weakness. That's a red-named lord. If other lords knew that killing a lord would bring rewards, the first to panic would probably be the lords who had joined the alliance. In particular, the Golden Alliance had traveled to many places a few days ago to help the various lords overcome the crisis, and the coordinates of the territories of the lords they saved were naturally exposed as a result. He had revealed his coordinates, and killing the lord would yield a large reward of energy stones. With just this, he could cause the so-called alliance to collapse. However, he did not intend to do so, because the disintegration of the other party would not benefit him, and Qin did not like to do things that would not benefit him. Qin told Manhwa about the Red Name Lords and the rewards for destroying their territories. The lord with whom he had just formed a partnership was a respectable businessman and intelligent enough to know how to maximize profits. Manhwa asked frankly, "So, are we going to sell this news as major news to the other lords?" Qin rubbed his forehead. "The method is good, but there's room for improvement. We could sell in tiers." Seeing that the other party seemed to intend to honestly do information business, Qin immediately began to give instructions, explaining what information could be sold to different people and could be sold multiple times. For example, you could first sell to rival factions of the Golden Alliance, then sell to the Golden Alliance itself, then to some lords, and finally sell to all lords once the news has spread. After hearing all this, Manhwa was completely stunned, and at the same time, he became even more convinced of Chunye's status as a shrewd businessman. That's despicable. First, sell it to the opposing force, then sell it to the opposing side, finally creating a stir and confusion on a small scale, while also being able to sell it at different prices depending on demand. A shrewd businessman. I feel like I'm almost there, mastering the essence of shrewd businessmanship. Manhwa was somewhat excited, feeling an itch in his head. As soon as he learned that Chunye was out of the loop, he provided the information to the other party and even offered a 30% discount on his information service, considering the other party's sub-god unit. But somehow, after being tricked by Chunye, he not only gave the other party the information for free, but also became the other party's subordinate. Although, he was originally planning to become the other party's subordinate, but something strange. However, this isn't without its advantages. Becoming a master's lackey or accessory always has its benefits, just like now. Upon receiving the news, Chunye immediately informed Manhwa and also offered Manhwa advice on how to conduct business. As for why Chunye didn't handle this personally, because his goblin told him some news that lifted his spirits. Although Chunye's goblins reproduce very quickly, their current levels are generally not high. Although his low level hasn't yet become apparent due to his good attributes, his goblin level is somewhat low compared to those lords who have been nurtured from the beginning. Therefore, he decided to take the best approach and choose a leader who could adapt to growth and not be replaced by newer, more advanced goblins in the short term. You mean it's on the other side of the river? Chunye looked at the cunning rabbit goblin reporting and asked a question. The cunning rabbit goblins hopping up and down seemed to be saying, "Dragon, dragon, it's on the other side." Chunye pondered his current troop strength. After the spring was upgraded, his troops basically had 40 attributes from the start, which was equivalent to the overall advancement to gold-level troops. Even with over 100 gold-tier soldiers, he still lacked the confidence to take on a giant dragon. Unless, this dragon is not yet an adult. Chunye was somewhat hopeful, but dragons that hadn't reached adulthood generally wouldn't venture out. How big was that dragon? Chunye asked the cunning rabbit goblin, while silently chanting in his heart, "May the title of great philanthropist protect me. May the title of great philanthropist protect me." The cunning rabbit goblin scratched its head and spread its arms wide, roughly meaning 100 meters. 100 meters. Chunye was very serious. This physique could basically be considered subadult. He roughly estimated the strength of both sides and felt that he was probably no match for the other party. However, although he was no match for him, given his current growth rate, he estimated that it wouldn't be long before he could defeat the other party. Chunye's eyes narrowed, and he decided to upgrade the fountain. Once the fountain was upgraded, the overall strength of his troops would be raised to a new level. At that time, taking down the dragon might not be impossible. With a goal in mind, Chunye began to work hard. The most difficult thing to obtain from the rising spring was the alien crystal, which was produced by wild beasts. Coincidentally, he also needed to fight wild beasts to prepare leather for Saraville. In that case, let's make our move against them. Chunye selected a point on the surrounding map from the Goblin Gates exploration. Having decided to pursue the Silk Road, Chunye naturally began exploring the resources of the entire forest, and among those he focused on was a particular race that produced leather. The King Serpent clan. a silver race that inhabits the edge of a swamp. Although the king serpent is not strong individually, there are many of them. Chenyi had wanted to take action against them before, but he was worried about causing too many casualties. However, this problem will soon be solved, because the gnolls and other captured beasts will soon give birth to new goblins, which will amount to about 70 if you add them all together. Adding to the previous 130 goblins and 200 gold tier troops sweeping through a silver tier race, that should be about right. Chenyi nodded. He didn't know how much the jackal people produced, but the earth pigs and gray giant wolves were regular customers, and they were very consistent with having 5 offspring per litter. Chapter 43. You're a good person, not suited to be a shrewd businessman. On the throne of withered bones, Chi Hongyi looked solemnly at the news that her subordinates had purchased at great expense. Can lords obtain huge amounts of energy stones by fighting each other? If this news came from someone else, he might doubt its veracity, but since it came from Manhwa, this person clearly defined his position from the beginning, aiming to become a businessman who earns more with less work. He is a businessman, but not a cunning one. Furthermore, the two had a lot of information cooperation from the beginning, and she even exchanged information about the special properties of another type of soldier with him. Therefore, the other party is most likely trustworthy, although she subconsciously refuses to believe it. If this news is true, then her expansion clearly cannot continue. Not only should they not continue, but they should also immediately cease their attacks on the tribe. You should know that these past few days, his lords have been going all out to complete the mission of eliminating the tribe and obtaining bronze weapons. If someone were to attack their territory at this time, the consequences would be unimaginable. However, she had just defeated Chenyi in terms of bronze weapons. Chenyi had been kept silent for the past 2 days due to her own pressure, and hadn't even upgraded her bronze weapon, which greatly satisfied her competitive spirit. But my career is just starting out and is on the rise. You're telling me this behavior is dangerous and needs to be stopped as soon as possible? Chi Hongyi was struggling internally, because if the news was true, she would not only have to stop her own actions, but also protect her internal members. After all, lured by a massive amount of energy stones, it is very likely that a high-level lord will launch an attack on a low-level lord. The surviving high-ranking lords of their own alliance had all participated in the rescue, meaning that they generally held 1 or 2 low-ranking lord positions. Chi Hongyi's forehead was slightly damp with cold sweat. She asked Manhwa, "Is this news definitely true? How many people know about this?" Manhwa replied, "Not many people know the news, but it has already reached me, which proves that some people do know about it. I want the buyout." "What?" Manhwa was taken aback by Chi Hongyi's news. She continued, "I know you're definitely planning to sell it to many people, but I want to buy out this information. Name your price." With the massive Golden Alliance behind her, making a fortune every day, Chi Hongyi seemed to have nothing to do with money. Manhwa laughed and said, "Alliance leader, buying out this kind of information would be quite expensive. Besides, I'm not the only one who knows this news. You can't keep it a secret for long. The news will still spread." Chi Hongyi said decisively, "I know, but I need time. Name your price." Her tone was slightly domineering. In her view, as long as the news didn't come from within her own alliance, she still had time. Closely monitor the high-ranking lords who know the locations of the other lords. Furthermore, resources will be provided to lower-ranking lords in exchange for those resources from higher-ranking lords. As long as the power of both sides is balanced, there will be no internal problems. Having weathered the initial hype, the Golden League remains the same Golden League. The other party's tough attitude put Manhwa in a difficult position. "Alliance leader Chi, you're putting me in a very difficult position. After all, information is sold at different prices to people with different needs. Chi Hongyi frowned as she listened to the other person's explanation. Wasn't this person a respectable businessman? Why did he seem a bit like a shrewd businessman? Have they noticed the situation of my Golden Alliance, and are they planning to kick me while I'm down? After rambling on about his hard work and the value of the information, Manhwa finally brought the ball back to the table, saying, "So, if it really comes down to buying it out, then you should name your price. If it's suitable, it's not out of the question." Chi Hongyi pondered for a moment. "Can you guarantee that there are no fewer than 10 people who know this news?" Manhwa shrugged and replied, "No, I don't know exactly how many there are. You'd better buy them quickly, because someone might be spreading the word any second from now on. Then the price won't be too high." Should I respond like that? This doesn't seem right, does it? Why do I feel like I'm on the defensive? Shouldn't I be in control of the other person? But what the other person said also makes a lot of sense. Chi Hongyi added. However, As long as you can guarantee that this information will not be sold to anyone else, I will satisfy you regarding the price. Manhwa nodded strangely. Chi Hongyi quoted a price, 2,000 energy stones. I just upgraded my territory. This is the limit I can offer. Manhwa readily agreed. Okay. In fact, he expected that even if he sold it to other lords, the price would be about the same, since he only got 400 energy stones from the Golden Alliance. Manhwa readily agreed, and Chi Hongyi breathed a sigh of relief. Soon, the energy stone was traded into Manhwa's hands, along with a message. You're not cut out to be a shrewd businessman. Quit. Manhwa. What does this mean? Based on my and Chunye's estimation, it should be around 2,000 energy stones, right? I've already achieved my goal, so why am I not worthy of being called a profiteer? If Chunye were here, he would definitely feel very sorry. I'm telling you this thing is worth 2,000. If someone asks for 2,000 right away, would you agree immediately? You should raise the price. In this situation, it's clear that you need to control the other party. How can you know if it's their limit if you don't raise the price? What if there's still some left if you squeeze it a bit? In the middle of a swamp, Owen frowned as he searched for something. Without a chat channel, he was like a blind man among the many lords, and even now, it took him a long time to find someone. You, split up and search. The target is the giant crocodile soldiers. I obey. The Earth Knights split up to search the surrounding area, but found no useful information. Owen rubbed his head in frustration. Could it be that we're in this swamp? Can crocodiles survive in swamps? They should be able to, right? But should I go into the swamp to search for it? If your Earth Knight's strength is halved when fighting in the forest, then fighting in the swamp is practically like being a lamb to the slaughter. He was reluctant to risk his already limited number of troops. Furthermore, because his beloved mount was injured and not healed quickly, his Earth Knights had begun to lose loyalty. How about we send those knights to explore? No, that would probably make the other knights uncomfortable. Damn, this is really troublesome. With humanoid units, we also have to consider the enemy's loyalty. Owen immediately began to envy those low-ranking troops, having heard that the lower the intelligence of a troop, the higher its loyalty to its lord. Why aren't my own troops the kind of creatures with extremely high combat power, but low intelligence? Irving was extremely frustrated. My lord, be careful. A spear pierced through his eyes, and on the spear was a struggling water snake. Chapter 44, Crisis Everywhere. Fuck, how come there's danger everywhere? Owen, still shaken, patted his chest. If the Earth Knight hadn't intervened in time, he might have been bitten by the snake in front of him. Damn it. I should have put my attribute points into mental power, so I could have discovered it sooner. Irving regretted that when he upgraded his personal panel, he allocated his free attribute points to strength and speed. In this perilous forest, having strength but lacking perception could lead to being ambushed and killed by creatures many times weaker than oneself. He had never encountered such a situation when he was still a powerful lord, or even if he did, he wouldn't care at all. Because the Earth Knights around him always managed to handle things well, and even if they didn't, he could heal himself with the spring water. Now that he has lost his territory in spring, he is like a rootless duckweed, feeling insecure. We must seize a territory quickly. Irving's resolve hardened, and he continued to curse inwardly. Didn't that damned woman say she could see her territory once she reached the swamp? Where is she? Owen recalled a neighboring lord who had approached him and struck up a conversation with him. He had previously listed the other party as a target for capture, but now he wants to acquire the other party's territory. But there are snakes everywhere here. Where is there any sign of territory? As Irving stood up, they were blocked from retreat by a series of thick water snakes. These water snakes had no grade, or even any grade at all, but their large number and aggressive nature made him frown. Owen asked the Earth Knight beside him. There are quite a few of them. Can we kill them? The Earth Knight replied, My lord, we can kill them, but these water snakes seem to have come from the swamp. I wonder if killing them will only lead to more and more of them. The Earth Knight looked worriedly at the swamp, not far away. In the swamp, water snakes shot out like springs and swam towards the group after landing on the ground. It's like a tiger fallen into the plains, reduced to having to retreat to such inferior creatures. Irving gritted his teeth. His dark skin betrayed no anger, but veins bulged on his forehead. We cannot wipe out the entire enemy force, because there are too many of them and the Earth Knights might die. Nor can we recklessly kill a few hundred to vent our anger, because they will have no resources to heal their wounds. Breakthrough. Irving cursed angrily and reluctantly chose to back down. 10 armored knights protected the horse and the lord in the middle, and any water snake that dared to fly forward would be cut in two. It was just an ordinary water snake, The Earth Knight with the gold attribute could easily split it in two with sheer physical strength. The 10 men fought and retreated, quickly escaping the encirclement of the snakes. When the snakes saw that the other party was moving away, they only hissed and did not chase after them. Meanwhile, Chun Mo, who was leading 20 elite tiger warriors, was also looking at a group of snakes with a headache. Oh well, a little loss is a loss. After all, a king-level lord is preparing to join us. He looked into the depths of the swamp, gritted his teeth, and made up his mind. With the addition of a king-level lord, any resources the other party gains will become a powerful asset to the Golden Alliance. Beep, beep, beep. Suddenly, the chat window flashed. Chun Mo glanced at it. It was Chi Hongi. What? After learning the whole story, Chun Mo stood there stunned. So now Chi Hongi replied. From now on, we will stop expanding and concentrate resources on lower-level lords to promote balance first. This, Chun Mo did not entirely agree with the Alliance leader's decision. Investing resources in lower-ranking lords might seem like a way to counter higher-ranking lords during a crisis and prevent internal divisions. But wealth doesn't match position, and those high-ranking lords aren't fools. Chi Hongi also said, of course I know that, but there's no better way. I need time. Give me time to better develop my troops, and I will use force to suppress all dissent. Chi Hongi spoke domineeringly. In her view, the reason why these extraordinary benefits are so appealing is because the cost is so small. If they possessed absolute power to show the allies what the punishment would be for harming their allies, then they would not easily invade other lords. Okay, I understand. Chun Mo was deep in thought. This news came at a very inopportune time. Otherwise, he could have won over another king-level lord. It's better this way, so as not to lose my troops. Chun Mo thought for a moment and sent a message to the lord who had asked for help. I have arrived at the outskirts of the territory, but there are too many snakes. I'm sorry, I can't help you. After finishing typing, he closed the page and began sprinting towards his territory. If what the leader of the alliance said is true, then someone like him who always launches a full-scale attack every time he sends out troops will be in great danger. He must return to his territory as soon as possible to defend it. What? Why? This is impossible. Isn't the Golden Alliance supposed to have conquered several tribes and be selling bronze-level weapons? Why can't they even deal with the serpents on the outskirts of a mere tribe? Li Xiang stared at his chat panel in disbelief. He frantically sent messages to Chun Mo, but no one answered. Damn it. If my unit's aura hadn't been so strong that it would have attracted the attention of the King Serpent clan, why would I have asked your Golden Alliance for help? Li Xiang thought that by joining the powerful Golden Alliance, he and his goddess would be rescued, but the Golden Alliance actually said they were powerless to help? These snakes are affiliated with a nearby King Snake clan. Although they are not strong on their own, they have the support of the King Snake clan. If the King Serpent clan cannot be eradicated in one fell swoop, eliminating these wandering serpents alone will only increase the King Serpent clan's wrath. Therefore, he dared not act rashly. However, he lacked the ability to eliminate the King Serpent clan. Even though he was a king-level lord, the fact that he only had one unit made it difficult for him to fully utilize the power of his troops. What's wrong? Has the Golden Alliance arrived? Su Qingyu looked at her number one simp with sleepy eyes. The arrival of the other party not only failed to resolve his crisis, but also increased his importance within the King Serpent clan, making it even more difficult for him to break through. Fortunately, the opponent was strong enough to stop the snake's attack, giving him a chance to catch his breath and even sleep. Furthermore, the sycophant promised that members of the Golden League would soon come to rescue them. Almost there, almost there. Li Xiang spoke nervously, but his fidgeting with his hands betrayed him. Su Qingyu didn't expose him, but cursed inwardly. A piece of trash is a piece of trash. On the surface, Su Qingyu said, it doesn't matter if the person doesn't come. This is my business anyway. I'll look for them and see if I can find someone to come. Li Xiang scratched his head somewhat embarrassedly. This time, he dared not be presumptuous again. Su Qingyu rolled her eyes at the other person after turning around, and then opened the panel. After some thought, she organized her thoughts and spoke to Chunyi. Chapter 45, The King Serpent Clan. Brother Chunyi, can you help me? I haven't finished dealing with the water snakes here yet. Chunyi glanced at the message casually and then closed the chat window. Apart from a few dozen soldiers left behind, almost the entire army was used to attack the King Serpent clan, leaving no spare troops for anything else. And why should I, a complete stranger, go to save her? He's not the kind of person who can't resist a woman. Moreover, Su Qingyu isn't the only one sending him photos every day asking for his contact information. Recently, a Japanese girl from Japan has been sending him photos and asking for his contact information, and she has a pretty good figure. However, when it comes to figure, Salavir Shah is better. It's something no one can achieve alone. What's more, this is something you can actually touch, which is much better than those things that are just photos. Judging by the time, Shah should be back soon. 20 gold coins and 200 energy stones, although not much for me now. It was a successful experiment. As long as the Empire's trade channels can be opened, the King Serpent clan is the best material. King snakes are enormous, with soft yet tough scales, making them ideal for armor, and their prices are likely to be higher. Furthermore, the King Serpent clan is very large and concentrated, unlike the gray giant wolves which are scattered. Chinyi opened the view link and shifted the camera to a low-lying valley. This is the territory of the King Serpent clan. In the very center of a low-lying valley, a giant snake with a body 3 zhang long and a single horn on its head coiled up alone, its purple scales shimmering in the sunlight. That was the leader of the king snakes, and around him were hundreds of purple king snakes, ranging from 1 to 3 meters in length. What a huge snake! Even though Chun-Yi had learned about the King Serpent clan beforehand, he was still amazed. With a size of nearly 10 meters, it was the largest creature he had ever seen besides the frost dragon. Fortunately, his recently born goblins have also shed their previous 3-headed stature and are now about 1.7 meters tall. Occasionally, there are also giant wolf goblins and iron-skinned goblins, which can reach over 2 meters in length, are not without fighting power. A 2-meter size might seem small compared to that giant king cobra, but it is still enormous compared to ordinary 2 or 3-meter king cobras. Hiss! The approach of the goblin army triggered the swarm of snakes that were on alert. With a hiss, the swarm of snakes raised their drowsy vertical eyes and glanced at the distant creatures, but they were too far away to see clearly. The forked tongue protrudes and retracts. Even though the scent was collected from a kilometer away, she was able to identify the invading enemy as a goblin. So she went back to sleep. This kind of thing can be left to the guardian sentinel snake. Under the leadership of their chief, the King Serpent clan virtually ruled over all the other snake clans within a radius of tens of kilometers. The great King Serpent clan resided in the very center of the valley, while the other serpent clans occupied their perimeter according to their status. Hiss! The creature that roared at the goblin was a giant, patterned python coiled on the outer perimeter. Meanwhile, the patterned python clan quickly amassed a swarm of snakes, intending to hunt down these foolish goblins. Without a second thought, the lead werewolf goblin bit the giant python's vital spot the instant it flew out and violently shook its head. Its powerful bite and astonishing swaying motion rendered the patterned python instantly powerless. Under the werewolf goblin's bite, that piece of snake flesh, along with the heart at its 7-inch mark, was swallowed into its belly. Gah! The werewolf goblin raised its hand again, and its scarlet wolf eyes turned into vertical diamond shapes representing attack. Those mere pythons dare to bare their teeth in front of them? Then we'll tear them to pieces. The werewolf goblin took the lead, and the other goblins followed suit, charging into the snake pile like Japanese soldiers entering a village, grabbing and biting as they went. These usually arrogant and domineering patterned pythons have finally met their match. These goblins in front of us basically all possess gold-level combat power, and each goblin has at least 40 attribute points. Some exceptionally talented goblins even reached 45, making these patterned giant pythons, which generally only had 15 to 20 attributes, look like little spicy snacks, easily defeated. Of course, the spicy strips also come in male and female varieties. Some of their favorite spicy strips are tied together in a knot for easy carrying when they go. Hiss! Huh! Gagaga! Chunyi! For some reason, he seemed to hear a hee-hee in the goblin's cawing laughter. You can't laugh like that. You'll have to discipline him later. Chunyi had expected the patterned python to crush him. His real concern was the King Serpent clan and its leader. The King Snake leader slightly nodded, raising a section of its coiled body, as if it had noticed the patterned python's failure. Hiss! Although the piercing roar wasn't loud, it was accompanied by a strange power, causing the sound waves to travel for miles. At this moment, a group of small, emerald-green snakes that had been sleeping on the treetops descended from the trees and launched themselves towards the goblins. Are there other snake clans? Chinyi frowned. His previous investigations had only revealed that the patterned python and the King Snake clan inhabited this place. How could there be others? Could it be that, as I predicted, this group of pythons has already taken over the surrounding area? The small, emerald green snake bit the goblin's wrist, neck, and thigh, and the bite marks began to turn black at a visible speed. Huffed. The goblin ripped the small, emerald green snake in two with a backhand swipe. These snakes had actually managed to overcome the goblin's poison resistance. Bronze level. Seeing that the venom of the snake could actually affect the goblins, Chunyi knew that this was not an ordinary venomous snake, but a skill of a bronze-level beast. There weren't many emerald green snakes, but there were still more than 30 of them. Under their suicidal attack, several goblins were covered in black snakes. You have lost a werewolf goblin. You have lost a giant wolf goblin. You have lost a jackal goblin. In a short period of time, despite his overwhelming numerical advantage, he actually lost 3 gold-level goblins to a bronze-level race, which made Chunyi take the matter seriously. Among the Lord's troops, those with special characteristics can overwhelm the others, and this seems to apply in reality as well. Like this little snake in front of him, although its defense is not high, its venom is extremely potent. After a suicidal charge, it actually traded its bronze-level strength for 3 of his gold-level goblins. The rest of the goblins step back. Iron goblins and pig goblins lead the way. Chunyi abandoned his initial disdain and quickly had 2 goblins with the iron skin skill lead the way. He had a feeling that the attack might not go too smoothly, because after the giant King Serpent clan leader roared, it fell into a deep sleep again. He seemed very confident that the troops he had summoned could deal with the goblins. Sure enough, the next second, a rustling sound came from all directions. As the royal family of this region, the King Serpent's summons caused all the serpents within a radius of several miles to begin gathering here. One after another, various pythons appeared in the goblins' field of vision, some large, some small, some colorful, some green, their bodies leaving winding tracks on the ground. The dense, winding marks increased, 100, 200, 300, 400, 1000. Chapter 46, The Goblin Army Problem. Poisonous Milk. Trample. With a wave of his hand, the goblin priest enveloped the swarm of snakes in a vibrant green light, instantly slowing their overall speed. Immediately afterwards, the earth shook violently as if a dragon were rolling in the ground. The ravine, several meters wide, began to spread in units of 10 feet, and the thousands of snakes around immediately fell into it. The snakes struggled to their feet but collapsed after vomiting blood. It's important to understand that the terrain damage caused by the trample skill is only incidental. Its true attack is the shockwave. The intense tremors caused the internal organs of these various snake species to churn as if boiling water, making it impossible for them to get up. Hiss! Within the valley, all the king cobras were awakened by the tremendous tremor, and they all raised their eyes to stare intently at the group of strange-looking goblins. If you wake up one grumpy person, you might get a beating, but if you wake up hundreds of grumpy people, you'll know what it means to be devoured by 1,000 snakes. Hiss! Huh! Gagaga! The enormous bodies of the King Serpent clan charged angrily toward the goblins. The writhing of hundreds of king serpents on the ground even caused a slight tremor. Roar! Facing the goblins, they showed no fear, spreading their arms wide and slapping their backs with both hands as they roared angrily. Poison Fireball. Bone Spear. Before the King Serpent clan could get close to the goblins, countless green fireballs and snow-white bone spears rained down from the sky. This is the difference between intelligent humanoids and wild beasts. They know how to consume and how to use tools. Therefore, the King Serpent clan suffered huge losses as soon as they launched their attack. Dozens of king cobras were pinned to the ground by bone spears, twisting and unable to escape. These bone spears, seized from the Minotaur tribe, were practically as powerful as large crossbow bolts when hurled by the wolf goblins and iron goblins. In contrast, the fireballs from these goblin rams had little effect. The flames burned the king cobra, but couldn't penetrate its purple armor. Spell Defense. Chunyi was stunned for a moment, but quickly came to his senses. That would be even better, as the king cobra's scales would likely be even more valuable that way. The King Serpent clan had a total population of about 300, but by the time they reached the goblins, only about 230 or 240 remained. The goblins also threw all 100+ spears away. Trample. Rumble. This stomp was particularly concentrated because the King Serpent clan was charging towards them from the direction of the valley, so the goblins adjusted the direction of their stomp skill to face only the valley entrance. The earth was scarred with new, unsightly wounds, and the King Serpent clan was knocked several meters away as they advanced. That's really impressive. It can even stop trampling. Chunyi was increasingly satisfied with the King Serpent clan. He had thought that this dense trampling would cause the deaths of a large number of king serpents, but unexpectedly, it only damaged less than 100 of their soldiers. The king cobra that had charged ahead lay on the ground convulsing, while the rest of the king cobras continued their charge. This is absolutely top-notch material. Qinyi looked at the king serpent in the picture with increasing satisfaction. The king cobra leader also noticed this scene. Of the 300 king cobras, only about 170 actually reached the goblin, which enraged it. When has the mighty king serpent clan ever suffered such humiliation? Its enormous tail swung like a horizontal pillar, with the force of sweeping away 1,000 troops. Poisonous palm. The goblin priests stepped forward, their hands gathering power, their muscles trembling uncontrollably. Although the poison from the poison palm was blocked by the king serpent's scales, the goblin priests still managed to withstand the sweeping attack, thanks to their numerical advantage. This king cobra leader has at least a minimum attribute value of 60. Qinyi realized the formidable strength of this king cobra leader from its relentless attacks. No matter how the opponent reacts, his goblins need to concentrate to barely resist. With an attribute difference of nearly 20, it's already good that they aren't instantly killed. Finally, due to interference from the king serpent leader, the king serpent clan clashed with the goblins at close range. The king serpent clan primarily relies on its scales, which grant immunity to most attacks, and its prized muscles and physique for offense. Apart from the giant wolf goblin and the ironhide goblin, who could fight these king cobras one-on-one, the other goblins chose to fight flexibly. Just as they had hunted the giant gray wolf, they planned to replicate the same method with the enormous king cobra. The two sides grappled together, with goblins and king cobras everywhere, and occasionally other bronze-level snakes would come to join the battle after being summoned. The battlefield was extremely chaotic and at one point even became a stalemate. His strongest troops, the goblin priest and the king serpent leader, were locked in a fierce battle. Qinyi kept switching perspectives to monitor the situation in the battle, and soon he frowned. Before the king serpent could get close, the goblins killed nearly half of it in a square formation. However, once the king serpent got closer, the goblins seemed to be caught in a dilemma, as they only knew a single tactic and had no formation to speak of. You bite me, I bite you. You slap me, I bite you. You wrap your arms around me, I bite your neck. This is hardly a battle between two armies. It's more like a fight between two gangs of thugs. The goblin kept casting spells at the surrounding king cobras, but the poison fireballs were deflected back onto its own members because the king cobras were immune to the poison. The giant wolf goblin prefers to fight alone and is like a reckless brute. The iron goblin likes to charge around in its iron armor, smashing away any enemy or ally that stands in its way. Meanwhile, the cunning rabbit goblin digs holes on the battlefield and works in conjunction with the werewolf goblin to employ the mole-like tactic. Before the enemy gets close, he's like a war god in the army. Once the enemy gets close, he instantly transforms into a thug. This isn't a problem of goblins being weak, but rather a problem of their combination and performance. Although goblins have a unity attribute on their stat sheet, that seems to only apply when there are few of them. It's not that goblins become disunited when there are many of them, but rather that with so many different species, they don't know how to cooperate with their companions. The werewolf goblins and the cunning rabbit goblins, who had cooperated before, actually worked together quite well in this regard. However, the new generation of jackal goblins, wolf goblins, giant goblins, and ironhide goblins are almost all fighting on their own. They need a leader. Qinyi saw the problem. This group of goblins lacks a leader to rally and command them. Only by uniting them as one can they become a qualified army. But the goblins are evolving too quickly. Just like the two leaders he appointed at the beginning, Big Gray Wolf and Little Sheep. Although his strength is not bad now, he has managed to accumulate his attributes to 42 and 43 points by increasing his level. This attribute would indeed be considered top tier among ordinary goblins, but it is only average among the new generation of 3-gene fusion goblins. Because they carry the genes of dark goblins and have fused with the genes of 2 other races, these goblins are born with a base stat of 40, and with a little leveling up, they surpass their counterparts. It seems we must take down the dragon on the other side of the river as soon as possible. Soon, as time went by, the goblins gradually gained the upper hand. The wind direction reversed, and the outcome seemed predetermined, but the price was also extremely high. Qinyi kept receiving messages about kills and being killed. Fine, so be it if the casualties are heavy. It's a good opportunity to optimize the military as well. Qinyi looked at the various colorful snakes on the battlefield and thought to himself, Because of their different species, these snakes performed no better than the goblins. Some even turned against each other immediately after accidentally attacking their teammates, with the two snakes wrestling and devouring each other. Optimize the types of troops, eliminate useless units, and teach them how to actually use phalanx formations in combat. Chapter 47. Brother Chun, ye came to save me. Your goblin priest has slain the king's serpent leader, granting you plus 5,000 experience, plus 600 energy stones, and 1 exotic crystal. The goblin priest has leveled up and is now level 12. Your iron goblin has defeated the water serpent leader. Experience plus 300, energy stone plus 200, 1 crystal. The iron goblin has been upgraded. You have lost 1. The war came and went quickly. In just one afternoon, the valley was covered in blood. The stench of blood filled the entire valley on the breeze. Corpses of all sizes lay scattered everywhere. Goblins, pythons, venomous snakes, king cobras, water snakes. More than 170 goblins fought to the end, but only more than 70 goblins remained. Among them, the majority of the new generation of wolf goblins, iron goblins, and goblin priests survived. So be it, it'll just help me purge the chaotic races. Chun Yi faced the losses with composure. Although his losses were unprecedented, his gains were also unprecedented. However, in this battle, he obtained 1,700 energy stones, 2 alien crystals, hundreds of tons of snake flesh and blood, as well as countless fangs and snake scales by killing creatures. Among them, the King Serpent clan has the highest drop rate. Each King Cobra can produce 1 to 3 meters of scales with extremely strong physical defense and great immunity to magic, a pair of long, sharp fangs, and nearly 100 kilograms of flesh and blood. Based on this calculation, a single King Serpent, excluding its scales, can generate an income of approximately 10 energy stones, and there are over 300 such King Serpents here. Besides the King Serpent clan, there are various other summoned serpent clans, which, although not strong in combat, are numerous. This time, selling meat alone will be enough for Chun Yi to make a living for quite a while. Of course, the biggest source of income after each battle is still the breeding mother organism. Under Chun Yi's orders, the goblins discarded the chaotic mother snake and kept only the giant snakes of the King Snake clan, numbering around 50. Chun Yi had gained so much that he needed to organize it. There are fewer water snakes. No, it seems like there are none left. Su Qingyu learned about the current situation in the swamp through the feedback from the Emperor Crocodile. There are definitely fewer now. My land-toothed shark can't sense any water snakes anymore. Li Xiang echoed. The land-toothed shark told me that the water snake didn't disappear. It seemed to have been summoned away by something. The summon has left? Su Qingyu asked curiously. Could it be the King's Serpent clan? The siege over the past few days also made him aware of the power behind the Water Snake clan, which was the King Snake clan that was entrenched in the nearby valley. These water snakes seemed to have been sent by the King Snake clan to expand their territory, and for some reason they took a liking to Su Qingyu's swamp territory. Now that Li Xiang has told her that these water snakes have been summoned away, it is very likely that the King Serpent clan summoned these water snakes back. Have they given up on fighting for my territory? Su Qingyu suddenly felt a sense of unexpected joy. Li Xiang shook his head. No, it shouldn't be. The land-toothed shark seems to have sensed the violent tremors in the direction of the canyon where the King Serpent clan resides. If we have to put it in perspective, perhaps the King Serpent clan was attacked and summoned the Water Serpent clan back. His land-toothed shark was a king-level creature, which he perceived much more clearly than the Emperor Crocodile, but the more he knew, the more worried he became. In his eyes, the King Serpent clan was already quite powerful. Although there was no direct confrontation, judging from the 20 golden soldiers sent by the King Serpent clan when he violently killed many water snakes last time, the overall strength of the King Serpent clan should be several levels above his own. He himself was a king-level lord among lords, and the other party was several levels higher than him. How could the King Snake summon back a unit like the Water Snake, which was not very useful? How powerful must that intruder be? Saint-rank lord? No, even a saint-level lord couldn't do that. Through information exchanges with Manhwa, he learned that even the troops of saint-level lords have a growth period. The troop growth time for a king-rank lord is 1 week, while for a saint-rank lord it is 1 month. Only half a month has passed so far, and even the troops of saint-level lords have only reached the subadult stage, and that is under the condition of good development. Even a subadult saint-rank unit is probably no match for that massive number of king serpents, right? In terms of one-on-one combat strength, the saint-level troops are naturally not afraid of any of the king serpents. But the opponent is not just one, nor just one race, but several serpent societies. This level of combat power would never make the king serpent so nervous as to summon the water serpent clan to assist in the battle unless surrounded and killed by 200 or 300 or 400 gold level troops. Could it be that some primitive force has run into the king's serpent clan? Li Xiang told the goddess his speculation and did something that seemed insignificant. He just pushed her away. However, upon hearing this, Su Qingyu's eyebrows lit up with joy and she hurriedly opened the chat page. Could it be that Brother Chunyi has come to save me? She immediately asked Chunyi to confirm whether he had just attacked the King Snake clan. Chunyi, who was far away in the territory, was taken aback at first, but then readily admitted it. That makes sense. This woman doesn't seem to be very far from me. She must have felt the aftershocks of the battle. Ha ha ha, it's true. It really is Brother Chunyi. Su Qingyu was overjoyed. It seemed the photos she had posted earlier had been useful. This aloof and seemingly indifferent guy, who didn't reply to my messages, actually helped me solve the problem at its root. Humph, so what a unique demigod lord, so what the strongest powerhouse, still submits to my charms. She bit her lip, looking smug. Li Xiang frowned, slightly puzzled. What Chunyi? What help? Su Qingyu pouted and snorted. Didn't your golden alliance not come? So I asked Brother Chunyi for help, but I didn't expect him to directly help me wipe out the King Serpent clan. Chunyi? Brother Chunyi? Li Xiang's face immediately turned ashen, as if he had eaten shit, because he saw genuine happiness and joy in Su Qingyu's eyes, and even a hint of disdain for him. That's impossible. With the strength of the King Serpent clan, it's impossible for our current lord to be able to deal with them. Li Xiang subconsciously retorted out of consideration for his pride. Su Qingyu gave the other person a cold look. If you can't do it, don't slander others. I won't allow you to talk about Brother Chunyi like that. A hint of frost appeared on her proud face. Su Qingyu was truly angry. Hey, no, I didn't mean that. I meant, it's unlikely. Even Chunyi, who is the strongest fighter, couldn't possibly defeat the King Serpent clan. Su Qingyu's tone grew even colder. Don't you believe me? I've already asked Brother Chunyi. Seeing this, Li Xiang should have gone down the steps, but hearing his beloved goddess calling Chunyi brother so sweetly, he just couldn't swallow his anger. Still stubbornly insisting. Impossible whisper, you know how strong the King Serpent leader is. He's stronger than my land-tooth shark, and he's a being that has broken through 60 attribute points. My king-rank troops are subject to numerous restrictions, and his demigod-rank troops must be subject to even more restrictions. Humph, believe it or not, I'm going to find Brother Chunyi right now. Su Qingyu was truly angry. This sycophant dared to insult her brother. However, now is not the time to deal with this sycophant. Chunyi had just finished dealing with the King Serpent clan and shouldn't have gone far. He wanted to sneak around and see what kind of soldier his older brother was. A demigod-level dragon must be incredibly handsome, right? Even more handsome than the Frost Dragon. Su Qingyu summoned her Emperor Crocodile and rushed towards King Serpent Valley at high speed. Seeing this, Li Xiang gritted his teeth and followed. He still didn't believe that it was Chunyi who suppressed the King Serpent clan to summon the water snake. How could a demigod unit be without limitations? Filled with complaints and resentment, he also wanted to see what kind of troops this legendary strongest lord actually had. Chapter 48. The goblin stole the loot I was left with? The Emperor Crocodile ran all the way, and this was the first time Su Qingyu had left her own territory. The land-toothed shark lurks underground, following the swamp crocodile above ground. As a special type of shark that can live on land, the land is as welcoming to the land as water. Soon, the two arrived at the territory of the King's Serpent clan, which was not far from them. The smell of blood is so strong. Before Su Qingyu even entered the valley, she could smell the fishy odor. The crocodile beneath her and the land-toothed shark below were even more excited and carefree. It really is very rich. As the land-toothed shark surfaced with its dorsal fin, Li Xiang sat upon it, his brow furrowed. The bloodthirsty aura here has already spread to the outside of the valley through the breeze. Just how tragic is the situation inside the valley? Could it really be Chunyi? Li Xiang swallowed hard, feeling a pang of melancholy. If it really is Chunyi, then it proves that Chunyi has a very close relationship with his goddess. My competitor is Chunyi. Can I still win? Li Xiang's eyes kept darting around, sometimes towards the valley, sometimes towards the excited Su Qingyu beside him. It's not Chunyi. It's not Chunyi. It can't be. How could there be a lord as powerful as him? While comforting himself, Li Xiang patted the dorsal fin of the land-tooth shark to make it speed up. As they gradually entered the valley, even though the two were prepared by their blood energy, they were still startled by the scene of blood and flesh flying everywhere in the valley. The entire valley was covered in dried blood, turning brown. Every now and then, you could see the bodies of various snakes hanging from the tree trunks, with blood dripping continuously. Occasionally, half of a snake's body would slip off. Li Xiang had mixed feelings about all of this. Su Qingyu excitedly picked up the half of the snake's body, saying, "This must have been left for me by Brother Chen Yi, who guessed I was coming." Along the way, Su Qingyu kept picking up snake bodies the size of a thumb that Chen Yi would never even glance at. "Ah, this is a water snake. See, I told you it was Brother Chen Yi who was helping." Su Qingyu picked up a section of a water snake's body and proudly showed it off to Li Xiang. Li Xiang's face was gloomy, but he was secretly delighted. A demigod-level unit should be able to instantly kill such a common snake, rather than roughly tearing it in half and throwing it away piece by piece. This brutal battle doesn't look like a massacre by demigod soldiers at all. It should be a war between two tribes. As is widely known, Chen Yi's troops are at the level of demigods, meaning that this could not have been done by Chen Yi. Even if Chen Yi didn't make that goddess, she's still mine. The two walked slowly and gradually arrived at the entrance of the valley. The discovery at the entrance to the valley brought Li Xiang even greater joy. Because in that valley, there were more than a dozen strange-looking, tall goblins carrying the corpses of some patterned giant pythons. Li Xiang turned to Su Qingyu and said, "See, Qingyu, this wasn't done by Chen Yi at all. It must be a fight between the goblins and the King Cobra clan." Su Qingyu's face darkened and she shouted angrily, "Don't call me Qingyu." And Li Xiang, is it really that hard for you to stand by and watch others? Can a weak race like goblins really compete with the King Serpent clan? This was clearly a portion of the snake meat that Brother Chen Yi left here for me, but it was stolen by these wretched goblins. Why don't you hurry up and snatch my snake meat back for me? Su Qingyu's words were full of complaints about Li Xiang, and she felt disgusted by this sycophant. Huh? This? When Li Xiang saw that his point of view had been refuted, he immediately wanted to refute it, but seeing the anger on the goddess's pretty face, he had no choice but to apologize with a forced smile. Yes, I guessed wrong. Maybe Boss Chen Yi didn't like these meats, and specially saved them for us. What do you mean you didn't like it, and specially saved it for us? If you can't speak properly, then don't speak at all. And go and take the meat back from me. By the end, Su Qingyu was practically shouting. This time, Li Xiang dared not delay any longer, and immediately ordered the Lu Qi biting shark to step forward and seize it. The land-toothed shark suddenly darted forward and disappeared from their sight. Not far away, a dozen or so tin goblins were carrying the last patterned python. They had too many spoils this time and too few people to carry them all in 1 or 2 trips. This was already their 3rd trip. If goblins could recover their stamina simply by stepping on the ground, any other unit would probably have been exhausted and gone on strike long ago. Gah! The tin goblin carried the carcass of the patterned python, occasionally plucking a spicy snack from a nearby treetop and popping it into its mouth. They were like a group of mischievous children, unmoved by the patterned python on their shoulders, which had better meat and more flesh, but very fond of the small spicy strips that were extremely hard to get from the treetops. Suddenly, the tin goblin seemed to sense something, its huge eyes staring curiously at the ground. Something is coming up. What could it be? One goblin stopped, and more than 10 other goblins followed suit, carrying snake meat and tilting their heads to stare curiously at the ground. When not in combat, goblins perfectly inherit the intelligence of orcs in terms of daily life. Roar! With a roar, the land-toothed shark burst through the ground, opening its gaping maw to bite at the ironhide goblin's head. Tiny eyes, big questions. When did sharks start crawling out of the ground? Seeing the gaping maw getting closer and closer, the iron goblin hurriedly activated its iron skin skill. Clang! The crisp sound of the iron plate striking the metal rang out. The land-toothed shark was thrown several meters away. Is that goblin's head made of iron? The land-toothed shark was somewhat incredulous, but the goblin's counterattack quickly forced it to dive into the earth. Bang! The remaining goblins had already taken the opportunity to stomp on the ground, leaving several huge footprints. This goblin, is this a goblin? Li Xiang stared in disbelief at what had just happened. He had thought he was about to succeed. Clank! A crisp sound rang out, and the other dozen or so iron goblins also activated their iron goblin abilities. This is a bit tricky. He looked at his goddess, and sure enough, she had a "so this is all you're made of" expression on her face. Li Xiang hurriedly explained, "It's okay. Although those goblins have high defense, we have the initiative. They can't keep their skills active forever. A goblin can't keep its defensive abilities active indefinitely, while a land-toothed shark can remain lurking underground for extended periods. The advantage lies with me. Boom! A sudden, rumbling thunderclap sent a shiver down their spines. Turning around, I saw that it wasn't thunder at all. It was just that a goblin had stomped its foot and sent the land-toothed shark flying. The ground revealed unsightly ravines, and the land-toothed shark struggled desperately in the air. Seeing that the skill was effective, the other goblins exchanged glances and then continued to trample on the goblins. Boom! 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 More than a dozen goblins with attributes as high as 40 or even 45 kept using their skills. Even the land-toothbite shark with an attribute as high as 50 could hardly withstand it, and blood was being spat out in large mouthfuls as if it were dying. No! Come back quickly. Li Xiang was extremely anxious and hurriedly summoned his troops back. You have to understand that he only has this one type of soldier. After surviving the crisis, they came to help the goddess, but then the two of them were trapped together, leaving no opportunity for development. This only soldier was their precious treasure. The land-toothed shark swam toward its lord, with goblins in pursuit. By the time the land-toothed shark reached its lord, it was already nearing its end. Li Xiang looked up at the tall goblin and swallowed hard. P.S. Requesting votes, especially gold votes. Thank you everyone. Chapter 49. As expected, the goddess still cares about me. Run! Li Xiang roared, and then the scenery around him rushed past. It turned out to be Su Qingyu. The goddess had saved him. The emperor crocodile raced across the ground at breakneck speed, with goblins chasing after it relentlessly. If they had been chasing werewolf goblins or rabbit goblins, the two would have been doomed. Unfortunately, this time they were chasing tin goblins. A tank whose attribute points are focused on strength and defense. Although the emperor crocodile was slow, it was still much faster than the goblin and quickly escaped the danger zone. Thank you, Whisper. I thought I was going to die at the hands of those goblins. Li Xiang patted his chest, still shaken, while Su Qingyu rolled her eyes at him. If it weren't for the fact that the other party's status as a king-level troop lord still had some value, why would she save this good-for-nothing in front of her? You have lost a land-toothed shark. The system notification sounded, and Li Xiang felt extremely down. If you lose your own units, you don't know how many bricks and how much or you'll have to mine to meet the requirements for a summon if you want to develop your forces. Of course, if Su Qingyu were willing to sponsor me. You've lost your troops, so you should go back to your territory and develop your forces properly. I'll tell Brother Qingyi about the goblins stealing things. Su Qingyu's slightly indifferent voice rang out, showing no intention of helping the other party make a comeback. Well, okay, but Li Xiang wanted to ask for help, but felt that doing so would make him lose face. The Emperor Crocodile had already arrived around the territory, and just as Li Xiang was hesitating whether to speak, a voice interrupted him. Hey, are you Whisper? The newcomer, riding a fine horse but with dark skin, was none other than Owen. Swish. 10 Earth Knights emerged from the surrounding area, their long, cold hair reflecting a blinding glint of light. Roar! The Emperor Crocodile let out a warning roar. He clearly sensed that the 10 horse-riding men in front of him were all gold-level opponents. You are Irving? Su Qingyu deduced the other person's identity from their skin color. Of all the guys he flirted with, only one was dark-skinned. Irving was overjoyed. That's right, it's me. As he spoke, he immediately stepped forward to give her a hug, but Su Qingyu instinctively stepped back. Owen wasn't angry when he saw this. If it had been a few hours earlier, Owen might have directly ordered the Earth Knights to wipe out the enemy's troops and then invade their territory. But now, he smiled and looked at Li Xiang, asking, have you run into trouble? He was looking for someone to plunder his territory, but isn't there a better option than a gold-level lord? One is a king-level lord who has removed his troop type. He's practically the perfect being. There's an old saying that goes something like this. An old man lost his horse, which was supposed to be a sad thing, but it turned out to be a good thing. Irving felt that this was the moment. He can plunder lords, so why not plunder those above him? Wouldn't that turn his troops into king-level troops? Su Qingyu took a deep breath. There was a bit of trouble, but it's been resolved now. In fact, given Su Qingyu's personality, she most likely wouldn't explain anything to a sycophant of the same level. But the fact that the enemy had surrounded her with 10 gold-tier soldiers made her a little nervous. Li Xiang was direct. Friend, what do you mean by surrounding us? Owen looked embarrassed and quickly waved his hand, signaling the Earth Knights to put down their spears. Misunderstanding. Qingyu and I are friends. We just happened to run into you while hunting. There's a swamp here. If I remember correctly, it should be Whisper's territory, right? Would you like me to come in and have a seat? Irving remained calm and composed, his tone as usual. Su Qingyu was unaware that territory could be plundered, and considering the strength of the opposing force, she said, "Sure, then come with me. It's unlikely that Li Xiang can offer any help in the short term, so it's better to find another sycophant to cultivate." She has absolute confidence that she can win over any foreigner. When three people walk together, some are happy and some are sad. Whisper has so many friends, first Chen Yi, and now this foreigner in front of her. What's even more damning is that this foreigner actually developed 10 different types of troops, which makes my position even lower now. Li Xiang sat behind the Emperor Crocodile, his face gloomy and his mood fluctuating. Owen and Su Qingyu chatted happily, and when they ran out of options, he left his troops at the edge of the swamp and sat on the head of the Emperor Crocodile. Now the two were even closer together. Li Xiang saw this and felt a surge of resentment. I must develop new troop types when I get back. When the time comes, I'll have 5 or 10 king rank units to avenge them. The head of the Emperor Crocodile, Su Qingyu asked softly, "You said we can plunder the territories of other lords to obtain rewards?" "Of course, and the higher the level, the more energy stones you get. Look at me. I've already developed 20 gold tier troops after plundering 2 lords." With 10 Earth Knights outside, Su Qingyu had no doubts. He just rolled his eyes and said, "But we don't have the coordinates of the other lords." Owen waved his hand. "Then there's nothing we can do. But we can search around. Maybe there are other lords nearby." "Wait, you're not here to rob me, are you?" Su Qingyu suddenly became wary. Irving, however, had already prepared his answer. "Whisper, we're friends. How could I do this to you? Look, I've already deployed my troops outside. I have no strength to harm you at all." Su Qingyu glanced at the crocodile beneath her and nodded. Indeed, the enemy's troops are all outside the swamp, and the most powerful creature in the entire swamp right now is their own Emperor Crocodile. Suddenly, Su Qingyu thought of something. She asked, "How many energy stones would I get if I attacked a king-level lord?" Owen pretended to be stunned, but was secretly delighted. Having followed the two for a long time, he naturally knew that the dejected man behind him was a king-level lord. "Finally, I've been waiting for you to bring it up yourself." Owen feigned surprise and said, "Impossible. A king-level lord is extremely powerful. The two of us are no match for him at all." Su Qingyu waved her hand impatiently. "Forget about whether we're opponents or not. Just tell me how many energy stones you're giving me." Owen said, "I really don't know that, but I once plundered a gold lord, and he gave me 100 energy stones." 1,000. Su Qingyu's eyes flashed. 1,000 energy stones were enough for her to summon 25 Emperor Crocodiles. A total of 25. How powerful would it be? Greed flashed in his eyes, and ambition grew. If it were a king-level being, they would probably give even more, right? Maybe this will allow my unit count to exceed 50 directly? With 50 gold-level troops, will I instantly become a top-tier lord? Yes, I definitely will. Su Qingyu's breathing gradually became heavier, and her first thought was to devour Li Xiang. My second thought was to tell Chen Yi the news. Chen Yi is a demigod lord. If you please, Chen Yi, you might not even have to lift a finger to get a valuable energy stone. No, I can't just tell brother Chen Yi like that. I need to verify it first. Yes, I need to verify it myself before telling him. Su Qingyu made no attempt to hide her greed as she looked at Li Xiang behind her. Seeing that the goddess was looking at him with fiery eyes, Li Xiang immediately scratched his head shyly and offered a bashful smile. As expected, the goddess still cares about me. Chapter 50. The Mysterious Stonewell. What is this? Chen Yi looked at a strange shark among the spoils. Did the King Snake clan have something like this? He summoned a goblin to inquire about the situation and learned from it that he had been attacked while carrying the goods. I see. Perhaps another lord is mistaking his troops for ordinary wild monsters. However, since none of my troops were injured this time, I decided not to cause trouble for the other side. Otherwise, you'd have to go to great lengths to find out the location of the other party's territory, which is quite troublesome. All right, go ahead and dig the hole. Chen Yi dismissed the goblins he had summoned. Now, his territory was piled high with snake carcasses, and he needed something like an ice cellar to preserve them. Although the crisis has passed, the surrounding ice and snow have not melted, and the temperature has not changed much. Autumn has ended, and it seems that winter has arrived. It's fortunate that it's winter, otherwise he really wouldn't know what to do with his flesh and blood. He wouldn't be willing to let the system buy such a huge amount of flesh and blood. If it were the system, that old man would arrange himself neatly, but he would only have snake scales, flesh, and snake teeth. He wouldn't mention snake tendons or gallbladders at all. Professional things should be left to professionals. Let's have Sha take a look when she gets back. Chun Yi was already feeling like he was going to live in seclusion behind the scenes. He had developed Manhwa on the Lord's side and Sha on the Empire's side. Although these were all in the initial stages, they had already achieved considerable results. Just as I had guessed, the South River brought me an income of 1,400 energy stones. In order to win people's hearts, Chun Yi split the income between the two parties 3 and 7, with him receiving 7 and the other party 3. Although it seems that Manhwa is at a disadvantage on the surface, Chun Yi knows that as long as the Empire and his side are connected, the income he can bring to Manhwa will be enormous, and it is even possible to connect the entire Lord's trade. So, I've accumulated quite a few energy stones these past few days. Chun Yi checked his personal space. 3 different crystals, 1 forging blueprint for the bone-splitting blade, 5133 energy stones, 1 tier, 1 fire rain scroll, 270 gambled stones, 1 bronze, lucky pickaxe. I thought the energy stones needed to upgrade the territory would be the hardest to obtain, but I didn't expect that I would be the first to complete the energy stone task. Chun Yi sighed, and then summoned the territory panel. Dark Goblin territory. Territory level, level 2. Territory size, 1,000 meters. Territory abilities, post-invasion notification, provides wall protection, offers multiple arrow towers for vision, and a moat enhances territory defense. Required for leveling up, 1,000 units of wood, 2,000 units of stone, 1,000 energy stones, and at least 3 territory buildings. Current resources, 300 units of wood, 20 units of stone, 210 king serpent corpses, 40 patterned python corpses, 100 water serpent corpses, 300 swimming serpent corpses. Although the upgrade requirements were not met, with money, the problem was no longer a problem. The little girl buys stones and wood at the market, completing the upgrades with just a few taps of her finger. The territory meets the upgrade requirements. Upgrade now. Whether to? Yes. A flash of white light landed on the territory, and another landed on Chun Yi. Congratulations. Your territory has reached level 3, and your personal panel has been upgraded. Congratulations. Your territory has reached level 3, and your reputation has increased. Congratulations on your increased popularity. Your reputation level has now risen to somewhat famous. Congratulations. Your territory has reached level 3. You have become the first lord to upgrade to level 3 and have gained the right to select a building within your territory. Dark Goblin territory. Territory level, level 3. Territory size, 3,000 meters. Territory abilities, post-invasion notification, provides wall protection, offers multiple arrow towers for vision, and a moat enhances territory defense. Required for leveling up, 3,000 units of wood, 5,000 units of stone, 5,000 energy stones, 1,000 units of refined iron. Current resources, 300 units of wood, 20 units of stone, 210 king serpent corpses, 40 patterned python corpses, 100 water serpent corpses, 300 swimming serpent corpses. Okay, not every upgrade brings surprises. This upgrade didn't offer any particularly impressive rewards. It only increased the Lord's personal level and the territory's reputation value, and even reduced the number of territories that could be selected. Something is better than nothing. Chun Yi allocated his remaining 5 points of free attribute to speed and mental strength, bringing his mental strength to 12, speed to 9, and his overall attributes to a total of 22. Alright, from now on I can barely be considered a silver-ranked monster, Chun Yi said self-deprecatingly. With an attribute of 20, he has reached the basic attributes of a silver monster, and now he can be considered to have the ability to survive on his own in this forest. Open the selection panel. After completing the skill point allocation, Chun Yi returned to his favorite free-to-play page. A wooden warehouse, a training ground, and a mysterious stone well. Only 3. The selection process surprised Chun Yi. There were only 3 candidates. But what the heck is this third one? The wooden warehouse was utterly dilapidated. The training ground was mediocre at best, and the stone well was quite remarkable. As the saying goes, the strangest thing isn't necessarily the best, but the best thing is always the strangest. Chun Yi pointed his finger at the magical stone well, wanting to see what this well could bring him. A magical stone well has appeared in your territory. Throwing things in might yield a reward. Note, of course, you might also hit someone at the bottom of the well, perhaps Sadako, or perhaps the well spirit. What kind of introduction is this? Chun Yi turned to look at the stone path in front of the small wooden house behind him. where another simple and unpretentious well had been added. It is simple, rustic, and even reveals its ordinariness. I need to lose something. Let me see what happened. Chunyi walked over out of curiosity and casually picked up a pickaxe from his personal space and threw it down. No response. He carefully examined Ishii, but there was no reaction from him. Even his own pickaxe had disappeared. Is this guy trying to scam me out of my stuff? The iron pickaxe I threw away may be trash, but it was still a bronze weapon. Chunyi suddenly realized that he had been tricked. Suddenly, wisps of blue smoke rose up. A chilling aura made Chunyi's hair stand on end. Immediately afterwards, a pale hand gripped the well opening amidst the blue smoke, and its figure slowly floated out. Her long, messy hair covered her entire head, and her snow-white neck was as strange and chilling as a swan or a fierce ghost. But what was even more chilling than her neck was the red wedding dress that made one feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar at a single glance. Sadako. Chunyi felt inexplicably nervous, and even secretly summoned his goblins to gather. If Sadako dared to show any hostility towards him, he would not hesitate to have the goblins demolish the well. Hey, wait a minute. What's with this, Sadako? Are you the river god? Wait, isn't the river god giving out the same thing? When the other party fully appeared, Chunyi's fear vanished, and he was even unsure of the other party's identity for a moment. He was holding a sickle in his left hand, a pickaxe in his right, and a black brick in his mouth. Ignorant youth, did you drop this pickaxe, this black brick, or this sickle? Chapter 51. Territory plunder is an unfair game. Bronze, black brick, strength +5, speed +3. Special feature. Attacking from behind can trigger a critical hit, strength +7. Note, this is a reference to a video game character who is known for his aggressive and slapping style, specifically the leg of a cripple and the other half of a facepalm's mouth. The reference is a playful, almost offensive, attack. Lucky pickaxe, strength +1, speed +1, luck +1. Note, wow, that pickaxe is pretty good. Silver, death scythe, speed +10, spirit +8. Special feature, etherealization, grants the user immunity to physical attacks up to 100 points of elemental damage once. Note, you can harvest wheat, or you can harvest life. Chunyi cast a reconnaissance spell, revealing the attributes of the three weapons. Apart from the iron pickaxe he had dropped, the other two were extremely powerful weapons. In particular, that scythe has reached the silver level and possesses incredible properties. Compared to the attribute bonuses of the scythe, Chunyi valued even more the characteristics that were comparable to divine skills. Ignorant youth, choose quickly. Did you drop this pickaxe, this black brick, or this sickle? The goddess of the river was unaware that the other party had discovered the attributes of her weapon, and therefore her tone became extremely impatient. I choose. Chunyi feigned mystery, wanting to see the river god's reaction. The goddess of the river immediately showed an excited expression. Quickly say iron pickaxe. Quickly say iron pickaxe. Sadako has decided that if this young man dares to say it's a pickaxe, then it proves he was the one who hit her, and she will definitely tear this ignorant young man to pieces. I was just sitting peacefully at the bottom of the well, and people kept throwing things at me. Isn't that bullying an honest person? I dropped a sickle. After observing the other person's expression, Chunyi honestly chose the sickle. Sadako's face immediately fell. Damn it, damn the rules. If it weren't for these rules, I would definitely kill this bastard. Despite her inner rage, Sadako, bound by the rules, could only offer a well-intentioned reminder. Young man, you must be honest. Lying is bad. Chunyi stepped forward and firmly grasped the huge crescent-shaped sickle, which was 6 feet long. My family has always praised me as an honest and good child since I was a child. This is the sickle that I dropped. Chunyi tried to pull hard, but Sadako wouldn't let go. Sadako, veins bulging on her forehead, reminded him again. Young man, be honest. Be honest. Chunyi had already judged from the other party's tone and reaction that he absolutely could not answer with the iron pickaxe honestly. Since that was the case, he had to choose the best option. I've been searching for a weapon to increase my speed and mental strength for a long time, but the things the Golden Alliance dropped were either garbage or unsuitable for me. With this weapon, all the weapons dropped by the Golden Alliance will be trash. Chunyi exerted more force to fight for it, saying, Don't worry, sister, what I dropped is this giant scythe. Look, my name is written on it. Sadako was so angry she was practically fuming. It clearly says the character Sada on this. Chunyi pulled hard. Yes, that's right, my nickname is Asian. Having obtained the weapon, Chun-Yi quickly retreated and bowed, saying, I've had it for so long, but I've finally found it. Thank you, sister. Sadako angrily bit the black brick in her mouth, creating a crack. After grabbing the items, he even bowed to express his gratitude. This kid is surprisingly polite. Bound by the rules, Sadako could only suppress her anger, toss her hair, and force a chilling smile. Well, sister, then I'll head back now. Be careful next time. Don't lose anything. Yeah. Sadako was so angry that she couldn't finish her sentence, but she had no choice but to shrink back. Silver, Death Scythe, Speed +10, Spirit +8. Special feature, Etherealization, grants the user immunity to physical attacks up to 100 points of elemental damage once. Note, you can harvest wheat, or you can harvest life. Chun-Yi examined the unexpected weapon in his hand with great satisfaction. Very well, from this moment on, I declare all weapons of the Golden Alliance to be garbage. Equipped with this weapon, Chun-Yi finally had the ability to protect himself in this perilous forest. In particular, Chun-Yi was confident that he could use this trait to kill the strongest wolf goblin in his territory. Fighting against opponents with more than 20 attribute points apart, I'm absolutely awesome. Chun-Yi touched the 1.8-meter-long, pitch-black crescent scythe in his hand. This thing was surprisingly light, almost weightless. The Grim Reaper's scythe, combined with the ability to become intangible, allows me to transform into the Grim Reaper and reap the rewards on the battlefield. Chun-Yi licked his lips, hoping that some foolish lord would soon invade his territory so he could personally test his weapon. Why? I like you so much, why? Su Qingyu, I love you so much. Why did you treat me like this? You bitch. When you had no clothes to keep warm, I gave you my own. I was the first person to rush to your rescue when you were in danger. Why? Why did you abandon me? The Earth Knight tightly controlled the exhausted Li Xiang, letting him roar. At this moment, Su Qingyu ignored him and instead looked coldly at Owen in front of her. You lied to me. Didn't you say you were going to destroy the territory to get the energy stones? Owen walked over with a smile. No. Whisper, you may have misunderstood. I said that you can obtain it by destroying territory, but I didn't say that I have to destroy territory. Isn't it good like this now? Owen walked over with his arms outstretched. Look, I'm a king rank lord now. Me, a king rank lord. How many of these 100,000 lords are gold lords? There must be at least 800, if not 1,000. What about the king level lords? 50, 30, or even fewer? Right now, I am one of the very few. As he spoke, he even opened the summoning panel and took out his last 100 energy stones from his private space to summon his first king rank unit. He addressed the two men, saying, Now, witness a miracle. Come forth, land-toothed shark. Irving's lips curled into a wide smile, while Li Xiang's heart felt like that of a broken girl. His beloved goddess betrayed him, and his powerful army was gone, becoming someone else's weapon and fighting force. I'm not reconciled. But what can you do if you're unwilling to accept it? This is not a fair game to begin with. Lady Luck may smile on him once, but she will definitely not smile on him twice in a short period of time. Roar! As Irving made his move, a huge figure descended beside him. The figure was a full 5 meters tall. As soon as it appeared, it let out a deafening roar and perfectly blended into the ground. The enormous shark that thrives perfectly on land is the land-toothed shark. Kill him. Irving gave the order to the newly born land-toothed shark, and Li Xiang's face instantly turned ashen with fear. No, land-toothed shark, I am me, I am the master. He pleaded tremblingly with the shark, but the shark swiftly moved forward and opened its blood-red mouth. Stop. In the critical moment, Su Qingyu stopped Lu Qiyaosha. She was ruthless and felt sorry for Li Xiang, but she never thought of killing anyone. Let him go, let him become a wandering lord. Su Qingyu prayed softly. She saved me? Why did this bitch save me? Li Xiang lowered his head and murmured, his fingers clenching deeply into his flesh, from which a trickle of blood flowed. Irving chuckled. You're just asking for trouble. Su Qingyu turned to look at Li Xiang behind her and said firmly, let him go. Irving shrugged, and the land-toothed shark retreated. Chapter 52. The sun exists at all times. After Li Xiang left, Owen told Su Qingyu that the position of Lord could be plundered and explained his plan to begin brainwashing her. A moment later, Su Qingyu and Owen exchanged a smile. Then we'll do as you say, but you must also make me a king-level lord. Su Qingyu looked at Owen seriously. Owen chuckled sarcastically. Of course, as long as your relationship with Chun-Yi is real, then I can use that to shake up the entire Golden Alliance. At that time, you and I will be the leaders of the alliance. This is why she didn't kill the stupid woman in front of her and even gave her face by letting Li Xiang go. Irving fantasized about his future life. He figured Chunyi would definitely look down on the Golden League now, so he would take over and become the strongest leader. The strongest alliance leader also has the strongest lord as his backer, so it won't be long before he becomes the only Lord Alliance in this other world. Owen is ambitious. Judging from what Su Qingyu told him about her relationship with Chunyi, he could definitely rally many lords to carry out a substitution attack on the Golden Alliance. Su Qingyu gritted her teeth and her heart hardened. Okay, then I'll spread the word as you say. Owen stepped forward with a grin. Of course, whisper, come here, Get out of my way. As the other person drew closer, Su Qingyu reprimanded him mercilessly. She never allowed simps to touch her. She had never been one to discipline them. Irving wanted to get angry, but then he calmed down when he thought about how powerful Chunyi was behind the other party. I'm not ready to provoke Chunyi right now, so I'll let this woman be arrogant for a while. One day later, an astonishing message began to circulate among all the lords of the Golden Alliance. I heard that killing a lord can yield a huge amount of energy stones. Do you guys think that's true? It should be true, right? I feel like the alliance leader has been intentionally or unintentionally favoring us lower-level lords lately, maybe to give us the ability to protect ourselves. I agree. That way we won't become food for high-ranking lords. No way. I heard this is a rumor. Haven't experts and lords already come forward to debunk it? I don't know, but I feel like the high-level alliance leaders have been going on fewer missions lately, so everyone should be careful. Exactly. We can't be careless when it comes to protecting people. Who said that? Among the high-ranking lords, I am not afraid of our alliance leader. If the alliance leader needs me, I can even offer myself as a sacrifice. Ha ha ha. You little brat, trying to take advantage, huh? If I'm going to kill someone, I'll kill you first. Get out of here, all of you. The alliance leader's long, black-stocking legs are destined to be trampled on me. Get out of here. Okay, I'll give you the black stockings, but I prefer the white ones. Everyone is familiar with Qi Hongyi's identity as the leader of the alliance, and some people have even started to fantasize about it. Her handling of the Golden Alliance before the news arrived was even more impressive, winning over many lower-ranking lords and spreading the Golden Alliance's good reputation. Some people are happy while others are sad, but this sadness doesn't bother Qi Hongyi at all. While there are high-ranking lords of gold rank or above in the Golden Alliance, they still constitute a minority, making up only 1/5 or even less of the total population. In other words, most of the time everyone is a low-level lord, and Qi Hongyi's approach is clearly aimed at winning over a large number of low-level lords. As for the high-ranking lords being unhappy, what can they do? Everyone's strength is about the same now. Even if you know the news, you can't launch an attack on the bronze lords and silver lords. Moreover, Qi Hongyi seems to have an even more rigorous way to prevent high-ranking lords from slaughtering low-ranking lords to obtain energy stones. All high-ranking lords have discovered some surveillance agents around their territories. Although it's not many, no matter what you do, there will always be a low-ranking lord watching you all the time. As the news spread throughout the Golden Alliance, it gradually reached the ears of other lords, and this news immediately caused panic. Without a beautiful female leader to help manage the supplies, they would face certain death if discovered by the surrounding high-ranking lords, their neighbors, and for some unsuspecting lords, they've even gone so far as to offer themselves up to high-ranking lords to save their territories. Their coordinates are no secret to them. Golden Alliance, are you still recruiting? I want to join. Me too. I feel like the Golden Lord next to me is giving me a really unfriendly look. Please come and save me. Don't even mention it. I was looking for excitement back then, so I explored and befriended all the surrounding lords. Now I'm really panicking. Stop playing the victim. I'm the most pitiful one. I was beaten by that Golden Monkey Alliance leader. He's always wanted to destroy me, and now he has another reason to want me dead. Sister Qi, please join us. Alliance leader Qi, I can offer double, no, triple the price. Please wear black stockings. Oh no, please let me join. I want it too. I'll pay 10 times the amount. The only thing that can save me now is the Golden Alliance. More and more people are tagging Qi Hongyi, and Qi Hongyi herself has naturally noticed this phenomenon. Gentlemen, this is the current situation. What's our next step? Qi Hongyi discussed the current situation with her trusted leader. Unexpectedly, an unintentional act back then actually boosted the reputation of the Golden Alliance, and even became a lifeline for many people. Chun Imo thought for a moment and said, Alliance leader, there's no doubt that your move is correct. I think we can start recruiting more people, but we should focus on recruiting lower-ranking lords. This will make it easier to control them. Chun Mo analyzed the situation and concluded that the general idea was to continue recruiting alliance members who were low-level lords. I think Vice Alliance leader Chun is right. We're currently riding high, and we can use this to recruit a large number of lords and achieve rapid expansion. One person agreed with Chun Mo's theory and sided with Chun Mo. I think this is inappropriate. It is likely to cause dissatisfaction among the high-ranking lords. High-ranking lords are not easy to manage. Their strength often requires a great many lords to suppress them. This is a core member of a high-ranking alliance leader. I agree with Vice Alliance leader Chun Mo's decision. The dissenting voice was immediately silenced. It was another low-ranking lord who spoke. Many grains of sand make a tower. As long as we have enough low-level alliance leaders, we may not need high-level alliance leaders, nor will we be afraid of them. The conflict between high-ranking and low-ranking lords has begun to emerge at this moment. Although this Gold Alliance leader has not had his resources withheld by Chi Hongyi, his behavior has been monitored. You're talking nonsense, Enough. Seeing that the two alliance leaders were about to start arguing, Chi Hongyi quickly spoke up to stop them. Since we have differing opinions, let's decide by vote. Chi Hongyi chose to vote very fairly. Although she had a veto power, the result of the vote clearly pleased her. The timing was perfect, and expansion continued. As for the problems that may arise, as long as you are strong enough, there will be no problems. Ambitions were growing, ambitions were hatching, and soon, the Golden Alliance used this crisis to propel itself to new heights. From that day on, the sun of the Golden Alliance never set. In a very short time, they became known to all the lords. Within the Golden Alliance, the sun shines 24/7. Chapter 53, Renaming, the British Empire. The British Empire, they're really arrogant. Chinyi did not expect that the other party would not be affected by this news, but instead would rise to new heights. Chi Hongyi is quite a character, but he still doesn't think highly of her. The reason is self-interest. Within the same group, nothing is a stronger bond than self-interest. The Golden Alliance's profits are too small and even unevenly distributed, so a counterattack from the high-ranking lords is inevitable. It remains to be seen how Chi Hongyi will handle the situation. Chinyi simply watched the renaming of the Golden Alliance to the British Empire Alliance while munching on popcorn and sitting on a small stool. You lost 500 energy stones, but gained 1 extra crystal. You lost 500 energy stones, but gained 1 extra crystal. Oh, as expected, a big reward can bring out a brute. Chinyi was pleasantly surprised to hear that the goods he had listed in his trading area had arrived. With the Golden Alliance growing stronger recently, he was really worried that they would snatch the reward for being the first to upgrade his fountain. So he offered a huge reward to buy the alien crystal. The rare crystal can only be obtained by defeating mini-bosses of the boss level, and there is only a chance to obtain it. This probability issue really stumped Chinyi. He had only obtained 2 alien crystals after killing the King Serpent clan and several mini-bosses, which was too low a probability. In private, he also sent goblins hunting. But even after wiping out at least 7 or 10 of the surrounding minor boss forces, not a single alien crystal came out. Left with no other choice, he had to exchange it for a large sum of money in the trading area. Dark Goblin Fountain, a unique unit building. Initial level, level 2. Number of goblins that can be bred per day, 10. Current energy required for conception, 50. Materials required for promotion, 5 crystals, 30 units of wood, 300 units of stone, 100 units of clean water. Note, these are cunning creatures from the dark abyss. Any creature that underestimates them will pay a bloody price. Be careful, these vile creatures disregard reproductive barriers. The upgrade requirements are met. Would you like to upgrade? Chinyi opened his spring water panel and then chose to upgrade without hesitation. The magical stone well in his previous territory had given him quite a surprise. The death scythe alone was enough to make him spare no expense to continue upgrading his territory and the spring. The reward for first place is always accompanied by surprises, and he didn't want to miss it. Congratulations. Your fountain has reached level 3. Summoning troops will be much easier now. Congratulations. Your spring has reached level 3. The number of genes you can fuse has increased to 3. Congratulations. Your fountain has reached level 3. Your fountain now has the protective ability to withstand attacks from gold tier troops for 30 minutes, silver tier troops for 60 minutes, and bronze tier troops for 1 day. Congratulations. Your fountain has reached level 3. You have become the first lord to reach level 3 with your fountain, and you have received a special gift pack. The protective capabilities were a pleasant surprise, but Chunyi was still very fond of the gift package. Open the gift pack. You have opened the gift pack. Congratulations. You have obtained a Tier 1 scroll, Rejuvenation Spell. Rejuvenation Spell. You can designate a range of no more than 500 meters where your soldiers will experience a 300% increase in wound healing, regardless of pain. Note: wow. How did you manage to get all of that stuff, you bastard? Another Tier 1 scroll? Chun Ye's lips curled slightly. He hadn't even used the previous Tier 1 Fire Rain scroll yet. However, the more of these kinds of profound and sophisticated things, the better. The current situation is turbulent, with constant warfare between various lords. There's always the possibility that a king-level or saint-level lord might launch an attack against you. Breeding. Hurry up and carry out your breeding tasks. Chun Yi hurriedly drove the goblins to carry out his business. He had refrained from using the King's Serpent clan as before, since if he used it on the spot, he could only fuse 2 of his goblins. Now that it has been upgraded, it can fuse 3 together, which would make it a monster-level existence. The next stage of the upgrade won't be easy. Dark Goblin Fountain, a unique unit building. Initial level, level 3. Daily goblin breeding capacity, 15. Current energy required for conception, 30, 60, 75. Materials required for advancement, 10 extraordinary crystals, 300 units of wood, 200 units of stone, 100 units of refined iron, 1 energy core. Note: these are cunning creatures from the dark abyss. Any creature that underestimates them will pay a bloody price. Be careful. These vile creatures disregard reproductive barriers. The difference in summoning energy stones is that the Fountain of Life contains the genes of the other goblins. Summoning 15 of the most common dark goblins only requires 30 energy stones, while summoning goblins with 1 fusion of genes requires 60 energy stones, and summoning goblins with 2 genes, such as the wolf goblin, requires 75 energy stones. It's true that it's cheap, but I still prefer getting things for free. Free stuff is not only better, but also more powerful, and you don't have to spend any money. Who wouldn't like that? 10 heteromorphic crystals, 100 units of refined iron, and 1 energy core. It seems that these are the only difficult things to deal with for now. Chun Yi nodded, knowing that the next upgrade would definitely not be easy. He had never even heard of refined iron and energy cores, probably because he had upgraded too quickly and the system hadn't had time to demonstrate them yet. Or perhaps my level is too low and I haven't encountered this kind of thing yet. Upgrading the spring is temporarily on hold, but becoming stronger doesn't necessarily require upgrading the spring. For example, the giant dragon on the other side of the river would be a good alternative. The British Empire, BGE. Low-level Lords Grouping Channel. Ladies and gentlemen, I recently received some truly shocking news, but I don't know how feasible it is. What news? Tell me in detail. Is it that high-ranking lord who wants to attack us? Tell me which one it is, and I will report directly to the alliance leader. Upstairs, stop showing off your status as an inspector. I'm not envious at all of you having the alliance leader's private chat. Not envious at all. 555. No, that's not it. Everyone, listen to me. A friend of mine told me today that our territory can be changed. Replace? What's the point? We're all low-level lords. What's the point of switching between us? Yeah, what kind of news is this? It doesn't seem to be of any use. The crowd hadn't yet realized the shock this news would cause. They simply thought it was somewhat useless. If they could exchange it, what was there to exchange among low-ranking lords? No, everyone, listen to me. What I mean by changeable is that low-ranking lords and high-ranking lords can be interchanged, and our identities can be interchanged. These words immediately drew disdain. Even if they could replace that high-ranking lord, he wouldn't even look at them. The man had intended to mock, but halfway through his sentence, he realized the seriousness of the situation. Identities could be changed. High-ranking lords look down on the territories of low-ranking lords, but low-ranking lords have always wanted to get rid of their territories. Those who realized what was happening instinctively held their breath. Until someone asked, can a lower-ranking lord become a higher-ranking lord through conquest? The moment this question was raised, everyone's hearts pounded like drums of war. Chapter 54, A New Era Begins. Another day passed, and Chun Yi continued to develop his power step by step. A new black armor goblin has spawned in your territory and will be added as your default unit. Do you wish to accept this? Accept. Chun Yi had been waiting outside the delivery room for a long time for the baby she had longed for. The level 4 spring is currently difficult to upgrade, so the goblin that has fused 3 genes will be his temporary peak. He hopes that the King's Serpent clan, which he has admired for a long time, can bring him a surprise. Black Armor Goblin. Quality, gold. Attribute, 45. Level, level 3. Level can be increased by killing creatures. Loyalty, unwavering. You are the goblin's absolute faith. Weapon, black armor. Ignores spell attacks with an attribute of 50 or less. Provides a 40% immunity to spell attacks with an attribute of 50 or less, but less than 100. Skills, poisoning, black armor defense, trample, brutal strangulation. Characteristic, ignores reproductive isolation. Cool. Chinyi licked his lips as he looked at the black armor's skill description. It certainly didn't disappoint him. This newborn goblin had learned the scale armor defense technique of the King Serpent clan. 5 goblins per litter, 250 in total. Such a black-armored goblin army is practically a graveyard for mages. Chinyi looked at the little man in front of him with satisfaction. It still resembled a goblin, but its body was covered in black scales, with tattoos imprinted on the black scales. Its bright white fangs, of unknown origin, protruded, making it look ferocious. It's a pity it doesn't have wings. Otherwise, with a steel fork, it would definitely look like a yiksha. He was born with a 3-head-tall body, and is estimated to be at least 170 centimeters tall as an adult. Chinyi was increasingly satisfied with the newborn goblins. After several generations of genetic modification, his goblins had broken through the original genetic barriers and could basically reach normal height. At least now we don't have to worry about these guys getting buried in the snow when it snows. We have the strength now, but facing a dragon still seems a bit dangerous. Let's bring out a few more legions. Chinyi was very envious of the giant dragon on the other side of the river, but the pressure from the frost dragon was too strong, so he had to be extra careful. Anyway, there are many animals in this forest, and his goblins grow very quickly. In just a few days, he will be able to raise legions. Of course, he's become a bit picky now. Monsters that aren't silver level don't meet his standards, and he's even starting to look down on some silver level ones. He's planning to search the depths of the forest for gold level, or even king level creatures, or tribes. Once he raises 3 more teams, even if he tries to overwhelm the dragon with nearly 1,000 gold tier troops, he'll still suffer heavy casualties. Go, split up and search for powerful tribal creatures. Chinyi issued the latest orders to the goblins. Unlike Chinyi, who was focused on developing his career, the British Empire was already embroiled in fierce internal strife. In just one day, the British Empire went from being the safest place to the most dangerous. However, this danger is for high-ranking lords. Yes, it's not for low-ranking lords, but for high-ranking lords. Against the backdrop of the British Empire, lower-ranking lords found a way to band together and began to launch attacks against higher-ranking lords. Who would want to miss a chance to change their destiny? As human beings, we are all lords. Why should you be better than me just because you're lucky? A true man is born between heaven and earth. How dare he live a life of melancholy and remain subservient to others? A silent war has begun, at least from the perspective of the top brass of the British Empire. Because they were reported to by low-ranking lords, their communication channels were completely blocked. When the benefits are insufficient, but the organization still exists, distorted channels for generating benefits will emerge, just like the current British Empire. Boss Xingyu, we all know that you are the only channel for our alliance's high-ranking lords to reach the alliance's higher levels. Now that you have voluntarily given up resistance, we can consider letting you live. Several silver and bronze level lords surrounded the territory of the gold Lord Xingyu on a grassland. Humph. Huh. Heh. These scumbags these days. Do you really think you're powerful just because I give you a little face? The man known as Xingyu looked at the 3 lords in front of him with disdain and arrogance. 2 bronze and 1 silver. It seems that the alliance leader's policies have clouded your judgment. On the grassland, Xinghe clapped his hands, and immediately a heavily armored cavalry of 30 men appeared behind him. Xingyu sat atop his own steed, looking down at the group of low-ranking alliance leaders, and said, "You dare to plot against me? For 400 energy stones, you will pay with your lives." Very well. He was unaware of the widespread belief among low-ranking lords that territories could be exchanged, and simply assumed that these people had gone mad and dared to challenge him for 400 energy stones. It's important to understand that the alliance leader's resources are primarily allocated to lower-ranking lords, not all of them. As a high-ranking lord and a core member of the alliance, he naturally also receives a certain amount of resources. Heavily armored cavalry, crush them, Xingyu said without any mercy, and the 30 heavily armored cavalrymen behind him immediately launched a charge. The enemy consisted of only about 40 tigers, 50 barbarian soldiers, and 60 gray-haired giant wolves. The The grasslands are our own territory. Even if the enemy outnumbers us 3 times as many as we do, our heavy armor will crush any invading enemy. Charge! The heavy armor of the cavalrymen clanged together, their thick iron armor emitting a metallic clanging sound that symbolized death. Clank! Oh, that's terrifying. Should we go back? The sheer aura of their charge was enough to frighten away the 2 bronze lords, while only the silver lord remained somewhat calm. Don't panic, don't panic. I have a scroll given to me by the goddess, a damaged first-tier scroll. It will definitely work. He swallowed hard and first ordered his troops to charge, then took out the scroll from his pocket. Seeing that the other party had taken the initiative and produced the scroll that had been agreed upon beforehand, the other 2 lords gritted their teeth and followed suit. They each gave the order to charge to their respective tigers and wolves. Scroll go. The silver lord tossed out the tattered scroll, which the heavily armored cavalryman dismissed with a sneer and knocked away with a spear. No effect? How is that possible? The 3 men turned pale as the scroll was sent flying. They knew that the scroll was their confidence. Without it, they would never have dared to provoke the core members. Damn it! The men's legs trembled, and they cursed inwardly, thinking they were about to die. No, no, look, the scroll has changed. Just as the 2 bronze lords were about to flee, the silver lord suddenly called out to them. The scroll that had been thrown away by the heavy cavalry landed in front of the heavy cavalry and turned into a swamp with a radius of 100 meters. The grassland suddenly turned into a swamp, leaving the heavily armored cavalry, who were already charging at high speed, no time to turn around. The once invincible heavy cavalrymen were all swallowed up by the mud. The oppressive feeling of the 30 Grim Reapers was immediately replaced by joy. As expected, haha, I knew it. My goddess wouldn't lie to me. The Silver Lord laughed and immediately commanded his barbarian soldiers to charge towards the Star Lord, who had only left 5 heavy cavalrymen to guard his territory. 5 of them. How could a mere 5 possibly be a match for a 100-strong coalition? At this moment, the effort and the gamble have been successful. The sun may still be the sun, but it will no longer be under the same sky. Chapter 55, The Beginning of the Riot. What am I supposed to do if you give the scroll to someone else? How can I contend with a king-level lord without the scroll? Su Qingyu questioned the man in front of her. Owen chuckled as he lay on the comfortable bed in the mine cave. It's all right, I'm here. After I take down a few more minor lords, I'll launch an attack on that red dragon lord. King-rank troops are truly different. With only 2 king-rank troops developed, he transformed the entire underground cave into a palace-like structure. Owen stroked his land-toothed shark. Sweetie, go find me that jadeite again. Roar. The land-toothed shark let out a soft roar and dived into the ground. That's great. Su Qingyu couldn't help but feel a longing as she looked at the land-toothed shark, which was supposed to be a simp, and found it so obedient. If only I had a king-rank unit. She had witnessed Owen's transformation firsthand, and now she desperately wanted to become a lord of the same royal rank as him. No, perhaps it's saint rank. I am absolutely worthy of saint rank. Su Qingyu sighed softly to herself. Only by reaching the saint rank can I get closer to Brother Chun Yi, and only then can I be with Brother Chun Yi openly and legitimately. As her plans succeeded step by step, Su Qingyu's ambition grew. What started as wanting to please Brother Chun Yi gradually transformed into wanting to become Brother Chun Yi's legitimate partner. Don't worry, I will make your wish come true. Owen comfortably rolled over. The huge stone bed he was on was covered with a kind of very elastic stone, which was very comfortable. The previous lord didn't know how to enjoy it at all, and wasted the ability of the land-toothed shark. Su Qingyu gave a haughty snort. You'd better hurry up, or I'll ask Brother Chun Yi to help me. Owen's eyes turned cold upon hearing this, but he quickly changed his expression. Don't worry, it won't be long. The incident involving the stars on the grassland is not an isolated case. The spark has been ignited, and all that remains is to wait quietly. These days, the chat group of the Never-Setting Sun Alliance is very quiet. The alliance is growing bigger and bigger, but fewer and fewer people are chatting. Why are there still weapons? I didn't give you that many materials back then. This is what Brother Chun Yi instructed me to do, so of course I completed it perfectly. Okay, thanks. After paying the little girl for the energy stones needed to make 3 sets of custom armor, Chun Yi's impression of her improved a bit. He didn't specify a weapon in his request or customization, but he included one for the little girl as well. Although it wasn't a high-quality steel sword, judging from its appearance, it wasn't a substandard one. I was curious why the other person would buy a weapon like an exquisite iron hammer, but now I know that they started a blacksmithing side business from gambling on stones. But just imagine, in a mine, a little girl wearing a sleeveless Lolita dress is swinging a giant hammer again and again, sparks exploding around her ears. That's weird. Could this little girl be a muscular loli? Chen Yi received 3 sets of gleaming armor and matching steel swords, which he then handed to the black-armored goblins beside him. These 3 sets of armor were intended for the black-armored goblins to conceal their identities. Quack! A giant wolf goblin quickly ran to Chen Yi to report that the human woman whom the god had instructed had arrived. The stench of blood is so strong here. Saravel tightened her magician's robes, and she actually felt a chill. You know, the most basic function of a magician's clothing is to protect against the 4 seasons of heat, but she actually felt cold. It seems the hero hasn't been idle these past few days either. The goblins here have changed again. Sha observed the wolf goblin and goblin priest patrolling the city wall. These 2 goblins were clearly a new breed cultivated by the hero, and their aura alone made them much more advanced than the previous ugly 3-headed goblins. Quack! A goblin priest opened the heavy wooden door beneath the city wall and led Saravel Sha inside. As soon as she entered, Sarah immediately covered her nose. She knew where her chill was coming from. The smell of the brown earth emanating from the land not far away made her nauseous. That was a scene of blood congealing, breaking, and then congealing again, which meant that at least one massacre or something else had taken place here. She subconsciously looked around the territory, not expecting that it had changed so much in just a few days. Saraville marveled at the changes. When she first came, there was only a huge wooden house and a small house. Now, not only does it have a moat and several arrow towers, but it also has all sorts of tents of various sizes. If she hadn't already been here once, she would definitely have thought this was the territory of some powerful orcs. Although rough, the different appearances of the tents also indicate his development and power. The differences in the tents are due to invasion and plunder. Snake skins of all sizes were hung haphazardly, and even animal hides that could fetch a high price were casually hung by the goblins on the training ground. A training ground? It was only then that Sha noticed the change here. They actually possess such a thing. Sure enough, the hero is training them. She became increasingly certain of Chun Ye's identity as a hero, while also marveling at his ability to act. You should know that training grounds aren't cheap. The magical symbols, healing puppets, and self-healing arrow handles they contain all have self-healing abilities. This training ground is worth at least 500 gold coins. What amazed Sha was not that the hero could build this training ground, but that the hero could build a training ground so quickly in this desolate forest. This is a well? Is the drinking water problem not only solved by a moat, but also by a well dug from within? Sha took a deep breath, feeling like a country bumpkin visiting the Grandview Garden. As a member of a prominent family, she had certainly seen the world. But what we have today cannot be described as merely grand or worldly. It's the speed of development that's remarkable. I was only away for less than a week. In just a few days, the hero not only upgraded to more powerful goblins, but also built a training ground, plundered at least 2 orc tribes and a large snake tribe, and completed the diversion and internal water supply issues. She wouldn't be so surprised if any of these things were taken out individually, but to complete them all in just a few days was a testament to her strength. Da-da. The high heels made a crisp sound, and she noticed that the path leading to the cabin had been paved with stone slabs. Originally, Sha was quite proud of herself for selling the leather for 22 gold coins, but after seeing what the hero had done, she felt a little uneasy. What I've done is like the moon compared to the fireflies by the creator hero. Will the hero be satisfied? Also, do I, a mere 22 gold coins, really need this? Was he just testing me? Or was there some hidden meaning in his words when he left that I didn't notice? Saravel Satya began to tense up as she approached the cabin, her fists clenching involuntarily. Come in. Some unfamiliar voices sounded, and with a feeling of unease, Sha walked into the cabin that she had spent the night in, which was now somewhat familiar. Chapter 56, The Sensible Sarah. Greetings, Your Excellency. Saravel bowed respectfully. Chinyi nodded. How are the sales going? Sally was slightly nervous. My lord, winter is just around the corner, and sales are better than I expected. This is the result of this trip. Sha handed over the 220 energy stones she had earned from selling furs. Chinyi was somewhat surprised to find that the extra 20 yuan was quite impressive. As expected of someone from the Salavel family, their business acumen was indeed commendable. Well done. You've passed the experiment. Now we'll have something new for you. Well done. When Sha heard such a evaluation of herself, her heart, which had been hanging in suspense, finally settled down. The thing a chess piece fears most is losing its function. It's all thanks to you, sir. The fur is very well preserved, which is why the overall price is higher. Sha placed one hand on her chest, bowed slightly, and greeted him again. Majestic and magnificent. As expected of a prince's woman, she has a really nice figure. Chun-Yi was captivated by the scenery he had stumbled upon, but unfortunately the royal family had special magical reconnaissance capabilities in this area. Otherwise, he would have really wanted to experience what it was like to be a royal concubine. However, even if we can't break through the final step, it's fine as long as we don't break through the final step. No, let's get down to business first. He shook his snow-white head and beckoned to Sha. Come here. A hint of panic and a slight change in expression appeared on Shauna's exquisitely sculpted white jade face. She gritted her teeth and said, yes. Saravel Sha knelt down in front of Chun-Yi and let him stroke her beautiful long hair. Chun-Yi thought about it and realized that serious matters and personal enjoyment did not seem to conflict. While enjoying the pleasure of petting the cat, he took out a piece of purple scale armor. The scales were about the size of a fist, yet incredibly light and soft. Even through the dim light from the window, the scales shimmered with an iridescent glow. These are King Cobra scales. Sha gasped as she looked at what the hero was holding. King Serpent scales are not only lightweight and durable, but also immune to most low-level magic attacks. They are a necessity for armies and a long-term pursuit of nobles. The best use for these things would be to make them into armor for the army, but the nobles of the Titan Empire preferred to use them to arm their personal guards. This is because it is not only very rare, but it also refracts 7 purple rays similar to a rainbow when exposed to light, making it very beautiful. Chun-Yi narrowed his eyes slightly. It's good that you recognize it. If I give you this, how much can you sell it for? Sha looked at Chun-Yi excitedly. 5 gold, no? 10 gold. If I have enough of this to make a set of armor, I can sell it for 10 gold. 10 gold, which is 100 energy stones for a set, is such a high price. It's more than 10 times the price of ordinary armor. Even Chun-Yi, who had expected this, was still surprised when he heard the news. You should know that the armor you had the little girl make only cost 10 energy stones per set, and she even included a weapon as a bonus. Very good, then this item is yours to sell. Follow the goblin to the back warehouse to get it in a bit. Yes. Salavir Shah's eyes gleamed as he pondered, realizing that the hero had many of these precious scales. There are many, so does that mean I can directly establish a chamber of commerce and make a name for myself based on this? So, what is the direction of our development? Shah asked the hero. Chun-Yi was taken aback. Development direction? What development direction? Shah explained. Doesn't your excellency possess a large quantity of King Serpent scales? We can attract customers through indirect sales and establish a trading company using these precious scales. The fact that she established a chamber of commerce suggests that she has a certain business acumen. Chun-Yi exclaimed in admiration at the lovely woman kneeling before him. She was beautiful, intelligent, had flaws, and had needs, but no real strength. She was practically perfect. Shah licked her lips excitedly. My lord, we can determine the direction of our future business by specifying the style of the armor. There are roughly 3 routes. The noble route, the military route, and the route of rare and exotic treasures. Is that so? Chun-Yi also realized that different styles of armor could indeed reflect different sales directions. If it is exquisitely crafted, it will surely be favored by nobles. If it is rough but has a very useful practical function, it will be deeply appreciated by the army. If it is exquisitely crafted and then labeled as a limited edition, it will be considered a rare treasure. Chun-Yi pondered for a moment and said, Then, let's all go. Why must we choose from 3 channels? Only children make choices, adults want them all. Both you want them all. Shah was somewhat shocked, but then explained, My lord, I know what you're thinking, but controlling 3 markets at the same time would require a large amount of scales, which is no small sum. Also, if we start on such a large scale, it might cause dissatisfaction among other merchant guilds. Chun-Yi once again skillfully pinched the other's baby-like face. You don't need to worry about the quantity. As for causing dissatisfaction among other chambers of commerce, that's a problem you need to solve. Make your contribution. If it's just about taking what I've given you and selling it, anyone can do that. After stroking the little face, Chun-Yi gently stroked the kitten's hair, saying, Show me your extraordinary abilities and let me know your worth. Yes, I was rash. I will definitely resolve this issue. Sarah bit her lip and agreed, almost considering the other person as her business partner. She's not worthy of being called a partner. She's merely a pawn in their hands. However, Being able to produce the scales of the King Serpent clan proves that he did not choose the wrong player. Leveraging the power of the prince and the strength of this hero is what she should do. As long as the merchant guild develops rapidly, she can win the right of succession, and then revenge will be just a matter of a word from her. Chunyi nodded in satisfaction. Go ahead, the things are in the warehouse in the back. Have them take you to get them. Oh, by the way, these goblins will be responsible for protecting your safety from now on. Chunyi pointed to the 3 black-armored goblins behind him. With their current height, they looked no different from humans when they wore full armor. Then, still not entirely convinced, he added, from today onwards, you are not allowed to utter a single word without my order. Quack. The 3 goblins were initially puzzled, but then understood. They didn't know why, but since the god had said so, they decided to do it. Only Sha subconsciously lowered her head and said, Yes, thank you, sir. Saravel Shah knew that the 3 goblins were ostensibly protecting her, but were more interested in monitoring her. Indeed, the scales of the King Serpent clan are quite valuable, and I wouldn't feel comfortable letting someone take them away so easily if it were me. This kind of reaction is the right choice. Go ahead, go check out the scales first, think about how to take them with you, and then come back to me. Chunyi reluctantly let go of her hand. Sha nodded and left, finding it hard to have any objections. Indeed, I gained more under this lord, but I also lost more. If it weren't for his princely background, he would probably have been completely devoured by now, wouldn't he? Sha laughed self-deprecatingly, but remained steadfast in her choice. Sir, let's look at it later. Sha mustered her courage and faced the challenge head-on. Since she couldn't avoid it, she might as well end it quickly. Chunyi was delighted. No wonder she's the woman the prince has chosen. She's so sensible. Chapter 57, The Change of Lords. One day later, Sha stared in disbelief at the enormous corpses before her. So many. She had considered that this brave warrior might have many King Serpent scales, and when he suggested pursuing all 3 paths simultaneously, she secretly thought that he must have killed quite a few King Serpents. But, King Serpent, a silver-level monster, each one requires 1 or even several silver-level squads to kill, and the process involves considerable casualties. This is one of the reasons why King Cobra scales are so rare. But what's going on with this small mountain of King Cobra corpses piled up everywhere? He slaughtered the entire King Serpent tribe. Sha was completely stunned. She had thought that the hero was trying to lure a few King Cobras away from the group to kill them. But now it seemed that this was not a lure at all, but a massacre. Sarah suddenly felt her throat become unbearably dry and subconsciously swallowed the saliva in her mouth. There were so many things, she didn't know how to transport them back for a moment. A king cobra, a creature with flesh and blood, can reach a length of about 2 meters. Such a behemoth is simply beyond her ability to drag. How many are there exactly? Sal wandered around the warehouse in shock. Soon, she saw a king cobra that was 5 meters long. Wow, it's huge. This size must be a sub-leader level king cobra, right? Sha stroked that huge body, which was always coiled up, like a small mountain that was difficult to climb. It is said that king cobras that reach over 4 meters in length are known as the nightmare of mages, and even platinum-level mages can only run for their lives when they encounter them. There is even a record of a 4-meter-long king cobra killing several golden squads. Often, the strength of a monster with special resistances cannot be judged solely by its rank. Take the king serpent in front of us, for example. Although it is only a silver rank monster, even the most ordinary 2-meter king serpent requires an experienced top-tier gold warrior to kill. A king serpent around 4 meters long requires a platinum-level warrior. It must be a warrior. If you use other classes, especially range classes, you simply won't be a match for the king serpent. And this one in front of us is actually 5 meters tall. As expected of the hero. It seems this is the leader of this group of king cobras. Although he is only a sub-leader, he is still quite remarkable. Sha took a deep breath to calm herself down. The other party was a hero that the small country had summoned with great resources. Even if he was injured by the sword hero, he was not someone that ordinary monsters could withstand. Sha attributed all of this to Chunya's status as a creator of heroes. In her view, it was only normal for a creator of heroes to have such strength. Suddenly, Sha stopped in her tracks, too afraid to move, cold sweat pouring down her back, soaking her magician's robes. Is there one alive? Wow, what huge snake eyes. Sarah subconsciously raised her magic wand to her chest, her hands trembling uncontrollably. What should I do? I don't know any melee skills at all. She stared at the enormous snake eyes, which were as tall as her, and the snake was staring at her without moving. She felt as if she were being locked onto by death. Huh. The three goblins following Saravel Shah looked at her curiously, not understanding why the woman had suddenly stopped moving. Run, run, go tell them quickly. Just as Shah was about to have the goblins in front of her ask Chinyi for help, the goblin found the King Cobra leader's head in the way and kicked it aside. Dead? It's huge. Sasha's eyes widened in disbelief. Only then did she feel relieved from the incredible tension of the wire harness. It turned out that the giant snake head from before was actually dead. But if it's so big, what exactly is it? When Shah glimpsed the tip of the iceberg as she kicked the goblin away, the snake's body was definitely over 8 meters long. Absolutely. I initially thought this was a herd of snakes ruled by a sub-serpent leader, but now it seems they're actually a group of king snakes with a true leader? Even diamond-level warriors would probably avoid this kind of thing. Creator Hero, have you regained your strength? Shah stood there, stunned and at a loss. She had no ability to handle a killer of this caliber, let alone move the body. Ha ha ha, I did it. I did it. I did it too. A man stood on the corpse of a desert monitor lizard, grinning as he looked around at the blood-red surroundings. Although this Gobi desert was stained with blood, he still found it beautiful. How could a territory of such high quality not be beautiful? He was originally just a silver-level lord, but now, through the Alliance leader's support and development, he has actually become a gold-level max lord. How could this not be exciting? Ha 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 ha, King rank lord, I'm here. This lord has just acquired a gold-level territory, and he has already begun to fantasize about a king-level territory. This is not just wishful thinking. It's not because he actually has the ability. Or to be more precise, they really do have that capability. I have become the Lord of the Golden Alliance and request to join the king-level conquest. Congratulations. Another friend has defied fate. Congratulations. If there are any friends living in the Gobi Desert, please wait a few days for me. I will provide financial assistance when I have developed some troops. I'm in the Gobi Desert. I'm in the Gobi Desert. I'll have to ask the big shots for help when the time comes. Haha, no problem, no problem. After some polite exchanges, the group's words were filled with confidence in their ability to plunder high-ranking lords. The Alliance leader himself favored cultivating lower-ranking lords, and now that these lower-ranking lords are united as one, the higher-ranking lords are naturally no match for them. Speaking of this group alone, 10 of the 120 low-level lords have successfully defied fate and become gold lords. With such successful examples all around them, how can they not believe it? Welcome to the team, friend. Our target is that king-level lord in the Gobi Desert. We'll need your help then. The newly promoted lord's already excited expression rose even higher. Is the king rank lord of the Gobi Desert the big boss Kashi from our Sun Never Sets Alliance? There aren't many, but there are quite a few, a total of 5, of the king rank lords in the tribal alliance. The one closest to me is the big shot Karshi, who possesses a king rank earth dragon. Of course, but conquering king level lords is extremely difficult. My friend, you must develop your forces as soon as possible. These are a few bronze lords near you. The person who organized the group chat gave several bronze-level forces that were not part of the British Empire to the former for development, and the lord who had just successfully usurped the throne hurriedly thanked them. This is their development strategy and the source of their success. Anyone who isn't part of the British Empire is considered an enemy. In their view, although they had disrupted the harmony of the alliance to some extent, they had also indirectly strengthened the alliance's power. A truly excellent lord will not be replaced. The only ones who will be replaced are those who are unworthy of their position and should relinquish their territory to allow a more suitable person to develop it. Such pronouncements accompanied the changing of lords, a process that was unfolding throughout the British Empire. Chapter 58, The Fallen Ones Association. Selling in batches? Chinyi looked at the Saraville businesswoman with suspicion. Shah nodded heavily. After all, she hadn't expected there to be so many. There were too many of them, and they were covered in a lot of flesh and blood. If you find it troublesome, I can handle the flesh and blood. Chinyi frowned and said that he had thought that Shah would have a good solution, so he did not want to use the system to handle it. But now it seems that he had overestimated her. That's true. Even if you use the system panel, it would take you half a day to organize such a large number of items. No, sir. The price of flesh and blood is also quite high. You have a large quantity here, and they are well preserved. If possible, I would like to sell them in batches so that we can have a sustained sales volume and open up our channels. Chinyi frowned. Selling it in batches made him hesitate, as this kind of thing couldn't be quickly converted into strength. He wasn't unaware of the concept of a steady, long-term approach, but the competition among lords was fierce these days. According to Manhwa, a strange phenomenon had recently emerged. A group of low-ranking lords liked to besiege high-ranking lords. Although his strength was not enough to be troubled by being besieged by low-level lords, it still gave him a sense of crisis. The situation was constantly changing, and no one could guarantee that they would always be in the lead. Yes, sir, please believe me. I can sell this batch of king cobras for a higher price, as long as you are willing to let me sell them in batches. No. Chinyi thought about it, and chose to refuse. As long as you develop well enough, you can have as much of this as you want. The most important thing now is to turn everything into your own strength, rather than trying to get the highest price. Like the spiked club he had sold for 200 spirit stones when the British Empire gradually sold off its bronze weapons. He is a man who understands the times and never goes against the tide. But, sir, the only way to maximize the profits for the King Serpent is to sell them separately, but... A deep look of confusion crossed Sha's face. Chunyi immediately interrupted, saying, "What I want is not to maximize profits, but to ensure that profits are maximized while transforming these things into my own strength in the fastest way possible." Chunyi's eyes were cold and filled with an unyielding intensity. "But, I understand." Salavir was about to say something when she met those deep, dark eyes, like a still pool. Yes, he hasn't gained the other party's trust yet, so he naturally can't use his existing resources to establish a chamber of commerce. After thinking for a moment, Sha said, "My lord, if you want to turn these things into energy stones as soon as possible to restore your strength, I do have a way to deal with it." "What method?" Chinyi inquired. Somewhat nervously, Sha asked, "Have you ever heard of the Fallen Ones Association?" "The Fallen Ones Association?" Chinyi looked puzzled. What kind of force was this? The basic information provided by the system didn't mention this force. She breathed a sigh of relief when she heard that Chunyi had never heard of Sha. What she feared most was that Chunyi had heard of the Fallen Ones Association, or that he himself had already joined the Fallen Ones Association. In that case, she would be useless. "I don't know if it's good. I don't know if it's good." Sa felt relieved. She explained, "The Fallen Ones Guild is located in this Thousand Shadows forest. It is essentially a gathering place for people wanted or exiled by the Titan Empire." "A criminal gathering place," Chinyi said. Sha was taken aback. Why was this person talking as if she wasn't a wanted criminal? She said, "Yes, pretty much. If you want to sell things quickly, that's definitely the best choice. It's fast, and there's a lot of demand, but the prices are relatively low." "By the way," Sha said with extreme seriousness, as if she had just remembered something, "My lord, if I may be so bold as to ask, after you killed the King Serpent clan, do you still have the strength to kill a King Serpent level being? Does it still have the strength to kill a King Cobra?" Chinyi immediately became interested in this statement. According to the former, this so-called Fallen Ones Association seemed quite dangerous. He thought for a moment, and whether he had the same strength as when he killed the King Serpent back then, of course he did. Not only do they exist, but they are also stronger. In terms of both quantity and quality, the Black Armor Goblin is superior to the Wolf Giant and the Ironhide Goblin. Chinyi countered, "What kind of power does this Fallen Ones Association you mentioned possess?" Sha thought for a moment. Its apparent strength should be at least equivalent to 2 King Serpent tribes. However, it is a loose organization and few people can bring them together. You only need to be wary of a few powerful and scheming individuals. Of course, I'm not saying you're not strong. It's just that you were seriously injured by the sword hero back then, and I don't know how well you've recovered, so it's best to be careful. Sha was afraid that Chunyi would misunderstand, so she hurriedly explained. Chunyi raised his hand to stop him. "It's that Fallen Ones Association, right? How do we contact them?" Saravel Sha bowed with one hand on her chest and said, "Leave everything to me. You only need to ensure the safety of the territory." Chinyi nodded. "Then I'll leave it to you. Don't let me down." Sha, "Yes." The British Empire. Chinemo, I heard you've recruited another king-level lord? Chi Hongi asked with slight dissatisfaction. Chunemo replied, "Yes, but it wasn't me who won them over. It was the Lord of the Landtooth Shark who asked us for help before. It seems that he has survived the crisis." "They survived the crisis?" Chi Hongi was somewhat puzzled. "If we've weathered the crisis, why would we need to join us?" Chunemo naturally knew what his alliance leader was thinking and immediately explained, "They probably didn't come to cause trouble. They came very proactively and were willing to accept our low-level lord surveillance." "It's good that you're willing to accept it." Chi Hongi's only concern was that the other party was arrogant and unruly, which would be extremely detrimental to her alliance. The current alliance had only just achieved a balance through resource allocation, and she did not want to lose that balance because of a high-ranking lord. However, The fact that the other party was able to reach the eternal sun, despite his own resources being unevenly distributed, suggests that his alliance has been quite successful, even inspiring the envy of a king-level lord. The fact that a high-ranking lord had offered his services was proof of his strength, so how could she not be excited? Since the establishment of his own unending sun alliance, the Warrior Alliance, Blood Oath Alliance, and Iron River Alliance, which had previously been in contact with him, have all disappeared, which is a testament to his strength. Chi Hongyi's lips curled up. Soon, there will only be the sun never setting. She has already broken through to level 3 of the fountain. If she breaks through again to reach level 4, her unit regeneration time will be reduced to 1 hour. That will be the beginning of her rise to power. Then there will be no need to pour resources into it. She can definitely suppress all dissenting voices in the alliance, and the alliance will be an impenetrable fortress. The strongest lord? Then he'll be mine soon. Chi Hongyi still cares a lot about her second upgrade level, level 3, spring water. There is no doubt that Chunyi is the one who can get ahead of me. But that won't be the case for long. Chunyi is only temporary. The alliance will only get better, and she is the strongest. Chapter 59, The Setting Sun Like Blood. Don't worry. I will definitely help you if you promise to help me get the position of Golden Lord. Which lord are you targeting? On the grassland, a man led 3 heavily armored cavalrymen and looked at the 2 bronze lords beside him. One of the bronze lords said, I have my eye on the territory of the Desert Eagle on Cliff Ridge. The other one licked his lips and said, then I'll take the territory of the White Horse Cavalry next door. The Lord of the Heavy Cavalry smiled contemptuously. Both of them were referring to the Gold Lords. He said to the 2 men, Gentlemen, I will definitely help you establish your territory, but as you have seen, the energy stones I just obtained from this territory are only enough to summon 3 heavy cavalrymen. The 2 men's expressions darkened. We don't have any extra troops either. You saw what happened in the battle just now. Just 5 of our heavy cavalrymen were able to rout our tiger and gray wolf troops. As they spoke, the 2 glanced at the heavily armored cavalry behind them. The heavy cavalry lord shrugged helplessly. There's nothing we can do about it. The heavy cavalry of today are nothing like the barbarian soldiers I used to have. Summoning a heavy armored cavalryman costs 20 energy stones. If you 2 don't contribute, I'll have to wait 10 days or half a month before I can help you fulfill your wish. The 2 bronze lords hesitated, as they intended to use the energy stones they possessed only after they had conquered their own territories. The heavily armored cavalry lord put his arms around the shoulders of the 2 men, one on each side, as affectionately as brothers. I know what you're worried about. If I wanted to harm you, couldn't I have done so with the barbarian soldiers and heavy cavalry I have left? It's not that I can't do it, but that I won't. I will always remember the kindness you 2 have shown me. The setting sun was like blood. On the grassland, the 3 men embraced each other like brothers and poured out their hearts to each other. The 2 bronze lords gradually lowered their guard. Brother, you're overthinking it. Of course we believe you. Here, this is 40 energy stones I've accumulated. And me, here are 50 energy stones I've accumulated. I'll use them to summon troops for you first, so that we can become strong together once you've grown stronger. Ha 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 ha. Thank you both. I will always remember your kindness. As soon as I regain my strength, I will help you both immediately. The heavy armored cavalry lord chuckled as he accepted the energy stones from the other party. There were a total of 90 energy stones, and with the 12 he still had, he could summon 5 more heavy armored cavalrymen. 8 men are enough to form an assault cavalry. With a wave of his hand, the lord of the heavy armored cavalry summoned 5 heavy armored cavalrymen to appear beside the previous heavy armored cavalrymen. Immediately afterwards, 2 curved blades were placed against the necks of the 2 alliance leaders, and the setting sun, like blood, turned the grassland crimson. Brother, what do you mean by this? What do you mean? Isn't it obvious? The heavily armored cavalry lord still looked at his 2 good brothers with a grin. He raised his scimitar slightly. Gentlemen, do you wish to become wandering lords, or souls beneath my blade? If the remaining barbarian soldiers and heavy cavalry had faced difficulties and heavy casualties in taking down these 2 men, the current formation of heavy cavalry as a charging force would eliminate that possibility. Once the cavalry forms a charging formation, they become a behemoth unleashed, their heavy defenses and massive firepower leaving the enemy with no way to stop or avoid them. One of the bronze lords turned pale and swallowed hard, threatening. Brother, you know that beastmen are much more loyal than humanoids. Even if I die, they will carry out my orders. Yes, brother, Even if you kill the two of us now, they will still fight desperately for us as long as we have the thought. Yes, you're not getting the benefit you want. The two of them, singing and shouting in perfect unison, conveyed the message that while you could kill them, you would also suffer severe damage. The two men were right. If they fought back to the death, the heavy cavalry might not suffer any casualties, but their vanguard of barbarians might suffer heavy losses. However, if someone else had said those words, he might have hesitated. But these two people in front of him, he couldn't see any determination in their expressions. The previous heavy cavalry charge was just like the charge of the previous heavy cavalry lord. Before they even reached them, the two men were already on the verge of fleeing. He pressed the knife against their faces. Stop pretending, you two. Who wants to die if they can live? Right. Roar. Roar. The tiger and wolf troops, belatedly realizing the danger to their lord, roared at the heavily armored cavalry lord. The roars of beasts echoed for miles across the empty grassland, showcasing the might of the beast king. The tiger's back was already bulging high, and the giant wolf's fur was standing on end. As long as their lord gave the order, they would definitely rush forward without hesitation to tear apart the enemy in front of them. On the other side, the barbarian soldiers and heavily armored cavalry, seeing this scene, naturally stood in front of their lord to protect him. Only the muscular, spear-wielding barbarian soldiers guarded the outer perimeter, while well-equipped, heavily armored cavalrymen, mounted on fine horses and armed with scimitars, guarded the inner perimeter, taking over the duties of the original barbarian soldiers. The heavily armored cavalry lord clicked his tongue twice. Your troops are really loyal. It seems like they'll pounce on me and tear me apart without you even giving the order. No, step back. Tiger, retreat at once. Upon seeing this, the two hurriedly reprimanded their troops, while the heavy cavalry lord sneered. Sure enough, a coward is a coward. He simply doesn't have the courage to fight against himself. Don't you think your behavior right now is a bit despicable? One of the bronze lords asked with deep resentment. Mean? Ha 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 ha. Thank you for your praise. How despicable. This is the most sincere praise from the weak to the strong. The heavily armored cavalry lord felt no remorse for his despicable actions. He suffered heavy losses in battle against the unknown Golden Lord and gained nothing. If these two idiots start fighting, he can not only easily win, but also obtain a considerable amount of energy stones. Now, is it to become a wandering lord or to die? He once again posed the question to the two of them. We are all part of the British Empire. Brush. With a flash of a scimitar, the lord's arm was severed as he spoke. Heavy cavalry were more adept at interrogation and more ruthless in this regard. The setting sun, like blood, bathed the grassland in a crimson glow. Chapter 60, The Powerful Lord. Why isn't this well responding at all? Has Sadako gone on strike? Chunyi sighed as he looked at the still striking Ishii. We've thrown a lot of stuff in, but Sadako still hasn't come out. Stones, wood, sickles, hammers, goblins. Chunyi had thrown countless things into the well these past few days, but nothing made a sound, so he had to give up. If we could figure out how the Ishii works, it would be an absolute powerhouse. Unfortunately, no matter what he puts in, the well doesn't react. 2 humans have entered your territory. As the notification sound rang, Chunyi looked up and, through the vision of the Arrow Tower Goblin, saw 2 humans in his territory, one in a black robe and hat, and the other shirtless, wielding a huge and exaggerated cleaver. Sarah, the Fallen Ones Association has arrived. Go and take over their duties. Chunyi, who was standing guard in front of the stone well, said. Yes. Sarah nodded and walked toward the tie. We've been discovered. The thin, black-robed man paused for a moment and spoke to the person beside him. What? The man carrying the large sword scratched his head in frustration. How come all these outsiders have remote reconnaissance capabilities? I was hiding very well. The man in black robes shook his head. I don't know, but these outsiders all seem to have some skill. The burly man with the large sword casually shifted the position of his sword on his shoulder and said, What do you mean some skill? I could have cut the last outsider we traded with into 3 pieces with 1 strike. He thought of the strange outsider who had accidentally discovered the Fallen Ones Association a few days ago and joined it voluntarily. The man in black robes scoffed, but the dragon that person raised will also tear you apart. The burly man with the large sword was speechless for a moment, then argued, It's just a low-level fire dragon, with a growth limit of only the star level. But you're just a diamond level guy now. The former fell silent. Oh ho, it seems these outsiders are used to cultivating something. After his victory, the man in black robes did not boast. Instead, He immediately noticed the goblins patrolling the city walls. The burly man with the large sword immediately gave a smug look. They're just mere goblins, yet someone actually cultivates these things. The highest level one is only gold rank. I could crush one with one hand. He meant to say that he could crush the other leader with one hand, but he seemed to have misunderstood something. Beneath the towering city walls, the gates were wide open, and a dignified and noble woman stepped out first, followed by 3 armored guards and a group of gold-level goblin priests. The man in the black robe smiled. It seems gold is the bare minimum here. Let's go. They've already opened the door and invited us in. The burly man with the large knife swallowed the words he hadn't finished saying. The lowest level is gold, so what would the highest level be? Star level? Or saint level? He knew that loose lips sink ships, so he stopped talking and simply surveyed the luxurious territory. The eldest daughter of the Salavel family? The man in the black robe stepped forward and asked. Sha nodded. It seems you two are from the Fallen Ones Association. Sha glanced at her briefly, but with her bronze adventurer level of skill, she couldn't discern anything from her. However, the aura emanating from these two individuals was incredibly powerful, confirming that they were indeed members of the Fallen Ones Association. Come on, this way please. The other party for this transaction is in the backyard. After briefly identifying the two men, Sha led them toward the warehouse. As expected, everything here is made of gold. It seems the Lord here is quite powerful. The burly man with the large sword observed the various strange goblins around him along the way, and their minimum strength had indeed reached the level of a gold adventurer. Luckily, I didn't say anything outrageous just now. If the other party can detect your arrival before you know it, they may also have ways to eavesdrop on your conversations. Soon, the two arrived at the warehouse. After confirming the number of king snakes as stated in the letter, the man in black robes placed the king snakes into more than a dozen strange rings. The quantity and quality are exactly the same, but are you sure the remaining ones won't be sold? The man in black robes pointed to the dozen or so king cobras remaining in the corner of the warehouse. Sarah said, No, let's just do it the way we agreed. The man in the black robe nodded, then tossed out a small ring. According to the original terms of the transaction, this contains 3,000 refined iron, 10,000 energy stones, and a map of the outer perimeter of the 1,000 nether forest. Sarah took the ring, checked it, and confirmed, there's no problem. The man in black robes turned to leave, but then, after a moment's thought, handed a token to Sha. This is a token of our fallen alliance. You can get a 30% discount on the next transaction with this token. Sha took it, but when she looked up again, the two had already disappeared. A kilometer away, the man in black robes frowned and waved his hand, teleporting the two of them again. What's going on? Why did they use teleportation to leave, and twice at that? The burly man with the large sword looked solemnly at his companion beside him. The man in black robes was slightly out of breath. The Lord here is very powerful. One teleportation is not enough to escape his surveillance range. So strong that even their own partners worry that the other side might betray them. The burly man with the broadsword frowned. Indeed, the opposing lord had not shown himself, but he had felt like he was being watched the whole time. Furthermore, there seemed to be a mysterious entity within that territory constantly tempting him to help it break some kind of seal. It seems to be a spittoon well. It's really strange. I've never seen a well before, but that thing just appeared in my mind. Is this the outsider who tamed the land-tooth shark that was previously marked? Should we go and make contact with him? The burly man with the large knife asked his companion. The man in black robes shook his head. Forget it. The mission is more important. This mission involves a king cobra leader. King serpent leader. The man carrying the broadsword couldn't help but give a wry smile upon hearing this address. He initially didn't believe the other party could kill the king serpent leader and use it for a trade. Because king cobras, once they have a leader, possess the ability to summon a multitude of snakes. With one call, 100 or 1,000 people responded, hence the name king. Therefore, to kill the king snake clan with its leader, one would have to slaughter at least several thousand snakes. Thousands of snakes, those things crawling everywhere. Just thinking about it made him feel horrified. They came to trade with sarcasm, and were already overjoyed that he possessed even a few king cobra corpses. But he never expected that the other party would actually have a king cobra leader. Fortunately, the two of them had brought enough supplies out of caution, otherwise they might have been torn apart by the goblins before they even left the other party's territory. They'd seen and done plenty of double-crossing before, but at this moment, he felt fortunate. I'm glad I brought enough supplies, and I'm glad I teleported away quickly. Have they left? Irving touched his land-toothed shark and breathed a sigh of relief. It's probably some powerful creature that happened to be passing by. He ordered his troops, continue. Invade other low-ranking lords when you find them, and notify me when you find the lord who has goblins. Chapter 61. Hero, you perform a miracle. They really are ruthless, but this map and refined iron are exactly what I need. Looking at everything in his storage ring within his territory, Chinyi couldn't help but sigh. Although Shah had already told him that he would likely be offered lower prices when selling things at the Fallen Guild. However, the fact that his supplies, worth 30,000 energy stones, were exchanged for 10,000 energy stones still stung a little. Only maps and fine iron can comfort me. He looked at the map and refined iron in his hand. Compared to 10,000 energy stones, these two were the truly precious items. To others, 3,000 refined iron pieces are merely 3 energy stones for a single piece of high-quality, refined iron used to forge equipment. However, to Chinyi, this is a necessary condition for him to take the lead over other lords in upgrading his territory. There's also the map of the Thousand Dark Forest. To others, the mysterious areas and powerful markings on this map are things to avoid and be careful about. But in Chunye's eyes, this was the target of his invasion. Before facing the dragon, he needs to assemble a powerful enough army. And assembling a powerful enough army requires powerful life forms, all of which are currently on the map of the Thousand Ghost Forest. 3,000 refined iron is roughly equivalent to 9,000 energy stones, and the price of a map is around 5,000 energy stones. So, it seems I haven't lost much. Chinyi comforted himself in this way, even though he knew that his own mindset of, if I don't make a profit, I'll lose money, definitely couldn't accept it. If we can't accept it, let's solve it from the outside. He glanced at the markings on the map. The orc tribes were circled in white, the lords in yellow, places worth his attention were marked in red, and extremely dangerous places were marked in black. Chinyi quickly passed by the various orc tribes, large and small. This was the outer edge of the Thousand Dark Forest, where there were no particularly strong orc tribes, and therefore nothing of note. As for the lords marked with yellow circles, he only glanced at them. His main purpose in asking for the map was to find the powerful creatures on the outskirts of the forest so that he could breed stronger goblins. Therefore, the yellow and white circles were not considered. Are there so many powerful individuals even on the outskirts of the forest? Chinyi looked in surprise at the red circle closest to him, marked Spotted Land-Toothed Shark. A red circle at a greater distance is marked Low-Level Red Dragon Sighting. Besides these two areas that you need to pay attention to, there are also 2 conspicuous black circles. One of them was a place a few kilometers away from him, across a river, where his goblins had discovered a dragon. The Fallen Ones Association's description is, mysterious place, suspected to be a subadult dragon. As for the other place, it also caught Shinya's attention. Although the black circle was far away, the label was very eye-catching. A place that cannot be explored, suspected to be the descent of the power of the God of Light. God, is there really a God here? Chinyi fell into deep thought. He remembered that when he first arrived, the system had said that this place held the secrets of gods and immortality. If I continue to advance like this, I might have a chance to become a god, right? Forget it, becoming a god is too far away. Let's start from here. He pointed to the red circle closest to him, which was marked as a habitat for the land-toothed shark. He figured it must be the Lord who attacked him before. This is a good opportunity for me to test whether goblins can be combined with the Lord's troops. Chunye's plan was very simple. First, invade the territory of the land-toothed shark lord in front of him. If they could combine forces, they would use the opponent's troops to create a stronger goblin army. If that doesn't work, then destroy the opponent's territory to harvest a large number of energy stones. In the struggle for supremacy among all races, everyone is in competition. He didn't invade those smaller lords for 2 reasons. Firstly, it was unnecessary, and secondly, he looked down on them. As for the king-level lords, that's a different story. Regardless of whether they can unite with him, they will at least gain a huge amount of energy stones. First, plunder the land-toothed shark, then plunder the low-level red dragon, and finally use the powerful genes of the 2 creatures to create a stronger goblin to take down the giant dragon on the other side of the river. This is the latest 5-week plan. Oh, right, we need to upgrade our territory before setting off on the expedition. Through a trade with the Fallen Ones Association, Chunyi collected the most difficult materials for upgrading his territory, fine iron and 10,000 energy stones. Dark Goblin Territory. Territory level, level 3. Territory size, 3,000 meters. Territory abilities, post-invasion notification, provides wall protection, offers multiple arrow towers for vision, mode enhances territory defense, and the magical stone, while transforms the seemingly useless into something extraordinary. Required for leveling up, 3,000 units of wood, 5,000 units of stone, 5,000 energy stones, 1,000 units of refined iron. Current resources, 3,000 units of wood, 200 units of stone, 3,000 units of refined iron. Personal space, forging blueprint, bone splitter blade 1, energy stones 14100, tier 1 fire rain scroll, tier 1 rejuvenation scroll, gambled stones 270, silver, death scythe, 3,000 fine iron forest map. Money can work miracles. With a flick of the finger, the remaining wood and stones are gathered. The upgrade requirements are met. Would you like to upgrade? Chenyi made a decisive decision. Upgrade. Congratulations. Your territory has reached level 4, and your territory area has expanded. Congratulations. Your territory has reached level 4, and your personal panel has been upgraded. Congratulations. Your territory has reached level 4. Your reputation has increased, and you are now at a very prestigious level. Congratulations. Your territory has reached level 4. You have become the first lord to achieve this. You have received a reward of choosing a building within your territory. A dazzling white light flashed across the territory, and Chenyi. The wood, refined iron, and stones needed to upgrade the territory all became the foundation of the territory at this moment. The pale blue city walls have been expanded to a range of 500 meters. The wooden gates have been replaced with iron gates. The dirt road underfoot has been paved with neat stone slabs, and the simple tents where the goblins lived have been transformed into rows of exquisite little wooden houses. Chunya's own wooden house has been transformed into a luxurious blue brick house in the center of a row of small wooden houses. Under the cold wind of early winter, the warm light of the Kong, heated brick bed, and stove flickers inside the brick house. Wow, that's really comprehensive. Chenyi marveled at the system's grand scale this time. He was glad that the system was there for the construction aspect. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to create something like this with his own aesthetic sense and the goblin's craftsmanship. The territory upgrade is good, but the options available this time are rather ordinary. Chenyi glanced at the buildings he had chosen. There was nothing particularly outstanding about them, but one of the academies was quite interesting. It was said that it could help soldiers learn skills. Although he didn't think goblins were intelligent enough to learn any useful skills, it was still better not to let them fall into other people's hands. Dark Goblin Territory. Territory level, level 4. Territory size, 4,000 meters. Territory abilities, notification of invasion, provision of wall protection, multiple arrow towers providing vision, mode enhancing territory defense, magical stone wells that transform decay into wonder, and academies capable of awakening special beings with wisdom. Required for leveling up, 5,000 units of wood, 8,000 units of stone, 2,000 energy stones, 3,000 units of refined iron, 1 energy core. With 5 free attribute points allocated to speed and mental strength, his personal attribute reached 25. With his death scythe alone boasting a stat of 43, coupled with its unique weapon characteristics, he can essentially take on ordinary gold-tier soldiers without taking any damage. Not bad. Finally, we have the ability to protect ourselves in this place. Chenyi was inspecting the changes to himself and his territory, completely forgetting that there was another person within his territory. At that moment, that person was staring blankly at him. Is this the work of the creator, the hero? Sha swallowed hard, unsure how to describe it. She was walking along when, in the next second, a great white light shone forth and a miracle occurred, transforming the entire territory in an instant. Is this ability to create and change everything in an instant divine power? My lord has already come into contact with the power of the gods. I follow a god. Unconsciously, Sha crossed her hands in front of her chest and bowed to Chenyi. People are naturally drawn to strength, especially a woman filled with anger and revenge. Chapter 62, Goblin Attack, Demon Armor Army. Let's go. Destination, the territory of the Land-Toothed Shark. Of the 320 goblins, 70 stayed behind, while the remaining 250 were responsible for launching attacks. The Land-Toothed Shark has fought with its goblins. Although its ability to burrow underground can be troublesome, its stomp ability makes it impossible for the opponent to avoid it. As for you, Chenyi glanced at the woman behind him. Take these energy stones and the remaining king cobras in the warehouse. Go and start a business association. I'll provide you with any assistance you may need. Chenyi threw 10,000 energy stones at the other party, and kept 4,000 for himself. 10,000 energy stones are equivalent to 1,000 gold, which is enough for the other party to open a decent shop. Once the Imperial shop opens, you can trade with the lords and profit from the channels between the South River and Sha. Yes, thank you, sir. Okay, go ahead. Chinyi waved his hand, looking somewhat strange. Although the other person bowed as usual, he sensed a hint of respect in that bow. Stockholm Syndrome? It can't be that bad, can it? I didn't. Well, I did quite a lot. Damn it. Owen, I will definitely report your actions to the Alliance leader. You won't be arrogant for long. Hanyu rode on a raging tiger and fled frantically, while behind him lurked a group of sharks. The land-toothed shark deliberately exposes its dorsal fin as if chasing and playing with its prey struggling on the surface of the sea. Ha 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 ha. Han, do you think you still have a chance? You're a wandering lord now, so you can't contact the Alliance leader at all, right? Irving stood on the back of the land-toothed shark like a surfing pro. Besides, I am now a king-level expert, while our Alliance leader is just a little gold-level girl, and I am a powerful king-level lord. Ha ha ha, king rank. Do you even know what king rank is? If I wanted to, I could crush you with a single finger. Irving's arrogant demeanor made even the fleeing tiger want to turn back and take a bite. Hanyu clenched his fist tightly. Don't be arrogant. The Alliance leader is no ordinary person. He has many gold-level subordinates, including king-level ones. Owen scoffed and continued his mockery. So what? Even if he's strong, he can't control me. Even if I kill all the leaders of the Sunless Alliance in this area, he still can't do anything to me. All right, you've had your fun. You can die now. The two chased the tiger to the edge of a cliff, where neither Hanyu nor the tiger could escape. Roar! The tiger roared in resentment, glaring fiercely at the 7 land-toothed sharks in front of it and the person on their backs. Hanyu looked behind him, but the thick, white, scorching fog obscured his vision. He never imagined that there would be a cliff in this forest. TCH, jump then. Even if you jump, I'll have the land-toothed shark confirm your death. You will die today? Owen said sarcastically. He wouldn't leave himself with future enemies like that stupid woman, Su Qingyu. Damn it. Hanyu turned his head and looked at the cliff behind him. The thick water mist was emitting a scalding heat. Even if he survived the fall, the scalding steam would cook him if he stayed in it for too long. However, if he didn't jump, he would definitely fall into the other party's hands, and he wasn't confident that he could protect the energy stone in his private space under the other party's methods. Thinking of this, Hanyu gritted his teeth, hardened his heart, patted the tiger beneath him, and shouted, "Jump!" The tiger was absolutely loyal and carried out its lord's orders, leaping several meters high. Unfortunately, the distance was still too small in front of the nearly 20-meter cliff. Hanyu closed his eyes, feeling a sense of weightlessness that struck his heart. The man and the tiger clung together, letting the rising mist wash over them. Shit, you actually jumped. Owen looked at Hanyu, who had disappeared into the mist, with regret, and his face turned ugly. If I had acted sooner, I could have perfectly seized the opportunity and forced out the last bit of value from the other party. Forget it, it's just a few dozen energy stones. Killing a few more lords will earn more than this. Go and verify Han's death. Irving patted the land-toothed shark beneath him. Although he could disregard the energy stone, he absolutely had to confirm Hanyu's death. Suddenly, a system notification sounded. An unfamiliar lord has entered your territory. Your territory has been attacked by an unknown lord. Please organize a counterattack as soon as possible. Fuck. Come back quickly. Upon hearing the notification sound, Irving hurriedly summoned all the land-toothed sharks around him to return. Fuck, who is it? Who dares to invade the territory of a king-level lord? Irving shifted his perspective and, through the bared teeth of the remaining guards within his territory, saw a group of unfamiliar enemies. Standing at 170 centimeters tall, clad in black armor, with pointed ears and fangs, his orderly gait resembled that of a marching army. What are these things? The armored army. When did I provoke such a being? Owen's breathing quickened. The other person's attire resembled the armored army from the depths of hell in their country's folklore. Suddenly, he spotted the familiar Iron Goblin among the unfamiliar army leaders. Goblins? Damn goblins. Damn it. I only killed a few of your companions, and not only did you plunder my territory, you even dare to plunder my second territory? Quickly, hurry back. Owen suddenly remembered that the Ironhide Goblin had a record of killing the land-toothed shark. He immediately converted the 600 energy stones he obtained after destroying Hanyu's territory and another unknown Bronze Lord's territory into 15 new land-toothed sharks. With 15 land-toothed sharks, plus my current 7 and the 3 in my territory. It's definitely possible. It's definitely possible. The panic in my heart was suppressed. There are only a dozen or so goblins that can shake their units out of the ground, while I now have more than 20 different units. In a one-on-one situation, the opponent is no match for my land-tooth shark. As for the other groups that resembled the demon armor army, without that skill that can knock the land-tooth bite shark away, they won't be able to touch a hair on one of their own soldiers. In Owen's view, two completely different types of soldiers could not possibly have the same skills. Chapter 63. Encountering the Red-Named Lord again. You have entered the territory of a Red-Named Lord. Please be careful. You have entered the territory of a Red-Named Lord. Red-Named Lords are extremely dangerous, but destroying them will grant you special rewards. Another Red-Named Lord. Was the last attack on me not an accident? Chunya's eyebrows twitched slightly in surprise as he heard the system notification. Destroying a Red-Named Lord will grant you a special reward as a philanthropist, but the fact that the other party is a Red-Named Lord means that this person's strength far exceeds that of an ordinary lord. Those who are already powerful and then rapidly increase their strength by plundering others to obtain a large amount of energy are basically at the top of the food chain among lords. However, there are differences between the top and the top. Chunyi smiled slightly. To him, the more types of enemy troops the better. If he weren't there, it would be difficult to mate with goblins, and he didn't want to be a sucker and spend energy stones to buy troops. They say we've entered their territory, but I can't see it at all. Could it be underground? Chunyi scanned the area through the goblin's vision, but there was only a mountain in front of him, and he didn't see anything that looked like a territory building. He recalled the goblin's earlier statement that this thing seemed to be able to walk underground. Could it be that its territory was underground? If they stay in the field, it will be difficult to fight them. Gah! As Chunyi pondered, a giant wolf goblin twitched its long nose as if it had found something. Trample! Boom! The earth shook, and under the trampling of the giant wolf goblin, rubble rolled down rapidly, revealing a huge mine entrance that had hollowed out the mountain. Chunyi only had overall control through his field of vision. Before receiving any special orders, the goblin's task was still to capture all the creatures in this territory. Roar! Before the goblins could advance towards the cave entrance, one by one, dorsal fins over 3 feet long emerged from the ground, accompanied by hoarse roars. Looks like these are the kind of sharks that can burrow underground. Why are they all juveniles? Chunyi noticed the condition of these sharks. Their bluish-green scales were different from the black-scaled sharks that the goblins had killed before, and they looked very young. Roar! The land-tooth shark opens its gaping maw, its jagged teeth quite terrifying. What's even more terrifying among those jagged teeth is that there seems to be a black hole in the Adam's apple, with fist-sized stones pouring out like a torrential downpour. This is precisely their skill, Rockstorm. The land-toothed shark's hobby is swallowing rocks and mining. The rocks and minerals it usually ingests become its powerful weapons. The mouths of the 15 small sharks, like infinite black holes, instantly covered the goblins with torrential rain, with special attention paid to the iron-hide goblin. Ha ha, let's see what you can use to fight me now. Owen, who was rushing back to his territory in the distance, suddenly burst into laughter. This unexpected attack was his doing. If the opponent's skills can threaten your units, then you should eliminate those units first. Through his own unit's field of vision, he saw the almost overwhelming barrage of rocks transforming into hail and torrential rain, relentlessly pelting the goblins. He had tested the land-tooth shark's skills. You should know that although these small stones seem insignificant, those that can survive in the land-tooth shark's stomach acid must be the essence of the essence, and are extremely sturdy. Those fist-sized pebbles, a single one of which can destroy a tree as thick as an adult's head. He once had 3 land-tooth sharks use this skill to easily destroy the territories of several bronze lords. Even Han Yu's silver tiger was completely destroyed by the attack of his 7 land-toothed sharks. They're just goblins with low stats and high levels. How strong can they be? Owen had already seen the goblin corpses scattered on the ground after the attack. Another leader who died from arrogance. What's going on? As the thick smoke cleared, something terrifying happened to Owen. The group of 10 goblins, their bodies gleaming with metallic light, were completely unharmed. This is impossible. How could this be? The 2 eyeballs were so large they seemed to jump out of their sockets. How could that goblin be anything more than a silver-level unit with a slightly higher rank? How could it possibly withstand the attack of a king-rank lord like me? Oh, I see a special skill, right? He noticed the bluish-black color on the iron goblin and concluded that its strength was merely due to special skills. As for those black goblins resembling the armored soldiers, it's likely that the land-tooth shark was too focused on the ironhide goblins and neglected to attack them. Since range combat is no good, then I'll give you a taste of melee combat. Irving devised a strategy to counter the enemy. The goblins were only able to kill the land-tooth shark because of their sheer numbers. Now, he has at least 15 land-tooth sharks remaining in his territory. Let's start with that thing that looks like a magic armor army. To be honest, Irving was still a little intimidated by the Iron Goblin because its trampling had left a deep impression on him. However, these dark-skinned goblins look like they're just for show and should be easy to bully. Let's deal with the minions first, and then deal with the strange-looking goblins. Under his command, the land-tooth sharks dived underground and advanced towards the black armor goblin. The black-armored goblin scratched his head. God said to capture these things alive, but how are they supposed to capture them alive in the ground? Using stomp? If hundreds of goblins used stomp at the same time, it would probably kill these fragile creatures. So how do we complete the task that God has given us? Just as the goblins were at a loss, the land-tooth shark bit the black armor goblin's ankle and dragged it underground. They didn't attack those goblins with big bellies, and they didn't attack me either. As expected, they didn't attack when they charged into enemy territory to avoid friendly fire. Owen was smug and ordered more land-tooth sharks to drag the black armor goblin underground to deal with it. And so, the black armored goblins disappeared from the ground one by one, like radishes being pulled upside down. Along with Owen, the black armored goblins were also having a good time. I was just racking my brains trying to figure out how to get these people out of here when, unexpectedly, he delivered himself right to my doorstep. They raised their black scales like bristling hedgehogs, then wrapped their arms around the giant object in front of them as tightly as possible and quickly pulled back. Poisoning, black armor defense, trampling, brutal strangulation. In a split second, the black armored goblin used all three of its skills, except for stomp, to their fullest potential. It must be said that, in battle, their intelligence even surpasses that of most human adventurers. The black armor, originally used for defense, is transformed into an upright state, which, combined with the brutal strangulation, achieves a certain offensive effect. At the same time, it also transmits its poison through the scales. The goblins were having a blast, but this was tough on the land-tooth shark. What's it like to suddenly have someone grab your neck and inject venom into your throat with rows of tiny needles? They immediately changed from their superior attitude to struggling, and from dragging the goblin down into the abyss to fleeing upstream. The pain and suffocation in their throats made them instinctively swim upwards to beg for more air to enter their throats. Because his troops relied entirely on radar for underground hunting, Owen disconnected from the knights after the land-tooth shark entered the underground. He was delighted to realize that his troops were about to return to the ground, thinking, I've already dealt with the goblins that I just dragged down so quickly. It seems these intimidating-looking things are nothing special after all. Chapter 64. The effects of the title of Great Philanthropist. You have defeated the red-named Lord. Do you wish to completely destroy his territory? You will receive a special reward for completely destroying the territory of a red-named Lord. Whether to. Chin-Yi looked at the land-tooth shark that his goblin had dragged ashore and nodded in satisfaction. This battle was much easier than he had imagined. Perhaps that red-named Lord led the vast majority of his troops to attack the other lower-ranking lords. To leave only 15 units to guard such an important task as the base, they really have a big heart. Nearly a month has passed since he arrived in this other world, and he doesn't believe that in this month, this king-level lord has only developed 15 types of troops. It seems that this lord was rather arrogant and led his troops to plunder other lords. Learn from the mistakes of others. Chun-Yi secretly resolved that he must leave sufficient defensive forces in his territory whenever he went out in the future. After all, everyone has their own adventures, and no one can guarantee that they will always be ahead. What if a powerful lord or local creature discovers you? Well, I'm better at staying home all the time. Because he was not allowed to go out, Chin-Yi had a slight advantage over the king-level lord in front of him. If there was any danger, he could respond in time and make the most reasonable judgment, instead of rushing back from afar. Destroy. Capturing enemy troops and destroying their territory are the obvious outcomes, especially when the enemy is a red-named lord. Territory destruction in progress, 1%, 10%. Deep within the luxurious cave, the goblins wantonly destroyed everything in their territory and launched an attack on the fertile spring within it. Your territory is being destroyed. Please defend it immediately. Your territory is being destroyed. Progress is currently 20%, 30%, etc. What? Are you kidding me? My land-toothed shark is all ready. Irving quickly turned his gaze back to the land-toothed shark, but this time he saw only the sky. Sky? Are you kidding me? Doesn't the land-toothed shark prefer land? Why would it have a sky view? He couldn't see his troops being captured, because at that moment, to prevent the sharks from escaping back to the ground, they were being lifted high by the wolf goblins. The land-toothed shark struggled desperately, but it was no match for the wolf goblin, whose attributes were generally as high as 43 and whose points were all allocated to strength and defense. If it were an adult land-toothed shark, it might be able to break free from the goblin wolf's monstrous strength, but the juvenile land-toothed shark in front of it only has attributes that are barely similar to the goblin wolf. Its stat points are not allocated to strength. As Owen listened to the agonizing cries of his own troops and heard the perspective from the sky, he knew his troops had been defeated. Damn it, thank you, thank you, thank you. He angrily pounded his fist in frustration, utterly bewildered that this seemingly ordinary goblin had destroyed his territory twice in a row. And the reason? Simply because he had killed one of his goblins. My resources, my gambling stones, my royal territory, those damned goblins. Owen almost ground his only bright white tooth to dust. He never imagined that the royal territory he had painstakingly seized would once again become someone else's prize. Damn goblin. I'll wipe you out. I'll wipe you out one day. Looking at the several land sharks he was sitting on, his heart was filled with raging anger. The loss of territory drove him mad, but the wailing of his troops kept him in his final moments of sanity. If I can make a comeback once, I can make a comeback a second time. Walk. He headed towards Su Qingyu's location, which, with Chun Ye's aura behind her, was currently the safest place in the forest. By the way, Qinyi, I can ask Su Qingyu to find Qinyi to help her stand up for herself. Irving seemed to have thought of something. He had heard an old saying, how can a king allow others to sleep soundly on his bed? Without a doubt, judging from the strength Chun Yi has shown so far, he is the absolute king of this forest. Although Chun Yi has almost disappeared these past few days, the strong will always be strong, and his opponent must be quietly developing. Yes, I'll ask Chun Yi to stand up for me. I doubt he'd allow a bunch of goblins to appear around his territory. Owen, a ferocious grin on his face, marched towards Su Qingyu's territory. Luckily, I didn't kill that stupid woman back then. Now I'll have a chance to use her. You destroyed the territory of a red-named lord. You have earned the title of Great Benefactor. Great Philanthropist. You will be blessed with good fortune in the near future. You have destroyed the territory of a king-rank lord and acquired everything he had. You have destroyed the territory of a king-rank lord. You have gained 2,000 energy stones. Sure enough, murder and arson are not as lucrative as doing business. The fact that killing a king-level lord only yielded 2,000 energy stones left Chun Yi somewhat astonished and dissatisfied. You should know that not long ago, you cautiously sold a group of king cobra corpses and made a profit of nearly 30,000 energy stones. Suddenly, the goblin, who was carrying things around, noticed the presence of the other creatures. Earth Knight, Chun Yi was taken aback when he saw the familiar troops inside the mine, engrossed in digging stones. Wasn't this the same troops of the red-named lord from last time? After acquiring a more powerful king-rank unit, Owen naturally became somewhat dissatisfied with his previous unit. Therefore, what he once treasured has now become the property of a miner. Chun Yi was completely unaware of this and felt utterly confused. Why am I here? Did I not kill them all back then? But that doesn't make sense either. If I didn't kill them all, they shouldn't be here, right? While Chun Yi was pondering, the Earth Knights finally snapped out of their joy and charged out with their spears in hand in the face of the outsiders. Without their god giving any orders, the goblins quickly dispatched the group of heavily armored knights before them. Spears were ineffective in the cave, while the smaller, scaled goblins, with their ghostly scales, easily slaughtered the group of Earth Knights. Chun Yi was not interested in these suddenly appearing Earth Knights and did not intend to investigate them further. It was simply a case of the escaped red-named lord encountering an even more powerful one. The wicked will be dealt with by the wicked. There's even armor. Not bad, not bad. I'll have Gu Xiaoyu fix it up later. These deserters were even wearing heavy armor. Sure enough, it makes a difference when it comes to people. Even miners who become king-level lords have heavy armor for protection. Huh? Wait, is this a rough stone? His breathing grew increasingly rapid as he watched the piles of stones that the Earth Knights had carried to a corner of the cave and neatly stacked. Chun Yi now understood why those Earth Knights were so engrossed in digging at the rocks. Gambling on stones. It's actually gambling on stones. At first glance, Each pile of rough stones looks to contain at least 500 stones. Does the title of Great Philanthropist take effect so quickly? Chapter 65. The king's bed is not to be slept by others. 100, 200, 300, 400. A total of 2,320. Based on the price of 2 to 3 energy stones per rough stone, this would amount to an income of around 5 to 6,000. The lucky attribute of the title Great Philanthropist really came quickly. Chun Yi recalled the first time he received the title of Great Philanthropist when he killed the red-named Lord, the Earth Knight. At that time, he obtained the powerful creature, the dragon, that he had been searching for, and the creature was just the right distance away from him. All of this was thanks to luck, and also to his title of Great Philanthropist, which disappeared a few days later. Now he has obtained this title, and immediately after receiving it, he gained about 6,000 energy stones. Chun Yi licked his dry lips. For a moment, he even wanted to specifically target and kill red-named lords. Never mind, it's something that can't be forced. Let's wait until we run into it next time. He casually exchanged a few gnoll goblins from the Fountain of Life, and ordered the rabbit goblin to dig and see if there were any remaining stones. The gnoll goblins are weak and have been almost wiped out in the previous war, but now it seems that it is time for them to play their part again. Fortunately, the goblins he cultivates are all absorbed by the Fountain of Life and can be summoned using energy stones. Once the gnoll goblins took over the battlefield, the black-armored goblins excitedly carried their spoils, 15 land-tooth sharks, back to their territory. You actually got defeated by a goblin. Su Qingyu sat in the middle of the crocodile, looking at the man in front of her with surprise. Roar! The swamp crocodile warned the land-toothed shark in front of it. It's okay, don't worry. Su Qingyu comforted her troops, who had also gained considerable strength by defeating other lords in recent days, increasing their numbers from 1 to 20. 20 Sarcosuchus and Tyrados surrounded the area. Although they were weaker than their opponents in strength, they had an absolute advantage in numbers. 20 gold tier units surrounding 7 king tier units. It looks somewhat ridiculous, yet also quite tragic. Irving also ordered his troops, don't move. This is our temporary assembly point. What are your plans next? Will you plunder the territories of the other lords? Su Qingyu looked at Owen and asked. Owen took a deep breath. Of course, I don't want to become a wandering lord. Having experienced the taste of homelessness once, he never wanted to experience it again. He needs to have his own territory to feel at ease, even if that territory is only of the silver level. Of course, having experienced the view from the top with his current arrogance, how could he be content with the flowers at the bottom of the valley? Su Qingyu sighed. There are no king-level lords from the Sun Never Sets alliance here. Since Irving's successful comeback, he wanted to follow the same path, so he joined the British Empire and kept gathering information about the surrounding lords. Unfortunately, despite the growing strength of the British Empire, king-level lords remain extremely rare. As far as she knew, the strongest lord here was only a Gold Alliance master, and this Gold Lord was extremely difficult to deal with. This person was one of the original founders of the British Empire and also served as its vice leader. Although the troops are of the gold rank, the strength of the enemy, thanks to the Alliance's resources, is such that even ordinary king-level lords dare not easily offend them. Irving waved his hand. Of course I know that, and I already have a goal. He had already thoroughly investigated the surrounding members of the British Empire during these days of slaughter and found that they did not have any powerful military units. However, while there were no powerful troops, there was one powerful lord. Chun Mo, the vice leader of the Never-Setting Sun Alliance, is a gold-level tiger warrior. He knew about the tiger warriors, having heard rumors within the alliance that the vice leader's troops, once equipped with armor and mounts, could easily dominate even king-level lords. He didn't know if it was true or not, but he planned to give it a try. Of course, it's unrealistic for him to seize the other party's territory with his current strength, so he needs help. Owen turned to look at Su Qingyu, and Su Qingyu also happened to see him. Su Qingyu immediately became alert. What do you mean? You're setting your sights on me. The Lord became alert, and the swamp crocodile immediately roared and began to advance towards the land-tooth shark. No, don't misunderstand. I just need your help. Irving explained with a smile that he didn't want to get into any pointless fights with anyone right now. His troops cannot be treated or replenished after being wounded, and any battle is a huge drain on him. That's for the best. Don't forget who's backing me. Su Qingyu tightened the rabbit scarf Chun Yi had given her, not wanting him to see a trace of her fair skin. Owen quickly chimed in. Of course, I haven't forgotten that the person behind you is the strongest lord in the world. Otherwise, I wouldn't have asked you for help, would I? Irving said obsequiously. Snort. Su Qingyu was able to puff out her chest and half cover her face. Sometimes, even though the tiger skin was borrowed, she thoroughly enjoyed that vanity. Tell me, what do you want me to do for you? Owen first shared his views on goblins and Chunye's thoughts after switching places. When he mentioned the saying, the king's bed must not be slept by others, Su Qingyu clearly expressed her strong agreement with the statement. He then mentioned another plan of his, wanting Qinyi to help him deal with the tiger warriors so that he could accept their territory. I can help you convey the first message, but the second one is impossible. Su Qingyu rejected Owen's second suggestion without even thinking. Why? This should be a very simple matter for Boss Qinyi, right? Irving tried his best to win it over. Su Qingyu thought for a moment and then argued. Brother Qinyi is very busy. He spends thousands of energy stones every day. He doesn't have time to help you with this. She had no idea what Chunyi did every day. She just felt that Chunyi wouldn't agree to her unreasonable request, so she flatly refused Owen. Her relationship with Chun-Yi was ultimately one-sided. In fact, recently Chun-Ye's brother has been replying to her messages less frequently, and he even ignores her pictures. Okay, fine. But if Boss Chun-Yi can't help me, then you have to help me. Owen spoke to Su Qingyu. Su Qingyu hesitated for a moment, but then she remembered that she had already refused one of the other party's requests, so she couldn't refuse again. She thought for a moment and said, I can help you, but I will choose to withdraw at any time if your plan results in the loss of a large number of my troops. Irving gave a good-natured smile. Of course. Oh, by the way, you really need to keep an eye on the goblins. I'm worried about your brother, otherwise those goblins might threaten Chun-Ye's position someday. When Irving made the appropriate mention, Su Qingyu immediately realized that this was indeed the case. This goblin seems to be a potential problem. I need to tell Brother Qinyi about it. Chapter 66. The little girl needs refined iron. Brother Qinyi, you have to be careful. Recently, a group of nasty goblins have appeared here. They are very powerful and are burning, killing, and looting everywhere. Qinyi. With overwhelming power, they burned, killed, and looted everywhere. His goblins had indeed been clearing out the surrounding wild beasts and orc tribes, but how come from this woman's mouth it sounded like his goblins had become heinous villains? Don't you need to kill wild beasts or use resources to grow? Qinyi ignored the woman and turned to chat with the little girl. I have several sets of armor here that were damaged in battle. Could you help me repair them? Yes, of course you can. The little girl inside the cave nodded repeatedly. She had always had a good impression of Brother Qinyi. Whether it was the food he brought her during her time of need, the generous purchase of her gambling stones, or the custom-made armor to support her business, all of these things made Chun-Ye's feelings for her grow stronger. Chun-Ye's older brother is a bit stingy, but he's a good person. This is Gu Xiaoyu's evaluation of Chun-Yi. How many energy stones do you need? Without much hesitation, Chun-Yi teleported the armor over after hearing that it could be repaired. Gu Xiaoyu thought for a moment. Brother Chun-Yi, it's just repair. The armor isn't badly damaged, so it's free. The little girl looked at the armor that had been teleported over. It seemed to have suffered some kind of extremely strong external impact, but it was mostly dented. In this case, it only needed to be repaired manually and did not require additional materials. Given their close relationship, Gu Xiaoyu naturally refused to accept money. Although Gu Xiaoyu didn't know what Chun-Yi was thinking, he had already upgraded their relationship to that of good buddies, or perhaps it would be more accurate to say good brothers. Okay, thank you then. Chun-Yi answered. Along with Chun-Ye's reply came a white flash of light. The little girl put down the armor in her hand and the iron hammer that was within reach, and looked at the gentle white light. This is why she likes Chun-Yi. Sometimes he is like a caring older brother. He doesn't give her great wealth or status, but he always brings her little surprises. What brings him back to this day is that batch of cured pork. For a child who was struggling to find food, that batch of cured pork provided her with warmth for a full 7 days. If I'm not mistaken, what Brother Chun-Yi sent this time is also food, right? The item wasn't expensive, but the little girl liked it very much. One reason is that meat marinated by Chun-Yi is particularly delicious. Secondly, she really needs food. There was no food to be found in this dark cave, and her only source of sustenance was the forging business she had started while gambling on stones. However, the forging profession requires too many materials and conditions. She has almost nothing here, which makes forging too slow, and she can't get any big orders at all. They could only occasionally take on a few small orders and earn 30 to 50 energy stones, barely enough to make ends meet. Furthermore, She intended to use the spirit stones she occasionally earned to develop her own territory, based on feedback from other lords. The outside world was extremely dangerous. Isolated from the outside world, she now has only 5 military units constantly in danger. Therefore, buying food always hurts a bit. After becoming a blacksmith, I swung the hammer more and my appetite increased. Fortunately, I have brother Chunyi who brings me warmth from time to time. The little girl glanced at the hammer with a hint of reproach, but it was her livelihood. Who would be so kind as to let a little girl swing a sledgehammer? She'll have to change professions sooner or later. Gu Xiaoyu angrily slammed her armor against the iron hammer, unintentionally revealing her muscular biceps, a testament to her growth over this period. Huh? What's this? Gu Xiaoyu picked up the food Chunyi had given her, which contained 10 dark, iron-like objects. She used her appraisal skill on the iron block. Refined iron, forged through countless hammer blows. It is an essential material for forging weapons and constructing defensive fortifications. Note, this refined iron stone was actually forged inside the body using a 100-fold forging process, a truly strange forging method. Refined iron? It's actually refined iron. Brother Chunyi has refined iron? Gu Xiaoyu looked excitedly at the black, blocky object in her hand. The main reason why her business was so dismal and her forging speed was so slow was that she lacked the necessary materials and conditions for forging. Forging requires fiery ley lines, but she only has coal. Forging requires a high platform, but she only has an earthen platform she built herself. Forging requires refined iron, but she can only purify and forge ordinary iron or step by step until it finally condenses into refined iron. Does Brother Chunyi still have this kind of refined iron? Brother, do you still have refined iron? I can trade it for energy stones. Gu Xiaoyu asked impatiently. If I can obtain refined iron, then the forging time will be reduced by at least half from now on. With her time reduced by half, she can try taking on some medium-sized orders, and her life will be better then. Chunyi was taken aback. When someone helps you repair your armor and says they don't need a price, it's naturally just polite talk. So he gave a token reply with some of the meats the little girl liked to eat, and some things he thought she might need. But why is she so excited about refined iron? Could it be that this little girl is also in a territory that has reached level 3? Wasn't she struggling to even get food? How did her territory level up so quickly? It can't possibly succeed, can it? Chen Mo isn't stupid. He won't take all his troops with him. Within the swamp territory, Su Qingyu looked at Owen seriously, believing his plan to be utterly delusional. Although pretending to be attacked and asking for help might get the other side's support, they would definitely not launch a full-scale attack. Even someone as powerful as Chen Mo would be wary once he learned that his territory might be plundered. Moreover, Chen Mo hasn't personally led troops into battle for a long time. Owen smiled. Of course he won't, but we can take over his territory if he spares half of his forces. As long as we act quickly, Chen Mo won't be able to react. No, don't forget what I said at the beginning. The premise of helping you is that my troops cannot suffer heavy losses. Su Qingyu said. Irving had anticipated this. Of course, how could I allow your troops to suffer heavy losses? You can't be the cannon fodder. I've already contacted several Bronze Lords. Bronze Lord. Su Qingyu had some doubts. Given the other party's personality, would they kill the Bronze Lord after learning his location in exchange for the energy stone? Irving took a deep breath and gave me a look that said, Okay, I admit it. I haven't contacted them, but I know their location. His original intention was also to kill the 2 Bronze Lords who knew the location in exchange for energy stones. But before they could even establish their own territory, it was destroyed by those wretched goblins. Although it was a pity, this regret also became a cornerstone for his comeback. With his king rank and Su Qingyu's gold rank, it would be easy for him to fool the other party. After pondering for a moment, Su Qingyu nodded heavily, and before leaving, she emphasized again, if my troops suffer heavy losses, I will withdraw at any time. Irving cursed inwardly but nodded outwardly. Of course, I understand. Chapter 67, The Perfect Cavalry. It's possible, but each one of these costs at least 2 to 3 energy stones. After figuring out why the little girl needed refined iron, Chenyi explained the price of refined iron to her. The little girl's heart, which had just lifted when she saw the message from her brother Chenyi, instantly sank back down. 1 piece of refined iron costs 3 energy stones. To forge a suit of armor, you need to fuse 3 pieces of refined iron and add other ordinary ironware. In total, a suit of armor costs 10 energy stones. The little girl counted on her fingers over and over again. My armor only costs 15 energy stones to sell, but it costs 10 energy stones to make. If that's the case, I might as well forge ordinary iron blocks into refined iron myself. This way, I can earn about 7 energy stones. Of course, I only recently got access to this kind of thing. What I told you earlier was the cost price. If you want to buy it, I'll give you a discount for energy stones for 1 piece of refined iron. Huh? Stingy. Gu Xiaoyu looked at the message Chun-Yi sent and waved her little fists in the air a few times. Brother Chun-Yi was still the same brother Chun-Yi, generous when he should be, and stingy when he should be. But this way I can only earn 3 energy stones per set of armor. Using refined iron forging speed was half as fast, but her profits were also halved, which left Gu Xiaoyu in a dilemma. Why would you need such a large amount of refined iron? Chun-Yi asked the little girl curiously. Gu Xiaoyu thought for a moment and answered truthfully. Because using refined iron when forging armor can speed up the forging process and improve product quality. Chun-Yi suddenly became interested. Speed up the process and improve the quality? How fast can it be? And what level of quality can it achieve? It can increase the speed by about half, but as for the quality, I haven't tested it. Gu Xiaoyu wasn't lying. The more refined iron added, the higher the quality, but she hadn't actually tested what the highest possible quality could be. Because that's too extravagant. Why don't you give it a try? Chun-Yi asked curiously. He had learned a little about the various limitations of the blacksmith profession through his daily conversations with Gu Xiaoyu. But this shouldn't be the case. It's common knowledge that the more powerful something is, the more restrictions it should have. How could someone whose profession can only forge ordinary armor have so many restrictions? Gu Xiaoyu was taken aback. I'll give it a try, but I don't have enough refined iron. Children from poor families learn to be independent early. So how could Chun-Yi, a wealthy landowner, possibly understand Gu Xiaoyu's hardships? The few pieces of fine iron we finally managed to get were meant to be used to forge armor, not for experiments. Chun-Yi gave a wry smile and immediately teleported 10 more pieces of refined iron. Use these to forge a weapon. Let me see. I've used them all. Weapons. But I only have blueprints for armor. Gu Xiaoyu frowned in anguish. This was his damn forging profession. No matter what he was crafting, he needed blueprints. Do you still need blueprints? These words surprised Chun-Yi. Didn't the armor you forged for me before come with a weapon? Gu Xiaoyu pouted. That's a weapon that comes with the armor. If I forge a weapon on my own, the system won't recognize it, and the forging will fail. Is this thing really that bad? Chun-Yi now understands why Gu Xiaoyu, despite possessing such a strong forging skill, still struggles to make ends meet. There are simply too many restrictions. Does he really expect me to sacrifice a whole suit of fine iron just to experiment with this? To be honest, Chun-Yi would feel a little pain if he actually did that. Throwing away 5 or 10 pieces of refined iron is fine for fun, but if you really want to forge a complete set of armor with refined iron, you'll need at least 20 pieces of refined iron. Alright, I think I have a blueprint. Chun-Yi suddenly remembered something and started searching through his personal space. Finally, an ancient-style blueprint appeared in his palm. Forging blueprint, bone-splitting blade. Note, a very well-designed weapon, but only if a blacksmith can forge it. Here, try this. He sent the blueprints he had obtained from his previous jade gambling operations to Gu Xiaoyu. Judging from the weapon description in the blueprints, it is a long sword with shark teeth, forged from fine iron. This kind of thing is much cheaper than forging a whole suit of armor from fine iron. Wow, brother Chun-Yi actually has blueprints. Let me give it a try. After obtaining the blueprints, Gu Xiaoyu immediately began to study them. The weapon was strange, but all the components used in it were available here. To put it bluntly, Gu Xiaoyu's territory has everything except food and other mineral resources. With her sleeves rolled up to her shoulders, revealing her small but muscular biceps and triangular muscles, the little girl instantly transforms into a sizzling little cheetah. 40, 80, 40. Chunmo's territory. You dare to invade my territory? With just a few bronze lords like you. Chun Imo looked down from the high walls of his territory at the hundreds of bronze soldiers and their lord below. Although the enemy had a large number of soldiers, they were no match for our elite troops. A few charges would be enough to slaughter them. However, he had a feeling that things weren't that simple. Could it really be, as the alliance leader said, that a saint-level lord is preparing to invade the British Isles? Chun Imo quietly watched the people fighting below. One side was the Bronze Legion of several hundred men, and the other side was the Tiger Warriors formation of only 30 men. But beneath the high walls, those 30 men were overwhelming nearly 300 men on the opposite side with an unparalleled force. The elite troops, each capable of fighting 10 men, are indeed valiant. Hiding in the shadows, Owen frowned as he watched the battlefield ahead. The cannon fodder he had recruited were being slaughtered like chickens and dogs by the mighty army. Those fierce soldiers, standing 2 meters tall and wielding machetes, looked like a group of butchers who would hack anyone in their path. Fortunately, this type of soldier has a flaw. It's hard to imagine what heights they would reach if equipped with armor and mounts. Irving admired the mighty army, but a greedy lust had already begun to burn within him. The opponent has only developed to a little over 30 types of troops so far, and it is obvious that they have not killed the other low-level lords to obtain energy stones. If it were me, and I got this unit, and then killed the surrounding bronze lords, wouldn't I be? The word, invincible, pounded wildly in his mind. The mighty tiger warriors could cleave a person in two with a single wave of their hand. If such wild power were combined with enough armor and warhorses to form a heavy cavalry, it would be nothing short of a killing machine. He swallowed hard. They were both gold lords, yet they were worlds apart. If this imagined cavalry were to actually be created, then my previous Earth Knights would be nothing at all. No, even the current state of this group of fierce warriors could easily overwhelm the Earth Knights, who were dressed in full armor and riding their standard warhorses. His breathing became increasingly rapid. Owen desperately wanted to obtain this strongest unit. He was certain that if he could truly arm this group of fierce warriors, they would be the strongest troop type below the saint rank. What a waste. If it were me, I would kill all the surrounding lords to create a perfect cavalry squad. Irving licked his lips and gave the command to his land-toothed shark. Rustle. The earth and rocks churned, and the land-toothed shark silently approached. Seeing that the land-toothed shark had disappeared, Su Qingyu also dispatched her own troops as planned. 10 massive crocodiles charged into the battlefield. Chapter 68. Turns out he's just a nobody. Why are there only a few ordinary golden crocodiles? Could it be that a few incredibly stupid alliance leaders have teamed up to invade me? Chun Mo looked at the 10 giant crocodiles that had joined the battle with a solemn expression. According to the message from the alliance leader, he initially thought this was a probing attack by the Saint-level alliance, and he had made ample preparations. But so far, the opponent's performance has been too weak. The vanguard of the Saint-level alliance leader should not be composed of bronze lords, right? Only 10 gold tier units. Are they hiding their strength? Or are they really looking down on me? Chun Mo gradually lost patience. The 3 major alliances had united to fight against the never-setting sun alliance. If this is all they've got, then I'm really disappointed. He sternly ordered, "Brave warriors, crush them. Drink." With a roar, the tiger warriors charged forward, and the entire formation advanced step by step. The broadsword flashed with a cold light, and drops of blood dripped from its blade. These butchers could have spread out and expanded the area of slaughter, but they chose to proceed cautiously, advancing step by step. This cautious yet determined attitude sent chills down the spines of the bronze lords. It's like being huddled in a corner in the dead of night with nowhere to retreat, while someone with a knife is slowly approaching you. That person could have rushed over and killed you with a single blow, but he didn't. He approached step by step, gradually breaking down your mental defenses. Damn it. This guy is the vice leader of the British Empire, after all. Can we really succeed? Let's retreat. One of the bronze lords has already begun to back down. What's there to be afraid of? If you want to defy fate, you have to do the most dangerous things. That's right. Look, the Emperor Crocodile has already arrived on the battlefield, hasn't it? Don't worry, the king-level lord agreed upon will definitely make a move. A king-rank lord? Well, the man's mindset gradually stabilized. The reason the 3 of them dared to participate in the siege of the vice leader of the never-setting sun alliance was because they had a king-level lord backing them up. I'm really lucky that a king-level lord wants to cultivate his own subordinates and establish a new alliance. The bronze lord began to fantasize about inheriting Chun Mo's territory and then defying fate to rise to power. These words displeased another bronze lord, who retorted, "What do you mean you're lucky? We're the lucky ones." The other party's words seemed to imply that the silent territory was already theirs, which greatly displeased him. According to the original agreement, the prize should be divided equally among the 3 of them, or ultimately awarded to the highest bidder. Haha, sorry, it's us. The former lord laughed and corrected his mistake. Quick, look. The bronze lord who had initially tried to escape suddenly pointed at the battlefield, his voice trembling slightly. What are you looking at? Could it be that a king-level lord has made a move? The 2 who were secretly fighting turned their heads, and suddenly, their smiles froze on their faces. Then came their reinforcements. The enormous crocodile not only failed to break through the tiger warrior's path, but was instead scraped to the ground by the tiger warriors. No, really? They're both gold-tier troops. How can there be such a big difference? They stared in disbelief at the enormous crocodile, hacked to pieces and lying mangled on the ground. They thought that since both were gold-tier units, even if the crocodiles were outnumbered, their help should be enough to hold off the enemy until the king-level lord made a move. But why did the addition of the golden crocodile cause no ripples? They remained the same pathetic people, huddled in the corner, trembling and waiting for death. No, don't be afraid. The king-level lord will definitely take action. Su Qingyu frowned. Owen, tell your sharks to hurry up, or I'll have to retreat. She had already lost 3 swamp crocodiles in just a few exchanges, which greatly displeased Su Qingyu. Don't rush, we've arrived. Irving smiled and waved his hand. The next moment, a large hole appeared beneath Chun Mo's feet on the city wall, and a huge creature leaped up to swallow the arrogant Lord whole. Ha ha ha, it's done. It's almost done. Irving's eyes widened in excitement. This is why he provoked the Bronze Lord before the battle. As long as Chun Mo showed himself, he could send his troops to launch an underground attack. Stealth from the ground. That's what makes his unit special. Die? Your territory will eventually be mine. Ha ha, they've made their move. I knew it. A king-level lord would definitely make a move. Ha ha ha, the boss truly lives up to his reputation. His first move was a fatal blow. The enormous size of the land-tooth shark immediately attracted everyone's attention, especially since it appeared right under Chun Mo's feet. Look, there's more than one. The Bronze Lord shouted, and then, following the shark that had appeared, came not just one shark, but 3. 3 land sharks attacked Chun Mo simultaneously from 3 different directions. In everyone's eyes, the vice leader of the Never-Setting Sun Alliance was nothing special. In the end, their own plan was still superior. However, Chun Mo looked at the sharks that suddenly attacked with an extremely indifferent gaze. Turns out they're just a bunch of incredibly stupid lords. Looks like I was too nervous. The next moment, several elite soldiers clad in heavy steel armor, their eyes glowing red, appeared before Chun Mo. Boom! Several furious punches slammed into the face of the land-toothed shark, which was about to succeed, and the shark that had just emerged was instantly blasted several meters away. You little bastards, die. Chun Mo had been extremely cautious and concealed his strength in order to confront the saint-level lord mentioned in the new information, but the scum in front of him caused him to misjudge and waste his energy. Clank! Another elite force of 30 men also ceased to hide, clad in tightly fitted medium armor and wielding chilling spears. With cold, murderous eyes, they were Chun Mo's true core. As one of the vice leaders of the strongest alliance today, his combat power has long surpassed that of most lords. My lord, the underground tremors are not right. There may be an ambush. One of the elite soldiers reported to Chun Mo. It's all right. I've already located them. Chun Mo ordered the 30 elite warriors outside. Advance quickly and kill the enemy leader. Yes. The mighty tiger warriors roared, routing the already rout-prone Bronze Legion and sending them fleeing in all directions. This, damn it. Irving clenched his fists. He had expected his opponent to have a backup plan, but he hadn't anticipated that it would be so formidable. 30 fully armed elite soldiers. That's equivalent to 30 king-tier units. He instantly lost the will to resist. It's all right. I still have a few land sharks lurking underground. As long as we leave now, we can always find a way out. Irving's words came to an abrupt end. The fierce warriors raised their spears and thrust them fiercely into the ground. You have lost a land-tooth shark. You have lost a land-tooth shark. You. Chapter 69. The Chase, the Dragon Lord attacks. Come back quickly. Owen fearfully ordered his troops to retreat, then angrily vented all his rage on a nearby tree trunk. Fuck. How did he know my location, land-tooth shark? The land-tooth shark was clearly underground. Brush. The spear was pulled from deep underground, its surface covered in blood-red soil. My lord, one of them escaped. It's all right. I already know the location of everyone who came this time. Chun Mo first glanced at the rear of the battlefield, where the 3 bronze lords were located, and then looked at the woods, where Owen was hiding. Damn, he could still spot me. Land-tooth shark, let's go. The moment he was targeted, Owen felt his hair stand on end and cold sweat poured down his back. He hurriedly called for his last soldier to help him escape. The people on the battlefield suddenly felt as if they were being targeted by some great terror, and instantly felt as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. The king-level lord's troops have been killed. Shall we leave? The retirement of 3 lords was like a tidal wave, unstoppable. Run! Like a resounding bugle call, the 3 men simultaneously issued the final retreat order to their respective units. The legion of nearly 300 men had come in a grand procession, but now only a few dozen remained, fleeing in disarray. Damn it, Kyrie Irving screwed me over. Su Qingyu also noticed that something was wrong with the battle and hurriedly ordered her crocodiles to retreat. After the battle, he was left with only 5 crocodiles. The crocodile runs incredibly fast. In terms of burst damage, it even surpasses Owen's King Tier unit. We really lost a lot of money this time. As Su Qingyu ran, she kept looking back, fearing that the army of death would catch up with her. Under her gaze, the massive, death-like legion seemed to have only given chase symbolically before slowing down. Is it because this type of soldier is slow? Or is he intentionally letting us go? She didn't know which situation it was, but either way, the current situation was good, meaning that she and the others could survive. Damn it, these are the troops I've painstakingly accumulated. Where am I supposed to find bronze lords to plunder now? Su Qingyu was furious, as all her savings had vanished in an instant. Suddenly, she thought of something. Bronze lord, it's true that it's hard to find one on my own, but is there even a need to look? Isn't there one right here? She glanced at the 3 bronze lords running behind her, her eyes flashing as she pondered something. My lord, they've all run away. The elite soldiers atop the city walls reported on the battle situation, while those below cleaned up the battlefield. Humanoid units were carried to a nearby location and buried, while non-humanoid units were carried back to the territory as food. Okay, I understand. Because of the warrior's leader, Atieda, he had to give up the pursuit. Now, his most important goal is to hold on to his collar. By the way, what attacked me just now was a land shark. Chen Mo's brows furrowed as he suddenly remembered something. He might not remember the silver, bronze, and gold level lords very clearly, but he remembered very well that there weren't many king-level lords in the British Empire. Bring that shark over here. He gave the order. Yes. Soon, the land-toothed shark that had been blasted several meters away and killed was brought over. He cast a reconnaissance spell, and his face grew even more grim. It really is a land-toothed shark. The lord of their own alliance attacked them? How is this possible? What about the bronze lords who were monitoring him? Chen Imo looked at the scene before him in disbelief. Shouldn't all the lords above the gold level be under the surveillance of the bronze lords? Why did this kind of invasion by a king-level lord occur? He sent messages to the lord of the land-toothed shark, but received no response. He also sent messages to the lord who was monitoring him, but received no response either. Damn it. It seems it wasn't a misunderstanding between soldiers of the same branch. Chen Imo initially thought it was a misunderstanding with someone of the same type of unit, but now it seems that it was definitely not a misunderstanding. The lord of the land-toothed shark not only killed the lords around him, but was also preparing to invade him. What audacity! Chen Imo planned to report this matter to Qi Hongyi first. This kind of situation, where a king-level lord goes out of control and betrays his country, is quite serious. If it is not dealt with quickly, all the lower-level lords in the same alliance around us will probably become food for the enemy. Given the already tense relationship between low-ranking and high-ranking lords, if a high-ranking lord were to massacre low-ranking lords, it would undoubtedly become a stain on the British Empire. He won't allow that to happen. I remember that lord came in person. Go, send 10 men. We need to see him alive or dead. Although Chen Imo didn't know why this king-level lord would risk coming in person, since the other party had come, it gave him an opportunity. It gave him a chance to get rid of the other party. His aura locking ability can target anyone within a 5-kilometer radius who is hostile towards him and imprint a mark on them that lasts for 2 hours. The reason he didn't hunt down these lords was to prepare for the upcoming arrival of the saint-level lords. But now, we have no choice but to hunt them down. A squad of 10 men, none of whom were wearing heavy armor, hurriedly mounted their warhorses and chased after Owen. The warhorse, which Chen Imo had somehow found, was incredibly fast and soon caught up with the injured land-toothed shark. They've caught up. Irving turned around in alarm and immediately ordered his land-toothed shark, dive. Ooh. The land-toothed shark swallowed its lord whole and then quickly dived underground. Damn, it's so dark here. Irving was reluctant to dive into the jaws of the land-toothed shark, but the current situation forced him to do so. Swish swish. Several spears were thrust at the location of the land-toothed shark, but this time they failed to hit it due to the distance. We can't hit it anymore. What should we do? Although the tiger warriors can detect the enemy's location, they have no means of attack. Go to his territory and surround him. Chun Mo remotely commanded that the Lord of the Land-Toothed Shark must be killed today. Yes. Among these 10 people, some had participated in the rescue operation for the Land-Toothed Shark Lord, although they eventually gave up due to policy reasons, but they still remembered the location of its territory. The cavalry changed direction and headed towards the territory. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew by, and the warhorse raised its front hooves high and stood still. Whoosh! A fierce gale accompanied the arrival of high temperatures, and a huge shadow, like dark clouds obscuring the sun, covered the entire area of the knight's camp. Roar! The ancient roar carried a sound that shook all races, and the air itself seemed to distort in the heat of the roar. A majestic and enormous red dragon descended upon the knights. "Oh, are you here to greet us?" A cheerful voice rang out, and a tall figure stood atop the giant dragon. Chapter 70, Cooperation. The elite tiger warriors stopped and looked at the colossal object in the sky. With its ferocious, giant horns, majestic face, and a pair of fiery red scaled wings that flapped continuously, its mountain-like body was able to hover in the sky. The red dragon only revealed a trace of its aura, yet the knights were already on high alert. Why did this saint-level lord have to come at this time? Within the territory, Chun Mo finally saw the person he had been waiting for. From the perspective of their own unit, the red dragon, symbolizing fire and calamity, already had a size of 150 meters, making it a mature dragon. The sight of a fully grown dragon immediately reminded him of the 300-meter-long frost dragon from before, whose single breath had turned the area within a 5-mile radius around him into a blanket of frost. I am no longer the naive lord I once was. Chun Mo thought about his past self and then about his present self. Although he was still facing a dragon, he was no longer afraid. At least, he wasn't completely defenseless. The territory should be just ahead, right? Lead the way. Adida looked at the cavalrymen who were waiting for him on the ground. Although they were not wearing armor, they should be king-level soldiers judging from their aura. It's interesting that they greeted me with a 10-man squad of king-rank troops. Adida admires the strong and will give them sufficient respect. He came here to conduct an on-site inspection of the strength of this legendary vice leader of the everlasting British Alliance. If the other party is strong, then cooperate. If the other party is weak, then eliminate them. He admires the strong and has no sympathy for the weak. The current vice leader is acting like this, sending 10 king-level troops just to pick up people. He's really not afraid that I'll reduce their numbers. Atiera greatly admired the other party's strength and spirit. Bring him here. After some thought, Chun Mo decided to see what the other party was really up to. Based on previous reports, it seemed the other side intended to invade, yet it didn't attack its own squad, suggesting it had no malicious intent. Boom! The giant dragon spread its wings and soared into the sky, kicking up thick smoke several meters high. Under Chun Mo's command, the elite tiger warriors marched towards their territory. Meanwhile, Owen, who had sensed the powerful creature underground, poked his head out and saw everything. Who is this person? He actually possesses a dragon unit. Irving's shocked and envious gaze spoke volumes. If one's own troops are also saint level, then just one troop type is enough to make a fully armed and ready to fight king-level lord take it very seriously. Damn it, they actually went in like that. The giant dragon followed the mighty tiger warriors back to Chun Mo's territory, leaving him no choice but to hide far away. Having just escaped from that place, he would never go back. Huh? These ones even have heavy armor. The first thing Atida saw upon arriving at the territory was the heavily armored tiger warriors protecting Chun Mo. After donning heavy armor and mounting their fierce steeds, the latter's aura was even stronger than before. Interesting, indeed a powerful lord. The opponent's strength was considerable. With 30 ordinary king-rank troops and 30 king-rank troops with even stronger auras, their overall strength was quite formidable, and they caught his eye. The vice leader of the Never-Setting Sun Alliance. Not bad, I acknowledge you. I wonder what brings Alliance leader Adida here. Chun Mo ignored the other party's arrogant tone and spoke directly. To be honest, he was still a little intimidated when facing that giant dragon that stretched 150 meters after spreading its wings. However, Hu Ben by his side and Chi Hongi behind him, who would give him 10,000 energy stones with just a word, were his strongest support and confidence. Neither humble nor arrogant. Very good. Chun Mo was increasingly satisfied with the Taida, and he didn't intend to beat around the bush. He said directly, I have a way, it's a bit risky, but the profit is considerable. What do you think of our Sun Never Sets Alliance cooperation? Cooperate. Chun Imo looked at the burly man dressed in grassland attire with surprise and asked, "Didn't you already join forces with the other two alliances? Why are you coming to us again?" Ataida stepped forward with one foot on the dragon's long horn and said, "Because the path is very wide and broad. As long as we do well, we can monopolize the trade in the entire Lord's circle." Chunmo's expression also turned serious. What the other party said didn't sound like a joke. He then asked, "What route?" Ataida laughed heartily. "Trade with the Empire." Brother Chunyi, look. Chunye's long wait finally came to fruition, and he received the first pure iron artifact crafted by Gu Xiaoyu. He opened his private messages and found them bombarded by Gu Xiaoyu. Before he could reply, a flash of white light appeared. A strange longsword with shark teeth on its back appeared in front of him. The design is quite intimidating. Chunyi was satisfied with the forging of the other party's sword. He cast a detection spell, and the information of the long sword was revealed. Bronze, bone splitter blade, strength +4, speed +1, armor penetration +4. Note: killing someone usually involves a swift headbutt, but this knife is specifically designed to break bones. It is extremely vicious. This is a weapon with a grade. The attributes are still so high. Chunyi was somewhat stunned until he carefully cast several reconnaissance spells and realized that the steel in his hand was indeed heavy. He hurriedly asked the little girl, "Did you forge this? Can it even be forged? How much refined iron did you use?" Bronze weapons with grade and attributes. He couldn't imagine the scene of being able to make his own weapons in an era where everyone still had to fight monsters to use weapons. 6 pieces of refined iron. Brother Chunyi, I only used 6 pieces of refined iron. Brother Chunyi, am I amazing? I actually forged a bronze weapon. Little fish no longer has to worry about food. Little fish is going to turn the tables and become the master. Gu Xiaoyu, like a hero who had accomplished something great, asked Chunyi for praise. 6 pieces, only 6 pieces. A bronze weapon costs around 200 to 300. Chunyi looked at the weapon in his hand. The weapon's attributes were as high as 9, making it a top-grade bronze weapon, which meant it would cost 300. 10 times the profit. He could even feel his own rapid breathing. A 10-fold profit margin, a weapon that never worried about sales. Had he struck it rich? Suddenly, Chunyi thought of another problem. This weapon was forged using his own blueprints. Could it be that one blueprint can only be used to forge one weapon? Does this weapon require blueprints for each forging? Chunyi inquired. No, the blueprints are for me to learn. As long as I have enough materials after learning, I can forge several in a day. Gu Xiaoyu couldn't suppress the joy on her radiant face. He was about to make a lot of money, and he was about to leave this shabby, dark cave. You'll know it once you've learned it. Chunyi was stunned, as if struck by lightning. He finally understood why the profession of blacksmith was so demanding and required so many skills. Indeed, the more you ask for, the better the product. Then he turned to Gu Xiaoyu and said, "Did you come up with a blueprint for an armor yourself?" "Yes, I even have armor?" Gu Xiaoyu also discovered the wealth she possessed, and at this moment, Chunye's financial assistance arrived once again. The little man rolled up his sleeves and swung a hammer. A moment later, a weapon shimmering with a coppery green light appeared before them. Bronze, bright armor, speed -3, defense +10. Attached weapon, horse slaying sword, strength +2. Characteristic, durable, immune to any physical attack with armor penetration below 5 or attribute below 50. Chapter 71, Physical and Magical Resistance. Immune to any physical attack with armor penetration below 5 or attribute below 50. This feature. Chunyi was momentarily at a loss for words to comment on the ability to be immune to any physical attack with armor penetration below 5. The only weapon he had seen so far with the highest armor penetration was the other one he had just seen, the Bone Splitter. Moreover, the armor penetration of the Bone Splitter is only 4. The bone-splitting blade's attributes and armor penetration are top tier among bronze weapons, which means it can basically be immune to any physical attack with less than 50 attribute points. Chunyi realized the seriousness of the situation. His strongest unit, the Black Armor Goblin, already possessed extremely strong magic immunity. If he were to add this armor, wouldn't that mean dual resistance to physical and magical attacks? Thinking of this, his Adam's apple involuntarily made a swallowing motion. Only a Saint-level Lord could achieve an attack power of over 50 points, right? And it has to be a Saint-level Lord who focuses on physical attacks. Only a Saint-level Lord who meets both of the above conditions can damage his Black Armor Goblin. In other words, if his black-armored goblin were fully equipped with this kind of armor, then no matter how many enemies there were, they would not be able to harm him in the slightest. Chun Ye's eyes gradually brightened, and he secretly made a decision in his heart. Monopoly. We must monopolize both the bone-splitting blade and the armor of light. He immediately tried to persuade the little girl. Little fish, is it tiring to forge your own refined iron? Are you able to eat your fill every day? Are you dressed warmly enough lately? Are the territory's troops developing well? With each question Chun Yi asked, the petite figure in the other dimly lit cave seemed to feel even more aggrieved. Finally, someone understands my situation. They were often hungry and cold, yet they still had to work diligently as blacksmiths every day, and their territory development lagged behind that of most others. I've heard that some bronze lords already have armies of several hundred men, while I'm still forging iron. Chun Ye's words brought back memories of Gu Xiaoyu's most difficult days. As a lovely girl, she spends her days and nights holed up in a dark cave hammering iron, and she's even starving and cold. Who could stand that? So, do you want to change? Chun Yi then changed the subject and began to set a trap. Gu Xiaoyu didn't think much of it, but simply wiped away the tears that were already welling up in her eyes, and gritted her teeth and said, yes. Chun Yi continued, do you want to have enough to eat and warm clothes to wear in the future? Think. Gu Xiaoyu was excited. This was almost her biggest dream so far. Do you want to quickly develop your own unit type, and then quietly amaze everyone? Seeing that it was working, Chun Yi intensified his deception. Gu Xiaoyu on the other side nodded vigorously. Yes. There are two things she wants to do most. First, to have enough to eat and wear, and second, to increase the number of troops so that they can dig through the rocks and reach the surface as soon as possible. Very good. Chun Yi pressed on. Then join my alliance. Okay. Huh? When did Brother Chun Yi form an alliance? After realizing what she meant, Gu Xiaoyu frowned and scratched her head. I remember Brother Chun Yi saying something about how strong people always walk alone, while weak people travel in groups. She thought about it again and realized that the other person had indeed said that in their daily conversations. Forehead. Chun Yi was speechless for a moment. He just casually mentioned it to try and win the other party over to his side, but he didn't expect the other party to remember it. However, the clever and unscrupulous businessman quickly came up with a reason to explain himself when faced with the not-so-bright little girl. Of course it's for you. The strong always walk alone, but when the strong want to protect the weak, they must also have their own power. Gu Xiaoyu's eyes lit up with deep emotion. She subconsciously imagined this man she already had feelings for. I knew that Chun Yi, who was supposed to be stingy, was actually a good person. I never expected that he would actually create an alliance just for me. This is the first time I've met someone who's been so good to me. Gu Xiaoyu was momentarily moved to tears. Although Chun Ye's brother always had a stubborn and rude attitude, he actually always gave me the most benefits. Even now, it seems that most of the other party's actions were actually ways of taking care of me indirectly. How can a few broken stones be exchanged for hundreds of energy stones? Where can you find meat that's been cured and marinated before being delivered in winter? Where would you find someone who offers fine iron as payment for repairing armor? All of this inadvertently pointed the finger at Chun Yi, the good guy. Gu Xiaoyu was even more moved after figuring this out. Wah, thank you, Brother Chun Yi. I'll definitely join your alliance. Very good. Chun Yi was overjoyed to have successfully fooled her. This obedient, sensible, and easy-to-raise little girl was definitely a treasure. Luckily, he discovered her early. Brother Chun Yi, how many people are in our alliance? Gu Xiaoyu asked. 3. Chun Yi answered. Oh, so who's the other person? Because it was a newly established alliance, there were only 3 initial members, or rather, Chun Ye's brother had already created the alliance, and this 2-person alliance was just waiting for him to join. Gu Xiaoyu rationalized everything that was unreasonable on her own. Chun Yi casually replied, Manhwa. Oh, it's him. Gu Xiaoyu had some impression of this person. He was one of the few good businessmen, a businessman, but not cunning. Brother Chun Yi, what should our alliance be called? What's your name? Chun Yi was speechless for a moment. This alliance was just something he casually mentioned to win over the little girl. He really didn't know what it would be called. He tentatively suggested, how about we call it the Whatever Alliance? Gu Xiaoyu pouted and replied, not domineering at all. Chun Yi glanced at the goblins not far away, who preferred to sleep on the rooftops of houses instead of in the distance. They were a patchwork of green and black. How about calling it the Dark Alliance? Gu Xiaoyu. Brother Chun Yi, I suddenly think that the casual alliance is pretty good. Chun Yi, The two half-jokingly decided on the name of the alliance and its initial number of members. The Casual Alliance was chosen arbitrarily, called arbitrarily, and even its formation was quite casual. But years later, any one person, any one thing, and any one decision in this casual alliance would make the Titan Empire, one of the masters of this continent, tremble. Chunmo's territory. Atiera smiled meaningfully as he looked at the message Chi Hongi had sent him. Sheep flock together, tigers roam alone. Very good. I've long heard that Chi Hongi is arrogant, and seeing her today, I can confirm it. After receiving the other party's reply, Atiera was not angry. In terms of strength, the British Empire was the strongest at the moment. If we take Chun Mo as a reference, then the strength of the other side's 5 vice leaders and 1 leader is indeed worthy of being called a fierce tiger. It's not unreasonable for the other party to compare themselves to a sheep and a tiger. However, Chi Hongi wasn't the only one who was arrogant. He himself was a powerful figure, and the other party's answer made him very unhappy. Such a decisive answer. Aren't you afraid I'll demote you from your position as vice leader? Atiera's face was ashen. Chi Hongi replied domineeringly, you can try. Perhaps you are the strongest in your own forest, but here, I am the strongest as well. Along with the message came several precise territorial coordinates, belonging to the other lords of the Warriors Alliance. The other party threatened her with Chun Mo, and she could also use his connection with the regional Warrior Alliance members to her advantage. Very good. Atiera smiled without saying a word, patted the giant dragon beneath him, and the dragon immediately soared into the air, kicking up clouds of dust. If there is no cooperation, then there will only be competition. If you want to control all the lords' trade by yourself, I will show you how foolish that decision is. Ataida and the giant dragon soared into the sky and disappeared into the horizon in a few breaths. Without his connections with the Fallen Ones Association, how could he possibly compete with me for imperial trade? That's wishful thinking. Without an identity obtained from the Fallen Ones Association, you can't even get through the gates of the Empire. Chi Hongi, you will regret your arrogant decision. Chapter 72. The Casual Alliance is established. You are a veteran of our alliance. Now that the alliance has just been established, we have to build everything from scratch. Don't worry, if I get a bite of meat, you'll definitely get a sip of soup. Your blacksmithing profession definitely requires a lot of blacksmithing to increase your proficiency, right? Isn't that common sense? The system didn't say anything? Didn't the system not say anything when you first got your profession? Here, use all this refined iron for practice. Be nice to you? Isn't it only natural for you to be nice to me? Don't worry, there are no high requirements. Just forge the bone-splitting blade and the bright light armor. After Chun Ye's persuasive words, Gu Xiaoyu gratefully agreed to process the remaining 900+ pieces of refined iron for Chun Yi for free. They call it helping you practice and improve your skills. These days, it's rare to see a good person like me. Chun Yi sighed, realizing that in this strange world where everyone was scheming against each other, there were very few people like him who could mentor others. By the way, how is Manhwa? He remembered another member of his alliance and said, you should have told him about the alliance I formed. I wonder how Manhwa's business is doing. It seems like the lords have been fighting all the time lately, and I wonder if there's any business to be done. War can stimulate domestic demand, but the demand stimulated by war is relatively singular. For lords, what can influence the war is nothing more than the types of troops and weapons. Since the types of soldiers are fixed, selling weapons is the best option during wartime. Fortunately, he had a weapon in his hand. Business is tough. There haven't been any big deals lately. How about you get me a few bronze weapons to sell, sir? Oh, boss. Manhwa asked half-jokingly, knowing that there were many restrictions on the demigod-level troops, and each deployment was difficult. It was impossible for them to send troops just for a few bronze weapons. This is further evidenced by the fact that Chun Yi never sold bronze weapons again after selling them once. Okay. Chun Yi readily agreed to Nanhee's request. Okay, sure. Okay. Nana's tone suddenly rose. He thought he had misheard and asked, boss, did you just say okay? Chun Yi nodded. Just wait. I'll get you a few decent bronze weapons in a few days to make a good impression. On the Empire's side, he gave the King of the Serpent to bolster its image, so naturally the lords would also need to find something to bolster their image. Alright. Receiving a positive reply from Chun Yi was a pleasant surprise for Manhwa. A big shot is a big shot. He just casually mentioned it, and the other party agreed because he was in a good mood. Sure enough, the scraps that the big boss showed are enough for many people to live on. Oh, by the way, I created an alliance, and you're one of the initial members. Interested? Chun Yi brought up the important matter. Alliance? Yes, I'm 100% willing. How could he possibly disagree with joining an alliance created by Chunyi, a big shot? Compared to the overwhelming power and influence of demigod-level units, all other alliances are trash. Not only was he able to join this alliance, but he was also one of the initial members, which made Manhwa feel the trust that the big boss had in him. So, the big boss already considers me one of his own. It feels so good to be trusted. Boss, how many people are in our alliance? And what's the alliance called? Manhwa asked excitedly. He had long coveted the British Empire's recent sale of bronze weapons, but unfortunately, he was outnumbered and outmatched. But things are different now. Judging from what the boss is saying, he's creating an alliance and selling bronze weapons. Is he planning to compete with the British Empire for the dominant market? It must be said that the British Empire alliance has risen to become the largest alliance among the lords through various opportunities, and it is like a giant tiger. And here I am, a young dragon snatching food from the jaws of an adult tiger. How exciting. Manhwa was immersed in endless daydreams. He could already imagine that with Chun Ye's reputation, he could easily wave his hand and countless people would rush to join the alliance, transforming him from a small-time vendor into a group CEO? A name? Anything is fine. There are only 3 people in total right now, including you and a little girl. 3 people, huh? I'm so honored. Manhwa felt smug and pleased to have once again entered Chun Ye's inner circle. The name of the alliance hasn't been decided yet. I need to help the boss think of something more imposing and powerful. Among the lords, invincible in another world. Boss, how about we call our alliance Zonghang? Vertical and horizontal? Chunyi thought for a moment. The name is good, but I've already decided on the name for the alliance. It's settled. Manhwa was taken aback. Didn't you just say it was up to you? Yeah, that's right. The name is Suabian, meaning anything. Manhwa, this, boss is really a man of character. What a great name. It unintentionally reveals his domineering presence and confidence. Manhwa praised. Can you say it's bad when the eldest son has already decided on a name? Low emotional intelligence leads to belittling the leader. High emotional intelligence always involves agreeing. Well, I happen to have a task for you. Chunyi thought about it and realized that he needed some animal furs for trade with the empire. The king cobra was just a gimmick and a stepping stone. The real long-term business should come from the things that the lords usually had. For example, the most common fur he sees here is gray wolf pelt. What mission? Boss, what are your orders? The alliance has already been given its first mission since its establishment, which suggests that the leader has already formulated a complete development plan. Manhwa marveled at his boss's comprehensive abilities. From now on, we will buy animal pelts, no matter what kind they are, as long as they look good and can keep you warm. Chunyi said. Understood, boss. I know exactly which lords trade furs and what furs are in their territories. Manhwa is arguably the most experienced merchant when it comes to daily transactions. Oh, right. Especially those very fine but small furs. We should collect as many of those as possible. Chunyi suddenly added. Why acquire this? There's no market for this kind of thing among the lords. Manhwa asked his boss, puzzled. The weather is getting colder and winter is approaching. He can understand buying furs, but why buy those small, exquisite ones? For lords at this stage, practicality is the only performance requirement. Those small, exquisite but tiny hairs are simply useless. Things like snow fox or mink fur are more in line with the aesthetics of noble women and female lords. But those are luxuries, and the current lords simply don't have the means to afford them. Chunyi smiled. Of course he knew what the other party was thinking. It was simply that there was no market for luxury goods. However, his market is not limited to the lord's side. The essence of doing business lies in perfectly mastering the information gap between the two parties. Leave the sales to me. You just need to acquire them. Yes, I understand. Chapter 73, Seeking Asylum. A new goblin, the ground goblin, has been spawned in your territory and has been automatically added as your unit. Do you wish to accept this? Accept. New goblins have been spawned from the troops plundered from red-named lords. As I expected, the lord's creatures are also creatures, and therefore can mate. Let me see the first unit and the combination of units, the goblin. Chunyi cast a detection spell on the newly arrived goblin. Ground goblin. Quality, gold. Attribute, 48. Level 3. Level increases are gained by killing creatures. Loyalty, unwavering. You are the goblin's absolute faith. Weapon, none. Skills, bite, venomous fang, sandstorm, earthwalk. Current condition, newborn, weak. Characteristic, ignores reproductive isolation. Note: perverted is not enough to describe you. You've actually started attacking sharks. It's gold? This land-tooth shark is a bit overrated, isn't it? Although the attribute points have reached 48, just 2 points away from entering the king rank, it is still gold. He was somewhat surprised that the goblins he had trained alongside the king-level troops were still at the gold level. Chinyi wasn't very satisfied with the little thing in front of him. This little thing did not inherit its desired trampling skill, nor did it inherit the enormous size of the land-tooth shark. Like the original Dark Goblin, it lays 5 at a time, with an extremely high productivity, but it is only the size of 3 heads. It has a long, pointed snout, a slender body, gills on its neck for breathing in water and underground, and long fins on its wrists and back. 75 ground goblins, new to the world, are curiously looking around with their noses and gills. Clearly, the powerful creature he desired did not come into being. Although the attribute points are not low, the opponent's physique doesn't look like that of someone who can fight. It seems we'll have to find a solution from the dragon on the other side of the river. Chinyi sighed. In fact, as long as you can reproduce with a dragon, even if you only have one of your own fertility springs, it will absorb the genes of this unit, and then you can summon it with an energy stone. You're not entirely useless. Go to the other side of the river and do some scouting. I need to know more detailed information about that dragon. Chinyi checked the detailed information about terrain magic and learned that the newborn goblin could move across the ground like water. Although he's not good at combat, he'd be excellent at reconnaissance. After all, ordinary reconnaissance is mainly conducted on the ground and in the air, and few people pay attention to the underground. Gah! The little earth-walking goblin activated the earth-walking spell, and the solid ground beneath his feet suddenly became as soft as flowing water. He let out a strange cry, like a drowning child struggling. Chinyi covered his temples. It seems that too much fusion of orc and beast genes will make them stupid. We'll have to find an intelligent being to neutralize it. After struggling for a while, the goblin felt safe enough to dive underground and begin its mission once it realized it wouldn't be drowned by the land. Chi Hongyi's expression gradually turned serious. The betrayal of a king-level lord must be severely punished, otherwise the many lower-level lords below will live in fear. Upon learning about the land-tooth shark, she immediately inquired with the other low-ranking lords, and thankfully, the reply she received was good news. Nothing like that has happened here. Thank you for your concern, Alliance Leader. Nothing like that has happened here either. Your policies, Lord Alliance Leader, have given us the strength to contend with high-ranking lords, so they dare not invade easily. Yes, thank you, Alliance Leader. Long live the Alliance Leader. Thank goodness for the Alliance Leader. Joining the Sun Tribe Alliance was definitely the right decision. Punish them severely. Although we haven't had a similar incident here, please, Lord Alliance Leader, be sure to punish this kind of person severely. I think so too. The previously silent group chat became lively again because of Chi Hongyi's caring greetings. Seeing this model, her anxious heart finally relaxed. That's good. It seems that the land-tooth shark was just an isolated case. After learning that the other lords were all safe and sound, Chi Hongyi left the group chat. She first instructed Chun Mo to eliminate the Lord of the land-tooth shark to uphold the alliance rules, and then she devoted herself to the development of her own troops once again. With the help of the British Empire, her development has progressed rapidly to a stage where she can rival the Holy Lords. He commanded over 200 well-equipped troops, and even obtained a top-quality bronze weapon himself. To be fair, that's a lot of strength, but in her opinion, it's not strong enough. Because what awaits her next is a confrontation between 3 alliances. Although it is a business confrontation, the prerequisite for standing together in a fair and square business war is that you are qualified to stand with the other party. If you are weak, no matter how well you manage your business, you will only be someone else's breadbasket. She firmly believed that backwardness invites aggression. On the other side, a shark that can swim on land is using its keen sense of smell to track the scorching heat as it moves forward. The moment his plan failed, Irving knew he couldn't go back. Not only can he not go back, but he can't even go within a radius of tens of kilometers around his own territory. Chun Mo would definitely kill him, and if it weren't for the Dragon Lord's unexpected interference, he might already be dead. If you've offended the British Empire and still want to survive, your only option is to join another powerful alliance. The Dragon Lord would be a very good choice. The Dragon Lord must be the second strongest person in this forest besides Chinyi, right? As for why he didn't join Chinyi's side, his plan's failure not only implicated himself, but also the 3 bronze lords and Su Qingyu. Given Su Qingyu's relationship with Chen Yi, she would surely be able to get protection, but if she gets protection, what about herself? Shelter under shelter? Irving doesn't like feeling inferior to others. Rather than becoming someone else's subject, it's better to just kill a low-ranking lord and join the Warriors' alliance by joining their ranks. You have entered the territory of a red-named lord. Please be careful. Red-named lords are extremely dangerous, but defeating them yields special rewards. You roar. Before Irving could even finish hearing the system notification, a terrifying roar accompanied by a gigantic figure had already arrived in front of him. The scorching heat baked him painfully, and the cold sweat evaporated before it could even drip down. Don't move, or I guarantee you won't even be left with any ashes. The threatening tone was accompanied by a breath of dragon's breath, and the surrounding trees instantly turned to ashes. Irving immediately stopped himself from trying to get the land-tooth shark to dive. Chapter 74, Special Forces. My esteemed sir, I mean no harm. I simply wish to join you. Realizing he had been discovered, Irving quickly confessed his thoughts. Join me. Atai looked at the other party with suspicion. Although the soldiers under him were somewhat weak, they were undoubtedly of the king rank. King rank troops, weren't I supposed to wipe out all the nearby troops? Why are there still some that escaped? After staring at the other person for a moment, Atiera seemed to have thought of something. Are you a wandering lord from elsewhere? This is. Although he was reluctant to admit it, Irving had no way to refute the fact that he was indeed a wandering lord. Ataida chuckled. A king-level wandering lord? It seems there are other powerful figures in this forest. You have encountered a wandering lord who has offered his allegiance to you. Would you accept? Oh. Atiera was somewhat surprised by the system notification. He hadn't expected there to be such an option as subjugation. After subjugating a lord, they will retain their personal upgrade panel and become your special unit. Note: the lord possesses independent will. Please make decisions carefully. Note: after a lord submits, you can impose restrictions on them and take their life at any time. Whether to. Interesting, I agree. This was the first time Atai had seen such an option. He had never seen a lord like this before, as they were always killed outright. A servant of royal rank is worthy of me. After some thought, Ataida agreed to the other party's request. Since he could easily control the other party's life, there was nothing to worry about. Special units should be upgraded using the lord's personal panel, right? Ataida regretted it a bit, as he had upgraded his lord panel and knew the status of his lord's upgrade. Compared to the fact that troop types only gain 1 attribute point per level, lords gain 5 free attribute points per level, which is simply overwhelming. In other words, the strongest. No, the most promising unit type should not be the saint level or the demigod level, but the lords. Atai stared at Owen in front of him, thinking, let's take him in first and see how he levels up. If he levels up quickly, then I'll go and capture some other wandering lords. You have become their vassal. Note: as a lower-ranking lord, please do not harbor rebellious thoughts, as the consequences will be severe. Your personal panel has changed, and the method for upgrading your panel has changed. What? Irving stood frozen in place, clearly sensing that something had been pulled away from him. The sudden emptiness inside him made him very uneasy. No, this is not what I want. His so-called joining the other side is actually plundering one side's territory and then joining the other side by joining an alliance. Vassal? What the hell is a vassal? I refuse to become their vassal. I am not a warrior. I am a lord. I am a recluse behind the scenes. Irving stared angrily at his upgrade panel. The experience required to level up has been reduced, and it has been indicated that you can gain a lot of experience by defeating monsters. In other words, he became like a monster or a slave, and from now on he would not only be unable to enjoy life in peace, but would also have to work for others. Black people will never be slaves. I've come to join the alliance, as a lord. Irving's emotions fluctuated wildly, but he quickly suppressed them in front of the mountain-like red dragon and asked cautiously, My lord, I joined in order to. Shoo. Atai put his finger to his lips and made a shushing face at Irving. Then he said, Let me guess, you regret it? Atai looked at the system and saw that the only way for high-ranking lords to counter special troops was through one method, Soul Whip. With a light tap, an invisible whip lashed fiercely at Irving's surrendered soul. Souls linked together. Irving immediately collapsed to the ground, veins bulging. No, please, please. The pain, like a piercing, bone-chilling, soul-devouring agony, immediately swept through my entire body. Your disloyalty has been punished by the higher lord. Your soul has been damaged. This is really good. It makes me even more eager to recruit more wandering lords. Ataida ignored Owen on the ground. Since the other party had just expressed dissatisfaction, he should accept the punishment. He also wanted to see if this so-called soul-whipping technique could actually subdue the wandering lord. It's important to understand that while these wandering lords have extremely high potential, they also possess their own thoughts, and their loyalty is not reflected in any attribute panel. They must be thoroughly educated to be obedient. Please, please, my lord. I won't dare anymore. I won't dare anymore. I have no more complaints. Irving's fingers dug into the ground, blood streaming down his face, and he banged his head down repeatedly. All that talk about being the leader of the alliance, having a kingly status, and never being a slave, all vanished in an instant. His fingers were bleeding, and he kept slamming his head against the ground, seemingly doing so while enduring immense pain. In other words, Irving's strong will meant that someone with a weaker will might not have been able to do this under punishment. Very good. Atiera was very satisfied with the other party's performance and the current functionality of the system. However, he still did not stop punishing the other party. That was only a couple of moves. For a rebel, the best course of action is to make him submit in one go. Ataida admires the strong and is cruel to the weak. At this moment, he is the complete image of a tyrant. The dragon looked down from its lofty position at the lowly person who had defied it. They didn't chase after us, did they? Run, run. A bronze lord who had escaped from Chunmo's territory was looking back every few steps. Thankfully, the other party was not chasing after him. Damn it, that king-level lord is so incompetent. He even said he would definitely succeed. Now he's doomed. He angrily berated Irving and condemned the other party's shamelessness. You should know that he used nearly 80% of his troops in this war, but now the 100-man legion has been reduced to a 10-man legion. This was the force I was originally planning to use to eliminate the threat. Damn it, damn it, damn it. He is both lucky and unlucky to be alive now. Because he failed to eliminate the enemy during the 7 days crisis, he was targeted by a group of level 15 boars. There were as many as 70 wild boars, and his territory was attacked by them every day. After nearly a month of hard work, they have grown into a 100-man army with the strength to eliminate potential threats. However, he was tricked by that king-level lord into participating in this so-called battle to defy fate. What nonsense about defying fate and changing destiny. What nonsense about eliminating hidden dangers directly. It's all a lie. And that so-called Emperor's Union has supposedly succeeded a lot of people. Damn it, it's all a scam. To hell with their king-rank lords. To hell with their gold-rank lords. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, and he slammed his own warhorse into a rage. This expedition resulted in the loss of 80% of our troops, and it will take a long time to replenish them. Suddenly, the infantryman running beside him issued a warning. Sir, someone is catching up with us. What? The lord turned around and saw that it was those several huge crocodiles. Is it that gold-level crocodile lord? What do you mean? Why are you fleeing towards me? Chunmo's pursuers are behind you. Chapter 75, The Dead Dragon? Go, speed up. The bronze lord spurred his horse, and the horse immediately accelerated forward. The woman on top of the crocodile behind him was rushing towards him at high speed. In this lord's view, Chunmo might not care about his bronze-level strength, but gold-level strength was a different story. He didn't want to be caught in the crossfire during the pursuit battle between the two sides. His 10 infantrymen all gave a wry smile upon hearing their lord's order. Speed up? How could they possibly speed up? They don't have any mounts, and they've just finished a fight and are now on a long run. How are they going to accelerate? So the lord rode his warhorse at full speed, with his troops following loosely and sparsely behind him. You've sped up. Have you figured out my purpose? Su Qingyu's eyes were serious. While the speed of the Emperor Crocodile might surpass that of many other units in a short burst, it is not a unit with long-term endurance, and she has no intention of engaging in a protracted battle with the opponent. Speed up, catch the one on horseback. She patted the Emperor Crocodile beneath her. Although it had also suffered heavy troop losses, it still held an absolute advantage over these bronze lords. As long as we capture this lord, all the lost troops can be recovered. Su Qingyu looked at the lord in front of her, her eyes flashing with a hunting light. A bronze lord costs 200 energy stones, which is enough to make up for the losses of my 5 Emperor Crocodiles, and might even leave me with a lot more. Roar! With a roar, the Emperor Crocodile overtook the lagging infantry and charged straight at the enemy lord. Perhaps he was no match for that terrifying elite army, but these rotten fish and shrimp in front of him were far from being his match. Damn it, what's going on? As the giant crocodile drew ever closer, even the Bronze Lord wore an expression of disbelief. It was unbelievable that the crocodile could run so fast, and it was unbelievable that it was chasing him even though there were no pursuers behind him. He wasn't stupid. He naturally knew why he was pursuing him at this time. Drive. He spurred the warhorse, and it accelerated once more. Roar. When they were 3 meters away, the emperor crocodile accelerated again, and its gaping maw snapped into the hind leg of its warhorse. Roar. Several crocodiles then surrounded the lord, completely ignoring the infantry pursuers not far away. Having gone through a major battle and a long-distance race, their combat effectiveness was almost zero. Miss Sue, we have no grudges against each other, and we were even allies before. Isn't this inappropriate of you? The Bronze Lord gritted his teeth and made a final stand. After all, he still guessed what the other party was thinking. Who would want to be a homeless, wandering lord if they could? Su Qingyu sat atop the crocodile's head, her messy hair concealing a ruthless heart. I don't want to kill you. Tell me the location of your territory and cooperate with me to destroy it. Or don't blame me for being ruthless. In just 1 month, Su Qingyu shed her naivety and realized that only strength was the key to survival here. No, please don't do this. I can provide you with the locations of the other lords, the one who fought alongside us, whose troops also suffered heavy losses. In order to save himself, he did not hesitate to betray his temporary ally. Great, now there are 2. Su Qingyu remained resolute. Now that she had gone to her backer and offended Chun Mo, the Sun Never Sets alliance was definitely not a place she could stay. Therefore, she needed to quickly increase her strength. Is there really no room for negotiation? The Lord gritted her teeth, filled with despair, but Su Qingyu responded with her icy gaze. Okay, I surrender. I'll tell you the location. After a moment of contemplation, he finally accepted reality. Rather than fighting to the death, it was better to preserve his fighting strength. You might encounter a lord who isn't doing well, and then you can plunder their territory and become the new lord. The 20-plus infantrymen in the territory, plus the 10 infantrymen in front of them, constitute a considerable force. At least enough for him to survive in this forest. Here you go, so you can stay in that swamp. Chen Mo gave a damaged scroll he had collected to his elite tiger warriors. These tattered scrolls are only obtained by the first 7 to 12 lords who break through the fountain, and the scrolls become weaker as you progress. He naturally obtained it, but the tattered scroll he received was unsuitable for traversing the swamp. Although this tattered scroll is now ranked low and is considered quite useless. However, the ability to cause a sudden temperature drop of 20 degrees Celsius within a 2-kilometer radius can also make it possible to establish a foothold in a swamp that would otherwise be uninhabitable. Yes. 30 elite warriors mounted their warhorses, donned armor, and headed towards the location where Lord Landtooth Shark had once sought help. The 12th place scroll reward is freezing temperature, and the Alliance leader's 3rd place scroll is the Ice Coffin Descent, a single target finishing move. So, what about the 1st place? Chen Mo subconsciously pondered this question. The current number 1 is undoubtedly Chun Yi, which means that this dangerous neighbor of mine still has an absolute trump card that I don't know about. Forget it. If Chun Yi wanted to kill me, he probably wouldn't need to use such a trump card. Sometimes, the vast difference between you and the other person can actually give you a strange sense of security. Atita's giant dragon put immense pressure on him, but this dragon was not the strongest among all the lords. The real champion is not far away, and you don't even know what kind of unit they are. Chun Yi, you really are mysterious. Chen Mo sighed. Although Chun Yi had not formed an alliance with him or shown any malice, he was still most wary of this neighbor. Each time a territory is upgraded, its area will increase. One day, the territories of neighbors will border each other. My title of great philanthropist has disappeared. It seems my good luck has come to an end. Looking at his status, Chun Yi saw that the title of great benefactor he had gained from destroying the red-named lord had disappeared, which meant that his unexpected good luck had come to an end. Gaga woo woo gaga. Chun Yi looked at the little potato goblin in front of him, trying its best to jump and express itself. Yes, it's a ground goblin. They're back so quickly. No wonder they're a reconnaissance unit. Chun Yi was somewhat surprised by the speed of the ground goblin. Perhaps this was his last unexpected surprise. Soon, Chun Yi understood what the ground goblin was trying to say, and his heart skipped a beat. What the other party expressed was actually this. The dragon is asleep. We attacked the dragon, but it did not retaliate. The dragon is injured, or the dragon itself is dead. That dragon is dead. Chapter 76. Black, a dangerous mark. Don't move. Everyone evacuate. Everyone evacuate. Put down your weapons. In a forest clearing, a man stood on a crocodile, issuing orders to the troops within his territory. The territory was extremely rudimentary, lacking even the most basic fortifications. It was simply a wide open space surrounded by a fence and a few huge wooden houses. The patrolling infantrymen looked at their lord with confusion. Why were they withdrawing? Were they no longer patrolling? However, despite their doubts, they could not disobey their lord's orders. 20-foot soldiers, each carrying a wooden spear, marched out in orderly formation. Under the lord's command, they stood in a line with the infantry who arrived later and laid down their weapons. Why are there only a few brothers that the lord brought back? Where are the rest? Did they suffer a defeat? Seeing their brothers covered in wounds and in poor condition, these infantrymen had some ulterior motives. If they could, they would naturally want to follow a powerful and capable lord. Your infantry loyalty has decreased. It is currently at 97%. Damn it. The bronze collarman's heart sank upon hearing the warning. The thing I feared most still happened. This happens when we lose a battle. Human units have high intelligence and their loyalty is most easily reduced. Today's defeat and his current bizarre actions have ultimately reduced the loyalty of his troops. But he had no other options. He turned to look at Su Qingyu atop the crocodile, who had already coldly given the order, destroy their base. Roar. The crocodile roared, and then strode arrogantly toward the center of the wooden houses in its territory. After walking a few steps, they saw the most crucial thing in the entire territory, the spring of life. Without hesitation, they opened their blood-red mouths and bit down on it. Your territory has been attacked. Please defend it immediately. Your territory has been attacked and is currently 30% destroyed. Under the terrifying bite force of the swamp crocodile, the fertile spring was being swallowed piece by piece. My lord, what is this? The infantrymen watched in shock as they witnessed what was happening, instinctively reaching for their spears to attack the crocodiles. Although the opponent is a gold tier unit, we have more people on our side, so we might not be without a fighting chance. The soldiers thought this way, but their respected lord once again issued an incomprehensible order. Everyone stay still and do not try to stop the other side. What? My lord, that place is ours. The foot soldier, born from the fountain of life, naturally knew its importance. He looked at the lord with an anxious expression. What's wrong with my lord? Why would he issue such an order? The other party is destroying its own foundation. Shut up, all of you. Do you think I don't want to protect my territory? Just watch quietly. Relying on his status as a lord, he forcefully suppressed the resistance of the infantry. Your territory is being destroyed. Progress is currently 80%. Your infantry's loyalty to you has decreased. Current loyalty is 95%. Although the lord stated that he had no other choice, the foot soldiers believed that they had 30 men while the enemy only had 5. Surrendering without a fight is a great disgrace for a soldier, especially when it is under the orders of his own lord. They would rather die on the battlefield than watch the most crucial foundation of their territory be destroyed little by little. Sir, we have 30 men. I am confident that we can defeat them. I am willing to sign a pledge. The infantry leader was making a final stand. He glared angrily at those beasts trampling on his territory. To be born a soldier and die fighting was his belief. I don't need your pledge. You can't even imagine how powerful the enemy is. Do you think there's only the enemy in front of you? Shut up. He understood the infantry leader's grief and indignation, but he was still above the crocodile, and his life and death were in the hands of the other party. How could he possibly have the mentality to resist? Yes, the lord's orders are absolute, and he naturally cannot disobey them. The infantry leader stepped down, but his thoughts had already been revealed to his lord. Your infantry commander's loyalty to you has decreased. It is currently at 90%. Grass. The bronze lord cursed angrily and secretly made a decision. If possible, when you conquer a new territory, be sure to choose a beast-type unit with low intelligence. Your territory has been destroyed, and you have become a wandering lord. You have lost access to the general chat. Your territory has been destroyed, and your troops' loyalty has decreased to 60%. With his territory completely destroyed, the bronze lord didn't have time to pay attention to the system notification sound. Instead, he looked at Su Qingyu with a fawning expression. Tell me another place, and you can get lost. Of course, you can also choose to lie to me. Su Qingyu said sternly. The reason he didn't let the person in front of him personally lead him was because of the number of enemy troops, 30 bronze troops, which already posed a certain threat to him. If I were to actually go to another place and practice against another Bronze Lord, the troops I currently have would likely be no match for them. Of course, what she didn't know was that the person in front of her had no intention of resisting. Okay, the coordinates are. The Bronze Lord offered up the coordinates of his ally, and Su Qingyu kept her promise and let him go. Within the Dark Goblin territory, Chun Yi connected his vision to the ground goblins. A green body, as large as a mountain, was coiled on a huge ancient tree. The tree was enormous, 100 meters tall, with pines reaching into the clouds. The 100-meter-long dragon only occupied a part of its body. Really, there's absolutely no sign of life? Chun Yi watched the giant dragon with a thoughtful expression. This dragon, of unknown species, truly had no aura whatsoever. Attack me and see. The ground goblin, whose vision was shared, immediately unleashed its skill, and countless stones flew out of its mouth, crashing into the dragon's body at incredible speed. Boom! The small stone turned to dust the moment it touched the dragon's body, and the dragon's body was noticeably dented. Although it was a top-tier gold unit and not particularly skilled at attacking, its attack still managed to damage the dragon. There was a dent nearly 2 meters deep, but the other person didn't react at all. Could it be that they were really dead? But what being can kill a dragon? Suddenly, Chun Yi remembered something. Above the Fallen Association's markings, this area is black, right? If I remember correctly, the other red dragon, which is farther away from my territory, is marked in red, while my own is marked in black. He subconsciously swallowed, a sense of panic creeping into his heart. At first, it was thought that the different colors might be due to the dragon's rank and size, but now it seems, it's not that simple. Chapter 77, Hidden Crisis. Should we find out the cause of the dragon's death, or return in time? Inside the territory, Chun Yi gazed thoughtfully at the dragon's enormous body. After a moment, he gritted his teeth and made up his mind. Find out the cause of this dragon's death and investigate the surrounding area. He issued new orders to the ground goblins. He could escape or retreat directly to the goblin territory on the other side of the river, but that would only be self-deception. If you blindfold yourself when danger is right next to you, you will definitely die. He is not one to surrender easily. More than 20 terrain goblins, some of them began exploring the dragon's body, while others explored their surroundings. You should go too. Looking at the remaining ground goblins in his territory, Chun Yi deployed all of his scout units at once. The crisis on the other side of the river must be found and confirmed. After expanding their territory, they were only 5 or 6 kilometers away from where the dragon was. If we don't figure out the cause of the dragon's death, we might be the next one to die. More than 70 ground goblins set out to conduct a thorough search of the area around the dragon. This is it. The mighty tiger warriors arrived at the coordinates where the land-tooth shark lord had originally called for help. A swampy area. I remember there are quite a few snakes around here, so be careful. The leader arrived at the swamp territory with practiced ease and warned of the natural dangers that existed there. Although they were on the outskirts of the forest, danger still lurked around them. It could be a snake or something else. In any case, it's best to be careful. Yes. The remaining elite troops shouted a command and then went into alert status. The menacing aura emanating from the 30 tiger warriors caused the surrounding wild animals and insects to flee in terror. Go! The leader tossed the tattered scroll into the nearby swamp, where it fell so small that it caused no ripples compared to the mud. The swamp here is much larger than we imagined. Will the scroll succeed? Another elite soldier looked around with some doubt. The opponent's territory only exists in this swampy mudflat, which should be about 3 kilometers in size. There shouldn't be any problem. We don't need to freeze everything, as long as we can get through. The leader stared silently at the swamp, where frost had visibly formed where the scroll had been thrown earlier. The chilling aura spread outwards from the scroll, and soon the black swamp began to solidify and freeze. A thin layer of ice began to appear in the swamp and spread outwards like a spider web. Squeak! Hiss! One after another, black, highly venomous snakes darted away from the swamp, while many small animals that couldn't escape in time were frozen into ice. The snakes here have changed. The leader observed that the snakes living here were no longer roaming snakes, but a highly venomous species. Although these snakes were few in number, their venom was extremely potent. It seems they defeated the indigenous people and seized this territory. Roar! Suddenly, the heat intensified, and waves of mud surged. A gigantic creature was forced to flee by the icy chill. It's that crocodile. The elite tiger warriors immediately recognized the figure as one of the invaders who had attacked their territory. They even had accomplices. Did they know we were coming and coordinate in advance? Instead of seeing the land-tooth shark, I saw the swamp crocodile and the tiger warrior, and subconsciously assumed that the two had joined forces. After all, they had joined forces to attack their own territory back then. It doesn't matter, just crush them together. The leader waited quietly for the frost to condense and expand. One of the differences between humanoid and animal units is that humanoid units possess practical weapons and tactics, and can make the most suitable self-judgment when facing special situations. After all, currently, troops cannot proactively contact the Lord, nor can they always keep track of the status and situation of their troops who are out on missions. At this point, the ability to make independent decisions becomes very important. Wait for the ice to freeze, wait for the vanguard cavalry to return, and finally, ascertain the enemy's numbers to annihilate them. According to the adult's calculations, this person should have around 20 soldiers. In other words, the enemy now has a few more gold tier units than the original 20 king tier units. They were only a dozen or 20 gold tier troops. Even if there were 10 more king level lords, they wouldn't be afraid at all. There are differences between different ranks of kings. Your territory has been attacked by an unknown lord. Please return to defend it as soon as possible. Su Qingyu, who had just destroyed the second bronze lord, immediately froze on the spot. Someone attacked my territory. Who could it be? A vague unease stirred within her as she connected with her troops within her territory and witnessed an unbelievable scene. It's frozen. My territory has frozen over. Su Qingyu perceived the current state of her territory through the perspective and feedback of the Emperor Crocodile. It should be noted that the vast swamps in his territory could not possibly freeze. Even the frost dragon of that time only froze a portion of the swamp. Of course, that's because most of them are protected by shields. But why is the territory frozen over again? This is the tiger warriors. As she crawled on the ground, she spotted the terrifying figure from afar. Standing 2 meters tall, with a robust build, wielding a machete, and riding a warhorse with long hair, its iron hooves clattering beneath it. Isn't this the mighty tiger warriors? Not just an elite force, but a fully armed elite force. Damn it. Why? How do you know the location of my territory? Why did you send so many people to wipe me out? Shouldn't the most dangerous guy be Irving? She stared at everything in disbelief. She had thought that if the sky were to fall, the taller people would hold it up, but now it had fallen on her head. She was deeply impressed by the tiger warriors. The enemy's unarmed elite troops were already invincible, slaughtering their own troops like cutting melons and vegetables. But now the enemy that has come to invade is actually the tiger warriors, who are fully armed across the entire server. In an instant, a feeling of powerlessness swept over my entire body. She even felt that the 400 energy stones she had just received were no longer appealing. What should I do? Am I going to become a wandering lord too? She had just destroyed the territories of 2 bronze lords, experiencing the power and thrill of being in a superior position. But how could that devastating experience befall me again so quickly? No, I don't want to become a wandering lord. Ask Brother Qingyi for help. Su Qingyu gripped her hand tightly, digging her fingers into the flesh. She knew she was no match for Chun Mo no matter what, but she was sure her brother Qingyi could be. Yes, let's find Brother Qingyi. Chapter 78. I'll pay you back later. What is that? A protective shield? The territories of the other lords. More than 70 goblins, who could only move freely underground, searched the area within a 2-kilometer radius of the dragon in a very short time. The goblins found nothing unusual, except for an impassable transparent wall. Qingyi looked at the goblins' so-called troop wall through the vision link. Wasn't that just like the protective shield that his territory had at the beginning? But why did a protective shield suddenly appear here? Is there a lord? That shouldn't be the case. Everyone's protective shields should have disappeared by now. In that case, they can only be indigenous people. Qingyi pondered for a moment, his face darkening. This barrier is only 300 meters in area. Is it isolating and suppressing something, or protecting something? The goblins investigated the extent of the barrier, but the results surprised Qingyi. Regarding this type of boundary, the only 2 possible outcomes he could think of were, as described above. It's either suppression or protection. Earthwalking techniques won't work either. The goblin tried to enter from underground, but returned empty-handed. The thing that killed the dragon has been sealed away? Or is it something that protected me from being killed by the dragon, casting a barrier to safeguard me? Wait, how did that dragon die? A series of possibilities were put forward, but Qingyi rejected them one by one. A barrier only 300 meters wide is far too small. Small things make him suspicious, small things make him nervous. If it's a protective barrier, then there's still room for discussion. At least with my current strength, I'm not afraid of the other party. But if it were to suppress something powerful enough to kill a dragon, that would be the most fatal thing. How terrifying must someone be to kill a dragon and then seal it away? Chenyi least wanted to encounter such a mysterious being, but now he had to run into one. This is tricky. Expand the search area to see if there are any similar entities or strange structures nearby. Chenyi got the ground goblin busy again. More than 70 goblins moved back and forth underground in a regular pattern. The high intelligence these creatures displayed when carrying out missions and fighting made it easy for him to issue various commands. Chenyi himself used the vision of one of the ground goblins to survey his surroundings. Apart from the barrier in front of us, there really doesn't seem to be anything strange here. He scanned the area and returned his gaze to the giant dragon before him. Suddenly, the pupils contracted. It's not without its peculiarities, but isn't the most peculiar thing the ancient tree right in front of us? Chenyi looked at the ancient tree in front of him. The tree was tall and straight, reaching into the clouds, with lush branches and leaves that were constantly blooming. A single ancient tree can support an entire sky. From Chunye's goblin perspective, at least, this ancient tree, which resembles a pyramid, is a patch of sky. Its branches and leaves are lush and enormous. Only in this way can it support the size of a dragon. The dragon's claws were embedded in the ancient tree, its body folding gracefully above the tree and disappearing into the dense forest. If it weren't for its enormous size, the giant green tree with its dark green bark would be hard to spot. Why can't I see this tree from here? Chenyi tried to exit the vision link and stand on the arrow tower in the territory to observe, but he still couldn't see anything. The ancient tree towers into the clouds. Logically speaking, even if he is quite far away, he should be able to catch a glimpse of it, right? But he couldn't see anything at all. Yes, this tree is strange too. Chenyi's eyes narrowed. It seemed that the dragon hadn't died after the battle. More like natural death? Did he guard the giant tree until the end of his life? It's somewhat feasible, but the dragon in front of us is practically an adult, showing no signs of decay whatsoever. It seems we should try starting with the dragons and the ancient trees. He recalled some of the goblins and began exploring the ancient tree and the dragon. Beep beep. Beep beep. Private message? Chenyi had just finished explaining things when his private message rang. Upon seeing the newcomer, Su Qingyu, the message read, "Brother Chenyi, save me. Please save me. Someone is attacking my territory. My territory won't last long. Brother Chenyi, please save me." You were beaten up? Chenyi looked at the message. He didn't have a good impression of Su Qingyu, but he wasn't a bad one either. After all, they occasionally send me some perks to enjoy. Who attacked your territory? Chenyi tried asking. If possible, he wouldn't mind lending a hand. Of course, the paid kind. Upon hearing Chenyi's question, Su Qingyu immediately replied, "The one attacking me is a gold lord, but he is very strong and has many different types of troops. Golden troops are very powerful and come in many varieties. It seems they're planning to destroy the territories of the other lords to obtain energy stones." Chenyi was astonished. It seemed that many low-level lords had suffered since the news spread. Well, that's not entirely true. The high-ranking lord circle seems to be in turmoil lately. Although he doesn't often surf the general news channels, he is aware of the strange phenomena happening today through news relays from the South River. Lower-ranking lords are invaded, and then allied with other lower-ranking lords to invade higher-ranking lords. It sounds like a form of revenge, but Chenyi actually doesn't approve of it. If you're going to form a coalition to invade high-ranking lords, why don't you go and unite to invade the other low-ranking lords instead? Chenyi was unaware that the lord's position could be changed. He only felt that this group of people were behaving strangely. The one who invaded Su Qingyu was the leader of the Golden Alliance. I can help with that. Chenyi thought for a moment. Attacking others would probably make him a red name lord, so he could just relax and play around with the title of Great Philanthropist. The other party is just a Gold Alliance leader, not much trouble for me. Right now, everyone here is a gold-level soldier. He has more than 300 gold-level units alone. Okay, give me the address. 800 energy stones. Chenyi typed. Although it was for the sake of the title of a great philanthropist, it did not stop him from making money. What? Su Qingyu also put away the words she originally wanted to say to Chenyi. She bit her red lips, never expecting that her brother Chenyi would charge her a fee. Impossible, it can't be. Given my relationship with brother Chenyi, he definitely won't charge me any fees. By the way, I heard that there are some serious restrictions on demigod level units. Could this restriction be the energy stone? Each deployment requires a considerable amount of energy stones. So Brother Chen Yi isn't asking me for money, but rather asking me to pay the most basic price for driving it. After thinking about it this way, Su Qingyu suddenly felt that it made a lot more sense. But I don't have that much money. She gazed at the 400 energy stones she had just acquired in her private space. These were her greatest possessions. How about we find another way to compensate? Su Qingyu blushed, and her heart was pounding. If I remember correctly, Brother Chen Yi said that they used the river water to build a moat. There seems to be only one river near me. Brother Chen Yi, can I give you a deposit first? I'll return the rest later. Chapter 79, Brother Chen Yi. Will you return it later? What is this woman saying? Chen Yi stared blankly at the 400 energy stones that had already been deposited into his account. Is the other party trying to get something for free after paying half? But something's not right. She didn't even tell me the location of her territory. Chen Yi didn't understand, so he stopped thinking about it. Anyway, he hadn't done anything, and yet he had 400 energy stones in his hand. If Su Qingyu pays the balance, then I'll do her a favor. If she doesn't, then I'll just get 400 energy stones for free. Meanwhile, Su Qingyu herself was searching rapidly along the river. Her plan was simple. Find Brother Chen Yi, beg him, and then get him. Once you obtain the title of the strongest lord, why would you be afraid of being overtaken or invaded by other lords in the future? Moreover, once she becomes the woman of the strongest lord, he will surely give her many benefits, right? Can't I also ride on a giant dragon and follow Brother Chen Yi to see all the forest scenery? Su Qingyu fantasized about sitting atop Chen Yi's demigod-type weapon and seeing countless sights in a single day. At this moment, it seemed that his own territory was not so important, and even the invasion of his territory seemed to be just an excuse. An excuse to get close to Chen Yi. His territory was invaded, and he sought help from a powerful figure. However, Chen Yi's troops required energy stones, which he did not have, so he sought compensation in another way. That's perfectly reasonable. For a strong woman, nothing could be more exciting than this. She found herself an excuse to get a powerful man. Your territory is under attack. Please organize a defense as soon as possible. Chen Mo's elite tiger warriors had already entered Su Qingyu's territory. They advanced in groups of 3. He replaced his spear with a more convenient cleaver, and his warhorse remained outside. This is one of the advantages of humanoid units. They possess both tactics and intelligence. Faced with unknown territory, they did not attack rashly, but instead advanced in groups of 3. This is to prevent any danger or trap ahead. Secondly, it can create a mutually defensive situation. Although a large area of the swamp is frozen, the frozen area is larger than expected, so it is not very solid. This is also why they abandoned their warhorses. It was already extremely heavy. If you added a warhorse to it, it probably wouldn't be able to survive in the swamp. Walking can avoid this awkward situation. Even if someone falls into a swamp that hasn't fully frozen, they can still rescue them using the hair on their backs. You could say that each of them was a scout, but each of them was also a support for the other. Mere tiger warriors, once I find Brother Chen Yi, I'll easily take you down. Su Qingyu took in all of this through her perspective as a member of the military unit. The opponent completely overwhelmed them in every aspect, including strength, tactics, and the premeditated use of the frozen swamp. But so what? Even if he destroys his own territory, as long as I become Brother Chen Yi's person, Brother Chen Yi will help him plunder the rest of the territory. Seeing how powerful your troops are, I'll have Brother Chen Yi plunder them for me later. Su Qingyu unconsciously straightened her chest, as if Chen Yi was already hers, and she had become Chen Yi's woman. We can ignore the golden crocodile, but we need to be careful of the land-tooth shark. This is their home turf, so be careful underground. Yes. Chen Mo observed the situation on the ground. The tiger warriors did a very good job. The elite tiger warriors advanced steadily to prevent the lurking land-tooth shark from lurking underground. After all, the enemy can hide underground and launch an attack at any time, while they can only lure the enemy into a trap by using themselves as bait. He could basically rest assured in the swampy area. Judging from the tactics arranged by their own units, taking down the land-tooth shark should not be a problem. After all, the tiger warriors, equipped with heavy armor and warhorses, are considered strong even among king-level warriors. Although they gave up their warhorses due to the terrain, they still possessed the strength of a king. The king rank. That land-tooth shark has only barely touched the threshold of the king rank. Chen Mo thought about the intelligence he had gathered. The land-tooth shark's total attribute points were just 50, which was just enough to reach the king rank. A unit's total attribute points reaching 50 belong to the king rank, and reaching 100 belongs to the saint rank. This range represents the difference between king rank units. Your meeting is about to begin. Please be on time. The system notification sounded, and Chun Mo snapped out of his reverie. Why are there only a few people here? During the meeting of the Everlasting Sun Alliance, Chi Hongyi lowered her eyes and looked at the members who had joined the meeting. There are 16 people in total, 1 leader, 5 deputy leaders, and 10 core members. But only 6 people have come. What's going on? Where is the Lord who didn't come? It's probably been delayed for some reason. I'll make a contact. Chun Mo took the initiative to accept the task and prepared to contact them one by one. Ding ding ding. Suddenly a noise broke out, and those who hadn't come online logged on. I'm sorry I was delayed by some things. I also have some things to take care of. I just finished a fight. The core members who joined later gave almost identical testimonies. Is there any special circumstance? Chi Hongyi asked. No, it was just a simple delay. One of the lords who arrived later spoke. I don't have any here either. The other lords echoed this. Chi Hongyi glanced at the names of the latecomers, and almost all of them were low-ranking lords. Has the news about the Landtooth Shark Lord been spread? With her mind preoccupied, she realized that the atmosphere of the alliance she had just built seemed to have been ruined by this one bad apple. It's only natural for things to happen. It's understandable. That's what one of the core members who arrived early said. Chi Hongyi looked at the other party in surprise. You should know that the former is a high-level lord. Weren't high-level lords and low-level lords still at odds just a few days ago? Why are you speaking up for the other party now? Yes, let's not dwell on that. What's the alliance leader calling this meeting for? Let's get started. Another high-ranking lord said. This. Chi Hongyi had originally intended to reveal the matter of the Landtooth Shark Lord in advance and give all the high-ranking lords a heads up, but now it seems the high-ranking lords and low-ranking lords in our own territory seem to be getting along surprisingly well. On the other side, following the river, Su Qingyu finally found the territory she had been longing for. Upstream of the river, the moat, the city wall, this must be it. She gazed at the buildings not far away, a secret joy welling up inside her. Everything here matches what Chun Ye's brother described in their daily conversations. Brother Chunyi, I'm here. His smile suddenly froze on his face halfway through his sentence. Su Qingyu was stunned. She spotted a group of familiar yet unfamiliar green figures amidst the defenses of the city wall. What is that? Chapter 80. That couldn't possibly be Brother Chunyi. Goblins? Why would we find goblins in Chun Ye's territory? Isn't this Chun Ye's territory? Su Qingyu froze on the spot, while the crocodile beneath her gazed at the distant city wall. The city walls were tall, magnificent, and imposing. Even the gates were cast from fine iron. Inside the city walls stand towering arrow towers, while outside the walls are a moat. Compared to the fences and wooden walls of other lords, this place is undoubtedly luxurious. Everything here is befitting of Chun Ye's brother's identity. But the only thing that puzzled him was why the troops patrolling the city walls were those ugly goblins. In a daze, Su Qingyu even saw the goblins that had stolen the spoils left to her by Chun Ye's brother. Why? This can't be. It can't be like this. She already had a guess in her mind, but she was unwilling to admit it. In her mind, Chun Yi must be tall, mighty, handsome, and his unit must be a luxurious one, such as a dragon or a behemoth. Why? Why are there a bunch of goblins here? Su Qingyu gritted her teeth, feeling resentful. She sent a message to Chun Yi, asking, Brother Chun Yi, has something invaded your territory? Chun Yi frowned as he looked at the message. What was this woman saying that was so incoherent and nonsensical? First they said their territory had been invaded and they needed my help. Then they gave me half the money, saying they'd pay me back later. Now they're saying my territory has been invaded again. Are you out of your mind? Chun Yi didn't want to pay any attention to this big-breasted, brainless woman, but after thinking about the remaining 400 energy stones, he gave a perfunctory reply. No, no one, no lord can threaten me yet. He had initially intended to say that no one around him could threaten his safety so far, but after thinking about it, he cautiously changed it to Lord. After all, there was a mysterious figure on the other side of the river that she feared. Defeated Lord, your territory has been destroyed. Defeated Lord, you have lost access to the general chat channel. Defeated Lord, you have lost access to the trade channel. Defeated Lord, your troops' loyalty has decreased. Currently, loyalty is 75%. You, the defeated Lord. The system's voice crashed against Su Qingyu's heart like a surging river. She was stunned for a long time, unable to believe it. What was hard to believe was not the defeat in their own territory, but Chunye's reply. If the system notification sound was like crashing waves, then Chunye's reply was like a sudden, thunderous roar. It hasn't been occupied, which means these ugly goblins in front of us are Brother Chunye's troops? Impossible. This is impossible. Brother Chunye's unit must be powerful, as handsome as he is, and should be an unapproachable figure. Su Qingyu frantically drove the swamp crocodile backwards to escape. She wanted to escape reality and the outcome. At that moment, she even felt a wave of nausea wash over her. The lord he had been trying so hard to please turned out to be a goblin lord. Thinking about how she always sweetly called Chunyi brother, and then thinking about the goblin's disgusting appearance, Su Qingyu gritted her teeth in hatred. She took beautiful and seductive photos of him every day. She even wanted to use her body to bind him. Tie that disgusting goblin lord down. Su Qingyu reminisced about her time with Chunyi, but she couldn't help but bring up the goblins, as if she were the one making a suggestive gesture towards them, which she found disgusting. None of this is real, it's fake, it's fake. At that moment, she lost her purpose and direction, and all she wanted to do was escape this disgusting place. Territory? It doesn't matter anymore. Inside the swamp, the tiger warriors were somewhat bewildered as they looked at the territory they had so easily conquered. This doesn't seem to be the territory of the land-toothed shark. But the notification sound during the attack definitely said it was a red-named lord. The elite troops surveyed the crocodiles that had been killed before them, but apart from a few crocodiles, there were no other soldiers around. I thought the land-toothed shark was hiding in the shadows, but after waiting for a long time, no enemy came up from the shadows. That leaves only one possibility. They were scammed. Was the lord of the land-toothed shark reporting a false location from the start? Chun Imo looked at everything within the linked perspective with resentment. He never imagined that the lord of the land-toothed shark had been planning this from the very beginning. By then, you already possessed the ability to weather crises on your own. Was your request for help merely a way to send me a misleading signal? But what about those red-named lords? These crocodiles in front of us should be of gold quality. But shouldn't gold lords and above be monitored by bronze lords? Why has the other party become a red name, but the bronze lord here hasn't reported it? I initially thought the land-toothed shark lord incident was just an isolated case, but now it seems the bronze lord's intelligence network seems to have run into problems. Do the bronze lords know about the affairs of the high lords, but choose not to report them, or do they simply not have the time to report them? A high-ranking lord should be monitored by at least 2 low-ranking lords. However, the 2 high-ranking allied lords he has encountered so far are both red-named. If the high-ranking lords are slaughtering, what are the low-ranking lords doing? Meanwhile, in a beautiful valley. Finally, we have finally defeated this last core high-level lord. Several gold lords and more than a dozen bronze lords gathered together and smiled at each other. Behind them was a vast army of thousands, a mixed force, but each soldier had their own objective. That is to destroy this valley. And now, they have done it. We really should thank that guy named Irving. One of the gold lords said meaningfully. Why thank him? If anyone should be thanking someone, it should be my goddess. A slender and capable figure emerged from behind the middle-aged man. This person was the beneficiary of this territorial plunder. He relinquished enormous benefits and gained a king-level territory. It's hard to imagine that just a few days ago he was a silver lord who could be bullied by anyone, but now, with the help of the goddess, he has become a king-rank lord that everyone envies. He first used the tattered scroll he obtained from the goddess to become a gold lord, and then accumulated strength by killing and plundering other low-ranking lords to achieve his current situation. Everyone in the group chat has increased their territory to some extent, so why has the leader been nowhere to be seen these past few days? Someone asked with a smile. This chat group was originally started by Su Qingyu and Owen, but now neither of them has spoken for a long time. Don't say that. Someone patted the former on the shoulder and said, they are pioneers, not leaders. Leader, we have plenty here. Oh, another person stood up with interest. Then, who do you think should be the leader? He was also a lord who climbed up the ranks step by step from the lowest levels. He brought 200 bronze troops, 80 silver troops, and 20 gold troops to this siege, making him one of the most powerful conquering lords. I think I'm more suited for the position of leader. Another person stood up, and the hundreds of soldiers behind him raised their guns in unison. The mention of leaders caused a tense standoff among the high-ranking lords, who exchanged glances. The newly promoted lord's eyes narrowed, and he quietly retreated behind the crowd. Chapter 81. Just standing here is already a victory. Disgusting goblin, Despicable Chunimo. None of those surnamed Chun are good people. Su Qingyu wandered aimlessly in the forest. She couldn't stay in this forest any longer. A sense of powerlessness arises after losing territory, as troops cannot be replenished and wounded soldiers cannot recover. As the overlord of shallow waters, the swamp crocodile also has a place in rivers. Therefore, this journey downstream did not encounter any fatal crises. Although there was no fatal crisis, there were constant minor crises. The ugly-looking piranhas in the river will fearlessly rush forward to bite the swamp crocodile, while the strange plants in the river cut the swamp crocodile's skin like sickles. Su Qingyu had never felt so helpless. She could already imagine herself being wanted by the British Empire in the future. In this forest, no, not just in this forest. The influence of the Undying Alliance has spread to almost half of the Otherworld. Unless she joins a local power, wherever she flees, she will be within the reach of the British Empire. A local power, the Titan Empire? Su Qingyu muttered softly. All right, let's go to the Titan Empire. After much deliberation, Su Qingyu gritted her teeth and decided to move to another place to develop her career. Who says a lord has to develop within their territory? Who says conquering another world has to be done through one's own power? At this moment, the ambition in her heart was rekindled. If we follow the river downstream, we should be able to reach the territory of the local humans, right? Considering the human tendency to live near water, Su Qingyu decided to follow the river to the nearest imperial city. Suddenly, they hadn't drifted far when they heard a stern rebuke. Alert! Swish, swish. After a shout, several young men on the riverbank appeared, some holding giant shields, some holding bows and arrows, and others holding long swords and staffs, all watching Su Qingyu's direction in the river warily. This is... Su Qingyu looked at the other person with suspicion. The ancient trees and wild grasses still grow all around. It is a secluded forest. But who are these people in front of me? These young men were clearly not lords. They not only had no soldiers behind them, but were also wearing armor and robes. A group of adventurers? Strange ideas popped into Su Qingyu's mind as the adventurer team formed their own. She initially thought such a thing couldn't possibly exist, but then she thought that since she had already transmigrated to another world and become a lord, why couldn't adventurers exist? Not a monster, but a professional? Su Qingyu sized up the adventurer team in front of her, and the adventurers in the team also sized up the beautiful woman sitting on the crocodile's back. The woman was dressed strangely in animal skins, wool, and rabbit leather, like a primitive person. She had a beautiful face and a graceful figure, and her black eyes sparkled like jewels, seemingly containing endless starlight. What a nice view. The chubby guy holding the shield in the adventurers' party subconsciously swallowed. The woman in front of me was clearly only in her early 20s, but she had a pair of rare, sparkling black eyes and cascading long hair, making her look like a gentle girl next door. However, her stunning figure, revealing outfits, and the crocodile she sits on offer a wild perspective. Her words, both tender and passionate, struck a chord with the chubby boy. You're so pretty, sister. Know that. When faced with a beautiful but chubby girl of this caliber for the first time, he stammered for a moment, but fortunately the swordsman beside him was calm and well-mannered. He sheathed his longsword, placed his left hand in front of his chest, and bowed slightly at a 45-degree angle, performing a standard aristocratic etiquette. Hello, beautiful lady. I am Oscro, the second son of the OS family. It's a pleasure to meet you. Are you heading back to Sherdin City? We're also on our way back. Would it be alright if we traveled together? In just one meeting, Oscro was captivated by the beautiful woman before him. With his unusual pupils, long black hair, and wild personality, every breath he takes exudes a mysterious and unknown aura. The more unknown something is, the more you want to explore it, the more deadly it becomes. If love at first sight is possible in this world, then he most likely fell in love at first sight. Grow, we haven't finished our mission to hunt the fire fox yet. Why are we going back already? The archer beside him said with a hint of annoyance. You promised you'd get me a fire fox pelt this time. The group consisted of only 16 or 17-year-old children, whose speech was somewhat immature, and who were not good at concealing their emotions. Su Qingyu could easily detect the other person's dissatisfaction with her from their words. As for why I'm dissatisfied, as a woman myself, this kind of thing doesn't need any explanation. Yes, Grow, this guy is dressed strangely and has a magical beast for company. He doesn't look like a good person. The female mage standing nearby sensed the danger and spoke up to stop them. But the words were easily refuted by the chubby boy with the shield. Firefox is something that's hard to find to begin with. We've been searching all day, and there's a high chance we won't find it. And how can you judge that this lady is not a good person based on her clothes? The magical beast beneath her is likely her tamed beast. This lady must be a noble beast tamer, right? As a nobleman, the chubby boy adjusted his mindset and stopped stuttering. Su Qingyu observed everything. It was clear that in the current situation, the two men had developed feelings for her, while the two women sensed a crisis. There was just one thing she didn't understand. One of the two girls in front of her was dressed in a noble red mage's robe, and her appearance was as beautiful as if she had been sculpted from jade. Another character, dressed in a cool short-sleeved shirt and shorts, holding a longbow, was adorned with green and white jade colors. The two girls were in no way inferior to her in terms of appearance, clothing, or the aura they exuded, and were even slightly better. But why would these two little guys abandon the pretty girl beside them and be so interested in them? Su Qingyu was utterly puzzled, but the two boys' hearts were pounding, fearing that she would refuse the invitation. Perhaps Su Qingyu herself did not realize her own strengths, but the two noble young masters saw through them at a glance. Firstly, while the Titan Empire does have black hair, it is rare and few in number. Secondly, the Titan Empire has never possessed black eyes as bright as the starry sky. There was also the simple clothing Su Qingyu wore to keep warm, made of wool and leather, plus a scarf made of soft-boned rabbit. Simplicity, unrestrainedness, and wildness. These are precisely the things that gentle, well-mannered, and normally law-abiding noble youths yearn for. Moreover, given his status as a beast tamer, capable of purchasing and raising magical beasts, he must be either wealthy or of noble birth. This is the reason why he abandoned the two beautiful young women beside him and turned to look at Su Qingyu so passionately. It's fair to say that Su Qingyu has already won simply by standing here. Chapter 82, The City of Osto. The Eastern Empire? So you're a noble from the Eastern Continent Empire. No wonder I felt an inexplicable sense of closeness to Miss Su the moment I saw her. Yes, a kind of inexplicable beauty. So this is what they call Eastern beauty. Surrounded by the two men, Su Qingyu successfully arrived at the city closest to the Thousand Nether Forest, the city of Ostaban. Most of the people coming and going traveled in elegant horse-drawn carriages, while very few adventurers traveled on foot. Su Qingyu and the others sat atop their 5 enormous crocodiles. Haha, how cool is that? We can only enjoy such attention thanks to Miss Su. When the two men saw that Su Qingyu was ignoring them, they changed the subject and continued their conversation. The 5 talked a lot along the way, but it was mostly Osrog and Paro Paro who did the talking. The two sides exchanged information, and Osrog and Paro Paro learned about Su Qingyu's preferences and background. Su Qingyu then obtained the identities and names of the 4 people. The leading swordsman was named Osrog, and the tank who acted as the main tank was named Paro Paro. One of them was the second son of the city lord, and the other was the eldest son of a merchant noble in the city. As for the 2 girls, the one in the red robe is named Ina Vilher, and the other archer is named Heidi Yotten. The former was the daughter of a wealthy merchant and nobleman in the city, while the other was the only daughter of an old nobleman. It can be said that the 4 men were all wealthy and influential people with impressive backgrounds, and this trip was merely a spur-of-the-moment decision. There are so many people here. Are they all in business? Su Qingyu was getting a little annoyed by the 2 men's attempts to talk to her, so she took the initiative to ask them a question. She knew nothing about the city, so it was better to learn about it sooner rather than later to avoid making mistakes when facing the others. Haha, most of them are business people, but these days most of the people are here for the King's Serpent armor. Seeing that Su Qingyu had finally found something interesting, Paro Paro hurriedly offered to answer. Not to be outdone, Osrog added. It was all the work of a young lady who is the heiress of the Salavel family. I don't know where she got the King Snake clan's King Snake leader and made it into armor. Such a top-quality item is so sought after that everyone is fighting tooth and nail for it. The heir to the Salavel family? The leader of the King's Serpent. Su Qingyu grasped the key points of the words. She knew nothing about the former, but the latter. She had the honor of having met the King's Serpent clan before. I don't know if it's the same one. Su Qingyu frowned deeply. Now she has mixed feelings about Chunyi. She strongly dislikes goblins, but she also admires Chunyi's strength. For a moment, she even wondered if she had made the wrong choice to come to the Titan Empire. Even if he's a goblin, Chunyi is a powerful goblin, right? I know. The Salavial family is one of the 2 major merchant guilds in the entire Titan Empire. Paro Paro patted his chest and said, the Empire has 2 major merchant guilds, one of which is the Salavir Merchant Guild, and the other is the Paro Merchant Guild. Speaking of this, Paro was very proud, because he was a member of the Paro family. Although his bloodline was very distant, it could not change the fact that he belonged to the Paro family. Moreover, despite their distant bloodline, the Paro family still controls nearly half of the city's merchant guilds. As for the remaining half, he subconsciously turned his head towards Ina Vilher, whose family was the head of another general chamber of commerce. Snort. Ina Vil, hearing the other man looking at him, he couldn't help but snort coldly. Paro licked Su Qingyu all the way, and she was naturally already covered in saliva. After I get back, I will tell my father that we need to reconsider the marriage. The two business families originally intended to completely control the trade of Ostaban City through marriage in the next generation, so the two deliberately got close to each other in order to foster their relationship. But after this trip, it's clear that their feelings haven't improved. In fact, they've diminished considerably. Two major merchant guilds, the city of Ostaban and the Paro Merchant Guild, as well as the Heidi family and the Ost family, there are so many nobles. Su Qingyu inwardly lamented her lack of information, but at the same time strengthened her resolve to build good relationships with the others. Whether they can quickly gain a foothold in this unfamiliar city depends on these few people. No, to be precise, it was through Paro and Roger that she gained access to high society. Entry fee, 3 copper coins. A shout from a nearby city guard pulled Su Qingyu back to reality. She sat atop her crocodile, gazing at the extravagant building before her. The city wall, several meters high, was like an insurmountable barrier, and the heavy city gate was at least 2 meters high, creating a strong sense of oppression. Giant crossbow bolts seemed ready to fire from the city walls as squads of armored soldiers, spears in hand, patrolled in a crisscross pattern. There were also 2 rows of armored soldiers guarding the city walls. That's really an exaggeration. This scene reminded her of Chun Yi again. Among all the lords, Chun Yi was probably the only one with this configuration. After all, even Chun Mo, the vice leader of the British Empire, only possessed wooden city walls. Without realizing it, I picked up Chun Yi again and made a comparison. Stop. Entry fee, 3 copper coins. A merchant guild disembarked from a horse-drawn carriage carrying goods in front of them. The guild leader paid the guards 3 copper coins and let them in. It was soon Su Qingyu's turn. She didn't have a single coin of the Empire's currency, but she didn't care at all, because she already had a new sycophant. Sycophants would handle this kind of thing. Sure enough, when it was their turn, the guards who had been so arrogant and could have told anyone to stop and pay did so bow deeply and said, "Young Master Rock, please come in." Osrog smiled with relief. The reason he didn't cut in line based on his own abilities was precisely because of the feeling of unintentionally revealing his strength, which made him very proud in front of the woman he liked. "Okay, you guys can continue working," Osrog said to the group. "Yes." After bowing, the guards resumed their arrogant demeanor. They pointed at a person dressed in a black robe who was completely covered up and said, "You, stop. Where did you come from? Pay up." When encountering someone they've never seen before and who seems highly suspicious, they'll usually ask where they came from to inquire about their background. Normally, someone like Su Qingyu, who was carrying a giant beast and dressed strangely, would be questioned, but since she was very close to young Master Osrog, they were not stupid enough to do that. Not only are they not stupid, they are also very shrewd in asking the next person precise questions. Only in this way can one truly appreciate the powerful background of their young master. The more you compare, the more hurtful it becomes. Osrog beamed with joy. He was very satisfied with the situation. Suddenly, smack! The man in black not only didn't answer the question, but also slapped him across the face, saying, "You can't even recognize me? What use are you to me?" The voice was deep, but the moment the guards heard it, they didn't get angry. Instead, they knelt down on one knee in unison. Chapter 83, King Serpent Armor. Welcome, young Master Osoro. As is well known, Lord OS has 2 sons. The younger son is fond of playing, and the elder son is fond of killing. The guards never expected that the 2 young masters would return at the same time, and not only that, but they would also return one after the other. Osoro, OSS. Su Qingyu recalled things about Osrog. If she remembered correctly, he had an older brother. "Hello, elder brother." Osrog quickly jumped down from the crocodile and bowed to the man. Solo glanced coldly at his foolish brother and said, "Don't bring strangers into the city." "Yes, it was my mistake. I won't do it again." Roger lowered his head again and again. Solo suddenly asked, "Has Shah's King Cobra armor been sold?" Roger quickly replied, "No, it's still on display. It hasn't been sold yet." Solo nodded and then quickly left. As soon as he left, the heavy atmosphere around us seemed to lighten instantly. Even the other family heirs on the Emperor Crocodile breathed a sigh of relief. They're finally gone. Miss Sue, you don't have a place to stay yet, do you? Why don't you come to my place first? Paro wiped the sweat from his forehead and said to Su Qingyu. These words immediately drew Roger's displeasure. Why should I go to your place? It's obvious Miss Sue is going to my house. The entire city belongs to my OS family. Only our family is truly safe. Neville, he and Heidi Yadin exchanged a glance, both utterly disappointed in each other. They jumped off the crocodile and said goodbye to the two men. However, the two were arguing fiercely over Su Qingyu's accommodation. Ultimately, Paro lost a point because Su Qingyu, who was traveling with 5 giant crocodiles, needed the city lord's mansion's approval to move freely. Miss Sue, this way please. Roger led the two down the wide street. The street vendors had long noticed the enormous creature and the second young master of the OS family behind it. Merchants began to scatter and make room for Su Qingyu's troops from a distance, which satisfied Rog's vanity once again. The majority of the buildings in the city are pointed houses, with the occasional high-rise building belonging to the wealthy residents. The swamp crocodile walked down the street, its massive body almost dominating the entire area, and its ferocious aura caused everyone to instinctively back away. It wasn't that the city streets were too small, but rather that the swamp crocodiles were too large. The swamp crocodiles were a full 5 meters long and 2 meters wide, and at this moment they were still parading through the city in a showy manner, with one leading the way and 2 in a row. The fact that people avoided them as they passed by not only satisfied Osrog's vanity, but also gave Su Qingyu a great sense of satisfaction. However, what she was thinking about more was the man in black from earlier, who was Roger's older brother. Compared to her immature younger brother, she was more interested in her mature and dignified older brother. The other party should have much more power than Rog. I wonder if it's possible to make contact with them. As Su Qingyu was thinking this, suddenly, the two of them bumped into a familiar figure in black robes, which was none other than Ocelot. Solo glanced up at Su Qingyu with slight displeasure. Su Qingyu, having learned the other party's identity, calmly greeted him. Greetings, young Master Solo. Although her territory was destroyed, she, as a lord, had a much better mental fortitude than Rog and the others, and did not lower her voice because of the murderous aura emanating from them. Solo didn't respond to Su Qingyu, but instead sighed and said to Roger, I don't care what you do outside, but if you ruin the marriage of the Heidi family, I'll break your leg. Yes, don't worry, brother. We are just friends. I will keep an eye on Hedy Lamar. Roger nodded hastily. He hadn't expected to run into his older brother here. This made him lose face in front of the person he liked again. Solo nodded in disappointment and then left again. Young Master Roger. At this moment, the butler, who was quite a distance away, also ran over and bowed to Rog. The news of the two young masters' arrival in the city naturally reached his ears immediately, but before he could even greet them, the eldest young master rushed to his home in a great hurry. Hello, Mr. Faber. Roger greeted the newcomer. Although this butler was just a butler, he held a high position and was one of the people who had followed his father in conquering the world. The butler smiled. Young Master Roger, please come in. I have arranged accommodations for you and your friend. Okay, thank you for your help, Mr. Faber. Roger had only taken 2 steps when he stopped and asked, Faber, why didn't Big Brother go to Sister Sha right away after he got back? Why did he go home first? Faber smiled meaningfully and replied. The eldest son exchanged an item for some gold coins from the family, which seems to be getting increasingly sophisticated. Roger nodded, becoming increasingly engrossed, knowing full well what the other person meant. Saraville Auction House, 2nd floor. Sasha, you know why I'm doing this. I want your armor. Ocelot went up to the 2nd floor and spoke to the beautiful figure. Salavir sighed. I've already made myself clear. I won't sell you the armor for less than 1,000 gold coins. This is 1,000 gold coins. Solo tossed the prepared gold coins onto the table. Having wanted to buy the armor, he had naturally inquired about the information Sa had released. Shachimo. Her own armor wasn't worth 1,000 gold coins at all. The reason she quoted 1,000 gold coins was simply to create hype. She wanted to build brand awareness for her Chamber of Commerce, thereby creating a signature product for the business. However, he never expected that someone would actually buy it, and that the person was Osiro. The eldest son of the city of Ocelot is the true heir to the throne, and perhaps even the future lord of the city. But isn't the other party really afraid that the second prince of the Imperial City will find out that they are so blatantly raising the price to buy my armor? You should know that she is engaged to the second prince. Although neither of them takes it very seriously and they are just using it as a means, it is still an engagement and at least has some superficial binding force. Take your things. Sha picked up the 1,000 gold coins. The fact that the other party was willing to pay more for it meant no loss to her. In fact, the 1,000 gold coins would allow her to do more things. As for the subsequent impact, that's a matter for the second prince and Asoro. She doesn't care about anything as long as she can make money and gain power. Chapter 84. The Heart of the Ancient Tree. As expected of the woman I've chosen, she's really aloof. Solo watched Salaviel Sassa, who was about to go downstairs after receiving the gold coins, and admired her. Sarah pretended not to hear this, and sped up even more. Etc. Solo, watching Sarah walk away, hurriedly called out to stop her. Is there anything else? Sha turned her head slightly to look at the person in front of her. She had absolutely no intention of befriending this young master who had suddenly said he liked her. I found something fun on my trip, and I think it's great, so I'm giving it to you. Solo, with the nonchalant expression of a pampered young master, tossed out a jade green necklace. Sarah instinctively caught it and immediately felt a warm current flowing through her hand. Her desire to refuse immediately stopped. The heart of the ancient tree. Why would the other party possess such a thing? Was it unintentional, or was it a deliberate attempt to test my identity? Sha's eyes flickered almost imperceptibly before she finally said, Young master, you should keep it for yourself. I've never liked these kinds of things. Sarah tossed the things back and subconsciously tightened the neckline of her long dress, a small gesture she made when nervous. Since you don't like it, then forget it. I thought the rumors were true. The eldest son caught the emerald green necklace with a playful smile. Rumor has it that the current patriarch of the Salavel family once had a dream elf woman and gave birth to a daughter, but this eldest daughter did not receive his favor. It's true that he's not favored, but I haven't heard any rumors about it. Sha said coldly, then quickly walked down the steps. Is it a false rumor? Solo examined the necklace in his hand with amusement. Although the other party denied it on the surface, he could sense the loss of elven power from the heart of the ancient tree. This was something he specially commissioned to be made. The elven power within it could only be absorbed by the elven race, and only elves with sufficiently pure bloodlines could absorb it. Your strength hasn't improved in years, and you can absorb the energy of the ancient tree heart, so you really are of the dream elf bloodline. Solo scoffed. Sha seemed to be a very good disguise, but he saw through it easily. The necklace spun up and down between my fingers like a fluttering butterfly, yet it could never escape my palm. I wonder what the situation is on the second prince's side. Did you already know his identity? Or are you just trying to take advantage of the opportunity to get your hands on the Salaviel family? Forget it. Let's win over this woman first. Remembering the special nature of the dream elf, he decided to start by winning its heart. Only by winning the heart of the dream elf can one experience the joy and benefits of the dream elf. Sha went downstairs and took a few deep breaths to calm herself down. The heart of the ancient tree. Solo actually obtained the heart of the ancient tree. To be honest, when Sha obtained the heart of the ancient tree, she was wavering. She even wanted to keep it. Because of her special identity and bloodline, she would have remained a bronze mage for her entire life without the heart of the ancient tree. However, if one obtains the heart of the ancient tree, it would prove that one truly possesses the bloodline of the dream elf. If Solo confirms this, then he will never have peace again, or even worse. She would become a plaything of some powerful person, just like her mother had been. She never wanted to experience those humiliating and dark days again. Revenge. We must get revenge. The thought of her dark childhood and the twisted love that came from that person made her feel nauseous. I will kill you with my own hands, and my dear younger brother and sister too. A cold glint flashed in her eyes. Sha was so eager to kill someone. Don't rush, take it one step at a time. She regained her composure and began to think about how to maximize the benefits of the 1,000 gold coins. Da-da. A tug came from her shoulder. Sha turned around and saw the 3 goblins that had been guarding the first floor. Does Master have any new orders? Sha made a hand seal and shot a beam of green light onto the goblin's steel forehead. Gong Yin said that this was a magical skill she had specially learned, which allowed her to communicate with beings who did not understand her language and on a spiritual level. Refined iron? Does the Master need something like this? Yes, it seems that the Master really needs this kind of thing. Sarah felt relieved when she thought about the details of her previous deal with the Fallen Ones Association. However, The price of refined iron from the Fallen Ones Guild is currently in the middle range, and I can't get any cheaper refined iron in the short term. Wait, bronze weapons. The master can acquire a large number of bronze weapons. Sha's breathing quickened. She now understood why her master needed so much refined iron. It turned out he could forge bronze weapons himself. Professionals are common, but holy weapons are rare. In the Titan Empire, there are many professionals, but powerful weapons are extremely rare. Bronze-level weapons are commonplace in the Silver Moon Empire, but this is in the Titan Empire. The Titan Empire does not have the same weapon forging tradition as the Silver Moon Empire. The country has very few excellent weapons. Even the most ordinary bronze weapons can fetch high prices. In the entire empire, only the king possesses a sacred sword that symbolizes power and strength. All other weapons come from the warriors. The heroes summoned from another world are sometimes born with weapons, while others possess the ability to forge them. The weapons they provided were the sole source of high-end weaponry for the entire Titan Empire. My master is also a hero, and even the creator of all things is a hero of creation. I should have realized this sooner. Sha clenched her fists and hurriedly replied to Chun Ye's message. She conveyed the general meaning to Chun Yi through the goblin. The general idea is that once a weapon reaches a certain rank, it's guaranteed to sell well. It's the kind of product that's in high demand but priceless. No, since master can forge weapons, I must find high-quality and inexpensive refined iron. Sha seemed to see the rise of her merchant guild. As long as she grasped the selling point of selling high-grade weapons, she could quickly grow and expand her business. Once she strengthens her own chamber of commerce, she will be able to seize the position of head of the Salavel family through the rules. Once he obtains the position of clan chief, he can then inflict any cruel punishment on his own family. My own family, who ate my mother's blood and flesh. Salt and iron were officially controlled. To obtain large quantities of refined iron, one had to go through the OS family. Thinking of this, Sarah turned to go upstairs to find Solo, but then remembered his snake-like nature. She decided to settle for second best. She didn't want to have too much contact with that kind of cold and aloof person. Solo is too dangerous, but we could try Rog instead. Chapter 85. Where did it come from? The iron trade. Why don't you ask your older brother for help with this? In the exquisitely decorated incense hall, Rog gazed at the graceful woman before him, dressed in a magnificent robe. This person was none other than his elder brother's new lover, Saravel. Sha smiled dismissively. What? Is the entire OS family now under Solo's absolute control? Have your positions as heirs been decided? Sally's slightly sarcastic tone successfully provoked Roger's resentment, and he turned red in the face, wanting to rebel. But upon reflection, with the father no longer present, the entire OS family is truly dominated by the eldest brother. However, this does not prove that he does not have his own rights. You should know that trading with me isn't the best option. Trading with the big brother would give you more benefits and other advantages. It seems that there are very few people in charge in the entire OS family. Before the other person could finish speaking, Sarah got up to leave, but Roger stopped her. How many do you want to buy? Sha steadied herself and slowly spoke. 1,000 gold. 1,000 gold? Rog's heart skipped a beat. Wasn't that the price his elder brother had given the other party for the armor yesterday? What is this woman planning to do with so much refined iron? Although Rog was young, how could he be completely without cunning after being raised in the aristocracy? However, judging from the other party's situation, if I don't agree, I estimate that they will obtain refined iron from other sources. Okay, but I can only offer you a price of 1 gold and 5 refined iron. Rog granted the other party his authority, but in reality, his authority was limited, allowing him to offer only minor discounts. Okay, this is the deposit. I will give you the remaining gold coins after you hand over the refined iron to the Sarah Merchant Guild. Sha left the 500 gold coins she had prepared beforehand and turned to leave. The price of 1 gold and 5 refined iron is considered a wholesale price, which is still slightly cheaper than the Fallen Ones Association's price. Go and tell your elder brother everything that's happening here. After the former left, Roger thought for a moment and spoke into the empty space behind him. Yes. Behind them, an assassin, whose form had been concealed, slowly emerged like a transparent ripple and bowed. This man was the bodyguard his elder brother had arranged for him after he returned from the Thousand Ghost Forest. Although he was a guard, he knew that this person was sent by his elder brother to monitor him and hinder his love and intimate contact with Miss Sue. In other words, whether he tries to hide it or not, his older brother will eventually find out about today's conversation. Since that's the case, it's better to take the initiative yourself. After all, This woman was the one the eldest brother had his eye on. But that's really unfair. You insist on doing what you love, even though the woman you like will bring disaster to your family, while I am not allowed to like Miss Sue. You said you didn't want it to affect your marriage, but that marriage was originally yours. You only gave it to me because you didn't want it anymore. Roger also showed an indignant expression, realizing that his family had become a one-man show and that he was being treated unfairly. Humph, we're all heirs, but you're not the head of the family yet. I don't necessarily have to listen to everything you say. A sense of longing stirred within him, yet a burning anger of defiance also stirred within him. Taking advantage of the fact that the shadow guards were not around, I went to find Miss Sue. I wonder how Miss Sue's day was yesterday. As soon as Roger left, another shadow guard followed him. He was too young after all. His every word and action was recorded and reported to Solo. He walked through the courtyard and through the flower garden, and arrived at the largest pond in his backyard. Puff, puff, puff. 5 crocodiles were seen bubbling in the lake water, while others were basking in the sun on the shore. In the shade of the lake, a striking young girl in a simple long dress was playing with the weeping willows by the river. Miss Sue, are you having a comfortable time? Rog approached him with a standard aristocratic smile. Su Qingyu glanced at the other party and smiled lightly. Thank you for taking me in, young Master Roger. It's okay, it's okay. Rog waved his hand and handed over an item. This is a pass. You and your 5 crocodile magical beasts have been registered. From now on, you can freely enter and leave the city of Ostaban. Thank you. Su Qingyu concluded that the so-called point proof was something similar to a jade tablet. With this, she finally had a legal identity. The next step is to find opportunities to climb up to the powerful and influential to develop one's own power. After a night of reflection, Su Qingyu decided on her future direction. She wanted to be different from most lords. She planned to use the power of the local Titan Empire to contend with the lords. Once she reaches a high enough position, she can lead the Titan's army to conquer the lords. At that time, she will not only be able to command the Titan Empire's army, but also obtain the king's sword or even higher-level territories through the Titan Empire's army. Yes, that's it. No one can be faster than me. Even Chun Yi is not an option. Miss Sue, your crocodile is quite interesting. If I'm not mistaken, it should be a golden magical beast, right? Suddenly, a solemn voice rang out, and the two turned around to see Solo. Big brother. Young Master Solo? Roar. Seemingly sensing the malice emanating from Solo, the swamp crocodiles perked up and gathered around their lord. A golden magical beast? Rog swallowed hard and looked at the magical beast that had surrounded him and Su Qingyu. He thought it was a bronze-level magical beast, but he didn't expect it to be a gold-level one. Does the fact that Miss Sue is a gold-level beastmaster mean that she is a gold-level beastmaster? You worthless beast, shut up. A flash of purple light appeared in Solo's eyes, followed by a burst of murderous intent. The chilling killing intent was extremely solemn, and Su Qingyu's heart trembled. The Swamp Emperor crocodile lowered its body and roared. Being able to withstand my pressure within the gold, it can be considered a beast with decent cultivation. Solo walked towards Su Qingyu as he spoke. Miss Sue, I'm quite interested in the secrets of your beast taming. Could you perhaps answer a few questions about it? This time, Solo did not wear a black robe, but instead wore a noble combination of dark green and gold and silver. This outfit, which should have given off a Western nobleman vibe, instead looked chilling on Solo. The other party is like a venomous snake, ready to launch a deadly attack at any moment. Brother, this is someone else's secret way of making a living. How can I tell you? Rog instinctively defended Su Qingyu. Solo gave his good-for-nothing brother a cold glance. The latter immediately fell silent and lowered his head. Damn it, why is my brother here? Why do I always have to embarrass myself in front of Miss Sue? This was Rog's only complaint at that moment. Solo smiled and stopped talking about the previous topic. He said, since it's a secret, I won't ask. However, there's one more thing I hope Miss Sue can answer. I have investigated your background and connections with neighboring countries, large and small, but why have I not found what you call the Eastern Continent? May I ask, where exactly is Miss Sue from? The venomous snake flicked its tongue, bared its fangs, and opened its blood-red maw, ready to pounce on Su Qingyu at any moment. Chapter 86. War Between Small Nations. There is no country called Dongzhou. Brother, you must be joking. Rog naturally understood the meaning behind those words. People of unknown origin were likely either expelled from the empire or spies from other countries. However, both of them are extremely dangerous individuals. It's just a small, distant country. Isn't it normal that Prince Solo can't find it? Su Qingyu remained calm. Through Rog, she learned about the relationships between the native human kingdoms. Here, the three great empires of Titan, Silver Moon, and Warcraft stand in a tripartite balance, while countless small kingdoms surround them. Although she didn't know exactly how many small countries there were, the number was absolutely staggering, and there might even be a country called Dongzhou. Interesting. He speaks calmly and doesn't seem to be faking it. In just one night, Solo had no time to investigate the other party's country. His visit today was merely a ploy to bluff the other side. Of course, he was genuinely interested in beast taming. If this method could be applied on a large scale, it would be a major weapon for the Empire, a powerful weapon for the city of Osterdob. Unfortunately, his plans were thwarted by his foolish younger brother. That might be because my information is incomplete. Please forgive me. Solo apologized to Su Qingyu, then glanced at Roger. Come with me. This is... Roger wanted to resist, but he gave in when he saw his older brother's cold eyes. The two of them quickly arrived at the hall where they had just held their meeting, one after the other. That woman is beyond your control. Find a chance to get rid of her. What? Big brother, Smack. Just as Roger excitedly straightened up, his older brother pressed down on his shoulders and forced him to bend over. Let me finish what I have to say. The city is running low on funds lately, and I'm preparing to launch an attack on the neighboring kingdom of Aaron. I don't want any unrest to occur during my campaign. You should understand the consequences of chaos in the rear during an expedition. Solo's eyes gradually focused, staring intently at his younger brother. Roger wanted to say something, but ultimately didn't. Miss Su is not an unstable factor. If there really is an unstable factor, it should be one of the other families. Rog did not answer, nor did he need to. Solo never gave advice, he only gave orders. Oh, by the way, you did a good job with Saravelsa. Solo added. But the price is too high. Give him 7,000 refined iron for 1,000 gold coins using my authority. Yes, and also, try to let him know unintentionally that I'm helping him. Solo patted his brother on the shoulder and then left. He did this because he wanted to win Saravelsa's heart first. He could be indifferent to 1,000 gold coins and 7,000 refined iron, but he decided he couldn't be a sucker who only did good deeds without expecting anything in return. He insists that others know what he does, so that they will remember his kindness. Young master, the troops are ready and at the drill ground. As I walked out of the council hall, I ran into Butler Fei. Solo nodded and asked, how many troops has Elder Fei prepared for me this time? 1,000 cavalry, 3,000 infantry, 2,000 auxiliary troops, and 5,000 slaves. That's what Professor Fei replied. The eldest son, whose bloodthirsty nature was very similar to that of the master, naturally liked this hobby. 6,000? Won't the city's garrison be short of troops if so many are drawn from their ranks? Solo frowned, instinctively feeling that the troop deployment was a bit too abundant. Butler Fei smiled knowingly and said, I received word that Master is on his way back. With Master's dragon riders around, these families won't be able to cause any trouble. So that's how it is. Solo nodded, and then a complex teleportation array was drawn beneath his feet. A flash of white light, and Solo vanished from the spot. Butler Fei smiled with satisfaction upon seeing this. Master of both swordsmanship and martial arts, as expected of the young master, truly possessing the demeanor of the master in his prime. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but compare him to the second young master. Compared to the former's shrewdness, competence, and exceptional talent, the latter seemed somewhat spoiled and dissolute. Not only did he use the excuse of getting closer to the heir of the Heidi family to go on trips, but he also had an ambiguous relationship with that little girl, Ina Vilhe. That was one thing. After all, the Eineville family was a large family, but, to his utter surprise, the second young master didn't choose either of them in the end. Instead, they brought back someone whose background is unclear. According to the Shadow Guard's report, the woman must have appeared suddenly on the river and did not intentionally approach the second young master. However, it was unintentional at the time, but now it's hard to say. Dongzhou, that's a troublesome place. Where are you really from? The Lung steward narrowed his eyes, revealing a slit. There is indeed a small country surrounding the Eastern Titan Empire, but this country is quite special. That was a kingdom created by a hero who traveled from another world. That hero was very powerful and gathered the people of his hometown to establish the Eastern continent. Forget it. I'm really not suited to doing things that require a lot of brain power. Let the master handle the decisions and strategies. Meanwhile, in the Heidi family garden, Heidi Yadin was leaning on the windowsill of the castle, gazing wistfully out the window. Osiro said he was too young and gave his engagement to Roger, but Roger had inexplicable feelings for her. It's one thing to get up and face her, but yesterday Roger took a liking to another woman, a woman who even met someone above them. Am I really that bad? She suddenly stood up, looked at her chest, and then subconsciously compared it to Su Qingyu's figure in her memory. Yadin pouted and continued to lean on the windowsill, tapping her fingers absently on the windowsill as she muttered to herself. Do all men prefer larger sizes? I'll be 18 in a few days. The developmental period starts after I turn 18. My dear Yadin, so you're here? What's making you unhappy? A mature and elegant young noblewoman came to the back of the Yardong landform. I know what happened yesterday, don't be angry. It's just Rog and Firefox, isn't it? Let's not talk about that little Rog. If all else fails, I can have your father help you cancel the marriage. As for the Firefox, does Danner still want it? If so, I'll have someone take you to find it tomorrow. The noblewoman smiled and pulled the girl into her arms. Heidi Yadin struggled free. Mother, I'm not a child anymore. The noblewoman asked, do you still want the Firefox? Yadin pouted, turned her head, and snorted coldly, I want it. Chapter 87, A Chance Encounter. Do you want to go out and see the world? Of course, ha ha ha. Of course, the city of Ostaban is very big, I'll show you around. Roger looked at the woman in front of him with a fawning expression. It was another opportunity to show off his strength, so how could he not do so? After leaving the city lord's mansion, the two, at the suggestion of Steward Fei, rode together on a swamp crocodile to prevent a repeat of the previous incident. As an outsider, Su Qingyu could only agree, while Roger was naturally even more delighted. This city is really big. The two appeared to be shopping, but in reality, Su Qingyu was gathering information that would be advantageous to her. Yes, the entire city has 100,000 people, more than most small countries have. Su Qingyu nodded. What the other person said was true. The reason why Atlanta is home to so many nations is because of its large population. Not only is the population large, but everyone also has a desire for power because of their strength. Therefore, those with some ability would try to obtain an official position, while those with even more power would gather those around them and then establish a state. Therefore, there are many small countries. The three dominant empires of Titan, Silver Moon, and Warcraft were quite happy to see this situation arise. These small countries all have one thing in common. They have strong economies, but their overall strength is relatively weak. It is a good granary and supply depot. 2 copper coins for a piece of mutton. The best boar tusks are excellent material for making daggers, and they only cost 30 copper coins. Gray rock rat, top quality gray rock rat. You can take it home for just 1 gold coin. On the street, there were ladies with children, elderly people setting up stalls, some strong men trying their best to sell their wares, and even some adventurers dressed in adventurers' attire selling their spoils. However, when these people saw Roger and the other man, they all bowed respectfully to acknowledge them, while only a few simply nodded, or nodded without acknowledging anything at all. Within the city, not only the OS family held absolute power, but also the Heidi family, the Inaville family, the Paro family, and some other powerful and lesser families. Since they were loyal to their own family, they would not bow deeply to the OS family. At most, they would just nod. Even some people of higher status can ignore Osrog. However, this already satisfied Roger. He casually picked up a product from a stall and said to Su Qingyu, Miss Su, this is a gray rock rat. Although it doesn't have the imposing presence of your magical beast, it still has its charms and appeal. He picked up a gray rock rat from the stall and handed it to Su Qingyu, introducing it to her. This thing has some of the bloodline of the treasure-hunting rat and can help you find many treasures hidden in the forest. There's such a thing? Su Qingyu's interest was piqued, and she cast a detection spell on the other party. Gray rock rat. Quality, bronze. Attribute, 5. Skill, sand digging. Note, your bloodline is special, but too diluted. You'd better just eat dirt. Never mind, I still prefer monsters with stronger combat power. Having seen the information about the gray rock rat, Su Qingyu politely declined the offer. This kind of junk, with only a 5 attribute and nothing special about it, is basically useless. However, the fact that such a useless, gimmicky item can sell for 1 gold coin proves that the people here are truly wealthy. You should know that 1 gold coin is equivalent to 10 energy stones. This allowed Su Qingyu to witness the power of the city of Ostaban. Are there any larger chambers of commerce? I'd like to look into some of them. Having tested her reconnaissance skills, Su Qingyu wanted to try and see if she could snag a bargain from the various merchant guilds. If she could, then she had found a way to survive in this city. A larger chamber of commerce. This, Osrog was momentarily speechless. There were large merchant guilds, but the ones in the city belonged to either the Paro family or the Ainaville family. These two families are rivals, and he naturally doesn't want to bring his beloved woman to meet his other rival. However, the other Ainaville was his fiancée. He took a strange woman to his fiancée's business association to buy things. I'm at my wit's end. Rog was suddenly caught in a dilemma. Well, if it doesn't work, then forget it. No? Of course it's possible. How could it not be possible? How can a man say no in front of his woman? Roger gritted his teeth and said yes. But where should we take Miss Sue? Hey, have you heard? The first item from that newly established Chamber of Commerce sold for 1,000 gold. Is it that King Cobra armor? I heard it can make you immune to 10% of magic attacks. That's amazing. Hey, it's not that powerful. It's just immune to magic attacks below the gold level. Anyone who buys it, as I said, is just a sucker. Or maybe it's just something the Sarah Merchant Guild hyped up. Otherwise, how could it sell for 1,000 gold? That's not entirely true. On the battlefield, armor that grants immunity to low-level magic attacks can also be quite effective. The two merchants from the Paro family seemed to have just returned from a research trip and were pointing and gesturing at the Sarah Chamber of Commerce along the way. By the way, the Sarah Trading Company. I heard that the Sarah Chamber of Commerce has some purple spirit armor, which could be purchased as a gift from Miss Sue. Thinking of this, he hurriedly suggested to her, Miss Sue, why don't we go and take a look at the Sarah Chamber of Commerce? I heard that the armor they are currently selling is quite amazing. A miraculous suit of armor, a bronze weapon, forehead. This shouldn't be it, right? Rog hadn't expected the other party to immediately mention bronze weapons, as high-grade weapons were quite rare in the Titan Empire. Although it's not a bronze weapon, it should still be far superior to ordinary weapons. We might as well go and take a look. Su Qingyu nodded and smiled sweetly. Sure. To be honest, she wouldn't even look at such a low-grade weapon, but now that she was in the opponent's earth rank, she couldn't afford to offend them. Moreover, I've heard about the Sarah Chamber of Commerce ever since I entered the city, so it must have some merit. Passing through the crowds, I arrived at a corner of the city where a two-story wooden building stood among many small houses. It does have a certain elegance. Su Qingyu rarely praised him. Suddenly, a graceful noblewoman and a lively young girl emerged from the crowd. The woman chatted and laughed with the shopkeeper before waving goodbye. Roger saw the two of them freeze in place. It can't be such a coincidence, can it? Chapter 88, The Interesting Guard. Yes, I'm sorry, Mrs. Heidi, we don't sell Firefox here. I will inform the president when the time comes, and I will let you know as soon as I have any news. Okay, then I'll trouble you. Mrs. Heidi smiled, and then turned to leave with Yaden. Well, I told you that you can only catch firefoxes yourself, but you didn't believe me, mother. Heidi Yaden, with a slightly coquettish and annoyed expression, tugged at her mother's arm and shook it from side to side. Don't worry, little Danner, I promise I'll find it for you. If that doesn't work, I'll send someone to the 1,000 Nether Forest to catch it for you. The wealthy woman looked at her daughter with doting affection. The two are clearly mother and daughter, but to outsiders they look more like sisters. Is this Heidi Yaden's mother? Su Qingyu looked at the two women walking towards her. One was as lively as an adorable jungle sprite, while the other gave her a deep sense of crisis. The other person was far superior to me in terms of temperament, aura, and physique. Who goes there? Several guards behind Lady Heidi stepped forward and pressed their spears against the jaws of the swamp crocodile, as if any movement from either of them would result in their ruthless execution. This pressure is definitely above that of platinum. Su Qingyu also learned about the Titan Empire's system for differentiating strength, which was roughly divided into bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, and star. The imposing presence of the person before him was second only to Solos, suggesting he was also a formidable opponent. How dare you be so rude? Can't you see that you are young Master Roger? Lady Heidi stopped her guards, who promptly lowered their spears. Roger hurriedly jumped off the crocodile and bowed to the former. I've met Mrs. Heidi. Su Qingyu dismounted from her mount. She could tell that the person in front of her had no good feelings towards her, and even harbored considerable malice. As a well-known figure in this city, it's impossible that the other party didn't know Rog. If they knew and still did this, there's only one possibility, a show of force. The other party is trying to intimidate Rog. The reason and source of this show of force is quite obvious. It's Heidi Yaden who's by his side. I have met Mrs. Heidi. Su Qingyu followed suit and bowed. Mrs. Heidi ignored Su Qingyu and instead said to Roger, Little Roger, you didn't keep your promise to me yesterday. Mrs. Heidi looked at Roger with a hint of reproach. Roger naturally knew what the other party was talking about. Yesterday, in order to bring Yaden out and build a relationship, he had promised the other party that he would help Yaden find the fire fox. A cold sweat broke out on Roger's Adam's apple, which he kept swallowing. He never expected that he would run into his fiancée and his future mother-in-law while out shopping, and to make matters worse, Miss Sue was with him. Fire foxes are not easy to find, Roger tried to make an excuse, but his nervous tone and stuttering were immediately seen through by Mrs. Heidi, who said, "Since we haven't found it yet, let's go again. It's a good opportunity for the young people to reconnect." As she spoke, she pretended to push her woman forward. Mother. Yaden, feigning anger, immediately grabbed her mother's arm and returned to her mother's side. Yes, I will take Yaden again tomorrow. Humph, who needs you to take me? Heidi Yaden also snorted arrogantly, clearly still holding a grudge about what happened yesterday. All right, don't be willful. With your status, there aren't many people in the entire Osto state who are worthy of you. Mrs. Heidi affectionately patted her woman's head. For a moment, Roger felt like he was in a hellish situation and could only force a smile and nod repeatedly, while Su Qingyu was completely left out in the cold. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, the two finally decided that Rog would take Yaden back into the Thousand Dark Forest the next day before Lady Heidi finally left. Roger chuckled awkwardly and reached out to Su Qingyu. Shall we go in and take a look? Good. Su Qingyu didn't take Mrs. Heidi and the other party's plan to take Yaden out the next day to heart at all. The two entered the store, dressed very elegantly, giving the feeling of being in a jungle. The store also had fine incense wafting in the air, making people feel comfortable as soon as they entered. It's actually ambergris. No wonder he is the heir of the Salavel family. Upon entering, Rog was astonished by Salaverse's extravagance. It should be noted that this kind of incense is usually only burned by high-ranking nobles and high-ranking merchant guilds when entertaining distinguished guests. Distinguished guest? Yes, isn't Mrs. Heidi a distinguished guest? But what is Mrs. Heidi doing here? Rog was a little puzzled, but now was not the time to think about that. He said to the person who was greeting him, "I heard that you have some special purple spirit armor here. Take it out and let me see it." The shop owner was clearly a little embarrassed. After thinking for a moment, he said apologetically, "Young Master Roger, I'm sorry, the purple spirit armor here is sold out." Sold out? Rog's emotions, suppressed again and again, were like a volcano about to erupt, brimming with anger. Nothing's going right at all. Why do I keep losing face in front of the woman I like? Sold out so quickly. Is there anything else of value left? At this moment, Rog was ready to explode at any moment, but the Sarah Chamber of Commerce, as a newly established Chamber of Commerce, did not have any other trump cards up its sleeve. Although they do include ordinary goods, why would this gentleman possibly be interested in something like this? The most valuable item in the 300 square meter shop is the sold-out purple spirit armor. Or you. The shopkeeper's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He really didn't know how to deal with the person in front of him. Fortunately, someone came to the rescue at that moment. The purple spirit armor is sold out, but how could I not prepare it in advance since young Master Roger likes it? The owner of the voice stepped out of the attic amidst the wafting incense, like a fairy descending to earth. So it's President Shah. Upon seeing the newcomer, Roger suppressed his temper. After all, this woman was the one his older brother liked. Although she was just a new love, judging from his older brother's attitude, she held a high position in the relationship. Moreover, she has another identity, the eldest daughter of the Salavel family on the surface. I heard that young Master Rog has a good friend, so I naturally reserved a set of this purple spirit armor for you. However, there's only one set of this armor left, the women's version. I wonder. As Shah spoke, she turned her head to look at Su Qingyu. With her knowledge and insight, she naturally knew to reserve a set of armor for the other party. Even if Rog doesn't come, she will still go to give him the gift, because the amount of refined iron he gives her is much more than what she agreed upon. Although it was nominally Solo's help, she didn't want to have too much contact with Solo and preferred to give the favor to Roger instead. He was naturally delighted to hear that the other party had reserved the armor for him. As for the women's armor, wasn't it originally intended for Su Qingyu? Of course, thank you, Sister Shah. Without realizing it, Roger changed how he addressed Shah. Wouldn't it be more impressive if the shopkeeper reserved something for you, even though it was sold out? As they were talking, a goblin behind Shah walked down the stairs wearing a suit of armor that shimmered with purple light. Upon seeing the armor, Su Qingyu also cast a reconnaissance spell. However, The information from this reconnaissance technique left her stunned. Purple spirit armor, unranked. Trait. Immune to 10% of spell attacks with less than 30 attribute points. Note. It's trash armor, but this guard seems rather interesting. Chapter 89. Guards, Goblins. The guards are interesting? Su Qingyu also knew a bit about the system prompts. Although most of the system prompts were useless, there were also some very useful ones. For example, the prompt you see now. Su Qingyu cast another reconnaissance spell, this time targeting the guard. Guard, black armor goblin. Quality, gold. Attribute, 50. Level, 10. Weapon, unknown. Skill, unknown. Characteristics, unknown. Note. You can watch the terrifying creatures from the dark abyss, but don't watch for too long. 50. Su Qingyu stared blankly at the other party's message, unsure where to begin her shock. Is it the goblin's true identity, or its high attribute points of 50, or perhaps that special marking? Why are goblins here in the Human Federation? Also, this goblin is only level 10, so why does it have 50 attribute points? 50 attribute points? Kyrie Irving's Sharpedo only has 50 attribute points, right? Also, it reached 50 attribute points at only level 10. Was this goblin a top-tier gold-level goblin when it was born? Do goblins really exist? Does such a creature really exist? Su Qingyu felt her worldview shattered. She had encountered goblins before and had heard people discuss them in groups many times. Shouldn't those creatures be stupid and break easily? In the group chat, there was even a story about a lord who single-handedly cut down 30 goblins with just a cleaver. But this goblin in front of us, let alone 30, I reckon even one of them could tear that lord to pieces. 30 goblins, how powerful would 30 goblins be? Su Qingyu found it hard to imagine the existence of such a gathering of goblins. The last time she had seen goblins this powerful was Chunyi, brother Chunyi? Su Qingyu suddenly widened her eyes as if she had thought of something. Could these goblins be Chun Ye's brother's goblins? Impossible, impossible. This is a human empire. How could Chun Ye's goblins appear here? She didn't notice the change in how she addressed him, but she just felt that this goblin couldn't possibly be Chun Ye's brother's goblin. It's too far and too crazy. Keep in mind that this is a human city, and the guy who owns these goblins is the heir to another powerful family. Thank you. Su Qingyu stammered as she took the purple spirit armor from the other person's hand. At this moment, her mind was no longer on the armor. She was only thinking about what kind of goblins they were and whether she could get her hands on them. After all, if this nobleman can command these goblins, perhaps these things, like the gray rock rat, are luxuries for nobles? If they are luxury items, then having Roger send her one or two shouldn't be a problem, right? Her breathing became hot, because these goblins, dressed in armor, didn't seem so ugly anymore. In fact, they looked quite handsome, like knights. More importantly, these goblins have such high stats that they can grow into a king-level lord at level 10. Keep in mind that the growth cycle of golden creatures is very short. So, with a little training, it's equivalent to obtaining a king-level unit? May I ask, where did Chairman Su obtain this kind of bodyguard? Su Qingyu asked anxiously, and the others present could all see what she was thinking. This is practically a direct way of saying I want it too. Salavir smiled lightly. I'm sorry, Ms. Su, it's a trade secret. As Sha looked at the woman in front of her, just as she had guessed, she realized something. This person must have some kind of relationship with the master, or at least they must be from the same place. When Sarah learned that Roger was infatuated with a woman, she sent people to inquire about her. After learning that the woman had black eyes and long black hair, she became suspicious. Her suspicions only grew stronger after learning the other person's 3-character name. Even now, she wanted to use the purple spirit armor to test the other party again, but the woman in front of her actually skipped over the armor and asked about the guards her master had given her. Fortunately, she didn't point it out directly, otherwise it would have caused some trouble. I apologize for being presumptuous. Su Qingyu also apologized appropriately, realizing at this point that her behavior was inappropriate. With such a powerful unit, how could the enemy possibly hand it over to us directly? However, we can ask Roger to help us look into it later. Since these items circulated among nobles, there wouldn't be only 1 or 2 of them. So Miss Su likes bodyguards. Chairman Su's bodyguards are indeed quite good. However, if you like, I can spare a few soldiers from the army for you, Roger said with satisfaction. As a member of the family, he still has the authority to draw upon the family's soldiers for protection. There are 2 reasons why he doesn't do this. Firstly, he is absolutely safe in the city. Secondly, even if he doesn't make arrangements, he has shadow guards protecting him in secret at all times. The shadow guards serve both to monitor and protect me, but they only appear when I encounter a major crisis. Then thank you very much. Second. Thank you very much, young Master Roger. Haha. It's nothing, as long as you're happy. Su Qingyu did not refer to herself as the second young master, which pleased him greatly. You two can browse around some more. All your purchases today will be 50% off. As for me, I have important matters to attend to, so please excuse me. Sarah watched the harmonious atmosphere between the two until the day's farce came to an end. The next step is to bring the harvest from this period back to its owner. Chapter 90. The Hidden Barrier. Has everything been inventoried? It's all accounted for, sir. An employee of the Sarah Chamber of Commerce respectfully placed down a dozen or so boxes and then stepped back. Sarah glanced around and then waved at the boxes on the ground. With a flash of light, the box containing more than 10,000 energy stones was all put into his ring. Sha made the most of the 10,000 yuan given to her by Chun Yi and the corpse of the King's Serpent. She not only established a chamber of commerce and made a name for herself, but also earned more energy stones. Not to mention the unsold items in his own store and the ring on his hand. If you really count it, she more than doubled the supplies Chun Yi gave her in a very short period of time. It's good to have a powerful family as a backer. They brought 15,000 energy stones without hesitation. Sarah recalled the scene of Mrs. Heidi taking out more than 10 boxes of energy stones with ease, as if it were nothing more than a piece of cake for her. But this is good too. At least in the future we won't need to go to the merchant guild to exchange for energy stones. Some ancient noble families always possessed abundant reserves of energy stones. The Heidi family was one such family. Moreover, his master had prepared a batch of bronze weapons for him, and he would probably become closer to the Heidi family after obtaining such items. Of the 4 major families in the city, 2 are engaged in business, and the city lord's mansion, needless to say, is the center of power and influence. The reason the Heidi family is able to survive is because of its rich heritage. Its resources are so abundant that no one dares to lay a hand on it. The Chamber of Commerce has a guard, the city lord's mansion has an army, while the Heidi family's armed forces are extremely weak, yet extremely powerful. Their armed force is the Adventurers Guild. This association exists and is prevalent in all countries. The merchants called them adventurers, but they were more like bounty hunters. If you pay enough, you'll not only see missions to help wipe out a small country in the association's mission announcements, but you might even see missions to help defend against invasions by a major power. The guild's missions are varied and contradictory, but the adventurers don't care. As long as they can make money, a mission is a good mission for them. In terms of money, the Heidi family is extremely wealthy, even far exceeding the liquid assets that the 2 major business families can maintain. However, this formidable power is extremely unstable. Therefore, it is powerful, yet fragile. You want more secure power, I want money. We really complement each other. Sha smiled gently. The Heidi family's methods for increasing their strength are now out in the open, with their purple spirit armor almost entirely acquired by the other side. If you want to enhance your own strength, when your own strength is insufficient, external forces are the best way to do so. If even second-rate armor can drive you all this crazy, I really look forward to seeing how bronze weapons will fare in the city of Ostrabon. Saria, accompanied by her guards, walked through the Ostolands on her way to meet her master. She did not arrange for any more guards, only the 3 goblins given to her by her master. The owner's identity and the place where he gets his goods must not be known to others, and these 3 goblins are indeed strong enough. Compared to the group of silver adventurers he had when he was down on his luck, the 3 goblins he now felt much safer. Stop right there. What are you doing out there? Now that we're at war, everyone must report on their whereabouts when they go out. They were stopped by several soldiers as soon as they arrived at the city gate. Sha raised an eyebrow. Is the OS family short of funds again? Also, since when is it necessary to report when going out during wartime? You should know that ordinary conquests only restrict entry. When did they start restricting exit? Damn it! Who gave you the right to stop me? Before Sha could ask any questions, the guard slapped the soldier who was blocking her from asking the question on the head. This is Miss Salavier, whom the young master specifically instructed. Do you think you can stop such a noblewoman? I'm so sorry, sir, I'm so sorry. The former hurriedly bowed and apologized repeatedly. Sarah sighed softly. Without a doubt, this method and arrangement were probably intentional on Solo's part. Men like this are really annoying. Although it was arranged by the other party, you still have to remember their favor. It's like a blatant conspiracy, so open and above board that it's impossible to guard against. However, After spending a lot of time with Chunyi, Sha also picked up the habit of not wanting to be taken advantage of. Since the other party wants to make me remember their favor through this incident, I can only make good use of it. Which country did the Ostaban wage war against? Sasha asked. Reporting to Miss Sha, it is a small country called Haina. I heard that the other party has offended Osto State with their words and often intercepts Osto State merchants on their way out. For the safety of everyone and Osto State, young Master Solo has sent troops to Haina, invading the caravan, offending the city of Ostraban. Oh, Sha scoffed. This is just an excuse for violating Haina. Only this time the excuse is even more casual. The Titans are called an empire because of their immense military power. One of their cities could rival an entire nation. Even waging war against small countries doesn't need to be reported to the empire. The empire was so powerful. By the way, sir, young Master Solo instructed you to be careful these days. The barbarians of Haina are very rampant and may take the initiative to attack the Osto State. Initiative attack. Sha shook her head at the prospect of such an impossible, even suicidal, scenario, concluding it was just another of that man's schemes. Sha said helplessly, yes, I know. Please thank him for me. It will be conveyed. The guard bowed respectfully, then waved his hand behind him. Let them pass. On the other side, Chunyi, knowing of Sha's return, also dispatched a small squad of goblins to protect her. Although the opponent was now protected by 3 black-armored goblins, the forest was no longer safe. The struggle between lords has intensified in recent days, with some unlucky individuals even attempting to invade Chunyi's territory. However, after he counterattacked and killed them, he chased them into their territory and wiped them out completely. However, this seems to be just one aspect of the dangers in the forest. He never found out the cause of death of the dragon on the other side of the river. Although the cause of death was not found, several other insurmountable barriers were discovered. Let me see the dangers lurking in this forest. What exactly killed the dragon? Chunyi switched his perspective to the opposite bank of the river and then gave the order to attack the more than 30 goblins at one of the barriers. Trample. Chapter 91. The Indestructible Barrier. Trample. After the passage of time and the growth through war, Chunyi's goblins have generally reached level 8 to 10. Even the goblins that initially possessed the trample skill have now grown to around level 15, and their attributes have already reached 50, making them worthy of being called king-tier units. At this moment, 30 king-rank soldiers trampled together. The earth shook violently, thunder roared, and scars spread into the ground, cracking and spreading. Boom! The stomp skills were unleashed in unison. What was terrifying was not the stomp itself, but the resonance of the stomp. Even if the giant dragon came back to life under such a strong resonance, it would neither die nor be injured. However, the barrier remained completely unharmed despite such a terrifying attack. It only created ripples without leaving any marks. What on earth is this thing? The trampling of more than 30 goblins could not harm him, which made Chunyi frown. This was practically his most powerful skill to date, yet it couldn't cause the slightest damage to this thing? Who made this thing? Chunyi looked at the barrier through his field of vision. There were 4 barriers in total, and their shape resembled a huge wall of 44, except that this thing had no width at all. The wall is only thin, so it shouldn't be a ceiling formation or anything like that. It's not a ceiling formation or anything like that, just a simple wall. So what is the purpose of this wall? He pondered the function of the barrier wall carefully. Sometimes, the more unknown something is, the more terrifying it is. You know the other party has great strength, but you don't know their purpose and you can't see them. It's like someone approaching you with a machete in the dark. You can hear them, but can't see them. The danger is singular, yet it's everywhere. Beep beep. Beep beep. Boss, I've collected the furs you wanted, but it seems other merchants are already doing this, so I'm afraid our sales won't be as good as we expected. Nan has sent me a message via private message. Forget it. If we can't figure out the barrier, let's deal with the issues between the territories first. Chunyi sighed, rubbing his forehead. He had truly exhausted all means to deal with this barrier. Among his current units, the strongest attacker is the Wolf Goblin, while the Black Armor Goblin is not good at attacking and therefore not very useful in opening the barrier. But even his strongest attack couldn't open this thing, so he could only wait and see. Wait until you obtain a more powerful unit. Since we couldn't capture the dragon here, we'll have to go check out the Red Dragon Lord in the distance. After giving the goblin the order to bring back the dragon's corpse, Chunyi turned his attention to another place that possessed a dragon. Although there is some distance, it also has dragons. He was determined to acquire the powerful troops. Don't worry about sales, as long as we get the goods. Chun-Yi calmly replied to Manhwa that his initial goal was not the market only for lords. He intended to use his furs to trade with the human empire. Trading with those noble ladies is far better than trading with these poor lords. Okay, then I'll give the stuff to the boss. Manhwa sent over all the warm and precious furs he had recently collected. Because Chun-Yi required that the furs he collected be small and attractive, all sorts of colorful and varied furs were instantly piled up in the small wooden house after the transfer. There were snow foxes, wolves, wild boars, animals with scales and fur, and even many furs that Chun-Yi couldn't name at all, and some of the furs didn't even look like fur. There was even a bluish-green thing, which Manhwa said was fur, but to him it looked more like a living creature. However, this is exactly what he needs. Those nobles might have some collecting habits or other eccentricities. By the way, boss, we're out of goods right now, and our funds are almost gone. Should we release a few bronze weapons to attract attention and collect resources? Manhwa put forward his suggestion that the three major alliances are now beginning to unite and have a trend of sharing the world with the British Empire. Furthermore, what the other party is dividing up is not the Lord's territory, but the Lord's commercial market. This is very unfriendly to itinerant merchants like those from Manhwa. Because if the other party wants something to go up or down in price, they only need to unite to control prices. They don't need to guess prices and predict the next item that the public will need, like Manhwa does. For them, there is no demand. They can make a profit by limiting existing demand or creating new demand. Not for now. The time is not now for bronze weapons to disappear. Chun-Yi rejected Manhwa's proposal. He did not intend to release bronze weapons, especially armor, at the moment. Because his current full arsenal of bronze weapons was enough to threaten him, he could not allow such things to leak out. Unless he gets a more powerful unit. Just like research and development, you sell one generation, use one generation, and keep another generation dormant. Only in this way can you make the most stable choice. But, boss, if we don't come up with something substantial, the market will really be taken over by the three major alliances and the British Empire alliance. Manhwa's voice sounded somewhat anxious. The market is still evolving, and they still have room to maneuver. If they wait until the two giants divide the market, it will be too late to reverse the situation. Chun-Yi had some knowledge of the business situation, but bronze weapons were something that really couldn't be released. He didn't want a powerful lord to get such a thing. It would be tantamount to digging his own grave. However, having no products and letting the other party dominate the market is also not a good choice. That's right. Suddenly, Chun-Yi had a flash of inspiration and thought of something that would be suitable for sale right now. He opened his backpack and took out a stone. Jade gambling. Magical stones with a 1% chance of yielding a magical item. Note: are you ready to jump in, young man? The kind where there's no turning back. This item wasn't initially chosen for sale because the lords were too poor to afford extra energy stones for such entertainment products. However, nowadays, war brings suffering, but it also brings wealth to some people. Although the news of lords' ability to invade each other led to the deaths of countless lords, it also spurred their development. The number of lords has decreased, but the lords have become stronger and richer. Shall we give this a try? Chun-Yi asked tentatively. Manhwa's lips twitched as he received the item. He had clearly seen this kind of thing before and knew how awful it was. Although this kind of thing is a rip-off, it's actually a pretty good product right now. It should be pretty good. I wonder if anyone will buy it again after discovering the ridiculously low success rate. Manhwa tentatively asked, is there a lot? Chun-Yi glanced at his personal space and nodded. Many. Chapter 92, Jade Gambling Products. Boss, to be honest, this thing has a gambling element to it. Manhwa had mixed feelings after acquiring more than 2,000 rough stones. The difficulty with this product lies in its repurchase rate. Basically, there's only a 50% chance of getting something when you open the stone for the first time, and the chance of getting something from subsequent stones is only 1%. It's not that 1 out of 100 will be drawn. It's that the probability of each one is 1%, which is quite frustrating. It's alright, let's try selling them. If that doesn't work, we can sell bronze weapons later. Chun-Yi thought for a moment and realized that once he had some time to acquire more powerful troops and bronze weapons, he could start selling them. Okay, let's give it a try. With a heavy heart, Manhwa put these items on the shelves of his store. Oh, by the way, if anyone comes across blueprints or skill books, remember to buy them at a high price. If you don't have enough energy stones, come to me. No problem. After discussing the sale of the goods, Manhwa began to put them on the shelves. His store has now been renamed Casual Store and is now under the banner of the Casual Alliance. How many should be hung? 2 energy stones or 3 energy stones? Nanha thought about it and realized that only 2 to 3 energy stones would be suitable. Buying one for fun within this price range was something that the lords could accept. How about we package it up? Influenced by unscrupulous merchants, I always feel that buying things cheaply is like losing money. Nanha was heartbroken. Ultimately, he renamed the product and added a setting that prevented it from being viewed. Name: Mystery Draw. Random gift packs, you can get any item. Becoming rich overnight is not a dream. Note: you get a lucky bonus on your first purchase. Price: 3 energy stones. How about adding something else? Looking at the mysterious drawer in front of him, Nanha suddenly recalled the scene of opening a blind box for the first time when he bought Chunye's products. I spent 2 precious energy stones to buy a hammer, which was a used hammer. If I can get anything from this, there's nothing wrong with me putting in a few things I don't need, right? Nanha carefully placed the old, broken hammer that had tricked him back, then into the mysterious drawer's product shelf. No, my conscience is tormented. Nanha clutched her chest, her heart pounding. Perhaps Chi Hongyi was right. She wasn't suited to be a shrewd businessman. His conscience actually aches from making this kind of thing. Nanha gritted his teeth and opened the box that had contained the hammer, then put in a box of nails. Phew, okay, now my conscience won't hurt anymore. Nanha finally let out a long sigh of relief, and his conscience was no longer aching. Since your conscience doesn't bother you, then make a few more. He wasn't confident that the product would become a huge hit, so he figured he might as well go all in and see if it actually did. With that in mind, he put more things into different boxes. An energy stone, a tattered umbrella, a collection of beautiful female lords, and some valuable but limited gossip about the lords. One by one, the items were stuffed inside, and what was originally just over 2,200 energy stones were disguised as 2,500 mysterious drawers. If I sell them all, I should be able to earn 7,500 energy stones. After deducting costs, well, there are no costs, so I'd make a net profit of 7,500 energy stones. But surely no fool would buy something like this, right? Nanha thought about it and realized that it would be good enough if these things could be sold at all. It was unlikely that they would be sold out. It seems like nothing has changed much. With the goblin's protection, Sha successfully arrived at this familiar place. Compared to the shock she felt last time, this time it wasn't as dramatic. That's how it should be. Even if you're a hero, it's impossible for things to change drastically every time. Sha's vaguely excited heart calmed down. She longed for greater and better changes to occur in Chunye's territory, but she had only been gone for a few days, so it was normal for nothing to happen. The first time I left for a week, now I haven't even been gone for a week, so it's reasonable that nothing has changed much. Well, it can't be said that there have been no changes. These goblins in front of us seem to have become stronger. Is the master building up his own resources? Sha looked around at the goblins, who all seemed stronger than the goblins around her. It must be because of the daily fighting in the forest. It seems that the master hasn't done anything surprising these days. Sha breathed a sigh of relief. This situation reassured her a lot. If the person she followed was too strong, she might feel abandoned. For these superiors, if they grow too fast while their subordinates grow too slowly, their most common choice is to replace them with a new batch of subordinates. Sha didn't want it to be like this. She felt that what she was gaining now should be comparable to the miracles Chunyi had performed before. She will never be abandoned unless a new miracle occurs, until her revenge is successful. In a moment of reflection, I found myself back on those familiar steps. With each step she took up the stairs, Sha's aura unconsciously weakened. The domineering aura of the city of Ostaban, the superior presence of a noble heir and President Sa, who snatched a piece of the pie from 2 major merchant families. With each step she took, she became more humble. When she finally arrived at the door of the cabin, she was completely lifeless. From the high and mighty Salavel Shah, the former President Shah, she had gradually become Chunye's pawn and servant. Greetings, master. Despite her elaborate gown dragging on the ground, Sa bowed to the wooden house. You've come at just the right time. Chunye glanced at Salaver Shah and then spoke calmly. Is there a market for dragon corpses? Also, there's a problem with the transportation. If I dismember the dragon, will you still be able to sell it? Of course there's a market for it. This dragon what? Sha raised her head instantly. Her head bowed in humility. What did Master just say? A giant dragon? Chapter 93. The Dragon's Resurrection? Big brother a dragon? Master, do you know what you're saying? Sha looked at Chunyi in astonishment. She had assumed that the other party hadn't achieved anything significant this time, and that their abilities should be balanced. But what did this man just say? The corpse of a dragon? He killed a dragon? Dragons are the epitome of extreme power. They can even destroy a whole host of small nations with their sheer strength. In reality, any creature that comes into contact with even a trace of dragon blood becomes incredibly powerful. Just like the city lord of Ostaban, who obtained some earth dragons with dragon bloodlines many years ago, and thus formed a dragon rider regiment. The legion's fearsome reputation spread far and wide, inspiring fear in many surrounding small countries, and making the city lords of the other Titan empires around them extremely envious. But what did the master just say? He killed a dragon? Even the powerful Ottoman Empire would have to pay a huge price to deal with something like this, right? As long as there's a market, I'll dismantle this thing. Chinyi nodded in satisfaction. The best place to sell this kind of thing is outside the forest. I guess none of the lords can afford it, and even if they can, the price will probably be low. It won't affect anything. Shai gave a somewhat speechless reply. Why is there not a trace of excitement in the master's eyes, even though he has killed such a powerful and terrifying creature? Is this something that he takes for granted? Wait a minute, don't dragons also have adults and minors? Although dragons are generally powerful when they reach adulthood, it seems that juvenile dragons can also be killed by human hands. Could it be that the master killed a young dragon? Yes, that's right. It should be called Yulong. Sha nodded affirmatively. It must be a young dragon. Otherwise, how could she explain the fact that her master's face was completely expressionless? Slaying a dragon is something even heroes would boast about, right? Master, how many scales does this young dragon have? Is its body intact? If possible, please cut off its dragon teeth and wings completely. These are incredibly valuable. A young dragon? Chinyi frowned. The other party had said a lot, but most of it was about the baby dragon. Chinyi said with some dissatisfaction, when did I say it was a young dragon? Sha's heart skipped a beat. Could it really be an adult dragon? The master is so calm after killing a fully grown dragon? Master, could it be a fully grown dragon? Sha swallowed hard. Chinyi found it amusing and reached out to pinch the other person's smooth little face. He didn't know why the other person reacted so strongly, but he felt a sense of amusement. It's not a fully grown dragon either. It's somewhere in between. Sha remained motionless, nervously squeezing out a few words through the gaps in the large hand. Master is mighty. She now knew what kind of dragon the other party had killed. It was probably a subadult dragon. Although such a feat wasn't as dazzling as killing an adult dragon, it was still quite impressive. It seems I need to work harder, so I don't fall behind. Sha made a decision in her heart. If she couldn't even become a pawn of the other side, how could she talk about revenge? What's so impressive about it? Chinyi playfully squeezed the other person's chubby little face into various shapes and said, I didn't kill that dragon, I just picked it up. Found it. A look of shock escaped Salavel's lips. You can actually find something like this? She was momentarily at a loss as to how to adjust her mood. First the owner said they killed a dragon, then they said it wasn't a dragon, but now they're saying they found it themselves? She felt like her emotions were on a runaway broomstick, swaying up and down unpredictably. Good thing I found it. Good thing I found it. Now I won't be eliminated because I can't keep up with my owner. Sha even showed a relaxed expression. She didn't even realize that her mindset had subtly changed at some point. She was actually afraid of being abandoned by the man in front of her. What are you muttering about? Chinyi listened to the other person's soft murmur and asked. No, it's nothing. It's just that. Master, you found the dragon, so who killed it? Sha let the other person play with her cheeks. Sure enough, some people in high positions always have peculiar hobbies. This thing? I don't know either. I only found the dead dragon on an ancient tree. As for what creature killed the dragon, I did not see it. We even checked the surrounding area for several kilometers, but found no powerful creatures. Chinyi said with a hint of helplessness. Oh right. What's peculiar is that a transparent barrier was found around the ancient tree on all four sides. Chinyi added. Ancient tree? Barrier. Sarah's eyes suddenly burned with passion, and her face even flushed with excitement. But the next second, she became noticeably nervous. She suddenly said, Master, quickly take a look at the center of that ancient tree. Are there any small holes in it? A pit. Chinyi looked at the woman in front of him. She seemed to know something. I'll give it a try. Chinyi linked his consciousness with the goblins who were carrying the dragon. Thick ropes had already bound the dragon, and some goblins were even standing on the dragon's body, wielding bone-cracking knives and slashing at their feet. Buzz. Chinyi then chose the goblin closest to the ancient tree to begin exploring it. The goblin put down his machete and began to scout the ancient tree behind him. Soon, he discovered that the ancient tree actually did have some small tree holes. However, it was too small. He had previously thought it was a squirrel's burrow or something similar. There are some tree holes. Is there a problem? Chinyi asked Sha. When Sha realized there really was a tree hole, her face turned deathly pale. She cried out anxiously, "Master, run, run. Get your goblins out of there immediately." Evacuation? Why? Chinyi looked at the woman in front of him with a puzzled expression, about to ask her why, but the next second, he felt a violent tremor beneath his feet. No, not underfoot, more accurately. He meant underfoot the goblin that connected to his vision. The goblin stood 30 meters from the ancient tree, with a giant dragon beneath him, and the tremor coming from below it. Chinyi subconsciously manipulated the giant dragon to glance at his feet. Sure enough, the huge green body was moving little by little, and he immediately felt a burning sensation under his feet. This dragon, it's alive. Chapter 94. If you're not going to talk, then shut up. A dragon resurrected? What a joke. He had clearly confirmed time and again that the dragon was dead. Chinyi stared in disbelief at the goblin's perspective. The idea of a dragon reviving is simply impossible. He had sent goblins to attack this goblin, and even confirmed that it had lost its heartbeat and breathing. Isn't that enough to confirm its death? Turtle breathing technique? Dragons shouldn't have this kind of skill, right? Chinyi sensed the goblin's panic. No matter how much he disbelieved it, the dragon had indeed revived. Roar! The dragon's roar pierced through layers of forest, crossed mountains and rivers, and broke through thick clouds. The dragon's roar was like the roar of a lion king, and people could feel it no matter how far away they were. It's alive. As if she knew something, Sha's face turned deathly pale the instant she heard the sound, and she guessed the dragon's situation. Indeed, the dragon has come to life. Chinyi looked solemnly into the distance. The giant dragon that had been coiled above the ancient tree was now stretching its body. Its 10-zhang-long, 100-meter-tall body spread its wings, blotting out the sky and the sun, and all the goblins were easily shaken off like termites. The body, which had been torn in half by the goblins, quickly recovered after a roar, and the wounds that had been bleeding profusely were healing rapidly. Green lights surrounded the dragon, which seemed to be undergoing some mysterious ritual, standing atop an ancient tree with its head held high and wings outstretched, receiving the radiance. Quack! The goblins noticed the anomaly and quickly gathered together, but compared to the enormous dragon, the goblins were like tiny ants. The largest goblin is only 3 meters tall, but the dragon in front of us is 50 meters long, and when it spreads its wings, it can cover the sky for hundreds of meters. Master, has that giant dragon come back to life? Sha asked Chinyi with a trembling voice, because she knew that Chinyi possessed a special ability. He could control the vision of all parties by using goblins. Chinyi nodded. Yes. He then immediately looked at Saravel Sha. Do you know something? It was only then that Chinyi noticed the person beside him. Sha seemed to have been acting strangely from the beginning, and had even reminded him to run away earlier. You knew that the dragon would revive. Chinyi looked at the woman in front of him. He clearly remembered that this was the first time he had told her about the dragon. But how could Sha know that the dragon was about to be revived? Sha lowered her head, slightly nervous. I don't know. Have no idea? Chinyi looked at Sha with interest. He could sense that she wasn't lying. Then how did you know the dragon would revive? Sha bit her lip and looked at Chinyi. She didn't know how to tell him, or whether she should tell him at all. Do you have something you can't talk about? Chinyi picked up the other person's face and examined it carefully, then casually tossed it aside the next second. If you don't want to talk about it, then don't. You'll have plenty of time once I take down that dragon. With a wave of his hand, Chinyi quickly assembled the goblins that had been preparing in his territory. The goblins knew a fight was coming when they heard the dragon's roar. They were already tired of hunting small fish and shrimp here. Gagaga! Roar! The excited goblins stepped forward to await the goblin god's command. Chinyi scanned the goblins below. Although he hadn't achieved his goal of having all the goblins wear armor with decent physical resistance, over 100 of them were already equipped with bone-cracking blades with considerable armor penetration. That's about enough. Go help your brothers, slay that dragon, and bring it back. Oh. At Chinyi's command, the goblins quickly left the city gate and rushed towards the other side of the river. No. Upon hearing Chinyi's order, Sha hurriedly looked up to stop him. Master, please retract your order. You have no idea how terrifying dragons are. Once such a creature appears, no one can defeat it. Sha looked at Chinyi in horror. Just as she was unaware of how powerful her goblin guards were, she was equally clueless about the extent of Chun Ye's strength. All she knew was that the appearance of a dragon required an army of at least 10,000 men to unleash powerful magic to contend with it. While Chun Ye's goblins were individually superior to ordinary soldiers, their numbers were far too few. How could a few hundred of them possibly contend with a dragon capable of fighting against tens of thousands? And Chun Yi chuckled. What? Does this dragon have some other special features? Sha lowered her head instinctively. No, from this moment on, it is a dragon, but it's a dragon, master, a dragon like that. Chun Yi waved his hand to interrupt Salavir Shah. Since it's just an ordinary dragon, then there's no problem. But the giant. Sha was about to emphasize the other party's strength, but seeing Chun Yi's serious expression, she hesitated, realizing something. Could it be that, master, your strength has recovered? Sha knew that Chun Yi's constant need for energy stones was to heal his injuries. If the master recovers from his injuries, he can indeed fight the dragon. After all, on the battlefield back then, it was said that this creator hero killed 30,000 imperial troops in an instant with a special spell, and in the end, it was the sword hero who had to intervene to injure and drive back his master. Chun Yi didn't want to explain the misunderstanding, so he simply shook his head. This? Sa sighed. Her newly formed confidence instantly shattered. Without regaining her strength, she didn't believe that those goblins could kill the dragon. Master, Sha wanted to speak, but Chun Yi grabbed her head and covered her mouth. If you don't want to talk, then shut up completely and just wait patiently. Through the visual connection, Chun Yi saw that the dragon had ended its green light bath, and at the same time, his goblin reinforcements arrived on the battlefield. A distance of several kilometers is nothing more than a small exercise for a goblin with an attribute of 50. At this moment, the dragon turned its head and glared angrily, while the goblin bared its fangs, and its eyes turned bloodshot. Chapter 95, The Master is Too Young. Roar. The dragon's roar created a terrifying sonic wave that cracked the ground. Roar. The goblins, not to be outdone, roared at the dragon as well. Although their roars were not as powerful as the dragon's, they roared more often. If the quality is insufficient, make up for it with quantity. Just like when they only had ground goblins, wolf goblins, and iron goblins, they feared dragons. But now that more than 200 black-armored goblins have come to their aid, they feel like they can do it again. Sizzle. Without further ado, the dragon spewed out a burst of white steam from its nostrils, and then its claws, which were deeply embedded in the ancient tree and could not be removed, detached themselves from the tree. Boom! A tornado was created out of thin air by the violent flapping of wings. The green wind magic tore through everything around it like a blade and quickly reached the goblin. Faced with such an attack, the black-armored goblin naturally took the initiative to meet it. The dragon scoffed. As expected of the most foolish creature, it actually walked right into my attack. Seeing the goblin courting death, the dragon naturally granted its wish, and under its control, a hurricane swept towards the black-armored goblin. It wanted to watch these goblins die on the spot. Although he was created by these goblins, that did not stop him from destroying these ugly creatures. Snort. Chun Yi, who was several kilometers away, snorted softly when he saw this scene. The dragon thought the goblins were stupid, but Chun Yi knew the truth. The black-armored goblin did this to protect the werewolf goblin and ironhide goblin, who had no scales. In terms of combat intelligence, the goblin is clearly superior to this silly dragon. We're doomed. Even though the giant tornado was several kilometers away and obstructed by trees, its terrifying power was still palpable. This terrifying power must belong to a dragon. Sha could even sense that this giant dragon was of the wind element. Oh, dragon, this hero is still too young. Well, it's normal that they were just summoned here and then their country was destroyed by the Titan Empire, so they don't know how terrifying dragons are. It's a pity that this period of development has been wasted. Sha looked at the remaining goblins in her territory with some regret. There were only 50 left. It seems there are only 50 goblins left after this war. I hope the master didn't need many resources to create these goblins. Chun Yi was unaware of what the people around him were thinking. Sha was already imagining how to quickly recover the losses, while Chun Yi was carefully observing the giant dragon. He wasn't curious about whether he could defeat the dragon, but rather how the dragon had come back to life. There is no doubt that I will win this battle. It's just that the timing is wrong and the price I have to pay for victory is different. Actually, even if all the black-armored goblins are destroyed in this battle, it won't be a big problem. So far, all the goblins have been obtained for free, so the loss is within an acceptable range. With the Fountain of Life and a large number of energy stones, he can summon more goblins with a wave of his hand. Moreover, the goblins summoned through the Fountain of Life are all adults and can join the battle as soon as they are born. Therefore, victory is assured. The only question is the cost. Perhaps there is no price to pay. Chunyi looked at the giant dragon before him. It seemed to only possess wind attribute abilities. Can it only use magic attacks? If all you can do is use magic attacks, you won't be able to hurt me. Roar! The dragon soared into the air, its expression one of astonishment. What was going on? Why were its attacks ineffective against the goblin before it? Shouldn't the wind blade tornadoes rip these ugly things apart, sending them flying into a bloody mess? Why? Why do these goblins seem unharmed? Suddenly, upon seeing the shimmering scales on the black-armored goblin, the dragon seemed to understand something. Humph, such an ugly creature actually possesses magic resistance. Since ordinary magic is ineffective, then I'll show you magic unique to dragons. Dragon's Breath. Despite being wind attribute magic, the dragon's breath was constantly condensing in the dragon's mouth and emitting a scorching heat like magma, as if countless blades were rapidly spinning within its massive jaws. Roar! Like magma, like a hurricane, like a natural disaster. Wherever the dragon's breath passed, all the trees on the ground seemed to be disintegrated bit by countless tiny wind blades. By the time the attack reached the goblins, the sky was dark and the land was ravaged, with a huge crater stretching from the sky to the ground. Dragon magic is terrifying. Gah! Seeing this, the black-armored goblins hurriedly climbed back onto the wall, forming a dense, impenetrable black wall that sturdily withstood the devastating blow. This seemingly devastating attack, which appeared to be as destructive as a natural disaster, actually gradually disappeared beneath the black city wall. How is this possible? How could it not work? In its astonishment, the dragon unleashed another massive wind blade. Wherever the horizontal wind blades passed, they were all caught by the sharp blades. Meanwhile, the protected wolf goblin and iron goblin were not idle either. As the wind blades approached, their spears were already hurled out like lightning. Huge spears covered the dragon's body like arrows. Roar! The dragon roared in pain, its still immature scales unable to withstand the full force of the king-level unit's attack. In an instant, some spears smashed large craters into his body before crashing to the ground, while others pierced through his flesh and embedded themselves deeply. If Sha could see this scene, she would be absolutely astonished, because these goblins' projectiles could actually penetrate the dragon's scales, something that only a giant crossbow could do. She didn't know about attribute points, so she had no idea just how strong the goblin who had been following and protecting her was. With almost all 50 attribute points allocated to strength and attack, the all-out throw has long surpassed the crossbow bolts used for city defense. He was still injured. Looking at the goblin's condition after the battle, Chunyi realized that the wind blades and wind blade tornadoes hadn't actually harmed them, but the dragon's breath attack had. The dragon's breath dealt over 100 damage. As expected of a dragon, it possesses a skill that surpasses its current attributes. However, although this attack is superior, it is not by much. The actual damage to the goblin is estimated to be only around 20 attribute points. This kind of attack can damage black-armored goblins, but not much. Before the dragon could even discover the goblin and use its breath to wear it down, the goblin's hurled projectiles would have been enough to turn it into a pincushion. Roar! Seeing that its attacks had repeatedly failed, the dragon was filled with rage. It roared, and its aura surged several times over, with a blue gale swirling around its body. Prepare to receive my strongest attack. The majestic dragon head, its aura growing stronger and stronger, drew the goblins into a state of high alert, each assuming their strongest defensive stance. The next moment, the dragon's aura intensified as the wind shattered, and it turned into a streak of light, disappearing further and further away, its back to the goblins. Chapter 96. How should we comfort our master? Chunyi. Goblins. Did this dragon run away? Chunyi stared in astonishment at the once arrogant and imposing dragon, which was now receding further and further into the distance. Damn, this is really hard to catch. Chunyi stood frozen in place, as did the goblin. The opponent couldn't reach the black-armored goblin, but the goblin didn't seem to have the ability to pursue either. Poisoning, black-armored defense, trampling, brutal strangulation. The only ranged skill among these creatures is poisoning, but the dragon has already vanished, so even if they poison it, they can't reach it. It got away. Chenyi felt a little regretful. He had thought that dragons were arrogant creatures, but he hadn't expected them to be so cowardly. Goodness gracious, goodness gracious. Thank goodness I ran fast. The dragon, carrying a gentle breeze, flapped its wings, each flap enough to propel it dozens of feet away. Is there something wrong with my inherited memories? Aren't goblins the lowest level of monsters? But why are those strange-looking goblins so powerful? Is it just because they're ugly? Well, maybe it's because I'm too handsome. If appearance determines combat power, then the higher the appearance, the lower the combat power. Then this battle is indeed reasonable. Humph, you silly goblin. You're probably wondering about that right now, aren't you? I'm not stupid. If I can't beat you, I'll naturally run away. The wind dragon revealed a lewd expression, then chuckled and sped up its flight. Suddenly, a sense of condemnation from within lashed out at the wind dragon like an iron chain. The soul of the ancient tree? The thing that created me needs my protection, but I can't defeat it. Just as the wind dragon was about to bravely resist the condemnation in its heart and hasten its departure from this place of trouble, it suddenly discovered that the transparent chains within its heart had materialized. A chain connecting the ancient tree to the wind dragon suddenly snapped, pulling the chain taut. Roar! The wind dragon let out a terrified roar. The next second, the chain snapped back at lightning speed, and the wind dragon was sent flying backward at an even greater speed. A moment later, just as the goblin was about to break open the giant ancient tree for research, he suddenly noticed a black in the sky that was getting bigger and bigger. What is that? It looks like something, doesn't it? Why is he getting bigger and bigger? Should we hide? You should dodge, or you'll get, boom. Several goblins, who had just emerged from battle, were looking up at the wind dragon, which had been bound by chains and returned to the battlefield. Not in a fighting stance, they could only watch helplessly as the black duck grew larger and larger before crashing down on them. Boom. The first batch of wounded appeared in this battle. Roar. The wind dragon was completely bewildered, looking at the familiar surroundings. Towering ancient trees, dark goblins, and the spears that were attacking again. Poisoning. Trample. Brutal strangulation. The goblins, realizing what was happening, seized the opportunity and unleashed a barrage of skills at the wind dragon, as if their lives depended on it. Previously, due to the other party's airspace restrictions, they had few means of attack. Now that the other party is right in front of them, all sorts of methods are being unleashed like a torrential downpour. Roar! The dragon cried out in pain and struggled to take off, but the goblins on its body clung tightly to it and kept tightening their grip. It looked like a giant bird trying to take flight, but its body was covered with ferocious army ants. Roar! The dragon instinctively used wind magic to sweep across its entire body, but only a few wolf goblins and 10 goblin black were washed away. The armored goblin scales protected them completely. Damn it! Damn the ancient tree spirit! Damn the goblins! The dragon roared unwillingly, circled and took off, and after reaching a certain height, it raised its head towards the sky. Longyu. A beam of emerald light descended from the sky and enveloped the wind dragon's body, rapidly healing its wounds and quickly neutralizing the toxins. The healing abilities of dragons? Chenyi's face darkened as he saw how easily the other party had recovered all the damage he had caused. Although he didn't know why the dragon had suddenly returned, its current skill was very unfriendly to his goblins. Sure enough, the master's expression turned grim. It must be that the goblins suffered heavy losses. Sha shook her head inwardly as she looked at Chunye's expression. I was indeed too young. No, I was summoned too suddenly. However, after this loss, the master will probably be more sober. Saraville, hearing the dragon's roars, assumed the goblins had suffered heavy losses. Meanwhile, on the opposite bank of the river, the newly recovered wind dragon, brimming with power, performed various difficult maneuvers in the air, trying to shake off the goblins that clung to it like leeches. The black-armored goblins ignored the dragon's struggles and brutal attacks, grabbing a part of the dragon's body and embedding their scales deep into the dragon's scales. Although the goblin's black scales could not penetrate the dragon's protective scales, they managed to lock themselves tightly to the dragon through the gaps in the phosphorus and potassium. Poisoning. The goblins once again used their poisoning skill, and in an instant, dozens of goblins attacked the dragon from all directions, causing a paralyzing sensation throughout its body. What happened? Didn't I just receive treatment? Feeling the complex sensation of numbness and heat within its body, the dragon stumbled and almost fell to the ground, but it quickly took off again. Longyu. With a proud roar and familiar movements, the wind dragon once again unleashed its healing spell. An even more intense green glow cascaded down like a waterfall, enveloping the dragon. This time, we must completely eradicate the toxin. The dragon felt the toxins in its body rapidly disappear, and its body suddenly felt light. That's the feeling. Poisoning. The goblins realized that the poison they had injected had been cleared by some force, so they injected a huge amount of poison into the dragon's body again. Roar. Again. This time the poison was even more potent. The wind dragon didn't even have time to adjust its posture before being paralyzed by the poison and falling to the ground. With a mournful roar, the dragon was followed by a swarm of goblins that rushed forward like ants feeding on a meal. Alas, the dragon has begun to wail. Perhaps it is unable to bear the pain of killing too much. Sha looked at Chun-Yi with some regret, unsure how to comfort him later. Fortunately, I received a good package this time, which should bring some comfort to the owner. Chapter 97. It's okay that my master failed. Luckily, I made a profit in business. More and more goblins climbed onto the dragon's body, and the wind dragon felt the threat of death at that moment. He unleashed a barrage of skills like a madman, even resorting to using a wind blade tornado to engulf his entire body. During his frenzied attack, the wolf giant goblin and the ironhide goblin suffered heavy losses, while the black armor goblin, with its linga defense, remained steadfast. Apart from the dragon's breath, none of the wind spells cast by this subadult dragon could harm the black-armored goblins. Even the wind dragon cannot use the dragon breath skill multiple times in a short period of time. Roar! At that moment, the wind dragon sensed a threat to its life and frantically flapped its wings, flying away into the distance. Enveloped in azure energy, it flew extremely fast. At such a speed, most creatures would find it difficult to withstand the pain of being torn apart by the wind blades. However, the black-armored goblin ignored the high-speed wind blades thanks to its natural advantage. Such a sharp blade could only leave faint white marks on its scales. As expected of a dragon, even without the protection of the black armor goblin, it managed to kill most of the wolf goblin and ironhide goblin in 2 attacks. Looking at the number of troops he had lost, Chun-Yi knew that his current forces were no longer sufficient to cope with the dangers in the forest. Perhaps his troops were never adapted to the dangers of the forest, and his strength simply couldn't keep up as the exploration area expanded. I am determined to obtain the dragon unit. On the opposite bank of the river, numerous goblins were already rushing towards the direction in which the wind dragon had fled. Chun-Yi believed that the goblins on his body would delay the dragon from flying far. Indeed, the dragon couldn't fly far, but the reason it couldn't fly far was not what Chun-Yi expected. After flying for more than 10 kilometers, a blue chain inexplicably appeared on the dragon's body. The chain snapped violently, and with a metallic clang, dragged the dragon backward at high speed. Roar! The dragon cried out in despair, but was powerless to resist. Even at his peak, he couldn't escape the influence of the ancient tree's spirit, let alone now, when he's simultaneously fighting off the poison and resisting the ancient tree's spirit. The perceiver wind dragon swiftly returned, and Chun-Yi hurriedly ordered the chasing goblins to return to their original positions and wait. There was no need for him to chase after it. The dragon seemed to be restricted in some way and couldn't go very far. Chun-Yi turned to Sha, who seemed to know something, and asked, "Is the dragon restricted in some way, unable to leave a specific place?" Sha was taken aback, then overjoyed. Hearing her master say that, it seemed that not all the goblins who went to provide support had died. Some had actually escaped and returned. She said, "Yes. The phantom species nourished by the soul of the ancient tree cannot leave the specific range of the soul of the ancient tree." Chun-Yi nodded and then focused his gaze on the goblins. Knowing that the dragon couldn't escape made things easier. Goblins lack aerial combat capabilities, so if their opponents keep running away, it can be quite a headache for them. But now that the dragon cannot escape, it is confident that it can wear down its opponent little by little until it is defeated. In road battles, the goblin showed no fear of the dragon, but in aerial combat, he could only choose to slowly whittle down his opponent. Let me see the full strength of the black armor goblin and just how capable you, dragon, really are. Chun-Yi observed the overall situation of the battlefield from multiple perspectives. As expected of a dragon, upon realizing that its magical attacks were ineffective, it turned to physical attacks. Its massive, mountain-like body left a deep trench in the ground with every strike. With a single lash of its thick dragon tail, metal and stone were shattered and vegetation was destroyed. The enormous dragon claws, like sharp scythes, slashed the black-armored goblin, leaving bloody marks. We suffered because we didn't have armor. Chun sighed inwardly as he looked at the goblins who were wounded once again on the battlefield. If we had more refined iron and equipped the goblins with armor, we wouldn't have suffered such heavy casualties. Unfortunately, there are no what-ifs on the battlefield. A massive battlefield formed amidst the barriers surrounding the fruit trees, where dragons and goblins clashed continuously. The dragon's tail could send the goblin flying hundreds of meters, but after crashing through more than a dozen trees, the goblin seemed oblivious to the pain and got up to charge at the dragon again. This is when the goblin's talent in combat became apparent. They were cunning, treacherous, united, and unafraid of death. For them, dying in battle was simply returning to the embrace of the goblin god, and there was nothing to fear. For God, Gaho. After being knocked away, a level 15 black-armored goblin casually picked up a spear from the ground and dodged the dragon's attacks like a hexagonal warrior, arriving in front of it in the blink of an eye. The spear was swung fiercely and then plunged straight into the dragon's body with tremendous force. Roar! The dragon roared in pain and struck the dragon away with its claws once more. However, this was not an isolated case. All the black-armored goblins were doing the same thing, some wielding knives and others spears. The spear, on the other hand, is like a disposable weapon. Once it lands on the dragon, it's difficult to remove. The bone-splitting blade, however, seemed to be a weapon of endurance, continuously carving bloody marks into the dragon's body. Unable to escape or fight back, the dragon felt 1,000 horses galloping through its heart. The dragon grew weaker with each battle, while the goblins grew stronger. Soon the dragon gradually lost its ability to resist. The goblins were like dwarves who had triumphed over giants. They stood on the giant's body, brandishing their machetes and spears, proclaiming their victory. All 18 wolf goblins and 18 iron goblins were destroyed, and 3 black-armored goblins were also lost. Fortunately, the result was remarkable. A living dragon is enough to make up for my troop losses. It's a pity we can't sell dragon corpses anymore. Bring the dragon back. After giving orders to the goblins, Chun Yi turned his attention to Saravel Shah in front of him. The dragon's corpse is probably gone. What did you bring back this time? Shah breathed a sigh of relief. Just as she had predicted, her master had failed. Fortunately, I gained quite a lot, which should be enough to make up for some of my losses. Shah took off her ring, pulled out the cord, and respectfully handed it over, saying, Master, this is what I earned from doing business using the snake body you gave me. Chapter 98. A small country embracing the sea. Chun Yi took the ring without hesitation and glanced at it. All the supplies inside were right in front of him. Aside from a few small items, the ring contains roughly 2 things. 14,000 energy stones, 7,000 pieces of refined iron, and what is this? Chun Yi picked up something that looked like a miniature alchemy furnace and asked a question. Shah replied, Master, this is ambergris, which has the effect of calming the mind and soothing the soul. Using it indoors regularly can increase one's control over mental power. Chun Yi smiled and praised. Not bad, that's thoughtful. Unexpectedly, not only did I reap a great harvest this time, but the imperial trade also reaped a great harvest. Both the 14,000 energy stones and the 7,000 refined iron far exceeded Chun Yi's expectations. He doesn't care about the process, he only cares about the result. And it's clear that he made the right move back then. Taking advantage of the differences between the Empire and the Lords would definitely make him a fortune. Good performance. Here are the supplies for the next batch, including a few bronze weapons. When Chun returned the ring to Saravel, the energy stone and refined iron inside had been replaced with furs collected from the South River and bronze weapons he had acquired. Yes, regarding bronze weapons, he only gave Saravelsha a bone-cracking knife. The other 4 bronze weapons were just low-grade goods he had acquired in the trading district. Scarcity increases value. He wanted to first let the people of Ostaban know the power and rarity of the bone splitter, and then use it to seize the remaining market share among the dominant players. Once the good money drives out the bad, the remaining bronze weapons will quickly depreciate, and he can then sell these bronze weapons to the city of Ostaban and make another fortune. It's impossible to directly give the city of Ostaban a large number of bone-splitting blades. He must make the nobles in the city understand the preciousness and rarity of the bone-splitting blades so that they can increase their value. Of course, all of this will have to wait until it returns to the dragon and acquires special units. Only when he has enough power to control it will he show off his wealth. I'm in a good mood today. Come here, I'll reward you. Yi waved, and Saravela stepped forward obediently. The master is in a bad mood, so I'm sure I'll suffer this time. But suffering is better than being abandoned. At least I can prove that I'm still useful. Ostaban City. Osrog kept his promise and took Heidi Yadin to find the Fire Fox. Second young master, the small country of Haina has been acting recklessly lately. Please be careful when you go out. As soon as the two arrived at the city gate, they were kindly reminded by the guards. All right. That's just an excuse to fool people. Get out of the way. The guard scratched his head awkwardly. It was true that a small country like Haina did not dare to, nor did it have the strength to, launch a proactive attack on the city of Ostaban. He had hoped to do the second young master a favor and make him remember him, but it seems the opposite has happened. Make way. Can't you see the second young master is leaving the city? The so-called lackey immediately turned into a sycophant and shouted at the others. Roger nodded with great satisfaction. He was completely swayed by prestige and showing off. Thinking of this, Brother Luo looked disdainfully at the dragon blood warhorse beneath him. Although such warhorses are extremely rare, they are the mounts that only his father, the Dragon Knight Bloodguard, could ride. But after riding Su Qingyu's crocodile mount, it was nothing special. No matter how you compare the Dragon Blood warhorse with its dragon horns, it can't compare to the 5-meter-tall Swamp Emperor crocodile. Although the former has better performance, the latter is far superior to the Dragon Blood warhorse simply because of its size and cool appearance. Yadin, who was standing nearby, seemed to have noticed Rog's thoughts. But she didn't think there was anything wrong with the Dragon Blood warhorse. On the contrary, she was very satisfied. This Dragon Blood warhorse is the symbol of the OS family. The fact that Butler Fei was willing to give up 2 Dragon Blood warhorses for this trip demonstrates the importance the OS family attaches to the marriage alliance with the Heidi family. Regarding the marriage alliance, the OS family lacked financial resources and the Heidi family lacked military strength, making the two families highly complementary. Both sets of elders were quite satisfied, as they were well matched in terms of social standing. However, Roger seemed somewhat indifferent. To put it nicely, this Roger is just like me, with a strong sense of curiosity. To put it bluntly, Roger is still immature and somewhat naive. Both were driven by curiosity, but he knew the general trend and how to protect his family, while Roger only knew how to pursue what he liked. Yadin sighed. Since Roger's mind was not mature enough, she had no choice but to take the initiative. Rog, my 18th birthday is in 2 days. Have you thought about what gift to give me? Yadin, holding a bow and arrow, smiled sweetly, exuding both tenderness and valor. Her long ponytail made it impossible for the city guards to look away. Unfortunately, the young man was blinded by maturity. At this moment, his heart was only filled with Su Qingyu's graceful figure, wild style, and mysterious oriental charm. Roger casually replied, "Aren't we going to catch a fire fox? Fire foxes are hard to catch, so I'll give it to you as a birthday present once we catch it." Oh, okay. Yadin didn't want to pay attention to this boring guy for a moment, so he patted the horse's back and the Dragon Blood warhorse ran away at lightning speed. I had already brought up the topic myself, but Roger's response was so unacceptable. You said you were making it up to me, but now it's become a gift to me. Yadin felt a little wronged. She had hundreds, if not thousands, of suitors, all noble ladies, but Rog in front of her. If it weren't for his status in marriage, he would definitely not be the best choice. Hey, wait for me. By the time Rog realized what was happening, Yadin had already run quite far away. Rog hurriedly spurred his horse to give chase, but Yadin accelerated again, and the two of them began to chase each other, one in front and one behind. Yadin ran very fast, and Roger chased after her all the way to the edge of the forest before he finally caught up with her. Is this woman crazy? Why is she suddenly running so fast? Roger complained softly, but because of the arranged marriage, he had to step forward to comfort him. Suddenly, a figure appeared in front of Rog. Clad in black robes and a cloak, with a long sword at his waist, he was none other than his own hidden guard. Hidden guard? You've come at the right time. Go and persuade Yadin for me. Roger was overjoyed to see that the hidden guard, who was usually indifferent to worldly affairs, had actually revealed himself. It seems that Butler Fei takes his marriage alliance quite seriously, even sending his hidden guards to help him out of fear that he might not perform well. What are you doing? Hurry up and go. Seeing that the hidden guards showed no intention of taking action, Roger reluctantly covered his forehead and stepped forward himself. If you didn't come out to help, then what are you doing here? You're such a useless piece of trash. He was about to step forward when he was blocked by the hidden guards again. What do you mean? Disobeying my orders is one thing, But you actually... Before he could finish his harsh words, he saw another hidden guard appear beside Yadin in front of him. Rog wasn't stupid. The fact that 2 guards were dispatched at the same time meant that something had happened in the surrounding area. He cautiously observed his surroundings, and the next moment a hearty laugh rang out. As expected of a nobleman's ace dog, its nose is so sensitive. 2 people dressed in black robes slowly emerged from the trunk of a large tree. One person was small and thin, while the other was shirtless and carried a huge, exaggerated red longsword on his shoulder. Chapter 99, Escape. Who are you? The hidden guard beside Yadin slowly led Yadin behind Osrog, and then stood together with the other's hidden guard. The shirtless man carrying the blood-stained knife picked at his ear dismissively and flicked it away. People from the kingdom of Haina, come and invite the 2 children to come home as guests. People from the kingdom of Haina? Impossible. A small place like Hainan couldn't possibly have strong people like you. Even if there were, they wouldn't dare to attack us. As Rog retorted, he drew his ornate long sword from his waist for a sense of security. TCH, I say so, why all the nonsense? The burly man carrying the snow knife looked at Osrog with disdain. He could chop down more than 10 of these young masters with a single strike. Boom! The enormous, 1.7-meter-long blood-red blade crashed down and created a deep crater in the ground. The blood-red patterns on the broad blade seemed to come alive at that moment. Bloodlust, malevolent energy, and even wails emanating from the soul, a terrifying and complex aura intertwined on this blood-red blade. This person is very strong. The 2 hidden guards exchanged a glance and made their decision in their hearts. The 2 quickly formed hand seals, and then 2 beams of light, one blue and one red, shot into the sky. Bang bang. The beam of light had only traveled a few dozen meters when it was blocked by an invisible barrier. The 2 looked on in surprise as their distress signal was blocked by the barrier. But he didn't sense any fluctuations from the formation just now. Someone had silently set up a barrier around them. Was it that person? All eyes were fixed on the thin man in the black robe. The man carrying the blood-red blade was clearly a berserker, and berserkers generally don't have skills like barriers. These 2 are both quite troublesome. The 2 hidden guards instinctively told the person they were protecting to step back. Rog and Yadin watched all of this with a hint of fear in their eyes. They might not be able to judge the enemy's strength from this aura, but they did see the hidden guards calling for help. Not only were their calls for help blocked, but even those calls were stopped. They knew they were in big trouble. Yadin took the bow and arrow from his back, drew it to its full draw, and aimed it at the 2 enemies. Rog also gently stroked the enchanted long sword in his hand, ready for battle. If you little things behave, I'll take you back intact. If you don't, I'll cripple you and take you back with me. As they were speaking, the man carrying the blood-stained knife suddenly rushed out and disappeared from everyone's sight as soon as he uttered a single word. Zheng. Sparks flew as a figure was sent flying backward. It was the hidden guard. What? How is this possible? My hidden guards are diamond level. How could this be? Rog murmured, his gaze dimming slightly as he watched the opponent instantly kill his guard with a single blow, the gleaming longsword in his hand. It's your turn, both of you. The man with the blood-stained blade slowly approached, leaving a scarlet mark on the ground with his long, broad blade. The lean, wiry man in the black robe calmly observed everything, showing no intention of stepping forward to help. Brush. Another hidden guard blocked their path, lowered his young master's bow and arrow, and pointed to the necklace around his neck. Yadin immediately understood and covered her necklace, praying softly. Why are you blocking the way? Reaching the diamond level is not easy. Why do you have to throw your life away like a dog? The man with the blood-stained blade watched indifferently and raised his blood-stained blade again. There were no fancy moves. He simply raised his hand and then fell back down. He seems to have already told you my attack method and my attack direction, but the hidden guard has nowhere to avoid it. Divine protection. Wong. A golden holy shield enveloped the 3 of them, and above the shield, a loving angel embraced it to protect humanity. Crack, crack, crack. The shield was covered in cracks, but it managed to block the attack. TCH, let's see how many hits you can block. The man with the blood-stained blade raised his long sword again, then casually brought it down. Bump. The holy shield shattered, the blood blade mercilessly piercing the hidden guard's shoulder, where blood and shattered bone were clearly visible. Cough, cough. The hidden guard coughed up a mouthful of blood, but a smile remained on his lips. Taking 2 blows is enough. Are you betting that I won't find this out? A silent voice sounded from behind. Before anyone knew it, the thin, black-robed man had appeared between the two young masters, holding a beautiful necklace in his hand. What? The hidden guard looked behind him in astonishment. It turned out that the black-robed man had been waiting for their counterattack. The man in black robes looked at the teleportation array beneath his feet and continued to exert force on his hands. Bump! The necklace shattered, and he looked up, wanting to see the hidden guard's despairing expression, but instead saw a smiling face. Why are you laughing? The man in black frowned, but the next second, he immediately left his position as if he had been electrocuted. Brush! A flash of blue light, and the two young masters had vanished without a trace. The man in black robes immediately went from confident to ashamed and angry. Why did I destroy your equipment? Fine, very well. The man in black robes traced the source of the magic fluctuations in the array and discovered that the teleportation array was not emitted by the necklace at all. Hidden within the necklace is an auxiliary spell that accelerates the formation of a magic incantation. But the one who actually unleashed the teleportation array was the shadow guard who fell to the side in a single encounter. Very good. Esteban's famous dog. It does have some skill. The black-robed man, filled with shame and anger, clenched his fist at the void, and the nearest hidden guard collapsed with a thud. Triple speed, boost. Triple slash damage, bonus. Double the power, bonus. Increased stamina, bonus. Toxicity, tolerance, and additives. 10 times the frenzy, bonus. As the man in black robes killed the second hidden guard, the first hidden guard had already drunk the potion he carried, giving himself dozens of buffs. Come on, let's have some fun now. As he drew his long sword and stretched his muscles, the roar of tigers and leopards echoed. Old Ghost, go after those two kids. This guy's a bit troublesome. I'll handle it. The black-robed man, known as Old Ghost, nodded, and then a formation quickly formed beneath his feet. Wong. The hidden guards tried to stop him, but the man in black robes had already vanished in an instant. No one knew more about teleportation formations than him. Damn it, I'll kill you first then. The hidden guard turned his blade and swung it with boundless rage. The man with the blood-stained blade glanced at the blade as it flashed past, and suddenly there was a moment of silence. The next moment, the hidden guard exploded into several pieces, and endless blood and gore flowed toward the scarlet longsword. I managed to land a third cut. This is really troublesome. The man with the blood-stained blade shook his hand dismissively and then walked deeper into the forest. Before leaving, he couldn't resist mocking the hidden guards. Qianyu Forest is our territory, you idiots. Chapter 100. The Unspeakable Soul of the Ancient Tree. Can't bring it back? Qianyu sat up in surprise inside the wooden house. After his tiring journey, he had wanted to see how the goblins and dragons reproduced, given the vast difference in their sizes. To his surprise, the goblins still hadn't returned. They were still carrying out Chun Ye's last order, to bring the giant dragon back. But every time the goblins carried the crippled dragon across the river, a blue chain would sprout from the dragon's body and pull it back. Is this why the giant dragon tried to escape, but inexplicably returned multiple times? Qianyu pondered for a moment. He had thought that he could bring the dragon back after defeating it, but now it seemed that he had been naive. Suddenly, he turned to Sha, who was coughing lightly, and said, I remember you said that the dragons couldn't leave because of the restriction of the ancient tree spirit, right? A giant, a giant dragon? The soul of the ancient tree. Upon hearing this, Sha's expression immediately changed, and even her violent coughing stopped abruptly. Master, what is the master saying? I have no idea. Sha looked flustered and subconsciously bit her lip. When Chunyi saw that the former was biting her lip, he knew that this was a reaction that only occurred when Sha was lying or when she was nervous. This woman is lying to herself. Chunyi had clearly heard about why the dragon couldn't leave the ancient tree during the battle between the dragon and the goblins, but Sha, who had now realized what was happening, denied this. Don't you know? Never mind if you don't know. The other party didn't want to talk, so Chunyi glanced at them coldly, but didn't force them. He had more than one way to get information, so there was no need to make things awkward. Seeing that Chunyi didn't press the matter, Sha lowered her head even further. She could clearly sense that Chunyi's voice seemed to have changed when he spoke to her. A sense of estrangement arose. Yes, it's a feeling of unfamiliarity. Although Chunyi's attitude towards me before wasn't exactly good, I felt like one of his own because of the fact that she served me. But now, a sense of distance arises spontaneously. Even so, she still did not intend to reveal her identity. Once my guild becomes powerful, I can acquire the heart of the ancient tree through other means, but I must never reveal my identity. Once his identity is exposed, Forget about revenge. What awaits him is endless torment. These are your supplies for this trip. You can decide how to use them. Chenyi put the furs that Nanha had collected into the ring that Sha had given him yesterday and returned it to her. Oh, and these bronze weapons, you can sell them to the so-called Heidi family. If business is good enough, I can provide a large quantity of bronze weapons. Seemingly remembering something, Chenyi took out 4 bronze weapons he had collected, along with a bone-cracking knife forged by Gu Xiaoyu. To make a deal with a powerful family, one must first demonstrate one's strength, and the diversity and power of bronze weapons are a representation of that strength. Alright, you can go now. After explaining everything, Chenyi began to send everyone away. Sha, on the other hand, gripped the ring and the bronze weapon tightly, her fingers turning white. According to his usual habits, he should stay a little longer. Although he couldn't actually lose his virginity due to the royal curse, Chenyi always liked to linger for a while. But now, because their relationship has cooled down, Chenyi has actually started kicking people out. Sha could have suffered less grievance and served Chenyi less. But why can't she be happy at all? Why aren't you leaving yet? Chenyi looked at Sha, who was still kneeling, and asked her with some impatience. Yes. Sha practically forced out the words through gritted teeth, then slowly walked away. She knew that although Chun-Yi was still the same Chun-Yi, their relationship had changed. Upon arriving outside the cabin, the number of goblins waiting for him, clad in armor, had increased from 3 to 5. These 2 were added after Chun-Yi's orders. The moment the decision was made, Chun-Yi had 2 other goblins put on armor and follow Salvir Sha. Sha remained silent, then led the 5 people away from the territory. Nanha, the soul of the ancient tree, I need all the information about its name. After Sha left, Chun-Yi immediately sent a message to Nanha. He has more than one source of information. He might be a little hesitant if it concerned the empire, but when it came to rumors or rare treasures, the lords were much better informed. By the way, could you also check if there are any spells or difficult-to-control poisons or antidotes among lords or within the empire that can control people? After much deliberation, Chun-Yi decided to play it safe. The channel through which Sha is connected to the empire is crucial to her future development, and she absolutely cannot afford any problems. I had hoped to persuade them, but now it seems unlikely. Since that's unlikely, I'll just have to carry out the protective measures to the end. A ruthless glint flashed in Chun-Ye's eyes. In his eyes, there were only his own people and others. He would naturally give the best treatment to the former, but to the latter, it was just a relationship of mutual exploitation. Okay, no problem. Nanha answered decisively, but he wouldn't ask why he needed these things or what they were used for. Just do whatever your boss tells you to do. In his eyes, he might have entered the inner circle of Boss Chun-Yi, but he would never take advantage of the favor. Being able to latch onto a powerful figure was already a great achievement, and he would not ruin his own future. A lord of godlike caliber, perhaps only one among 100,000 lords. After giving all the instructions, Chun-Yi sat in the chair and raised his head. Since we can't bring that dragon back, then, let's conquer it locally. Chun-Yi connected his gaze to the goblins on the other side of the river, who were repeatedly carrying the dragon's body, and gave them an order. Chapter 101, The Hottest Commodity, Jade Gambling. A high price is offered for information regarding the soul of the ancient tree. Seeking advice on any means of control. High price offered. Nanha thought for a moment, then edited the 2 messages into the trading channel and sent them to the high-ranking lords and special lords who were on good terms with him. Private messages are for getting more accurate and faster responses to messages, while the requests for information on the trading channel are to prevent some things from being missed. After all, neither information nor control methods can be determined by the lord's level. In fact, many lords' troops, although not very strong in combat, have other special functions. Just like the Slime Lord before, he discovered the special features of his unit after surviving one crisis after another. He then discovered that the slime produced by his slime actually had extremely strong healing effects. This discovery immediately brought him good fortune, and even made him incredibly popular, as his slime healing potion remains extremely popular to this day. Unlike the healing from spring water which requires soaking, slime healing potion can be used directly during battle, just like in a video game where you can use it while fighting your opponent. As lords constantly invade each other, wars rage on, making slime one of the most popular commodities today. Beep beep. Nanha received a very quick reply as soon as the message was sent. After all, it's a store that everyone both loves and hates. Boss Nanha, I have methods for control. My troops are goo worms. As long as you have the mother worm, you can control the offspring worms. A goo worm. Nanha touched his chin, which seemed like a good approach. What level of people can your methods control? Manhwa inquired. The Lord was overjoyed to see that Manhwa had actually replied to his message, and said, I can control any creature below the gold level, including the troops of other lords. The Lord was aggressively promoting his troops, attempting to sell them to Manhwa. Manhwa also pondered the matter carefully. It can control any creature below the gold level, and even unit types, which truly meets its requirements. However, the limitations of being a gold-tier unit and being the opponent's unit type are two major drawbacks. Your troops are powerful and are indeed a means of control, but they also have some significant limitations. After considering for a moment, Manhwa replied, The price is not high. I can only offer 100 energy stones. No, I don't want to know. Give me jade gambling. I want jade gambling. Nana's message was interrupted halfway through, and the other party's request made his lips twitch uncontrollably. I never expected that gambling on rough stones would become so popular. Even though I limit the sales volume, people are still asking for rough stones through this method. The three most popular items among lords today are jade gambling, healing potions, and bronze weapons. Of these three items, everything else has to be ranked last. Bronze weapons are self-explanatory, as they can change the type of troops and the strength of lords. As for healing fluid, it can change the outcome of a battle. As for jade gambling, it's a very mysterious thing. Some people have gone bankrupt because of it, while others have become rich overnight. I've heard that some people have gotten side hustle skill books, some have gotten rare treasures, and some have even gotten skill scrolls. Of course, some people have opened dozens or even hundreds of scrolls, but haven't gotten anything. Therefore, gambling on jade stones has become something that everyone both loves and hates. As the main store selling rough stones, Suabian's store became a store that everyone both loved and hated. Because the other party's mysterious draw brought up skill scrolls and class skills, and also included, thank you for your patronage, and come again. Jade gambling is a limited edition activity. My supply of jade gambling stones hasn't been replenished yet. If you change your jade gambling stones, you might not be able to get a 100 value mystery draw. Manhwa hadn't expected the other party to want something like this, but in order to collect what his boss wanted, he still told the other party. It's okay, I only need 25. 20 pull and 5 pull are the easiest to get good items. The Lord, faced with this sincere yet shrewd businessman Manhwa, didn't think about how many mysterious draws he could get in total. He just wanted enough to draw twice in a row. Manhwa, what is all this nonsense? With the surge in popularity of jade gambling, some people have discovered some strange patterns. Some people believe that it's best to draw at midnight, or that 10 or 20 consecutive draws are the most likely to yield good results. Others even believe that they will sleep with a gambling stone overnight to cultivate a relationship before opening the draw. After giving the gambling stone to the other party, Manhwa's mysterious lottery draw only had 200 left, including dozens of empty prizes and other miscellaneous gift packs. Beep beep. Beep beep. Beep beep. While chatting in Manhwa, a lot of private messages had accumulated, many of whom were asking for the mysterious lottery, but what they offered was somewhat unsatisfactory. There is a slow-acting poison that can kill you in one go and requires an antidote to be taken daily. There is a poison that is addictive and makes you crave it every day, causing you to feel itchy all over if you drink it even once a day. There were even some things that transmitted secret techniques for controlling people. I heard that before being transported to Atlantis, he was a high-ranking executive or manager. Manhwa selectively accepts such items, since if the other party is looking for gambling stones, which is essentially a mysterious draw, he can lower the price and save as much as possible. Sigh, looks like I'll have to get supplies from the boss. I wonder if this kind of stuff is easy to get. After finishing a long series of chats and filtering, Manhwa lay exhausted on the rocking chair behind her. He looked at his shop and saw that he only had 100 mystery draws left, which was already a critical situation. However, these things are all a bit unreliable. I don't know if they can meet the boss's needs. Manhwa looked at the things he kept changing. There were various slow-acting poisons and antidotes, but they all had great side effects. The best thing among them should be the goo worm soldiers. However, using someone else's military force to control someone important to you is itself a huge hidden danger. Let's collect for another day. If there's no better option, we'll hand these over to the boss. Manhwa thought about it and realized that he himself wasn't very satisfied with these things, so he figured the boss probably wouldn't like them either. This can only be considered a last resort. Beep beep, beep beep. Why are there still people here? Manhwa opened the chat box somewhat wearily, but the next moment he was able to straighten up from the rocking chair. This person is the leader of the Blood Oath Alliance. Chapter 102, The Cursed Seal. Why would the leader of the Blood Oath Alliance seek me out? Manhwa looked at the flashing message box with great confusion, knowing that the casual shop and the alliance shop of the three major alliances, the Never-Setting Sun shop, were now competitors. The Sun Never Sets shop is alright. Although it competes with the casual shop for the fur business, its top-selling items are bronze weapons, while the casual shop's items are mysterious draws, so it doesn't interfere with the business. The alliance shop is different. It doesn't sell top-tier goods, it only deals in furs and hides, competing with the British Empire for market share. A competitor showed up after I posted my requirements. Some of them seemed to have ill intentions. Manhwa opened the message box, and sure enough, the other party sent him an introduction to a skill scroll. Skill, Curse Seal. By applying a curse mark to a target through secret techniques, the caster can torture and control the life and death of the target at any time. The person who receives the curse mark can activate it to temporarily unleash 10 times their potential. Note: no skill rank. Note: the person under the spell will be unable to surpass the caster's level. Note: this is a magical skill whose level cannot be determined due to excessive fluctuations. Note: what are you looking at? I'll laugh at anyone who misses out on this skill for 2.5 years. Manhwa remained silent. After a moment, he took a deep breath and asked in a heavy voice, price. To be honest, Manhwa was shocked when he saw this skill. Because this skill not only perfectly meets my needs, but even has more to spare. The curse mark alone has 4 system annotations, which is the most he has ever seen, and each one gives a high evaluation of the skill. In that case, this skill won't be cheap. Sure enough, after Manhwa asked about the price, the other party replied instantly, 3,000 mystery draws. Manhwa, I'm utterly speechless. Why does everyone want the mystery draw? Aren't energy stones just as good? When did the mystery draw become the currency for trading? The energy stone trade is too large. The number of mysterious draws is far from enough. The leader of the Blood Oath Alliance replied quickly as always, 10,000 energy stones. Manhwa, actually, I still have 100 more mystery draws. The moment Manhwa saw the other party's price, he remembered his 100 mysterious draws. I originally wanted to sell this thing a little longer, but now it seems like closing up shop early isn't a bad idea. On the other side, the Blood Oath Alliance leader, who was chewing on a toothpick, chuckled and replied, 9,000 energy stones, plus 100 mysterious draws. He knew that there weren't many mystery draws left in Manhwa, otherwise they wouldn't have implemented the purchase limit for each person, making it so that he had to find different members to buy a mystery draw. However, it was all worth it, since although I spent a lot, I also got some good items. For example, the scroll of the Cursed Seal. With just this one scroll, he could recoup the cost of all the mystery draws he had previously made. The price is a bit too high. Your skill is indeed good, but it doesn't have a rank. Manhwa attempted to lower prices. The leader of the Blood Oath Alliance was a straightforward person and said directly, if there's a commission, we'll lower the price. If there's no commission, it'll stay at this price. This drove Manhwa crazy. What the hell? Are people all this crazy? 100 draws reduced by 1,000 energy stones? The price drops only if you have draws, otherwise it's the same price? Has anyone become this addicted after just a few days? This skill is perfect, but he really doesn't have that many draws and energy stones. At that moment, Manhwa even regretted his previous sale. Those people had come to ask for the mysterious draw. If he hadn't exchanged it then, he could have saved about 1,000 energy stones now. Sure enough, one shouldn't be greedy for small gains, or one will suffer the consequences. But this skill is really perfect for me. Just by looking at the description of the Cursed Seal, Manhwa knew that this skill was definitely worth the price, and Chunyi would definitely like it too. However, it was too expensive. You should know that you've only made about 7,500 from selling energy stones all this time. Manhwa gritted his teeth. No, I have to get this skill. 7,500 energy stones plus 100 mystery draws. He was determined to obtain the Cursed Seal skill. According to Chunyi's plan, their future market was in the Empire, and the means to acquire control over people now were clearly in preparation for this. The Cursed Seal is the best solution. Elixirs might be able to solve it, but various magical spells are definitely not something that ordinary people can unravel. The Blood Oath Alliance leader spat out the toothpick from his mouth and smiled slightly. Deal. The other party's offer was exactly what he wanted. 7,500 energy stones. This should be all the money the other party had earned from selling the mysterious drawer so far. If you want to make money off me, you'd better give me back whatever amount you take. The Blood Oath Alliance leader looked around at the wooden hammers, iron nails, durians, the untold secrets of the lords, the ranking of the most beautiful lords, and the photos of the most beautiful lords. This is all hard-earned money, earned through my own secret lottery scheme. Now, all the money is back, and I even have a bunch of stuff left over. What a steal. The deal was struck, and the Blood Oath Alliance leader was overjoyed. Meanwhile, upon hearing the word sale from the other party, Manhwa remained silent even after receiving the goods. According to the boss, since they agreed so quickly, can we continue to negotiate a lower price? Damn it. I'm definitely not cut out to be a shrewd businessman. Manhwa took a deep breath and clenched his fists. Blood Oath Alliance leader, you want to make money off me? Just wait and see. I'll make you spit out every penny you take. With the cursed seal in hand, Manhwa began to plan how to earn back his energy stones from the mysterious draw. You like raffles, right? Go ahead and raffle as many as you want. At this moment, Manhwa's conscience was once again compromised. He had decided that he would add a total reward to the thank you for your patronage offer. 10. Thank you for your patronage. Messages can be exchanged for 1 mystery draw, and the thank you for your patronage message in the mystery draw will be doubled. I bet you won't get addicted. The Never-Setting Sun Alliance, a low-tier alliance leader alliance. 2,000 energy stones from the Warriors League. A grant of 1,000 energy stones from the Iron River Alliance. A donation of 3,000 energy stones from the Blood Oath Alliance. 500 energy stones from Lord Hyper. In the group chat, people kept reporting the assistance they had received from various parties during this period. Brothers, as the saying goes, those who follow the right path will find many helpers, while those who stray from it will find few. Now that all the alliances and lords have chosen to support us, it proves that our success is inevitable. I won't say those disgusting things. Betrayal is betrayal. I betrayed Boss Chi Hongi. I'm a worthless person. Alliance leader Chi Hongi has indeed treated us well, but people always strive for higher positions, and water always flows downhill. It's not our fault that we want to obtain a higher-ranking lord position. We just want to become stronger and have a better chance of surviving in this dangerous other world. In the last 3 days, please gather your forces together. I will use the scroll provided by Lord Hyper to teleport all forces together. Conquer Chi Hongi and forge a new alliance that will never set. Chapter 103, The Powerful Chi Hongi. No, I disagree. Some people voiced their opposition during the meeting. Who is it? Not only the leader, but all the other lords are also looking for this lord. Those who can enter this group are all people who have undergone strict screening, so it is impossible for them to have different opinions. And at this point, differing opinions could be fatal. It's important to understand that this isn't an offline meeting where you can catch a rebel. It's an online meeting. If there are differing opinions in an online meeting, they might already be screenshotted and sent to Chi Hongi by the other party while you are speaking and discussing countermeasures. My disagreement is not about attacking the alliance leader, but about our current approach to attacking the alliance leader. Before they could find the person amidst the crowd and the cacophony of conversation, the lord who had spoken first spoke again. Chi Hongi's strength is beyond your imagination. I am right next to the alliance leader's territory, and I can tell you very seriously that even if all of you came at her together, you would not be a match for the alliance leader. Everyone fell silent, all talking about launching an attack, but they didn't even know Chi Hongi's true strength. I know that there are people standing behind you, perhaps a saint-level lord, perhaps a Blood Oath, Iron River, or the Warrior Alliance, or something else. But I must tell you with certainty that you are no match for Chi Hongi. Why should I? With so many of us attacking together, even a saint-level lord wouldn't be able to stop us, right? That's right. We have hundreds of lords and nearly 10,000 soldiers. I don't believe we can't kill Chi Hongi. One by one, self-important individuals stood up to refute, but what awaited them was merciless ridicule. Nearly 10,000 people. Do you know how far Chi Hongi's territory has developed now? The lord silenced all the noise with just one sentence. Everyone was waiting for the other party to continue, and there were no more messages in the group. When there were no more messages in the group, a string of numbers was casually typed out. 13,000. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. This is impossible. All the lords hiding behind the system subconsciously swallowed their saliva. This number is impossible, absolutely impossible. Even Chun Yi, the strongest general today, could not achieve such a grand scale of development. Yes, that's right, 13,000 troops. You think they're silver? No, bronze troops. If the leader were a bronze level unit, I believe she could have achieved such success, but she is a gold level unit. A gold tier unit, 13,000 men? Do you think anyone will believe your joke? Exactly. You weren't still fooled by the Alliance leader's initial statement that I was a bronze level player, were you? When they first started chatting, Chi Hongi hid her ignorance and said that she was only a bronze level expert, which many people believed at the time. However, with the rise of the British Empire, more and more people came to know Chi Hongi. She is not only a gold tier unit, but also a very special gold tier unit. A barrage of doubts and mockery followed, but the Lord simply said one thing in response. 3 days from now, if anyone wants to die, I won't stop them. But if you truly wish to achieve a new, unending empire, then follow me. In 7 days, I will lead you to victory. After he finished speaking, his profile picture went dark, indicating that he had left the group chat. Although he left the group chat, it caused a bunch of people to follow suit. Whether it's true or not, let's find out the situation first. Although it sounds unbelievable, everyone has a life, and who would joke about their own name? The reason they wanted to rebel against Chi Hongi was simply because Chi Hongi used most of the resources to strengthen herself, which aroused the dissatisfaction of the crowd. It can't be called dissatisfaction, because compared to the other alliances, their treatment is already much better. Even though the best resources were concentrated on Chi Hongi herself, the remaining resources were still enough to support more than 60% of the other lords of the same rank. This is especially true for lower-ranking lords. Therefore, it's not that the treatment wasn't good enough, but rather that greed was at play. Human desires are like a boulder rolling down a mountain, while Atlantis, full of all possibilities, is like the gentle breeze that removes the last obstacle from the boulder. Greed, once it begins, will only grow bigger and bigger. The Blood Oath Alliance, whose leader had just funded the Never-Setting Sun Alliance, now personally added that arrogant lord to the list. After all, moving to the British Isles requires utmost care. If you want to succeed, don't be stingy with energy stones. The arrogant lord agreed to the Blood Oath leader's request, and then opened the gates to enter the mountain. The core members of the Iron River Alliance also added this lord as a friend, but received the same response. The warriors even added the same person as the league's top player, but were treated the same way. Don't be stingy with energy stones, and you also know Chi Hongi's exact troop strength. This is really interesting. Ataida naturally didn't believe the claim of 13,000 troops. 13,000 gold-tier soldiers were enough to destroy a city or a small country. Even what he's doing now, if he had such a unit, what strategy would he need? He could just sweep through the city of Ostrabon. But as interesting as it may be, he doesn't intend to put too much effort into getting rid of Chi Hongi. His focus was on the empire and the city closest to him. At the same time, Shinyi also learned about the scope of the meeting. 13,000 troops. That's truly unbelievable. Although the enemy's troop composition was hard to believe, Chunyi had no choice but to accept it. After all, if he already has more than 200 king-level units, why is it impossible for others to have more than 10,000 gold-level units? Atlantis offers many opportunities, but fate doesn't favor only one person. He can't always be the strongest. He can only strive to be among the strongest. With 13,000 troops, if I exchange all the energy stones I have, I can have more than 4,000 gold-level goblins. Adding them to my existing high-level goblins, it's not like I can't fight them. However, it will become even stronger. Let's wait and see what happens between the goblins and that wind dragon. Although he was just an observer, the disparity in strength made him feel a sense of crisis once again. Lords have always been in a competitive relationship. By the way, boss, there's still no news about the ancient tree soul you requested, but I found a way to control people. A flash of white light, and a scroll landed in Chunye's hand. Nanha continued, Boss, this thing took me a lot of effort. All the profits from selling rough stones went into it. However, the results are definitely worth the money, you see. Nanha added. Chunye also examined the scroll in his hand. According to Nanha, the jade gambling stone could be sold for at least 7,500 energy stones. This thing in front of him was actually worth 7,500 energy stones. Chunye passed the reconnaissance technique over. You have sensed the skill scroll. Would you like to learn it? Skill, Curse Seal. By applying a curse mark to a target through secret techniques, the caster can torture and control the life and death of the target at any time. The person who receives the curse mark can activate it to temporarily unleash 10 times their potential. Note, no skill rank. Note, the person under the spell will be unable to surpass the caster's level. Note, this is a magical skill whose level cannot be determined due to excessive fluctuations. Note, what are you looking at? I'll laugh at anyone who misses out on this skill for 2.5 years. Your items have changed due to unknown factors. The curse seal has been changed to the Abyss Curse Seal. Chapter 104. Half a Good Person. Skill, Abyss Curse. By using the power of the Abyss to cast a curse on a target, the caster can torture and control the life and death of the target at any time. The person who obtains the curse can activate it to temporarily unleash 10 times their combat power and gain the power of the Abyss. Note: originally a skill of a demigod, it was affected by the mysterious power of the Abyss. Note: extremely dangerous. Do not gaze into the Abyss, for it will devour everything. What's going on? Chunyi looked at the scroll in his hand. The scroll had changed from its original white color to grayish-white. There seemed to be divine power flowing on that grayish-white surface. The divine power gradually gathered and condensed, eventually forming an eye. Ordinary eyes, yet they somehow draw your gaze. Chunyi stared at the eyes on the scroll, and his hand unconsciously opened it. Congratulations. You have acquired the skill, Abyssal Seal. By using the power of the Abyss to cast a curse on a target, the caster can torture and control the life and death of the target at any time. The person who obtains the curse can activate it to temporarily unleash 10 times their combat power and gain the power of the Abyss. What? When his system notification sounded, Chunyi realized that he had actually learned the Abyss Curse skill on his own. I clearly remember being shocked by the changes that occurred to the Curse Seal, this Curse Seal. Chunyi observed the Curse Seal again, and it had indeed changed. The ability to enhance potential tenfold upon activation had become a more tangible tenfold increase in combat power. Furthermore, they will receive the blessing of the power of the Abyss. The power of the Abyss. Is all of this due to the power of the Abyss? Chunyi was somewhat confused. This skill was very strong, absolutely strong, and now that it had mutated, it directly increased combat power tenfold, making it incredibly powerful. However, what exactly was this Abyss power? The power of the Abyss, that seems somewhat familiar. He subconsciously looked at the Fountain of Pregnancy, which was not far from him. Dark Goblin Fountain, a unique unit building. Initial level, level 3. Daily Goblin breeding capacity, 15. Current energy required for conception, 30, 60, 75. Materials required for advancement, 10 extraordinary crystals, 300 units of wood, 200 units of stone, 100 units of refined iron, 1 energy core. Note: these are cunning creatures from the Dark Abyss. Any creature that underestimates them will pay a bloody price. Be careful, these vile creatures disregard reproductive barriers. A cunning creature from the Dark Abyss, the power of the Abyss. If I really am connected to some abyssal power, then, is it the Fountain of Life? Chunyi remained immersed in this skill. Since it's a choice made through the Fountain of Life, it shouldn't be harmful to me. Activating it will grant a tenfold increase in combat power. If possible, I'd like to give it to every goblin, and then activate it automatically. Chunyi took a deep breath. What would it be like if the already powerful black armor goblin were to become 10 times stronger? Boss, can you still get your hands on rough jade? That stuff is selling like hotcakes, way hotter than we expected. Boss. A barrage of messages from Manhwa snapped Chunyi out of his reverie. Stone gambling? Oh right. This thing is summoned by stone gambling. Chunyi thought for a moment and then replied, it's a bit difficult, but I can give it a try. He has never actually tried gambling on stones before, as it has always been something he obtained by chance. However, he did know the places where jade was produced, the caves of the jackals, the territory of the land-toothed shark, and Goose Yayu's territory. Here, take this. After agreeing to help Manhwa find gambling stones, Chunyi also sent him a sum of energy stones. Boss, what does this mean? Manhwa looked at the 2,300 energy stones in his hand with some surprise. Chunyi took the initiative to explain. Didn't you just say that the profits from gambling on stones were used to buy scrolls? Don't forget that the profits are split 30/70ths, and this share is yours. The sale of furs hasn't resumed yet. I'll give you the 30% profit once the sale of furs resumes. This? Manhwa stood there, stunned for a moment. He had been helping Chunyi with his work all this time simply to keep Chunyi as his crutch, never imagining that he would get his share of the profits. Even when buying skill scrolls, he subconsciously thought that since they were all Chunyi's property, he wouldn't feel bad spending them. He even forgot for a moment that he himself owned 30% of them. Thank you, boss. Manhwa did not refuse. At that moment, he felt that he had followed the right person. To truly understand a person, one should not look at the promises they make when they are down on their luck, but rather whether they are willing to keep their promises when they are at the height of their power. Chunyi did it. Yes, I'll figure out a way to deal with the jade gambling. Also, keep an eye on the British Empire alliance lately. After receiving the Spirit Stone in Manhwa, Chunyi gave instructions on a new task. Perhaps in Nanha's view, he had always benefited from Chunyi's influence and taken advantage of Chunyi, whether it was through information channels, casual alliances, or other situations where Chunyi was needed to make a name for himself. But in Chunyi's view, Nanha had also been of great help to him. Perhaps he benefited from Nanha's influence. You can receive news from lords in all directions while sitting at home. With just a word, one could have the furs of numerous animals delivered to their hands. With just a word from him, the other party helped him find a scroll that he was extremely satisfied with, and even found to be a pleasant surprise within a few hours. Nanha did all this without asking for anything in return. Even if he didn't ask for anything in return, Chunyi would still give him something in return. Understood. I will keep a close eye on the movements of the British Empire and the other alliance leaders. I almost forgot there are other alliance leaders. I'll leave them all to you. Chunyi nodded. He was very satisfied with Nanha. He is not greedy, he is loyal, and most importantly, he is half a good person. All the good people in the original world died out. There was no space for good people to survive there. So Nanha also changed, but not completely. He did not aspire to become a wealthy and powerful figure who could gain wealth without effort, nor did he desire to rule over a region. He simply wanted to be a businessman who could earn more with less work, making money through his own efforts, rather than becoming a slave to capitalism, manipulated by others. Such people don't ask for much and are worth getting to know. The scroll has come at just the right time. Let me see this so-called power of the abyss. Chunyi summoned a black-armored goblin and opened his palm to it. If he succeeds, he will once again reach the pinnacle. Chapter 105. Cursed Goblin, a terrifying being. Abyssal Curse Seal. Chunyi stretched out his hand and placed it in front of the goblin to unleash his skill. In an instant, a feeling of being completely drained welled up inside me. This thing consumes a lot of energy. Chunyi's expression twisted. He felt as if a water pump was drawing water from his body, draining his blood, his mental energy, and even the unfathomable power of the abyss. A moment later, Chunyi's face turned pale, but a grayish-white vortex appeared in his hand. The vortex spun continuously, as if trying to devour everything that looked directly at it. Is this the abyss curse mark? Chunyi stared at his palm with a distorted expression. The grayish-white vortex had consumed a third of his entire being just by condensing. It's not mental strength, nor physical strength, but 1/3 of the whole. It was an indescribable feeling, but he could sense that his body was depleted, and that it was a complete depletion. He will need at least 3 days to recover from this third of the injury. If the abyss seal is cast again during the recovery period, it may cause serious damage. We were originally planning to implement it fully, but now it's a complete mess. Chunyi sighed helplessly. It seemed his return to the throne would have to be postponed again. I really don't know how that Chi Hongi managed to grow her army to more than 10,000 men. What a perverted woman. Chunyi felt that his luck had been pretty good all along, but now his strength had been surpassed by Chi Hongi. What extraordinary adventure did this woman encounter? Forget it. Let's not care about others. Let's focus on the present. The two are from completely different areas and have no connection whatsoever, so Chunyi has no need to worry unnecessarily. Let me see just how far you can go. Chunyi slapped the vortex of cursed seal in his hand onto the black-armored goblin's shoulder. Buzz! It blended in perfectly. The gray-white vortex even seemed to have found a home and actively merged into the black-armored goblin's body. There have been changes. Chunyi carefully observed the goblin. He noticed a significant change in the black-armored goblin's body. The gray-white vortex began to spin the moment it fell. The black stripes attached to the scales of the black-armored goblin were absorbed by the gray-white vortex. The goblin's transformation only stopped after the vortex swallowed all the black stripes that symbolized the Dark Goblin. Is that all? Chunyi watched as the vortex, which had slowed down from a fast speed, seemed to indicate that the cursed seal had ended. Damn, I used 1/3 of my energy to create a small vortex and remove my goblin tattoo. Activate the cursed seal and show it to me. He reluctantly allowed his goblin to activate its cursed seal. Quack! The goblin was initially stunned, not knowing what a cursed seal was, but gods don't give orders lightly. He began to carefully sense his body, and sure enough, he noticed something different. God actually transformed himself. Gah! Buzz! The shockwave resembled a volcanic eruption, enveloping the black-armored goblin in a white aura, transforming his previously docile demeanor into a fierce one. The black stripes that had been swallowed by the gray-white vortex surged out of the vortex again the moment the curse was activated and instantly covered the entire body. The black diamond-shaped stripes not only surged out and covered its original location, but also covered areas that hadn't been affected before, such as the neck, face, and hands. Black, disordered stripes covered the goblin's entire body. The goblins have more striped tattoos, they're more varied, and they're stronger. He was like a sharp blade gleaming with cold light. Just his presence made people feel uneasy. Black Armor Goblin, Cursed Seal Status. Quality, Gold. Attribute, 80. Level, 10. Level can be increased by killing creatures. Loyalty, Unwavering. You are the goblin's absolute faith. Weapon, Black Armor. Ignores spell attacks with an attribute of 50 or less. Provides a 40% immunity to spell attacks with an attribute of 50 or less, but less than 100. Skills, Poisoning, Black Armor Defense, Trample, Brutal Strangulation, Abyssal Mist. Characteristic, Ignores reproductive isolation. Special situation, will end in 10 minutes. 8. 80 attribute points. Chenyi was stunned as he looked at the panel showing the changes to the goblins. At this moment, he felt that exchanging 3 days of his current state for a cursed goblin wasn't out of the question. Although the Black Armor Black Plum is powerful, it is only of gold quality with a total attribute of 45. Even after reaching level 10, it is only equivalent to an ordinary king rank with 50 attribute points. But now goblins can actually reach 80 attribute points, a sudden increase of 30. Generally speaking, a difference of 10 or more in attribute points is enough to achieve a one-hit kill with the help of skills. Just like when the Tauren leader instantly killed his own goblin priest, he might not have been able to win if he hadn't relied on sheer numbers. And there was also the recent battle against the Wind Dragon. The Wind Dragon didn't cause much damage to the Black Armored Goblin because of the Black Armored Goblin's special characteristics. However, when his skill hit the Wolf Goblin and Iron Skin Goblin that had no Black Armor defense, it was instantly killed. 80 attribute points can make up for my lack of a leader. Looking at the goblin that had undergone such a dramatic transformation, Chenyi casually appointed it as the captain of the Black Armor Goblin Battalion. With such strength, he could even fight against a sub-adult dragon, making him more than qualified to be a captain. It already has 80 attributes, and with the addition of the bone-splitting blade and the bright light armor, it could probably reach 100 in overall attributes. Chenyi gasped. Once you recover, apply a few more curse seals. The more of these powerful weapons, the better. Your goblins have created new goblins outside your territory. Since they are not within your domain, they are not considered part of your forces. Your territory has been detected as the most powerful goblin tribe in the area. You have been granted an opportunity to subdue a dragon goblin. Temporary quest. As the god of goblins, you must rule over all goblins. Please subdue the powerful dragon goblins. The method of subjugation is through reason, debate, and persuasion. Method of subjugation, combat, subjugation through force. Chapter 106, Subduing Goblins Without Lowering One's Moral Standards. It's not within my jurisdiction, why do I need to subdue it? Chenyi frowned, somewhat taken aback. He had considered that breeding goblins outside his territory would create new problems, but he hadn't expected it to be like this. Fortunately, at least it gave me a chance to subdue them. But, how do dragons get pregnant? Damn, I missed the best part. Chenyi sighed in frustration and ordered the captain goblin in front of him to lead a group of black-armored goblins to subdue them. Chenyi connected with the goblins responsible for breeding. From their perspective, they should have buried themselves in the ground to recover after breeding. And buried around him were a group of strange green heads. The head was shaped like a dragon's head, exuding a sense of majesty, yet it was also covered in black patterns, a symbol of the Dark Goblin. Anyone with the bloodline of a Dark Goblin will have black tattoos regardless of their appearance. But, did the tattoos on this dragon goblin already extend to its head as soon as it appeared? Now that the Black Armor Goblin's Curse Seal mode has made Chenyi pay attention to this tattoo again, it seems that the more tattoos a goblin has, the stronger it is. So, if a dragon goblin is born with a tattoo that extends all the way to its head, doesn't that prove it's exceptionally powerful? Chenyi licked his lips, beginning to look forward to it. A moment later, the newly appointed captain of the Black Armored Goblin Brigade led 100 black armored goblins to the side of the ancient tree. Because the other party possessed dragon blood, the captain did not take it lightly and brought a full 100 people with utmost sincerity and respect. On the other hand, The dragon goblins in the mud only numbered 50, judging from the number of their heads. 50 babies in one litter. No wonder it's a dragon, big in size and capable of reproduction. Alright, let me see how you goblins subdue each other. Chenyi observed the battle scene. The system's so-called literary battle and martial battle piqued his interest. Huh. The goblin captain tilted his head as he looked at the dragon goblin buried in the ground, as if to say something like, "Why did the rebel bury himself?" The dragon goblin is friendly towards your black armor goblin, increasing the capture success rate by 30%. It's already 30? Then it's pretty easy to subdue? What are you doing? To Chunye's astonishment, he saw the goblin captain lead his men to the group of dragon goblins and start punching and kicking the dragon head that was buried in the ground and unable to move. Holy crap, this is no martial ethics? What happened to the debate on words? Gah! Quack! The dragon goblin, beaten black and blue, finally rose from the ground to fight, enduring the attacks of the black-armored goblin. Roar! A roar echoed through the mountains and forests. However, what awaited him was a size 43 foot covered in scales. Without wasting words, the black-armored goblin kicked the opponent down again as soon as he got up and then attacked him at close range. Roar! Wind blade tornado. The dragon goblin inherited the wind dragon's skills and, in addition to roaring, summoned a tornado as sharp as a blade to engulf itself in an attempt to force back the enemy. However, the black-armored goblin showed no sign of retreating, continuing to attack despite the tornadoes that could tear through gold and cleave armor. I'll teach you to betray, I'll teach you to disobey. So you don't have to wear a hat. To give you wings. I'll make sure you're more handsome than me. Let you. The black-armored goblin's fists rained down like a relentless storm, all the while chanting incoherently as it fought with great gusto. The dragon goblin, on the other hand, was both frustrated and bewildered, struggling to resist. Betrayal? Who did I betray? How can I wear a hat if I don't have one? I have wings, it's natural. Is it my fault that I'm handsome? I'm still a child. I was just born. Unable to win in a fight or in a conversation, the Dragonman Goblin was simply overpowered by the Black Armor Goblin, who, taking advantage of their numerical superiority and a sneak attack, pinned him to the ground and gave him a thorough full-body massage. Meanwhile, the Black Armored Goblin, who was also buried in the ground, got up to join in the fun, turning the 2-on-1 situation into almost a 3-on-1-1, making life even harder for the Dragon Goblin. The Dragon Goblin's fear of you has reached 100%. The Dragon Goblin has reached 60% loyalty to you and has been automatically added to your troop composition. Your loyalty to the Goblin God has been automatically upgraded to 100%. Congratulations on successfully taming the Dragon Goblin. Chenye's lips twitched. This, a battle of wits. Dragon Goblin. Quality, King rank. Attribute, 55. Level 3. Level can be increased by killing creatures. Loyalty, unwavering. You are the Goblin's absolute faith. Weapon, none. Skills, Poison Claw, Dragon Heal, Wind Blade Tornado, Dragon Breath. Characteristic, ignores reproductive isolation. Note, oh well, you finally did try to attack the dragon, you beast. Are King rank troops born at the King rank? Chenyi looked at the Dragonman Goblin's attribute panel. Born at the King rank and inheriting a large number of dragon-type skills from the Wind Dragon, his future is limitless. Yeah, it's just that there's not enough physical attack, otherwise we wouldn't have been bullied so badly by the Black Armor Goblin. Chenyi shook his head. It seems that his future development direction should not be too singular, otherwise he would suffer losses. He looked at the Dragon Goblin with horns on its head, a tail on its back, and a pair of fleshy wings on its back, and realized that he now possessed aerial combat capabilities. The only problem is that there are too few people, so we have to spend money to buy water from the spring. If only we could have another dragon. Chenyi muttered to himself, but he knew it was impossible. In the current situation, if you want to take down a dragon while saving money and getting it for free, the only option is probably the red dragon, which is a bit further away. Chenyi looked at the map, where low-level red dragons were appearing, which were his next target. First, exchange for some dragon goblins, then attack the territory of low-level red dragons, and finally form a virtuous cycle. I opened the fountain panel and selected the newly added dragon goblin. Daily breeding capacity of dragon goblins, 15. Current energy required for conception, 300. The daily fertility limit is 15. Chenyi stared at the panel, lost in thought. Each lord has different restrictions on the summoning of troops. After reaching level 2 of the fountain, The Bronze Lord can summon 100 troops per day, and the Silver Lord can summon 50 troops per day. The stronger the troop, the fewer troops can be summoned per day. Special units like Chun Yi can only summon 15 goblins per day, which is roughly equivalent to the limit for king-level units. But, if I remember correctly, Chi Hongyi is also a powerful special unit, right? How did she manage to reach more than 10,000 troops? How did this woman manage to overcome the limitations of unit summoning? Chapter 107. Chi Hongyi, the rule of ignoring unit restrictions. Manhwa, please keep a close eye on Chi Hongyi's situation recently, especially regarding information about military branches. Oh, that? I'm already keeping an eye on it. Boss, you want to know why the enemy's troop count can exceed 10,000 with only one person, right? Manhwa answered quickly. After taking care of the daily operations of the shop, he spent most of his time browsing groups and chatting with various high-ranking lords to gather information. The issue of Chi Hongyi's troop numbers has already been noticed by some, and some are currently investigating this matter. Oh, by the way, boss, is your fountain also stuck at level 3? Manhwa inquired. Chunyi thought for a moment and answered truthfully. Indeed, I have no clue about that so-called energy core. Manhwa nodded in agreement upon receiving his boss's affirmative answer. As expected, even you, boss, are stuck here. Considering the information from the other high-ranking lords, Chi Hongyi must have found the energy core by some means to break through the limitations of her troop type. In that case, finding the energy core becomes the top priority. Manhwa pondered and began trying to find the core of the energy. Well, thankfully, Boss Chinye's unit is at the demigod level, otherwise I would really be a little afraid of that woman. Manhwa shuddered as he thought of Chi Hongyi's power and the fact that she was likely already a level 4 Spring Lord. Everyone is investigating Chi Hongyi. As the leader of the Never-Setting Sun Alliance, even if she is poorly informed and her subordinates try to hide things from her, she should know about these matters by now. At most, we just don't know who betrayed us or who had ill intentions. Regarding the current state of the British Empire, many lords, and even other alliances have provided private assistance. Although their alliance did not do so, investigating the other party's secrets and investigating this powerful lord was still an offense. Fortunately, he had the strongest lord behind him. Manhwa felt a surge of joy. This was the benefit of clinging to a powerful figure. Okay, I got it. Keep an eye on things. I've been troubling you a lot lately. After listening to Manhwa's analysis, Chunyi also felt it was quite possible. As the leader, he only needed to wait for the results, while Manhwa, as one of the few intelligence agents under him, shouldered many heavy responsibilities. Of course, I wasn't without my own tasks. His mission is to become stronger. The leader is a banner and a pillar of strength for everyone. In other words, the leader's strength is the source of everyone's confidence to be arrogant and domineering. Chunyi ended his conversation with Manhwa, transferred the more than 7,000 pieces of refined iron to Gu Xiaoyu, and casually inquired whether the other party had any more gambling stones. Wow. Thank you, Brother Chunyi. Thanks to you, my blacksmithing skill level is already quite high. Ha ha ha. I can now forge weapons in just 1 hour and armor in just 3 hours. Gu Xiaoyu's reply was filled with excitement, joy, and pride. So far, none of the weapons she has forged have required raw materials. Although she hasn't earned any energy stones, she has significantly increased her blacksmithing level. This laid a solid foundation for what lays in the future. This was all thanks to Chunyi discovering his potential. Otherwise, it would have taken him a long time to realize that he could reach the level of a bronze weapon. Well, more importantly, Brother Chunyi also provided him with a large amount of refined iron for practice. Oh no, it should be that the alliance leader is a good person. She's now a member of the Casual League. After learning about Gu Xiaoyu's potential, Chunyi signed an agreement with her. First, use the 900 plus pieces of refined iron to practice. If the refined iron is to be forged into bronze weapons, Gu Xiaoyu will receive a bonus of 1 to 3 energy stones for each weapon. Furthermore, this treatment will increase as Gu Xiaoyu's blacksmith profession level increases. This is equivalent to Chunyi spending a lot of money to cultivate Gu Xiaoyu, and Gu Xiaoyu repaying the Suabian alliance after growing up. Alright. Besides giving you the refined iron, I have something else to ask you this time. Chunyi finally managed to squeeze out a moment of silence amidst the other person's various praises. He asked, do you still have those jade stones you gave me last time? Jade gambling. Gu Xiaoyu looked at the piles of stones in the corner, some large and some small, all of which were gambling stones she had obtained when she was digging for the ingredients she needed to forge weapons. This stuff is useless to her. She's even quit gambling. Gu Xiaoyu is sworn enemies with gambling and drugs in this lifetime. Gu Xiaoyu said, I have some more here. If Brother Chenyi wants them, I'll send them over to you. As she spoke, she handed all the items to Chenyi. This? Chenyi looked at the jade stones that had been teleported to him in surprise. There must be at least 2,000 of them, right? Little girl, you're really bold. Aren't you afraid I'll swallow all your stuff? Chenyi joked. Gu Xiaoyu replied playfully. Don't worry, these things were originally a gift for you. Besides, didn't Brother Chenyi also give me a large amount of refined iron? Gu Xiaoyu asked in return, and Chenyi scoffed. I've become too attached to my own image. It turns out that the trust between the two of them had unknowingly reached this point. However, Chenyi will not take advantage of the other party in any relationship. After all, the jade gambling market is booming right now, and Manhwa even discussed with him about raising the price of jade gambling stones. If the price of rough stones really rises, then one rough stone is equivalent to 4 energy stones. If it were Gu Xiaoyu, she would need to forge for bronze weapons or a set of bronze armor. Chenyi sent 4,000 energy stones and asked, Little fish, energy stones are so popular right now. Why are you still willing to sell them to me? I'm not buying it for you. I'm giving it to you as a gift. Gu Xiaoyu emphasized. Chenyi watched as the other party's energy stone was received. In that case, give me back the energy stone. Chenyi joked. Gu Xiaoyu chuckled. No, the things were given to Brother Chenyi by me. That energy stone was given to me by Brother Chenyi. She knew Chenyi wouldn't take her things for free, so she said it was a gift. But if Chenyi really doesn't give her money, Gu Xiaoyu won't feel bad. Selling this kind of thing is time-consuming and laborious, and she's currently focused entirely on blacksmithing, so she doesn't have time to worry about this. Once you've mastered the craft of blacksmithing, plenty of people will be willing to pay exorbitant prices to be with you. Aren't you even a little bit envious, you little girl? I've made quite a bit of money from your jade gambling. I'm not envious. I'm not envious. Stop talking. I'm going to work as a blacksmith. Gu Xiaoyu pouted and replied somewhat impatiently. She certainly knew that gambling on stones could be profitable, but she wasn't the first person to discover that an egg could stand upright. Chenyi discovered it, so naturally it's Chenyi's achievement. Why should she be envious? He didn't give the other party much of this stuff at the time. If they wanted to expand, they would need to acquire it from other sources. Gu Xiaoyu is not stupid, nor is she good at being jealous. What belongs to others is what belongs to others, and what belongs to her is what belongs to her. Just like blacksmithing now, although it's tiring, every weapon you make is like a door opened by energy stones, and every hammer blow adds to your experience. Everyone has their own way of improving themselves. There's no need to envy others. Alright, you win. I'll bring you more refined iron next time. Chenyi shook his head. He simply couldn't understand why a cute little girl would like to swing a sledgehammer. With an innocent face and dressed in cute Lolita fashion, she's actually smashing iron while showing off her biceps, which are thicker than her head. Forget it. Let's not think about it anymore. Let's go to 2 other places and find some rough stones. Chenyi instructed the ground goblins to go to the former Knoll territory and the land-toothed shark territory to find more gambling stones. He himself began to study the barriers between ancient trees. He was not as indifferent to the grade restrictions of the spring water as Manhwa thought. On the contrary, he cares a lot. Because dragons are very rare, the best way to obtain more dragon goblins is through the nurturing of springs. However, his spring also had limitations. His strength can only be increased by removing the restrictions or finding more dragons. He always felt a sense of connection to the ancient trees on the other side of the river. There must be a deeper secret hidden there. What exactly does the soul of the ancient tree refer to? Chapter 108. Taking a walk, getting caught in the crossfire. Alliance leader. According to the current investigation, all 3 alliances have provided varying degrees of financial assistance to those traders. And then there's Chunye's newly established Casual Alliance. Although we didn't find any funding from the Casual Alliance, we did find Manhwa's involvement. Manhwa's figure? Chi Hongi became somewhat interested. The presence of Manhwa meant that the Suabian alliance behind him was also involved. Chenyi, I didn't expect that even you would get involved. Oh, suddenly, with a sneer, Chi Hongi continued, that's right. After all, you're not one of those legendary demigod soldiers. My existence should already be a threat to you, right? It's alright, come on, all of you come at me. Even if you all come at me at once, no one is my match unless they are a demigod. Chi Hongi's domineering attitude surprised the person who was reporting. Alliance leader, what if Chunyi really is a demigod lord? The person giving the report asked, somewhat puzzled. After all, Chunye's strength is undeniable. Although he has never admitted that his unit is at the level of a sub-god, his deeds alone are enough to prove it. He can't be a demigod. Among the 100,000 lords, there is only one demigod lord, and I have already found that person. Chi Hongyi revealed a confident smile. With her current strength, she was invincible below the level of a demigod. And that demigod-level lord would never be her enemy. By the way, how's the investigation into the lord who possesses evil aura and evil will going? Chi Hongyi did not continue to explain, but instead inquired about new information. We screened 3,000 lords and selected 20. Here is the list. The latter submitted a list. Chi Hongyi's large eyes swept over the area. Poisonous goo units, dirty night units, sinful frog units, hellish tick units. Good. She looked at the list in her hand and nodded to herself. Although this list may not contain the evil will that the demigod lord is looking for, having this list alone will save the other party a lot of effort. Only with this list can we build a good relationship with the lord of the demigods. Chi Hongyi casually gave the former several energy stones, and after instructing him to continue collecting information, she hung up the communication. They left the room and went to the top floor of the fortress. This 4-story fortress sits atop a high slope, where wisps of smoke gather and flow when viewed from below. The houses, of varying heights and tents of different sizes, give the impression of a town at first glance. Perhaps it can be considered a city, but it's missing a city wall. Chi Hongyi said with a hint of self-deprecation. In fact, she already had more than 20,000 troops, which was more than enough to support a town, let alone a city. What's more, these are all combat personnel. She admired the empire she had created. In Atlanta, a defensive force of 100 can be called a village, a force of 1,000 or more can be called a town, and a force of 10,000 can be established as a city. Even someone like her, with a pure combat strength of over 20,000, could basically establish a country by plundering some small cities and gathering some refugees. However, she won't do that. 20,000 soldiers are enough to build a city, but too small to establish a nation. Even if they did, it would only be a bottom-tier country. Chi Hongyi, would do whatever she wanted, big or small. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept in, scattering the smoke from the soldiers cooking below. Chi Hongyi sniffed. The wind carried a fresh scent. It seemed like it was going to rain. Once this storm is over, it's time to consider launching an offensive into the surrounding towns. Chi Hongyi smiled slightly. So what if there's wind and rain? I'm destined to stand at the top. Come on, everyone come on. She smiled as she watched the storm. I gathered you all together, nurtured you, and even suppressed high-ranking lords for your sake. In this dangerous alien world, I gave you the right to live, yet you want me dead. Humph, then let's go. Let me see just how many people are unhappy with me. Chi Hongyi's eyes sharpened. A flash of red light appeared and then disappeared, and a bright lotus flower was reflected in her pupils. Those who act perversely and those who start something and then abandon it shall all be executed. Inside the training ground, among the mechanical puppets, Chunyi was practicing his movement techniques by dodging and weaving. The training ground can double the experience of those who train. Goblins don't like training, but Chunyi accidentally discovered that it was actually useful to him as well. Although the experience gained is minimal, it can increase one's practical experience and unexpected attribute points. Yes, he never imagined that attribute points could be obtained through training. However, according to his investigation, it seems that only the training ground has this effect. Luckily, I chose the training ground back then. The training ground reward has appeared twice since the territory was upgraded. I wonder if the other lord has discovered the secret of the training ground. Congratulations. You have gained +1 to speed and +1 to spirit through persistent training. Chunyi heard the system notification and stopped the mechanical puppet chasing him. When it comes to utilizing the training grounds and conducting training, he still prioritizes speed and mental focus. As someone behind the scenes, he may not be able to fight, but he must be fast enough, and his strong mental strength allows him to endure for a long time. Now the total attribute value has finally reached 35. Chunyi looked at his personal attribute panel. During these days, he not only handles various affairs every day, but also trains himself in the training grounds and constantly eats the boss flesh and blood brought back by the goblins. With the continuous consumption of the flesh and blood of Warcraft bosses and his own training, his stats have reached level 3. Total attributes reach 37, spirit 18, speed 13. These stats are already comparable to those of a king rank unit. With the addition of the Death Scythe, it is comparable to some powerful king rank units. Chen Yi carefully calculated that if he converted his current strength into the level of the human empire, it would be at the platinum level. Yes, it's still in the upper middle range of the platinum level. In Salavir Shah's view, this was simply the creation of a hero recovering his strength, and she wouldn't be surprised even if the advancement speed were a little faster. However, Chen Yi, the person involved, knew that his situation was not like that at all, and that his current strength was all achieved through eating, drinking, and training. Our strength is pretty good now, and there's no danger nearby, so perhaps we should go out and explore? Chen Yi felt a stirring in his heart. Since arriving in Atlanta, he had never left his own little corner of the world. Observing the world from the Goblin's perspective has always made him itchy to try it out for himself. I didn't go out before because I was too weak and worried about my safety. Now, I'm afraid even ordinary black-armored goblins wouldn't be a match for me. Of course, dragon goblins are an exception. Just as the black armor goblin counters the Dragon Man goblin, the Dragon Man goblin also counters Chen Yi. Chen Yi's strength is equivalent to that of a king-rank soldier. The confidence that allows him to dominate among king-rank soldiers comes from his silver weapon, the Death Scythe. The silver weapon, the Death Scythe, has the opposite characteristics of the black-armored goblin. The latter is immune to magic damage and physical damage. The Dragon Goblin, wielding dragon magic, happens to be his nemesis. Luckily, this thing is my unit. Chen Yi breathed a sigh of relief, then led several dragon goblins outside. He can go out to gain experience, but he doesn't necessarily have to refuse the protection of the military branch. The two are not contradictory. I won't go far. I'll just go and inspect the work of the ground goblins, and then come back. Yes, that's it. Chen Yi found an excuse for himself, and then led the goblins out of the territory. But they hadn't gone far. Chen Yi's face instantly darkened. Help! Help! Please help me. Please, save me. A beautiful young girl ran and shouted, while a man in black chased after her desperately. Damn, this scene is too classic. Without a second thought, Chen Yi immediately turned around. It wasn't that he was afraid of the pursuers. After all, there was nothing scary about his own doorstep. However, the dense forest is fraught with danger. A girl is calling for help, and an assassin is chasing after her. It's obvious that trouble is brewing. Don't cause trouble, don't cause trouble. Chen Yi turned to leave, but heard a whooshing sound behind him. He turned around and saw a sharp arrow flying rapidly toward him. Brush! Chen Yi dodged in time, but a piece of his clothes and some flesh were still taken away by the arrow. Before he could get angry, the girl fell to the ground with a thud, uttering a sentence just before losing consciousness. The arrow is poisoned, save me. Chen Yi. Damn it, I was just taking a walk, what the hell? Chapter 109, The Uncurable Poison. The world is a dangerous place, a truly dangerous place. Chen Yi touched the wound on his shoulder and remained in a daze for a long time. I just went out for a walk. How did I end up in this mess? While Chen Yi was stunned, several men in black robes took the opportunity to try to take the girl on the ground away. Chen Yi immediately swept his cold gaze over them, and an oppressive aura, imperceptible to ordinary people but undeniably real, enveloped the group. He said, "Put that girl down and let me handle it." The man in black robes immediately stopped and drew his sword. The silver crescent blades gleamed with a cold light, but cold sweat streamed down their foreheads. Not only because the dragon-like monsters had surrounded the man, but also because of the terrifying aura emanating from him. This aura seemed to emanate from hell, or perhaps from some mysterious abyss, compelling one to submit instinctively. Chen Yi felt a dull ache in his shoulder. Looking down, he saw that his shoulder was already red and the redness was spreading. Under the intimidation of the dragon goblins, the man in black dared not make any rash moves. Judging from their aura, these monsters were all platinum-level experts, while they themselves were only gold level. If I dared to make a move against such a formidable enemy, I would surely face death. Chen Yi approached the fast-moving girl, his delicate face slightly baby-like. Ugh, I'm here to find the antidote. Not voluptuous, but exuding innocence. I'm here to find the antidote. Her rare azure hair cascaded down like a waterfall, a breathtaking sight. Damn it, I already said I came here to find the antidote. How did this happen? Enraged, Chen Yi quickly went up to the man in black and slapped him twice, finally calming his agitated heart. He approached the girl again and searched, smooth and tender. Damn! After slapping the man in black a few more times, Chen Yi calmed down once again. The man in black robes. Chen Yi suppressed his discomfort and arousal as he began to explore the other person's body. The girl was dressed in a smart tracksuit with a short-sleeved shirt and shorts, carrying a quiver on her back and a longbow in her hand. The other party's simple decorations posed a challenge for Chunyi. There was nowhere to hide, yet he just couldn't find the antidote. Could it be inside the ring? He noticed the delicate silver ring on the other person's slender finger, which he guessed was for storage. At this point, the strength of one's mental power also comes into play. The tyrannical spiritual power, like a wild bull, tore through the original owner's spiritual power within the ring. Chunyi looked around and saw a mountain of gold coins, his usual clothes, incomprehensible blueprints, neatly arranged quivers, inexplicable tokens, and some other worthless miscellaneous items. Damn it, where's the antidote? He searched several times, but found no antidote. At this moment, Chunyi's eyes were bloodshot, and his whole body felt like it was burning with flames, as if something was crawling all over him. He turned his bloodshot eyes to the group of men in black robes and asked, "Do you have the antidote?" The men in black robes exchanged a glance and shook their heads. Huff huff. Chunyi's breathing became heavy. He endured the discomfort and asked, "What about the rest of the pursuers? Do they have the antidote?" The men in black robes exchanged glances, then one of them spoke up. "My lord, there are only 4 of us here. If you need the antidote, I can apply to my superiors, and I suppose kill them all." Upon hearing that there were no other pursuers, Chunyi immediately gave orders to the goblins. Click click. Roar. The dragon goblin moved with incredible speed. Before Chunyi could finish speaking, its venomous claws had already pierced his throat with a flap of its wings, delivering an instant kill. Clean this place up and throw the carcasses into the pig farm to feed the pigs. Gah! The goblin immediately understood, and a wind blade tornado destroyed all traces of the battle before carrying the corpses to the breeding farm within its territory. The other dragon goblins were not idle either. One carried Chunyi, and the other carried the unconscious girl on the ground, and they also flew back to their territory at high speed. They arrived in the territory in just a short while. At this moment, Chunyi felt as if his blood was surging and his veins were about to explode. What kind of poison did that damned woman give me? Chunyi staggered to the spring and drank from the fertile spring that flowed gently from above. Under normal circumstances, the fountain of pregnancy can heal most injuries to lords and troops. Chunyi drank until he was about 80% full, but he still felt hot and thirsty. No, this can't go on. He returned to the girl, attempting to find an antidote. However, his sense of smell, hearing, and touch seemed to have become much more sensitive. The two were only a few meters apart, but he smelled a delicate fragrance that was both noble and playful, like a graceful and elegant elf in the forest. I roar. Chunyi also let out an instinctive roar. Finally, primal desires overwhelmed everything, and the surge of blood transformed him into a beast. The delicate fragrance is like a deadly poison, constantly craving nourishment for the spirit. Gurgle. Dry mouth and throat. Suddenly, he seemed to discover the antidote. It turned out that the antidote had always been right beside him. From the front door to the outside, from the outside to the cabin. Chapter 110, A Hazy Dream, Money Required. Yadin, do you like Rod? Like him? Humph. No, I don't. Yadin looked at her mother and pouted, looking somewhat stubborn. The lady chuckled, knowing full well what her daughter was thinking. She ruffled her daughter's hair and said with a smile, Yadin, you're about to come of age. Adulthood may not mean much to commoners, but it is a special age for the nobles of the Titan Empire. Generally, reaching this age means that the young nobleman begins to acquire the right of inheritance, and the family will gradually distribute power to the young nobleman. Now that you have taken on the title of nobleman, you must begin to do things that are beneficial to the nobles and the family. Mrs. Heidi looked at her daughter, who would come of age in a day. After coming of age, Heidi Yadin would inevitably have to accept a noble marriage. But as a mother, she wanted her daughter to choose someone she liked, and if Roger didn't like it, then they should choose someone else. Yadin's little face immediately fell. I know, mother. Didn't you already arrange Rog's marriage for me? Mrs. Heidi remained gentle. That depends on whether you like Roger. If you don't, I can help you find another marriage partner. Although an alliance between the Heidi family and the OS family would be the best option, the OS family is asking us for something, not the other way around. You can choose your own future husband. Is that so? Yadin knew she could choose her husband, but she couldn't be happy at all. I don't. Mrs. Heidi seemed to have noticed something and pinched her daughter's little nose. Do you think that Roger is a bit of a womanizer? I don't. Yadin's face flushed instantly, but she still refused to admit it. Mrs. Heidi smiled without saying a word. It seemed that her daughter was quite satisfied with Roger, but disliked his philandering ways. Aristocrats, how many of them can resist being philanderers? Mrs. Heidi comforted her. Yadin immediately retorted, but father, that's because he doesn't dare. Mrs. Heidi knew what her daughter was about to say and immediately interrupted her. Why don't you dare? Yadin became interested. Her father didn't want other nobles to marry 3 or 4 wives, so he had always only had her mother. She was also very curious about this. Wanna know? The lady's mysterious manner made her daughter's eyes sparkle until the lady whispered a story in her ear, and Yadin's face instantly turned red with embarrassment. So back then, mother took a liking to father's good looks, and then drugged and forced herself on him. Yadin looked at her mother with a shocked expression. Was this still the gentle and refined Mrs. Heidi, who was praised and respected by everyone? How could this behavior be so? Yadin swallowed hard. She never imagined that her mother had such a past. I used to think that my straightforward, assertive, and curious personality was inherited from my father, but now it seems it might be from my mother. Mrs. Heidi looked at her daughter with a hint of pride. There were only the mother and daughter here, and the daughter had just reached marriageable age, so she certainly didn't mind telling her heroic tales. Of course, I was having dinner with your aunt when we ran into your father. Your aunt and I both had our eyes on him, but she was too timid to make a move. Mrs. Heidi recounted a crazy past, a time that seemed to be her youth and her past madness. She explained that her current gentle appearance was only for the sake of the Heidi family's development. If it weren't for the Heidi family, she might still be that fearless knight-errant, almost as brave as a man. Yadin listened as her mother told these strange stories. During a meal, she pinned her usually stern father against the wall. Then, in front of everyone, she did a split to block his escape and forcefully kissed him. And that very night, he was possessed by a demon and went to drug her, leaving behind 100 gold coins as he casually departed. Yadin's breathing became heavy involuntarily. This seemed to be the life she envied and longed for. The mother and daughter chatted until late at night. If it weren't for the fact that she wanted to go to the Thousand Ghost Forest with Roger to catch fire foxes the next day, Yadin probably would have listened all night. Seeing her mother about to leave, Yadin wanted to say something, but she was too embarrassed to speak. Mrs. Heidi regained her dignified demeanor, but her daughter pointed to the table not far away. My daughter definitely inherited more of my genes. Little Yadin, remember to choose the right time and place when you use it, because there is no antidote for this. If you've won a man's body, are you afraid you can't win his heart? Don't worry, as long as you can handle it and are cool enough, no man can escape your grasp. No matter what kind of woman from Dongzhou or what kind of girl from the Ainaville family, they are no problem. As her mother's words of advice played repeatedly in her mind, Yadin gradually regained consciousness. Ouch, it hurts so much. Feeling pain all over her body, Yadin didn't even have the strength to get up. I remember I took the medicine and left the city with Rog. That idiot Rog made me angry as soon as we left the city. Then, I, the hidden guard, appeared and attacked Haina. Have I been captured and tortured by those men in black? Yadin felt pain all over her body and recalled the days she spent on the run. He hid and fled, got separated from Roger, and finally, wait, at the very end, didn't I see a dragon man? No, it seems to be a person, right? Is it a human or a dragon human? As Yadin gradually regained consciousness, she began to recall everything that had happened before she fell unconscious. She had been running all the way and finally saw a dragon man. No, there were many dragon men. Then she asked for help, but the other person turned and left. She remembered what her mother had said. No one will rescue a stranger for no reason. If you want someone to save you from danger, the best way is to drag them down with you. When it comes to personal interests, no one can stand aside. But how did I manage to drag that dragon man into this mess? The next second, Yadin was fully conscious. I used the skill my mother gave me on a dragon man. Fear triggered the exhaustion in her body's cells, and Yadin somehow found the strength to turn around. As soon as I turned around, a fair-skinned face came into view. Thank goodness, it's not a dragon man. Wait, who is this person? Yadin's heart was pounding as she tried to recall everything from yesterday, but her memory seemed to be fragmented and she couldn't remember anything. After a moment, she accepted reality. I slept with this man? The little hand gently touched that cheek, and upon closer inspection, it turned out to be even more beautiful than Roger's. There's also a sense of mystery about it. Oh right, it's black hair. I slept with a man from Dongzhou. Yadin exclaimed in surprise, but also felt a surge of pride. Dongzhou, That seems to be the country where Su Qingyu is from, right? So what do I do now? This was the first time she had faced something like this, and she didn't know what to do. Suddenly, her mother's story came to mind. Oh right, pay up. Chapter 111. I won't take responsibility for you. I will take responsibility for you. Yadin looked at the man in front of her and unconsciously kissed him. In fact, according to the mother's script, the line she should have said was, I will not take responsibility for you. But Yadin found it hard to speak to this man from Dongzhou. Black hair, so beautiful. Although she was somewhat surprised by her first man, she was mostly delighted. Black hair, and if she opened her eyes, she'd have eyes like the starry sky, right? At this moment, Yadin had completely forgotten about Rog. All she knew was that she had slept with a man outside, which was somewhat contrary to aristocratic tradition. But this man really refused to comply. Yadin looked at the muscular lines of this body, which were like those of a cheetah. He must be a warrior, right? Mine happens to be a marksman. Marksmen and warriors. One is in the front row, and the other is in the back row for damage output. Yadin bit her lip, secretly delighted as she imagined the scenario. Qinyi groaned softly as he felt discomfort in his body. Oh no, I need to keep it a secret. My mother once said that to win over a man, you must always maintain an air of mystery and not follow his lead. You must lead him. Yadin, with a strength she didn't know she possessed, managed to get up despite the tearing pain all over her body. She grabbed the clothes beside her and put them on, then staggered to the door. Wait, that's not right, I didn't pay. Yadin froze in place, annoyed by her mistake, and hurriedly took small steps to try to get back to the bedside. But she couldn't move even though it was only a few meters away. Seeing that Chunye's movements were getting bigger and bigger, and he was about to wake up, Yadan was so anxious that she took out a handful of gold coins from her ring and threw them at him. But because her arms were too weak, she scattered the gold coins all over the floor, with only a few landing on the large bed. Left with no other option, she had to take out another handful of gold coins and toss them again. Ugh, my head hurts so much. Qinyi shook his head and straightened up. What did I do yesterday? Why do I sound like I drank too much? Smack. Qinyi was still not fully awake, only feeling a pain in his face. Then he saw several gold coins sliding off his face and onto the blanket. Following the line of sight, the coins were not only on the bed but also on the floor, and at the end of the gold coins, a woman wearing her loose-fitting clothes was looking at him helplessly, clutching her collar. Oh, I remember now. I was poisoned by this stupid woman. This is the first time he's ever seen someone use poison or aphrodisiacs. What a stupid woman. She made me work so hard all night. Chunyi sized up Yadan with a hint of resentment, while Yadan looked back at Chunyi with curiosity. This man is so handsome, and his eyes are indeed as black as the starry sky. This woman is so stupid. Did she trade her beauty for intelligence? Chunyi admitted that the other person's deep blue hair and fair complexion were extremely attractive to him, but he seemed to be a bit dim-witted. If you're an experienced person, using aphrodisiacs to poison someone is one thing, but you'd be at a disadvantage. After all, you're still a. But recalling how unfamiliar and bewildered the other person seemed yesterday, it's clear that's not the case. What an incredibly stupid woman. Wait a minute, what is this stupid woman doing to me? It was only then that Chunyi realized the seriousness of the situation. She gave herself money? What do you mean by that? Chunyi pointed to the gold coins on the ground and asked. Huh? I won't take responsibility for you. Yadin answered hastily, as Chunye's awakening was not part of her plan. Chunyi. Is this my line? The clothes slipped down, and Yadin, who was already weak, couldn't hold on for a moment. Excuse me, could you turn around? I need to change my clothes. Yadin's tough terrain. Although her plan didn't include Chunyi waking up after hearing her mother's story, she knew that she needed to be assertive and appear carefree in this situation to arouse a man's curiosity and thus win him over. Men control the world, women control men. Is this woman really that brave? In my house, wearing my clothes, and you still make me turn around? Chunyi admitted that he had become more interested in this woman, but not because of her carefree attitude. Let me help you. Chunyi walked towards the other party. Although he had never actually done this before, he had practiced with Sha several times, so he had some experience. Oh, what's wrong? This script isn't right. As Chunyi drew closer, Yadan panicked. This was quite different from the script. If you've already asserted yourself, shouldn't the man be shy or scared at this point? How did he get here? They're getting closer and closer. You don't come any closer. Sinking into a quagmire, unable to extricate themselves. A soft, seductive sound. Two people woke up from their dream, while one remained drunk. Chunyi, holding the person in his arms, asked, "So you're from the Heidi family?" This woman gave her too many surprises and unexpected moments. He thought the other party would retaliate, but they had just threatened him by bringing up the Heidi family. The reason for the threat was that he wasn't online. Can we indulge her like this? After Chun-Yi finished tidying up, Yadan also completely gave up on her script. Yes, but I am not the Heidi family from the imperial capital, I am the Heidi family from the city of Ostaban. Yadan answered weakly. What's the difference? Never mind, it's not important. Chun-Yi wanted to ask about the difference between the two, but he realized that it wouldn't be of any use to him anyway, so he might as well ask something more useful. If I remember correctly, Heidi once told me that the Heidi family was the oldest noble family in the city of Ostaban. Ancient nobles, they must know many secrets, right? Chun-Yi knew that the greatest treasure of such a long-lasting family was not the accumulation of wealth, but the accumulation of knowledge and information. These are the things that are the reason they have been able to stand for so long. Chun-Yi spoke first. Do you know about the soul of the ancient tree? Yadan raised her eyes, her voice almost a murmur. I know, the soul of the ancient tree, the dream spirit. Dream elf. Chun-Yi gleaned important information. Indeed, the young woman from this prominent family knew something. What is a dream sprite? And what is the soul of the ancient tree? What is the relationship between the two? Besides, Chun-Yi stopped speaking. He wanted to continue asking questions, but the person in his arms remained unconscious. Sigh, I should have asked first. Chun-Yi felt a little regretful, but fortunately, although the other person was unconscious, they were still here. Chapter 112, The Legend of the Dream Elf. Dream elves are a legendary race, and no one knows where they came from. But the patriarch of the Salavel family, who now controls half of the empire's economic lifeline, is said to have encountered a dream elf. Dream elves are nobles among elves and seem to have the ability to turn dreams into reality. As for the soul of the ancient tree, it is said to be the legacy of the dream elf. When the dream elf falls, an ancient tree will descend upon various parts of the world. The ancient tree possesses some of the dream elf's abilities, and it seems it can also materialize things, but it's not as powerful as the dream elf. Oh, right. The soul of the ancient tree produces ancient tree hearts, which seem to be very useful for dream elves, but I don't remember exactly what they are. Yes, the heart of the ancient tree is also useful to humans, but it's rather useless, limited to formations. Yadan thought for a moment and then added, well, it has to be a very luxurious formation, because the heart of the ancient tree is very expensive and the extraction efficiency is very low. Is there anything else? Chun-Yi looked at the smartly dressed woman in front of him and asked her a question. This woman was very strange. Not only was the way she asked for help strange, but the poison she used was also strange, and even her reaction after waking up was very strange. Surprisingly, instead of feeling embarrassed or angry or displaying any other spoiled princess temper, she acted like she wanted to compensate herself and even give her money. Yadan pouted. There really aren't any left. I don't usually like these things, and my family has a lot of reserves that they haven't had time to tell me about. Why don't you let me go back? If you let me go back, I can help you investigate all the information about the ancient tree spirit and the dream elf. Really, you have to believe me, my family has a very deep foundation. Yadan tried to leave, but was stopped by several dragon goblins. Chun-Yi took a deep breath. He had learned about the soul of the ancient tree, but he didn't understand the hidden meaning behind Shah's words. It seems there's nothing for Shah to hide from her, right? Then why would the other party prefer? Could it be that Shah is a dream elf? That's not right either. If it were a dream sprite, the dream sprite would have the ability to turn dreams into reality, so she wouldn't need my help to fulfill her wishes at all. But if the other party isn't a special dream elf, then why would they rather offend me than reveal the information? Hey, Chun-Yi, you're going back on your word. I've already told you about the ancient tree spirit and the dream elf. Why won't you let me go? Yadan glared angrily at the man in front of her. Chun-Yi naturally couldn't let the other party go, as returning with that person's status would definitely bring him too much trouble. Unlike Salavel Shah, who was out of favor, if the other party returned, he would be met with an army or numerous adventurers seeking revenge. Before one has grown up, the most suitable role for the other party is that of a canary. Fraud. Yadan was still muttering to herself, wondering why she wasn't afraid of Chun-Yi, nor was she afraid of this group of strange-looking goblins. They weren't afraid at all. In fact, they were quite curious. Her innate curiosity destined her to be different from ordinary girls. Chun-Yi said irritably, I said I would let you go if you told me the information, but you didn't tell me everything. Your information is not enough to buy your freedom. Bouncing. Yaden's upper and lower teeth clashed together, biting the air with all his might. In this deserted place, she didn't need to concern herself with aristocratic etiquette. She was very angry and wanted to hit someone. But she couldn't beat Chinyi. This man has no mercy for women. When he says he'll hit you, he really means it. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but rub her bottom. If you won't let me go back, at least let me out of this cabin, okay? Yaden fought for her rights and left Chunye's cabin, but outside the cabin was a large cabin. The outer perimeter of the large log cabin is occupied by various smaller houses, some rather unusual tents, and other buildings. Yaden peered through the window at a corner of the territory, which piqued her curiosity. There are actually people living in the Thousand Ghost Forest, and they have even established a decent base by leading a group of monsters. This was so novel that she couldn't wait to explore everything here. That's fine, but your bow and arrows and ring are confiscated. As Chunyi spoke, he had already snatched the ring and bow and arrow from the other party. Even with the bow and arrows and the supplies in the ring, she couldn't possibly escape the numerous goblin patrols. However, without the bow and arrows and the supplies in the ring, even if the enemy escapes, they won't be able to leave this forest. Without protective measures, let alone the forest, she didn't even know if she could make it to the Knoll tribe alive. Faced with Chunye's forceful robbery, Yadan had no way to resist, nor any room for resistance. Since we can't resist it, we can only accept it. By the way, how do you obtain that ancient tree heart you mentioned? Chunyi asked. Yaden thought for a moment. It seems like we can just destroy the ancient tree directly. The ancient tree is the manifestation of the ancient tree's soul. Destroying the ancient tree will allow you to obtain the ancient tree's soul and heart. However, ancient trees generally possess a self-preservation instinct. Yaden looked the man up and down. Although he looked very strong, the souls of ancient trees were usually destroyed by the army. Are you sure you can do it? After observing for a long time, Yaden finally asked the question. Chinyi chuckled and gave the other person a hard smack on the head. Don't ask such questions. Don't you know all too well whether I'm capable or not? In an instant, the morning glow appeared on my face. You dare hit me? I am. Yaden was both ashamed and angry. Who are you? You are now my prisoner. Chunyi interrupted the other person and then gave orders to the goblins. Quack. Gayo gayo. Upon receiving the news, the goblins excitedly rose from their tents, rooftops, and tree branches and gathered together. Chunyi was speechless, but there was nothing he could do about it. He had a house, but didn't want to sleep outside. After all, when goblins aren't fighting, their intelligence is comparable to that of a child, the kind that even dogs would dislike. Huh? Where are they going? Wow, so you keep so many monsters here. Yaden looked out the window and saw goblins swarming out, their curious little heads trying to stick out. They went to war. Chinyi gave a perfunctory answer. Fight. Can I go? Yaden was very curious about what battles between strange creatures looked like. Her previous hunts had only involved hunting boars and the like on the outskirts of the area, and this was the first time she had ever seen a goblin, a demi-human monster. You? Chinyi looked Yadan up and down. Are you capable? I. Yaden was about to retort when a sharp pain shot through her thigh. Okay, I'm not really good at it. Just take a walk in your territory. Chinyi left those words and headed towards the training ground. He didn't want to miss out on the opportunity to consistently train in the training ground, as it could improve his attribute points. You even have a training ground here. Yaden followed her out, looking around at everything like a curious child. Wait, aren't you going to join the fight? Chinyi ignored the other person and began his own training. Having made a fool of himself, Yaden had no choice but to explore within his territory. How come there are springs and ancient wells? Wait a minute. If we have spring water, why do we need an ancient well? Curiosity drove her toward the stone well and the spring. One was ancient, and the other was strange. Did they hold some secret? Chapter 113. Different temperaments, mysterious territory. Chunyi has such strange taste. She panicked at the alluring emerald green water above the spring. The spring water itself seemed no different from ordinary spring water, but she could feel the surge of magical energy within it. As an archer, she mostly engages in ranged combat, so she is quite familiar with things like perception. When I was being hunted down, I was heading towards high-level magic energy with the mindset of using one tiger to devour another, and that's how I met Chinyi. What a strange building. Yaden approached closely and discovered that not only were the gemstones and the water itself strange, but even the white tiles surrounding the spring were quite peculiar. Is this made of white jade, or something else? As Yadin stared, her pupils were something seemed to be pulling at me from the center of the vortex. No, that's not right. A moment of disorientation sent a chill down his spine, causing him to break out in a cold sweat. How can this thing eat people? Yadin turned her head in horror, gasping for breath. This fountain actually had the same properties as Chunyi. It draws you in irresistibly, and then you lose yourself in it. After spending a day and a night together, Heidi Yadin also discovered Chunyi's special qualities. The fact that the other party was able to establish their own power in this dangerous forest is naturally remarkable, and what I care about most is their aura. Just as Roger and Paro were initially attracted to Su Qingyu's mysterious aura, she was now also drawn to Chunyi. At first, he thought that kind of thing was a common trait among the people of the Eastern continent, just like the aristocratic temperament that naturally existed in their noble circles. In essence, it's about how small gestures and manners change one's demeanor, making one stand out, and thus earning praise. At this moment, Chunyi and the spring water were exuding the same aura. He was neither like ordinary people nor like nobles, and Chunyi's temperament was different from Su Qingyu's. Chunyi's was more mysterious and intense, while Su Qingyu was like a floating duckweed. So what exactly is this thing? Does it mean that 1,000 people from the Eastern continent have 1,000 different temperaments? No, I can't be interested in men. Yadin suddenly remembered her mother's teachings and slapped her face hard. Never be interested in a man, make him interested in you. Whoever gets interested first loses. No, this thing is too eerie. I'd like to look at the ancient well instead. Yadin snorted coldly, seemingly challenging someone. This spring is strange. I'll go check out the ancient well, okay? She had seen ancient wells before when she was a child. It's just for fetching water. There's nothing special about it. Okay, that's it. I'll go get some saliva. Having witnessed the strangeness of the spring of pregnancy, she didn't even dare to wash her face with its water, and instead set her sights on the ancient well in the courtyard. The ancient well exuded a desolate and lonely atmosphere, with fallen leaves scattered around it, as if it had been abandoned for a long time. Why doesn't this thing have a rope or a bucket? Yadin arrived at the well, but found no tools for drawing water. Could it be that these things have been abandoned for too long and are no longer there? Yadin searched around and found a basin and some ropes made of some kind of leather inside the house before returning to the well. During this time, she glanced at Chunyi, who was training, and only glanced at her before ignoring her. Wash your face first. Yadin threw the basin down with the rope, but instead of hearing the sound of water hitting the water, she heard the sound of something hitting something. There's no water here? She peered down into the well. It was deep and dark, except for a white figure. A red figure. Down, there are people down there? Yadin was stunned. Such a deep well, and there were actually people at the bottom? Then I must have hit something. She looked down, while the figure below looked up. Their eyes met, but the latter's hair was disheveled and his eyes were not visible. Yet, Yadin felt an extreme chill emanating from him. Yes, I'm sorry. Yadin apologized instinctively, but couldn't help but mutter to herself. What is all this? What kind of strange things are in this territory? Ugly monsters, man-eating springs, and a prisoner at the bottom of a well? Or is there some secret base down there? Yadin's mind wandered for a moment, but the cold brought her back to reality. The coldness is coming from below the ancient well? It must be because that older sister is angry. I accidentally hit someone with my phone just now. What should I do? Why is that woman staring at me? How can I break the awkward silence? Sadako stared at Yadin, and Yadin stared back awkwardly at her. After a moment, she broke the silence first. Sister, I'm sorry about earlier. I was fetching water. Could you lend me a hand? After Yadin finished speaking, she unconsciously swallowed. She felt as if she had made a foolish choice, and the other person's aura seemed to grow even colder. Knock knock. As if something was hitting the wooden basin, Yadin sensed the basin sink and immediately tightened the rope in his hand, while also thanking the person in charge. Thank you for your help, sister. I'm leaving now, goodbye, sister. She ran back to Chunyi's wooden house without thinking, her heart trembling. What is this? She checked what was in her basin. She had only brought it up because it felt heavy and hadn't really seen what it was. Gurgle. The Adam's apple moves. Yadin felt that she understood this place less and less. You draw water with a basin. It would be one thing if the bottomless well had no water or people, but what exactly did you draw up? A black brick covered in cracks and bearing teeth marks? Who would be so kind as to put something like this in their well? Meanwhile, the goblins arrived at the location of the ancient tree. Today's task is to cut down this ancient tree. Major project. The goblins looked at the extremely thick tree trunk, which they estimated to be over 40 meters wide. However, there is strength in numbers, and whatever the goblin god says goes. Gah! The black-armored goblin swung its blade at the ancient tree, and the serrated edge of the bone-splitting sword became a perfect saw. Gagaga! The black-armored goblins swung their bone-splitting knives wildly, while the dragon goblins without bone-splitting knives used their sharp claws to clear the tree trunks. Soon, sawdust flew everywhere, leaving the entire area in a mess. Buzzing! Buzzing! A piercing sound rang out, and the goblins instinctively stopped moving, like groundhogs curiously exploring their surroundings to find the source of the sound. Unable to find it, I continued working with my head down. Buzz! The goblins had just resumed chopping wood when they heard the buzzing sound become even more piercing. This piqued the goblins' curiosity. They would make a buzzing sound as they slashed with their swords. Then, after several times, the buzzing sound finally erupted in fury. The transparent barriers surrounding the ancient tree began to tremble, followed by a ripple as the sky gradually darkened. A fierce wind howled, the sky turned a murky yellow, and the surrounding temperature dropped rapidly. Trees die from frost, and grasses seem like frozen art. In an instant, the sky changes drastically, and a gigantic figure appears out of nowhere. Roar! Chapter 114, Heidi Yadin's Life Script. A mournful roar, tinged with resentment, accompanied the goblin's astonishment as a phantom figure gradually solidified in midair. Meanwhile, within the territory, Chenyi, sensing something amiss, quickly linked his vision to the goblins and witnessed the same scene. What's going on? Didn't I already remove the giant tree's protective power? Chenyi looked at the familiar figure that was condensing in the sky. It was none other than the frost dragon, a nightmare he had once had. Roar! Before Chenyi could think for long, the frost dragon in the sky had already taken shape, its wingspan exceeding 100 meters, and its size clearly indicated that it had reached adulthood. And there were two pretty diamond-shaped snowflakes on the other person's forehead. Roar! They roared back at the roaring goblins, but the goblins didn't care. Everyone has a mouth, so what if you're louder? There are more of us. With their simple and unpretentious thoughts, the goblins ran headlong into the frost dragon. The first thing the frost dragon did after it was created was to protect the ancient tree, and these goblin-like creatures had clearly become a threat to it. And so, with the familiar recipe and familiar taste, the frost dragon used its wings to levitate itself, and then opened its massive mouth to unleash its breath downwards. Dragon's breath. Frost, like a blizzard, covered the entire world in an instant, and even Chenyi, watching the scene from a distance, felt a chill instantly. You should know that back then, a giant ice dragon with 3 snowflakes on its head froze an area of 5 miles around its territory with just one breath. Back then, I had a protective shield, but now the goblin has nothing and can only rely on its own body to withstand this attack. The dragon goblins took flight to dodge, while the black-armored goblins withstood the attacks. Crackling sound. Frost accompanied the blizzard, freezing everything in place. Even the black-armored goblins were not spared and were frozen into ice sculptures. Wind blade tornado. The dragon goblins, who possessed the ability to fly, were not the frost dragon's primary target, so they easily escaped the attack range and launched a counterattack. One tornado after another, carrying blades, rushed towards the frost tornado, instantly enveloping it completely. Frost protection. Faced with an unavoidable attack, the frost dragon did not spend a lot of time breaking through. Instead, it chose to freeze itself with frost. A pair of wings imprinted on the round ice ball was quite beautiful, and this beauty also blocked the attacks from the dragon goblins. Crackling sound. At this moment, the black-armored goblin also broke free using its brute force. They split into 2 groups. One hurled spears at the frost dragon's back, while the other leaped closer, wielding bone-cracking blades. What's wrong with this bug? The frost dragon was visibly startled as it emerged from the ice ball, wondering why it hadn't frozen these goblin-like monsters. Despite their confusion, the enemy did not stop their attack. Seeing that the flying goblins were heading towards them, the frost dragon swept away most of the dragon goblins with a single tail sweep. The black-armored goblins hurled projectiles that landed on the scales, making a clanging sound. The scales of an adult frost dragon are more robust than those of a subadult frost dragon, and the black armor goblin is clearly not as strong as the wolf goblin. They're like all-rounders. They can do everything, but they're not good at anything. Soon, the goblin attempting to leap closer was spotted, and the frost dragon decisively distanced itself. Damn it! Chenyi cursed angrily. This adult dragon was different. Its wisdom and strength far surpassed the previous wind dragon. Even its defense is much better than that of the wind dragon. Spears can no longer damage it. The only way to deal damage is through the dragon goblin's skills and the black armor goblin's bone-splitting blade. However, the black armor goblin has no ability to fly and cannot get close to the frost dragon at all. This seems to be a vicious cycle. Suddenly, Chunyi thought of something and gave an order to the goblin. Dragon goblin, fly with the black armor goblin and throw them onto the body of the frost dragon. If this frost dragon, like the wind dragon, was created by the spirit of the ancient tree, then it must also possess the characteristic of being impossible to escape, just like the wind dragon. As long as he wasn't worried about the other party escaping, he had plenty of ways to wear down this frost dragon. Such a powerful magical fluctuation. Yaden could sense the battle taking place 5 kilometers away within her territory. She could even feel the astonishing magical elements there. It seems to be the power of frost. How terrifying. What exactly are those monsters Chunyi is raising fighting against? Can we win? For a moment, Yaden even felt a little worried. Roar! A roar resounded, and Yaden felt the king's aura throughout the territory. That sound, like a dragon? The city of Ostaban once faced a dragon. The defending army suffered heavy losses but managed to kill the dragon, and the city lord took the opportunity to obtain the dragon blood warhorse, which possessed the dragon's bloodline. Although the city of Ostaban is much stronger now than it was back then, she still vividly remembers the scene. The dragon single-handedly slaughtered thousands of guards, but was finally defeated thanks to the siege crossbows and the valiant efforts of the city lord. The city of Ostaban back then only managed to defeat the dragon thanks to its 10,000-strong garrison, over a dozen crossbows, and a powerful lord. Now, does Chunyi dare to challenge the dragon with just those monsters? Yaden glanced at Chunyi outside, but she couldn't see any worry on his face. Does he not fear the dragon? Suddenly, the dragon roared again, but this time the roar was no longer domineering. Instead, it was filled with mournful cries. It really works? Yaden looked at Chunyi again. Having witnessed the dragon's lament, she naturally knew what it meant. Those ugly monsters could actually defeat the dragon. This man from Dongzhou is so mysterious. What kind of mysterious man did I just casually fall asleep to and encounter? Yaden watched as Chunyi began to calculate his own schemes again. What the Heidi family lacked most right now was armed force, so she decided to form a marriage alliance with the well-matched OS family. Now, the Heidi family seems to have a better option. Mysterious, handsome, capable, and not even a nobleman from Ostaban. He's practically perfect. Yaden had already made up her mind. She was determined to win over this mysterious man just as her mother had won over her father. If possible, she might be able to help the Heidi family regain control of Ostaban. The young woman goes out to gain experience, meets a handsome husband and a mysterious and powerful army, and then helps her family regain its former glory and reclaim its original territory. Okay, very good. This is my life script. Heidi Yaden's legendary life. Chapter 115. The Soul of the Ancient Tree, a creator desperately yearning. The falling snowflakes brought the already chilly late autumn even closer to winter. We've captured another dragon, but why does this ancient tree always produce dragons? Chunyi didn't understand the current situation, but the current situation was a good thing. His original idea was to destroy the ancient tree soul to obtain the ancient tree heart and see what it was. However, judging from the current situation, it seems that the ancient tree soul's ability to materialize the ethereal can create a giant dragon. But a dragon is exactly what I need right now. The frost dragon was successfully captured. Chunyi tried to have the goblins bring it back, but to no avail. Therefore, he could only order the goblins to breed in place. Your monsters defeated the dragon? Yaden came out and asked Chunyi. You've come at the right time. I have something to ask you. When Chunyi saw Yaden arrive, he took the opportunity to inquire about the soul of the ancient tree. A moment later, Yaden was even more satisfied with Chunyi. You mean you've already defeated a dragon once? Chunyi nodded. But why did the dragon reappear? And if I don't destroy the ancient tree, will the dragon still reappear? Yaden found Chunyi more and more pleasing to the eye. Wasn't this kind of monster army that could reliably kill dragons exactly what her family needed? Regarding the question, Yaden explained. The soul of the ancient tree does not possess the ability to create dragons. It must be that some creatures once desperately desired the existence of dragons. This longing is like the power of faith being captured and created by the soul of the ancient tree. Yaden provided a reasonable explanation and also learned where the dragon came from, as there was an ancient tree here. No wonder Chun Yi kept asking me about the soul of the ancient tree. The ancient tree itself is not very valuable, but its ability to transform the illusory into the real is extremely powerful. Someone once used this mechanism to create an army covered in black armor that swept away everything. Back then, that army swept through many cities and even established an empire. It took several city lords to join forces and integrate 100,000 troops to eliminate the 10,000 black armor army soldiers. So, Chun Yi's group of monsters seems to resemble the legendary black armor army. Could it be that Chun Yi once desperately craved an army and was then captured by the spirit of the ancient tree, thus obtaining the black armor army? However, even if the black family army is created, it is still a thing of the ancient tree soul, born to protect the ancient tree soul. Yan didn't quite understand. The person back then had also paid a huge price to turn the black family army into his own. Could it be Chun Yi? Was there ever a creature that desperately craved dragons? Chun Yi's lips twitched slightly. If there was one, then himself? He did indeed have a time when he longed for dragons, and dragons that he could control, and then his goblins discovered dragons. This makes sense, as the dead subadult dragons are indeed something that can be controlled. The subsequent resurrection was likely due to the idea of cutting down the ancient tree in order to retrieve the corpse. So the ancient tree revived the dragon to protect itself. As Chun Yi gradually analyzed the situation, everything seemed to make sense. I initially thought the title of Great Philanthropist would bring me the benefit of a dragon, but now it seems it should be the spirit of an ancient tree, right? If you want to obtain the soul of the ancient tree, you'd better start praying now that you want a swarm of ants, or some very weak creature. In this way, the weak creatures will be the ones protecting the ancient tree soul, and you can successfully destroy them to obtain the ancient tree soul and the ancient tree heart. Yaden told Chun Yi about the most common information about the soul of the ancient tree. She wanted to know Chun Yi's reaction. If Chun Yi still chooses powerful creatures, then Chun Yi also possesses the special means to turn the phantom species shaped by the soul of the ancient tree into his own army. If not, then you're overthinking it. These monsters were simply trained by Chun Yi himself. Oh, I see. Okay, thank you. Chun Yi thanked the other party for the message, but he had no intention of praying that the spirit of the ancient tree would produce weak creatures like ants. Instead of wasting time on this, you might as well fantasize about some powerful creatures, like a wingless dragon, a crippled dragon, a dragon so fat it can't fight back. Chun Yi conveyed his thoughts, and soon the goblins collectively recited them in their minds. What God desires is what they desire. God said that if we stayed here, a giant dragon that was too fat to walk or fly and was extremely crippled would appear. Goblins are simple-minded and free of ulterior motives. At this moment, their beliefs are being needed and created by the spirit of the ancient tree. The city of Ostrabon. What are you all good for? How could a mere small country like Haina capture young Master Rog and young Master Yaden? Inside the city lord's mansion, Steward Fei was berating a group of hidden guards, while standing beside him was Lady Heidi, whose face was as cold as ice. She had just received news that her daughter had been kidnapped, and the source was a small, inland country. After some inquiries, it was learned that the OS family, lacking funds, had targeted a neighboring small country, which was none other than Haina. Enough, Mrs. Heidi stopped Butler Fei's reprimand. There's no need for this show of respect. Now that Yaden has been kidnapped because of Rog, the first thing you should do is find Yaden, not reprimand the hidden guards here. Yes, madam, please rest assured. Young Master Roger has also been kidnapped. The affairs of the two young masters are our affairs. I will definitely rescue young Master Yaden as soon as possible. Butler Fei's attitude was humble, even somewhat subservient. It was true that his own status was not low, but the person in front of him was of even higher status. Mrs. Heidi snorted coldly. If the OS family can't even protect its own young master, then I'll have to reconsider the marriage between our two families. Mrs. Heidi looked at Butler Fei without any mercy. I'm giving you a week. Don't let me down. Butler Fei hurriedly bowed and apologized. This whole thing started because of my OS family, and we will take full responsibility. Please rest assured, we will definitely rescue the two young masters within a week. Let's go. Lady Heidi paid little attention to the steward and led her family's hidden guards out of the city lord's mansion. Madam, should we issue a reward? The hidden guard beside him asked a question, but was met with a cold, murderous glare. Mrs. Heidi said sternly, Do I need to teach you this kind of thing? Sometimes the OS family, that bunch of good-for-nothings, are not as reliable as those adventurers who risk their lives for money. At least those adventurers would fight hard and get things done once they got paid. While the OS family. Lady Heidi turned her head and glanced at the city lord's mansion behind her, letting out a cold snort. One of the hidden guards disappeared. Moments later, a new bounty was added to the city of Ostaban, enough to drive the entire city into a frenzy. Rescue Heidi, young master, and you will be rewarded with 50,000 gold coins. Chapter 116, Adventurer Team, Beastmaster. 50,000 gold coins, my goodness. I've never seen so many gold coins in my life. Even if you put them in front of me, I wouldn't be able to lift them. In the Adventurers Guild's quest exhibition hall, someone looked up in astonishment at the latest quests on the quest wall. Little potato, nobles use rings to store their money, which contains spatial magic. A burly, muscular man mocked the adventurer in front of him. Yeah, you think everyone carries gold coins in bags like us? A swordsman leaning against the counter drinking nearby also made a joke. Of course I know. I'm just curious how much those 50,000 gold coins weigh. The boy's small body looked up at the lofty S-rank mission. He vowed in his heart that one day he would also be able to use a ring to store money, and that he would grow to the point where he could accept S-level missions. Haha, little potato, are you having those unrealistic dreams in your heart again? An acquaintance teased the boy, who was nicknamed Little Potato, again. Scarlet Flame, I challenge you to a duel. Hearing the familiar banter, Asia Alliance suddenly extended an invitation to the swordsman who was drinking. The swordsman known as Crimson Flame was clearly taken aback. The one who mocked you was that guy one time. Why do you challenge me to a duel? Fei Yin raised his wine cup in frustration, about to drink, when he saw the long sword getting closer and closer. He had no choice but to draw the short sword from his waist to defend himself. Why aren't you using a longsword? Yil Yin, clearly unconvinced, unleashed a flurry of powerful strikes, each one brimming with strength far beyond what a child his age could possess. I'm not stupid. You've got your sword right in my face. Do you think I'd have time to draw it? After receiving a barrage of attacks from the former, Fei Yin couldn't help but exclaim, Asian Union, you're a monster. Perhaps you really can grow to the point where you can take on S-level missions. The boy in front of me is only 10 years old, but his combat power has already surpassed that of most silver adventurers. Do you even need to tell me that? As Yil Yin wielded his longsword, he learned the opponent's dagger-wielding techniques, while also memorizing the opponent's advice to use a short sword when the longsword was too slow. This is why he sought out Fei Yin to fight despite being provoked by others. Fei Yin would not only hold back, but also take the opportunity to teach him many things. You can learn a lot from your opponent in terms of combat experience and skills. Enough. Do you want to tear this place down? A voice came out and stopped it all. Upon hearing this sound, the Asian Union immediately stopped fighting. The voice was soft and clear, and a beautiful woman dressed in a black robe had appeared behind the counter at some unknown time. The moment the woman appeared, everyone fell silent. I suddenly remembered that I haven't finished my task, so I'll be going now. Wait for me, my Wankai is about to give birth. I have to go back quickly. In an instant, everyone seemed to have witnessed something incredibly terrifying and quickly left the hall. Me too. My commander called me home for dinner. Seeing that everyone had left, even the Asian Alliance had fled, Fei Yin wanted to follow, but was easily intercepted by the woman. The woman, holding Fei Yin in one hand, tilted her head and said, Go, accept the mission. Fei Yin immediately put on a distressed expression. No way, we didn't catch any gold tickets. Wouldn't that be against our integrity? Look closely. Fei Yin was somewhat puzzled, but under his gaze, the woman slowly walked over and replaced the mission token. The new mission token now includes an additional mission. A reward of 1,000 gold coins will be given to those who provide valid information. No, you just hung up on me. The woman raised her head, as if to say, Go on. But the man showed no intention of continuing. He changed the subject after losing his composure. As expected of the Heidi family, they are really rich. They even offer 1,000 gold coins for providing information. The woman walked over and smacked the man on the head again. If it weren't for your people's incompetence, we should be taking on that 50,000 gold coin mission right now. Fei Yin curled her lip, indicating that this topic could not be discussed any further. Just as he was about to change the subject, the woman spoke up. Your adventurer team isn't full, is it? Here's one more person for you. Upon hearing what the woman said, Fei Yin immediately frowned. My spot was reserved for Xiao Yilian. The woman patted Fei Yin on the shoulder, and Fei Yin immediately changed his tune. Actually, I thought about it and realized that Asia Alliance is still young, so we can wait a bit longer. That's right. The woman in the black robe nodded in satisfaction. A summoner. He'll be calling you to report later. Remember to help him complete the registration. By the way, don't be surprised. His summoned beasts are quite extraordinary. The woman feigned mystery, but Fei Yin remained unconvinced. A beast tamer. Taming beasts is no ordinary feat. How extraordinary could it be? Could it be a giant dragon? He has never been a big fan of beast tamers, who are in the back row and need protection. But this was a task assigned by the other party, and he dared not disobey, so he could only nod reluctantly. Don't worry, I guarantee I'll complete the task. Okay, good girl, you can go now. The woman in black robes smiled, and a shimmering array began to emanate from beneath her feet. The next second, the woman disappeared from the mission hall without warning. Hello, is this the mission lobby? I'm looking for Fei Yin. As soon as the former left, Fei Yin saw a summoner with long hair who looked rather sturdy appear in front of him. You came pretty quickly. I am Fei Yin. Come on, follow me. With a wave of his hand, Fei Yin retrieved the long sword that had been lying on the table. After Atai learned that the person in front of him was Fei Yin, he didn't say anything and followed behind him. A moment later, Fei Yin brought his brother, whom he had never met before, to the adventurer's commercial hall. This feature allows you to use task points and coins to exchange for various items you need. It could be a weapon, a poison, a pet, or something else entirely. Of course, adventurers can also provide various monster corpses or other stolen goods here. Because of the large number of adventurers, the quest hall was forced to be separated from the adventurer hall. The two navigated through the crowd, making several turns, until they arrived at a registration window. Fei Yin hugged his brother, whom he had never met before, and said, "Could you please help me register? My distant cousin, Fei Yin, wants to join my team first." The person registering looked up and saw that Fei Yin had found the last team member so quickly. Didn't we say we'd left it to a little kid a long time ago? Although they were gossipy about these powerful platinum-level adventurers, they dared not be negligent towards them. Name. Fei Yin looked at the man, who uttered a few words. Ataida. What's your profession? Beast tamer. Fei Yin answered first. Beastmaster. The man was taken aback. Wasn't Scarlet Flame's squad only for warriors? Forget it, it's not something I can control. The person registering continued. Beastmasters need to register their pets. Otherwise, they cannot appear in the city. The man being held by Fei Yin chuckled. Okay. Immediately afterwards, Atai reached for his waist, and a huge figure appeared in front of the two of them. Boom. The granite floor beneath his feet instantly turned to dust the moment he landed. Its mere appearance caused the surrounding air to distort and the scorching temperature to instantly draw everyone's attention. What is that? This is my mother. Fei Yin subconsciously licked her lips, but her freshly moistened lips cracked instantly. Chapter 117, The Dragon's Courtship. Is that a dragon? Is it a dragon? Or a young dragon? Everyone in the crowd stopped to watch, and some even recognized Atita's pet. Dragon race. Someone actually captured a giant dragon and made it a magical pet. Amazing. Incredibly amazing. Is this a dragon? Even a young dragon is 5 meters long. Mom. Someone. Come quick. I have a little emergency in my anus. Among the crowd, people were of all kinds. Some were envious, some were terrified, and some were filled with greed. It's a dragon. I remember there's a bounty on dragons in Moro City, right? If we catch them, can we exchange them for a lot of gold coins? Some people were tempted, but were quickly stopped by their friends, who said, Are you crazy? Someone who can tame a dragon must have some skills. That's true. The man immediately stopped in his tracks. He dared to subdue a dragon. He's a fearless fellow. The dragon people were all talking amongst themselves, but only Adiita remained expressionless as he asked, Is it ready? Atai looked at his newly summoned baby dragon. Although it was a baby dragon, it already had a body size of 5 meters and was already the ceiling when it stood there. The young dragon had already shown its dissatisfaction. Okay, all done. The person registering quickly filled out the form and was issued a certificate confirming their adventurer status. Gurgle. Fei Yin quickly led Atai out of the crowd, and the giant dragon was put back into the monster bag. After turning left and right, the two finally arrived at a secluded place. Fei Yin thought for a moment, then looked at Odd-Eater again, and finally couldn't help but ask, Do you know that you are raising a giant dragon? Odd-Eater replied, Of course, the red dragon, also known as the flame dragon. Do you know the meaning of raising a giant dragon? Fei Yin pressed for an answer. Atai said with utter disdain, Are you saying I'll be wanted by an adult dragon? Fei Yin swallowed hard. A dragon can be killed but not humiliated, but there are always some powerful beings who can disregard the rules. It's okay, just know it. Seeing that the other party knew the consequences but still dared to raise a giant dragon, Fei Yin stopped and instead asked, "What is your goal? What do you need me to do?" He didn't believe that the Fallen Ones Association had simply placed the other person in their ranks to obtain a status. The adventurer who possesses a dragon will probably be known to the OS family of the city Lord's mansion soon, right? I heard that the OS family is coming back soon, and if they find out, it will definitely cause trouble. Seeing that the Fallen Ones Association had arranged such professional personnel, Adida smiled slightly. How many days will you stay? Fei Yan's expression was agitated. You've already exposed your dragon in public. How many more days do you want to stay? When Lord OS returns, you. Fei Yan suddenly fell silent, because he saw indifference and disdain in the other person's eyes. For some reason, the air is unusually dry today, making me want to swallow my saliva. Fei Yan had already guessed the other party's purpose from their reaction. They actually dared to attack Lord OS. What a mad man. Atai chuckled lightly and scoffed. Aren't you the same? Knowing my mission objective and still not refusing me, you're a madman too. Fei Yan was speechless. The two were equally bad, but he still stubbornly believed that the other was more insane. He was just an ordinary adventurer without any great ambitions. Don't worry, the target isn't Lord OS. Seeing the other person's still shaken expression, Adida offered words of comfort. Fei Yan frowned. Was the other party playing a trick on him? So what is your goal? Let me tell you first, don't come to me about any assassination attempts on the city lord. I don't accept them. I'm just a lowly platinum adventurer. After thinking about his goal, Adida smiled and said, Don't worry, my goal is not Lord OS, but the Dragonblood warhorse he brought back. Oh, a Dragonblood warhorse. A Dragonblood warhorse. Fei Yan's voice suddenly rose several octaves. Your target is the Dragonblood warhorse. What's the difference between that and targeting the city lord? That's his lifeline. What's the difference between that and assassinating the city lord? Are you planning to abandon this outpost? Fei Yan's voice even cracked slightly. He was already regretting bringing the other person to register. Adventurers who possess dragons will certainly be summoned by the Lord of OS, who will then take advantage of the superior subordinate relationship between the dragon-blooded warhorses and the dragons in the Lord's mansion to kill all the warhorses. It was a crazy plan, but he had to admit that it had a high success rate. But what will be the price? Abandoning the entire stronghold? Has the association gone this far in its assistance to Haina? Completely abandoning a base to help the small country of Haina achieve victory? Fei Yin shunned Mo, but as a member of the association, he must obey the orders of the superior association members. Damn it, I was thinking of bringing Zyalian into the team. It's alright. Once we destroy this city, no one will know you're a member of the Fallen Ones Association. Atai patted the other person's shoulder to comfort him. Fei Yin followed the other person's arm, and immediately saw the monster pouch at the waist. He risked being hunted down by a dragon to subdue it as a magical pet. He almost forgot that this man was a madman. Let's go, let's finish this job, and then leave. The Fallen Ones Association in Thousand Dark Forest is just too crazy. On the other side, under a huge ancient tree, a group of goblins were doing something strange to a frost dragon. They continuously released toxins into the air, causing the toxins to form a thick fog that corroded the entire body of the frost dragon. The dragon roared, and the goblins made strange movements at the air. As countless tiny lives perished, the dragon's pleas gradually took on a different meaning. Roar. The dragon's voice is very special. Not only can it unleash tremendous destructive power in a short time, but a long-term roar at the same frequency can also create resonance, allowing the sound to travel even further. Deep in the forest, a huge figure suddenly opened its eyes upon hearing the mating calls of its own kind. His large, diamond-shaped eyes instantly condensed into a sharp, blue-white line. A mother dragon has trespassed into my territory? Wait, a female dragon is courting me. I've only managed to repair 3 snowflakes. Can I do this? Roar. The seductive music intensified, making its 100-meter-long body itch all over. Roar. It twisted its body in response to the mother dragon and moved toward the sound at its fastest speed ever. The dragon, with its wings spread and a body 150 meters long, resembled dark clouds covering the sky. Each flap of its wings seemed to send snowflakes falling, and winter, which should have arrived half a month later, came early along its flight path. Roar. The mother dragon's mesmerizing voice intensified, and the giant dragon rushed madly toward the source of the sound. Chapter 118. A friend comes from afar, though it is more important than killing. The sound of this dragon is so strange. Yadin looked curiously towards the opposite bank of the river, where the roars of dragons continued, but they sounded somewhat different from what she had heard. It seemed to be in great pain. Was Chunyi torturing the dragon? Yadin looked at Chunyi with curiosity. His strength had been proven. He was extremely powerful. The dragon's roar grew increasingly mournful and even faded, as if it were doing something very strenuous and painful. Won't Chunyi kill this dragon? Should I tell Chunyi that we can actually extract the dragon's blood? Yadin, thinking about her family's shortcomings, subconsciously wanted to seek benefits for her family. The reason why Lord OSS could remain in his position for so long, without fear of external enemies, was primarily due to his dragonblood warhorse. If I could persuade Chunyi to spare one of the dragon's lives for breeding, wouldn't I be able to obtain something comparable to the dragonblood warhorse? If they possessed such a mount, their family's strength would surely rise to a new level. With this possession, the Heidi family would have the confidence to rival the OS family. However, a dragon must be extremely expensive. No, it's not certain whether Chunyi will sell it to me. Oh right, those monsters. Yadin seemed to have suddenly discovered something, and looking at the dragon goblin not far away, he already had a thought in mind. Could these monsters be the ones Chunyi bred using dragons? It was only then that Yadin belatedly realized the characteristics of the dragon goblin. She hadn't considered that possibility before because dragons were powerful and mysterious, but now it seemed that it truly was a product of a union with a dragon. Oh, what a waste. Yadin's desire to buy the dragon grew stronger as he looked at the dragon goblin. The best way to breed with dragons is with beasts. Breeding with other races will either result in deformities, or they will be unable to inherit the dragon's skills and talents. Chunyi probably only gained the ability to fly like a dragon, right? Yadin sighed. If you were to breed with a magical beast instead, there would be a chance to acquire dragon-type skills and dragon-type magic. However, Chunyi must have some skill to cultivate every monster to have dragon wings. Yadin felt somewhat depressed as she thought about this. This is because it means that the cost of negotiating with Chunyi will increase, since the other party knows the value of the dragon. Wait, that's not right, he's my man. Yadin recalled her mother's deeds. Men conquer the world, women conquer men. If I win over Chunyi, wouldn't everything here be mine? I own an outdoor manor. The Yardong landforms seem to broaden one's perspective on the world, suddenly revealing how beautiful the world truly is. As for Rog, the reason he became her target and won her favor was simply because the aristocratic circles were too chaotic and she had to pick the tallest among the short. Furthermore, the complementary strengths of the two families can bring significant benefits to both. Now, what about Rog? What about family complementarity? Wouldn't it be better to get the dragon, become powerful, and replace the OS family? It's important to know that the city of Ostaban was originally the territory of the Heidi family. Let's figure out a way to take him down. Yadin's mind began to race with ulterior motives. Chunyi, who was completely unaware of this, watched the dragon film from a remote perspective. I've really learned something new. With such a huge difference in physical characteristics, they can still breed. If that's the case, wouldn't my goblins be able to crossbreed all kinds of things? Chunyi clicked his tongue in disapproval as he looked at the dragon-themed film. Interesting, very interesting. Chunyi discovered something interesting through the link. Not only was the breeding of dragons fascinating, but the thoughts in the goblins' minds were even more intriguing. He had previously fantasized about a dragon that matched his own strength, and so the wind dragon appeared. Then, while attacking the ancient tree, he worried about the frost dragon, so he was captured by the spirit of the ancient tree, and the frost dragon appeared. So, for the third time, he planned to exploit a bug to make the goblins imagine a crippled dragon, or a dragon that couldn't fly, or a dragon that was too fat to fly. But the idea he got after connecting with the goblin was, God said that the next dragon to appear will be a wingless, fat, and crippled dragon. Brilliant, brilliant. This is absolutely a killer move. It seems I haven't been thinking ahead enough. As Chunyi sighed, something suddenly rang in his ears, and he added another condition to the goblins. They had to be female dragons. And before, when I fantasized about breeding goblins, all that appeared were female dragons. We need to be more meticulous this time. Although Chunyi marveled at the wonder of the ancient tree's soul, he knew that everything followed the principle of conservation, of measurement. The spirit of the ancient tree is powerful, but it cannot continuously provide itself with dragons. Otherwise, people would have already been using the ancient tree soul to farm all sorts of things. Chunyi was unaware that the soul of the ancient tree was extremely rare, nor did he know that most people would fantasize about weak creatures in order to obtain the soul of the ancient tree and the heart of the ancient tree. Such an oddball as him is truly rare. A female dragon, crippled, without wings, and very fat. The goblins received their new orders and waited in place for the new members to join them, while also changing their prayers. Roar. This should be it, right? A gigantic creature emerged from the sunless forest, searching for its own silhouette. The mother dragon's courtship took place right here. The mother dragon was roaring so loudly that my throat was hoarse from responding, and I don't even know if she heard me. The frost dragon circled continuously and soon discovered the towering ancient tree and the goblins beneath it. Because of the difference in size and its usual arrogance, the dragon subconsciously ignored the goblin and focused all its attention on the dragon. Ha, I found it. The laughter abruptly stopped. In the frost dragon's shocked eyes, what he saw was not a female dragon in her prime, but a pregnant female dragon. You're pregnant, and you still try to seduce me. Wah, you scumbag dragon. The frost dragon whimpered, its tears turning into crystals and dripping down. It finally understood why the dragons of its race didn't like to find female members of their own clan, but instead preferred to find other magical beasts. It turns out that not only male dragons, but also female dragons are sexually promiscuous. 55,555. The frost dragon felt that his dragon life had suffered a Waterloo, and he might never believe in love among his own kind again. Let's go, I'm leaving right now. The frost dragon shed sorrowful tears, which struck many of the goblins below. The goblin looked curiously at the crystal that was growing larger and larger above its head, and then suddenly smashed it onto its chin. The remaining goblins all tilted their heads to look at the frost dragon in the sky. Didn't God say it would be a crippled, fat, wingless, and ugly female dragon? This doesn't seem to fit the criteria. If it doesn't meet the standards, then we won't accept it. Don't want my ass. Chunyi, who hadn't yet launched the link, happened to witness some of it. Luckily, he saw it. Otherwise he would have missed the chance to see a giant dragon. Go, take him down. Although he only observed for a few seconds, Chunyi had already determined the other party's identity. This giant dragon was actually the same one that had attacked him before. Although we don't know why you've come, the hospitable goblin welcomes you. There's a saying that goes, if friends come from afar, even if they are far away, we will surely punish them. Chapter 119. First use of the Abyss Curse Seal. Take him down? Good. The gods issued a new command, and without the slightest hesitation, dozens of wind blades and spears flew to the frost dragon's front. What is that? The frost dragon watched as a bunch of wind blades and toothpicks flew toward it. The wind blade actually contained considerable wind attribute energy, and the toothpick also contained extremely terrifying power. Frost protection. The frost dragon spread its wings and surrounded itself with 4 ice shields, making itself completely encircled. This toothpick is actually quite strong. Seeing the spear shatter upon impacting his ice shield and the dissipating wind blade dragon, he initially thought a wind attribute dragon had invaded his territory. Just as it was about to teach this reckless dragon a lesson, it discovered the real culprit. What kind of hybrid monster is this? Goblin. The dragon looked at the creature below with suspicion. Although the creature looked very strange, judging from its aura, it was indeed a goblin. But those ugly little things actually dared to attack me? Wind blade tornado. In fact, not only do they dare to attack each other, the goblins have even begun to besiege each other. Bang bang bang. The tornadoes from all directions crashed mercilessly against the 4 shields of frost protection, leaving only a few white marks. Fooling themselves? Huh, what is that? Just as the frost dragon was about to retaliate, it saw the dragon-like creature throw clumps of black stuff at it from above. Are those dark goblins on the ground? I'll freeze this thing to pieces. The dragon mercilessly unleashed its elemental power upon itself. The dragons of the same element possess extremely strong defensive capabilities, so they are not worried about being hurt. However, these little black creatures are probably going to be frozen to pieces. You're courting death. The dragon laughed in disdain. Chunye's expression turned solemn. This dragon truly lives up to its reputation as a dragon with 3 snowflakes. Its strength far surpasses that of the frost dragon created by the soul of the ancient tree. The opponent's massive size, reaching 300 meters with a wingspan, and its mastery of skills far surpassed the one created by the ancient tree soul. The frost dragon, sculpted by the soul of the ancient tree, is only 150 meters long when it spreads its wings, and its frost protection skill is a sphere. Now, this frost dragon is not only enormous, but its skills have also evolved from a crude sphere into 4 exquisite shields. And then there's the frost assault. The frost dragon only has a few skills like dragon breath that can break through the black armor goblin's defenses. But this one can break through the black armor goblin's defense with just a single skill. This means that each of the opponent's skills has more than 100 attribute points. Its attribute should be around 120, which means that the goblin will withstand about 20 attribute attacks. Chen Yi felt that this battle might result in heavy losses. Since the opponent's normal skills can already break through the defense, if it is the Dragon Breath skill, the attribute will probably be as high as 150, which means there will be an overflow of 50 attributes. If it's an attack with 20 or 30 attribute points, the Black Armor Goblin can just grit its teeth and get through it. However, 50 attribute points of attack is almost equivalent to the hit rate of a skill of the same level. The reason why the Black Armor Goblin is so powerful is because of its elemental immunity. Now that it has lost this advantage, it is just a group of ordinary king-level creatures with 50 or 60 in attributes. In that case, you may go over there. Chen Yi glanced at the goblin captain patrolling on the distant city wall and gave him an order, etc. Seemingly uneasy, he turned to look at the few remaining Sky Force members. Dragon Goblin. He beckoned, and the other person respectfully knelt on one knee in front of him. You have exactly 3 days. Here, this is for you. Do your best. Chen Yi felt the drain in his body. This feeling of being completely emptied was even more intense than when he took drugs the night before last. Soon, a grayish-white vortex condensed in his hand. Phew. Chen Yi, panting heavily, slapped the vortex onto the goblin's shoulder. Almost instantly upon contact, the grayish-white vortex merged perfectly and rapidly absorbed the black markings on the dragon goblin's body. Soon, the patterns were completely absorbed, and the dragon goblin's aura weakened somewhat. However, Chen Yi knew that this did not mean the goblins had become weaker. On the contrary, his strength has become even greater than before. He was so powerful that he knew to actively conceal his presence. In the forest, powerful hunters often appear as prey. Dragon Goblin, Cursed Seal status. Quality, King rank. Attribute, 90. Level, 10. Level can be increased by killing creatures. Loyalty, unwavering. You are the goblin's absolute faith. Weapon, none. Skills, Poison Claw, Dragon's Heel, Wind Blade Tornado, Dragon's Breath, Abyssal Mist. Characteristic, ignores reproductive isolation. Note, special case. Note, a goblin who has regained some kind of power. An attribute of up to 90. Go, don't let me down. Chen Yi used a cursed seal to strengthen a dragon goblin, and then sent it to the other side of the river with the captain of the black-armored goblins. 1 black-armored goblin with 80 attributes, 1 dragon goblin with 90 attributes, plus 200 king-rank goblins. Hopefully the losses will be minimal. Chen Yi prayed that the war losses would be less, since both special species of king cobras and rare dragons were difficult to replenish. The only way to replenish supplies is through the Fountain of Life, but the unit restrictions of the Fountain of Life have not yet been resolved. Therefore, it's better to minimize losses. Soon, 2 special goblins bearing the Abyss mark arrived on the battlefield. The battlefield was raging fiercely, and the dragon never expected that these goblins would be so troublesome and so difficult to kill. As Chen Yi had predicted, black-armored goblins and dragon goblins would occasionally drop on the battlefield. Although they could overwhelm the frost dragon with sheer numbers, it wouldn't be worth it. Roar! The frost dragon grew impatient with the swarm of insect-like creatures and roared, causing countless wisps of cold air to condense in its mouth. There are still people who are courting death. You really think all my skills deal the same damage? Go to hell. Dragon's Breath. The thick frost spewed from its mouth like a blizzard threatening to engulf everything in the world. The dragon was confident it could kill the 2 reckless goblins with a single blow. But why am I trembling? The dragon paused instinctively, its breath becoming somewhat anxious, and the power of its dragon breath weakened slightly as its resolve hardened. The weaker he became, the stronger that intense unease grew. What's going on? Why is it foggy? The dragon's eyes narrowed sharply. Its frost might cause water vapor, but it would never produce this grayish-white fog. Then what exactly is this grayish-white mist? Dragon heart pounded like a war drum, and a sense of unease surged forth like a landslide. Chapter 120. The Qualitative Change of the Cursed Seal. Roar! With its wingspan reaching 300 meters, its imposing presence exudes a mountain-like pressure. The chilling aura was like a natural disaster. Wherever the dragon's breath passed, everything was frozen into fragments. At this moment, the sky and earth seemed to share the same color, as if there were only white frost and ice and snow. But within this white, there are tiny black dots. Compared to that 100-meter-tall behemoth with its wings spread, the dragon goblin and the black-armored goblin are like tiny insects. But amidst this cataclysmic attack, tiny insects were braving the storm to move forward. The two were covered in irregular black patterns from their cursed seals. Amidst the dazzling white light, the black spot was so glaringly obvious. How is this possible? My dragon breath, this? The frost dragon watched as the flying goblin used a black goblin as a shield to advance through its attacks. Although it looked comical, it was truly moving forward while enduring its own dragon breath. Dragon's breath. This is my strongest attack. If this kind of attack were placed in a city, it could freeze the entire 1,000-meter-long city wall. But now it's impossible to freeze two tiny goblins? Suddenly, the frost dragon seemed to have discovered something. Was that grayish-white mist emitted by them? As the grayish-white mist thickened within the dragon's breath, the frost dragon began to panic. Panic that its attacks were ineffective and that the grayish-white mist would envelop it. This feeling of being enveloped is like being in the abyss of hell, making one instinctively want to escape. Dragon claw. Trample. Boom. The dragon was shocked that the source of its fear had come to its side. First, a huge green dragon claw appeared out of nowhere, tearing through his scales and embedding itself deep into his flesh, followed by a roar like the sky shattering. The sky shattered into fragments, each one imprinted exactly on the frost dragon's wound. Your goblin will temporarily gain a 10% attribute boost while under the influence of the abyss. Wow, this is a completely different story. Chenyi, who was behind the scenes, was so shocked that he swallowed his jaw. No matter how powerful the previous units were, they could only use their skills at close range. Even if they had ranged skills, they could only tear the ground and create wind blades. But now, with the Abyss Seal activated, the attacks from the two goblins seemed to transcend dimensions. They've even started to condense energy to face opponents larger than themselves. It seems that only in this way can we deal with the dragon's attacks, which are like natural disasters. The 40-meter-long dragon claw and the stomp that left its mark on the opponent after tearing the sky had left a deep impression on Chenyi. Will I be able to reach that level someday? In that instant, Chenyi felt that the system's notification that they could become gods was not false. If they continue to develop, they might actually become gods. The frost dragon was shot down from the sky, and the goblins quickly surrounded it like ants and launched an attack. Roar! Roar! The dragon's voice began to sound pained, and the familiar scene returned. A flying dragon is a true dragon, while one that lands on the ground is no better than a chicken. The most numerous black-armored goblins cannot fly, but they are the main force in the battle. As soon as the enemy falls to the ground, death and slaughter await them. The poison and scales will quickly render the enemy unable to resist. Why is it a male? During the battle, Chenyi ordered the goblins to investigate the dragon's gender, and it turned out to be male. Damn it! What are you doing here, male? Chenyi's expression was unnatural, even slightly angry. He had been so happy for nothing. It turned out to be a male. Ostaban City, outside the city gate. Welcome back in triumph, Lord City Lord. The city's garrison soldiers saluted a group of neatly dressed, menacing soldiers from afar. Welcome back in triumph, Lord City Lord. Welcome back in triumph, Lord City Lord. All the other soldiers guarding the city also shouted towards the red line in the distance. The shouts resounded through the sky, and the unified shouts of thousands of people carried for a long time. In an instant, everyone knew that the city lord had returned. The true master of this city has returned. In the sunset, the man's shadow on the horizon was stretched infinitely long. The iron cavalry and bloodstained horses formed a striking sight, and their chilling aura made people feel a chill even from 1,000 meters away. Many people in the city heard the shouts and ran out of the city to catch a glimpse of their city lord, who had been constantly at war. It is rumored that the city lord's daily schedule consists of either resting or fighting. So you're back in the city to rest and recuperate this time? Is that the city lord's entourage? They're so tall and imposing. These must be the dragon blood warhorses? As the dragon riders and blood guards drew closer, more and more people gathered outside the city, discussing nothing more than the dragon riders and blood guards and the city lord. The dragon blood warhorse was tall and imposing, 2 meters long, with bull horns on its head and incredibly sharp white teeth, making one wonder if it was not a horse at all, but a wild magical beast. As for the City Lord, as a Stardust-level powerhouse, he doesn't need much adornment. His mere aura is enough to command respect from everyone. Welcome to the City Lord's triumphant return. The onlookers, who had only come to watch the City Lord and his warhorse, couldn't help but join the guards in welcoming the City Lord's return as he drew closer. It's the same old routine. What a disgusting show. On the city wall, a fat man looked at the approaching city gate with disdain. However, this fat man was not the only one who showed disdain for this phenomenon, besides the ignorant masses and the guards. Mrs. Heidi turned and left, and an elder of the Eineville family also snorted and disappeared into the crowd. The OS family did this for one purpose only, to let everyone know who the true master of this city is. Those who are dissatisfied with the city's inhabitants naturally scoff at this idea. Well, you've seen the City Lord's strength too. He's a Stardust-level expert. If you want to use the hierarchy among the dragons to ambush those warhorses, be prepared to face this man's wrath. Fei Yin also looked at the City Lord and spoke to the person beside him. A Stardust expert? Atiedao pulled up the brim of his hat. His dragon, now grown to adulthood, was also a Stardust powerhouse, and far stronger than ordinary Stardust. This man's anger doesn't seem to be anything special. As long as I assassinate these warhorses and frame Haina for causing chaos, that will be the time to reap the rewards. If you want to trade with the Empire, if you don't have capital, create capital. If you don't have a crisis, create a crisis. Chapter 121, Assassination. A giant dragon. Sarah Chamber of Commerce. A mysterious girl from the eastern continent. Also, the kingdom of Haina and Solo are going to war. I never imagined that so many interesting things would happen during the month I was away from home. Ostantin, patriarch of the OS family and lord of the city of Ostaban. This demon, whose life was all about killing or anything beyond killing, listened with great interest to Butler Fei's report. Butler Fei lowered his head. Yes, sir. The young master hasn't grown up enough to stand on his own yet. You'll be leaving soon. Tandin, seated in his wide chair, waved his hand. It's all right. Solo will carry on my legacy. He was quite satisfied with his eldest son. It's just that some of the alt accounts were ruined. My lord, judging from the troop deployment used by Haina in kidnapping young Master Roger, it seems Haina has someone backing him. Should we? Butler Fei implied that he wanted to support the young master, but Ostantin revealed a chilling smile. No need, I know Haina. There's no one behind him. It's just that his business is doing well. Solo can take down the opponent, so there's no need to worry about Haina. Young Master Narig and the Heidi family. Tandin said nonchalantly. The two of them will return once Solo has conquered Haina. I'm afraid something might happen, and the two young masters would be in danger. Fei, the housekeeper, offers a thoughtful reminder. Danger? Tandin said with utter contempt. Death proves you were weak and unworthy to be my son. Butler Fei squinted, his face still calm. Sir, the Heidi family only has one daughter. Cut. Ostantin shifted into a more comfortable position and said, It's all right. Heidi Tak is about to die. I'll marry Lady Heidi myself when the time comes. He naturally knew what Steward Fei meant. It was simply that with his second son dead, there would be no one left to facilitate a marriage alliance between the two clans. It's okay. Even if we lose our son, we still have him. He can step in himself. Moreover, Mrs. Heidi was truly stunningly beautiful. Not only beautiful, but also possessing the charm of a mature lady, making her even more wonderful. Tandin licked his lips, his face contorted in a ferocious grin. Clear. Butler Fei said no more. The master was still the same master, and had already made reasonable arrangements for the matter as soon as he received the news. Since Hainer and young Master Roger have already made proper arrangements, if I'm not mistaken, the only thing left is probably the dragon, right? Sure enough, just as Butler Fei was making his guess, he heard his master ask him a question. What's with that giant dragon? Where are they? Ostian gave a chilling smile. He had only ever been interested in two things in his life. First, to wage war. Second, to acquire things that can enhance one's strength so that one can continue to wage war. When Butler Fei recounted the appearance of the dragon at the Adventurers Guild, the person in the seat merely chuckled. What a clumsy acting. Doesn't that already show they're looking for me? Well, very good. You did it successfully. Ostantin's smile remained unmoved, like a statue, but his aura gradually turned cold and filled with resentment. He was happy that dragons could be used to train more and stronger cavalry, but he couldn't be happy when someone used this to dangle his attention. A smile is sometimes the best expression to conceal murderous intent. Knowing all this, Butler Fei followed his master's lead and smiled with narrowed eyes. Suddenly, a knight in blood-red armor entered the hall. "My lord," he said, "two envoys from the kingdom of Haina are requesting an audience outside the city." The messenger requests an audience? Tandin leaned back, resting his chin on his hand, and said with amusement, "Let them in." Sir, they refused to come in. I invited them into the city, but they insisted on meeting you outside the city. Oh. Ostandin was not surprised. He had just returned and immediately encountered Haina's envoy, so it couldn't be an accident. Then let's go? Let me see if this so-called envoy can afford the price of my personal involvement. The city lord stood up. His 2-meter height was extremely imposing. Before leaving, he glanced at Butler Fei, who instantly understood and stopped in his tracks. Let's go. It's been so many years. Let me see what these people who dare to scheme against me are capable of. Ostandin strode out, arm in arm. Meanwhile, on the other side, Adida also received the news when Ostandin arrived outside the city. With their enhanced bodies and the protection of the Crimson Flame, they easily passed through the outer defenses of the city lord's mansion. Suddenly, Fei Yin stopped and said to Atai, "The core area is just ahead. The Dragonblood Warhorse should be in the training ground on the left field. With my strength, it's impossible for me to silently lead you through the Dragon Rider Bloodguard's defenses. I'll cause a disturbance on the right flank. The rest is up to you." Atai nodded to indicate that he understood. "Okay, I'll head over now." Fei Yin gritted his teeth. To be honest, he wasn't very confident about facing the Dragon Rider Bloodguard. After all, those guys are at least gold level, and they're gold level guys who have been fighting for years. If he were surrounded, even he would perish in the northwest. Someone has broken in. Catch him. Within seconds of leaving, Fei Yin had completed her mission, and Atai had already sensed that many people were running to the right. He then brazenly walked past the left-hand guard, activating the bronze weapon he had brought from the Fallen Ones Guild that granted him temporary invisibility. This thing is really useful. Atai marveled at the wealth of the Fallen Ones Association and the practicality of the bronze weapon he possessed. He was especially excited at the thought that the weapon would belong to him after the mission was successful. Indeed, joining the Fallen Ones Association was a very wise decision. Having already seen the Dragonblood Warhorse resting at the training ground, Atai couldn't help but sigh at the perfect success of this mission. There's a chubby little boy. Upon arriving at the training ground, a chubby boy was brushing the dust off his clothes as if he were about to meet some important guest. Just as Adida was about to use his equipment to pass through the enemy, like he had passed the Dragon Riders and Bloodguards, the fat man stepped in front of him. Micrometer eyes reveal a small face. "Your items are quite nice, high-end goods. May I take a look?" Chapter 122. Your horse is gone. Why won't you believe it? As expected, all those with squinty eyes are monsters. Atai sighed. I originally thought it was a high-end product, but now it seems it's actually a bit of a dud. Since the opponent has already seen through my invisibility, there's no need for me to remain invisible anymore. Atai removed the invisibility effect of his cloak and appeared in front of Butler Fei. Butler Fei widened his squinty eyes a little. I've seen assassination weapons made from the fur of these chameleons before, after following you in battle for so many years. However, what I'm curious about is why they brought such an assassination weapon to this godforsaken training ground instead of assassinating important members. Without the slightest panic, Adida placed his hand on the bag at his waist and said, "Since Butler Fei has already guessed it, why pretend not to understand?" Buzz! A flash of red light appeared, and a giant creature, 5 meters in size, appeared between the two. With its imposing appearance, delicate scales, and thin, half-flesh wings, this 5-meter-tall creature is clearly just a cub. So the rumors were true. This is the first time I've seen what a baby dragon looks like. Butler Fei had anticipated this, so he opened his eyes even wider before returning to his squint state. Thank you for sending the young dragon. May I ask which faction you belong to? I can return your corpse. The moment Butler Fei saw the dragon cub, he understood the other party's plan. Having a dragon cub, luring away the city lord, and then reappearing here, it's no surprise that they have designs on the Dragonblood Warhorse. Rumor has it that dragons possess absolute bloodline suppression over those with mixed bloodlines, and it seems the other side is preparing to exploit this. Which faction? Atieda feigned a sneer and anger, saying, "You've already sent people to attack our country, yet you still ask which side I belong to." The trembling of his shoulders was so realistic that even Butler Fei, who had known people for many years, no longer suspected anything. It doesn't really matter who it is. As long as our side remains strong, those dwarf snakes and insects will have no choice but to continue hiding. Having roughly identified the source of his suspicions and learned of the other party's purpose, Butler Fay no longer had much time to play with this little guy who was only at the gold rank. Thank you for sending the dragon. I will return your body to Haina. As Butler Fay spoke, his obese body disappeared again. Ataida couldn't catch a glimpse of the other party, but the dragon cub did, and with a forward thrust, it forced Butler Fay's figure out. You? Humph, as expected of a dragon. Butler Fay's figure appeared briefly, then his aura surged, and he disappeared again. Roar! The dragon let out a low roar, meaning it could no longer capture the opponent's form. Atiera finally felt relieved, as he had accomplished his secondary objective. As expected, the legendary Butler Fay was unharmed, confirming the Fallen Society's theory that he was likely a pawn of Tandin. I've got what I wanted, so I'm done playing. Atai's eyes kept darting around, and he could hardly keep up with the afterimage of the other person. This won't do. The young dragons won't be able to protect themselves. Then let's get a stronger one. He took a deep breath and moved his hand that had been resting on his waist. Then, an even larger figure appeared in the training ground. The moment it appeared, 100 meters away, the scorching heat distorted the air, cracked the wooden stakes, and caused the surrounding hay to spontaneously combust at extremely high temperatures. This is... Butler Fay's pupils contracted, and for the first time, he opened his eyes wide. However, the dragon tail carrying flames was already growing larger and larger in his pupils. Inside the city lord's mansion, a person frantically and desperately fled. Damn it, stop chasing me, I'm just bait. Boom. Fei Yin begged for mercy while running away, showing no signs of being a master. However, the dragon rider blood guards behind him dared not be careless in the slightest, and continuously condensed phantoms of spears in their hands before throwing them out. The blood-red spear grazed Fei Yan's shoulder, and, upon contact with the ground, carved a 1-meter-deep crater in the marble floor. Damn it, tui. Although he dodged the attack, his mouth was stuffed full of flying stones. Stop chasing me. Turn around now. Your defense zone is breached. Someone's gone through. As Fei Yin dodged the dangerous, exploding spears while wielding her longsword, she didn't forget to remind the enemy that their defenses had been breached. As more and more people gathered, Fei Yin went from occasionally retaliating at the beginning to having no time to retaliate at all. The enemy's well-trained attacks came one after another, blocking all his escape routes. This is why he was unwilling to engage in combat with regular troops. Damn it, this is too much. Fei Yin raised his head and slashed, sending away a spear that was trying to block his way. He cursed inwardly. Why are these dragon riders and blood guards acting like lunatics? I already told them their defense zone was breached. Don't they even go back to check? He claimed that he attracted the target on the left, but he felt that he had exceeded expectations. Now, the one chasing after itself is on the left. Both the left and right sides have already passed by. What kind of petty thief are you? Take this shot. A loud shout rang out, followed by the appearance of a burly squad leader. He was seen holding a long gun and pulling the trigger. Bump. Gunpowder, imbued with magical elements, transformed into several flaming spears in midair, completely blocking Scarlet Flame's escape route. Holy crap, they changed guns. Fei Yin watched as the bronze weapon and the opponent's attacks shifted from silent cursing to open insults. Red Lotus. He drew a circle around himself with his longsword, and then a flaming lotus flower blocked the surefire attack. Fei Yin took a deep breath and then said solemnly, "Your horse is gone." I'm not kidding, it's true. The squad leader frowned and pulled the trigger again. You little thief, you dare to spout nonsense and insult me even when you're surrounded. Bump. The spear unleashed another burst of intense heat, transforming into a rain of fire as it attacked the crimson fire lotus. Fei Yin. You son of a bitch, nowadays you won't listen to good people anymore, huh? I already told you your horse is gone. Your horse is gone. Such a serious matter. Aren't you going back to check and confirm it? The squad leader became even angrier upon hearing this. How dare you insult my grandmother? All the magic was poured into the bronze weapon in his hand, and the flaming spear was wielded as if it were free. Damn it. Seeing the increasingly fierce attacks, Fei Yin couldn't help but get furious. To be honest, you're having even more fun now. So what if you have bronze weapons? Just because you have bronze weapons doesn't mean you can pretend to be hard of hearing and bully others, right? Suddenly, the flame lotus was no longer just for defense, It began to send out petals to counterattack. You insulted my mother again. You little thief. You will surely die today. At the squad leader's command, everyone strangely conjured a fiery spear. Damn it. It was only then that Fei Yin realized the seriousness of the problem. After a brief standoff with the squad leader, he found himself surrounded. In desperation, he could only try to divert some people's attention, saying, "Look, your horse is about to explode." Fei Yin pointed to the training ground behind the other party. Your mom exploded, the whole family exploded. The squad leader was already furious. This petty thief had been cursing his own family, and he was sure to die today. Suddenly, boom! A thunderclap shook the dry land, flames erupted everywhere, and the scorching heat penetrated their lungs from 100 meters away. The captain slowly turned his head, and a mushroom cloud rose slowly from the place where their warhorses were resting. The mushroom cloud was peaceful, but the squad leader's thoughts were as chaotic as the flying stones and drifting flames around him. Holy crap, it's gone. Chapter 123, A Way to Die already exists. Roar. With the king's roar, a huge mushroom cloud rose into the sky. Everyone turned their attention to the mushroom cloud, which was in the direction of the city lord's mansion. Such a huge mushroom cloud. Is that the Dragonblood warhorse's explosive skill? The head of the Paro family looked at the exaggerated mushroom cloud and muttered to himself, "It's probably Tandon's doing again. Always trying to show off their strength. This time it's really exaggerated." Inaville, he also felt the explosion at the city lord's mansion and the mushroom cloud in the distance. Lord OSS is back. Surely Rog will be safe soon. He felt a little relieved. She was engaged to Paro, but she didn't like Paro. As a nobleman, having enjoyed the benefits of nobility, one must then contribute to the interests of the nobility. After Paro unites with her family, she can control all the merchant guilds in the entire city. She and Paro are the best combination. Although, this combination isn't exactly wonderful. I hope you are safe and sound. He prayed for Rog. Heidi's family backyard. In a garden, the two fairies glanced at the mushroom cloud and knew that it was the OS family flexing their muscles. However, the two of them didn't care at all. Thank you for the fox fur, but you know my daughter. Mrs. Heidi gave a wry smile. Sha nodded reassuringly. Don't worry, madam. Young Master Yadin is blessed with good fortune and will surely be all right. Mrs. Heidi sighed, then quickly composed herself. Thank you for your kind words. Let's get down to business. As the current head of the family, everything she does must be based on the family's interests. The most important thing about this meeting with Sha was the bronze weapon in her possession. Sha smiled, and then took out her merchandise from the ring. She pointed to several bronze weapons and introduced them one by one. Madam, please look. This longbow can fire 20 arrows in 1 second, and has the power to split 3 stones. The 3 stones split open, which is indeed true. Mrs. Heidi nodded. Locals don't have a system panel that shows information about bronze weapons, but they can demonstrate their value through the weapon's power and skills. The most obvious example is stone splitting. The number of stones a weapon can split proves how powerful its function is. Like the bow and arrows at this moment, firing 20 arrows at once, each powerful enough to split 3 boulders. It can fire 20 shots at a time, each shot capable of splitting 3 boulders. Such power is enough to call it a deadly weapon. If Yadin were still alive, this weapon would be. Seeing the emerald green longbow before her reminded Lady Heidi of Yadin, and the bronze weapon her daughter had longed for. Shaking her head, Mrs. Heidi regained her composure and listened to Sarah's explanation. The fact that the other party actually produced 5 bronze weapons at once forced her to take it seriously. It's important to know that bronze weapons are not common in the Titan Empire. The Titan Empire was not good at craftsmanship, but only at warfare, so such things were very rare. This stone hammer. Sha introduced the weapons Chun Yi had given her, one by one. This time, the young master of Yadin was captured unexpectedly. If he manages things well and demonstrates his strength, he may be able to directly bind himself to the Heidi family. After all, what the other side needs most at this time is force. Please take a look at this weapon, the one I most want to introduce in grand style, the bone-splitting blade. As Sarah continued her explanation, Mrs. Heidi's expression grew increasingly grave. She had assumed that the disgraced Sarah family girl would try to fool her with some rubbish. However, all the items and weapons that have been crafted so far are extremely powerful, especially the last one, the bone-splitting blade, which can actually split 10 stones. This kind of armor-piercing beast is a perfect counter to the Dragon Rider bloodguards of the City Lord's mansion. It seems that the other party used some means to obtain the support of the Sarah family. Heidi sighed inwardly. thinking that among all the cities of Ostaban, only the Paro and Ainaville families could produce 5 bronze weapons at once. No, now there's also the Sarah Chamber of Commerce. There's another force capable of threatening the city lord. Perhaps that's a good thing. Is there anything else? Mrs. Heidi was very satisfied with the weapons and immediately expressed her intention to purchase them all. However, her appetite is not something that can be satisfied by a mere 5 high-grade weapons. Sarah chuckled. Not this time. She understands the principle that things are cheap when there is plenty of them. This time there aren't any. Mrs. Heidi pondered the matter carefully and understood what the other person meant. It was originally just a tentative inquiry, but I didn't expect the other party to actually still have some. It seems that her supporters are likely elders of a certain lineage. Are they planning to do long-term business with me? Mrs. Heidi narrowed her eyes slightly, but this was actually a good thing for her. Just befriend them. It's a pleasure to work with you. It's a pleasure to work with you. Both of them are intelligent people, and sometimes it's not necessary to say things too explicitly. A simple, pleasant cooperation conveyed their mutual understanding and established the future relationship between the Heidi family and the Sarah Chamber of Commerce. Good, very good. Ostantin looked at the vanished traces of the teleportation magic before him and felt a surge of anger rising within him. He had heard the explosion earlier, and the location of the explosion made him uneasy. My lord, all our warhorses have been. The hidden guards came to report immediately after the incident. As expected, it really is my warhorse. Tandon's smile remained unchanged, but it only made him more terrifying. Where are Flory and the hidden guards who were waiting? Tandon inquired, explaining that his warhorse, being one of his trump cards, was naturally always under someone's protection. Not to mention that he had already sensed something from the appearance of the dragon cub and dispatched Ferrori to it. However, the warhorse still crashed, which means that the 2 men were either dead or maimed. The hidden guard lowered his head and said, the number 3 hidden guard in charge has been killed in battle, and Steward Fay is seriously injured. You're quite capable. Did you manage to keep the person? Tandon snorted coldly. He thought that since he could even severely injure Ferrori, the person who came must not be an ordinary person either. Tandon's face darkened further upon hearing that the person had not been left behind. It was my carelessness. He looked into the distance beyond the city walls. The small country of Haina has already made its way to its doom. When you turn around and walk away, after experiencing failure, the first thing to do is not to feel sad, but to try your best to make up for your losses. Having fought so many battles, what could he possibly lack the energy for? As Ostandin walked, he issued commands. Didn't Ferrori say there was a female beast tamer from the east who kept crocodiles in the manor? Investigate her crocodiles, and if possible, nurture them using secret techniques. I need to see a new batch of mounts as soon as possible. The hidden guard cupped his hands in farewell and replied, yes. Chapter 124, Bloodline Suppression. So, the other side used the dragon's bloodline to suppress and command all the warhorses to self-destruct before escaping using a teleportation array. Ostantin stared at the large crater in his training ground, his fists clenched. Butler Fay clutched his charred left arm and said, yes, the other side not only prepared an adult dragon in advance, but also used a teleportation array to escape. Tandon's eyes were deep and unfathomable, like a still pool. Another teleportation array. We initially thought that the small country of Haina had no background, but now it seems that they do have something. Ostantin faced his defeat squarely. After years of fighting, this was one of the few times he had misjudged the situation. However, no matter what force is behind you, you will die. Tandon clenched his fists, already deep in thought. Don't think you have the dragon in your grasp and victory is assured. The dragon will only gather dust in your hands. Leave it to me. His eyes burned with desire as he thought of the giant dragon that Butler Fay had mentioned. Ostantin was certain that the other party would not engage in crossbreeding of dragons. Otherwise they would not have used dragons to do such a thing. They wouldn't even hesitate to destroy their own dragonblood warhorse. Some things belong to the nobility, and some rare knowledge belongs to the nobility who have inherited it. These are called accumulation and heritage. This kind of profound foundation is something that small countries cannot possess. Therefore, in his view, Haina was just a fool who had a treasure mountain but didn't know how to use it. If you don't know how, don't waste resources. Tandon licked his lips greedily. A living dragon symbolized absolute wealth and power. As long as one hides well and is not discovered by the dragons, it means absolute control over the surrounding 100 miles in the future. Suddenly, a person appeared abruptly in front of Tandon. Reporting to my lord, The investigation into the Eastern Continent woman's tamed beast has been completed. It is of the gold level and is suspected of possessing skills. One of the visitor's bodyguards, trained in combat and stealth from a young age, allows them to appear silently anywhere in the OS family's territory. Do you possess skills? It's not bad at all. Tandon nodded. It was quite good that a temporary item could possess the strength of a gold-level weapon. Moreover, the other party also possesses skills. If such a thing is properly nurtured, one could potentially acquire a group of bronze and silver-level beasts, some of which might even have skills. Although it can't compare to my own silver-level Dragonblood Warhorse, it's still pretty good. Then let's discuss it with them. Tandon waved his hand, presumably indicating that his subordinates also knew what consultation meant. He's here. Inside his territory, Chunyi excitedly looked at the troops he had just recruited. Dragon Goblin. Quality, King rank. Attribute, 60. Level 5. Level increases by killing creatures. Loyalty, unwavering. You are the Goblin's absolute faith. Weapon, none. Skills, Frost Guard, Frost Assault, Ice Affinity, Dragon Breath, Poison Breath. Characteristic, ignores reproductive isolation. Note, oh well, you finally did try to attack the dragon, you beast. Note, raised by a dragon with good talent, it has a natural affinity for ice magic and can be molded into any ice element. Wow. Chunyi stared in shock at the new type of goblin before him. It still has curved horns on its head, a tail and wings behind it, looking like a little dragon. However, unlike the wind attribute dragon, it also has snowflake markings on its forehead. As expected of the frost dragon with 2 snowflakes, this newly spawned goblin not only has attributes exceeding 60, but its talent is also incredibly strong. You can mold ice-type skills in any way you want, which basically means you can create any ice-type skill you want. This talent is practically comparable to the Black Armor Goblin's invincible defense. This makes me feel even more sorry for that male dragon. 3 snowflakes. Chunyi looked at the frost dragon he had captured. Judging from the size of the other party and the number of snowflakes on its forehead, it is very likely that it was the same one that I had back then. It was this giant dragon that left a deep impression on me back then. Chunyi sighed, but also felt regret. I was afraid of the other person back then, but now I'm thinking about how to divide things up. These dragons seemed to be of little use to him. The male dragons were only good for killing and selling as spare parts. Chunyi looked at the rather useless giant dragon with a sense of helplessness. Although the opponent's level is very high, it's useless to us. The dragon had been pulled back to the outskirts of its territory and was being suppressed by goblins injecting poison from time to time. Let's keep it for now, and then ask Shao what's the best course of action. How should I ask Chunyi to let me buy the dragon? Yaden is currently inside the wooden house, looking out the window at the giant dragon. The dragon has been roaring loudly ever since it was brought back, so mating must be very easy for it. If the Heidi family's methods were used for breeding, it would certainly be possible to breed something far superior to the Dragonblood Warhorse. But how do I bring it up? Yaden was in a dilemma. He was now a prisoner and had nothing to offer in return. It's not even certain whether the other party knows about the Heidi family. Whatever I say might just be an empty promise to them. And those monsters, Chunyi seems to have the method to cultivate them himself. Otherwise, those monsters wouldn't be so strong, and the dragons outside the city walls wouldn't have roared so fiercely. Dragons are proud by nature. Even when captured, they roar in anger. They're never as lewd as they are now. It's certain that Chunyi drugged him in preparation for cultivating his own monster. Thinking of this, Yadan blushed. She remembered that the reason she slept with Chunyi was because of an accident she hadn't planned. However, Chunyi seems to have a deep understanding of this path as well. I can't handle a drug that can even make dragons fall into depravity, can I? Pa, what am I thinking? Yaden blushed instantly. She was thinking about how to bring it up with Chunyi, but somehow she ended up talking about aphrodisiacs. My mind is a complete mess. I was clearly thinking about the dragon, so how did this? Heidi Yaden remained silent, as if she had inadvertently found a solution. She had once heard her mother say that men like to make promises when they can't control their lust. Yaden thought for a moment and then gritted her teeth, then administered the drug again, making sure to get a promise from Chunyi. Chapter 125. The Ugly Dragon Arrives, the Nurture of the Ancient Tree's Soul. With the emergence of the new goblin, Chunyi's troop strength reached 400. Among them are more than 230 black-armored goblins, more than 60 ground goblins, 50 wind attribute dragon goblins, and 50 ice attribute dragon goblins. Most of the remaining goblins have been eliminated by the war. A few of those who weren't eliminated are now struggling to keep up with the intensity of the battles due to their slow leveling up. This is the advantage of having high innate attributes. The attributes that others achieve after painstakingly leveling up may not even match your innate attributes. Their strength has made a qualitative leap compared to the previous few days. Now, even the weakest of Chunye's 400 troop types, the Black Armor Goblin, has an attribute of 55. Especially when fighting creatures like dragons, the experience gain is extremely fast. Despite his rapid improvement in strength, Chunyi still has no intention of stopping. Because of Chihongi, although I have 400 king level units, I still can't compare to your 20,000 plus units. Chunyi sighed. According to Nanha's news, Chihongi's troop numbers have exceeded 25,000 and are heading towards 30,000. Although my strength is increasing rapidly, other strength is increasing even faster. It seems that level 3 springs and level 4 territories are a hurdle that can distinguish many lords. Chunyi couldn't feel at ease until he could get over this hurdle. Where can we get the core components? And where did you get it from? Chunyi asked the heir, but no one could answer him. My 400 king rank units can slay dragons, so your 20,000 gold rank units should be enough to overwhelm dragons, right? Chunyi rested his head on his hand. Actually, Chihongi had an even more troublesome method, the indestructible property. If there really are 20,000 immortal skeletons, how am I supposed to deal with them? As Chunyi pondered, his mood grew heavy. Sometimes, just because you don't want to think about something doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Phew. Let's focus on studying the soul of the ancient tree. Chunyi breathed a sigh of relief. The fastest way to increase troop types right now is through dragons. Let's exploit more of the ancient tree spirit bug. Roar. Just as Chunyi was about to exploit a bug using the ancient tree soul, he heard a roar. Hearing the roar and glancing in the direction, Chunyi knew what was coming. With the vision connection established, sure enough, an ugly dragon appeared in the goblin's field of vision. An ugly, wingless, flightless, crippled dragon has appeared. The goblins looked excitedly at the ancient tree. God had not lied to them. A dragon appeared. Wow, such creatures really exist. Chunyi looked at the fleshy ball under the ancient tree through his field of vision. The opponent has a size of 200 meters. Well, this time it's the kind without its wings spread. A dragon that had eaten itself into the size of a pig. Its 4 legs had completely atrophied due to obesity, making it practically crippled. As for wings, they don't exist at all. Is this some kind of mixed-up species? Looking at the creature in front of him, Chunyi felt that it was more like a fat lizard that had eaten too much. No. It should be lizard pig. The other person's appearance was like a balloon, completely unrelated to a dragon. Roar. The ugly dragon seemed to sense a threat and unleashed a breath attack on the oncoming goblin. Boom. A metallic, chilling aura filled the air, and the dragon's breath left ravines in its wake. The dragon's breath was exceptionally powerful and showed no sign of stopping. The dragon's breath, flowing endlessly, traversed a terrifying distance of 5 kilometers in a single breath, reaching the riverbank and severing a 100-meter stretch of water. Chunye's eyes widened in shock, and all his disdain vanished. What terrifying dragon breath! What kind of dragon is this? Damn it, if this dragon's breath hits the goblins, there will be heavy casualties. He could sense the aura of destruction even from afar. This dragon breath wasn't fancy at all. It was just pure dragon breath, without even the slightest leakage. It lacked the grandeur of the wind dragons and the apocalyptic feel of the frost dragons. All that remained was desolation. It seems that the dragon's breath is the real killing move, used to destroy everything. If it turns, it won't hold up. It absolutely won't hold up. Chunyi took a deep breath. Even a black-armored goblin couldn't withstand an attack of this level. But Chunye's heart sank as he looked at the dragon's breath, which resembled a giant cannon. However, he was also taken aback when he saw that the dragon's breath showed no sign of turning back. If this power hit a goblin, it would definitely cause heavy casualties. But why doesn't it bend? After the goblins dodged the attack in time, everyone showed the same expression as Chunyi. They all tilted their heads in unison, looking at the giant dragon. Only then did they realize that because it was so fat, with its belly touching the ground and its limbs dangling in the air, the dragon breath was unable to even turn around. A giant dragon that can only shoot in a straight line. The goblins scratched their heads and then slowly approached. Upon seeing that it was surrounded, the dragon's pupils trembled and contracted, and it then intensified its breathing. You guys, don't come any closer. My dragon breath is very powerful. Look, my dragon breath is incredibly powerful. You, don't come any closer. Chunyi. It really doesn't turn. Chunyi shook his head as he watched the giant dragon retreat like a violated little girl. Sigh, I just used the abyss seal. I can't stand seeing such an exhausting scene. Chunyi closed the vision link and clicked his tongue in amazement. Suddenly, he noticed Yaden passing by, carrying a bowl of water from the spring of life. Stop for a moment. Chunyi snatched the spring water from his hand and drank it all in one gulp. It was just right to suppress the restlessness within me. Just now, out of curiosity, I was slow to exit, and my mind unconsciously wandered to other images. Something seems wrong. Why? Why does this water make me feel hotter and hotter the more I drink it? Yaden stared blankly at Chunyi, who had already drunk all the spring water. I had just given you the medicine and hadn't even figured out how to administer it yet, and you drank it? Wait, that look in his eyes, what's going on? Looking into Chunyi's beast-like bloodshot eyes, Yadan subconsciously swallowed, and she seemed to regret it a little. Chapter 126. Want a dragon? There's another price. The next day, Chunyi inhaled the delicate fragrance emanating from her arms. The azure hair was beautiful, and the subtle scent was very calming. But all of this cannot conceal yesterday's madness. Proactive, alluring, noble, even perverse. Chunyi never expected that the only heir of the noble Heidi family would be so humble yesterday. His humble request was to have the giant dragon outside the door. The whimpering was accompanied by babbling. Heidi Yaden gradually regained consciousness, and suddenly, she opened her eyes wide. Their eyes met as they looked up. You can't go back on your word from last night. Yaden said somewhat flusteredly. According to the plan, I should have received Chunyi's promise last night. But she couldn't hold on. It seemed she fell asleep halfway through hearing the promise. But not wanting to give up halfway, one can only demand the fulfillment of yesterday's efforts in the instant of waking up. Chunyi couldn't help but sneer as he recalled everything from yesterday. You were so proactive and worked so hard yesterday, just for that giant dragon outside the city? Yaden nodded hurriedly, but then shook her head. No, I don't want that dragon. I just want to borrow it. Borrow. Chunyi reached out and wiped away the traces of last night's battle from the other's smooth little face. We're not related. Why should I lend you the dragon? Yaden panicked a little. I'm very rich. I can give you, as long as you agree. Chunyi stopped her from continuing, saying, It's not impossible for me to lend you the dragon or sell you, but you have to tell me what you need the dragon for. Actually, that giant dragon wouldn't be of any use to me. After all, for him, the only thing he could do with this dragon was kill it and sell the parts. At most, he could wait until Shah returned before selling it again. And he doesn't really trust Shah now. He always feels that the other party is hiding a lot from him. Therefore, the only daughter of the Heidi family in front of us is a good choice. If possible, he would like to develop his own second line of eyeliner. After all, you can't always put all your eggs in one basket. What are you doing? Yaden was visibly taken aback when she heard the question. Of course, it's for breeding. Yaden's answer was perfectly reasonable. Breeding? This time it was Chunyi's turn to be surprised. Breeding was something he hadn't expected, but shouldn't there have been better options? For example, in novels, there are stories about using dragons to forge weapons or taming dragons to become mounts. Especially the latter, Chunyi was already tempted, but unfortunately he didn't know how to tame her. Owning a cool ride is every boy's dream, but unfortunately, they don't have the means to do so. Furthermore, this dragon clearly has an unruly and rebellious nature, making it unlikely to be tamed. Chunyi tentatively asked, Don't you plan to tame this dragon and make it your mount? Mount. Yaden frowned deeply. She thought she was already crazy enough forcibly capturing a dragon hybrid. After all, while this kind of thing can be forcibly explained as dragons being inherently lustful, if the dragons accidentally discover it and hold them accountable, it can be said that the other party couldn't control themselves. However, taming them into mounts would be a blatant slap in the face to the dragon race. A proud dragon may be killed because of its lack of strength, but it must never become a humiliating mount for its opponent. You have this idea? Yaden swallowed hard and asked. Chunyi frowned. You don't have that idea? Yaden quickly shook her head. No, absolutely not. Looking at the person in front of her, she felt that he had become even more mysterious. The ironclad rule that dragons cannot be insulted is known to almost all the residents of the empire, yet Chunyi still did it. So, what exactly is the strength of Chunyi, or the strength of the monsters under his command? Suddenly, a bold guess popped into Yaden's mind. Could Chinyi be a hero? It's usually only the heroes who are summoned who have no respect for dragons, right? But how could a hero be in a place like this? Shouldn't heroes be treated as honored guests by all nations? Why are they here? Could it be? Yadin recalled a rumor that there were human forces in the Thousand Ghost Forest. There is a force called the Fallen Ones Association, whose members are said to be extremely powerful, mostly strong individuals expelled from the Empire. The reason they were driven away rather than killed was because these people were either extremely powerful or extremely strange. They were impossible to kill, so the only option was to banish them to the dangerous Thousand Dark Forest and let them fend for themselves. But over time, this group somehow united and formed the Fallen Ones Association. This association is extremely powerful because it consists of strong individuals, but precisely because they are all strong, none of them are willing to submit to the others. Thus, the Fallen Ones Association gained its reputation as powerful but loosely organized. Chunyi lives in this dangerous Thousand Nether Forest, possesses his own power, and is all alone. All of this seems to make sense. No wonder the Fallen Ones don't care about the dragon's revenge. Do you have a way to subdue a dragon? Chunyi tempted him. Tell me how to subdue a dragon. I'll subdue the dragon and then have it breed with you. Wouldn't that kill two birds with one stone? Yadin continued to shake her head. I didn't. She truly didn't have the means to control the dragon, despite her family's deep-rooted wealth and resources. I reckon that only the madmen of the Fallen Ones Guild in the entire Titan Empire would want to control a dragon without fear of its retaliation and pursuit. After all, they were being hunted down. No. Chinyi stroked his chin. All right, then let's do as we said last night. I'll have the dragon breed with you once for 50,000 gold coins. Okay, sure. Yadin nodded excitedly, finally having secured the deal. She asked, when can I bring the breeding monsters? Chinyi replied, anytime. Yadin was even more excited and also gained a preliminary understanding of Chunyi. He seemed like a pretty nice person. So when are you going to give me the ring? Yadin asked. After all, without the supplies in the ring, he would not be able to leave the Thousand Dark Forest safely. Chunyi blinked. What ring? When did I say I was going to give you a ring? Yadin's smile froze on her face. Didn't you just say you were going to let me go back and bring the breeding monsters with me? Chunyi shook his head. I said 50,000 gold coins to let the dragon mate with you once. I didn't say you had to leave. Oh. Yadin looked a little confused. She said, but didn't you just say that I could go back and bring the breeding monsters with me at any time? Chunyi nodded. Of course, you can go back any time, but the ring will cost a different price. Yadin was confused. At this moment, she felt that something was wrong, but it also seemed to make perfect sense. Chapter 127. Unbreakable Limitations and Betrayal. The Fallen Ones Association is really generous. Within Atita's territory, a valley formed by a huge crack. 3 adult fire dragons were lazily napping, while a young fire dragon was carrying a strange stone from the ground and swallowing it. On the cliff face, Atita sat on a boulder, fumbling for the ring on his hand. This is a magical artifact from the Empire, containing the reward for this mission, a bronze weapon and a large number of energy stones. Simply by entering the city and using the dragon's bloodline to suppress and kill a group of warhorses, I obtained a legitimate identity, a special bronze weapon, and 5,000 energy stones. As expected of an empire, I really look forward to the trade between Haina and the city of Ostaban after they start fighting. Atita licked his lips. He was a participant in instigating the battle between Haina and Ostaban, but only a participant. However, his status as a participant was enough to make him a fortune. Call. A flash of red light appeared in the distance, and a whimpering dragon cub appeared beside the fountain of life. Roar! The moment the newborn appeared, a giant dragon flew down from the cliff and began to lick it. 2 giant dragons carefully licked the newborn, while a cub curiously examined the tiny creature, which was even smaller than itself. Atita glanced at the newborn and then ignored him. The habits among dragons will ensure the healthy growth of this young dragon. Summoning a dragon requires 200 energy stones, and raising the dragon to adulthood requires another 500 energy stones. 700 energy stones. Atita lamented that he hadn't increased his troop types before because he simply didn't have the extra money to summon them due to the various expenses involved. But now, he looked at the more than 10,000 energy stones lying quietly inside his ring, and realized that he actually had money but nowhere to spend it. Dragon units are very powerful, but the more powerful a unit is, the more limitations it will have. One of the limitations of the dragon is the number that can be summoned. He can only summon his dragon once every 10 days. I used to summon once every 10 days, but now I have the energy stones but can no longer summon. Atida looked at all his troops in the valley, an adult dragon, a subadult dragon, a young dragon, and a newborn baby dragon. Chihongi, I'm really curious about how you broke through the troop type restrictions. Atida looked in a distant direction, where the second strongest among the lords resided. No, perhaps it's number 1. Atiera muttered something mockingly. Although everyone says that the top-ranked soldier is Chunyi, there is less and less news about him these days. If it weren't for the fact that the other party had recently created a random alliance and sold a wildly popular product, he would have thought that the other party had disappeared. Even so, more and more people are questioning Chunye's position as number 1. There are even rumors that Chunyi is not a demigod soldier at all, and that there is another demigod soldier, which has led to a decline in Chunye's status. But even if Chunyi is a demigod soldier, he probably wouldn't be a match for Chihongi now, right? Atida recalled the latest news from his alliance lord. Chihongi's forces had grown to 30,000. Even a demigod can be bitten to death by ants, right? Atai chuckled, but at the same time became even more curious about Chihongi's secret. How exactly did the opponent manage to overcome the restrictions on summoning units? Many lords, who initially wanted the British Empire to disintegrate, have unknowingly turned their desire to obtain Chihongi's secret. Irving, come here. Suddenly, Atida shouted into the cave, and then a black man wearing tattered martial arts clothes came out. Greetings, Your Excellency. Irving knelt down and bowed his head, which greatly pleased Atida. Here you go. I need you to use this weapon to go to a battlefield in 2 days. Atida tossed a cloak at Irving's feet, and Irving picked it up in confusion. Atai said, 2 days later, I will send a giant dragon to accompany you. What you need to do is take advantage of the great battle to sneak into Chihongi's territory. Infiltrating Chihongi's territory. Owen instantly understood. It seemed this saint-level lord was preparing to make a move against Chihongi. It's not just about taking action, but also about getting something from the other party. Irving, unaware of the current state of the League of Legends, had a cunning glint in his eyes as he deduced everything. Although the luster was small, it was instantly captured by Atida. You can try to run away, but you know the consequences. No, I would never dare, sir. Irving lay prone on the ground, a deep-seated fear rising within him. During the period when he was subdued by the opponent, he was forced to improve his strength by killing wild monsters and using the training ground. He, a dignified king-rank lord, not only lost his former prestige, but also became as humble as a servant. He had tried many times to escape the other party's control, but each attempt ended in failure and left him with scars. In recent days, Atida has even taken a lot of poison to control himself. Therefore, Owen dared not act rashly in the slightest towards this powerful saint-level lord. Atida also looked at Owen. You had better do that, otherwise I wouldn't mind replacing a servant. Irving fell to the ground again, saying, No, absolutely not. Atida snorted coldly at the guy who kept saying he didn't dare. I don't believe a single word this cunning thing says. However, he inadvertently discovered that the training ground could quickly improve the strength of a lord, and under his tutelage, he also possessed strength equivalent to that of a king. Having the strength of a king-level unit, combined with his only remaining land-tooth shark unit, is actually a pretty good combination. Whether it's assassination or reconnaissance, it's a good combination. Unfortunately, he wasn't sincere. Even though he surrendered voluntarily, he was always thinking about escaping and harming himself. On one occasion, he even attempted to push himself off a cliff while he was sitting on the edge. Although I successfully discovered it, it also planted a knot in my heart. Kyrie Irving is like an invisibility cloak to 80 Edas now. Tasteless to eat, but a pity to throw away. Get lost. If you can't find the reason for Chihongi's advancement through the spring water in 2 days, then you have no reason to exist. Atai waved his hand, signaling the other party to step back. As Irving retreated with his cloak in hand and turned to leave, a ruthless glint flashed in his eyes. It looks like we need to move ahead of schedule. He knew Atiera's personality. He was a man of his word. Since the other party has said so, if he cannot obtain the secret of Chihongi's spring water's advancement, then only death awaits him. Even though I've already become your servant, you still won't let me go. Since that's the case, if you're so heartless, then don't blame me for being unjust. Irving went to a secluded spot and took out a special scroll, which he then unfolded. Chapter 128, Betrayal. Irving took out the scroll, took a few deep breaths, and clenched his teeth. If I don't talk, I'll die. This is my only way to survive. Irving unrolled the scroll and asked with great embarrassment, Scroll, scroll, who is the most handsome man in the world? Buzz. The scroll hummed softly, and then a handsome man with white hair appeared. The man slicked his bangs back in a very flamboyant manner. That's right, the most handsome man is me. Irving. If someone hadn't told me beforehand, I would never have considered this thing to be the second in command of the Iron River Alliance. Hey, someone contacted me. Let me take a look. The man finished flipping his hair, then pouted and started flipping through something very seriously. Note, Trader number 1. So it's one of Ataida's traders. What's up? You've decided to come to the Iron River Alliance? The young man asked very sincerely, but he always gave people a frivolous and unconventional feeling. And the fact that he immediately called himself a traitor made Owen's already dark face darken even more. Damn it! How dare a mere Gold Alliance leader talk to me like that? Owen gritted his teeth. If he were still a king rank lord. He wanted to retort, but considering his current situation, he had no choice but to swallow his pride and say, Alliance leader bye. I've thought it through. I want to join the Iron River Alliance. Bailuaha was not surprised by the other party's words at all. After all, the fact that the other party contacted him proved that they were already preparing to betray him. Bailuaha smiled and said, All right, welcome. But as a traitor who has joined the alliance, you should offer something, right? Bailuaha's smile faded, replaced by a shadow of gloom, as he said, Prove your worth. Seeing how quickly the other party had changed, Irving couldn't help but feel like a tiger fallen into the plains. He clenched his fist, but then helplessly relaxed it. He said, I can tell you the specific number of Atita's troops and Atita's plans. The exact number? Bailuaha scratched his head mysteriously. Saint-rank troops? I can guess the exact number if you ask me. 4 or 5, I guess. Giggle. Irving gritted his teeth, making a grinding sound. If the opponent guesses Atita's unit type, it means that his value has decreased. However, you can tell me about Atita's plans. Bailuaha then changed the subject. Now it was Irving's turn to get excited. If I tell you, can you really help me get rid of all the toxins in my body? Bailuaha, supporting his hair, leaned against the wooden table, revealing 3 parts disdain, 3 parts indifference, and 3 parts confidence. He said coolly, Of course. Irving ignored the other man's boasting and said, Ataida is going to take action against Chi Hongyi's Sun Never Sets Alliance in 2 days. Bailuo River. The moment the former finished speaking, Bailuaha's face darkened. Is this the plan you're talking about? What? You can't go back on your word. You are the Grand Alliance leader. Irving was agitated because the other person's expression and reaction made him uneasy. It's obvious that the other party is either planning to take the information for free without offering any solutions, or they simply don't have the ability to solve the problem. Bailuaha shook his head helplessly and corrected. First of all, I am only the second leader of the alliance. The first leader is Dongfang Tiexin. Secondly, your so-called Ataida plan. How outdated are you to think that you can get your own cure from such common news? Public news. Irving almost roared. This is impossible. Ataida only told me today. How did you know this? Still trying to provide public information? I think you just don't want to help me interpret it, you liar. Bailuaha looked at the other person with downcast eyes and droopy eye bags. We all know that we will attack Chi Hongyi's territory in 2 days. Have you fallen from grace? Oh, I forgot. You're no longer a lord, so you can't get information through our channels at all. Bailuaha's merciless satire. It's such a waste of my time that they tried to fool me with this kind of common information. Bailuaha's energy waned, and he wanted to end this pointless conversation. No. Seeing his only hope about to disappear, Irving hurriedly tried to stop him. At this moment, he couldn't care less whether what the other party said was true or false, and could only pour out all the information he had. Atita had other plans. He instructed me to get close to Chi Hongyi during the great battle 2 days later, and to infiltrate and find out the secret of Chi Hongyi's spring upgrade. Throughout the conversation, Owen kept observing Bailuaha's expression, but Bailuaha still looked disappointed. I'm telling you everything. You're not lying to me. You promised to help me detoxify. Owen was panting, and the scroll in his hand was soaked with sweat. Bailuaha sat down on the wooden chair behind him and tapped the table lightly with his fingers. Tap, tap, tap. He was pondering whether to keep this traitor or not, as the information provided by the other party was completely useless. However, since Ataida actually sent the other party to gather information, he must have some skill. Forget it. The antidote is easy anyway. Just consider it as planting a spy. The knocking stopped. Bailuaha's knocking felt like a trial, and Owen was so nervous he was trembling. Since I've already chosen to betray, I have to prove my worth. If not, will the other party turn around and tell Ataida that they can't do it? Perhaps what awaits me is not death 2 days from now, but death right now. For a moment, Irving even felt a pang of regret. If he hadn't betrayed them, he could have lived at least 2 more days. Now, however, he has completely entrusted his life to others. Finally, the knocking stopped. Bailuaha said, "I can cure you, but you have to do something for me." Irving's face darkened, thinking to himself that the other party was indeed untrustworthy. He had already shared so much information, yet the other man chose to ignore it and take his valuable information for nothing. But being at the mercy of others, he didn't have many options. He could only ask, "What is it?" Bailuaha pondered for a moment. "I haven't decided yet. You can continue your exploration work. I might need your help when the Great War begins." To be honest, Irving's information was useless. Bailuaha's move was just to leave a hidden seed. As for the specific mission of this spy, he really hadn't figured it out yet. However, with war about to break out, having more methods is necessary. "Here, take this. Open the scroll when the poison takes effect. It can save your life." Bailuaha hung up the communication, but sent a scroll instead. Irving took it, and the word heal was clearly written on it. "Ha ha ha. I'm the only one who can heal wounds with scrolls. That traitor must be amazed by my methods, right?" Bailuaha lifted his hair and felt good about himself. "I truly deserve to be the most handsome lord. My side hustle is both stylish and dashing. No, I need to buy a few more rough stones to play with." Bailuaha thought of his profession and immediately bought several rough stones. "That's where I started my secondary profession, scroll master. Gambling on stones is a wonderful thing. A little gambling is fun, and even a big gamble is fun too, huh?" Chapter 129. The energy core right beside us. "Boss, there's some movement from Chihongyi's side. New information was reported from Manhwa early this morning. The 7-day period for internal discussions within the British Empire is almost up." Chinyi also became interested. "What's that commotion? Are those people about to launch a final attack?" Manhwa replied, "No, it's still 1 day away from the 7-day mark, but it's almost there. Almost all the forces have already started to stir." "Which factions are involved this time?" Chinyi inquired. Manhwa handed over the things he had prepared to Chunyi, who examined them carefully and then exclaimed in surprise, "I never imagined that the British Empire would have developed to this extent." Because the impending falling out was imminent, many people stopped hiding their true intentions. Therefore, the information sent by Manhwa contained the vast majority of information about the rebels. 3 king-level lords, 34 gold-level lords, 100 silver-level lords, and 130 bronze-level lords. They really are a behemoth. Chinyi never imagined that someone could withstand all the competition from the lords and still develop an alliance to such a large size. It's important to know that these were just the rebels, not all members of the British Empire. Chinyi paused for a moment and asked curiously, "Approximately how many people are there in the entire British Empire now?" Manhwa quickly replied, "The Sun Never Sets currently has 832 members, and that number is increasing rapidly. The reasons for this include the attractive policies of the British Empire, the arrangements made by traders, and the presence of traders planted within the British Empire by various major powers." After hearing this, Chinyi was first puzzled, then suddenly realized, so that's how it is. "I never expected that even on the last day, they would still be planting traitors. It seems that either the British Empire is riddled with holes, or Chihongyi has already given up resistance." Chinyi had just roughly grasped Chihongyi's thoughts. It wasn't that they gave up resisting, but rather that they gave up the intrusion of those local scoundrels. He knew a little about this woman. She was an arrogant and haughty woman. "I suppose your plan is to bring all the rebels here, and then wipe them out in one fell swoop." Chinyi sighed. There were many madmen among the lords, and peaceful people like him were rare these days. "It's all right. This war has nothing to do with us. We just need to pay attention to the reason why the enemy's fountain has advanced." Chinyi was facing the South River. "Understood. I will continue to pay attention." Manhwa also understood what Chinyi cared about. Although the alliance does not intend to participate in this battle, Chinyi also does not intend to get involved in the infighting among hundreds of lords and several alliances. This scale of conflict is comparable to war. This involves not only Chihongyi and hundreds of lords, but also the covert funding from other alliances. Chinyi didn't believe that the alliances would just stand by and watch. He was absolutely certain they would send reinforcements to help the rebels. After all, the rapid growth of the British Empire has already threatened several major alliances. It's not just a threat to hiring, but also a shared threat to business and other areas. At this moment, the British Empire was like a giant monster, violently devouring a large amount of resources from the lords. Chen Yi, on the other hand, derives most of his resources from the gambling stone business in the empire and its surrounding shops. Therefore, there is no conflict between the two. Why would someone participate in such a dangerous battle if there is no conflict of interest? Just watch quietly. Moreover, the current situation is probably on the verge of getting out of control. The chaotic battle between hundreds of lords and tens of thousands of troops is definitely the largest war ever. If I were in charge of a war of this magnitude, could I handle it? Although he didn't intend to participate, Chen Yi subconsciously tried to put himself in Chen Ye's shoes. Although his current troops are all highly capable king-level soldiers, their numbers are too few. A king rank unit can take on 100 bronze rank units, a silver rank unit can take on 50, and a gold rank unit can withstand about 10. After some calculations, Chen Yi realized that even he himself wouldn't be comparable to around 40,000 bronze-level soldiers. Qi Hongyi, how are you going to face this? Never mind. Chen Yi shook his head. The other party was stronger than him, so why should he worry about them? Let's strive to improve ourselves while staying together. The key is to strengthen yourself. The key to upgrading the spring is the energy core, but what exactly is the energy core? Chen Yi racked his brains, but to no avail. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck him, and he seemed to have thought of something. If you don't know, you can ask Heidi Yaden. The other party possesses the reserves of the Heidi family, so they definitely know more than I do. Chen Yi searched for Yadan's figure, and after circling around, he found her by the dry well. Liar, liar, damn liar. Sister, do you know? Chen Yi is a liar. Are you being held captive here? If I escape later, I'll take you with me. Yaden poured out her grievances and Chen Yi's unfair treatment to the dry well, completely unaware that Chen Yi had already arrived behind her. Sister, Chen Yi also tricked me out of that black brick you gave me. He took your black brick and gave my ring back to me, but there's nothing inside the ring anymore. Besides, that ring itself is mine. He also said that if they wanted the rest, they would have to pay a different price. Price, he's a swindler. Yaden tossed small grains of sand into the well while praying for Sadako's reply. However, Sadako didn't get what she was waiting for. Instead, she felt a light pat on the shoulder. You? I didn't say anything. Yaden turned her head and saw Chen Yi, so she quickly covered her mouth, afraid that she would say something wrong and be told to deduct her pay. He was out of money, and even owed several hundred gold coins on IOUs. Don't be nervous. I heard everything you just said. Yuan immediately lowered her hand and became even more nervous. Did you all hear how much money they wanted from them? When will I be able to redeem myself? When will I be able to bring my monsters to breed and then return home in glory? Chen Yi chuckled. Let me ask you a question. If you know the answer, I can pretend I didn't hear anything you just said. Yaden blinked her big eyes, somewhat doubtful. Really? Chen Yi nodded. More real than gold coins. Yaden hesitated before speaking. Then you ask. Chen Yi asked, do you know where I can get an energy core? Energy core. Yaden looked at Chen Yi with suspicion. Isn't the energy core right next to you? Next to me? Chen Yezwa hurriedly circled around to check. Goblins, houses, goblins, the fountain of life, houses. You mean that spring? Chen Yi pointed to the fountain of conception and asked, is the fountain of life the core of energy? Is the method of advancement simply to plunder the waters of others? Yaden pulled her head back and shook her head. No, I meant that tree. Yaden pointed earnestly towards the opposite bank of the river. Although Chen Yi hadn't said anything these past few days, she had a rough idea of what was going on. Chen Yi is using the ancient tree soul to fight dragons, but he doesn't know what an energy core is. Could it be that he was truly a hero, summoned here, and before he even had a chance to learn about the world and the country he was in, he was conquered by the Titan Empire? What? You mean? Chen Yi stared at the direction the other person was pointing, speechless for a moment, even somewhat incredulous. What I've been looking for has actually been right beside me all along. Gurgle. Swallowing hard, Chen Yi asked again. Are you sure the soul of the ancient tree is the energy core? Yaden frowned. Yes, but it's not an ordinary energy core. It's a special energy core. Chapter 130. The domineering nature of Qi Hongyi. A special energy core, what does that mean? Chen Yi looked at Yadan with excitement. He felt that he had really found a treasure. Yadan's knowledge was his greatest gain. Yaden recalled the so-called special energy core and replied, it's the kind of core that has been discovered to be an energy core but cannot be used. If the heart of the ancient tree is a high-end luxury product, then the soul of the ancient tree is an ultra-high-end luxury product. At least the formation can use the heart of the ancient tree, even if it's not fully utilized. But the soul of the ancient tree is completely unusable by the Empire right now. In short, he's the energy core, right? Chenyi grasped the crux of the problem and asked. Yaden replied, yes, but this kind of energy core is useless. It's completely unusable. If you want to use it, I've heard that the Silver Moon Empire seems to have the method for using it. It's a holy land for weapons. It's okay. I should be able to use it. Chenyi answered. The fact that the Titan Empire couldn't utilize the core, but the Silver Moon Empire could prove that the core itself was not problematic. As long as there are no problems with the core components, it should be usable. However, just to be on the safe side, Chenyi still asked a question. Do you possess any other energy cores? The rest. Yaden shook her head decisively. No. That kind of thing is the core of a city, and no one is willing to hand over the core of their city to you. The core of a city? Chenyi was puzzled. Yaden helplessly answered the question posed to the clueless hero. The energy core is the energy source for the defense of a city. When facing enemies, they can deploy a shield to protect everyone inside the city. The energy core can also periodically clear out all magical beasts within its own coverage area, including underground. This is why beast tamers and summoners need to obtain identification credentials for their beast pets when entering a city. Any monster that is not registered and licensed will be obliterated by the energy core. Well, in short, the energy core has many uses. It is the foundation of a city. The foundation of a city? Chenyi suddenly realized. It turns out that the will of another world wanted them to develop in the direction of conquering the imperial cities. As expected, it is a competition between the wills of two worlds. Chenyi sighed. If the lords want to continue to develop, they have to attack the surrounding cities. The attack on the city and the promotion of the lords meant further invasion. They are like a group of parasites, driven into another world by the will of one world, using the enemy's resources to develop themselves. Including underground. Is it the same kind of protective shield we had when we first arrived? Chenyi also recalled the protective shield that had been in use for 7 days. At that time, there were also dragon attacks, which shows that the two worlds were already at odds and clashing with each other. So, is my discovery of this energy core, which I made by chance, a relatively lucky occurrence? Chenyi was relieved. Yes, of course, I'm not the only lucky one. Chihongi is too. Luck never favors any one person, but rather those who are prepared. Chihongi has been caught, and now, Chenyi is going to be caught too. In this way, I can completely break through and break free from my limitations. Chenyi shook Yadan's shoulder excitedly, causing the latter to stumble backward. Hey, don't go back on your word. Aye. Yaden racked her brains for a long time, but couldn't think of anything she could use to threaten the other party. She could only say angrily and unwillingly, liar, damn liar. He's definitely trying to find me again. This was the first time she, a member of a noble family with a rich heritage, had ever worried about money. Ha. No, I haven't broken my promise. Let's call it even. Chenyi was in high spirits. Obtaining the energy core meant that he could break through his limitations immediately, and once he broke through those limitations, he would return to his strongest state. Here, perhaps only the strongest can give one a sense of security. Then let's attack. Etc. Chenyi was about to destroy the ancient tree with a wave of his hand, but if he destroyed the ancient tree now, wouldn't he lose the machine to farm the dragon? Is it like trying to have your cake and eat it too? Chenyi remained silent. A chilling wind swept across the scorched earth, affecting not only the land but also the trees. All the trees had lost their leaves, leaving only bare, dark branches that grew haphazardly on the high slope. Meanwhile, in a small, ancient castle atop a high slope, Chihongi was observing her preparations for the emperor's reign. The scorched earth, the leafless trees, and the dark red bricks. All these are products of the fires of hell. She made ample preparations for the war that would take place the next day. The territory was still the same territory, and the smoke from the chimneys was still the same smoke from the chimneys, but there was more smoke coming from the chimneys, and the territory had changed drastically. The territory, once filled with the lights of countless homes, was now a scene of hellish black flames. Black flames filled every inch of the territory, and the skeleton soldiers stood out conspicuously on the scorched earth, while another creature was overjoyed. They used the black flames as a campfire and gathered around it, performing some kind of mysterious prayer. Your territory has been cleansed by hellfire, making it even more suitable for hellish creatures to survive. Territory changes. All hellish creatures within the Netherworld territory will have their attributes increased by 5%, while non-hellish creatures will have their attributes decreased by 3%. Great, it's finally finished. Chi Hongi smiled as she watched it all unfold. With this blessing, her territory will be impregnable. Suddenly, beep beep. Leader, all the rebels in your area have been investigated. They are. As one of the few high-ranking lords in the Never-Setting Sun Alliance who did not betray him, Shin Imo diligently completed Chi Hongi's mission. Okay, I understand. Chi Hongi smiled and turned back to her castle. My lord, not only in your region, but I have also compiled a list of most of the traitorous lords. Not only these traitorous lords, but even more lords who were observing from the sidelines. It's okay, I guessed all of this. Chi Hongi arrived at the top floor of the castle, where her followers had built her a solitary throne. Casually seated on the throne, Chi Hongi spoke. Tell me the final result. How many people are willing to help me? Shin Imo paused for a few seconds. 30 lords. Chi Hongi smiled knowingly. How many of them have clearly betrayed me? Shin Imo took a deep breath. 267. Very good. Chi Hongi leaned back, crossing her long left leg over her right, and said lightly, let's begin. War. Now. Shin Imo stood there, stunned, his words trembling with emotion. We still have one day, No, that's not it. Chi Hongi interrupted Shin Imo. He then declared confidently. It's not that we have one more day, it's that they have one more day. When to start a war has always been my decision. Did I agree to the so-called 7-day agreement? Chi Hongi smiled with disdain, and in her eyes seemed to be rapidly sketching a pattern of a fiery lotus burning in hell. In a moment, the fire lotus was outlined, and the visual connection was completed. The king on his throne raised his hand and lazily waved 3 fingers. Let the war begin. Chapter 131, Berserk Potion. Your store has received a new batch of orders. Your store has received 3 new orders. Your store has received 4 new orders. Your store? We're too busy, we simply can't keep up. Is this some kind of big battle? Why are there so many orders? Within the territory, Lei Chi was frantically producing milk. Oh no, I mean producing healing fluid from the slime. Slime, combined with surrounding herbs, can be directly synthesized into various potions through the system, with healing potions being the most effective. While busy weeding and synthesizing potions, Lei Chi also had to respond to lords who purchased a few healing potions from time to time. He no longer accepts orders for treatment drugs below 200, because he simply can't sell them all. Selling in bulk is more direct than selling in small quantities. Lei Chi swiftly moved between various slimes and herb fields, his hands practically sparking with energy. If he hadn't activated his personal panel, even with his previously strong physique, he wouldn't have been able to handle such a massive number of orders. War is coming. War is definitely coming, and it will be a massive war. He doesn't usually pay much attention to the gossip among the lords because he's just too busy. However, judging from the orders for treatment fluids in the past few days, a war is definitely brewing. Your store has received a new order. A new order? Lei Chi frowned. One of the representatives, who wasn't from a batch, was a lord who had come to sell loose potions. But selling them one by one is too troublesome. It's better to package them up and sell them to those who need them. Lei Chi was about to refuse, but the other party offered him a reward that he couldn't refuse. The tattered scroll, however, remained impregnable. Note, this is for the weak. Be thankful it's broken. If it were whole, you probably wouldn't be able to use it. Depend on. Lei Chi cursed inwardly. This system notification always seemed to mock him. However, such items that can increase the security of one's territory are indeed something one needs. I'm so envious. I bet it was another one from a lord's mystery draw. Lei Chi felt a pang of envy. Since the introduction of jade gambling as a commodity, the number of rare items among all lords has increased. Although that thing only has a back pit, the beginning that lures you in is incredibly enticing. There is a 50% chance of getting an item, and the item will always be of a relatively high level. This attracted many lords to join the game, and at the same time, all sorts of strange and wonderful things were unlocked. How many healing potions do you want? Lei asked directly. The other party's purpose was clearly not as simple as just buying treatment drugs in bulk, because the value of this scroll is far outweighed by the few healing potions available. Perhaps some impatient lord wanted a large order and jumped the queue. That's understandable. I don't want healing potions, I want berserk potions. That person replied. Lei Chi was taken aback when he glanced at the other party's ID. Chun Hao, a regular customer who had repurchased the potion 3 times. He replied helplessly, "We don't have this product yet." Beep beep. The other party sent another item information. Brutal flower. Briefly increases one's speed and strength by 5 times. I know your potions are made from herbs and slimes. Can you make a berserk potion with this? Chunhao inquired. This? Lei Qi remained silent, then used the system to check the probability. After a moment, Lei Qi said, "Okay, but you need to have enough herbs." Chunhao readily agreed and sent over piles of herbs. "I'll give you all the herbs. Mix as much as you can." Lei Qi took a look and saw that it was indeed a raging flower, but its roots had all been cut short. Damn, what a fake generosity. It was an unexpected yet reasonable acceptance. The other party is unlikely to give you the rootstock, since it would be easy to cultivate new herbs if you had the rootstock. It seems like they're planning a long-term partnership with me. Lei Qi sighed, but there was nothing he could do. Forget it. I'm not losing out anyway. Lei Qi is open-minded. He believes that as long as he is responsible for processing these things, he will make money no matter what. It's just a matter of how much. Add the herbs and slime sap, and wait patiently for the results. A moment later, white light burst forth. Congratulations on creating a new potion, the Berserk Potion. Berserk Potion. After consumption, you will gain a 5 to 6 times increase in strength and speed. Note, this is an unstable potion, but it fulfills the description of rage, and you'll glow red when you use it. It's a success. Lei Qi looked at the potion in his hand, then glanced at the slime behind him. You are truly my lucky star. Rai stroked his beloved slime. At first, he thought the other party was just trying to delay him, but thankfully he didn't give up and kept studying slimes. As the saying goes, there are no useless troops, only lords who don't know how to develop them. While he may still rely on his own strength in combat, slime is a jack of all trades when it comes to making money, and can be properly combined with any potion. He threw in the remaining herbs, and soon obtained a large amount of berserk potions. Your potion is ready. Lei Qi gave the item to the other party, and in return obtained the impregnable scroll. War is imminent, and no one can guarantee that it won't reach our area, so it's best to have more protective measures. He placed the impregnable scroll into the everlasting spring Qi returning ward, instantly becoming invincible, randomly teleporting, and then breathed a sigh of relief in the war preparation warehouse containing the black serpent armor and other items. We are now one step safer. On the other side, in Chunhao's territory. Not bad. I didn't expect that the other party could actually concoct such a potion. Chunhao was very satisfied with the explanation of the berserk potion. When Shi Hongyi's territory is breached, I will be the first to rush into her territory and discover her secrets. Once I seize control of the secret, I will be the next Shi Hongyi. Chunhao was lost in his daydream when the corners of his mouth unconsciously turned up. Roar! Suddenly, the snow bear units within the territory roared, waking him from his daydream. What's wrong? Chunhao connected with the snow bear that was keeping watch on the high ground, but the next second he froze on the spot. What are those things? The dark mass was as orderly as an army, yet strangely so. As the group of dark things approached, the sky above them changed color. The once clear sky suddenly turned murky yellow, and along with the murky yellow, a completely black flame burst forth. At this moment, he finally saw clearly what that dark mass was. That's a skeleton? Shi Hongyi's skeleton soldiers? What does this mean? Vanguard force. Chunhao scoffed dismissively. Just a mere skeleton. My snow bear could easily slap it. Gurgle. As the two drew closer, the words, one slap for each person, were ultimately left unsaid. The dark mass of skeletons continued marching, but he couldn't see the end of the column at all. Yet, the sheer number of them was already overwhelming. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. His voice trembled, and he almost dropped the medicine in his hand. Alert! Alert immediately! Someone, oh no, someone come here, Xiong. Quickly drink all these potions. Drink them all. Madman. Damn it. Madman. Shi Hongyi, you're a madman. Chapter 132. Shi Hongyi's initiative to initiate war. Haha. Let me tell you, although I am only a bronze lord, my army is definitely the strongest among bronze lords. Not just bronze, my forces are definitely the strongest below the king level. TCH, you're just bragging. After we conquer Shi Hongyi, the new boss will give you a king-level lord position. Do you want it? Yes, of course I want it. I only mean the strongest below the king rank. Of course I want the king rank, ha. In a small, mutually supportive chat group called The Path to Godhood, several low-ranking lords were having a lively discussion. Since they learned that territories could be exchanged and that lower-ranking lords could replace higher-ranking lords, powerful lords began to climb the ranks. The lords' circles were in chaos and on the verge of collapse. Some feared being replaced and attacked the lower-ranking lords around them, while others joined forces with the lower-ranking lords to besiege the higher-ranking lords. Like a carnival blooming among the lords, no one said the game was unfair anymore. Because high-ranking lords can also die and be replaced. Of course, in the midst of the revelry, some succeed while others fail. Some lose their lives, while others linger on. Just like the group of people now, their units were all good, but because the gap was too big and the expectations were too high, they did not succeed. But that doesn't mean they won't succeed. Opportunity favors the prepared mind, and they happen to be ready. Hey guys, you're saying we lost the competition for the Golden Territory, but ended up joining the British Empire. Now that I've become an undercover agent amidst the turmoil in the alliance, could this story be published as a book? Haha, I think it's a good idea. When we take down Shi Hongyi, we'll write a successful autobiography. These men were all bronze lords. They once longed for the Golden Territory, but now they look down on it. Because of their proximity to Shi Hongyi, they were expected to become the vanguard of the rebel coalition. Although he was a vanguard sent to his death, he received a huge amount of energy stones as a form of support. This is also why they can ignore the Gold Lord. Their troop numbers have long exceeded 1,000, and some have even reached 5,000. The summoning restrictions for bronze units are relatively weak, allowing for the summoning of hundreds of units per day. These thousands of soldiers are their source of confidence. An inspiring story of a lowly lord's successful rise to power. Haha, I must share it. Someone chimed in. Hey, that's not right. The boss isn't at the bottom. He's earned a top position. Oh, right. Speaking of the boss, the other day he told us to collect the Blossom of Tyranny as a surprise for us. Where is he now? Yes, where's the old man? The group noticed the problem. If they were chatting like this normally, their leader would have come out to intervene long ago. Why didn't he come out today? Suddenly, an ID with a golden name appeared in the chat channel. Chen Hao, run, run. Before they could understand what was going on, their eyes widened as they focused on the next message from their leader, Chen Hao. Chen Hao, Shi Hongyi is attacking my territory. I can't hold out any longer. You all need to run. What? With so many of us working together, how dare he launch a preemptive attack? Boss, hold on. I'll send someone to support you right away. Yes, me too, boss. Hang in there. Just as the group was preparing to gather their army to help their leader, another piece of bad news arrived. I saw Shi Hongyi's unit here too. Shi Hongyi's skeleton army, several thousand. No, 10,000. The man's trembling voice startled the others, who hurriedly went to check their own territory. Sure enough, the sky turned a muddy yellow, and above the yellow sky, a black parallel line was actively advancing. You have 10,000? Impossible. Shi Hongyi's skeleton soldiers have also appeared here, a total of 5,000 skeleton soldiers. This is impossible. How could Shi Hongyi attack us all at once? The group of people who had been talking so confidently just moments before suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. With so many troops deployed at the same time, does Shi Hongyi not intend to protect her territory? Someone exclaimed in alarm. Furthermore, why didn't Shi Hongyi abide by the 7-day agreement she made back then? I don't know, but I also saw Shi Hongyi's skeletons here. I only have 1,000 troops, and she actually sent 3,000 skeletons to wipe me out. No, report it. Report it now. Request help. The slow-witted group finally realized that the situation had exceeded their expectations and hurriedly sought help from the different benefactors behind them. The news that Shi Hongyi had taken the initiative to start the war spread rapidly. Boss, Shi Hongyi has launched an attack on the lords around her. Within his territory, Chun Yi was struggling with the choice between two desirable options when Manhwa's latest intelligence arrived. Oh, they started fighting on their own. Chun Yi was somewhat surprised, but considering Shi Hongyi's personality, it wasn't impossible. The other party was practically a female version of Xiang Yu, not only extremely lucky and with many supporters, but also domineering and ruthless. How is the battle going? Chun Yi inquired. He believed that since the other side had decided to attack, it would definitely be a blitzkrieg, even though news travels very fast among lords. But he had a feeling that the battle might already be over. Sure enough, Manhwa excitedly sent more than a dozen emojis to express her amazement at the outcome of the battle. In the annihilation battle, Shi Hongyi wiped out 6 traitorous lords surrounding her territory within 1 hour. How many people were deployed? Chun Yi was not surprised by the annihilation battle, but he was curious about how long it took the other side to accomplish it. The lords surrounding Chi Hongyi's territory must be very important from a strategic point of view, and they should also have considerable mercenaries. Manhwa replied. A total of 30,000 people were mobilized. 30,000? With the help of the other lords of the British Empire? Manhwa. No, his son Neverset's regime has been infiltrated and turned into a sieve. He's hiding it from everyone. Great, that's really bold. Chinyi had to admire the other party's courage. In a very short time, all their forces were mobilized to annihilate the enemies around them, leaving their own territory completely undefended. It's very risky, even extreme. If anyone discovers Chi Hongyi's actions, a few bronze lords could easily wipe her out. She actually dared to do that, and not only did she do it, she succeeded. Chinyi took a deep breath, and for a moment, he even felt that he was inferior to his opponent. Surrounded by formidable enemies, Chi Hongyi has begun to take drastic measures. Yet, I'm still agonizing over whether to have my cake and eat it too. Manhwa, if you had to choose between an inexhaustible supply of fish and a precious bear's paw, which would you choose? Chinyi asked his final question. Manhwa was somewhat surprised. He had prepared all the questions and information about Chi Hongyi, but he didn't expect Chinyi to ask such a question. If it were me, I would choose the bear's paw. Manhwa answered truthfully. Fish can be obtained anywhere, but bear's paw is a rare find. Besides, fish doesn't taste good either. I don't like eating fish. Oh, I see. Haha, okay, I got it. Thank you. I'll need you to continue monitoring the intelligence from Chi Hongyi's side. No problem, it's my duty. The two hung up the call, and Chinyi looked up at the sky. Even Manhwa knows to take a chance. I seem to be being too cautious. Charge. After making a decision while gazing at the leisurely white clouds, Chinyi abruptly pulled his head back. His eyes flashed, their colors shifting between gray and white. Field of view connectivity. All goblins around the ancient tree attack the ancient tree. Chapter 133. Breaking the shackles, the spring upgrades. Attack the ancient tree. Gagaga. The goblins jumped around excitedly. They moved the still pregnant steel dragon to its maximum distance, then picked up their machetes and attacked the ancient tree. Buzz. The ancient tree seemed to sense the danger and trembled, but its only means of protecting itself was through the strongest belief surrounding it. Furthermore, due to its own energy limitations, it can only summon one type of magical beast to protect itself at a time. Therefore, faced with the goblins climbing up and down and tearing apart its own territory, it could only summon the steel dragon not far away again. However, this steel dragon was completely powerless during its pregnancy. Even if the other party is not pregnant, the attack that cannot bend cannot protect the ancient tree. After several attempts to find the ancient tree and the goblins to move it away, the tree finally gave in and said, "If you want it, then you can have it." Having confirmed that the ancient tree had no other means of attack, the goblins didn't care whether the steel dragon was beside them or not. Buzz. Some goblins used bone-splitting knives to split the branches of the trees, while others worked on the roots and trunks of the trees while pushing them forcefully. As for the barrier around the ancient tree, it seems to be due to the huge energy consumption caused by summoning 3 giant dragons in succession, and it has lost its original toughness. The icebergs created by the frost dragon with a few spells completely shattered it. The ancient trees, now freed from their protective barrier, could finally be explored from Chunye's territory. So you can't summon infinitely after all. That's true. Your abilities are ultimately limited. How could you possibly keep summoning dragons for me? Chinyi looked up at the ancient tree and sighed. The goblins moved quickly, and the process went smoothly without any unexpected incidents. Chinyi watched as the treetops swayed little by little before the final loud bang. Boom! The ancient tree shook the sky, knocking down a patch of trees and clearing a space. For some reason, Chinyi felt a sense of survival of the fittest as he watched the ancient tree that had been fighting against him for so long fall. Perhaps this is the competition of nature. In this cruel world, it's either you who plunder others, or others who plunder you. You're starting to fantasize about weak creatures. The Yodon people within the territory also noticed the rumbling sound, presumably because Chinyi had decided to obtain the heart and soul of the ancient tree. Hey Chinyi, when are you going to let me go? I won't say anything. Anyway, it was my initiative, and there's no hatred between us. The Heidi family won't. Wah. Chinyi covered Yadan's mouth, and then had the goblin pull her back. What he's about to do is something that Yadan can't possibly watch. He naturally understood what Yadan was saying, and he also wanted to sell the dragon as soon as possible, but the prerequisite for achieving all of this was to increase his own strength. Only when their strength is on the same plane can Chun Yi openly cooperate with the Heidi family. Otherwise, based solely on Heidi Yaden's reputation, the other party would have eliminated her to save face for the nobility. Once he breaks free from the constraints of the spring, he can petrify the energy in his hands into combat power. Only by becoming strong can one attain true truth. Breaking the shackles of the spring will allow for unlimited summoning of the spring, thus giving one the leverage to communicate with the empire. At the very least, we now have the means to communicate with the city of Ostrotabernaces. Gah! A dragon goblin descended from the sky and respectfully presented 4 pieces of green ancient jade. Among the ancient jade pieces, 1 is deep and 3 are shallow, and 1 is large and 1 is small. Is this the soul and heart of the ancient tree? Chun Yi picked up the 3 identical ancient tree hearts first. The heart of the ancient tree possesses immense energy, but it is not something ordinary creatures can utilize. Note, what are you looking at? You don't even know how to use it. Immediately, he picked up the smallest but darkest ancient tree spirit. The soul of the ancient tree, an ethereal and dreamlike power, possessing the ability to materialize the illusory. Note, if you're fantasizing, it's best if it's a beautiful fantasy, because dreams can come true. Note, a special energy core that holds the secrets of the dream spirits. It really is an energy core. All the intelligence was as I predicted, and there were no errors in the intelligence. He opened the spring water control panel with a hint of excitement. Dark Goblin Fountain, a unique unit building. Level 3. Daily Goblin breeding capacity, 15. Current energy required for conception, 30, 60, 75. Materials required for advancement, 10 extraordinary crystals, 300 units of wood, 200 units of stone, 100 units of refined iron, 1 energy core. Note, these are cunning creatures from the dark abyss. Any creature that underestimates them will pay a bloody price. Be careful, these vile creatures disregard reproductive barriers. The upgrade requirements are met. Would you like to upgrade? Without hesitation, Chun Yi said, upgrade. I have been waiting for this moment for so long. Congratulations. Your fountain of pregnancy has been upgraded to level 4. Congratulations. Your fountain of fertility has been upgraded, and your authority over fertility has undergone a significant transformation. Congratulations. Your fountain of childbirth has been upgraded, granting you the protective power to safeguard your territory. Congratulations. Your fountain of pregnancy has been upgraded. You have unlocked the final shackles. You have broken the final shackles. From this moment on, your units will no longer be subject to the daily summoning limit. Congratulations on becoming one of the top 3 lords to reach level 4. You have received a special gift pack. The special gift pack has been placed in my private space. System notifications kept coming in one after another, and Chun Yi was in an uproar. Sure enough, I wasn't the first lord to upgrade the fountain. Furthermore, the secret to unlocking the number of summoned units lies in upgrading the fountain. Chun Yi looked at the spring of nurturing beside him. The spring water had changed drastically. The previous green gem has disappeared, replaced by a blurry, faceless little stone figure. The little stone man stood on the stone pillar. There was no spring water under the pillar, only a gray-white light curtain. The light screen wasn't bright, but it was incredibly eye-catching, even subconsciously pulling at the viewer's attention. An eerie and profound aura emanated from the spring. Has it grown to this point? Chun Yi could sense that the spring water had not disappeared, but had simply transformed from a physical existence into a spiritual one. Under his gaze, the grayish-white mist was the vast amount of spring water. Dark Goblin Fountain, a unique unit building. Level 4. Daily Goblin breeding limit, unlimited. Current energy required for conception, 30, 50, 60, 75, 80. Materials required for promotion, 100 extraordinary crystals, 200 jade stones, 1,000 refined iron, 2 energy cores. Note, these are cunning creatures from the dark abyss. Any creature that underestimates them will pay a bloody price. Be careful, these vile creatures disregard reproductive barriers. As expected, the number of energy cores required has increased. It seems they want us to attack the city. Chun Yi shook his head, deciding that attacking the city was not a viable option for the time being. Open the gift. By detecting the special possession of the reverse energy core, you have obtained a new goblin unit. Just as Chun Yi was about to open the gift pack, an unexpected reward arrived. Special carry a new goblin? Chapter 134, The Lazy Goblin. Open the redemption panel. Chun Yi opened the Goblin Exchange panel after a long time. He usually doesn't need to use the Goblin Exchange panel, since he's basically relied on getting things for free so far. But this time, opening it gave me a pleasant surprise. Dragon Goblin, Cursed Seal status. Black Armored Goblin, in cursed state. They even included these two? Chenyi looked at the two goblins with some surprise. It seemed that the changes after the curse mark was applied were so great that they were mistaken for a new species. This saves me from having to go through the trouble of going through the holy crap, 1,000 energy stones for one. Why don't you just rob someone? Chenyi stared in shock at the prices. A black armored creature in its cursed state cost 1,000 energy stones, while the dragon goblin cost even more, 1,200 energy stones. Forget it, let's do what we can. Chenyi waved his hand. He wasn't here to see the cursed seal goblin this time. You can actually get cursed seal goblins for free by putting in a little effort yourself. His gaze swept quickly across the goblin species he had ever owned, and finally, at the end, he saw an unfamiliar name. Lazy Goblin. It's quite expensive. Chenyi spent 50 energy stones to exchange for the latest goblin. According to the system's prompts, this new goblin seems to have been created under the influence of special energy. This special energy must be the unique characteristic of the ancient tree soul, right? Chenyi was filled with anticipation at the ancient tree spirit's incredible ability to materialize illusions. If his goblin could achieve that, wouldn't that be? It's not expensive at all. The corners of his mouth gradually turned up, and he couldn't stop smiling. If you can get that overpowered goblin with 50 energy stones, then can he farm dragons on his own? Even if we can't get the dragon, can we try getting some other things? Thinking about the unique nature of the ancient tree spirit, he could already see his wonderful future. The next moment, a three-headed little monster emerged from the hazy grayish-white mist. It has 3 heads, a big head, pointed ears, long fangs, and a lazy expression with droopy eyelids, showing no motivation whatsoever. Chenyi. What's going on? Isn't it a special goblin? This. Chenyi stood there, stunned. The more anticipation he had felt just moments before, the more disappointed he felt now. He's not 1.8 meters tall, doesn't have big muscles, and doesn't have any special organs. If it weren't for the distinctive tattoos of the Dark Goblin on his body, Chenyi would have doubted whether this thing was even one of his own soldiers. No rush. Don't judge a book by its cover, and the same goes for goblins. Chenyi watched as the lazy goblin, which seemed to be regressing with each evolution, suppressed his rapidly rising blood pressure and cast a scout spell on it. What if he's just a player who keeps his true abilities hidden? Lazy Goblin. Quality, King rank. Attribute, 50. Level 5. Level increases by killing creatures. Loyalty, unwavering. You are the goblin's absolute faith. Weapon, none. Skills, poisoning, slacking off. Characteristic, ignores reproductive isolation. Special feature, dreams come true. Note, what are you looking at? A true genius can surpass you with just a little effort. Chenyi. Hiding without leaving a trace? Chenyi looked at his attribute panel, which had barely reached the king rank, and wanted to curse. Your attributes have barely reached the king rank, and you only have 2 skills. Having only 2 skills is one thing, but one is an innate ability to poison, and the other is laziness? That's not all. You actually have 2 characteristics. Damn, as expected, you get what you pay for. You can't have too much hope for freebies. Chenyi pretended not to have seen the goblin. Since the restrictions on my summon units have been lifted, I have achieved my goal. Such an unexpected joy is not to be trifled with. Wait, what did I just say? Chenyi was momentarily overwhelmed by anger and the other party's attribute panel, but then he remembered what he had just said. 2 characteristics? Chenyezwa turned back to check the lazy goblin's traits again. Trait, ignores reproductive barrier. Trait, dream come true. Holy shit. It really does have 2 characteristics? Chenyez's lips curled into a smile as he looked at the dream come true property. I knew it. The spring water only retains the best gene combinations. How could it forget something as important as turning the virtual into the real? Does dream come true mean bringing things from dreams into reality? Chenyi sized up the goblin in front of him, circling around it and clicking his tongue in disapproval. The other party not only exuded the unique aura of goblins, but also a lazy aura. Lazy, dream come true. So do you need to sleep to activate your trait? Chenyi made a rough guess about this new characteristic, but he himself did not know whether his guess was accurate. After all, such characteristics are so rare that there is no reference data available, so you have to do your own research. However, one thing is certain. Once each feature is developed, it becomes an incredible achievement. The best examples are Chi Hongyi and Chun Yi, both of whom used the characteristics of their troop types to gain the strength to crush high-level lords from low-level lords. Among them, Chi Hongyi is stronger. No, she is stronger now. Chun Yi looked at the 20,000 energy stones that had accumulated in his hand. From this moment on, I can instantly summon 200 dragon goblins, or 600 black-armored goblins whenever I want. Damn, it doesn't feel like there's that much. Chun Yi was somewhat troubled, but he quickly overcame his worries. Compared to Chi Hongyi, who spent most of her funds on herself, Chun Yi invested most of his funds in other ventures. Whether it's Saravel's fur, Nanha's rough stones, or Gu Xiaoyu's forging. The 20,000 energy stones are just working capital. If you really want, you can exchange them for supplies in a very short time. If all the resources were converted into supplies, there should be enough for 600 dragon goblins or 1,800 black-armored goblins. Chun Yi breathed a long sigh of relief. With this, plus his existing goblins, his goblin count could exceed 3,000. Although the black armor goblin stats are only above gold, its strength and its black armor definitely qualify it for a place among the king-level goblins. That is, he has 3,000 king-level troops. This is not bad. Chun Yi nodded, finally able to accept his own abilities. System, open the gift pack. Chun Yi calculated the strength that reassured him and activated the system's rewards again. Chapter 135, The Eye of the Abyss, The War Begins. Gift pack open. Congratulations. You have obtained the skill scroll, Eye of Intimidation. Intimidating gaze. By manifesting your spiritual power through your eyes, your gaze will reduce the enemy's all attributes by 5%. Note, the range of deterrence is determined by your mental strength stat. Please drink more 7 walnuts. Skill detected. Your skill has changed. Intimidating gaze has been upgraded to abyssal gaze. Eyes of the abyss. Guided by the spirit, bounded by the eyes, those who disrespect will fall into the abyss of hell. You can pull anyone with a lower mental strength than yours into the abyss world. Those with a higher mental strength will suffer 10% damage to all their attributes. Note, damn it, you pervert, Tui. This skill has changed again. Before Chun Yi could even marvel at the power of the Eye of Intimidation, you directly upgraded it into the Eye of the Abyss. If you do it this way, then I'll learn from you. Although he didn't know why the skill had changed, he loved this positive progression. You have mastered the Eyes of the Abyss. After learning the skill, the grayish-white mist in Chun Yi's eyes began to swirl and then solidified. The grayish-white mist that had formed actually turned black. At first glance, it appears to be pure black pupils. It feels pretty good. It seems I'll need to find some new skills to bolster my abilities in the future. By the way, speaking of which, I wonder if the Empire has any skill scrolls or the like that allow people to learn skills directly. Such high-quality goods are relatively scarce among lords, so Chun Yi subconsciously thought of the Empire. After all, the other side also has an upgrade system for warriors and mages, so they might have some convenient skill scrolls or the like. Let's ask Yaden. By the way, with my current strength, I can also consider doing business above the dragons with the Heidi family. Now that Chun Yi had the trump card of being able to summon an unlimited number of goblins at any time, he felt much more confident. Oh, right. I think I still have a batch of goblins waiting to be reborn. Chun Yi walked towards the cabin, intending to first ask Yadan about the skill scroll. Chi Hongyi, I am no longer a member of the British Empire. You can't treat me like this. Your actions are tantamount to a declaration of war. You are declaring war on the Warriors League. On a high slope, 3,000 gold-level hell skeletons fight against 1,000 silver-level troops. Despite the silver units holding the high ground advantage, it turned into a one-sided massacre initiated by the skeleton units. The opponent is no match for Chi Hongyi in terms of either troop type or number. The Silver Lord could only watch as his troops were crushed bit by bit. He watched as the dark, skeletal soldiers slowly advanced towards him. It's like a dull knife, slowly cutting into my throat. Empty. Empty. The skeleton soldiers didn't shout any earth-shattering slogans. They simply carried the twilight as it relentlessly encroached upon the clear sky. Seeing that his troops were about to be completely wiped out, the Silver Lord hurriedly surrendered and begged for mercy. If he were to be defeated by Chi Hongyi through war, then only death awaited him. He had long heard of Chi Hongyi's ruthless methods. She had wiped out 6 surrounding lords in just 1 hour. This guy is practically the embodiment of a butcher. He had assumed that he was absolutely safe, given that they were thousands of miles apart and even lived in different areas. The cost of failing to defeat this former leader of the alliance would only be the loss of the troops they dispatched. But to his utter surprise, the other party somehow managed to get into his territory. Your troops have suffered 90% casualties, and your territory is being destroyed. Your territory is under attack. Progress is currently at 10%. Your territory is under attack. Please launch a counterattack as soon as possible. The system notifications kept ringing out, and at this point, the Silver Lord finally panicked. Not only was their hard-earned military force wiped out by Chi Hongyi, but now the other side is determined to exterminate them completely. I should have known I wouldn't get involved in this kind of thing. He was filled with regret at that moment, but there's no medicine for regret in this world. Alliance leader, I know I was wrong. I beg you, have mercy on me. Let me go, I surrender. I'm leaving the Warriors League right now. I'll still be a member of your league. The Lord was sending messages to his former ally, begging for mercy. But this information disappeared without a trace, like a stone sinking into the sea. Because Chi Hongyi is busy right now. Commanding an army of 30,000 men is no easy task. He was not waging war against the Lord, but against all those who had betrayed him. The war did not end after the 6 surrounding lords were captured. It was only the beginning. Her hellish skeleton army is appearing around each traitor in some peculiar way. Those who act perversely, repay kindness with enmity, and collude with evil, shall all die. Chi Hongyi gave a unified reply to all the lords who begged for mercy. This reply quickly reached the ears of the leaders of the various alliances. Emergency wartime meeting. Iron River Alliance. By law, what do you mean? Why should we provide Chi Hongyi with a teleportation scroll? Adieto was furious when he learned that his allies had been killed by Chi Hongyi. He never expected that Chi Hongyi would actually appear in the Thousand Ghost Forest. Although he rushed to their aid immediately, by the time he and his dragons arrived in the territory of the one who had sought help, all that remained was charred remains and piles of bones. All of this was caused by the other party appearing in the Thousand Dark Forest without warning, catching them off guard. Of all the known lords, only Bai Laha of the Iron River Alliance possesses the ability to forge teleportation scrolls. Faced with the questioning, Bai Laha hurriedly jumped in to explain, teleportation scrolls are not my patent. You can get them by opening jade gambling sites. There's a chance of getting them from opening jade stones, but so far no one has managed to open 3 scrolls at the same time, right? The leader of the Blood Oath Alliance also jumped out to question it. He is an expert when it comes to gambling on jade. Chi Hongyi may have used a teleportation scroll to launch a surprise attack, but she absolutely could not have attacked 3 lords simultaneously. Yeah, I've opened jade gambling sites more than 30 times, but apart from the first time, I haven't gotten anything out of them yet. Me too. Forget about scrolls, I've never even gotten a regular weapon. Immediately, all the prominent figures in the meeting turned their anger towards Bai Laha, who fell silent. Suddenly, a voice broke the silence. Dongfang Tiexin, so you all think that our Iron River Alliance has betrayed us? When Dongfang Tiexin, the grand leader of the Iron River Alliance, suddenly asked the question, the lords were even more speechless. The leader of the Blood Oath Alliance also knew that although the matter was strange, it was absolutely impossible for the Iron River Alliance to have betrayed them. Because if the other party betrayed her and gave Chi Hongyi a large number of teleportation scrolls, then Chi Hongyi would not be teleporting 3,000 people, nor would she be attacking a low-level lord. Instead, they directly teleported 30,000 troops to attack their leader's territory. The leader of the Blood Oath Alliance said, "That's not what we meant. It's just that this matter is too strange, and we need an explanation." Explain. Dongfang Tiexin snorted coldly. Fine, I'll explain. We know absolutely nothing about this. Okay, that's all for the explanation. Everyone. Dongfang Tiexin's forceful explanation silenced everyone again, and the atmosphere of the meeting instantly became strange. Chapter 136. The counterattack begins with Chun Mo. The atmosphere reached an eerie threshold, as if this powerful alliance would disintegrate at any moment because of this incident. A moment later, someone broke the silence. I think this matter can be let go, but in order to prevent such a situation from happening again, we must impose restrictions on the Iron River Alliance. The Iron River Alliance must disclose the number of all teleportation scrolls and who they were given to. Make it public? The others agreed, saying that this would not only reveal how many scrolls had been distributed, but also where they had gone. Yes, I agree. I also agree that the Iron River Alliance must give a clear account of these strategic materials. Once someone takes the lead, others will follow, and for a time this kind of harmful and self-defeating behavior was given prominence. Even the leader of the Blood Oath Alliance felt it was somewhat inappropriate. After all, the other party's number of rotating shafts and their manufacturing skills were their forte. I doubt many people would be willing to give a complete account of their actions just like that. Sure enough, Dongfang Tiexin scoffed. So, proposing a condition that I can't accept means we'll be cooperating while simultaneously scheming against each other? She glanced at the IDs. Few of those who had become high-ranking lords and remained so long without being replaced were fools. Everyone was secretly scheming against each other, but this time someone brought it into the open. As the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, the leader of the Blood Oath Alliance suddenly realized something. The reason they were able to unite against Qi Hongyi was because the Iron River Alliance provided a large number of teleportation scrolls. If they lose these scrolls, all that awaits them is Qi Hongyi's one-sided attack. They have lost the ability to teleport, but the enemy does, which will put them in a situation where they can be defeated one by one. Because none of the people present had the absolute strength to fight Qi Hongyi one-on-one. The atmosphere reached a freezing point, and without the Lord speaking, the Blood Oath Alliance leader could only grit his teeth. He advised, let's not jump to conclusions. I think it's very likely that Bailuoha didn't do this. The leader of the Blood Alliance privately informed the various lords of the seriousness of the matter, while also acting as a peacemaker between the two sides. The lords who received the message suddenly realized that sweat was streaming down their backs. Unbeknownst to them, losing the Iron River Alliance had become an indispensable part of their lives. I also find this matter a bit strange. What we need to do right now is not to hold people accountable, but to figure out how to fight back. One of the lords began to soften his tone, moving down the slope. This is a plan we've been working on for a long time, and nobody wants to leave disappointed, right? The leader of the Blood Oath Alliance continued to take the lead in easing tensions, and even personally sent a message to Adaida, urging him to carefully weigh the pros and cons. I also think there might be a mistake. Let's think about how to resolve the current situation first. Even the saint-level lord, Adaida, began to back down, and the atmosphere gradually eased. Many hands make light work. Perhaps the strength of one or two people is not enough to contend with Qi Hongyi, but the combined strength of everyone present is enough. My suggestion is that since the enemy has attacked one of our low-ranking lords, we should also take down their low-ranking lords. One of the lords suggested this. I agree. Taking down their lower-ranking lords will help bring those wavering lords of the British Empire to our side. I agree. Attacking the enemy's lower-ranking lords can not only bring in new forces, but also consolidate our own strength. The group discussed how to deal with the British Empire. In their eyes, what they wanted was not only the secret of Qi Hongyi's promotion, but also the destruction of the Lord Market after the sun never sets. The British Empire is so large that it has essentially taken over all markets, which has slowed down the development of its alliances and high-ranking lords. Therefore, this battle is necessary, not only necessary, but also a must-win. Weren't Alliance leader Atietao's men destroyed in the Thousand Nether Forest? If I remember correctly, isn't the most loyal vice leader of the Sunless Alliance, Qi Hongyi, also in the Thousand Dark Forest? A high-ranking lord said. Atai nodded. It's in the same place, not far away. Then how about we attack him? We must attack not only low-ranking lords, but also high-ranking lords. Only in this way can we achieve the best results. But the opponent's strength is not something that can be easily overcome. Even I would have to pay a price to defeat him. Atieta said. A lord immediately added. Wouldn't that be where those wavering low-ranking lords come in handy? As long as you promise some benefits, like the chance to be promoted to a gold lord, you'll have a lot of cannon fodder to be used. The wisdom of the crowd is powerful. Faced with Qi Hongyi's counterattack, they quickly took countermeasures. What the lords didn't realize was that by bringing more low-ranking lords into the battlefield, the scale of this war would expand to an unprecedented level. Of course, no matter how much the war here expands, it won't affect any one person. Because of the Empire's channels, he has no vested interests with the British Empire, and because of his strength, he doesn't need to worry about being invaded by anyone. It would be good if he didn't actively invade others. At this moment, Chenyi was thinking about whether he should join in the fun and kill a few red-named lords to get the Great Philanthropist title. However, Yaden's words persuaded him to come back. You mean your family possesses such skill scrolls? Certainly. Yaden gave a rather proud reply. These scrolls are extremely difficult to make and are generally only available to nobles. Commoners cannot even come into contact with them. What kinds of scrolls are there? Chenyi asked impatiently. Yaden thought back to her childhood memories of secretly playing in the basement. It seems to be a few offensive skills and magic control skills. Magic control? Chunya's interest was piqued again. He said to Yadan, "You can go now. Go back and bring back news about the dragon. By the way, I don't want gold coins to exchange for the dragon. I just want those skill scrolls." Yadan was speechless at the other party's blatant scheme, but exchanging skill scrolls for a dragon was not a bad option. "Are you sure you want me to leave?" She was still somewhat suspicious of this sudden surprise. After all, Chunya had fooled her many times before. "Then give me back my bow and arrows." Yadan reached out, this time asking for her bow and arrows first. Chunya blinked and said, "Your bow and arrow are broken." Yadan stared wide-eyed in disbelief. "I saw you take it out and play with it yesterday." Forehead. Chunya blushed. He had studied the other party's bow and arrow, and he felt that this kind of behind-the-scenes profession was very suitable for him, and he wanted to try it out. "I just gave up because I didn't have any talent." However, even though he was exposed, he couldn't hide his incredibly thick skin. "I said it's broken, and it's broken. Forget about the bow and arrow." "Then I won't go back." Seeing that this was indeed the case, Yadan simply gave up, knowing that the other party wouldn't let her go back so easily. "Hey, no, you want to go back, but you're afraid of the dangers on the way, right? I can help you. Look, every single one of my goblins is at the platinum level. As long as you pay a small price for a skill scroll, I can have them safely send you back to the Heidi family." Yadan. Chapter 137. The skeleton holds back, the contest between the two sides. Why launch an attack prematurely? Right. Wasn't the plan to use a full teleportation to take down Chi Hongi first? Several clueless lords were discussing the matter within their own small circle. "I don't know, but the leader of the Warriors Alliance is offering too much. As long as we deplete Chunmo's troops, we can obtain a golden territory." The group chatted amongst themselves, all expressing that they had come to attack Chunmo because of the promise made by the leader of the Warriors Alliance. Would anyone disagree with the idea that you can gain territory by simply expending military resources? After all, he doesn't need to take action himself, and the Lord's life won't be threatened by anything. As for whether there will be a prime piece of land for me afterward, isn't that for sure? As long as the sun never sets, there will be golden leaders everywhere. Even if they ultimately fail, how could the opponent, a dignified saint-level lord, possibly deceive them? "Where are your troops?" A bronze lord in the small group asked a question. The silver lord replied, "I'm already on the outskirts of Chunmo's territory, waiting for you to avoid being discovered." Wow. As expected of a silver-ranked player, he arrived so quickly. Another bronze lord offered a somewhat flattering remark. "My 300 troops have arrived. How many troops have you all dispatched?" Another silver lord inquired. Bronze lord, "I dispatched 500. Silver lord, "I dispatched 400. Bronze lord, "I dispatched 600. Bronze lord, "I dispatched 1,000. 1,000. Upon hearing the report from the last bronze lord, the silver lord who had inquired paused for a moment, but didn't say anything more. After all, the number of troops dispatched is up to the other side, and Adaida didn't say anything about rewarding merits. All that's needed is to reduce the other side's combat strength. Very good. We will launch a general offensive once everyone's troops have arrived. 700 silver tier troops and 2,100 bronze tier troops. Wow. This is the first time I've ever fought a battle of this scale." Another silver lord said with a self-deprecating smile. "Humph. With so many troops of ours, even if the enemy has king-level troops, they'll still suffer a lot." A bronze lord said confidently. "That's right. I heard that due to the restrictions on troop summoning, king-level troops cannot be summoned in large numbers. It's probably uncertain whether Chunmo can even summon 100. Another bronze lord added. "Over 100? The silver lord's heart sank. Although it sounds easy, these bronze and silver soldiers who went forward were not necessarily a match for the enemy's 100 elite warriors. He had once been fortunate enough to witness the power of the king-rank troops. But it doesn't matter. The goal of opposing forces is not to conquer the enemy's territory, but merely to wear them down. To put it more bluntly, it's sending your own troops to their deaths. There's no skill involved in that." On the other side, as more and more troops gathered at his doorstep, Chunmo also spotted them. "My lord, the enemy's current force has reached 2,000 men, and they are a motley crew. They should be the allied forces." The elite scouts in charge of reconnaissance reported the news. Chunmo glanced at the formidable army behind him. "Ignore them. Leave this trash to the hell skeletons. You all continue to conserve your energy." "Yes." The valiant soldiers gave a brief acknowledgement and then returned to their posts, showing no intention of joining the battle or launching an attack. Yi looked at the hell skeletons in his territory. There were only 300 of them, but they were fully armed. Chi Hongyi and Chun Imo naturally thought of everything the other party could think of. Chi Hongyi's approach was to dispatch a portion of her troops to help Chun Imo defend his territory. Although Chun Imo also wanted to take the initiative to help the alliance leader relieve pressure, Chi Hongyi had no such intention at all. Only by personally inflicting pain on all of them can I make everyone remember my power. Chi Hongyi. These were Chi Hongyi's original words, but Chun Imo knew that they were her words spoken out of necessity. Today, the British Empire is riddled with problems, and there are very few people capable of fulfilling its duties. Even if there are some, there aren't many, and such cohesion is hardly impressive. Therefore, it's better to be alone than to use skills that are not up to par. No, she wasn't alone. She even diverted troops to protect those who remained loyal to her. How could anyone not follow a lord like that? How can we let you really fight this all by yourself? Chun Imo looked up and saw that Chi Hongyi had her own thoughts, and he had his own as well. Bronze and silver are insignificant. His goal is to leave behind the great Buddha behind these people. Even if it takes all our strength, we must preserve that Buddha statue. The outer edge of the Thousand Ghost Forest. A standard adventurer team consisting of a mage, an assassin, a tank, and 2 swordsmen is undertaking a difficult mission. Boss, are we now wanted criminals? A burly, shield-wielding tank asked the lazy swordsman, who was only a few centimeters tall. Fei Yin spat out the grass in her mouth. Bullshit. Who said that? We've just become wanted criminals in the Osto Kingdom. Come on, with the influence of the city of Ostaban, the surrounding cities are not places we can stay. The burly swordsman pouted and complained. That's right, the boss is too reckless to dare to participate in the mission to assassinate the city lord's warhorse. A figure emerged from behind the burly man and complained to Fei Yin. That's right, Captain was too reckless. I didn't even have time to buy the latest jewelry from my treasure pavilion. A female mage wielding a 2-meter-long staff also joined in the complaints. Exactly, if it weren't for the Heidi family, we might not even be able to leave the city. A young swordsman, around 10 years old, mimicked the tone of adults and joined the crowd in complaining. Hey, you little Asian Alliance member, could you even take on an A-level exploration mission without me? Fei Yin heard everyone complaining that she had subconsciously picked the weakest link to regain her dignity. What kind of A-level mission is this? It's just about finding Heidi Yaden's whereabouts. It's not interesting at all. It's been so many days, how could we possibly find it? Fei Yin didn't speak. He didn't want to tell the other person that he knew where Heidi Yaden had disappeared from. This trip was just for show, so that he could later tell Mrs. Heidi the final location where Heidi Yaden disappeared. Wait, something's up. The stabbing attack hidden in the shadow of the burly man reappeared, stopping the group from moving forward. The tanks stood at the forefront. The mage held his staff in front of him, the assassin concealed himself, and 2 warriors stood on either side of him. The Crimson Flame squad acted swiftly, immediately assembling their battle formation. What's going on? Fei Yin asked. There's a strange magical energy reaction, very powerful, right ahead. The assassin spoke in a series of strange words. Following his gaze, everyone saw a small team appear among the trees. The squad was dressed in magnificent armor, and amidst this splendor, they surrounded one person. Heidi Yaden? How is this possible? Fei Yin, breathing heavily, looked at the person being surrounded. It was none other than the vanished Heidi Yaden. But wasn't Heidi Yaden killed near the territory of that mysterious outsider? Chapter 138, Physical and Magical Resistance, the Terrifying Goblin. Heidi Yaden? That person is Heidi Yaden? Asia Union looked curiously at the woman surrounded by armored men. As a child, he didn't really know the young master of the Heidi family, but he had already imprinted the names of the others in his heart. It is indeed Heidi Yardong, the mage lady affirmed. But then a question arose. Why is Heidi Yaden here? She also knew the captain's identity and the true purpose of this mission. Therefore, she believes that Heidi Yaden could not possibly be here. Why is everyone saying that? Little Asia said with distress. It's as if everyone knows something. Isn't it normal for Heidi Yaden to disappear in the forest and then reappear in the forest today? This is not normal. How could such a well-trained knight appear in the forest? Fei Yin looked at the armored knight with a serious expression. It could absolutely not be the rescue force of the Heidi family. It's worth noting that the Heidi family had just sent people to confirm this not long ago. In other words, the other party didn't even know where Heidi Yaden disappeared, so it was impossible for them to rescue Yaden. What should we do? Should we intervene? The tank player wielding the giant shield asked. What should we do? Should we intervene? Fei Yin was also very conflicted about whether or not to make a move. If I don't intervene, they might send Heidi Yadin back to the forest, and I won't get a single penny. If he takes action, his gold coins and mission will change from confirming the location of Yadin's disappearance to saving the young master of Yadin, and his gold coins will increase from 10,000 to 50,000. Damn it! Fei Yin gritted her teeth and asked the assassin, "Can you sense what level of strength the other party has?" Can. The assassin possessed the skill of detecting auras, and after using the skill, he provided the relevant results. It's roughly platinum level, but that's all. The armor the other person is wearing isn't low grade. 3 platinum medalists, and we. Fei Yin turned to look at his forces. 1 mage, 1 assassin, 1 tank, and 2 swordsmen. 5 against 3, the advantage is on my side. Damn it, let's do it. After Fei Yin shouted, he was the first to rush out. In his view, apart from the Asian League kid who was a gold player, the rest of his team were platinum, while the opposing team only had 3 platinum players. What can't we win? Tanks charge forward, while soldiers flank the mage on either side, who pretends to chant spells behind him. Danger was imminent, but the opposing knight seemed puzzled, tilting his head and not immediately launching a counterattack. Holy crap, their attack intentions are so obvious and they still won't interrupt my spellcasting. I feel like this one might actually work. The mage was somewhat excited. It seemed to be the first time in so many years that he had used magic in actual combat. She was even prepared for the opponent to attack her C position, so she would counterattack by splitting her nearly 2-meter-long staff into 2 long swords. But the other party didn't attack me first? The mage chanted even more fervently, while the others had already reached the armored knight. Yadin instinctively stepped back, and the goblins then took on their defensive duties. He drew his bone-splitting knife from his waist and struck away Fei Yin, who was charging on the far left. Damn, impressive strength. Stone, it's your turn. As Scarlet Flame flew backward, it shouted towards the giant shield tank. After giving an "oh," the latter snapped his giant shield into 2 massive cleavers and slammed them heavily onto the goblin's bone-cracking blade. Ha 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 ha. Didn't expect that, did you? I'm a warrior too. The giant shield felt a surge of pride upon seeing that it had actually managed to strike the knight in the face with a single blow. That's what makes their team so deceptive. Everyone in their group is a swordsman. There are no other classes in their group, just a bunch of warriors. Even the assassins hiding in the shadows possessed daggers that were over 1 meter long. The big man called Stone laughed, but his laughter didn't last long. Because his powerful strike, capable of splitting mountains and shattering rocks, had failed to cleave the opponent's shoulder blade. The knight slowly raised his shoulder as if nothing had happened and kicked the tank away. Get out of the way, let me handle this. Scarlet Flame was knocked away, Stone was kicked away, and Asia Alliance had long since flown off to who knows where. At this critical moment, the mage finally finished chanting the incantation. O flames falling from the sky, burn away all evil, azure flame. A gigantic fire dragon charged toward the goblin. The goblins immediately shielded Yadin behind them. Be careful not to hurt young Master Heidi, Fei Yin said with some concern. He didn't expect that the fake sorcerer would actually unleash his spell. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. The mage roared with joy and then increased his magical power. The armor on the other party looks impressive. It should be able to withstand a lot of magic power. The goblins surrounded Yadin, who looked puzzled. Could these people be actors sent by Chunyi to put on an act? He wanted to tell me that the forest was dangerous, but thankfully I had people to protect me, and then charge himself extra fees? That's what Yadin thinks. Otherwise, how do you explain this bizarre team in front of you? They all looked very strong, but that giant shield tank was actually a swordsman. Swordsmen are one thing, but after one strike, that was it. Those who rushed up from the left and right were knocked away in a single exchange. What's even more outrageous is this spell right in front of us. Judging from the fluctuations, it should be a platinum level spell, but the release is too slow. It has this kind of power? Is it fake? I was standing right behind these monsters, and I couldn't feel any heat at all. It's fake, absolutely fake. After some reasoning, Yadin became even more certain of her idea. This was all an act by Chunyi. He wanted to make more money. What should we do? How should we handle this? Yadin once again revealed his fear of money. Before, she felt like she had more money than she could ever spend, but now she feels like she doesn't have enough. Eating costs money, drinking water costs money, saying the wrong thing costs money, exchanging a ring costs money, and exchanging the contents of the ring costs an additional amount. And then there's the cost of going back, which will require another sum of money, plus the cost of purchasing the dragon's breeding rights. which will also require another sum of money. What should I do? How can I save this money? Yaden's mind raced, trying to ensure his team's ultimate victory. Yinxin's team also looked embarrassed. It's already outrageous that it can withstand the violent blows of stones, but now the opponent is actually bathing in fire dragon water? Is this fake? How can we beat this? What should I use to win? Everyone was stunned by the terrifying scene, but the goblins started moving when the spell ended. Chapter 139. The final battle is moved forward. The general offensive begins. So fast, I can't even see it. Asia Union was shocked to discover that the three monstrous-looking things from before had disappeared. When the opponent reappeared, their own mage had already disappeared, or more accurately, had been kicked away. And the speed is so fast that you can't even see it. Careful. Clang. Sparks flew as the iron cut through the air. Asia Union quickly retreated and spread itself out. Only then did he realize what was going on. It turns out they targeted him and wanted to kill him in one fell swoop. Fortunately, an assassin from his own team helped him withstand the attack. However, the cost is enormous. My dagger. The assassin watched in shock as his meter-long dagger was severed. He quickly retreated and disappeared back into the shadows. Is this for real? That's strong. At this moment, Asia Alliance felt that all of this was fake. How could there be such a powerful enemy? They were both at the platinum level, but the other party seemed to take them and others completely insignificant. A single blow could instantly kill them all. You should know that Scarlet Flame Squad is quite famous in Ostaban. Not only are all members platinum members, but they also have a record of winning a diamond through teamwork. Asia Alliance was shocked by the opponent's strength, but what he didn't know was that this group of incredibly powerful enemies had cooperated multiple times to defeat the Stardust Dragon. It's fake, absolutely fake. Yaden looked at the assassin's dagger being broken and wanted to curse out loud. Where can you find an assassin wielding a dagger that's over a meter long? Where can you cut off someone's weapon in a single exchange? It's a shady deal, an absolute shady deal. They're trying to scam me out of my money. Both sides were deeply emotional, but the goblins were unable to sense it. Or rather, they are unable to empathize. Isn't it normal that my spells are immune to yours and can't harm me? My armor is immune to physical attacks with less than 50 attribute points, so it's normal that you can't do any damage to me, right? And I cut your weapon in half with one strike. That's cheating. My weapon is a high-grade weapon that's specifically designed to break armor. Cutting off your normal weapon isn't unreasonable, is it? Unfortunately, the goblins didn't explain all of this, but it greatly shocked Fei Yin and the others. What the hell kind of monster have we encountered? Red Lotus, burn. Fei Yin unleashed her strongest skill, and a fiery lotus flower bloomed. The goblin tilted its head, showing no intention of dodging, and passed through the red lotus right in front of the other party, then disappeared from sight. This. You idiot, you cheat. Fei Yin was so shocked that she couldn't speak, even though her adventure team was A rank. It's a veteran A-level team with all members at platinum rank. Shouldn't such a lineup be invincible except for large armies or S-level squads? But he was beaten down by 3 mysterious knights? Indeed, he was not only beaten, but he had no chance to resist at all. No, there were 2, and not one of them even made a move. Scarlet Flame was terrified. The goblin disappeared, and when it reappeared, it had already used its brutal strangulation technique. His vision went black, and he was strangled unconscious. All of this was because Chunyi had shown leniency under his direction. If Chunyi hadn't shown mercy, then this team would probably be wiped out. Since the start of the battle, Chunyi had noticed the unusual things happening here. It's important to know that the protection of Yaden is not only provided by the Black Armor Goblin, but also by the Dragon Man Goblin in the sky. However, since Dragon Goblins are born with wings and are difficult to hide, Chunyi did not intend to let them enter the city of Osto. He was just used as a scout. These people are quite capable. I could bring them back to bolster the city's Chamber of Commerce. Although a rift developed between Sha and him due to the former's concealment, he still valued the Chamber of Commerce highly. These people might be able to reappear in Ostaban City under a different identity. Bring them back. Chunyi gave the order, and the dragon goblins in the sky immediately strung together the people who had been knocked unconscious by the black-armored goblins and brought them back. The dragon goblin left, while the black-armored goblin, under Chunyi's control, wrote the words 100 gold coins next to Yaden. I knew it. Yaden pouted as if everything was within her expectations, and her image of Chunyi became even more vivid in her mind. Damn it, Chunmo's situation is also difficult. I can't afford to deplete the forces left behind by Chi Hongyi's skeletons. At the meeting of the lords, Otherworld spoke angrily. Unable to achieve attrition? How many troops did Chi Hongyi leave behind? The leader of the Blood Oath Alliance inquired. 300. Otherworld answered with a dark face. 300. The rest of the crowd was shocked. They never expected that a saint-level lord like the other side couldn't even defeat 300 skeleton soldiers. If even a saint-level opponent can't beat someone with a score of 300, how can they possibly face Chi Hongyi? The other side has 30,000 of them. You couldn't even eliminate 300 skeletons? Is Chi Hongyi really that strong? Dongfang Tiexin also expressed his doubts. It should be noted that in terms of pure strength, she is not much stronger than Otherworld. What? It was only then that Otherworld realized the mistake he had made in speaking. He hurriedly explained, "It's not that I can't solve it. It's that the low-level lords can't be worn down. The enemy's troops can be reorganized within an hour, so it's impossible to achieve the goal of attrition." I see. The heavy frowns on everyone's faces eased a little. Low-level lords cannot be consumed, which means that high-level lords can still be dealt with if they are killed quickly enough. This is important intelligence. Someone spoke up. Since Chi Hongyi's rapid troop repair has reached this point, we can no longer aim to destroy the enemy's troops. Our overall offensive should aim to hold the enemy back until we destroy their fertile ground, and then slowly encircle and annihilate them. Yes, that's a good suggestion. Everyone seemed to have received some important news and was very excited, feeling that they were even more confident in winning over Chi Hongyi. This can't go on. Let's do something about it. Bailuaha suddenly spoke up. All-out offensive. Some questioned, but there's still 1 day left, and our troops haven't even been assembled yet. All-out attack. Bailuaha reiterated firmly. In just half a day, we have already lost nearly 10 lords. If this drags on any longer, we will only weaken the enemy. Yes, Bailuaha is right. Otherworld immediately joined forces with Bailuaha. This man, who has lost the majority of his career so far, is the leader of the Warriors League. Alright, let's launch the all-out attack. The lords seemed to have made up their minds and immediately relayed orders to their troops and subordinate lords. In an instant, most of the lords' circle was shaken. Chapter 140, War or Staying Aside. They've started fighting. They've started fighting. Boss, a fight has broken out. Wow, that's huge. Chen Yi was waiting for the Dragon Goblin to bring the adventurers back when he received a message from Manhwa. What's going on? A fight broke out. Chen Yi was a little taken aback. Chi Hongyi, the Sun Never Sets Alliance, has started fighting with the other alliances. Manhwa said somewhat excitedly. Many lords here have started mobilizing. It seems that the Lord Alliances have used some kind of teleportation scroll, and a large number of their troops have disappeared from the map. Teleportation scrolls, or large-scale use? This surprised Chen Yi. It was quite a generous gesture, considering he only possessed a temporary teleportation array. But this group of people actually started using teleportation scrolls on a large scale. Manhwa explained, I bought one at a high price. It looks like a very low-grade one. Once it's made, it should be used within 1 or 2 days, otherwise it will lose its effectiveness. So that's how it is. Chen Yi nodded, but a new question immediately arose. How did they manage to make so many teleportation scrolls? Forehead. Manhwa scratched his head somewhat embarrassedly. Boss, it seems to be one of our gambling stones. Many people drew out valuable items. Many people have drawn valuable items? Chen Yi was somewhat shocked. No wonder he had seen so many rare items appearing in the trading area recently. No, this is all money. Manhwa, don't worry, boss. Seeing the exclamation mark Chen Yi had added, Manhwa naturally knew what Chen Yi wanted to say. He preemptively said, Don't worry, boss. I've already adjusted the price. Now, each energy stone is 100 yuan. Some people might make a profit, but we definitely won't lose money. Through market research, Manhwa discovered that many people have a strong obsession with getting rich overnight through unexpected wealth. Therefore, he plans to raise the price of rough jade again. You're not going to buy it? If you don't, someone else will. The legendary stories of many people and the 50% chance of winning on the first draw are simply too tempting. Yeah, it's alright. Chen Yi nodded, saying that making him lose money was even more painful than making him lose money. The price has been raised to 500 each. After careful consideration, Chen Yi looked at the South River. The price has suddenly increased to 500? Manhwa was shocked, realizing he wasn't shrewd enough. Boss, isn't this a bit too much of a leap? Not big. Chen Yi responded. From now on, you should say that rough stones are extremely difficult to obtain, and that people will get anxious if they are out of stock from time to time. This? Manhwa gasped, feeling a sense of awe and confusion. The boss is a shrewd businessman. Listen to the boss and get closer to him. So, boss, what's next? After resolving the minor incident involving the jade gambling, Manhwa inquired about their stance on the war. It's okay, just watch. War is a waste of resources and manpower. If there are not enough benefits, one should not participate. Are you watching? Manhwa pondered it, but thought it was feasible, since it wasn't her business anyway. Just watch. It's none of my business how much fun they have. His backer is Chunyi, the only sub-god soldier and currently the strongest lord. Was he afraid? Not at all. Manhwa indicated that he understood and then withdrew. What he didn't know was that his boss wasn't a demigod soldier, but he was almost the strongest lord. The outcome of Chunyi's current strength versus Chi Hongyi's depends entirely on how much Chunyi is willing to invest. Well, if we go to war with Chi Hongyi now, it's about 50/50ths. If we invest all our funds, it's about 30/70ths. Chunyi carefully considered Chi Hongyi's combat strength and financial strength. He doesn't have to be number one, but he must have the ability to be number one at any time. You don't have to attract the wind, but you must make sure your own tree is big enough. Oh, right, there's still a new batch of goblins that haven't been born yet, and the dragons haven't been sold either. Chunyi then performed the conversion between the two, especially the part about the dragon. If the dragon is successfully sold, then I and Chi Hongyi will be in a 1 o'clock situation. She used all her strength, and then Chi Hongyi split open. Boom! Roar! The roar of the behemoth was accompanied by the sound of explosions, as if something was fighting around it. The scope of the war is really vast. There's even a battlefield right here in my area. The Everlasting Sun Alliance. You really are the Everlasting Sunday. Chunyi sighed, but he didn't know which side would emerge victorious after this battle. Chunyi sent a few goblins over to check the situation, while he set up a barbecue grill. Watching a play goes perfectly with barbecue. Chunmo's territory. The scorched earth was scarred and ravaged, and burning humanoid creatures were running around. They're really ruthless, burning even their own people. Chunmo couldn't help but marvel as he watched the giant dragon in the sky clear most of the battlefield with a single burst of fire. Ataida casually glanced at the low-level lords below and the running, burning Vajra ape, and said casually, "A piece of trash that can't even deplete your troops is of no use to you. But you can't do it either." Chunmo smiled at this powerful opponent. "The skeletons you destroyed with the dragon's flames will reassemble in less than an hour." Ataida scoffed even more. "An hour is enough for me to kill you many times over." Ataida stood on the back of a young dragon, while Chunmo was fighting a fully grown dragon. The sheer heat emanating from the fiery dragon just standing there was enough to suffocate the elite warriors beneath its armor. What the other party said is true. If a fight really broke out, the dragon's flames would probably burn away all the surrounding air in less than an hour. Without air, no one can survive. All troops, stand at attention. Mounted troops, keep your distance, and prepare to throw your spears. Yes. The entire army immediately began circling and drawing their spears to counterattack the dragon. Faced with all this, Atai snorted disdainfully and said to Chunmo, who was hiding somewhere, "With a mere 150 units, what do you think you can do against my dragons? Doubling it again would be more like it." The opponent's 60 units posed a threat to his subadult dragon. But that was just a threat. Now that the dragons have grown to adulthood, their strength has doubled, while the opponent only has 150 of them, which is no match for their own dragons. Not every unit is immune to dragon magic. The existence of dragons is often a threat. The flames or icy aura emanating from them can be countered by king-rank troops, but not for long. Especially since the other party was still under armor, it was like locking oneself in a steamer. Chunmo, you will be the first and only king-level lord to fall in battle. Oh, sorry, I forgot your gold. However, being able to hold off a saint-level being like me with gold is something you can boast about even in the underworld. Ataida looked down at the dragon as it crushed the ant with a sharp blade. In the end, your own dragon may be injured, but the enemy's troops will be completely wiped out. Let's finish this quickly. I still need to go and defeat Chi Hongyi. The scorching flames condensed into magma in the dragon's mouth, like a dazzling second sun, and everything around was drawn in by the air pressure. Dragon's breath. Chapter 141. The dragon appears again. Captain, are you awake? You're awake. Your communication skills are terrible. It took you so long to connect with us. Yeah, I can't wait any longer. Shut up, all of you. I am a warrior by nature. Magic is just a hobby. Within Shunya's territory, several people imprisoned in a tent were communicating with each other using a mental incantation. The group looked at each other, realizing that everyone in all the teams except for the Asian League had woken up. This was simply to prevent the monsters monitoring them from discovering that they hadn't taken any action and were just pretending to be unconscious. "Boss, where are we? I just peeked at the door, and there are 2 demi-humans watching us." Stone asked Fei Yin a question, and Fei Yin replied very seriously. "It seems we've been captured and taken to the territory of a demi-human." "What kind of demi-human is this?" the assassin asked with some curiosity, and he also saw the demi-humans guarding the people outside through the gaps in the tent. He had never seen the other person's appearance before. It seemed to be some new type of demi-human. "What demi-human?" Fei Yin repeated the sentence, then frowned even more deeply. "A very powerful demi-human territory." Wait. Weren't we defeated by a group of armored knights?" The mages discovered the blind spot. They were defeated by the knights, and then appeared in the territory of a demi-human. Does this mean that someone is making a deal with a demi-human? Or perhaps, powerful figures have taken action against them? Some nobles in the Osto state have had affairs with some tribes in the Thousand Dark Forest. This is because it allows the other party to help resolve many shady issues or matters. "Oh, I see, Captain. It must be you who angered the OS family. Those people and this demi-human territory belong to the OS family." Stone's belated realization. "Yes, that's quite possible." The monk echoed this sentiment, which is the clearest explanation so far. Being caught by the OS family is terrible. The assassin, with a look of utter despair, turned himself upside down. "Everyone, find a comfortable position. We're all going to die anyway, so I want to die in style." The assassin gave up, the tank followed suit, and the rock even sat up, saying, "Since that's how it is, then I'll just die sitting here. Dying standing up is too tiring. Dying lying down is too shameful, so I choose to die sitting up." Seeing his teammates start to play, Fei Yin quickly interrupted them. "No, that's not it. These demi-humans are definitely not from the OS family." Fei Yin's tone was very certain. He then added, "The OS family style of doing things would not allow them to conceal such strong knights. They prefer to display their martial prowess. Besides," Fei Yin continued, but her tone involuntarily became heavier. I saw something terrifying, something that the OS family could never have obtained." As he spoke, his spirits plummeted. The good news is that it's not the OS family. The bad news is that it's not the OS family either, but the other side is much stronger. "Not the OS family, but even more powerful. Captain, what are you talking about?" Everyone was very curious about what the former had said. "It'll be here soon. Just wait and see." Fei Yin's face was gloomy. He wished he had heard something false, but it was definitely true. He was the first to wake up, and not only did he observe the situation, but he also unexpectedly heard some terrifying noises. Wait and see. Everyone was puzzled. The next second, a deafening roar erupted, like thunder rumbling. Roar! Everyone's pupils dilated in shock, and they sat bolt upright. This is... As adventurers, they need to be familiar with every magical creature in order to perfectly deal with all the dangers in the wild. And they were all too familiar with that voice. I must have misheard. Gurgle. The assassin swallowed hard. Is this a dragon? When it was Stone's turn, he finally revealed the source of the sound. Fei Yin nodded gloomily. It's a dragon, and it's a dragon that's crying out in sorrow. A wailing dragon. These guys, they've hunted a dragon and are torturing it. Gurgle. Where have we fallen in? The group that had been thinking of waiting until Asia Union woke up before discussing their escape instantly abandoned their plans. Shadow, can you sense the strength of the demi-humans monitoring us from outside? The mage asked with some concern. A tribe capable of hunting dragons. How powerful must they be? I'll give it a try. The assassin known as the Shadow immediately put his skills to use, but he saw something even more terrifying in the 2 monsters in front of the door. Those monsters. Shadow stammered for a moment. What's wrong? Just say it directly. Stop beating around the bush. I've already endured the stimulation from the dragon. Nothing is more unbearable than this. The monk said nonchalantly. That's just the nature of their team, lazy and complacent. Once they realized they were no match for their opponent, they gave up any hope of escaping. As for probing the opponent's strength, that's just an excuse to lie low. Platinum strength. Shadow said in disbelief. What's so surprising about platinum level? It would be surprising if a tribe capable of hunting dragons didn't have platinum level combat power, right? The monk said with a hint of disdain. All right, Now we can lie down and relax to our heart's content. The stone lay down again, truly lying flat. No, no, those monsters have the aura of dragons. The shadow choked as it spoke. His skill allows him to sense the strength of an enemy by their aura. He has sensed and recorded the auras of many powerful individuals. What he is most proud of is that he once encountered and recorded the aura of a giant dragon. This means he has the ability to identify dragons. But he actually sensed this aura from these demi-human creatures. Does this mean that the other party possesses dragon blood, skills, or something else? Is it accurate? Fei Yin stared at the shadow in shock, but all she received in return was a heavy nod from the other party. Phew. Then let's lie down. In fact, after learning that there was a dragon in this place and seeing the appearance of the dragon goblin, Fei Yin already had a guess, but he just wanted to confirm it through the shadow. But this confirmation was truly remarkable. I seem to have all sorts of good things happen to me. We can't beat them. We simply can't beat them. We're just waiting to die. Fei Yin and the others lay down neatly to await the judgment of the local lord. However, at this moment, Chun Yi, as the lord, also discovered something that interested him. This is a dragon? The ground goblins dispatched by Chun Yi have arrived at the battle sites around him and transmitted back the battle results. The two sides in the battle were an armored knight on one side and a crimson fire dragon on the other. A fiery dragon? Chun Yi licked the corner of his mouth with his tongue, revealing a rare excitement. It's like someone brought you a pillow just as you were about to doze off. Chapter 142, Shi Hongyi's Friend Request. Wow, their fight is pretty intense. Chun Yi observed the entire battlefield through the ground goblin. No wonder I could sense the enemy's battle fluctuations here. It turned out to be a war between dragons and king-level units. Isn't Chun Mo supposed to be a gold-tier soldier? How did he become a king-tier soldier? Chun Yi looked at the tiger warriors with some curiosity. Judging from their aura, they were definitely a king-level soldier. It's not just king-level, but not even the kind of combat power that has just entered the king level. This combat power is almost comparable to that of the black armor goblin. Chun Yi observed that the enemy's spears, thrown by spears, and their mounted charges were all quite superior. Its strength is even comparable to that of the black armor goblin. Of course, these are goblins without black armor protection. The black armored goblin's defense alone is enough to leave its opponent far behind. Look, every attack from that fiery dragon carries a high temperature, yet these mighty warriors, though seemingly without any major casualties, have all dodged it. However, Chun Yi could sense it from the increasingly weak throws. Compared to the valiant warriors' offensive methods, the dragons had a much easier time. All you need to do is attack from the air while dodging ground attacks. Whether to fight or not was almost entirely in the dragon's control. This is the benefit of having air superiority. Luckily, that dragon couldn't escape at the time, otherwise I would have had a hard time capturing it. Chun Yi thought of the first wind dragon he had captured. That was really lucky. But now things are better. Since our own units have the ability to fly, we don't have to worry about losing air superiority. Roar! The dragon roared, and then a sky full of fiery meteors rained down, seemingly threatening to raze the territory to the ground. The ground goblin hurriedly burrowed underground to hide, but when he came out again, the meteor shower had ended, and the dragon was attacked by the ground knights. Dozens of spears pierced through the tough scales and embedded themselves in the dragon's body. Goodness, this Chun Mo is no pushover either. Chun Yi watched the clash between the two sides, and was amazed that Chun Mo's troops had managed to hit the dragon under those circumstances in that instant. This mindset and fighting style are as if they have been rehearsed in advance to deal with all sorts of possible scenarios of facing a dragon. Go ahead and fight, the more fun the better. I'll be the fisherman. That's not rigorous enough. Chun Yi surveyed the scorched earth, the ruined city walls, the fences, and the wooden houses, confirming the area's former prosperity. But now this prosperity has been consumed by war and burned to ashes. Not to become the fisherman, but to seek revenge. The current situation is quite clear. He doesn't know the extent of the casualties in their previous battle. But now, only 80 of the elite tiger warriors remain. The dragon had over 100 spears stuck in its body, making it look like a hedgehog. After all, the opponent lacked the defense of a goblin, the poison of a goblin, and the ability to kill with a single blow. This is enough to predict the outcome in advance. The tiger warriors were all wiped out, and the dragon was injured. Chun Yi nodded, satisfied with his guess. The dragon attacked Chun Mo, and Chun Yi attacked the dragon in return. Not only could he obtain the dragon, but he could also gain the title of a great philanthropist. It kills two birds with one stone. Chinemo, stop resisting, give up. The fate of your British Empire is already sealed. From above, Adida spoke to those below. Although he couldn't see Chinemo, he knew Chinemo could hear him. The troops here are the eyes and ears of the Lord, and the Lord can learn about everything happening on the battlefield through the troops. The ending? The ending where you are wiped out. Chunmo's voice also came out from the soldiers' mouths. He did not think this group was a match for Chi Hongi. It wasn't just because Chi Hongi's troops were powerful, but also because of another fatal reason. I may die in this war, but Chi Hongi and the Sun Never Sets alliance will surely win. Cut. Atai scoffed. Victory? What makes Chi Hongi think she can win? You are now the last high-ranking lord in the entire British Empire. Without you, she will be left isolated and helpless. What? You still expect her to trust the other lords? Atai Da's mocking voice came from the sky. While he was attacking Chun Mo, Chi Hongi was also facing a general offensive, and so far, there had been no reports of any other lords coming to her aid. Or perhaps Chi Hongi could arrange for a lord from an unending dynasty to come and help her. What a proud woman. She wouldn't ask for help from others if they didn't help her. Although Aida was somewhat disdainful of the outcome of the war, she had some respect for Chi Hongi. He respects every strong person. Chi Hongi has clearly earned her own respect. Such a proud woman. She probably would never ask anyone for help in her entire life, right? Atiera was thinking this, and Chun Mo, who was hiding in the shadows, was thinking the same thing. His biggest fear was that Chi Hongi would fight alone. With the opponent's strength and power, they could definitely win this battle, but would she really order and beg those lords? No, very likely not. Chi Hongi is too arrogant. She doesn't want anyone's help. Even now, he himself is spontaneously helping to hold off a saint-level lord for him. Chi Hongi has a method to teleport troops, and she once suggested that her troops participate in the battle together, leaving only some as reserves. Or they could leave nothing behind, and if they couldn't conquer their own territory, they could simply plunder it at the end of the war. However, Chi Hongi did not do that. Instead, she left her 300 troops here. She didn't want to trouble others, and even less did she want to trouble those who genuinely cared for her. In other words, she planned to shoulder the burden herself, but sometimes you don't have to shoulder everything alone. Sometimes you can't handle it all by yourself. Chun Mo suggested that Chi Hongi be flexible, but that hope was slim. Never mind. Chun Mo shook his head, thinking that at worst he could commit all his troops. Even if we can't kill the dragon, we must injure it to the point that it can't fight. Wow. Chen Yi acted like a bystander, simply waiting to reap the rewards. The battle was truly spectacular. The way these cavalrymen throw their weapons seems to be much more advanced than that of the goblins. Is it because of Knight Soldier General that he has these skills by nature? Chen Yi watched the battle with admiration, learning from the strengths of both sides. Suddenly, beep beep. The system message notification drew Chun Ye's attention back to the present. Who's texting me at this time? Manhwa. Chen Yi opened the panel, but all he saw was a friend request. Chi Hong has requested to become your friend. Chapter 143. Chi Hongi's plea for help. Chi Hongi, why are you contacting me at this time? Chen Yi looked at the friend request with some confusion. Although both were top-tier lords, they were not friends with each other. Chen Yi doesn't like adding strangers except for beautiful women, and Chi Hongi has never taken the initiative to invite or asked someone to invite Chen Yi. Despite their delicate relationship, the two have never become friends. Strangely enough, although they had heard a lot about each other from various sources, no one added each other as friends. This was Chi Hongi's first time applying to become Chun Ye's friend. Chun Yi was even more puzzled. Aren't they fighting right now? How can they still be in the mood to add you as a friend? Could it be that he can't hold on any longer and wants to drag me down with him? Chun Yi speculated, and then became somewhat tempted. He didn't want to participate in a war without any benefit, but it was different when there was a benefit. If someone offers to pay to help them, Chun Yi wouldn't mind within certain limits. After all, my troops are just sitting around doing nothing, so I might as well take them out for training and level up at the same time. Farming monsters every day is just too slow these days. Out of consideration for their friendship, Chun Yi agreed. Chun Yi. A standard question mark clearly indicates that the person wants to know the other party's purpose. Chi Hongi wasn't one of MOG's people, so she asked directly, "You're from the Thousand Ghost Forest, right?" "That's right," Chun Yi replied. "Do me a favor. Chen Mo should be around you. I'll give you his coordinates. Help me go and rescue him. Save him." Chen Yi was stunned for a moment. Could it be that Chun Mo asked Chi Hongi for help, and since she didn't have time, she was going to entrust him with the task? "I saw through my unit that Chun Mo is fighting a Taida. He is no match for him. I would like to ask for your help. Suddenly, Chi Hongyi seemed to have thought of something. She added, Ataida, a saint-level lord, can you defeat him? These words made Chun Yi raise his eyebrows, one higher than the other. Everyone claims to be the strongest lord. While the title of strongest may not be entirely certain now, they certainly shouldn't be a match for a saint-level lord, right? Before Chun Yi could refute, the other party continued. I know you are not a demigod soldier. Chun Yi. He paused for a second, then asked the man, how did you know? Although there are many rumors that she is not the lord of the demigods, why can Chi Hongyi say with such a firm tone that she is not the lord of the demigods? Never mind how I know. Are you a match for that saint-level lord? Chi Hongyi said somewhat impatiently. She somewhat regretted seeking out Chun Yi. If he wasn't a match for Ataida, she might as well have sent some more troops over herself. It's just that when facing saint-level troops, one's own gold-level troops need to be more numerous. Yes. Chun Yi didn't say much, only replying with a single word. Chun Yi had a suspicion. Since the other party could be so certain that he wasn't a demigod lord, then perhaps. Does the other party know who the real demigod lord is? Or is the reason why the other party is so powerful is because of that demigod lord? Chun Yi had always believed that the so-called demigod lords did not exist, but now. Okay, then do me a favor and protect Chun Mo for a period of time, until the end of this battle. I will give you the corresponding reward. Chi Hongyi was somewhat surprised that Chun Yi was strong enough to defeat a saint-level lord. The other party answered very decisively, so they must have the strength. Perhaps they are also at the saint rank. What kind of compensation? Chun Yi inquired. Chi Hongyi paused for a moment. The reward I can give you will be after the war if you... Is it just empty promises or hollow checks? Chun Yi interrupted the question directly. The other person had only said half of what they meant, but he had already grasped the unspoken meaning. Chi Hongyi explained, I'm using all my energy stones and other resources for this war. You might not believe it, but right now there are more than 200 lords surrounding my territory. More than 200? Chun Yi was shocked. This number was almost half again as much as Manhwa had reported. He had considered that the actual number of people involved in the war would be greater than reported. But I didn't expect that the other alliances would go crazy and be able to mobilize so many people. Surrounded by over 200 lords, you're still promising me rewards after the battle? Chun Yi asked with a slightly joking tone. I will not lose. Chi Hongyi didn't reply much, just a few simple words. I won't lose. Chun Yi was genuinely curious about what kind of trump card the other party had that made them dare to say such a thing. But the other person's voice seemed to have a certain infectious appeal, making people unable to help but believe her. Being at odds with the three major alliances, along with other lords, makes victory virtually impossible. Moreover, according to the investigation, she had no reinforcements at all. If there is one, it would probably be Chun Mo alone. Based on his analysis of the battle situation, Chun Yi believed that the enemy had no chance of winning unless a miracle occurred. But now this woman is giving her a feeling that she can win. He took a deep breath, as if he had made a decision. Okay, I accept your empty promise. What do you need me to do? Through the goblin's perspective, Chun Yi saw the territory that had been almost completely destroyed and the knights and dragons struggling desperately. Do you need me to help you defend Chun Mo's territory? Or do you need me to kill his dragon? Chun Yi inquired. You? Chi Hongyi couldn't believe that the other party actually believed her. She was even prepared for Chun Yi to refuse. After all, she really had no resources left, and what she said was just an empty promise. It's difficult to defend the territory. My troops used to take time to develop, but his territory is almost finished now. Chun Yi observed the battle situation again, and then added to the report. The spears on the dragon's body were burned away, while the knights put up a desperate resistance. With his spear constantly being thrown, it was clear that Chun Mo had made extensive preparations. The spears seem inexhaustible, but no matter what, this wound can only be considered a superficial injury. Then help me protect Chun Mo. I need him to live. Chi Hongyi made the assessment. Understood. Chun Yi didn't exchange many words, but simply mobilized his army. When it comes to capturing dragons, their goblins are quite adept. After receiving a positive reply, Chi Hongyi's profile picture went dark, indicating that she was offline. 200 lords, I'd like to see how you plan to win. Chun Yi looked into the distance, where an epic battle seemed to be taking place. With 200 lords, how many troops would they have fighting each other? In a battlefield with tens of thousands of people, the blood must have flowed like rivers. Chapter 144, Chi Hongyi's Secret. A battlefield with tens of thousands of people, the blood must have flowed like rivers. Bailua stood atop a high mountain, gazing at the distant battlefield where various types of troops were engaged in a chaotic melee. After he used a scroll to teleport everyone's units over, he himself followed. Perhaps very few people would do that. After all, the battlefield is so dangerous, and as a lord, one could easily hide behind the scenes and control things. Why take the risk? Of course, it's to witness this glorious era. Bailuaha opened his arms and breathed in the blood mist in the air. The Lord's alliance had 70,000 troops, while Chi Hongyi's forces numbered exactly 30,000, making it a war involving a total of 100,000 people. This caused the water vapor in the air to carry a lot of blood-like energy, forming a faint crimson color. The crimson mist felt strangely refreshing as it entered my throat. When Bailuaha opened his eyes again, the sounds of fighting and roaring still lingered below. The battle was chaotic, so chaotic that he couldn't even tell what types of troops were involved. Below were giant wolves, werewolves, snow dragons, monkeys, human cavalry, infantry, and all sorts of other wild beasts or whatever else. In short, the battlefield was in complete chaos. If it weren't for the fact that Chi Hongyi's troops were easy to identify, these lords probably wouldn't have been able to distinguish which ones were the enemies. Bailuaha looked at the battlefield. Corpses, corpses, still just corpses. The red blood stained the ground, saturated the soil, and flowed down the slope, gradually converging into a viscous stream. You're about to enter a period of troop weakness. What are you going to do to deal with that? Bailuaha smiled. After learning about Chi Hongyi's unique troop type, they naturally devised corresponding battle tactics. The reason so many people died here was not because Chi Hongyi's troops were particularly powerful. It's because they are controlling the numbers and the injuries. Instead of destroying Chi Hongyi's troops immediately, they tried to cripple them, but not kill them, and then killed them with a single blow after controlling a large enough number of them. Kill his 30,000 skeletons in one go, and then you can trample on Chi Hongyi at will during the 1-hour vacuum period when he revives. Of course, this plan was not easy to implement, but fortunately they had enough people to cripple the skeleton and then assign one person to guard it. Then wait for the order to strike and kill. This can effectively counter the opponent's tactics, thus preventing them from being worn down by the opponent's immortal resurrection attribute. Chi Hongyi certainly saw it, but she had no choice. Their side has a force of 70,000. If she dares to send only 20,000 or 10,000 skeletons to guard the territory, they will lose their territory in an instant. Therefore, she had no choice but to release everything. In this way, your immortality attribute is just for show, and the only thing you can be proud of is the number of your troops. But you can't match our numbers either. Bailuaha seemed to be thinking. So, what is it that gives you such confidence that you remain so resolute? He thought about it again and again, but still couldn't understand. If you can't figure it out, then don't think about it. Bailuaha smiled and said, "Practice makes perfect." He took out a scroll and gave the order to it. "It's your time to make your appearance." "I understand, but I hope you can keep your promise later." "Certainly." Owen and Landtooth Shark, who were lurking underground on the battlefield, received orders from Bailuaha to begin their march toward the center of Chi Hongyi's territory. His Landtooth Shark possesses the special ability to burrow underground. While it may not be very good at combat, it excels in infiltration and reconnaissance. Even the soil tastes bloody. How many people died up there? As Irving felt the sensation transmitted by the Landtooth Shark, he couldn't help but feel a little uneasy. He couldn't see the outside world, but he could smell the pungent odor through the nasal cavity of the land-toothed shark. The smell of blood had seeped through the soil and into the nasal cavity of the land-toothed shark through its organs. Gradually, as the land-toothed shark moved forward, the smell of the mud lessened, and they soon arrived at the rear of the battlefield. The war has been going on for a long time, but it has been fought around Chi Hongyi's territory, leaving the central area in a vacuum. Finally, the land-toothed shark arrived and emerged from the soil. The sounds of roaring and fighting were left behind, and in front of them was a patch of scorched earth. Damn, is there something wrong with the soil here? As soon as Irving got up, he smelled another odor, like sulfur or something burning. You have arrived in the territory of the underworld. All nether creature attributes increase by 5%, while non-nether creature attributes decrease by 3%. Your attributes have been reduced by 3%. Irving had just seen the charred remains around him when he received a notification from the system. The underworld, is this Chi Hongyi's method? He was somewhat stunned. He had reduced all his attributes by 3%, while the creatures with hell attributes had increased by 5%. That was a total of 8% increase in all attributes. Is this how territories are played nowadays? Owen was quite bold. The early stages were indeed a time for lords to develop rapidly. I had only lost my territory for a short period of time, yet the other side had already developed things I had never seen before. And houses? Do skeletons need houses to live in? Irving looked around at the houses with a puzzled expression. There were quite a few of them, enough to accommodate 10,000 people. But what is the purpose of these houses? And why are the skeletons so exquisitely detailed? Forget it. I'd better finish the mission sooner and get rid of this damned auxiliary soldier status. Irving walked toward the houses. Bailua's task for himself was to investigate the secret behind Chi Hongyi's ability to summon an unlimited number of units and the source of Chi Hongyi's confidence. Therefore, he had no intention of venturing deep into the other party's territory in an attempt to destroy any fertile spring, because he knew there must be a considerable number of troops guarding that place. I am not so great as to end the war prematurely. All we need to do is investigate everything here, and naturally, the investigation should begin with the strange and unusual things. Damn it! Thinking of this, Irving suddenly became furious. This reminded him of his past glory. You should know that Chi Hongyi's current situation was entirely his doing. He was the first to learn the secret that lords could be replaced, and then he and Su Qingyu plotted everything about the never-setting sun alliance. Unfortunately, I was really unlucky and my territory was invaded by those damned goblins. This directly led to the breakdown of his own plans. Otherwise, how could it be the turn of these idiots? I should be the one standing behind the scenes, pointing the way. Owen walked angrily to the wooden door. Damn goblins. Once I find my new territory, I'll wipe you out completely. Irving angrily threw a punch, treating the wooden door like a goblin, wanting to vent his emotions. Thump. Irving's fist swung rapidly through the air, creating a wave that didn't actually land on the wooden door. The imagined scene of a wooden door shattering and splintering did not materialize. Irving felt a sudden weight in his hand. He had no idea when a black tentacle had wrapped around it. What is this? A brief pause. The black tentacles actually climbed up my arm like crazy hair, and in an instant they enveloped most of Irving's body. Chapter 145, Hidden. What are these things? Damn it. Irving tried desperately to get rid of the black tentacles that clung to him like a worm. But the tentacles seemed to be alive and continued to climb upwards. Shashua. Boom. The land-toothed shark, lurking underground, opened its mouth and unleashed dozens of pieces that accurately struck a small creature beneath its black tentacles. Squeak. After the rat-like squeak, the black tentacles stopped growing. Owen stared in shock at the lifeless black hair lying on the ground. What is this? What is Chi Hongyi up to? Owen observed incredulously that the thing on the ground didn't look like an ordinary creature at all. It looked more like a dwarf. Or something like a dark elf. It has a body that is less than a meter long, and its huge head is covered with black tentacles. It turns out that the black tentacles weren't hair-like, but actually were hair. It refers to the other person's hair. Hair elf? Or is it a hair monster? Irving stared at the things on the ground with disbelief. He couldn't describe it. It was more bizarre than any lord's troops he had ever seen. Wait this. Owen discovered a flaw in his own language. How could a lord have two types of troops? Shouldn't Chi Hongyi's unit be skeletons? Hell, skeletons. That's Chi Hongyi's unit. Everyone knows that. If there's anything special about Chi Hongyi, it's the characteristics of the opponent's unit type. One trait called immortality is what makes the opponent so difficult to deal with. What are these things in front of us? Surrounded. Owen looked at the little monsters around him. They were less than a meter tall. However, the hair grew to 2 meters tall despite its fluttering appearance. While he was killing the first one and observing, the house he was trying to open somehow opened automatically. Once opened, more than a dozen of these small creatures emerged and surrounded Irving. Run! Landtooth shark, stealth. Irving did not hesitate. Even though he could kill what was in front of him with a single blow, being surrounded on someone else's turf was not a good situation. A whoa. The land-toothed shark swallowed its owner whole, but just as it was about to dive underground, it ate a turtle instead. This thing. Irving had no choice but to go out and check on the situation. But when they appeared, they saw that the other party had already covered the ground in this area with their hair. Do these things possess such high intelligence? Of course not. This kind of creature has a rather simple way of thinking and is not yet capable of adapting to changing circumstances. An unfamiliar voice sounded behind him, and Irving turned around in alarm. It turns out that it wasn't just these monsters who discovered him, but also a woman. A woman wearing a long, blood-red robe. The other person was carrying a long knife in one hand and a machete in the other. Thump, gurgle gurgle. Shi Hongyi threw down the severed head she was holding, and the head rolled several times along the ground until it came to Owen's face. Irving's face turned deathly pale instantly. This woman. Gurgle. Only then did he see clearly the color of the other person's clothes. It was red. The other person's clothes were clearly black, but what was on them was blood. Shi Hongyi. By this point, Irving could guess who the other person was. Judging from her performance, this woman seems to be quite strong herself. You are different. Why don't you destroy my source of life? Shi Hongyi asked questions as she walked. That's not my task. He had clearly undergone training, and his strength was comparable to that of an ordinary king-level soldier. However, he would unconsciously tremble when he saw this woman. Like his clothes, the other person's pupils contained countless flames, which even condensed into the shape of a lotus flower. The adrenal glands were secreting fluid, and Irving's trembling became more frequent. At this point, it's either a fatal blow or certain death. Forget it, whether you're going to die or not. Death? Who will die is still uncertain. Irving, not to be outdone by Shi Hongyi's arrogance, retorted sharply. Aren't you a Lord soldier? Shi Hongyi looked at the man in front of him with some surprise. He had assumed that the other party was a soldier of some lord and did not intend to waste words. It's quite interesting that someone would actually risk their life like this. Damn it. Irving cursed inwardly upon hearing the other person's words. If he could, he would also like to stay behind the scenes. Whatever, just die. Shi Hongyi, like a queen, gently brushed her fingers across the surrounding wooden house, and a cluster of flames rose between her fingers. The black flames looked so striking against the scorched earth. Brush. The flames shot out like a fiery serpent and arrived in front of Irving in an instant. TCH, it's just fire. Who are you trying to scare? Seeing that his opponent's method was fire, Owen calmed down a bit, and as the flames arrived, a blazing flame also rose in his palm. Dragon flame. After a dark red inferno, a blazing rose-colored flame followed. The two flames collided, creating beautiful sparks in the sky. No penetration. Both of them looked shocked. One is dragon flame, the other is hellfire. Both are confident in their own flames, yet they are locked in a stalemate with each other's. No, that's not right. It's my flames that are losing ground. Owen watched in shock as his flames were consumed by the opponent's flames. Although the process was slow, his flames were being devoured nonetheless. You must know that this is dragon fire. This is the dragon flame that Adida sealed inside his body using a scroll as a precaution against unexpected situations. But humph. He snorted coldly. The other party was the leader of the Sun Never Sets Alliance, so it was reasonable for him to possess flames capable of suppressing dragons. It's okay, you're still the one who deserves to die. Owen's mouth split open, and during their clash of flames, Land-Tooth Shark had already dealt with the small guy on the ground and came up behind Shi Hongyi. Shashua. The huge rock flew at high speed, leaving only a white trail. Competing with me on my own turf? Are you out of your mind? Shi Hongyi snorted coldly. Just as Irving was about to say that the other party was too arrogant, his eyes widened in surprise. This is impossible. Black tentacles were reflected in the black pupils. Those tentacles originated from the wooden house behind Shi Hongyi. That wooden house still exists. Then what about all of these? Shi Hongyi keeps monsters in her own wooden house, and the wooden house behind her also keeps monsters. And all of these thousands of neatly planned wooden houses. Chapter 146. Unleash the power, Hell Imp. You seem to know too much. Before Shi Hongyi could make a move, the endless black hair swept over her like a tidal wave. No, that's not how it is. Irving was overwhelmed by his dark hair. That's not how it is. I'm very strong. It shouldn't be like this. Irving is like someone drowning in a swamp, trying to climb out, but only sinking deeper and deeper. I should complete the task. I deserve the antidote, and I want to become the new lord. I have my own ambitions. I am the protagonist of this world. Black tentacles pulled him down into hell, and strands of hair reached his neck. No, Irving, unwilling to give up, reached out his hand in an attempt to grasp at the last glimmer of hope. I am the protagonist. I was the first to discover that the Lord could be replaced. I was the first to discover that you could obtain energy stones by defeating lords. It was my scheme to establish the empire on which the sun never sets. I shouldn't just be a sob. The black hair mercilessly burrowed into every hole of Irving's body, completely swallowing him whole. When the sounds of struggle ceased, Shi Hongyi turned her head away with disdain. You think you're the main character? You've been reading too many comics. He scoffed dismissively, but this also brought new trouble. The other side actually sent a lord. My secret can no longer be kept. Whether it's the uniqueness of the region or one's own hellish imp, it seems there's nothing that can be hidden. The communication between the lords was very easy. The message may have already been passed on when the lord devoured the black man. Damn it! I should have killed him the moment I saw that. Shi Hongyi felt a pang of regret that her secret had been discovered by others. He had originally deployed all his troops around the spring, but some people were not interested in his own spring and instead explored his territory on the outskirts. But it was this unintentional act that uncovered his secret. However, since it can't be hidden any longer, let's unleash it completely. Shi Hongyi spread her arms, and all the wooden houses responded with a creaking sound. Immediately afterwards, a group of hellish imps with tentacles and hair on their heads rushed out. A cacophony of squeaking noises quickly covered the ground. Go, fight for me, and buy time for the skeletons of hell to be resurrected. Squeak! The hellish imp excitedly shook its hair, then moved towards the battlefield like a black plush carpet. Meanwhile, in Chun Mo's territory. Clang! As the last spear was thrown, it dented and left white marks on the dragon's scales. Even a king-rank knight cannot withstand prolonged combat under high temperatures for long. He had lost his initial imposing presence. Roar! The dragon twisted its neck and roared, emitting scorching sound waves. It's gone, that's all. The dragon proudly raised its head, admiring its masterpiece with a smug sneer. The land below was engulfed in flames for tens of kilometers, and in the center of this inferno, traces of lava flowed across the scorched earth. Finally, I managed to get rid of those annoying flies. Although my body is covered in wounds, these minor injuries can heal quickly by soaking in the spring of nourishment. Therefore, the dragon can be said to have suffered no losses in this battle. Some minor injuries not only failed to fundamentally harm the dragon, but instead aroused its wildness. Unfortunately, the enemy was already gone after I had just killed him. Your territory is being destroyed. Progress is currently 90%. Chun Mo has completely lost control of his territory, and he only has one type of soldier left. With almost all of his troops wiped out, if the enemy destroys his fountain of life, he will become a wandering lord. The exhausted knight collapsed from his horse, seemingly too weak to even speak. After prolonged exposure to high temperatures, even speaking to relay messages has become a problem for him. It's over. Adida also saw the outcome of the battle below. The opponent was very strong and had held him off for more than an hour. But that's all there is to it. A king-level unit cannot defeat a saint-level lord. The higher the rank of a unit, the more difficult it is to surpass. It's not like bronze, silver, or gold, which can be easily crossed. The minimum attribute for saint rank is 100, while for king rank it is 50. A natural barrier, insurmountable. Chun Mo, I'll leave you one unit. Through this unit, you can witness firsthand how I destroyed Shi Hongyi. Adida ordered the dragon to grab the knight on the ground, intending to take this crippled soldier to the battle against Shi Hongyi. Roar! The dragon roared, announcing its victory. Roar! But another place responded to the former's roar. What is that? Atai Da's eyes narrowed. He too had heard the subsequent roar. It seems to be more than one person. Rather, it's a group. Something's coming. With a solemn expression, Adida hurriedly led the young dragon into the sky. Protecting yourself is the safest thing to do at this time. Roar! The dragon sensed the provocation and roared in response once more. The voice on the other side also roared in response, showing no sign of weakness. However, the roar seemed somewhat disordered, not only disordered but also somewhat chaotic. What is that? Atieda, having reached the point of taking the college entrance exam, saw far enough ahead, but what he saw was a group of creatures he had never seen before. There are black ones, green ones, and blue ones. What are these colorful things? A monster from the forest? Atai looked at the goblin in the forest who was returning at an extremely fast speed with some strangeness, but he didn't take it to heart. After all, dragons are at the top of the food chain. Nothing could rival his dragon when the demigods were absent. If there are any, they must be other dragons, not these strange creatures. So many, and some can even fly? Adida saw the exact number of goblins, and in particular, the dragon goblin frowned and made the dragon cub fly even higher. The other party has the ability to fly, which poses a threat to me. However, although it exists, it is not significant. After all, dragons can fly at heights that ordinary creatures cannot reach. Without the dragon's scales and special armor, it would be impossible to fly to its own height. As long as you are safe, your dragon can easily deal with the little monsters below. Beep beep. Is it resolved? We're about to execute a fatal blow. and we need your dragon to provide the highest combat power. A message from the leader of the Blood Oath Alliance. Ataida glanced at the goblins not far away and couldn't help but sneer. It's resolved, but there are a few other minor issues. Give me 10 minutes. No problem. Chapter 147, Dual Unit Types? Hell imps. There's been a small mishap on Ataida's end. Let's wait 10 minutes. The leader of the Blood Oath Alliance conveyed the message to everyone. It's only 10 minutes, and since it's not my own unit, I don't need to worry about it. These high-ranking lords and alliance leaders have hardly deployed their own troops. So far, only the troops of their lower-ranking lords have appeared. Boss, isn't this a bit? One of the high-ranking lord's teammates looked at the leader's chat box with some dissatisfaction. Upon hearing this, the leader turned around and sighed. There's nothing we can do about it. Ataida's flame dragon is a necessary fighting force. But boss, aren't you also a saint-level combatant? Why do you insist on waiting for that giant dragon? The subordinate looked at the battlefield with some heartache. Although the boss didn't have to go on the field, he himself did. Only he knew the intensity of the battle. His troops had already lost more than half of their strength in an effort to hold off the skeletons and kill them in one hit. Every minute he delays results in the loss of dozens of troops, yet he has to wait 10 minutes. 10 minutes later, I estimate that most of my troops will have disappeared. Kate looked at her brother with a hint of helplessness and emphasized it again. Ataida's flame dragon is an essential fighting force. Only with its presence can we achieve the best possible one-hit kill. He knew his brother was worried about the loss of troops, but there was nothing he could do about it. Boss, even your snow dragon can't compare to them? They're both giant dragons. The younger brother asked, puzzled. No, Kate shook her head. In terms of destructive power, the strongest dragon is the steel dragon, followed by the flame dragon, then the frost dragon. My snow dragon is only suitable for control. What? But the younger brother looked conflicted. Every lord has spent a lot of effort training their troops to this day. I understand your concerns. Kate was about to say something when Ka saw the other's aggrieved expression and shook her head helplessly. Never mind, I'll have Shuelong help you. The person before him was not only his subordinate, but also his brother. Although all the alliance leaders and high-ranking lords' troops are meant to be used for the final, decisive blow. However, they would welcome anyone willing to alleviate the pressure on the coalition forces despite the potential losses. Okay, thank you, brother. Upon hearing this, the younger brother immediately showed a happy expression. With his elder brother's ice spell, his troops can suffer significantly fewer losses. At Kate's whim, a snow dragon that was circling high in the sky immediately joined the battle. Roar! The enormous figure of the snow dragon blotted out the sky, and when it spread its wings, it covered an area like dark clouds. The frost and blizzard arrived suddenly, momentarily captivating many people's vision. The originally murky yellow sky was instantly replaced by smog. The weather was gloomy and the sky was dark, with heavy snow falling as if it were free. Wow, did Kate take action? As expected of one of the saint-level lords. Bailuaha shook his head as he looked at the massive spectacle. Shuelong's move froze at least 5,000 wounded and controlled skeleton soldiers, greatly reducing the burden on the allied forces. There are only a few saint-level lords in total. Dongfang Tiexin from my own faction is one, Atai is another, and Kate in front of me is also one. It seems Chunyi is also involved. Each of them possesses earth-shattering power. Bailuaha sighed. Although he held a high position, his troop strength was still inferior to the previous few. Like the leader of the Blood Oath Alliance, he was not a powerful figure. Of course, he's not a powerhouse, but he does possess a unique skill. If one specialty is scrolls, then what is the Blood Oath Alliance's specialty? Bailuaha had a question, but it was quickly replaced by a smile. Everyone is keeping things very secret. Even in the final battle, I still don't know my teammates' trump cards. Suddenly, it felt as if a thread in my heart had snapped. Bailuaha's smile grew even brighter. He's dead. The line in his mind just now represented his own spy, Irving. Although I didn't have much hope for this guy, how come he died so easily? Wasn't it said that Ataida painstakingly trained him? Did he die so easily? Is the enemy too strong, or are we too weak? Since arriving on the battlefield, Bailuaha has discovered that the ever-changing battlefield has brought him one surprise after another. He carefully sensed it and found that his own sealing scroll had also been used. Sure enough, the scroll that Ataida commissioned to seal the dragon flame was originally intended for Irving's use. But how did he die after possessing dragon flame? The question marks above Bailuaha's head have piled up into a mountain. Owen, who possessed dragon flames, was killed, and the kill was swift, The opponent didn't even have time to take out a scroll to send a message. Or perhaps he didn't want to pass on the information as he was dying. There were even more question marks above my head. Bailuaho waved his hand. He had one good point. If he couldn't figure something out, he wouldn't think about it. Things will work themselves out when they reach the bridge. Just take it one step at a time. Just as he enjoys the ever-changing battlefield, he also enjoys the unexpected events in life. Is this the only way to experience the joy of challenge? It would be boring if Chi Hongyi were simply swept aside like this. You've killed Irving, which means you still have resources to spare. Bailuaha looked at the fortress on another high slope in the distance, which was Chi Hongyi's territory. So what are you keeping in reserve, military forces, or something else? Or perhaps you also discovered the immense power a lord gains after their advancement and trained yourself into a formidable warrior. He gazed expectantly at the other's castle, hoping to get an answer. Unfortunately, the other party has no way of knowing what you're thinking, or even if they do, they don't intend to respond. It's getting a bit cold. Bailuaha stretched out his hands, and what he inhaled into his lungs was no longer blood mist, but cold air. The snow dragon is really good at cooling down. Even the frost dragonback then probably couldn't beat it. Bailuaha clicked his tongue, then shrank back and prepared to go into his tent. Suddenly, his scroll emitted a light. It's another hidden hand. A smile appeared on his lips. I knew it. How could there not be a single spy? A message from the scroll. According to my unit's report, Chi Hongyi's territory contains other units, and she is a lord with 2 units. Dual-class units? Bailuaha's initial contempt vanished instantly. His first reaction was to determine the veracity of the news. But then I realized that the other person had no reason to deceive me. In other words, Chi Hongyi has hidden a unit that has never been used before? The quantity is large. He was about to ask a question when he saw the plush carpet rapidly advancing below the castle. The number is unknown, and my troops have not penetrated deep enough. Bailuaha took a deep breath and swallowed hard as he looked at the densely packed array of creatures. Is this a carpet, or a combined unit? Chapter 148. The Hellish Imp's deceptive trump card is easily defeated. What is that? Chi Hongyi's hellish imps were so numerous that they were usually hidden in the wooden house, and no one would notice them. After all, everyone's territory has wooden houses, and wooden houses are quite common. Even though the skeleton might not need a cabin, the other party has money, so what's wrong with wanting the skeleton to live in a nicer place? But when the things inside the wooden house came out, they combined to form a terrifying torrent. This, so many, this, there must be tens of thousands, right? Gurgle. In the center of the battlefield, an orc leader looked at the black carpet surging toward him and his men with some fear. After all, these unkillable skeletons were already making him very uncomfortable. If another group of soldiers like that were to arrive, they would truly be killed on the spot. As a king-level leader, his strength is beyond doubt. He can survive in the skeleton battlefield, but he cannot survive among more skeletons and monsters. He was originally an ordinary orc leader who believed he had seen enough. But today's battle broadened his horizons. All sorts of strange races came, and the enemy was also unprecedentedly powerful. They're here. The orc leader kicked aside the broken skeleton soldier he was supposed to control, preparing to face the enemy. At this point, skeletons and such are no longer important. What matters most is one's own life. The black carpet advanced at an extremely fast pace, despite numerous obstacles in its path. But they are like the tide. There are always gaps through which they can enter from the back. Kill. Brush. With a single swing of his blade, the small black creature instantly split into 2 pieces. Oh no, I went too far. The orc chieftain hadn't expected his opponent to be even less durable than a skeleton, dying with a single blow. Wait, dead. He used his knife to pry open the corpse on the ground. The person was indeed dead. Can it be killed? And won't it revive? Ha ha ha, we can kill him. It must be the great beast god who heard my prayers. This thing can actually be killed. Orcs charge. The leader's fear immediately turned to excitement upon discovering that the enemy could be killed. What they feared was not the enemy, but that strange and eerie enemy. These little devils in front of me look intimidating, but they can actually be killed. If you can kill them, then fight them. The orc charged like a madman, ignoring the broken skeletons around him. The beast god is protecting us, charge. More orcs heard the shouts, and the other troops around them were also infected by this passionate scene, their eyes reddening as they began to charge. As they hacked down and killed the black imps one by one, the group's momentum grew stronger, and for a moment they even seemed to have the strength to overwhelm them. Storm. With a flap of its wings, the snow dragon unleashed countless blizzards like knives, slaying endless hellish demons. These things can be killed? Lord Kate, residing in her territory, had her eyebrows slightly raised, but they quickly furrowed again. Isn't this too many? His single strike killed at least 2,000 goblins. The quantity was considerable, and the enemy shattered upon contact, just like ordinary bronze-level units. Dragons practically slaughter bronze-level units. However, there were too many of them. The 2,000 kills his own dragon had been quickly filled by the opponent. How many are there exactly? Lord Kate, please don't stop. The enemy's numbers are small, only 40,000. The news from the White River gave Kate confidence. Only 40,000. That's something we can give it a try. Then, the dragon began to flap its wings repeatedly. 40,000 sounds like a lot, but these guys not only lack the ability to attack the dragon, they also have to face the rest of the allied forces. From this perspective, it's not worth mentioning at all. What's more, this thing breaks at the slightest touch. This thing has such weak defense. The people on the battlefield also noticed the strangeness of this thing. These little black devils didn't seem to be anything special, except for the tentacles on their hair that were a bit annoying. Haha, these are probably sent by the enemy to boost our morale. An infantry corps commander laughed and pulled over the little devil from hell. With his superhuman strength, the hellish imp was cut in two, and he used the imp's hair to entangle the skeleton that was gathering nearby. Haha, this is a good method. The others began to follow suit, using the hair of hellish imps to bind the skull. Some even went so far as to throw the bound skeletons into the rear in an attempt to delay their aggregation. In an instant, the allied forces charged and fought fiercely, each one resembling a war god. As long as they're not deeply embedded in their hair, they're invincible. Their advance was like that of an invincible general. Nothing could stop their progress. Is this what a real war is? A general sighed. War is about fists and knives, where every blow is brutal and every knife draws blood. He would rather die in battle than be worn down by those resurrectable skeletons. Soldiers charge. Whoever is the first to kill the enemy leader will be rewarded with 3,000 military credits. Rush. Kill. One person's cry had an impact on the entire army. Everyone went from being timid and hesitant at the beginning to bravely charging forward. With the help of a giant dragon in the sky, a single blizzard can seal away thousands of enemy troops. They were like a sickle, felling crops wherever they went, one after another. Good heavens, is this what military strength looks like? Bailuaha stands on a scroll, suspended in the air, overlooking the entire scene. I have heard that an army has both power and spirit. If one has either one, the army can be worth 100 men. But he never expected that such a scene would actually occur among this group of allied troops who had no chemistry whatsoever and could even be described as a complete mess. So what exactly is your purpose? Is this sent to test the morale of our troops? Bailuaha looked curiously in the direction of the castle. He really wanted to go and see it, but Chihongi must have a backup plan. That's all we can do. We can't truly appreciate the wonder of war. Bailuaha sighed. What a pity. Inside the castle, Chihongi remained firmly seated on her throne, quietly waiting for things to unfold. Now, outside the territory, where Irving disappeared, the black tentacles of the dozen or so hellish imps killed by the land-tooth shark began to seep downwards, disappearing into the ground like a pool of black water. Gurgle. Bubbles rose from the black water, as if in response to something. The soldiers, caught up in the frenzy of killing, were completely unaware that the corpses of the hellish imps they had slain were melting at an incredibly rapid pace. As the group moved forward, the black tentacles gradually turned into black water. Chapter 149, Protective Shield. You have lost a hellish imp. You have lost a hellish imp. You have lost. The system notifications kept ringing, but Chihongi didn't seem to care at all, silently calculating the quantity in her mind. 10,000, 11,000, 11,300. Come on, let me see if this so-called coalition is really my match. Below the demigods, I reign supreme. Chihongi's resolute expression was filled with the confidence of a strong person. Suddenly, a highlighted message interrupted Chihongi's countdown. I sense a great evil brewing. Is it you who is summoning it? Leah Michelle. This surprised Chihongi. She hadn't expected that the other person would send her a message so soon after she mentioned them. It's me. I'm about to activate something, and there should be some fluctuations where you are. Chihongi replied quickly. She must be on good terms with this person, both now and in the future. I wouldn't call it flattery, but I absolutely must befriend this person. The opponent is the only demigod among all these lords. This is why she was so certain that Chun-Yi was not a demigod soldier. She has connections with the true demigod lord, and in fact, this true demigod lord is the very reason for her overwhelming power. The core energy carried by the opponent after summoning the holy angel is exactly what is needed for the advancement of the territory and the spring. Understood. Somewhere in the Thousand Ghost Forest, a girl with a black bandage wrapped around her head was kneeling on the ground. His blue and white embroidered robe indicated his identity. Unlike the territories of other lords, Liao Michel's territory still consisted of only a dilapidated thatched hut and a statue. However, this statue seems to be more luxurious and extravagant than the previous one. She couldn't focus on the text, yet she could still perceive the information on the system panel. Suddenly, she thought for a moment and asked, "Do you need my help?" The voice was ethereal, as if it came from the sacred mountain peaks of the mirror-like lake on the horizon. The system then converted the voice into text and conveyed it to Chihongi. Chihongi glanced at it, but refused after only one look, saying, "No need. What I'm about to open contradicts your god." Michelle remained silent. "Okay, then be careful." Chihongi nodded in reply. The two no longer had a good relationship. It was just a matter of exchanging favors. She didn't know where to obtain energy cores, and Michelle's troops always carried some of the most needed items at the moment when she summoned them. This is the origin of the self-energy core. Of course, if it's an exchange of benefits, then the other party also has something to ask of Chihongi. What they sought was the will of evil and the aura of evil. She needs Michelle's energy core, while Michelle needs intelligence from the alliance of the sun never sets. As the most powerful alliance, it's almost instantaneous for Chihongi to investigate anything she wants. Although she has lost this ability now, everything will come back. I will take back everything I have lost. Chihongi clenched her fists and began counting the number of her hell imps that she had killed once again. 14,100, 10,000. More than 10,000 soldiers have already died. Doesn't Chihongi feel any pain? Luaha observed the entire battlefield. Although he didn't understand how Chihongi could simultaneously possess two types of troops and have tens of thousands of them. But he has a good character trait. If he can't figure something out, he won't think about it anymore. He'll just think about something else. That's why Chihongi isn't heartbroken. Even with two different troop types, losing nearly 40,000 men is something she can't afford, right? White River observed the battlefield and saw that skeletons were beginning to coalesce and revive. Or rather, her plan is to use these kids as punching bags to buy time for the troops to respawn. Given the current situation, this is the only reason Luaha can think of. The opponent's skeleton units have indeed begun to revive. Even though some skeleton corpses have been moved to distant places or crushed into powder, it still cannot stop the opponent's resurrection. This seems to be the power of some kind of rule. The skeletons began to coalesce and revive. However, the presence of these little devils has greatly boosted the morale of the Alliance's army, and their efficiency in killing enemies has far exceeded that of the resurrected skeletons. Soldiers who have awakened their military spirit and morale can fight 10 or even 100 men. This is no exaggeration. Just like Chihongi's soldiers, they were able to contend with the allied forces despite having the strength of gold and a number that was only half as strong. Aside from that troublesome characteristic, it's because the other party is fearless of death. Although this fearlessness in the face of death is not a military force, it has the beginnings of one. The Allied forces now truly possess military power. They found confidence in their victory during an extremely difficult war, which helped them temporarily consolidate their military strength. In other words, the coalition forces are now unstoppable. Luaha pulled out a folding fan from somewhere and fanned himself in a very refined manner. Even though I have the advantage, I don't feel happy at all. I don't understand it. But it's interesting. What exactly is Chihongi doing? I don't know, but we're about to win. The general public, and the other lords who weren't actually present, were already watching the live broadcast and discussing everything about Chihongi. However, the opponent's actions were very strange from beginning to end. Now it even carries a hint of suicide. Gentlemen, you must have all sent your men to gather information, right? How is the situation? A high-ranking lord among the crowd asked a question. Seeing that no one answered, he spoke first. I admit that my troops were sent there, but they only found that black thing. In other words, I haven't discovered the secret of the other party's advancement spring. Has anyone here been able to find this information? The Lord was very straightforward, and this straightforwardness relieved everyone present. Me too. Me too. Several people said that what they detected was also that little black demon with tentacles. There was absolutely no useful information. I detected something different. Suddenly, A piece of news drew everyone's attention back. Someone actually detected the message? The person who sent the message is the Blood Oath Alliance leader? Indeed, the other party could have detected the message. The crowd fell silent as they looked at the speaker. People asked for this information simply to verify their own conjectures and avoid falling behind. But actually someone managed to see something. What is it? Dongfang Tai asked without thinking. What is it? The other lords were also implicated by this news. Why did they besiege Qihongyi? There are simply two reasons. Firstly, the other party is like a mountain, pressing down on the other lords so much that they can't breathe and have no way to develop. Secondly, the opponent broke through the fountain's summoning restriction. Now, has the Blood Oath Alliance leader obtained the secret of the other party's advancement spring? Behind the system panel, the Blood Oath Alliance leader smiled. He naturally knew what these people were thinking. But things didn't go as they wished. He wasn't stupid. If it really was Qihongyi's secret to breaking through the limits, he certainly wouldn't reveal it. And the only news he could bring up was bad news. This is bad news for everyone. The Blood Oath Alliance leader spoke up. Unfortunately, it's not about Qihongyi's secret of breaking the shackles. It's the opponent's defensive strength. Defensive strength? Everyone frowned. Even at this point, how come the other side still has defensive capabilities? What is it? The question was exactly what Dongfang Tiexin had expected. This inquiry also weighed heavily on the minds of the other lords. After all, if the resistance increases, it means they will need to commit more troops. The leader of the Blood Oath Alliance scratched his head and told them what he had discovered. Shield. A shield just like the one we used to have as newbies. Everyone. Chapter 150. A gentleman's reward is never waited overnight. Shield, are you sure your information is accurate? Even Dongfang Tiexin became serious among the crowd. If it's really a protective shield like a newbie protection period, then is there any need for their war to continue? The original shield was unbreakable, leaving a deep impression on many lords. The protective shield protected them for 7 days, during which time no attack could harm them in the slightest, and they could even easily withstand the attacks of dragons. Although dragons are no longer an insurmountable barrier for them, they are still powerful. This is why they waited for the flame dragon to arrive before launching their fatal attack. If even dragons can't break through, then no one can. Kate's snow dragon can freeze thousands of skeletons at once, but Atita's flame dragon can kill thousands of skeletons in one go. The two dragons were not even in the same league in terms of attack and damage. I originally thought I wouldn't need Atita's help anymore, but now it seems I still need him. One lord sighed. Previously, they wanted the flame dragon to kill them in one blow, but now they need the flame dragon's help to attack the protective shield. At least, we can test whether this protective shield is as strong as it was originally. If they are really as powerful as they were back then we don't need to fight. Another lord also lost faith. There is no point in fighting at all. Their skeletons can respawn indefinitely, and we can't take down their fountain. This is a war that is sure to be won. A war that Qihongyi is destined to win. As for them, they can only keep a low profile. From then on, everyone's development, except for the British Empire, would be greatly hampered. Surviving in the cracks. The two lords' words instantly chilled the previously excited meeting room. No, this protective shield is definitely not the kind we had before. A familiar ID appeared in the chat interface. It is the Bailua River. Bailua analyzed casually. If this protective shield is truly unbreakable, would Qihongyi still send these people to buy time? Yes. Everyone's eyes suddenly lit up. This shield is definitely just to scare us. Yes, if it really was an indestructible shield like it was back then she wouldn't have needed to send those little devils out to their deaths. Haha, I knew it. We'd definitely succeed. Is Qihongyi that powerful after all? Yes, I think so too, ha. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the shield could be broken, the battle was still going to be fought. Where's Adida? Hasn't he arrived yet? Suddenly, the leader of the Blood Oath Alliance began to ask questions, even tagging Adida, but received no response. Yes, what about our other major fighting force? The lords also began to have doubts. For powerful creatures like dragons, which can take on 1,000 or even 10,000 men, the more the better. He should have arrived long ago according to the plan, so why haven't I seen him yet? I haven't finished dealing with things here yet. You all go ahead with your work. Atita took some time to reply to the messages from the public. I see. Then remember to participate in the battle later, don't forget again. Although Qihongyi's shield is breakable, it should still possess some ability. To obtain the powerful explosive force of the flame dragon would naturally be the best. Okay, I understand. Atita recovered very quickly this time. The leader of the Blood Oath Alliance nodded without asking further questions. Although Adiita said he was in trouble, it was just trouble. But he had confidence in Adiita. A fully grown fire dragon should be hard to match. Just like Shuelong on the battlefield now, Shihongyi's troops are completely helpless against the enemy. The fact that they can fly alone is enough to cause heavy losses to the enemy. With everyone relieved, they continued their discussion about Shihongyi's shield. Some suggested that some flying units should go and test the waters first, while others suggested that some units should try to attack the shield first. Meanwhile, in the forest, a disheveled figure was staggering through the air. Faster, faster, even faster. Atai patted the young dragon beneath him. At this moment, he truly regretted it. I regret that I dared to come in person. He regretted bringing a young dragon instead of a subadult one. If it's a subadult. Atieda remained silent. He could also see the current state of his own dragon. The monsters were besieging their own dragon, a majestic dragon that appeared weak under their attack. The opponent seemed to be very familiar with the dragon's skills. Not only could the dragon not focus its attacks, but it would also be able to inject poison into the opponent from time to time. In other words, even if his own subadult dragon came, it would not be a match for the other party. Those monsters deserve to die. Although I hate to admit it, those monsters were truly powerful. Possessing potent poison, immunity, and even the ability to fly, it's practically the perfect unit. He was so perfect that even his dragon was no match for him. Even a fully grown dragon and a subadult dragon are no match for those monsters. I can only run away now. Adiita looked back at the creatures with dragon heads, human bodies, and wings on their backs. Like a little dragon, its appearance is quite comical, but it is also very powerful. Run faster, run even faster. At this moment, he could only urge his young dragon to avoid being captured by the two Dragon Man goblins behind him. Roar! The Dragon Goblin roared, and then a green tornado appeared out of thin air and swept towards Adiita and the young dragon. Damn it! It even has the Dragon Breath skill. Dragon Flame. The young dragon, not to be outdone, unleashed an equal amount of fire to block the opponent's attack. Flames and tornadoes collided and intertwined in the air, forming a magnificent fiery tornado. Because it incorporated two completely different energies, both lost control of the fire tornado. The young dragon could hold its own against two goblins, but if it stopped, more than just those two would catch up with it. Damn it! Atieda roared in extreme frustration. To think that a dignified saint-level lord like himself was being chased around by a bunch of unknown monsters was truly despicable. Whose troops are these monsters? At this point, he wouldn't be foolish enough to think that monsters like to attack dragons. This is clearly the arrival of reinforcements from another lord. But whose troops are these powerful creatures? As he fled, Adiita recalled the information he had gathered. There should only be 3 strong individuals in my own forest. Me, Chinemo, and Chunyi? It's Chunyi. Atai turned around in horror. Is this the kind of thing Chunyi's troops? But isn't Chunyi a demigod soldier? This creature doesn't look like a demigod soldier at all, does it? Atai looked incredulously at the 2 wind attribute dragon goblins chasing him. These 2 goblins, individually, only possess the strength of a king. It can't be a demigod unit. If it's not Chunyi, then whose is it? Gah! Another wind blade strike. The broad blade grazed the young dragon's body. Depend on. Atai swore angrily. This is outrageous. If my second dragon hadn't been a child, how could you monsters be so arrogant? A gentleman takes his revenge even after 10 years. He had already made up his mind that when his dragons grew up, he would sweep through the territory of this monster goblin to wash away the shame of today. Roar! Suddenly, a dragon's roar came from ahead. Atai finally showed joy after hearing the news. Great, we've finally arrived. As he watched the subadult dragon arrive to meet him, his confidence swelled. Run, let's go. He swiftly switched to a dragon, wanting to escape this place as quickly as possible. Roar! However, the dragon roared but showed no intention of fleeing. He unleashed a massive breath attack on the 2 dragon goblins. The 2 dragon goblins were hit instantly before they could dodge. After concentrating, the dragon fired 2 more molten lava-like projectiles. Don't get caught up in the fight. There are many more of these monsters behind us. Atieda gently patted the dragon as a reminder. Unexpectedly, after gaining experience from the 2 goblins by finishing them off, the dragon raised its head and began to release a large amount of red light. Hold head high. The dragon roared. This is... Atieda was shocked, but his smile grew wider and wider. A moment later, as the red light faded, The dragon's already enormous size expanded even further, its wings spreading wide to blot out the sky. You're an adult? Ha ha, good. Let's go back. Ataida's face was filled with excitement. Adult dragons and subadult dragons are two different things. The terrifying power of two fully grown dragons could easily take down even a fortified city guarded by tens of thousands of soldiers. Two adult dragons, I don't believe we can't take down a monster goblin like you. Ataida confirmed the other party's information panel again, confirming that these dragon goblins did not possess terrifying magic immunity. I recalled the stats of the black armor goblin back then. A subadult dragon may not pose a threat to its opponent, but an adult dragon can definitely break through its defenses. Walk. With a determined effort, the dragon transformed into a streak of light, unleashing a tremendous heat wave and a sea of fire as it rushed toward the battlefield. A gentleman never delays in paying his debts. Chapter 151, A Fragile Shield, Victory in Battle. You have to cast a long line to catch a big fish. Within his territory, Chunyi leisurely directed the dragon goblins to hunt down Atida. He did not intend to kill the opponent directly. Otherwise, given the flying speed of the dragon goblins, while they might not be comparable to those of giant dragons, they would definitely be faster than those of young dragons. Wouldn't it be better to kill the opponent and keep them alive to continuously supply you with dragons? This is Chunyi's true purpose. Killing the opponent would be too troublesome. Chunyi planned to take over the other party's territory when they returned. Well, that's not accurate. It should be partially taking over the other party's territory. Create a certain degree of crisis, but do not wipe them out completely. This way, the other party will desperately cultivate dragons, and then you only need to harvest them periodically. By the way, the other side is flying really slowly. Chunyi observed the young dragon's flight and the Ataida, a type of weapon, on its body. The other party seemed to be hurling insults. Unfortunately, I can't hear it. Let's have some fun with a tornado. Wow, it can even form a fire tornado. Then let's try a wind blade instead. Chunyi continuously directed the dragon goblins to launch various attacks. Suddenly something. Before Chunyi could react, he sensed that the dragon goblin had been injured, seemingly by fire. He quickly switched to the goblin's perspective, which was further back, and saw a huge subadult dragon finishing off the enemy with an attack. So they've come to our aid. Chunyi sighed. However, the arrival of these reinforcements was just in time, as their subadult status meant they were now qualified to be used by goblins. I just don't know if it's male or female. Chunyi sighed, then ordered the goblins to speed up their preparations to take down the giant dragon. But the next second, a bright red light shone, and he ordered the goblins to stop their advance. Dragon advancement? Chunyi stared in shock at the scene before him. Although he had not experienced the dragon's evolution, the dragon's size was rapidly increasing. That's perfect. Chunyi didn't stop him and just watched quietly as the other person advanced. The more powerful the dragon, the stronger the dragon goblins it breeds. This is also why his minimum requirement is subadulthood. A moment later, the dragon successfully advanced. Atiera was excited, and Chunyi was excited too. He checked the goblins he had dispatched. There were about 400 of them, which was almost half of his fighting force. I can take it. Chunyi smiled. Over 400 goblins were enough to take down 2 dragons. Even before he had an air force, he could already take down a dragon with 200 king-rank goblins. Now that he has air superiority, taking down the dragon will be much easier for him. The black armor goblin's magic immunity combined with the dragon goblin's air superiority and range skills is simply perfect. They were planning to send a portion of the goblins to hunt down the second one. But he saw the second dragon actually fly towards the battlefield on its own. They offered to deliver it. They're really nice. Knowing one of my heads might not be enough. Chunyi chuckled, but did not stop him. Such good people are rare these days. Who was it last time? I forgot, but let them come. The more dragons, the better. On the other side, the chaotic battlefield also gained the upper hand. The allied forces swept through the hellish demons with unstoppable momentum, and at one point even came close to the protective shield. As the allied forces continued their frenzied slaughter, they unknowingly broke through Chi Hongyi's territory. They've already broken through? Some people looked at the corpses of little ghosts and all sorts of strange bodies scattered on the ground with a puzzled expression. Although his side also suffered heavy losses, the extremely powerful lord that his lord had mentioned was actually slaughtered by him? The soldiers were somewhat puzzled, but mostly overjoyed by the victory. Haha, it seems that Chi Hongyi is nothing special after all. Some of the lords began to mock Chi Hongyi for overestimating her abilities. If the enemy asks for help from the British Isles, it might be very difficult for us to fight. After all, even a fallen camel is bigger than a horse, and there will always be loyal followers like Chi Hongi. Unfortunately, she didn't. Perhaps it was because she was photographed too much, or perhaps Chi Hongi was unwilling to rely on the strength of others. In short, she was ultimately alone. And one person is destined to be defeated. Don't be careless. There's still another layer of protection. Someone reminded the arrogant Lord from before. Everyone can understand the joy of victory, but we haven't won yet. Yes, I'll do it. I'll let my troops try it out and see just how tough this shield really is. The man immediately ordered his lords to attack the shield. Without the lords giving orders, the troops that had killed all the enemies had spontaneously launched an attack on the transparent protective shield. You have attacked the shield. The shield's shield strength has decreased by 1, and it currently has 9,999 remaining. Protective shield 10,000/9999. The values for the protective shield were quickly reported. I thought a figure of 10,000 was much higher. It seems that Chi Hongi is already exhausted and on her last legs. The former lord mocked again. A protection value of 10,000 might be considered very high under normal circumstances, but it's negligible in the face of the Allied forces. The Allied forces still have 20,000 men left in the battle, not including the high-ranking lords who have not yet made a move. 10,000 is no small sum. Let's wait for the fiery dragon. What the hell am I waiting for? The flame dragon. It's his own problem if he doesn't come. I can break through this level of defense myself. That guy, Atieda, hasn't shown up even at this point. He's probably thinking of reaping the benefits without lifting a finger. Don't blame me for being blunt, but if he comes to claim credit after the battle is over, I'll be the first to disagree. As the Lord spoke, he began ordering his forces to launch a frenzied attack on the protective shield. It's not worth mentioning. Bailoa stood in the sky above the center of the battlefield and shook his head. Those who start fighting before even winning the battle are the most foolish. Should we send troops over there? The inquiry from Dongfang Tiexin reached Bailuo. Bailuo manipulated his scroll to descend slowly while simultaneously replying to Dongfang Tiexin's message. No need. The troops of high-ranking lords are the last trump card, and now is not the time to use them. Tell the other high-ranking lords not to move out for the time being. The scroll descended, and he arrived at this battlefield filled with blood and viscous fluids. This was the first time he had ever been so close to the battlefield. Some of the skeletons around him were beginning to revive, and some units that weren't quite dead were struggling. Cruel, with blood and corpses scattered everywhere, and skeletons lying all over the ground. There was no ground to step on. The ground is covered with the bodies of nearly 100,000 people, and the corpses are the new ground. Bailuo walked on the uneven, bleeding new ground and added to Dongfang Tiexin. Just say it. It doesn't matter whether the other person listens or not. He doesn't really like some of his teammates who are incompetent. Dongfang Tiexin nodded. Okay. Hiss. Bailuo took deep breaths, feeling completely refreshed. After a brief moment of pleasure, he found himself actually enjoying the scene. He casually picked up the corpse of a hellish imp and examined it with great interest. But the corpse of the hellish imp melted in his hands. This thing can melt. Bailuo was surprised by the other party's state, which seemed to have no physical form. If it has no physical form, then why is the blood on the ground still bright red? Shouldn't it be covered by black liquid? Interesting. Where did all this stuff go? He painstakingly pried open the corpses one by one to explore downwards. Finally, he dug through the last corpse and saw the real ground, where there was no black liquid. But his hand and gaze remained fixed on the last corpse. Gurgle. Bailuo swallowed the saliva in his mouth. From his perspective, this last corpse was missing more than half of its original size. Where's this person's back? Beneath the stark white bones, there was still no back. His heart pounded like a war drum as he swiftly shoved open the corpses one by one. Sure enough, all of these corpses had lost their backs. Werewolves, warcraft, orcs, and humans have all lost half of their bodies. No, the corpses on top are still intact, but most of the corpses below have been eaten. Bailuo was awakened. What swallowed their backs? Looking down at his feet, the black liquid that covered the battlefield seemed to come alive. No, they really are alive. Chapter 152, Hell Imps, Synthetic Materials. The black liquid kept wriggling and soon reached Bailuo's side. Rise. Seeing this, Bailuo hurriedly took out the scroll from his pocket again and stepped on it to take off into the air. The black liquid anxiously pursued it, conjuring a boneless tentacle in an attempt to pull it down. Luckily I'm fast. Bailuaha stared in shock at the liquid that had failed to attack him, and then turned back into black liquid, lying on the back of the corpse. A chill ran down his spine. What is this thing? Are those hellish imps not completely dead? He cast a reconnaissance spell on the black liquid on the ground. The remains of a hellish imp, capable of devouring and creating life, one of the basic creatures of hell. Note, the lowest level synthetic material. Synthetics. Bailuaha looked at the system's introduction with some confusion. The system notes that it's a synthetic material, so its purpose is to synthesize certain things. He looked at the army in the distance, who were shouting slogans as they attacked the protective shield, and then shook his head. It couldn't possibly be used to synthesize their own large army. What are these things used to synthesize? Suddenly, the black liquid began to writhe again, and Bailuaha hurriedly followed. The black liquid continuously climbed onto the broken skeletons and then disappeared into them. The skeleton was rapidly repaired under the influence of the black liquid, but it showed no signs of waking up after being repaired. Instead, he remained lying on the ground. Synthesizing? These things are being synthesized with the skeleton. Upon seeing this, Bailuaha immediately recalled the system's earlier prompt, synthetic materials. His voice rose several octaves in shock as he exclaimed, "This liquid is a synthetic material for skeletons." Bailuaha's eyes widened in disbelief. He never imagined that Chi Hongyi was not only a dual-class user, but also a dual-class user that complemented each other. Can someone really be this lucky? The unit possesses a rare characteristic. It has two unit types, and these two unit types complement each other. This is an incredible stroke of luck that most people can only dream of, right? Bailuaha's breathing became rapid, and a moment of hesitation arose in his heart. But the next second, a flash of white light appeared on his body, and his wavering vanished instantly. He pulled out a calming scroll from his pocket and chuckled. Indeed, I'm not far behind. Everyone here has abnormally good luck, so what right do I have to criticize others? Chi Hongyi has her own destiny, and so do I. There's nothing to be shocked or envious of. I am who I am. Bailuaha composed himself and took out a brush from his pocket again, then took out blank scrolls and began to paint. Since your units can be combined, then I will separate them. Bailuaha's brush danced swiftly, and the blank scroll instantly came to life, with vibrant colors. This is his side job, a scroll maker. Scroll makers harness the power of the external world by using scrolls and inscriptions to simulate the rules. In simpler terms, it means using one's pen to simulate the workings of the universe, enticing the energy within to reside within it, and then completing the shaping process. Different patterns can attract different energies from heaven and earth. Some energies represent destruction, while others represent healing. These are similar to a mage's elemental senses, except that a mage's spells are cast much faster than a scroll's. However, this scroll also has its advantages, namely that it can be stored. Scrolls can be stored and used at any time, while magic can only be activated on the spot through sensing. That's the difference between the two. The energy in this world is truly violent. As Bailuaha painted, he marveled at the omnipresent energy floating around him. But I like it. Chi Hongyi used the great battle to attract and create a lot of violent energy. They are using these black liquids to inject violent energy into the skeletons. He, on the other hand, had to compete with Chi Hongyi for these energies and create his own scroll. With such immense energy, perhaps I can take this opportunity to break through to the first tier of Scroll Master. Bailuaha licked his lips, sighing with a hint of anticipation. War, what a wonderful thing. If I can take this opportunity to break through to the first tier of Scroll Master, that would be the biggest gain from this battle besides Chi Hongyi's advancement to the secret of the spring. At this moment, Bailuaha also began to get excited. Buzz! A scroll flashed in his arms, a white light streaked past, and he forced himself to remain calm. Hey! Bailuaha still grinned foolishly. Looks like my scroll isn't working very well. The scroll kept flashing a white light to help its owner calm down. However, as the scroll was painted, Bailuaha's excitement was hard to calm down. He deeply felt that his scroll-making skills were improving. It's as if it's responding to this battlefield. This battlefield, a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, is so breathtaking that it would be a great pity not to use it to create a stunning painting. At this moment, he transforms into a painter who records the beauty of life. He kept observing the agonizing screams and corpses scattered beneath him, the eerie black liquid, and the frenzied crowd in the distance. He, like the frenzied crowd, went completely mad. The scroll flashed with white light, but it could not suppress the excited thoughts and ideas in Bailuaha's heart. He could only suppress his excitement for a moment, but Bailuo was excited for more than a moment. He was in a state of excitement the whole time. And so it was. Above the gray, foggy sky, within a scroll, a madman, constantly flashing white light, paints as if lost in a trance. Art, this is art. From time to time, maniacal laughter drifted from the horizon, only to be drowned out by the sounds of battle. The gloomy sky had lost its former colors, and the crimson mist had spread again at some unknown time. Outside the castle, corpses formed a new land. Inside the castle, the scorched earth seemed to have been abandoned by the world. The lonely castle was surrounded by the allied forces. The occasional gusts of snow were melted by the passion of war, as the frenzied allied forces relentlessly assaulted the shields protecting the castle. This moment, the faint mist of blood entering their throats stirred up an instinctive urge etched into everyone's very bones. Chapter 153, Why Bother with Second Place? Isn't first place better? Ha ha monsters, I'm back. Dragon's Breath. The dragon, fueled by rage, flew with its master to the battlefield in the center of the forest. The forest here had long been razed to the ground by the battle, and only endless flames burned all around. The enormous dragon's breath, like a pillar of magma, pierced through the sky. The goblins seemed to have anticipated this, and all avoided it. Although the attack was dodged, the dragon that was being besieged was thus freed. Atiera, riding his horse, regained his confidence, shouting, I don't care whose branch of the military you are. Provoking me is tantamount to courting death. He was enraged by the two dragon goblins that had chased him earlier, and now, seeing this group of monsters, all he could think about was destruction. One dragon is no match for you, but two will surely be enough. Under his command, the two dragons began their own counterattack. The dragon's enormous body is the foundation of its rampage, and the goblins must dodge every move it makes. The attack from the two giant dragons, in particular, almost filled the entire sky. Gob's constant dodging helped Adida regain his confidence. Ha 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 ha. As expected, what kind of monster goblin is it? In front of a dragon, it can only submit and hide. If one isn't enough, try two. If two aren't enough, try three. There's no problem that a dragon can't solve. If there are any, it must be because there aren't enough dragons. Ha ha ha. Prepare to die, you monster goblins. Ataida laughed and roared, while Chun-Yi, in the distance, saw all of this. He was waiting for the encirclement to close in. If Atai observes closely, he will find that the goblins are not simply dodging. As they dodged, they lifted the black-armored goblins in front of them, and the dragon's range of movement was shrinking. Windblade. Frost and snow. Swish swish. Just as the encirclement was completely closed, all the dragon goblins launched an attack simultaneously. Endless blades of frost and snow eroded the sky and shot towards the dragon. Snort. Ataida snorted coldly, and then the dragon's wings protected him, forming a circular shield made of flames around him. Flame shield. With the two giant dragons forming a double barrier, the opponent had no chance of breaking through. When the frost and wind blades came into contact with the flame shield, they were melted by its high temperature. A few managed to break through the first layer, but were blocked by the second layer of the flame shield. Haha, I already said two giant dragons. What? Just as Atai was about to make a sarcastic remark, he saw something rush in, shielded by a dragon's fiery shield. They were like black fleas, swarming onto the dragon and taking root in its scales, then injecting toxins. Several black-armored goblins flew towards Atida's direction. Damn it! I forgot that these black-scaled goblins have extremely high magic immunity. How did they get up here? This is high in the air. Atai was furious and cursed, but he had no choice but to move on. Because the changes on the battlefield have far exceeded his expectations. The dragon could not protect him, and he even became a disadvantage to the dragon. He summoned the young dragon again and rode it high in the sky to observe the situation on the battlefield. But this time, the dragon goblin didn't let him off the hook and actually caught up with his height. It must be fake. Very few creatures can fly up to that height. Adida felt a chill run down his spine as he looked at the dragon goblin chasing after him. The other person's body structure is completely illogical. For a body of this size to be able to fly so high, that's already 1,000 meters. Unfortunately, the dragon goblins behind them kept chasing without any sign of stopping. Even Huangzhong's high rank seemed to be a piece of cake for them. However, a height of 1,000 meters is a height that many flying creatures cannot reach. Reaching this altitude, it's not just a matter of thin air, but also the force of the wings and other miscellaneous things. He couldn't explain it, but he was utterly shocked. Soon, the altitude increased again, and he could no longer even see the dragon's enormous body. But the goblins behind them continued to chase. Will this ever end? Atiera was embarrassed and angry, but there was nothing he could do. All of this seemed to be different from what he had imagined. In fact, not only did the dragon goblins think differently from him, but the giant dragons on the battlefield below also thought differently from him. The two dragons were not as invincible as he had imagined. Instead, they were overwhelmed and beaten by the goblins. The injection of poison, the interference of flying goblins, and their sheer numbers. All of this made the dragon extremely uncomfortable. Not only will their own attacks be blocked by the opponent's black-armored goblins, but they will also have to endure the opponent's attacks. You can only hit me? Isn't that cheating? What is it? It's cheating. You're getting better and better at cooperating with each other. Chenyi watched the goblins fight. Their fighting techniques and skills were already quite proficient, especially when using a black-armored goblin as a shield. Although I am immune to magic, it still hurts when it hits the mountain. It's fortunate that they're goblins. They weren't angry at all at being used as shields, and even found it quite amusing. The dragon goblin used the black-armored goblin as a shield, and then threw it onto the dragon's body after using it. Then the black armor goblin transformed from its shield into a parasite, executing a series of fluid and graceful movements and tactics. It's good, but it lacks some lethal attack methods. Seeing this, Chunyi was still somewhat dissatisfied, even though he had performed well. If I had a powerful method, like the cursed goblin, to convert my skills into energy, I probably wouldn't have had such a hard time facing dragons. Chunyi recalled the scene of fighting the cursed seal goblin. It was the same skill, but after being transformed into energy, it was not only cool, but also had considerable damage to the dragon. Unfortunately, it's extremely difficult for an ordinary goblin to grow to that level. However, the cursed seal can only be obtained once every 3 days, or exchanged for 1,000 energy stones. Therefore, it's something I can only think about. After all, a dragon's armor is not so easy to break through. Hopefully, after fusing with the flame dragon, I can gain some high-output skills. Chunyi could only pray that the fiery dragon would bring him what he wanted. After all, the flame dragon ranks second in terms of attack attributes. It should be possible to create powerful goblins. Wait, did I forget something? As Chunyi pondered, he seemed to remember something, but then he forgot something else. The fiery dragon is second, so who is first again? The steel dragon. The steel dragon is number 1. But why did I think of this? Steel dragons are not common. Chunyi blinked. Did I come into contact with the steel dragon? I don't think so. Something feels off. A new goblin, the Ironhide Goblin, has spawned around your territory. Your tribe is the most powerful goblin tribe in the surrounding territory. You have been granted one opportunity to subdue it. Please dispatch troops to subdue it as soon as possible. Armored Goblin, outside our territory? Hearing the familiar system voice, Chunyi suddenly remembered something. What was the name of that goblin that was so fat it couldn't even turn around when attacking? Is it Steel? Right? Yes. Quick, subdue the goblins. Chunyi never expected that the goblin he wanted had always been by his side. However, the other party's exaggerated size and the many things that happened afterward made him forget the existence of that giant dragon that was so fat it could hardly move. Now, it's time for me to reap the rewards. Goblins only extract the best of the best genes. This iron goblin must be the strongest goblin I've ever encountered. With barely concealed excitement, Chunyi ordered his small number of troops to go and subdue them. Why bother with second place? Isn't first place better? Chapter 154. Iron-Eating Goblins, Terrifying Dragon Breath. Congratulations on successfully capturing the Ironhide Goblin. They've subdued them so quickly? Chunyi observed the tamed goblins through his field of vision. He was quite looking forward to the goblins born from this steel dragon, known for its ruthless nature. Although the fat and crippled dragon didn't look like a steel dragon at all. But upon careful reflection, the dragon's breath was indeed the strongest he had ever seen from any dragon. In that case, his goblins shouldn't be too weak either. Chunyi watched his new goblin with great anticipation, and then, I made a mistake, please get another one. He switched the goblin's vision link. You made a mistake again, let's try another one. Chunyi's face darkened. Although he had a general idea of what was going on after the 2 vision links, he was unwilling to believe it. What happened to the promise of only using the best goblin genes? Why did it fail this time? The third one, if the third one is like this, then I'll accept it. Chunyi took a deep breath and then switched to the perspective of the third goblin. But the result remained the same. A chubby little guy was flying next to the black-armored goblin. The other party's form was almost identical to that steel dragon, except it wasn't crippled, nor was it so fat that it couldn't fly. But can this form really fight? Chen-Yi looked at the winged lizard that resembled a little flying pig, and then checked its panel through the fountain of pregnancy. Iron-eating goblin. Quality, king rank. Attribute, 60. Level 5. Level increases by killing creatures. Loyalty, unwavering. You are the goblin's absolute faith. Weapon, none. Skills, poison mist, dragon healing, dragon breath. Characteristic, ignores reproductive isolation. Note, ugh, you'll go after any dragon, you beast. 3 skills, damn it. Chen-Yi wondered if there was a limit to his goblin genes, and why he hadn't been able to suppress the dragon genes of the other party this time. It's one thing to be overweight, but to only have 3 skills? 3 skills, 2 of which are dragon breath skills. If the families of Ostaban City saw this, they would definitely be very surprised. Because even if all their secret techniques are cultivated to the best, they generally only have 1 dragon breath skill. Even this 1 dragon breath skill cannot guarantee anything. Fine, tattooed pig, show me your skills. Unleash dragon's breath. Chen-Yi had given up hope on this goblin. But it's not to the point of feeling bad. Because I got it for free. You're always making a profit if you get free troops. He'd accept it even if the dragon could only fly and eat. At least it could serve as a meat shield. By the way, speaking of freebies, I think I also bought a goblin, right? He looked at the only degenerated goblin in the territory, the lazy goblin. The other person is sleeping. Thank goodness I didn't buy too much back then. Chen-Yi's voice was disheveled by the strong wind as he spoke. Along with the mess, there was also hair that was wildly falling backward, almost reaching its roots. The scorching air came from my left, and the air itself had a clear trajectory. Chen-Yi looked ahead and saw that his territory had been breached at some point, with even the meter-thick city wall being pierced through. The intense heat he felt came from behind that air track. What is that? Chen-Yi swallowed hard. The human empire's missiles? Does such a thing exist in another world? Chen-Yi stared in horror at the sudden scene, unsure how to describe it. However, he was already surrounded by goblins protecting him. This attack, several times stronger than before, has already posed a profound threat to us. Boom! A huge burst of fire exploded on the horizon, followed by a pure white mushroom cloud rising into the sky. This thing, is it a missile? The human empire has been hiding this deep? Chen-Yi's voice was trembling, but the next second, the system's notification sound pulled him back to reality. Your iron-eating goblin has killed a elk and gained 300 experience points. Your iron-eating goblin has killed. Your iron-eating goblin has been killed. The notifications were all about ironhide goblins being killed. It seemed the opponent had killed quite a few creatures in that instant. But this thing is dragon's breath. Chen-Yi found it hard to believe the power of this thing, yet he had no choice but to accept it. He quickly shifted his focus to the ironhide goblin. From the ironhide goblin's perspective, everything was pitch black. She's unconscious? Chen-Yi was a little confused, so he switched his perspective to the black-armored goblin next to him. In the latter's view, he finally saw the reason clearly. The previous attack was indeed launched by the iron-eating goblin. However, this guy couldn't withstand the recoil of the dragon's breath and was swept into the ground, burying himself alive. He ordered the black-armored goblins to dig the other party out, but instead got a slender little dragon. The creature no longer resembled a pig but a winged lizard. The black markings on its body confirmed its identity as a dark goblin. This thing has endless potential. I'm sorry, I was presumptuous just now. Having witnessed the power of the iron-eating goblin, Chen-Yi apologized for his earlier disrespect. This little thing's attack actually traversed 5 miles and even breached its own city wall. Although it wasn't as extreme as his mother's actions of directly blocking rivers and melting down forests, it was still quite remarkable. It's important to know that goblins can be upgraded. Can it still be used? Chen-Yi inquired. But the goblin patted its belly. Chen-Yi immediately understood. This meant that the dragon's breath would only be released when the belly grew large. How long will it take you to recover? Quack. Watching you eat. Chen-Yi was shocked again. Was it enough to just eat? What do you want to eat? Quack. Air. Holy crap, are all my goblins this thrifty? Chen-Yi couldn't shake the smile on his face. His goblins were definitely easier to take care of. All it takes to grow is land, moonlight, sunlight, and air. It's cheap, incredibly cheap. Compared to those creatures that are more expensive to train than to summon, Chen-Yi felt he had made a killing. A flying dragon. That's way more awesome than any siege crossbow. Chunyi looked at the 49 iron-eating goblins behind the black-armored goblin with satisfaction in his eyes. These are all my own wealth. With this thing, how can we not defeat the dragon? You, take a few iron-eating goblins and fly towards the direction of the flame dragon. Chunyi pointed at a dragon goblin and gave the order. At that moment, he was like a child who had received a novel toy and couldn't wait to show it off. Quack! The dragon goblin let out a strange cry, casually pulled off a rope from the side, and flew towards the iron-eating goblin. Chapter 155. The Deceptive Path. Chunyi enters the game. What? The dragon has already been defeated. The dragon goblin arrived at the battlefield with a string of iron-eating goblins, only to find 2 giant dragons lying on the ground, unable to get up. Just as the Dragon Man goblin was about to launch an iron-eating goblin at the fallen dragon, Chunyi stopped him. Bring the dragon back. Why? Chunyi hadn't expected the dragon to be so fragile. They can't even withstand such a small amount of poison, and they haven't even used their new weapon yet. However, unable to attack the unyielding dragon, he had no choice but to bring it back with his new weapon. Gagaha. On the battlefield, a black-armored goblin curiously poked at the belly of an iron-eating goblin. This round little thing can fly. The black-armored goblin was envious and wished he could fly. Unfortunately, he did not crossbreed with a dragon. The dragon has been slain, and Chunyi dispatched several black-armored goblins to march towards Chunmo's territory. Now that the mission is complete, it's natural to protect the mission target. However, we can't get in touch with Chihongi. They seem to be having a lot of fun, as Chihongi hasn't logged on at all. To secure his own future, Chunyi had no choice but to prioritize protecting his mission objective. Therefore, the black-armored goblins temporarily replaced the garrison in Chunmo's territory. Damn it. Fuck you. How is that possible? Just as Adida escaped back to his territory, using his familiarity with the terrain, he witnessed his dragon being captured alive. Why are these hideous monsters so powerful? Damn it. Am I not a saint-level lord? Why am I not the king of this forest? He punched the rock wall of the valley, and chunks of rock shattered. Whoosh. Veins bulged on his fists. Atida was extremely unwilling. He had never heard of any opponent capable of slaying a fully grown dragon. Could the opponent be the natural enemy of dragons? Atida fell into self-doubt, wondering if his information was inaccurate. The inherited memories clearly state that the only natural enemies of dragons are other dragons. No, there is one, but wasn't that kind of creature wiped out by the dragons? And their body types don't match at all. Where did these damned monsters come from? Holy crap. Atida braced himself against the wall with one hand and clenched his other fist, raining down attacks on the rock face as he vented his anger. He finally regained his composure only after blood flowed from his skin and the rock wall shattered into pieces. He calmed down from the immense grief of losing 2 dragons. Could it be that the other side is really Chunye's unit? After calming down, Adida made a guess, although the guess was not accurate. But he couldn't find a better excuse. Keep in mind that the League is currently attacking Chihongi. If I lose my power at this moment, I will definitely be kicked out of the first tier. They were not only kicked out of the top tier. If those guys find out that I've lost 2 adult dragons, many of them might covet my position and attack me. A Saint-rank Lord, or even a Saint-rank Dragon Lord, is a position many people desire. It has to be Chunyi. After some thought, Adida figured out his situation. The one he must fight is Chunyi. From this moment on, whoever he was fighting against, that person was Chunyi. It would only make sense if Chunyi were involved, and he himself held Chunyi back. Only in this way can they gain a share of the spoils from Chihongi's battlefield without revealing their own troop losses. Yes, that's it. It has to be Chunyi. Adida gradually sorted out his thoughts, and then opened the meeting group of the alliance in the group. He first asked ambiguously, "What's the situation? Is Chihongi's situation easy to resolve?" "Oh, it's alright. Although the opponent keeps playing their trump cards, we are still in the advantage. But once we break through their defenses, we can advance unimpeded." The Blood Oath Alliance leader, who kept a close eye on all the Lord's situations, immediately noticed Adida the moment he logged on. Atira breathed a long sigh of relief. His biggest fear was that the battle situation would be bad and he would need to provide support. He has no more support to send to the battlefield now. We're almost there, but the shield's capacity is a bit high. Could you let your flame dragon unleash 2 breath attacks? The leader of the Blood Oath Alliance inquired. The rest of the crowd seemed to be focused on the battlefield at all times, and no one was chatting in the group unless they were tagged. I'm afraid that won't work. Atieda said hesitantly. What's wrong? What happened? The Blood Oath Alliance leader keenly sensed a hint of an unusual flavor. Given Atiera's past personality, he wouldn't refuse such a situation. Furthermore, 2 breaths were all it took to inflict significant damage on the dragon. Could it be that the enemy's dragon was seriously injured when it fought Shin-Mo? The Blood Oath Alliance leader's eyes twitched incessantly. Even with Chi Hongi using all her trump cards, things are still so difficult. It's reasonable that the opposing vice leader has more tricks up his sleeve. But how badly was the other person injured? A glint flashed in the eyes of the Blood Oath Alliance leader, as if some scheme was brewing within him. Atiera naturally knew what the other party was thinking and forced a tough stance, saying, "It is indeed a problem we encountered." The Blood Oath Alliance leader was very cooperative. "Isn't this a small problem?" "What? It hasn't been resolved." As Atiera looked at the message, his fingers involuntarily clenched. The other party was unsure whether it was intentional mockery or a test of their strength. He could only say what he had already prepared. "I met Chenyi." Chenyi. Upon hearing this name, Shue's voice rose involuntarily. Chenyi also participated in the war? At this moment, all calculations and schemes cease to exist. If Chenyi also participates in the war, do we still have a chance of winning? You should know that Chenyi is rumored to be a sub-god lord and is recognized as the strongest lord. Although both titles are somewhat misleading now, they still represent strength. Even if the opponent isn't a demigod lord, they still possess absolute strength. He's not really involved anymore. He has no intention of participating, but he's holding back my dragon. Atiera, a fox borrowing the tiger's power, said. The Blood Oath Alliance leader frowned. You mean he participated in the war, but didn't explicitly oppose you? Atiera affirmed. Yes, but I don't know what the other side is thinking, nor how long we can hold them off, so you need to hurry. Ataida's words even carried a hint of anger. He seemed to be angry that the allied forces had sent him to hold back Chenyi, this great Buddha. The Blood Oath Alliance leader wanted to say something, but in the end, he exhaled as a long breath. I understand. Try to stall for as long as possible. No wonder Atieda hasn't come yet. It turns out he's been held back by Chenyi. In that case, it's not the time to hide your talents. If these 2 extremely powerful lords were to join forces, no one knows what would happen. The Blood Oath Alliance leader looked at the protective shield in the center of the battlefield, which still had 3,000 shield points remaining. Since the battlefield is becoming increasingly troublesome, it's time to shatter this shield. You're right, aren't you, little darling? He suddenly turned his head to look at his shoulder, and there was a semicircular worm that had appeared on his shoulder at some point. The insect turned its head toward the Blood Oath leader and then revealed a strange, anthropomorphic smile. Laugh. Chapter 156, The Dragon's Nemesis. Breaking news. Chenyi has joined the fray. Gentlemen, I don't need to explain the situation further, do I? The message of the Blood Oath Alliance leader was delivered to every lord in the fastest possible way. Is this the worst news? Dongfang Tiexin asked, somewhat jokingly. As one of the most powerful lords, Chenyi was looked down upon by most of them because he often didn't show his abilities. But no one can truly ignore this person. After all, for a long time he was above everyone else, and even Chi Hongi was overshadowed by him. I guess so. Please don't hold back. The leader of the Blood Oath Alliance said incisively. Although the worst-case scenario anticipated included a possibility that Chenyi would get involved and help Chi Hongi. But nobody wants to face this phenomenon, because this means that the losses for oneself or one's alliance will increase. A war without any benefit is not liked by everyone. Alright, since that's the case, let's all come out together and stop hiding. This sentence was said by Dongfang Tiexin in the group. Since we need to break through the protective shield as quickly as possible, we all need to work together. One party can't expose its own cards while the others get the ready-made ones, can they? I have no problem. I have no problem either. Anyway, this way we can resolve Chi Hongi's issue as quickly as possible. Yeah, let's finish this quickly. I have a bad feeling about this. Most of the other lords agreed with the proposal. After all, compared to the 2 leaders, their trump cards are much smaller, and their main force is not themselves. Where's Atieda? Hasn't he arrived yet? Dongfang Tiexin inquired. She could disregard the other lords, but Atieda was one of the leaders of 3 important alliances. Although the opposing alliance members have been fighting on the front lines, they themselves have not shown up. The leader of the Blood Oath Alliance seemed to have anticipated this, as he posted the screenshot of his conversation with Atieda in the group chat. Everyone. No wonder. Then there's no problem, let's begin. Dongfang Tiexin was relieved and didn't see anything wrong. After all, in her estimation, Chenyi was just a saint-level lord, at most a powerful saint-level lord. It's perfectly normal for a saint-level lord to be held back by another saint-level lord. He even thought that Chunyi might not be able to beat Atieda. In this era of rapid progress, everyone's development is swift. Chunyi was like a small boat, once leading the crowd, but now he has disappeared without a trace. Perhaps he took the wrong path, or perhaps he encountered some undercurrents. In any case, he was no longer ahead of the crowd. Force and the road are the best proof. The fastest way to acquire resources is through trade between lords. Although Chunyi's casual alliance is very popular, it is too small to pose a threat. Since that's the case, let's not keep things to ourselves. I'll set an example. The Blood Oath Alliance leader touched the semicircular worm that had sprouted from his shoulder, and then a white light flashed across his territory. It was a cheap, tattered teleportation scroll from the Bailuo River. Buzz! The white light arrived in sync with the center of the battlefield. It was a dark mass that blocked out the sky. Roar! The snow dragon already on the battlefield growled as it sensed the threat from the clouds in the sky. Golden Unit, Bone-Eating Worm. The snow dragon's lord immediately maneuvered his troops away from the insects. Bone-eating worms are not a type of unit whose strength can be judged simply by their rank. These creatures possess extremely high armor-piercing capabilities. Any unit that encounters them will only be devoured. There are even rumors that if there are enough of them, it's not impossible for them to devour a dragon. I never expected it to be this kind of soldier. Lord Shuilong sighed. Nearly 1,000 white bone-eating insects crashed heavily onto the protective shield like stones with white wings. Knock knock knock. The Lord units surrounding the protective shield instinctively took cover as they watched the overwhelming rain of stones. Suddenly, stones the size of faces began to fall from the sky. If these were aimed at them, they would have caused serious injury. The lords watched as the white insects fell. There were nearly 1,000 of them. It's about to land. Run. The other lords also received orders from their alliance leader and hurriedly avoided the stones. Bone-eating worms eat anything, and they certainly don't want their own troops to become food for the enemy. Buzz! Just as the stone was about to fall to the ground, it suddenly spread its wings and took off again. Gurgle! Fortunately, this thing doesn't seem to be stopping. Everyone felt a wave of fear wash over them. Quickly check the protection level. Someone exclaimed in surprise. After the Blood Oath Alliance leader's troops landed, the defense value dropped by a full 1,000, leaving only a little over 2,000 shield values. You have to understand that this is a shield they've been working on for a long time. Those bugs only bit the shield once during its descent, and the shield lost so much protection value. If they keep biting, wouldn't they be able to break the shield directly? Yes, why doesn't the Blood Oath Alliance leader continue to control his own troops? Some lower-ranking lords expressed their doubts. With a deafening roar, a massive water buffalo, clad in blue armor, charged in like a small mountain. Boom! The shield vibrated, and then the protection value dropped by another 500. So powerful. Whose troops are these? The reappearance of the blue ox amazed everyone. What puzzled everyone was that after the green ox attacked, it simply stayed to the side and did not seem to intend to continue attacking. Why did you stop attacking? The lower-level lords didn't understand that their efforts in attacking were precisely aimed at breaking through the enemy's defenses. Why isn't everyone attacking now that they all have the strength? Both the blue oxen and those bone-eating worms have the ability to easily clear out these remaining shields. Roar! The snow dragon roared in the sky, followed by the familiar breath attack. The blizzard's relentless breath poured down from above like a galaxy, cascading over the protective shield. Everything around them froze rapidly, and the protective shield teetered on the brink of collapse, yet it did not break. This scene reminded many people of the time when they first arrived in their own territory. But why isn't the dragon attacking anymore? The attacks were all in whole numbers, so is this remaining 1,000 for me. Dongfeng Tiexin sneered, then crushed the scroll in his hand. A white light flashed, and then a creature that resembled a giant ape, but was not a giant ape appeared before everyone. Strong arms, broad body, and golden fur all over its body, although its size is not as stunning as the previous two. But at 40 meters tall, he still looked like a monster. Its bullhorn-like fangs hung from its upturned mouth, and its crimson fur was as hard as steel needles. Roar! The moment that unit appeared, Shuilong suddenly sprang into action and charged uncontrollably towards it. Return. The Snow Dragon Lord was terrified, but the Snow Dragon opened its massive jaws as if out of control, and a violent blizzard gathered. Dragon's Breath. Chapter 157. The shield shatters, stepping into the underworld. Roar! The ferocious ape-like creature showed no fear whatsoever when it saw the giant dragon charging towards it and gathering its attack. Instead, it was unusually excited. The behemoth's expression was playful and ferocious as it licked its fangs with its long, sharp claws, which were also eager to strike. His expression seemed to say, "You hit me first, you made the first move, so hurry up and do it." Dragon's breath. The blizzard, which could not be suppressed, finally descended. The world is covered in ice and snow, and in the center of the ice and snow, the behemoth is opening its huge mouth to withstand the wind and snow. Eat, eat, eat. This thing is consuming the dragon's breath. This unexpected scene shocked everyone. In their understanding, dragons are at the top of the food chain, and no creature can compete with them. Even if there is one, it will be a different kind of dragon. However, a creature appeared before them. Not only did the opponent oppose the dragon, but they also withstood the dragon's most powerful attack head-on. What is that thing? Does this kind of creature really exist? Nonsense, isn't this? Gurgle. The Lord swallowed his saliva halfway through his sentence. From his perspective, the giant behemoth's hand actually took the dragon's breath head-on. It not only caught it head-on, but it also swallowed it. The dragon's breath, it was eaten. Not only were the lower-ranking lords shocked, but the higher-ranking lords were equally astonished. They were unaware of the type of troops Dongfang Tiexin was using, but this moment gave them a great shock. Sure enough, everyone who becomes the leader of the alliance has some skills. Roar! The giant behemoth pounded its fists against its own chest with a thunderous roar. The next moment, the enormous hand, carrying sharp blades, had already reached the dragon. No one knows how that mountain-sized creature leaped 100 meters, but he had already grabbed the dragon's neck. Behemoth, let him go. Dongfang Tiexin's voice came, and the behemoth reluctantly released its food. Roar! Behemoth let go, but the snow dragon wouldn't allow it, its massive claws about to grab Behemoth's back. Shuilong, stop! This time it was no longer an order, but a reprimand, even carrying a hint of reproach. The snow dragon's lord was already filled with rage. It's one thing if the order to attack was given too late the first time, but if it still doesn't obey this time, I'll have to consider whether to continue training this dragon. Hold head high. The dragon, sensing the lord's anger, reluctantly stopped attacking. The enormous wings intentionally or unintentionally created tornadoes on the ground. Behemoth closed its eyes contentedly, enjoying the comfortable breeze. Meanwhile, the lower-tier units below were having a very difficult time. The winds created by the dragon made it difficult for them to stand. Return. Lord Snow Dragon gave the order again, and Snow Dragon reluctantly flew back to the sky where it was standing. Dongfang Tiexin smiled and did not pursue the matter of the Snow Dragon Lord. The behemoths of this world have become extinct. That dragon probably never imagined that its natural enemy would one day appear before it again. Unfortunately, behemoths have not only reappeared, but their numbers will continue to increase. Go and smash that shield. Dongfang Tiexin pointed to the protective shield in the distance and gave the order. Behemoth grinned, its massive body billowing smoke as it charged toward the protective shield with its hands raised high. Bump! Crack, crack, crack. The collision between the claws and the protective shield was like two thunderclaps hitting each other, and the solidified sound waves appeared on the battlefield, sending many bronze-level soldiers flying. As expected, Alliance Leader, none of them are easy to deal with. All the lords sighed once again. Dongfang Tiexin's troops were only at the king rank, yet they still shocked everyone. Those who can become the leaders of the three major alliances with the rank of Gold and King must have extraordinary methods. Are the other king-level lords, and even saint-level lords unwilling to establish a new alliance? No, they can't build it. They are strong, but not strong enough. There are also differences between the same level, king rank and saint rank. Their strength was insufficient to secure a piece of this already small pie, so they could only fight alone and in the name of a friend. What happened? Why did you disobey orders and attack that behemoth? Lord Snow Dragon angrily questioned his troops, but all he received was a short history about dragons. The gist of it is that the strongest beings in this world, besides gods, are dragons, but one day, a strange creature broke in. They appeared in this world out of nowhere. Furthermore, they could become stronger by devouring dragons, an act that angered the dragons, leading all the dragons to unite and purge this race. Dragons are powerful, but behemoths also develop their race in extreme times. The two sides went through a bloody battle, and the dragon won the victory by virtue of its numbers and strength. They eventually drove Behemoth out. Although Behemoth was driven away, The hatred for Behemoth was deeply ingrained in the genetic lineage of all dragons. So that's how it is. Lord Snow Dragon remained silent, but the current situation made it impossible for his dragon to continue attacking Byman because of the opponent's king rank units. According to the rules, the summoning conditions for a king-ranked being are lower than those for a saint-ranked being. In other words, the opponent has more than 1 or 2 behemoths. He didn't want the dragon he had painstakingly nurtured to go to its death. I understand what happened. Try to calm you down first. Lord Shuilong had mixed feelings. If I want to develop in the future, I'm afraid I won't be able to do without Behemoth. But is the other party really someone I can contend with? He pondered for a moment, and then his eyes suddenly lit up after a few seconds. It's not impossible. If I obtain the secret of Qi Hong Yi Quan Shui's advancement and can summon dragons infinitely, then the opponent's summoning advantage will be rendered meaningless. Lord Snow Dragon's eyes gleamed. He knew that the more powerful a creature was, the more limitations it would have, and the behemoth of the other side definitely had limitations that he was unaware of. The only limitation for dragons is their slow growth. By the way, I can also team up with Ida. Their dragon must also have the inherited memories of Behemoth. Lord Snow Dragon pondered. Unbeknownst to them, this carefully planned alliance, like the protective shield under the giant hand of Behemoth, shattered and cracked. Click. The final, sharp crack of glass. The protective shield that had held up for so long shattered and disappeared into specks of light. You have invaded the territory of an unknown lord. Please be careful. The system notification came through, but no one paid any attention, because they came here specifically to invade. Inside the castle, Qi Hongyi, who was sitting on the stone seat, couldn't help but get up. These alliance leaders are truly unexpected. Behemoth, bone-eating worm, snow dragon, and the flame dragon that did not appear. And that lord who personally descended and has been researching my hell imp. Not bad, really. Very good. Qi Hongyi stood up and even subconsciously applauded everyone. But along with the applause, the entire ground also trembled. At this moment, all the black liquid on the ground moved towards Qi Hongyi's territory. However, the black liquid did not attract anyone's attention. It was just a ground tremor. Perhaps it was just that the high-ranking lord's troops moved a little. Ha ha ha, it's finally broken. That damn shield is broken. Brothers, charge. With some people waving flags and shouting, the large number of allied troops, who had been holding back for a long time, immediately rushed into Qi Hongyi's true territory. The massive tremor masked the vibrations of the black liquid, as well as its shape. The crowd charged excitedly, and their formation was thrown into disarray. The enemy lord has lost all his troops. Now is the time to reap the rewards. They rushed into that scorched territory. Vaida, you have entered the netherworld. All hellish creatures in the area will have their attributes increased by 5%, while non-hellish creatures will have their attributes decreased by 3%. You have been affected by hell. All your attributes have decreased by 3%. Chapter 158. The confidence that never faded. Damn it, what is this thing? Is there a problem with this land? It's just a decrease in attributes, only 3%, which is almost negligible. Stepping onto the scorched earth, some were terrified, while others remained calm. It's just a 3% reduction in attributes, nothing serious. One of the lords spoke using his troops as an example. Yes, don't worry. We've already killed all of their troops. So what if we reduce their numbers by another 3%? Another lord also seemed somewhat indifferent. Don't be careless. Dongfang Tiexin reminded the high-ranking lords in the group. If the opponent has no backup plan, why not set up the battleground here? Yes, don't forget the bonus attribute from hellish creatures. The leader of the Blood Oath Alliance also echoed this sentiment. The other high-ranking lords also agreed. They didn't have the same level of magnanimity as lower-ranking lords when it came to Qi Hongyi. Only when you get close to someone powerful will you realize just how difficult they are to deal with. Although Qi Hongyi's bid for you has been quite troublesome so far, I still feel that something about her is not real. Lord Snow Dragon said. Yes, I also felt something was off. Another high-ranking lord agreed. Dongfang Tiexin and the Blood Oath Alliance leader remained silent, though they also sensed something was amiss. It's not that the battle situation is bad. After all, with the combined strength of many lords, this war is bound to be won. It's not that Qi Hongyi isn't strong enough, because the opponent's 30,000 skeleton troops and 40,000 hellish imps are both extremely powerful. The opponent's disadvantage lies in the fact that they are part of a coalition of many lords. If Qi Hongyi were to attack only one of their families, it would be something they absolutely could not withstand. Could it be that Qi Hongyi's performance wasn't amazing enough? Dongfang Tiexin muttered to himself. Whether it was initiating the battle or teleporting over a large area, she truly delivered a stunning performance. Dongfang Tiexin didn't understand, and neither did the Blood Oath Alliance leader. He felt a sense of unreality as he watched the troops under his alliance charge into Qi Hongyi's territory. There's a slight sense of unreality to it. However, it makes perfect sense to deduce this from the current battlefield and situation. Qi Hongyi is powerful enough, and we have worked hard enough. The opponent has revealed all their trump cards. So where exactly does the problem lie? The leader of the Blood Oath Alliance felt an even stronger unease as he watched the troops break the rules of the Wooden House. The enemy was strong enough, and they were strong enough. All of this was a reasonable outcome. So where exactly did things go wrong? The leader of the Blood Oath Alliance pondered deeply. Haha, there's nothing here at all. I thought Qi Hongyi had some other tricks up her sleeve. The lower-ranking lords vented their fury after the battle by attacking houses they couldn't resist. Yeah, they seemed so confident back then, and even attacked us first. I thought they were really something. No matter how powerful the enemy is, it can't possibly be a match for our allied forces. That's right, we mobilized over 200 lords this time. It's probably the strongest team battle ever, isn't it? I think so too. Etc. The Blood Oath Alliance leader seemed to have touched on something when he heard the lower-ranking lord's words. Wait, I understand. Suddenly, the doubts in his mind seemed to be resolved. I know what's wrong. Confidence, it's confidence. The leader of the Blood Oath Alliance hurriedly shared his discovery with the public. Something's not right. Qi Hongyi's confidence hasn't disappeared. Has your confidence not disappeared? The leader of the Blood Oath Alliance's statement immediately drew various questions. What confidence hasn't disappeared? What is the Blood Oath Alliance leader talking about? Yes, confidence. Is Qi Hongyi really that confident? We still managed to breach her defenses. One of the high-ranking lords said dismissively. No. Dongfang Tiexin realized the seriousness of the problem. It's Qi Hongyi's confidence. It's just confidence. Her confidence remained undiminished. The other party never showed any cowardice from beginning to end. She definitely had something up her sleeve. Dongfang Tiexin added. Think about it, actor. It seems that the current war is not being waged by us, but by Qi Hongyi. Dongfang Tiexin must have felt a sense of unease tinged with realization. It was Qi Hongyi who discovered our intentions and took the initiative to attack us, thus provoking the war. It was Qi Hongyi's skeletons that launched the attack on us. Her hellish little devils came up to their deaths willingly. It was also she who took the initiative to activate the protective shield and let us know that it existed. She's orchestrating all of this. Dongfang Tiexin's words silenced the crowd. We're not in charge. Some of the lords were skeptical, as they believed they were in control. They had been planning this battle for a long time and had summoned all the lords. Everything was proceeding according to plan. It was just that Qi Hongyi's initiative in launching the attack had brought things to a head. Yes, that's right. The leader of the Blood Oath Alliance then added his own words. This protective shield wasn't there at the beginning. Otherwise, our spies won't be able to get in. Everyone knows how comprehensive the protective shield is during the 7-day protection period. There's no way our spies could get in. It's impossible for her to get in. Then what was her purpose in activating the protective shield so late? The words of Dongfang Tiexin and the Blood Oath Alliance leader instantly awakened all the high-ranking lords. None of them were fools, and they immediately began to think about why the other party did this. Why would they do that? What is his purpose? Delay the time. Qi Hongyi is trying to attract our attention. She's stalling for time. Lord Snow Dragon realized what was happening and immediately ordered his Snow Dragon to leave Qi Hongyi's territory. Delaying time, plus that hell attribute buff. Does that mean the enemy has another unit type? The other high-ranking lords' eyes narrowed in horror. Retreat. Retreat back. Withdraw from Qi Hongyi's territory. They issue orders to both their subordinates and their own units simultaneously. Get out? What? The lower-ranking lord was somewhat bewildered. He was about to win over the other party, so why did he have to back out? The lower-ranking lords were puzzled, but some chose to believe their alliance leader and boss. Some units withdrew, while others resolutely advanced. Idiot, you're about to get everything from them, and you're backing out now. Humph, what I want isn't the other party's secret to advancement. I want to be the first to seize Qi Hongyi's fountain of childbirth. The low-ranking lord was arrogant, yet confident. Once you seize someone else's territory, everything they own becomes yours. At worst, we can share it secretly, but I'm definitely taking this territory. Ha ha ha, charge. All of you charge. He commanded his troops to charge forward. Why aren't you all leaving? The Lord glared angrily at his troops. He was about to issue another order when he witnessed a horrifying scene. What is that? He stammered a little, because from the perspective of the commander he was linked to, he saw a black wall that had appeared in front of him at some point. Meanwhile, the feet of himself and the other soldiers were already entangled by this creature. Help! Save my troops. My wall. The black wall continued to expand, and then crashed down like a giant wave. Boom! Silence descended upon all things, and a patch of blackness, which everyone overlooked, devoured all the creatures that had invaded the territory. Gurgle. Chapter 159. The Black Pool, Nurturing. Thank goodness I didn't go. A low-ranking lord stared at this horrifying scene, unsure of what to say. The high-ranking lords attacked Chi-Hongi because she was blocking their path to acquiring resources and possessing the secret to advancement. The reason why low-ranking lords are so obedient is not only because of the high-ranking territories promised by many high-ranking lords. Others, more daring, set their sights on Chi-Hongi's territory. These people, driven by the ambition to soar to great heights, rushed to the forefront with the sole purpose of seizing Chi-Hongi's territory as quickly as possible. Help me, help me, help me. The swallowed soldiers instinctively cried for help, struggling to rise to the surface of the Black Sea. But it was quickly swallowed up again. Numerous hands and heads struggled on the Black Sea, and many lords felt a surge of relief. I knew it. Good thing I didn't go in. They kept swallowing their saliva, and none of them could explain what was going on. However, if the sky falls, the tall ones will hold it up. Let the alliance leaders worry about this kind of thing. What is that black thing? The high-ranking lords watching the live broadcast also subconsciously stepped back. The black liquid, like a tidal wave, surged in front of the gates of Chi-Hongi's territory. Its massive size has sculpted a nearly kilometer-long black lake. In the middle of the lake, people were struggling. Some were trying to escape. But the lake water seemed to have its own consciousness, constantly conjuring up arms to pull everyone back. How many people were lost? Dongfang Tiexin asked calmly. The events just now happened so fast that many low-level lords didn't even have time to react. We lost nearly 3,000 people. A lord reported it. 3,000 people. Dongfang Tiexin took a deep breath. Chi-Hongi's trump card wiped out 3,000 of our men. Should we wake up or grieve? The leader of the Blood Oath Alliance looked at the 3,000 people struggling in the lake. They seemed to be stuck in an asphalt swamp, struggling incessantly, but sinking deeper and deeper. It should be more than 3,000. The lake water is changing. Is it changing? The lords also hurriedly and carefully observed what the Blood Oath Alliance leader had said. Indeed, the lake was changing and growing larger. Those people seemed to have been eaten. A lord discovered the reason for the lake's expansion and stared in shock at the black, lifeless water. Bailuaha, what's the situation on the ground? Are you alright? While the high-ranking lords were discussing, Dongfang Tiexin also contacted his own deputy leader. And at this moment, on the initial battlefield, a white-haired boy, his body shimmering with light, was frantically drawing something. His pen bound a group of black liquids. The liquid tried to escape, but he repeatedly pulled it back to continue writing and painting on the scroll. By Luo River? Bailuo, what are you doing? Dongfang Tiexin made several unsuccessful attempts to contact him, until the white-haired youth was brought back to his senses by the light and vibration of the scroll beside him. The madness subsided, and the white light on the boy's body, which he used to calm himself, finally stopped. Bailuaha picked up the scroll beside him in confusion. Why did you run outside? Are you trying to get yourself killed, Bailuaha? You dare ignore me? You think you're all grown up now. The moment the scroll was picked up, a classic image of an Eastern girl appeared, hands on her hips, pointing her finger at the white-haired boy and angrily confronting him. Are you trying to jump out and hit me? Bailuaha subconsciously pulled his head back, then looked innocently at the girl in the scroll. Tiexin, what's wrong? What's wrong? You, never mind. The girl was about to unleash a string of profanities but hesitated to speak, maintaining her good image. How's the situation on your end? Also, why are there those black things around you? Dongfang Tiexin looked at the black liquid flowing around the other person like water and asked. My side? I don't know. Bailuaha gave a very affirmative answer. I didn't know you'd be so arrogant. Dongfang Tiexin tilted her head, her face contorted. If this scroll were any more advanced, she would definitely jump out and beat this guy up. Forehead. Bailuaha scratched his head sheepishly and explained. I just found a great material, and I've become quite engrossed in it. I really don't know what the situation is like outside right now. So, what you found was this black liquid. Dongfang Tiexin asked curiously. Bai Luoha nodded. This thing must be Qi Hongyi's doing. It seems to be able to devour flesh and blood. You need to be careful. Dongfang Tiexin. Clench your fist and silently chant. Don't get angry. Don't get angry. Anger will only make you sick and no one can take your place. We'll teach that guy a lesson when we get back. Is there any other useful information? Dongfang Tiexin inquired. Bai Luoha was shocked. Is my message useless? I have a feeling this might be Qi Hongyi's backup plan. It must be super important, right? Dongfang Tiexin forced a smile, his voice slightly distorted as he clenched his fist, and said, So, you have no other news, right? Bai Luoha shook his head. Of course, I can use these scrolls too. You can do it my foot. Right now, get to the scene. The scene is almost flooded by this stuff. What are you doing here scrolling away for? Dongfang Tiexin practically roared this long sentence, and after he finished, his figure disappeared into the scroll. Fortunately, the scroll was designed to have limited energy. Bai Luoha breathed a sigh of relief, feeling somewhat fortunate. Humph, we're all alliance leaders. Why do you think you can order me around? Is it because I have the title of deputy that I have more than you? Bai Luoha uttered absurd words at the mouth of the vanished scroll. Having confirmed that the scroll was not responding, he reverted to his sinister demeanor. I'll make the scroll before I go to the battlefield. He then buried his head back into making the scroll. Meanwhile, in the territory of Kihanjidi, the Black Lake indeed grew larger after swallowing the Lord. However, instead of attacking the crowd because of its increased size, it stayed quietly in place. Not only has it lost its initial turmoil, it is now as calm as a mirror. Only, the mirror does not reflect peace. What is that? Their gaze followed the Lord's voice. On the surface of the black mirror, a burly skeleton with its head bowed and arms crossed is slowly rising. Chapter 160, The Death Knight. What is that? Is this Qi Hongyi's backup plan? No one dared to take a step forward as they stared at the eerie skeleton in the center of the lake. It seems a bit different from the previous skeleton. Those with a keen eye noticed the difference in this skeleton. It was significantly larger than the previous ones. Look, that black liquid seems to be joining forces with the skull. Under everyone's watchful eyes, the black liquid actually climbed up the skeleton on its own. Immediately afterwards, then something even more unbelievable happened. Where the black liquid had crawled, flesh and blood had actually grown. Although the flesh was black and looked more like rotten meat, the skeleton did indeed possess flesh. The burly skeleton now possessed flesh and blood, and something seemed to flicker in its empty pupils. Is this damn liquid devouring my troops just to provide flesh and blood for these damn skeletons? Some lords were furious and wanted to send their troops forward immediately. However, upon closer inspection, I discovered that I only had 2 unit types left. In other words, apart from the current observation unit, he has no other unit types available for combat. War is the fastest way to deplete initial reserves. Just like this Bronze Lord, the troops he had accumulated for more than a month were exhausted in half a day. The battle lasted for more than 8 hours, and his troops held out for more than 8 hours as well. Forget it, let's leave it to the other lords. Considering the strength of both the opponent and himself, the Bronze Lord had no choice but to give up. Let me do it. A massive unit wielding a warhammer stepped forward. Standing 2 meters tall, he wielded a 100-pound warhammer with tremendous force. Blunt weapons have always been the bane of skeletons, and this warhammer unit shone brightly in the recent battle. Although it's only silver level, it can still overpower gold level skeletons. Black liquid spread across its entire body, and the skeleton gradually took shape. It resembles an aggregate of skulls and black, rotting flesh. And this aggregate is constantly changing. A tattered cloak and a long, black machete. That black liquid can not only form flesh and blood, but also weapons and clothing. It's amazing. Some lords lamented that they subconsciously sensed the gap between themselves and truly high-ranking lords. The ability we are currently experiencing has already transcended the scope of ordinary lords. Finally, the changes on the skeleton were complete. He stood on the Black Lake, clad in tattered black robes, a long, straight cleaver in his hand, and a dark, silent flame flickering in his pupils. Boom! The moment the skeleton formed, it seemed to have a telepathic connection, leaping forward to the Warhammer soldier. Interesting. Don't think that just because you've gained weight you'll be able to hold your own. Without further ado, the Warhammer-wielding soldier struck the skeleton simultaneously with its voice and its Warhammer. Boom! The skeleton raised its hand to block, appearing quite relaxed. You have activated the skill avatar. You have obtained the other party's general information. The Death Knight. Quality, King rank. A high-ranking servant of the Hell faction, possessing formidable power. Note, there is no need to suffer in this life, but you will surely go to hell after death. King rank troops. Lord Kate of the Snow Dragon stared in shock at the information transmitted back from her skill. His skills allow him to unleash some of his abilities through his units, and just now he obtained information about the skeleton. He hurriedly sent the information about the skull to the people of the Temporary Alliance. The next second, call. The Death Knight caught the soldier's 100-pound warhammer, and then with a burst of force, black flames shot out and engulfed the warhammer-wielding soldier like a serpent of fire. Boom! The other party didn't even have time to beg for mercy before turning into ashes and falling to the ground. The prerequisite for lower-tier units to fight against higher-tier units is that they have a sufficient number of units. Damn it, my troops. Everyone, charge. This is a battlefield. Don't talk to him about rules. He's all alone. The lord who lost his warhammer units immediately rallied the other lords to launch a full-scale attack on the Death Knights. It's important to know that the resources required to specially train one warhammer unit are roughly the same as those required to train a gold lord. Kill. It must be said that the call to arms from lower-ranking lords is effective. Fear of the unknown creatures drove everyone to rush forward. In an instant, at least 100 figures rushed toward the Death Knight. Most of these are bronze, with a small amount of silver and the occasional gold. The true high-ranking lords are observing. The lower-ranking lords, however, believe they could turn the tables and kill their enemies. Anyway, the opponent only has one person, while we have nearly 20,000 troops. Kill. Firelight, lightning, frost, spears, cleavers. Weapons and various elemental attacks rained down on the Death Knight. The Death Knight was quickly blasted to pieces by these attacks, his hard-won flesh and blood being blasted apart. The shattered body revealed a white skeleton. Half of the body had been destroyed in the first round of attacks. This is the principle behind how a large number of ants can devour an elephant. Anything that can cause harm can be killed. Unable to kill? That's just because there aren't enough people. Excellent. At this rate, take him out. The Lord of Warhammer had unknowingly taken on the role of commander, and the others were also planning to do the same. However, just as everyone was preparing to rush in, boom, black flames erupted again, and like a venomous snake clinging to the bones, they instantly bit into everyone. The dozen or so Warhammer soldiers at the forefront were instantly reduced to flames, while the rest of the attackers were also more or less smothered by the flames. They hurriedly retreated, but they couldn't shake off the flames. Damn it! What the hell is this flame? One of the soldiers kept retreating, trying to extinguish the flames with the soil on the ground, but the flames burned even more fiercely the moment the soil was sprinkled on them. Squeak, squeak, squeak. A rat-like sound rang out, followed by a swarm of white insects rushing onto the people covered in flames. The next moment, the flames, along with flesh and blood, were devoured by the bone-eating worms. The rescued soldier looked at his vanished surroundings and the extinguished flames with mixed feelings. Bang! A massive fist descended from above, completely annihilating the dying Death Knight. It was the behemoth that made the move. Huff huff. The behemoth shook the flames clinging to its palms, but it couldn't shake them off. Just as the bone-eating worms were excitedly preparing to help, the behemoth deliberately detached itself from the fur in that area, thus escaping the flames. Be careful, these flames are a bit tricky. Dongfang Tiexin reminded everyone. Everyone nodded solemnly. As expected of Qi Hongyi's backup plan, she's really troublesome. The Lord had barely finished speaking when he became doubtful. While the flames on those Death Knights were troublesome, there was only one of them. If he used that as his trump card, it's a bit small. What's a little small? The high-ranking Lord unconsciously voiced his inner doubts, prompting further questions from the other lords. This tactic is a bit too weak as a trump card. The former had no choice but to supplement and improve his explanation. In his view, although this method was powerful, it was too weak to be the opponent's trump card. The number is too small. If it increases, it will definitely pose a huge threat. The Lord continued. TCH, so many of them, what do you think they are? These words were immediately met with opposition from the other lords. This guy called the Death Knight is a king-level unit. It's already quite impressive that Qi Hongyi can assemble one. You really think she can create a large number of king-level units? Why not? The high-ranking lord continued speaking. The latter scoffed. You think king rank is as common as cabbage? He swallowed the sarcastic words he wanted to say. Just because, on that lake, while everyone's attention was focused on the battle between the Warhammer and the Death Knight. Hundreds of identical skeleton figures reappeared on the surface of the lake. The lake's surface shrank rapidly, and the skeleton quickly took shape. Clang! The dark flames reignited, and hundreds of undead knights, their feet on the lake and their hands raised, suddenly looked up. As dusk fell, the sky also became oppressive. Chapter 161, A Loose Alliance. Hellfire burned on his body, and black liquid formed his flesh and blood. A tattered black robe and a narrow, notched cleaver. Hundreds of these spirit knights suddenly gathered in the center of the lake. 230 death knights. Kate's voice was almost trembling. He was the high-ranking lord who questioned Chi Hongyi's abilities earlier. But he never expected that the other party actually had the ability to mass-produce king-level troops. After the Great War, more than 200 new king-level troops were created. Is this your true strength? Dongfang Tiexin looked at the scene in the center of the battlefield with a heavy expression. The black liquid was still gestating, but it seemed that after gestating many 40 nights, the energy was depleted and it only repaired some skeletons that should have been revived. Nearly 10,000 hell skeletons were resurrected, and standing in front of these hell skeletons were death knights. Such overwhelming military strength left everyone speechless. Those more than 10,000 dark, dense skulls not only covered the empty territory of Kahong Ibn, but also formed the fear in the hearts of most people. Keep in mind that before this, they had already destroyed 30,000 skeletons and 40,000 hellish imps. But now more than 10,000 enemies have suddenly appeared. The exhaustion from the fighting and the new enemies completely shattered the newly formed strength of the allied forces. Ding! A hellish creature has appeared. All nether creature attributes increase by 5%, while non-nether creature attributes decrease by 3%. Boom! The system notification sounded like thunder, striking the hearts of all the lords. In this situation where one side gains and the other loses, is it really possible to win? This thought inevitably arose in the minds of many lords. No wonder Chi Hongyi challenged all the lord alliances by herself. It turns out that behind the arrogance and pride was the support of strength. Many lords harbored ulterior motives, and some even secretly withdrew their troops behind the others. The morale of the troops has collapsed. Dongfang Tiexin said solemnly. This so-called allied force, with its overwhelming momentum, was nothing more than wolves when it held absolute superiority. But when they lost their absolute advantage, they all turned into lambs and cowered in fear. Based on the relative strengths of both sides, our side still has nearly 20,000 troops and various high-ranking lords, while the 7 red robes have 200 king-level troops and 10,000 hell skeletons. This battle was not invincible. It was just that no one wanted to fight to the death after losing an absolute advantage. Do any of you have anything else you've got up your sleeve? If not, we're all going to perish here. Dongfang Tiexin spoke, but no one in the crowd responded. Meanwhile, deep within the fortress, guarded by several death knights, Chi Hongyi, who should have been enjoying the battle from her throne, was instead watching a death knight kneeling before her with great interest. Having just successfully summoned the death knights, she pulled 10 death knights to her side to serve as her guards. But among these 10 people, she discovered something interesting. Do you still possess self-awareness? Chi Hongyi sat with her legs crossed, tilting her head forward to examine the kneeling death knight in front of her. The death knight kept his head down and didn't speak, the flames in his eye sockets sometimes large and sometimes small. Not going to talk? Chi Hongyi scoffed. If you won't tell me, then I'll see for myself. She stretched out her palm, and a chilling aura suddenly erupted like a torrent. The imposing presence of the King of Hell stared intently at the strange death knight before him. The next second, come out. Chi Hongyi yanked at the kneeling death knight, and a nearly transparent figure was dragged out. Thump. The soulless death knight collapsed to the ground like a puppet with its strings cut. So it was you. Chi Hongyi seemed to understand something. She hadn't actually used a lord's sacrifice before, so it was normal for such an unexpected situation to occur. No, please let me go. I can be your knight. I cannot betray you. Irving's soul struggled painfully in the sky. A sinister smile did indeed appear on Chi Hongyi's lips. Let you go? Do you really think I don't know who first spread the news in the British Empire that lords could be changed? Her smile grew increasingly cruel, and the hellfire in her hand began to emanate at just the right moment. No. Please, I didn't do anything. It's all that stupid woman's fault, not me. Irving struggled in agony, but his voice grew weaker and weaker under the flames. I didn't think of you when you died the first time, but now I have to make proper arrangements for you. As Chi Hongyi spoke, the flame in her hand condensed into a small ball, which contained Owen's soul. Irving could only curl up and tremble. Every expansion or movement he makes will touch the regional flames surrounding the sphere, causing him immense pain. I will refine you properly after the battle is over. Chi Hongyi never considered herself a good person. Good people don't last long here. Now, let's see how you handle this. She sat back on her throne and opened her vision link to observe the actions of the allied forces. If one Death Knight is already this difficult to deal with, how are we going to fight so many Death Knights? Yes, and those skeletons have already been resurrected. By the way, do these newly born Death Knights also possess the characteristic of immortality? If we can't even kill the Death Knight, then how do we fight him? The allied forces, true to their word, would subconsciously take a small step back after each sentence. Perhaps we should cut our losses now? Amidst the many fears, one of the lords conceived the idea of retreating. Once this thought takes hold, it spreads like a virus. The high-ranking lords group chat was silent, except for one woman who scoffed and crushed the scroll in her hand. Chapter 162. If you offend her, aren't you afraid of offending me? So this is a teleportation scroll. Chenyi glanced at the item that Manhwa had teleported over using his scouting skill. Place-based temporary teleportation scroll. This scroll allows for the teleportation of small groups to a fixed point. Restriction 1. Scrolls can only be crafted, used, and destroyed within 10 hours. Restriction 2. This scroll, shaped by a mysterious force, can only be used between lords and their lords' troops. Note, although you have good talent, you are still just an apprentice. So it turns out that large-scale transfers are carried out through this kind of thing. Chenyi nodded, now understanding why the allied forces were able to gather everyone together. But this thing is somewhat of a double-edged sword. Chenyi felt somewhat uncomfortable looking at the two restrictions. He originally intended to investigate whether he could make this large-scale teleportation method his own. After all, being able to freely teleport one's own troops at this stage is considered top-tier technology. Everyone wants cutting-edge technology, which is extremely important for every faction. But it doesn't seem like that will work now. Chenyi shook his head. This item can only be used between lords and has a 10-hour time limit. How did Chi Hongyi manage to teleport her troops so quickly? He also became curious about the other side of the battle. This largest war between lords was fought on both sides, both of whom were extremely powerful and possessed teleportation abilities. The alliance's methods are understandable. Someone must have unlocked a powerful secondary profession, but hasn't fully mastered it yet. What about Chi Hongyi? Chenyi pondered. The fact that the allied forces possessed teleportation technology was somewhat expected, given their chosen method of siege. Kukahanji also gave everyone a surprise before the great battle. She took the initiative to attack and annihilate more than 10 lords. After much thought, I still came up with no result. I thought I was the luckiest one, but now it seems I still need to be careful. Chenyi shook his head. This world is full of opportunities and dangers. You might become rich and successful in the next second, or you might die in the next second. Just like before, Chenyi thought he was strong enough, so he simply wanted to go out and observe. However, he was ambushed by Yaden. No matter how much you guard against it, accidents are hard to prevent. Yes, I've decided that I won't step out of my territory until I have absolute strength. Chenyi made a silent decision, his desire to become stronger growing even stronger. I wonder where Yaden is now, and when will I be able to sell my dragon? Let's switch perspectives and take a look. This large-scale and far-reaching war of lords had nothing to do with him. He only wanted to develop his territory according to his own methods. Once the fiery dragon is brought back, once the frost dragon is sold, once we cooperate with the Heidi family, capture the city of OS, and invade the empire's borders. One's own strength is not achieved overnight, but one's own strength is definitely enough to ensure stability. He took each step with steadiness and determination. Since the Lord is merely a parasite in the will of the Atlantean world, then let him be a good parasite. Chenyi didn't want to be the king of parasites. He only wanted to be the parasite that burrowed the deepest and ate the fattest. Once the thought of retreat takes hold, it spreads like a virus. The high-ranking lords group chat was also filled with silence. Only one woman, standing atop the towering behemoth, scoffed and crushed the scroll in her hand. The next moment, with a flash of white light, the woman and her giant beast vanished from the spot. Damn it, these high-ranking lords don't care about our lives at all. My 1,000 troops have been reduced to only 300, and they still haven't retreated. Chi Hongyi's strength is already extremely powerful. She is simply not someone that can be defeated. That's right, they can resurrect. so they're not a fight you can win against. Yes, I'm starting to regret it. The group chat was dominated by low-level group owners, and their unspoken words all conveyed a desire to withdraw from the battle. The high-ranking lords suffered no damage, but the low-ranking lords were almost all dead. Within a militia territory, the Bronze Lord was angrily venting his frustrations in a group chat. My unit is the militia, which is a very common unit. If I withdraw now, the alliance leader probably won't notice my betrayal, right? He is a low-ranking lord in the British Empire. He was the first to rebel, and he's also the first to want to go back now. There's a saying that goes, a reed on the wall will lean to whichever side is stronger. Given the current situation, it remains to be seen whether the Allied forces can achieve victory, because those high-ranking lords haven't really put in the effort yet. However, Chi Hongyi had already demonstrated her strength, facing an attack from over 200 lords. Multiple lords besieged one lord for a full 8 hours, only to barely break down his gate. Let whoever wants to fight this battle do it. I don't want to get any more involved. The lord cursed angrily and immediately ordered his troops to return. Damn it, the Iron River Alliance did this on purpose. They didn't even give us the scroll to return. The lower-ranking lords only realized what was happening at this point, but his resolve to leave remained unwavering. Their territory wasn't far from Chi Hongyi's, only about 100 kilometers away. Walking back was better than dying there. Brothers, the Iron Box Alliance never gave us the scroll to return to us. Boom. Boom. The Bronze Lord was about to persuade the other lords to retreat when he was interrupted by a loud noise outside his territory. What is that? He hurriedly linked with his own troops at the watchtower, but the connection was lost as soon as it was established. Immediately following was news of troop losses. You have lost a militia member. You have lost one. What's going on? Chi Hongyi has come to attack. Why are my troops being lost so quickly? The Bronze Lord was in a panic. He was unable to connect with his troops because they were falling like weeds. Your territory is being invaded. Please defend it immediately. Your territory is being invaded. Progress currently at 30%, 70%. Who is it? What's going on? The overwhelming pressure and the successive deaths instilled in him a sense of dread, making him fear that some terrifying being must lurk outside his tomb. Your territory is under invasion. Progress currently 90%. Damn it. The Lord cursed angrily and charged out. If they don't come out soon, their territory will be completely invaded by the other side. But when he opened the door, he was shocked by what he saw. With its furry hands, enormous body, and blood-red aura, it was none other than the behemoth. The enormous behemoth was manipulating its militiamen as if they were toys. On the giant beast's shoulder, a woman dressed in classic Eastern attire stood, her cold gaze sweeping across the scene. You must be Lord Curia? Brush. Dongfang Tiexin easily climbed down from the 40-meter-high behemoth. She ignored Lord Curia and went straight to his fountain of life. Gulu. She is the leader of the Iron River Alliance? Curia was shocked by what he saw. Just a second ago, he was righteously and sternly trying to order the troops to retreat from the fire. But the next second, he was blocked at his door by a 40-meter-tall behemoth. Furthermore, the remaining 1,000 troops in his own territory were easily wiped out, as if they were being chopped into vegetables. Dongfang Tiexin gathered the strength in his hand into his fist, and then threw a punch at the gestating fist. Boom! Click click. The crystal above the fountain of life immediately began to crackle, its surface riddled with fissures, as if it were about to shatter at any moment. After throwing a punch, she didn't continue, but tilted her head and asked with a playful expression. I don't care if you're a fence-sitter, but isn't it a bit inappropriate for you to try to persuade the others to withdraw their troops? You're afraid of Chi Hongyi's power, but do you think you can offend me, Dongfang Tiexin, at will? Chapter 163, Advance, but not retreat. The same thing quickly happened in the territories of more than a dozen lords. And this matter quickly spread and became known to everyone. What? Dongfang Tiexin, you? The Blood Oath Alliance leader opened the high-level lords group chat channel in astonishment, intending to ask a question, but Dongfang Tiexin spoke first. Don't worry, I didn't target everyone. I only took action against these few traitors from the British Empire. Everyone fell silent. This Iron River Alliance seems to really like to make a fuss about traitors. Do they really hate traitors and fence-sitters that much? But what you're doing could very well make the already unstable morale of the troops even more unstable. No, at worst we'll just kill a few fence-sitters. Dongfang Tiexin said firmly. These people told me they would fight to the last moment and give their all, which is why I gave them the scroll. She recalled the few low-ranking lords she had attacked. At the time, many people thought this was a great opportunity to snag a bargain and wanted to get involved, but the scroll was actually provided by the Iron River Alliance. Participation in the siege scroll is required. As a result, many people made deals with the Iron River Alliance. This is why the Allied forces numbered over 200 during the war. My scroll didn't come from the wind. Dongfang Tiexin did not continue to explain. She had no decision-making power over lords under other alliance leaders or lords with scattered troops. But she has no intention of letting go of those who made a deal with her and said they would fight to the last moment. Since the other party chose to betray Qi Hongyi out of fear of her power, they must bear the consequences of their anger. That's good. Making an example of someone will surely have some effect. The leader of the Blood Oath Alliance stepped in to smooth things over. He had no reason to stop the other party from acting if it was justified and in his favor. So what's next? Just keep the troops calm and collected? A high-ranking lord inquired. That should be fine, right? Lord Kate of the Snow Dragon interrupted. Actually, by this time, everyone had realized that the teleportation scroll was one way. We didn't have a scroll to go back. Kate glanced meaningfully at Dongfang Tiexin's ID as she spoke. He only noticed the problem during a chat with DJ Lord. It was probably this woman. No, it was something the three major alliances had planned long ago. They did not prepare a way out for everyone. At first, everyone thought it was a war they could win, so no one considered the possibility of a comeback. Even he was caught off guard. But now it seems, even if it's a dragon lord or a saint-level lord, the other party will still scheme against them. Even if the battle is lost, the lower-ranking lord's position will not change. Only the troops will be lost. However, the high-ranking lords and the leaders of the three major alliances are different. The defeat was devastating for them. Whether it's market destruction or economic destruction, whether it's Qi Hongyi's post-mortem retribution or the physical destruction, they cannot escape it. This, alliance leader Dongfang, you should have prepared a scroll for your return, right? A high-ranking lord made an inquiry. He also realized the seriousness of the problem from Kate's words. Of course, but this scroll will be distributed after the war. Everyone, let's not keep things to ourselves. Dongfang Tiexin glanced at all the high-ranking lords and then said, a few opportunists cannot completely stabilize the morale of the army. To stabilize the morale of the army, we still need the strength of everyone. The group hesitated, as this was outside their plans. They certainly have follow-up measures. However, the implementation of subsequent measures also means that their investment will be even greater. In this battle, they were all forced into a community of shared interests. Of course, you can also choose to cut your losses and exit in time. While everyone was still hesitating, Dongfang Tiexin spoke again. You can choose to withdraw, but if we are defeated, then it will be you who will be waiting for Qi Hongyi. As she spoke, she focused her gaze on the ID Kate. Because Lord Kate is not far from Qi Hongyi, at least compared to the other high-ranking lords, he is the closest. If retaliation is sought afterward, the other party will definitely be the first to be targeted. Indeed, everyone has the right to choose. None of you are fence-sitters. Neither the Eastern Alliance leader nor I will attack you. The other alliance leaders were startled by the appropriate words of the Blood Oath Alliance leader. Yes, among all the high-ranking lords, the three major alliances are still the ones who can't afford to lose the most. The fact that the leader of the Blood Oath Alliance said these words meant that if they were defeated afterward, they will suffer not only from Qi Hongyi's revenge, but also from the revenge of the three major alliances. This was a blatant threat, but no one dared to take it lightly. Since we've chosen to fight, we must win. I will send another subadult snow dragon into the battle. As Dongfang Tiexin had predicted, Lord Kate was indeed the first to speak and offer his support. I will also send out 7 adult blue oxen and 3 subadult oxen. A king-rank lord spoke up. As a king-level lord, he naturally has more troops than a saint-level lord, but due to the special circumstances of the Azure Ox, his forces are greatly restricted. This is the limit of what he can offer. Then I'll send another 5,000 bone-eating worms. Seeing that the high-ranking lords were starting to show off their wealth, the Blood Oath Alliance leader also set an example. Dongfang Tiexin gave a satisfied hum, and then said, I can send out another adult behemoth. As expected, Dongfang Tiexin has more than 1 or 2 behemoths in his alliance. Kate sighed inwardly. If the enemy can send 2 behemoths to fight, then at least they still have other behemoths guarding their territory. What? The Eastern Alliance leader can actually send out an adult beast of the alliance. Dongfang Tiexin's speech amazed everyone. After all, the behemoth's strength, comparable to that of a dragon, left a deep impression on everyone. Then I will. Seeing that all the big shots had brought out their best skills, the high-level lords could no longer keep their abilities hidden. After a moment, the group discussed the matter. 1 adult snow dragon, 2 behemoths comparable to dragons, 8 high-ranking king-level blue bulls, plus 30 king-level snow dragons, and, after careful consideration, with everyone revealing their trump cards, their troop strength actually far exceeded Chihongi's. In this way, the advantage is in my hands. The Blood Oath Alliance leader smiled contentedly, and his gaze towards the Death Knight was no longer filled with fear. In that case, let's teleport. This is a new teleportation scroll. Dongfang Tiexin said something, and then distributed more temporary teleportation scrolls to the group. Fortunately, Bai Luoha made a few extra. Chapter 164. Your territory hasn't broken through L level 5 yet, has it? This is a unit of a high-ranking lord? King rank, saint rank. And the behemoth, my god, there are still some? Shouldn't these things be subject to a lot of restrictions? Look, isn't there a snow dragon flying in the sky? My god, bone-eating worms, swarms of bone-eating worms everywhere. The low-ranking lords were shocked by the light emanating from the teleportation scrolls. Each scroll was followed by the arrival of a powerful creature. With so many powerful units, it seems that all the experts from the 3 major alliances have arrived. Yes, that makes Chihongi seem less terrifying. Upon seeing the types and numbers of troops of the high-ranking lord, the morale of the troops, which had been wavering, instantly solidified. At this point, it's clear that I have the advantage. Saint-level units are capable of taking on 10,000 men, and the behemoths, comparable to Saint-level dragons, each have 2 of them, along with other dragons and other powerful units. The change in troop strength made lower-ranking lords no longer afraid. Not only were they not afraid, but some even took the initiative to charge. Charge, brothers. Those who break in first will get Chihongi's secret. Bullshit. My goal is Chihongi's territory, with its dual-unit system. I must get it. The reasons for the attacks by the lower-ranking lords varied, but their actions were remarkably unified. Driven by self-interest, everyone launched the attack. Roar. Hold head high. Moo. High-ranking troops also rallied behind her, and the allied army swept across like locusts, quickly covering most of Chihongi's territory. You have entered the underworld. To hell with the underworld. I'll definitely rename this place later. As the troops charged forward, they gained the upper hand in terms of numbers, rendering the so-called amplification and weakening effects ineffective. Charge. The allied forces erupted in a deafening roar of anger. The skeleton army and the Death Knights, however, did not utter a single cry. They merely stared at the enemy before their arrogance surged. He didn't speak, but his aura was rapidly increasing. They don't like to talk much. They believe in doing things with ability and not saying a word. The black flames engulfed the skeleton army like a giant wave, but the Hell Skeletons and Death Knights were completely unharmed. The flames of hell will not harm the people of hell. The crowd, who had never seen anything like it before, stopped their charge. The opponent is on fire. How do I fight them? Roar. The army hesitated, but the high-ranking troops did not stop and continued to charge forward. Dragon's Breath. Shuilong launched the first attack, and the blizzard quickly covered the black flames. Kate knew that she and other high-ranking lords had to set an example, otherwise these low-ranking lords would not attack at all. Nobody's a fool. Nobody would do something so stupid as to get themselves killed. Meanwhile, Dongfang Tiexin ordered his behemoth to unleash an unknown roar at the skeleton army. The coalition forces, after all, were just the coalition forces. They lacked any discipline whatsoever. But that's normal, considering the time was too short. While sighing, Dongfang Tiexin launched an attack. Compared to Chihongi's troops, their allied forces not only lacked the spirit of facing death without fear, but also had their own agendas and engaged in intrigue. This was fatal, but fortunately they had enough numbers to overwhelm the enemy. The Death Knights used Hellfire to defend against the Dragon's Breath, but another roar followed immediately after the breath subsided, forcing them to scatter. The Dragons and Behemoth's attacks were extremely powerful, and they could only dodge, unable to withstand them repeatedly. The Death Knights dispersed across the battlefield in small groups, while at the same time, the massive armies of the low-ranking lords also covered the area. A major battle between the two sides is imminent. Squeak squeak. The bone-eating worms are like a swarm of meat-harvesting machines. Even rotting flesh and fleshless skeletons cannot escape their devouring. It's unclear whether the skeleton, after being devoured, still possesses the ability to revive. Orcs charged at the forefront. Militia followed behind. while beastmen units waited for an opportunity to support the entire battlefield. The three enormous creatures, Behemoth, Blue Ox, and Dragon, were pounding the ground, choosing to attack the powerful Death Knights. Its massive size also attracted the attention of the Death Knights and Hell Skeletons, who then surrounded and attacked it. The battlefield was in complete chaos, with black flames spreading everywhere. As expected, choosing to develop in Hell was the right thing to do. Chi-Hong remained seated, observing the battlefield. Seeing that even with the combined strength of many lords, they could barely contend with her, she couldn't help but feel fortunate that she had made the right choice. This killing should be enough. When the time comes, take them with you. Chi-Hong thought to herself. She had only 10 lords who were truly loyal to her, and she did not allow these 10 to participate in the war. Firstly, it doesn't play a significant role. Secondly, there are other arrangements. Those who truly submit to her will naturally not be treated unfairly. By the way, how is Chun Mo? Chi-Hong suddenly thought of the lord who was the most loyal to her among the 10 people. She didn't even know why Chun Mo would judge her so highly. The other lords either felt powerful or had a conscience and did not want to bear the name of betrayal. But Chun Mo was different. I can't quite put my finger on what's different, but the other person is very loyal to me. By using the power of a king-level lord to hold off a saint-level lord, you have already demonstrated your strength. I don't know if Chun Yi saved you or not. Chi-Hong opened the chat channel, where Chun Mo had been waiting for a long time. Seeing that Chi-Hong had pulled her hand away, Chun Mo hurriedly reported his situation to reassure her. I see. Chi-Hong was somewhat surprised after learning the situation. Unexpectedly, Chun Mo was able to deal with 2 giant dragons at the same time. It seems you've been hiding it quite well. A glint flashed in Chi-Hong's eyes. She initially thought Chun Mo was taking advantage of everyone's misunderstanding to bully others. Now it seems that if the other party is not a tiger, it is definitely a giant wolf. Since that's the case, then I'll give you some benefits in advance. Chi-Hong opened Chun Yi's chat channel. Her motto in life was to repay even the smallest grievance with the greatest gratitude. She is never stingy with those who are good to her. Since Chun Yi has reached this level, there's nothing wrong with informing the other party in advance. Within the territory, Chun Yi was somewhat surprised to see Chi-Hong suddenly send him a message. When making a choice, you can try a different path. What does that mean? Is she implying something to me? Just as Chun Yi was wondering what was going on, another message came from the other party. So, your territory hasn't broken through level 5 yet, right? Chapter 165, Suicide Attack, The Spread of Flames. Our territory hasn't been upgraded to level 5 yet. When choosing a path, let's try a different one. Chun Yi's expression was somewhat solemn. What did the other person mean by that? Could it be that the opponent has already broken through to level 5 territory? But how did she obtain 2 energy cores? Chun Yi frowned, knowing that his energy core was obtained by accident. He originally thought that Chi-Hong had also accidentally obtained an energy core, which upgraded the spring water and thus gave her her current power. However, the other party's implied meaning was that they had simultaneously upgraded their territory? Could it be that the enemy has already destroyed a nearby imperial city? Chun Yi felt somewhat heavy-hearted. I didn't expect them to be so decisive. His plan was to plot and then seize, but Chi-Hong had already obtained it. Could it be that they simply slaughtered everyone in the city? Chun Yi swallowed hard. That's really quite cruel. No, my thinking is off track. He suddenly remembered something. How could the enemy possibly find the time to slaughter a city when they are so actively preparing for war? But then, has Chi-Hong actually broken through to level 5 territory? Chun Yi was a little unsure. If you're unsure, just ask. Sometimes it's much better to ask directly than to guess. You obtained 2 energy cores? Chun Yi asked. If the other party affirms, then it is undoubtedly a double breakthrough. If the other party denies it, then what they said is other unknown information. So direct. Chi-Hong was somewhat surprised that Chun Yi would ask such a direct question. After all, telling the other party that you have broken through to level 5 territory is equivalent to revealing your trump card. Would she tell me something like that? It can talk. Because she simply doesn't care. You've broken through. The resources here are too scarce to allow you to obtain more energy cores for advancement. If you want to be faster and stronger, try taking a different path. Since the other party had asked, she didn't intend to be stingy. The other person asked a straightforward question, and she answered directly. He had already told Chun Yi in advance about the path to choose after breaking through level 5. Chun Yi thought about the difficulty of conquering the city and nodded. Thank you. Chi-Hong replied, and then closed the chat. Obtaining the energy core from the demigod lord is too passive. Firstly, it was a passive situation, and secondly, the quantity was too small. They've only provided 2 after all this time. Although 2 is already quite a lot, future developments will only require more, not to mention, the other party's request is very strange. They are simply searching for lords with evil intentions. If the other party no longer needs me one day, wouldn't I be stuck in a rut? This is what Chihongi cannot tolerate. This plateau has almost no resources left. Hell is the better choice. She looked at the battlefield and couldn't help but sigh. She searched this area for a long time, but found no energy core at all. Subsequent promotions require energy cores. If that's the case, then this plateau has lost its purpose. Hell has no shortage of energy cores. On the battlefield, numerous soldiers fought bravely. Chihongi's troops are fearless in the face of death. The allied forces, on the other hand, are numerous. Even though the Hell skeletons kept resurrecting on the battlefield, they had lost their meaning under the overwhelming force of the enemy's superior units. The skeleton that had just revived on the battlefield was quickly killed by the enemy. Kill them, the more the better. Chihongi calmly looked at the corpse. She didn't know when she had started to disregard the corpse and death. Death seemed commonplace to her. We can't keep fighting like this. There's something wrong with this land. Donfang Tiexin spoke calmly. The behemoth was surrounded by death knights, and at first it was able to dodge the dangerous hellfire. But now Chihongi's territory is almost entirely surrounded by a sea of fire. His enormous body left him with no way to avoid it, so he could only defend himself by metabolizing his hair. However, the new hair that grows out of the body is far superior to the previous hair in terms of its defensive quality. In other words, her behemoth is getting weaker. Indeed, their flames are troublesome. The leader of the Blood Oath Alliance also discovered the problem. It's perfectly normal to have flames and smoke on the battlefield. After all, not only Chihongi and her allied forces, but also many other units possess the ability to release flames. For example, Flame Lion, Fire Rat, and Kanmei. However, those flames were all swallowed up by the black flames after they appeared. What's even more deadly is that the black flames showed no sign of going out after coming into contact with the scorched earth. At first, nobody paid any attention. But if this continues, the sea of fire will be enough to burn everyone to death without even a fight. Is there a way to extinguish it? Donfang Tiexin asked Kate. No, my Shuelong has already been tested. It can be suppressed, but it cannot be extinguished. Kate's answer made everyone's hearts sink. Even the dragon's wind and snow couldn't extinguish it. Is this fire that powerful? And you? Can you devour me? Donfang Tiexin asked the Blood Oath Alliance leader. The leader of the Blood Oath Alliance took a deep breath. We can try, but success is not guaranteed. His bone-eating worms were indeed capable of devouring hellfire. But now the flames on the battlefield are not only burning brighter, but there are also some other inexplicable enhancements that even he can't easily remove. My dragon won't do, but Atita's flame dragon should be able to, right? The dragon fire of the flame dragon can suppress most flames, Kate said. However, Donfang Tiexin shook his head. Atita's opponent is Chunyi, and he probably won't be able to spare any troops. And there's Chunyi. I almost forgot about him. After taking a deep breath, the leader of the Blood Oath Alliance felt even more somber. He said, let Kate and I work together. The suppressed flames should be able to engulf it. That's the only way then. Kate nodded, almost forgetting that Atita was holding off a powerful enemy for them. On the battlefield, the dragon and the bone-eating worms began to coordinate their actions. The two transformed into a firefighting team, arriving at various fiery locations to suppress and devour the flames. Did you notice? Chihongi chuckled and leaned back. So what if you've discovered it now? Do you really think you can extinguish the flames? With a thought, a death knight charged toward the snow dragon. Just one. Kate was somewhat surprised. He knew that extinguishing the flames would definitely provoke Chihongi's dissatisfaction and lead to her intervention. But he hadn't considered that the other side had only sent one death knight. I might be afraid of a group, but one is really underestimating me. Kate scoffed, preparing to unleash the dragon's attack. But the death knight was clearly one step ahead. He reached the dragon's feet before the dragon's claws could strike. Did you think you were safe just because you're right here? The dragon looked at the death knight with disdain. It's not a clumsy creature like the blue ox. With its agility, there's no such thing as being blind to what's right under your nose. Die. Suddenly, an unexpected event occurred. The dragon's claws fell as expected, but the death knight did not resist. The death knight was smashed into pieces like a balloon. But those fragments are the real problem. The flames have rekindled. The Blood Oath Alliance leader stared solemnly at the spot where the Death Knight's flesh and blood had fallen. The fire they had just painstakingly fought was once again engulfed by hellfire. No, it's even more abundant. Where the pieces of flesh fell, flames rose like a giant dragon. It was only then that the lords realized they were surrounded by fire. The black flames resembled dragons bearing their ferocious fangs, trapping all their prey. Chapter 166, A Glimmer of Hope. Dragon's Breath. Under the command of its lord, the snow dragon condensed a blizzard in its mouth and then poured it out. The fierce wind and snow flattened the black dragon. Phew. Fine. Schweb breathed a sigh of relief. Lord Kate, aren't you capable of destroying the hellfire? I almost thought we were really surrounded by fire. The Blood Oath leader tried to ease the tense atmosphere with a relaxed tone. But Kate wasn't at ease. No, that attack was Dragon Breath. Dragon Breath consumes too much energy. I can't unleash many more of my snow dragon attacks. Some people are turning their attention to the battlefield. Sure enough, the snow dragon, which symbolized wind, snow, and disaster, had already shown signs of exhaustion. It was panting heavily, and its scales were no longer fitting properly, and were even trembling slightly. As a snow dragon, it did not like its surroundings. In previous battles, it had already used quite a few dragon breaths, and now, under the fire, 2 dragon breaths were its limit. Stop using dragon breath. Coordinate with my troops to extinguish this fire and create an opening. The leader of the Blood Oath Alliance, who had just felt relieved, was now feeling anxious again. Although their troops are all powerful enough to ignore ordinary flames, these flames are no ordinary flames. The flames of hell burn even when they cling to bones. No need to put it out. This fire is hard to extinguish, so just leave it as is. Dongfang Tiexin's words surprised everyone. If the fire isn't extinguished, even if they achieve victory, they won't escape the fate of being destroyed by the flames. Dongfang Tiexin smiled slightly and opened up new ideas for everyone. There is one place in this territory where it is impossible for a fire to start. How could that be? Yes, that's right. Kate was about to retort when she suddenly remembered something. Qi Hongyi would never set fire to her own fortress. We will be safe once we penetrate the true core of Qi Hongyi's territory. That's right. No matter how crazy she is, she wouldn't burn herself alive. Everyone was extremely excited, as if they had discovered a blind spot. If that's the case, then let's charge in. Yes, charge in. We have no chance of survival if we fight our way through. All the lords began to focus entirely on commanding the battle. If you put in 10 points of effort before, now you're putting in 12 points. Because if they couldn't break through Qi Hongyi's troops in time, they would be the ones waiting to die. Kill. The troops became even more ferocious under the absolute command of their lord. They didn't even care about their own casualties and began risking their lives to kill hell skeletons and death knights. Roar. The behemoth was once again surrounded by the death knights. Having experienced the power of dragons, it dared to easily kill the death knights. After all, killing these things would unleash a massive burst of flames. Although it can ignore the flames and allow them to spread, most of its attacks are at close range. Close-range attacks will inevitably be tainted by hellfire. In addition to the disgusting properties of the hellfire, its fur has now been replaced 23 times. The new hair all over his body made him very uncomfortable, and it didn't provide him with enough protection. Roar. The behemoth roared, furious at these undead knights who were neither easy to fight nor easy to kill. Behemoth, go deal with the skeletons. We'll handle these. A group of heavily armored knights approached the behemoth and volunteered to take on the Death Knight's mission. When interests become aligned, they will make the best plans. By using their heavy armor to withstand the flames, they can eliminate a portion of the Death Knights in a short time. Of course, this is contingent on inflicting heavy casualties on them. However, casualties are one thing, but they are far better than being engulfed in flames after the war. Dongfang Tiexin relaxed slightly upon seeing this. Qi Hongyi, you seem to have inadvertently facilitated our cooperation. The heavily armored knight took over the Death Knight's task, and Behemoth went to slaughter the hell skeletons that were resurrecting or had already been resurrected. Buzz, roar. The Death Knights roared for the first time, charging madly into the crowd before bursting into dazzling black flames just before their demise. The Death Knight's self-destructive attack style made the flames even more intense. These Death Knights shouldn't be able to be resurrected, right? If you can't revive, are you still going to do it this way? Dongfang Tiexin muttered to himself as he observed the battlefield. The enemy seemed to be addicted to mass-producing troops. In Qi Hongyi's eyes, Aren't these military branches all military branches? At this point, everyone has essentially played all their cards, and the opponent should have no more tricks up their sleeve. But she still chose to engage in a massive, brute force attack. Are you addicted to skeletons? Dongfang Tiexin's behemoth raised its head. The flames of war continued to burn, igniting the entire sky. Even though it was already night, the flames still shone brightly. He abandoned the idea of sacrificing his fellow Taoists to save himself. With the active cooperation of all the lords, Qi Hongyi's skeleton army was quickly suppressed. In an instant, under the pressure of death, the regeneration rate of the Hell Skeletons could not keep up with the rate of destruction. The allied army continued its advance towards Qi Hongyi's castle. That's really impressive. Inside the castle, one man stood up. The unprecedented unity among the lords was something he had not anticipated. This forced him to destroy the units he had originally intended to preserve. Death Knight, what a great unit. It's not easy to create one. She felt a little regretful. However, there was no trace of regret in their actions. The Death Knight is difficult to make, not impossible. What's truly a pity are those Hell Imps. Hell Imps are not her unit type. The only way to restore them is through breeding. Fortunately, the Hell Imps reproduce quite quickly. Qi Hongyi got up and went to the top of the castle to overlook the entire battlefield. They wiped out all my units. They wiped out all my vassal units. And now they've wiped out all the units I just created. You guys really have a knack for this. Qi Hongyi sighed. It seems these lords aren't so bad after all. He looked down at the allied army that was gradually surrounding him. Are you trying to gain a chance of survival by surrounding me? Laugh. Qi Hongyi smiled dismissively, then snapped her fingers. A wisp of black flame was released from his palm. She casually tossed the flame aside. The flames fell from the castle to the ground, and then, with the help of the underworld, they multiplied rapidly. Boom! In just a few seconds, flames, like a giant dragon, engulfed the entire castle. Alright. Qi Hongyi ignored the flames that were already burning up below and returned to her position. Now, let me see how you managed to fight for a chance of survival. Before the entire coalition was even aware of the situation, this proud queen had already sentenced them to death. Chapter 167. The Burning Castle, Utterly Lifeless. You have been promoted to a level 5 territory. Does that mean there's no reward for first place? Chenyi looked up and felt a little disappointed. He had been in the lead all along, so he summarized the rules for upgrading fountains and territories. Given the current situation, the higher the level, the fewer the rewards, but the higher the quality. Just like before, the rewards after the upgrade were given to the top 10 or so people, then the top 5, then the top 3, but this time, it seems there are only the top 2. In other words, after Chunyi and Qi Hongyi took the top 2 spots. Even if the remaining lords upgrade their territories and springs, they will no longer receive special rewards from the system. Damn it! Is it going to be second place again? Chunyi felt a little regretful about his territory reward. I originally planned to be the first to advance my territory after taking over the city of Os. However, it is clear from Qi Hongyi's statement that the other party has already advanced to level 5 territory. Double promotion? I'm really curious where you got those 2 energy cores from. Also, what was your reward for being number 1? After the fountain is upgraded, it can release its own troops indefinitely. What about after the territory is upgraded? Is there anything new? He became increasingly curious about Qi Hongyi's situation. Unconsciously, he also developed a desire to obtain Qi Hongyi's secret. After a moment, Chunyi shook his head. Forget it, it's not for me. I have my own path. However, we can gather some information about the other party. By joining the coalition to invade Qi Hongyi, I can definitely cooperate with the coalition to take down Qi Hongyi with my current strength. Even without the allied forces, they themselves have the ability to contend with Qi Hongyi. Unbeknownst to him, his troops had become quite powerful, and he still had many energy stones left unused. However, it's not worth it. Regardless of who wins the battle, the other side's information will become public news afterward. At most, it just won't be released immediately, and there will be some costs involved. It's not worth wasting so many of your troops fighting against Qi Hongyi. Chunyi disliked this kind of behavior that harmed others without benefiting himself. Doing it would be harming others and benefiting oneself. Just give Manhwa a heads up. Chunyi opened the chat interface and asked if he had any people on his side in the Manhwa war. Don't worry, boss. Although there are no of our people among them, there are people I've bribed. Manhwa patted his chest and guaranteed. Good. Chunyi exclaimed in admiration. Instead of planting their own people, they bribed others, thus obtaining information while avoiding being caught in the crossfire. Nanha was becoming increasingly satisfied with his performance. Amadi's leaving this to you. You can continue, and remember to let me know if anything happens. Chinyi said with relief. Clear. Nanha answered. Looks like the boss cares about it quite a bit. Nanha sighed, while also bribing several low-ranking lords and some gold-ranking lords. This operation may seem difficult, but it is actually not difficult at all. For the other side, intelligence is just a matter of a single sentence. The lord in the current battle has suffered heavy losses. Why not get a good amount of energy stones to restore your troops just by answering some questions? Moreover, if you disagree, the other party will buy information about other lords, and there are more than 200 lords participating in the battle. Therefore, the invasion of the South River was very easy. Kill. Quickly, these are the only troops left. Slaying these last 3,000 skeletons will be our victory. The morale of the Allied forces was fully ignited in the face of life and death. After all, the only place that didn't catch fire was Chi Hongi's castle. To survive, you must storm the enemy's castle. As for whether the castle is big enough to accommodate everyone, the answer is of course yes. The Allied forces numbered 40,000 when they arrived, and they fought great battles against the Hell Skeletons, Hell Imps, and Death Knights. After battle, their numbers had long since dwindled to less than 40,000. There are only about 3,000 Hell Skeletons left, and they are not in much better shape. The Allied forces only have 5,000 troops, and that includes the troops of the various high-ranking lords. High-tier units are high-tier units. A low-ranking lord observes the troops of a high-ranking lord through his own troops. Behemoth was covered in burns from the flames, and almost all of its hair was gone. The dragon still had undying black flames on its body, while the blue ox had lost a giant horn and half of its body. The troops of high-ranking lords are, to put it mildly, a pitiful sight. But they all survived. The flames from these wounds are annihilating against low-ranking lords. Weak units will turn to ashes upon encountering this, while the units of high-ranking lords will only be injured. After a silent sigh, the low-ranking lord became even more certain of his idea to seize Chi Hongi's territory. Chi Hongi's territory is home to resurrected skeletons, endless imps, and the powerful Death Knight. It's practically like having 3 different types of soldiers. It's incredibly powerful. He licked his lips, revealing his excitement. We're almost at the castle. This land is mine. It must be mine. The lower-ranking lord began to conceal the true strength of his troops. After all, reaching the castle would mean Chi Hongi's complete defeat, so it was necessary to preserve her strength at this point. We're almost at Chi Hongi's territory, and that territory is mine now. Another low-ranking lord watched greedily as the Hell Skeletons were retreating step by step. What's mine, whether it's your secrets or your territory, is mine. Even a king-level lord revealed his greed. Chi Hongi's territory seemed to possess some kind of mysterious power that drove people mad. Hee hee. I don't want territory, I don't want secrets, I just want you. I don't think anyone can take that from me, right? A golden lord wiped away his drool, revealing a lewd expression. The once most powerful lord, captured and made his own. Hee, exciting, so exciting. The golden lord rubbed his hands together in anticipation. Everyone says that Chi Hongi is absolutely beautiful. But just how beautiful is she? Lord, the territory, Atlantis, what a wonderful place. Ha! Atlantis, that's what made everything possible for me. He raised his hands in a very devout manner. At that moment, as the hellish skeleton retreated, everyone felt strange emotions and thoughts. Victory will be achieved in the end, and everyone will be overjoyed. Everyone was lost in their fantasies, confident of victory, until someone pulled them awake from their dreams. Look, these skeletons aren't retreating. Not going to refund. That's the final destination. We've reached the castle. We must have reached the castle. We've won. I want her spring water. Don't try to take it from me. I want her secret. The lords wanted to go crazy, but they all stood there dumbfounded. Didn't we agree to go to the destination? Why? Is there no castle? Where's the castle? The lords watched as the Hell Skeletons ceased their retreat, and there were no safe fortresses or castles before them. All that remained was an endless sea of fire. The flames reached a height of 100 meters, resembling a majestic lion. The fiery lions formed the final encirclement of the castle amidst its own spontaneous combustion. What's going on? Chapter 168. The Last Resort. If you can break through, you win. No, what about Chi Hongi's castle? Where is she? Yes, what happened to our only chance of survival? The castle, where is the castle? Is that the high wall engulfed in flames? Bullshit, who would set themselves on fire. That's right. Even a lord is human. There's no way she could survive in such flames. The crowd stood there in a frenzy, their excitement turning into despair. But that flame is shaped like a castle. Someone pointed out the burning point of the castle, waking up the people who were pretending to be asleep. Impossible. My secret, the secret to my ascension to the spring water realm. Once I break free from these shackles, I can dominate everything. It shouldn't be like this. Damn it, my Chi Hongi, my strongest lord slave, my. Damn it, if you're going to die, then die. Why did you have to commit suicide? Couldn't you have let me find out your secret before you killed me? Many lords went mad, bearing their ambitions and fangs like a pack of rabid dogs. Get out of here, all of you. I don't want anything here. I'm leaving. Don't block my retreat. A tall, thick-skinned orc, manipulated by the lord, smashed through the surrounding alliance troops and advanced toward the 100-meter-high wall of fire. Although rushing out now might result in heavy casualties, the flames will only grow larger. If you don't leave now, you'll suffer an even worse fate later. Damn it, isn't this all for nothing? Damn it. Some lords regretted participating in the battle. I didn't get to eat any meat, and ended up covered in fishy smell. What a double loss. What bad luck. One frustrated lord after another. What do you think? Dongfang Tiexin asked the other high-ranking lords. Somewhat unexpectedly, I didn't expect Chi Hongi to be so fierce. The leader of the Blood Oath Alliance had not expected this outcome. I feel like this is a bit unreal. Chi Hongi wouldn't be so stupid as to burn herself to death, would she? Kate expressed her incomprehension. She could have simply left with the remaining troops. Even if 3,000 troops became wandering lords, they could still seize the territories of other lords, right? Perhaps he looks down on the territories of lower-ranking lords. Other high-ranking lords replied. Everyone. Indeed, this is someone who is so arrogant and concerned with saving face that he challenged our entire coalition forces all by himself. We should take the initiative and attack. The former high-ranking lord added. Dongfang Tiexin fell silent again. This siege against Chi Hongi involved more than 200 lords and 80% of the high-ranking lords, which is worthy of her status. Then, withdraw the troops. Now that Chi Hongi is dead, their goal has been achieved, and there is no reason for them to stop. Damn it. What does this skeleton mean? Does it not want me to leave? The orc general, who had previously tried to leave, roared in anger and tore apart a hell skeleton. But just as he was about to continue his charge, the remaining hell skeletons came to stop him again. Why are these skeletons still so orderly? That's right, they not only have order, but they also know how to intercept that orc general. Other lords noticed this and looked at the skeleton soldiers with serious expressions. Suddenly, someone remembered something. We've been scammed. Is Chi Hongi even in the territory? She's directing from a distance. She's not even inside the castle. Upon seeing the neatly arranged skeletons, the lord suddenly remembered that he possessed long-range vision and could control his own troops. That's right, isn't that exactly how we attack them? These words were like a wake-up call, and everyone immediately became alert. Chi Hongi did not commit suicide. Only in this way can we explain why the skeletons were still able to continue attacking. Kill those skeletons, then we'll break through. One lord shouted, and the other lords hurriedly followed suit. Foolish. Since she didn't commit suicide, her territory still exists. I'm not going to break out. I want to take control of her territory. The lords had different goals, but they once again shared a common enemy. Explosive crushing. Lions roar. Orcs charge. The lords charged again, and with 5,000 troops, they instantly scattered the 3,000 hell skeletons. The skull segment is in retreat, and it's only a matter of time before it's destroyed. Inside the castle, a figure silently observes everything from within the black flames. That's really impressive. We've made it this far. Chi Hongi observed the situation below from within the flames. The black flames were something that many high-level units avoided at all costs, but the enemy walked through the flames as if they didn't see them. The flames of hell could not harm it in the slightest, and even deliberately avoided it, creating a vacuum zone. You've made it to the final hurdle. This flame is my last resort. She gazed silently down below, as if watching over some dead souls. Ha ha ha, it's broken. It's finally broken. No more annoying skeletons. Everyone, get out of here. The group defeated the last 3,000 skeletons, but the flames had already surrounded them. The sky was ablaze with flames, making the scorched earth unbearably hot, and the bones and blood scattered everywhere were instantly evaporated into a blood mist. This place is like hell, but they are the victorious kings. Chi Hongi, use whatever other tricks you have up your sleeve. You must have some means of hearing things, right? Now that we've come this far, let's stop hiding. A snow dragon, stained with war and blood, uttered a human-like voice. Snow Dragon, a king-rank unit, one of the vice leaders of the Sun Never Sets Alliance. Chi Hongyi's voice came from the castle. It was calm, refined, and contained a hint of anger. Is this how you speak to the alliance leader? Everyone was startled. No way. How could that sound be coming from the castle? Could it be that Chi Hongyi is inside the castle? One of the lords was surprised. Impossible. Even my orc troops could only last less than 5 seconds in a sea of fire. Chi Hongyi's mortal body cannot survive in a sea of fire. It must be her unit. Her unit can ignore fire. The Lord of the Snow Dragon explained. Since they're going to attack their own alliance leader, how can they not do some investigation? What you're saying is all in the past. I am the 3rd generation Lord of the Snow Dragon. The Lord of the Snow Dragon said calmly. I see. His voice, tinged with self-deprecation, also carried a hint of relief. I thought my alliance leader's failure made so many of you willingly betray me. It turns out the cuckoo had stolen our home. Roar. Upon hearing the other party compare him to a cuckoo bird stealing a home or a snow dragon, he let out a low growl and immediately expressed his dissatisfaction. Chi Hongyi, stop playing tricks and just use whatever methods you have. The Lord of the Snow Dragon said, feigning arrogance. He didn't want to break through Chi Hongyi's defenses one by one. The flames have already caused irreversible damage to the snow dragons. If he doesn't break through quickly, he will lose more than 20 snow dragons. Oh, Chi Hongyi scoffed. She naturally saw through the other party's intentions. The flames on the snow dragon's body haven't gone out yet. The opponent's cold energy isn't as strong as the snow dragon's. It can only suppress the flames, not extinguish them. However, she didn't care. She didn't mind this kind of trickery used by the weak to play tricks. Chi Hongyi stated frankly, I have no other means left. This hellfire is my last resort. If you can break through, then you win. After he finished speaking, the already powerful hellfire, manipulated by some mysterious force, instantly expanded and completely devoured the last piece of sky. Boom! The black flames from hell expanded once more, increasing in temperature exponentially. The black flames burned with a dark red hue. Chapter 169, Hope Amidst Despair. This flame seems even more powerful. Dongfang Tiexin looked solemnly at the black and red flames that had completely surrounded the soldiers. Within the flames, it seemed as if countless human faces were reflected, a truly terrifying sight. What's even more terrifying is that the area affected by the flames is constantly shrinking. Given the size of the behemoth blood dragon and the blue ox, it wouldn't be long before the hellfire scorched them. Damn it, this flame, how can this flame? Boom. The extreme high temperature ignited the vast majority of flammable materials almost instantly, even though these flammable materials did not come into contact with the flame. Ah, help me, help me. The orcs who had just been so arrogant, trying to use the corpses of their people to clear a path through the flames, suddenly burst into flames. The burning of hellfire requires contact. Their initial plan was to use the lives of the outermost layer of people to cover the rest of the orcs as they broke through the wall of fire. But now, let alone charging forward, flames have already begun to burn from the hair on their bodies just by standing there. Boom! Dark red flames also burned on the behemoth's body. The behemoth hastily urged its new fur to grow in place of the burning hair. However, this made his already weak physique even weaker, so much so that he lost his footing and fell to the ground. He has lost count of how many times he has shed all the hair on his body since the start of the battle. Each hair growth process involves energy expenditure, which is not easy for him. This can't go on. We're all going to die here. This fire is too intense. Can your dragon breath still open a passage? The leader of the Blood Oath Alliance asked Kate a question. No, Lord Kate's forehead was covered in sweat. He replied with slight nervousness. The snow dragon has long since reached its limit. It can't use its dragon breath anymore. What about that subadult snow dragon? It shouldn't have reached its limit yet. A blood oath was sworn in pursuit of answers. This made Lord Kate, who was already in a bad mood, even more upset. He didn't know about others, but his adult snow dragon and subadult blood dragon were basically 80% of his strength. If these 2 giant dragons are lost, then only the 2 young dragons in the territory will remain. He gritted his teeth and said, No, we already tried that in the previous battle. The young dragon's breath isn't enough to break through the hellfire. Kate looked sadly at the ball surrounded by hellfire. He was already in great pain from the black hellfire, but this dark red hellfire almost drove him to despair. Damn it! The Blood Oath Alliance leader stared solemnly at the 100-meter-long fiery sphere. Within the giant sphere, they were like prisoners. Shi Hongyi had already made it clear that she had no more tricks up her sleeve, but this last resort stopped everyone in their tracks. Is it invincible? He took a deep breath, feeling deeply moved. If they cannot win, what awaits them? Lords cannot regroup after a defeat, but Shi Hongyi can quickly develop and recover after a victory. What awaits these high-ranking lords is self-evident. Shi Hongyi doesn't know the exact location of their territory yet, but as time goes by and the territory develops, they will eventually find out. Damn it, why am I stuck at the last step? I'm not reconciled. Could it be that we really have to retreat? He looked at the sea of fire and struggled with inner turmoil. The bone-eating worm has the ability to devour the flames of its opponent. However, there is a limit to this devouring. He couldn't be sure how thick the wall of flames was, or whether his 3,000 bone-eating worms could actually devour all the flames. If possible, after breaking through, wait for the flames to die down, then fight our way back. Victory will be ours then. Suddenly, he hardened his heart and said, Eastern Alliance leader, give me more scrolls, and I'll send some more bone-eating worms over. Since we cannot lose this battle, let's increase the stakes, and we're guaranteed victory. The leader of the Blood Oath Alliance had a determined look in his eyes. Etc. A high-ranking lord interrupted the Blood Oath Alliance leader and tagged Dongfang Tiexing. Scrolls. We have scrolls. Leader of the Eastern Alliance, don't you have a scroll to go back? We can use the scroll to go back. The lord was very excited, as if he had discovered some blind spot. That's right. With the scroll, our troops won't die, and will be invincible. Kate followed excitedly. We can use the pivot to leave first, then wait for the flames to die down, and then come back. This topic seemed to have opened a floodgate of discussion, and the conversation flowed freely for a time. However, Dongfang Tiexing's next words disappointed everyone. The scroll that was teleported back does exist. It's not much, but it's enough. Dongfang Tiexing had naturally anticipated the scrolls to be used during the retreat. In her mind, they would win and, after the victory, have few troops left before using scrolls to leave. All of this fits the current situation perfectly. They had very few troops left and needed to use scrolls to leave. However, the difference is that they did not win. Dongfang Tiexing looked at the lord who suggested using a scroll to teleport away and then back with some annoyance. The suggestion is good, but all I have is a scroll to go back. What? This immediately aroused the dissatisfaction of the high-ranking lord. The fact that there was only a scroll to return meant they couldn't come back, which meant they couldn't reap the rewards of their victory. Does that count as a victory? Lord of the East, what do you mean by that? Are you trying to take it all for yourself? The lord said angrily. Dongfang Tiexing looked at him with the same caring gaze one would give someone who was mentally challenged, and said, You don't actually think that making scrolls is easy and doesn't require any resources, do you? We prepared for this battle for half a month in advance. If you... Alright, everyone, stop arguing. Seeing that infighting was about to break out, the leader of the Blood Oath Alliance hurriedly spoke up to stop it. He pleaded again. Does the Eastern Lord have a teleportation scroll? I need to teleport some bone-eating worms. He had made up his mind that this battle absolutely could not end in defeat. None of them could withstand Shi Hongyi's subsequent retaliation. Therefore, even if he suffered more losses than the other lords in this battle, we absolutely cannot fail. But Dongfang Tiexing shook his head again. No, that's a temporary scroll. You should have already scouted it out. It has a 10-hour usage limit. The industry fell silent once again. Yes, only 10 hours, but the battle has now lasted for far more than 10 hours. Are we just going to retreat like this? Lord Kate clenched her fists. The resolute stance of the Blood Oath Alliance leader reminded him of the consequences of failure. Now it was no longer a matter of retreating and cutting losses. Instead, if the enemy is defeated but Shi Hongyi's territory is not completely destroyed, they can quickly recover within a day by utilizing their immortality. That will be the day of their deaths, and they will be the first to suffer. Feeling lost? Confused? Despairing? Everyone, please open your arms and let me save you. His flippant tone and flamboyant language subconsciously conjured up an image in everyone's minds of him flicking his hand and tossing his hair back. And on the edge of the battlefield, a white-haired young man did just that. The madness he had displayed while making the scroll vanished as he looked at the shimmering scroll in his hand. Bailuaha opened a corner of the scroll, and the vacuum zone formed by the surrounding hellfire immediately expanded again. With a flick of his wrist, his white hair fell backward, and the boy took a deep breath, inhaling the mist of blood into his throat. War, it's really great. Amidst the battlefield of blood and fire, the white-haired youth licked his lips, appearing eerily sinister. Chapter 170, The Gates of Hell. By Luo River. Do you have a way to save them? The crowd grasped at a straw as if it were their only hope. Although the person in front of him seemed somewhat frivolous, he was the only vice leader of the Iron River Alliance. Furthermore, even the scrolls used by them were made by this person. Don't be overconfident. Do you really have a solution? When Dongfang Tiexin saw that his own fool had stepped forward, he immediately asked the other party for confirmation. Bai Luoha flamboyantly fiddled with his hair, concealing his potential madness. He won over the former with just one sentence. I've advanced. You've advanced. Dongfang Tiexin's voice rose several decibels. What do you mean by advancing in rank? She confirmed it with some disbelief. The advancement the other party mentioned is likely the advancement of a secondary profession, but the advancement of a secondary profession. The more powerful a profession is, the more restrictions it will have. She knew how many restrictions the former scroll maker had. Even an ordinary person would have to create a first-order scroll. But how easy is it to make a first-order scroll? Normally, damaged scrolls have been repaired. Like the lords who were promoted in the first round, the reward they received was nothing more than a tattered scroll. To create a Tier 1 scroll out of thin air, using one's own abilities requires not only various high-level materials, but also absolute talent. Only those with exceptional talent can accomplish this advanced task. Otherwise, Bai Luoha would only become a half-baked scroll maker who is neither here nor there. Bai Luoha smiled. It's the one you're thinking of. Dongfang Tiexin. If you dare to lie to me, I will break both your legs. Bai Luo River. A real breakthrough. The conversation between the two fell silent. A moment later, Dongfang Tiexin took the initiative to speak. Then it's up to you. Alliance Leader Bai, are you still there? Alliance Leader Bai, what exactly is your plan? Leader Bai. The moment the two were chatting privately, the public went wild, with numerous messages tagging Bai Luoha. Bai Luoha was equally generous, without even saying a word. I simply opened the video link. The chat between lords has both call and video links, but the latter two require energy stones as support. No one would be so extravagant when everyone is working hard to develop their businesses. Therefore, people rarely turn on the latter two except when language cannot express it. After all, many things can be clearly expressed through language and writing. What do you mean? Are you that confident? Even the leader of the Blood Oath Alliance was stunned by Bai Luoha's actions. The other party actually turned on the video immediately. Does that mean they are absolutely certain of success? What's going on? Why is someone turning on their video? That's so extravagant. It's a video link. I heard it costs 10 energy stones per hour, which is enough for me to summon half a unit. What's the point of turning on the video now? I don't have time to listen to their idle chatter. The lords were somewhat surprised by the sudden opening of the video of Bai Luoha. After all, this is a time when everyone is living on the edge and every second counts. You're really living extravagantly, kid. Dongfang Tiexin clenched his fists, already planning that once Bai Luoha returned, regardless of victory or defeat, he would break one of Bai Luoha's legs. They dare to be so extravagant. Look, the area in the picture looks like Qi Hongyi's territory. One of the lords recognized the location of the scene. Seriously? Someone's actually streaming from a military perspective? Do they have money to burn? Wait, something's not right. Look, the live stream seems to be from outside the flames. The lords noticed that the live stream angle was wrong. Although the 100-meter-long wall of fire was still burning, the direction of the fire was not far away. A lord's troops are stationed outside? What does that mean? Hello everyone. Bai Luoha of the Iron River Alliance sends greetings to everyone. The figure of a cynical, white-haired young man appeared in front of the live stream screen. Knowing that everyone's units are trapped by fire, I'll get straight to the point without further ado. Bai Luoha arrived alone in front of the wall of fire. The 100-meter-high wall of fire emitted scorching heat, which was difficult even for a body that had been enhanced to endure such powerful hellfire. This fire seems even more intense than the black flames. Bai Luoha sighed inwardly. If it weren't for the scroll, I would probably have turned to ashes by now. A lord has personally arrived on the battlefield? This guy must be insane. He actually dared to teleport his true form. Wait a minute, this perspective is so strange. Isn't that wall of fire 100 meters high? This perspective makes it seem like we're in midair. Is Bai Luoha the vice leader of the Iron River Alliance? He can actually fly? Bai Luoha's appearance caused a great stir, and everyone was amazed by his methods. Stop with the pointless discussion, Alliance Leader Bai. How exactly do you intend to break through this wall of fire? Kate anxiously asked the former. Keep in mind that he had committed 80% of his forces. If the wall of fire wasn't breached, his 2 blood dragons would have perished. Yes, Vice Alliance leader Bai, my troops are almost at their breaking point. More and more high-ranking lords are showing signs of panic. Their losses were greater than those of the lower-ranking lords. No rush, let's get started. Before the wall of fire, Bai Loha took out his scroll, which had been partially opened. With a whoosh, the scroll was fully opened. The seemingly small scroll, when fully unfolded, is actually 2 meters long. Above this 2-meter mark, strange formations are drawn in black ink, surprising yet drawing one in deeply. Gurgle. One lord swallowed hard. That black ink seems to move, almost alive. Many people have this feeling of déjà vu. However, due to the emergency situation at the fire site and their own unit's request for assistance, they had to suppress their curiosity. Whoosh! The moment the black scroll appeared, the liquid on it flowed continuously in the air, pulling and stretching as if trying to pull something apart. The air around the flames, already deformed by the high temperature, struggled even more painfully, as if it were trying its best to endure something. Whoosh! Sizzle! Finally, the air stopped struggling, and with a hissing sound, a huge crack appeared in space. Boom! Amidst the majestic and awe-inspiring presence, an even more intense heat emanated from within. The scroll had vanished without a trace, replaced by a circular archway made of corpses and blood. The archway was extremely domineering, and the moment it appeared, it continuously transmitted tearing force to all directions. Bai Loha, having anticipated this, hid a mile away. Under the constant pulling of the archway, the 100-meter-high wall of fire, which everyone thought was impenetrable, was actually pulled open, creating a huge vacuum hole. As the tension increases, the gap also widens. Impossible. Suddenly, Chi Hongyi stood up with a loud shout from inside the castle, surrounded by flames. She stared incredulously at the crimson, dark red blood gate. This is the gates of hell. Chapter 171. Chi Hongyi's plea for help again. Run. Take this opportunity, quick. The numerous troops, encased in the cage of flames, rushed out in a frenzy at the Lord's command. I'm out. I'm out. I actually got out. The soldier was overjoyed. The heat of the flames was behind him, and an eerie aura emanated from them. A strange aura is beside me. He turned around in alarm. The oppressive feeling from hell not only did not disappear, but became even stronger, and its source was right beside him. That's a door. What kind of door is this? The soldiers also discovered the problem. It seemed that the one who saved them was an even more powerful demon. Indeed, only a more powerful hell can annihilate this endless black flame. The soldier turned around and saw a behemoth over 40 meters tall, a blue ox over 50 meters tall, and a giant dragon over 100 meters tall. All of these were already enormous, but even larger behind them was a 100-meter-high wall of fire, like a natural disaster. He had thought the firewall was the strongest weapon, but now it seemed his side had the upper hand. This battle has already involved forces beyond the limits of human capability. Indeed, the Lord is an apostle of God, and all of this is God's arrangement. Praise be to the great God of war. Praise be to the apostle. The soldiers prayed devoutly. Different troop types were also astonished by their Lord's methods. In their view, this was a miracle, a divine intervention from the God standing behind the messenger. Meanwhile, in Chunye's territory. Wow, that's really exaggerated. Chunye ate a chilled watermelon he had exchanged from the trading area while looking at the information sent by Manhwa. This thrilling battle took 2 turns after another, with each step revealing unexpected twists and turns. Slurp. The juicy watermelon and abalone sauce flavor lingered on my taste buds after taking a bite. The mutant watermelons from Atlanta are really delicious. Looking at the enormous 100-meter-long fiery cage and the numerous lords trapped in the flames like caged beasts, Chunye couldn't help but eat a few more bites. This scene looks hot. The refreshing sensation of chilled watermelon made it close the chat interface. This battle is none of his business. He only needs to know the final victor and the situation on the battlefield. The Heidi family surprisingly agreed to my deal. Chunye recalled the message the goblin had sent back. To his surprise, Heidi Yaden did not recount her ordeal after returning home. She glossed over what had happened to her, instead focusing on her dragon business. The other party seemed eager to buy his dragon. However, this suited his purposes perfectly. The giant dragon was useless and could only be kept as a decoration. I just don't know if we want the fiery dragon. Chunye ate the watermelon in frustration. His initial plan was to sell the frost dragon. But who could have imagined that within just 2 days he would encounter 2 fire dragons? There's a male and a female at each end. I'll keep the female for myself, and the male, well, it seems there's really no use in this. Why don't we discuss selling it to the Haitian family together? Chenyi thought about it and realized that he really wasn't interested in the male dragon. If this thing could be tamed and made into my own mount, that would be perfect. Who wouldn't want to be an awesome dragon knight? But he also tried to tame the frost dragon that stood in front of his territory. The other party's arrogance far exceeded my expectations, making it impossible to tame them. Since we can't tame them, we'll just have to sell them. By selling dragons and bronze weapons, they deeply bind the Heidi family to their cause. Finally, the Heidi family dismantles the city of Ostaban from within. Chen didn't want to waste his troops, but he also wanted to obtain the energy core, so he had no other choice but to do this. Furthermore, if a city possesses such a trump card, its power will grow rapidly. After all, the most valuable thing is not the city itself, nor the energy core within it, but the 100,000 people living there. Population is the greatest wealth. I just don't know what Sha is thinking. When Shun Yi thought of the city of Ostaban and the Heidi family, he also thought of his first henchman, Saravel. More than a week has passed, and the other party has not proactively reported the situation to me. Not only was there no report on the Chamber of Commerce, but there was also no further report on the Haitian family's trade in bronze weapons. Even with the Goblin's perspective, he knew that everything was progressing very smoothly. They have already initially secured a partnership with the Heidi family and captured 1/10 of the Osto market. But none of this was reported by Sha voluntarily. Just like the soul and heart of an ancient tree, it's two different things for the other party to tell you personally, and for you to investigate and find out yourself. Sarah, don't let me down. Chenyi couldn't help but crush the watermelon in his hand. Power is a good thing, but sometimes it can make people lose their minds. A penniless noblewoman, dejected and alone, gains power and status with the help of an outsider, inevitably becoming somewhat arrogant. Perhaps Sha believed that her behavior was not considered arrogant within the bounds of family or imperial etiquette. But Chenyi didn't want her to think that way. The next step after expansion is explosion. If the opponent is arrogant enough, Chenyi does not recommend blowing them up. I am your only choice, but you are not my only option. I hope you understand. Chenyi felt a little regretful. If he could, he wouldn't really want to give up Sha, this capable assistant of the Chamber of Commerce. Beep beep. Beep beep. The sudden noise interrupted his thoughts. Who? Huh? It's you. Chenyi connected the call, and it turned out to be Chi Hongyi, and it was a video call. Isn't this woman supposed to be fighting a war and short of money? Yet she's still video chatting. Chenyi muttered to himself. What are you doing? Chi Hongyi was surrounded by flames and in the sea of fire, watching Chun Yi holding a small piece of watermelon and watermelon fragments scattered all over the ground. Just watching the show, isn't it obvious? Chun Yi carelessly tossed the watermelon he had crushed in his hand during a fit of emotion onto the ground and replaced it with a new one. The opponent's black and red flames were like hell, reminding him of the intelligence from Manhwa and of chilled watermelon. Chi Hongyi. Even she, who was usually calm, lost her composure at this moment. I'm fighting a tough battle, a fierce and exciting one. And you're eating watermelon? She wanted to say something, but she didn't know what to say. The other side is powerful, but since they haven't participated in the war, they certainly have the right to be bystanders. What do you want? Chenyi watched as the other person started eating watermelon. There was nothing he could do. The other person's background looked so hot, even though it was early winter, but he just wanted to eat watermelon. Chi Hongyi took a deep breath and said to Chenyi, "This is all my savings. Take these things. I hope you can help protect a few people." Chenyi blinked as he looked at the person in front of him. Tall figure, wine-red hair, and a cold demeanor. Is this how the queen always begs people? It must be said that Chi Hongyi's beauty is not in her appearance, but in her temperament, noble and proud, unlike the refined aristocracy. She was like a cold and arrogant queen, similar to Death from some anime. The latter freezes your body instantly, while the former ignites your heart instantly. The two women are like queens with different attributes. However, does this constitute forced selling? Is this how she always begs people? If you don't say anything, I'll take that as your agreement. Taking advantage of Chun Ye's momentary daze, Chi Hongyi decisively hung up the phone. This is the only time in my life I've ever used this pleading posture and tone. Although the first time was also with Chun Yi. But this time it's different. Chun Yi stared into thought at the disconnected communication and the mess of teleportation items scattered on the ground. Is this entrusting an orphan to someone? Why give me everything when we clearly have the advantage? forcing us to fight a desperate battle. He stared into thought as he looked at the list of 10 people that Chi Hongyi then sent. Could it be that the tide of the war has turned again? The next second. Latest intelligence from the South River. Chapter 172. The reward for first place is mine. Bailuaha. Is there a secondary profession that allows you to make scrolls? Looking at the latest battle report, Chunyi saw that the battle situation was indeed as he had predicted. Chi Hongyi was about to achieve a great victory. However, the appearance of Bailuaha and the special scroll he produced caused a gap to be torn open in the fire. The tide of battle turned. Bailuaha, the only vice leader of the Iron River Alliance, one of the very few guys with a secondary profession. It seems these three alliances shouldn't be underestimated. Chunyi recalled the other party's information. As an important member of the Iron River Alliance, Manhwa had naturally investigated the other party long ago. Moreover, the other party acts flamboyantly and constantly displays their side profession abilities. Therefore, he already had information about this person. Only, he looked at the message sent by Manhwa, which stated the source of his side job. Ostensibly, it was gambling on stones, but its true nature was questionable. The other party did not have any purchase records. Of course, the possibility that the other party sent its subordinates to make the purchase cannot be ruled out. There are many talented people emerging, so keep an eye out for them. Chunyi said to Manhwa. Clear. Manhwa answered and then left. No wonder you came to me to entrust your child to me. It turns out you were caught off guard by this sudden turn of events. Chunyi curiously picked up a pile of things from the ground. You have obtained 3 energy stones. Goodness, I knew it. How could they bear to make a video call? He weighed the energy stone in his hand, wondering how the other party had fallen into such poverty. Of all the legacies of the mighty British Empire, only 3 energy stones remain. Chunyi shook his head and continued using his reconnaissance skills. You have obtained 4 pieces of bone powder from a skeleton. Note: skeletons that cannot be regenerated have completely lost their immortality. You have obtained a broken round shield. Note: it was once used by a hellish creature, but later lost its master. You obtained a teleportation scroll, now expired. Note: the now defunct teleportation scroll came from an apprentice. You have obtained 300 miscellaneous iron ore. Note: special or used for refining iron. You have obtained a level 4 jadeite rough. Note: young master, come and play. A little gambling is fun, and so is big gambling. You have received. Under Chunyi's reconnaissance skills, detailed information about each item was uncovered. It contained not only various resources, but also a variety of everyday items. At the very end, there was even a tattered piece of clothing. A tattered long dress. Note: look at those who don't understand and appreciate fashion. That's called fashion. Chunyi. Indeed, I am not fashionable enough. He looked at the tattered garment, its surface covered with unevenly distributed holes of varying sizes. I never expected Chi Hongyi to have this hobby. Chunyi clicked his tongue in disapproval, but he was slightly dissatisfied. It's hard for me to do anything for you with such a small amount of stuff, officer. He searched and searched, but found nothing of interest. Anything with even a little value or potential for conversion is used by the other side to wage war. Wait, what's this? Just as Chunyi put down the ripped dress, the bracelet on her cuff unexpectedly fell off. I thought it was an accessory. Why is it a standalone item? He held the antique bracelet in his hand. Indeed, such an antique bracelet did not quite match the fashionable skirt. They must have gotten mixed up when they were piled up. The antique bracelet is bronze in color, with 2 strange little snakes side by side that seem to be trying to bite their own tails. Reconnaissance skills. Chunyi used his reconnaissance skills on the peculiar half-open bracelet. Unranked, remnant thunder artifact. A mysterious and ancient artifact possessing some form of teleportation ability. Restriction 1. There is no limit to the teleportation range, but only 3 teleportations are allowed every 30 days. Restriction 2. Teleportation after being damaged more than 3 times requires a large number of energy stones. The required energy stones are determined by the distance. Restriction 3. This artifact is a remnant of an ancient god, and cannot be used by anyone other than the inheritor of divine power or a chosen one. Note: even if he is severely damaged, he is still not a man that an ordinary person could use. Note: wherever the mind reaches, divine power will surely follow. This is Gurgle. Chunyi swallowed hard. This piece of equipment reveals so much that he didn't know where to begin. The weapon of the ancient gods, which means that there really are gods in this world. With so many restrictions and annotations, just how powerful is this weapon? No, it would be strange if this, a weapon of God, didn't have so many restrictions and annotations. Chi Hongyi used this to teleport and start the war ahead of schedule, right? The Allied forces relied on that temporary teleportation scroll for their teleportation method. He had wondered what method Chi Hongyi used. Now it seems like this is the one. It ignores teleportation distance and number of attempts, and even offers 3 free chances. It's truly amazing. Chunye's heart was gradually burning with desire. With this thing, he could be said to be able to attack or defend at will. And when facing the city of Ostaban next, he had more options. This is the real reward you've given me. Are you trying to transfer all the remaining flames of war onto me? Chunye wasn't stupid. The other party was giving him something so precious, on the condition that he protect 10 people. Without a doubt, these 10 people are very important to Chi Hongyi. After the battle, the territories and close lords of the defeated will be wiped out, and at this time I am tasked with protecting the 10 most crucial people. What a reasonable deal. Chunye clenched his fist and casually brought the weapon to his wrist. He accepted the deal, for no other reason than for this magical artifact. It's just protecting a few people. I hope the lords won't be ungrateful when the time comes. Chunye raised his eyes, revealing a long-lost ferocity. Let's not even talk about how the lords didn't have time to recover after the great battle. With his current strength, he would not be afraid at all even if a lord at his peak attacked him again. At worst, I'll just recall all my money that's tied up outside, cash it out quickly, and then wipe everyone out. This equipment must be an upgrade reward from the system. Chunye played with the artifact, which allowed him to threaten all lords at any time, with great interest, lost in thought. He couldn't have obtained something of this caliber through luck. The only thing he could think of was the reward for upgrading his territory and the fountain. The rewards are getting smaller and smaller. The reward for coming in second place is just a skill. This must be the reward for first place. Now it's mine. Chunye stroked the double snake bracelet, and the 2 snakes responded with a soft chime. Next time, no one will take first place from me. The rewards are becoming more and more valuable, and less so. The next reward will definitely be unique, and he will not let anyone beat him to it. Suddenly, he connected the communication link to one of the lords he had bribed in the South River and asked him to turn on the video. Chunye, who is usually very frugal, turned on the video for the first time. It could be a farewell or an answer. He also wanted to know what methods Chi Hongyi used in her desperate battle. Chapter 173, Appearance, Chi Hongyi. After a desolate scene in the connected field of vision, the soldiers who had managed to escape stood atop charred corpses. There was no ground beneath their feet. Only charred corpses remained. Even more bizarrely, some of these corpses were just skeletons, while others were only half a body, with not a single drop of blood flowing out. What kind of monstrous methods are these? Chunye looked at the corpses on the ground and the tall wall of fire in the distance and couldn't help but sigh. There are 100,000 lords who have been teleported here, and their troops are of various types and styles. He didn't know whether the scene here was caused by Chi Hongyi or by a lord of a special type of unit. This hellfire, it's somewhat similar to the grayish-white mist of my goblins. However, the damage seems to be higher than mine. And there's way too much fire element on Chi Hongyi. Aren't skeletons supposed to be immortal? How is she related to fire? Chunye, an outsider, didn't hold back in his criticism. The war had nothing to do with him. He was simply there to bid farewell to the enemy in their final battle. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon something truly awe-inspiring. Wow, this cow is huge. It would be great to catch it and breed it. Holy crap, a behemoth? This thing really exists. Wow, that bug is pretty good too. It's actually devouring flames. Chunye was like Grandma Lu entering the Grand View Garden, momentarily unable to process what was happening. These are all top-quality synthetic materials. His eyes gleamed as he gazed at the high-ranking troops of each lord. He no longer looked down on low-level items, but these high-level lords' items all had their merits. Is this the snow dragon? I checked the ingredients list before, but I couldn't find it. Holy crap, Shuelong. They even have such a rare species. For a moment, his collecting obsession kicked in. He already possesses a dragon with fire, wind, ice, and steel attributes. I seem to have a special connection with dragons. Should I get a complete set? While Chunye's mouth was dry, he recorded the information of the troop types he liked and their lords in his notebook. With these things, I can then use Chi Hongyi's divine artifact. Oh no, my divine artifact. Isn't that a piece of cake? Chunye licked his lips greedily. It would be a real shame to see so many units a few minutes ago and not be able to capture them. Because these lords came from all over Atlantis, thousands of miles apart, making it impossible for them to reach each other. But things are different now. Having a bracelet that allows you to teleport anywhere, as long as you know the location of the other person's territory, it's like having an extra backyard for yourself. Possess a magical artifact that allows you to teleport your troops to any location at any time. This not only gave them the military power to annihilate the enemy at any time, but also expanded their exploration range and sphere of influence. It can be said that from now on, Chunyi can expand his alliance to any place he wants. And in these places, if there is any rebellion or disobedience, they will lead a large army to attack immediately. It's just that Chi Hongyi obtained this divine artifact too late. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been any rebellion. Don't worry, I will make good use of what you gave me. Chunyi looked at the artifact on his wrist with satisfaction, then glanced in Chi Hongyi's direction. When the other party connected with him via video, he was surrounded by flames, meaning he was still in the fire. Let me see what kind of fighting power you can muster in this desperate battle. Chi Hongyi, Chunyi will remember this woman. The other party not only threatened him, but even surpassed him for a period of time. Although Chunyi had no ambition for this and no desire to become king or hegemon, he did not have such ambitions. But the strong will always earn respect. They escaped. Ha ha ha, we escaped. The many lords who escaped the inferno began to cheer. When these flames die out, it will be Chi Hongyi's death day. That's right, I'm going to hang this woman up. Useless trash, all you know is women. Aren't there any cities around you? Go into a city and find one yourself. As victory was imminent, the lords expressed their opinions through their respective troops. Their hearty tone made it sound as if they had actually participated in the war and won a victory. However, the truth is that only Bai Luoha, the lord himself, went to the battlefield. Bai Luoha frowned as he listened to the filthy words of the lords, but said nothing more. Chi Hongyi's frequent use of various methods created an overwhelming sense of pressure on them. Now that we've finally broken through their last resort, it's understandable that everyone wants to vent their emotions. Of course, if it really comes to that, he will step in to stop it. Strong people deserve respect, especially those who have brought themselves so much benefit and happiness. He had thought that scrolls were his only source of enjoyment. It was Chi Hongyi who helped him find another meaningful thing with her blood. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? The battle isn't really over yet, and we're not necessarily going to win. Some cautious lord said with a hint of unease. What's there to be afraid of? Chi Hongyi already said that the firewall was his last resort. Now that we're all out, the firewall won't cause any damage. Exactly. How could she possibly have any other tricks up her sleeve after fighting to this extent? Once the flames die down, we'll go in and find her. Unless he doesn't want his territory anymore, he will definitely stay in it. Yes, I think so too. I feel like he's definitely underground. Yes, I agree. Everyone nodded in agreement. It was as if to say, I didn't expect this in the midst of the fire, but now that I think about it, Chi Hongyi is nothing special. But they forgot who was it that was desperately begging for mercy and frantically panicking amidst the flames. This fire won't go out anytime soon, so why wait until it's extinguished? An unfamiliar voice came from behind. The arrogant lord waved his hand and turned around, saying, Of course it's because of Chi Hongyi. The voice suddenly rose several octaves. Because behind him was none other than the leader of the Never-Setting Sun Alliance, who slowly emerged from the hellfire in a fiery robe. Yes, it's definitely Chi Hongyi. How could she emerge unscathed from the flames? Under the pressure of the powerful aura, the lord retreated in panic, instinctively severing his first-person view connection with his troops. Why do you dare to come out? No, why can you ignore the flames? Is she really Chi Hongyi? The lords retreated. They stared in shock at the powerful figure that slowly emerged, bathed in dark red flames. Gurgle. The flames were not deflected. They did indeed burn on her body. However, the burning state was not more like harm than submission. Brush. With a wave of her hand, Chi Hongyi caused the flames, hundreds of meters high, to vanish instantly. Only the lingering pungent smell and scorching heat in the air proved they had been there. The remaining flames burned on the hem of his clothes. Chi Hongyi didn't speak, but looked at everyone with a hint of sneer. Chapter 174. You won, but only partially. Everyone had only heard of Chi Hongyi, but had never seen her. Lords do not need to meet. The strength of their troops almost determines everything, and this is exactly what Chi Hongyi does. She never showed her face, yet everyone knew about her. They wanted to push each other down, but when they actually saw the mountain, they were filled with fear. She just extinguished the flames with a wave of her hand. Does she have another trump card up her sleeve? How could she break her promise? Wasn't it said that the flames were the final trump card? The lords chimed in with their opinions, but none of them wanted to step forward. Perhaps it was the opponent's legendary journey, or perhaps it was the fact that over 200 lords nearly suffered defeat in the battle. The crowd was somewhat afraid of Chi Hongi, even though there were no soldiers behind her anymore. What a strong sense of oppression. Alliance leader Chi, do you have other trump cards up your sleeve? Amidst the many who retreated, a white-haired boy stepped forward. Bailuaha looked at Chi Hongi, and the two stared at each other for a moment. Chi Hongi spoke first. No, that's all. I said before, you win if you break my flames. The cold voice stated a certain reality, yet the demeanor did not resemble that of a loser at all. Bailuaha felt relieved to hear that the other party had no more tricks up their sleeve. Luckily, we don't have any more tricks up our sleeve. If we had any more, we would have failed. The flippant tone revealed the truth. Chi Hongi chuckled softly. You're quite good. Without you, these people wouldn't have been able to break through my hellfire. Bailuaha's appearance was the most unexpected thing for her. The opponent not only arrived in person, but also used the gates of hell to break free of his own hellfire. Chi Hongi looked at the disappearing gate of hell to the side, with some regret. It would be great if it could have existed longer. Bailuaha glanced at the gates of hell that his scroll had summoned. He didn't even know what he was summoning. He simply used the liquid made of those hellish imps to outline the pattern in his mind. A hellish scene unfolds on the battlefield, driven by the very essence of human experience. He asked Chi Hongi with some curiosity, Alliance leader Chi, if my things last longer, you'll lose them even faster. This doesn't seem like a good thing for you, does it? I fail. Chi Hongi scoffed, tilted her head back, and arrogantly questioned Bailuaha. Where did you see my failure? This question stumped Bailuaha, and he didn't know how to answer it for a moment. However, a centurion standing nearby had already charged forward under the control of his lord. With such a favorable opportunity, I should naturally take down the opponent and seize their territory. They don't even have any troops anymore, so what are they pretending to be? He was the first lord to react. Although Chi Hongi is powerful, her opponent has already lost its troops. Troops are like a lord's sword, and without troops, Chi Hongi naturally loses her sword. Without your sword, what will you use to fight me? Perhaps it was because they had troops at their disposal, or perhaps it was because they were thousands of miles away. He was the first to order his troops to charge. Damn it, cunning. Cunning, so cunning. I'm still waiting for the conversation to end. Damn it, they beat me to it. Once a mountain is desecrated, everyone will lose their awe. The Lord was shocked to see that someone had already attacked Chi Hongi, and he immediately regretted that he had acted too slowly. Click click. It was assumed that due to the passage of time, Chi Hongi's hellish skeletons had been continuously assembling. At that moment, several broken hell skeletons, each with half a body still attached, trembled as they approached Chi Hongi. They sensed the danger posed by their lord standing before them. Pity. Roll. The centurion roared, kicked one, knocked another away, and swept past another, arriving in front of Chi Hongi at an extremely fast speed. He was also a gold tier unit, but his condition was much better than those semi-condensed skeletons. Therefore, he bypassed everyone and successfully arrived in front of the other party. This territory is mine. The Lord's pupils gradually dilated, his excitement becoming increasingly difficult to conceal. I'm going to succeed. Damn it, we've fallen behind just like that. Damn it, we'll have to snatch it. The other lords also had their own ideas. Even Bailuaha had his own thoughts. However, what he was thinking about was protecting Chi Hongi. Perhaps it was the mutual respect between strong individuals that led him to this idea. The other party could die, or lose their territory, but he couldn't bear to see Chi Hongi fall into the hands of other lords. However, when everyone was expecting something, Chi Hongi raised her hand. Trying to catch a centurion's knife with her bare hands? Doesn't this woman want her hands anymore? Everyone was instinctively startled. It should be noted that although the lord's body was strengthened when he broke through the territory, and his own panel was activated, but the lords, who were focused on upgrading their own territories, had no time to train themselves. Their physical strength is at most just stronger than that of an average person, so they won't be killed by the aftershocks. Therefore, in their eyes, Chi Hongi's outstretched hand was nothing short of courting death. What a pity. Even Bailuaha sighed with regret. But the knife had already fallen, and there was no chance to turn back. In this situation, unless Chi Hongi manages to dodge the opponent's attack herself, she will definitely lose an arm. However, Chi Hongi's troops are already powerful enough, so where would she find the time and resources to upgrade herself? One reason why lords are unwilling to level up is that they can only gain experience by eating the flesh of bosses. Upgrading a lord consumes a lot of experience. Or do they have any extra resources? Brush. Bailuaha subconsciously closed his eyes, feeling a slight pang of regret. But the next second, boom, a familiar sensation washed over him, and the scorching air burning his skin made him open his eyes. Not only was the centurion's hand not cut off, but it was also firmly gripping the centurion's neck. Wah! The centurion's sword lay broken to the side, as if melted by something. He himself struggled painfully, wanting to break free from the constraints. A nearly 2-meter-tall burly man was lifted up by a 1.7-meter-tall girl with one hand, whose hand was as firm as an iron hoop. Chihongi looked at the centurion in her hand with the same eyes she would use to look at trash. Since when servants have been allowed to interrupt their masters when they are speaking? Boom! Black flames reignited on Chihong's slender palm, instantly engulfing the centurion. The other party couldn't even struggle or shout before turning into a clump of black dust and falling to the ground. The small mound of ashes left behind was blown away by the wind. Chihongi glanced at everyone and said, "I told you that if you break my methods, you win." After scanning the area, the excited crowd retreated once more. Despite having thousands of people on their side, they were frightened back several steps by a woman's gaze. It felt as if they had been a second slower, they would have been engulfed by the black flames. Chihongi withdrew her wrist and continued, "But when did I say I lost?" Flames rose silently around Chihongi, and also in everyone's hearts. Chapter 175, Conditions Met, Gates of Hell Open. What's going on with this posture? This has gone beyond the scope of Lord enhancement, hasn't it? Bailuaha was shocked and took 2 steps back. Because at this moment, the flames on Chihongi's body were already comparable to those of the Death Knight. Setting fire with bare hands and the extremely high temperature of the flames, it's practically like the Death Knight has possessed him. No, it seems to be higher than the Death Knight. Bailuaha carefully observed the woman before him. The Death Knight was merely using hellfire in a brutal manner, while the woman in front of him was quite composed. Congrando was like taking a plate from home. Very relaxed and appropriate. "Is this all you've got?" Bailuaha inquired. Chihongi also extinguished her flames, saying, "If I can't kill all of you, it doesn't count as my method." Chihongi took over the conversation and continued, "I keep my word. You are the unilateral victors in this war. Because you don't have the strength to take me down." The crowd fell silent. Now that they were either dead or injured, even if they had the ability to defeat Chihongi, it would probably cost them all their lives. The opponent is too strange. It seems that they are ahead of them in everything and have an inexhaustible supply of trump cards. Although it's a one-sided view, you have indeed won. I will disband the British Empire and withdraw from the Lord's market. She extinguished the flames and took one last look at the ground beneath her feet. Although this area is nice, she has no intention of staying. Because shallow waters cannot nurture dragons, I have grown to the point where I must leave this area. The scarcity of energy cores had already made her consider leaving this place. The higher the level, the more energy cores are required. She searched the surrounding territory several times, but still couldn't find the energy core. To date, all of her energy cores have come from a deal with the Demigod Lord. However, this feeling is too passive, and as my level increases, the Demigod Lord will definitely not be able to keep up with my needs. Chihongi dislikes being passive and prefers to be proactive. Therefore, she actively promoted the rebellion and initiated the war. Whether or not one wins this war is merely a matter of deciding whether or not one enters that place alone. If possible, she would certainly like to bring her subordinates along. Not everyone, but the 10 who are truly loyal to themselves. Use war and bloodshed to open the gates of hell. If given enough time, she will take her established business and team to conquer new battlefields. But now it's not enough. Although he hadn't completely failed, he no longer had time to rally his subordinates. Taking people down requires a lot of preparation, and the allied forces won't give her time to prepare. What do you mean by defeated or not completely defeated? As long as we take her down, she'll be completely defeated, won't she? Some of the lords usurped power from the others and brainwashed them. They were not satisfied with Chihongi's decision to disband the Never-Setting Sun Alliance. What they want is the secret to territory advancement and the other party's territory. That's right, we've come this far. Victory is just one step away. Let's all go together. He's just a lord. Without troops, his power won't last long. Yes, it won't last long. We still have dragons and behemoths here. I simply don't believe that he alone can contend with a dragon. Yes, the troops of high-ranking lords are invincible. Under the deliberate guidance of certain individuals, The discussion gradually led to the high-ranking lord being burned at the stake. Bailuaha stepped forward appropriately, spreading his hands helplessly. As you can see, the battle has gone on for so long, and I'm afraid it can't be resolved peacefully. I can guarantee they won't harm you, but you have to tell us the source of your energy core on the condition that the alliance is dissolved. No, she still needs to give up her territory. Some lords, seeing that Bailuaha was backing them up, naturally became bolder. But as soon as he finished speaking, a black and red flame engulfed his body and began to burn. I think you've misunderstood something, Shihongi said calmly. The reason I admit that you've won and abandoned this place is because I no longer find the resources here appealing. Not because you defeated me. You have no right to make demands of me unless you defeat me. The voice remained domineering, and it did not retreat even when faced with behemoths and dragons as large as small mountains. As for the energy core, forget about it. It's not something you can obtain, and energy cores are extremely rare. Shihongi even shook her head as she said this. If energy cores weren't so scarce, she wouldn't have left so quickly. Roar! The dragon could no longer tolerate the Ant-Man's clamor and roared as it pounced on him. The 10-meter-long giant claw descending upon Shihongi felt like a mountain collapsing before her. 3 enormous pillars with sharp claws hurtled toward him, but he showed no fear whatsoever. Roar! Shihongi raised her hand, and a black and red fire dragon, several sizes in size, rushed towards the stone pillar. Upon seeing this, the dragon quickly retracted its claws. He had already experienced the power of the hellfire before and dared not contend with it at this moment. He had thought that this human could only emit flames a few meters long, and that such flames would be like a tickle to him, or even be extinguished. But the fire dragon that was several meters long was different. This attack was enough to threaten him, and even if there were more, he might not be able to withstand it and perish. How can such a small human body contain so much energy? He didn't understand, but he didn't dare to go forward again. Shihongi snorted coldly, and another fire dragon appeared behind her, intimidating the behemoth that was eager to try. Although the latter was powerful, it was already crippled and was still no match for the former. Being able to control such a fire dragon, no wonder he said he had not failed. Bailuaha's expression was extremely unpleasant. Given the strength the opponent is currently displaying, there's really nothing our side can do unless we perish together. Shihongi seemed to have anticipated all of this, and she said confidently, "Since you can't do anything to me, then just watch my performance quietly." Immediately afterwards, she brought up the panel and seemed to confirm something under everyone's watchful eyes. "You have confirmed your development path, Hell. Scanning your surroundings. The underworld, satisfied. Hellfire, satisfied. The Lord's panel strength is satisfactory. Blood quantity, satisfied. Summoning energy, fulfilling desire. Around. You have met the summoning requirements. The gates of hell are being generated. Congratulations. You have met all the requirements. The gates of hell will now open for you." Boom. After a series of system notification sounds, a muffled thunderclap ripped through the sky, tearing the entire heavens apart. In the sky, there seemed to be a huge mouth struggling and twisting. On the ground, countless drops of blood, corpses, and bones transformed into pure energy that converged towards the sky. The crimson energy, like twisted tentacles, connected to the distorted giant mouth in the sky. Finally, sizzle. The giant mouth was completely torn apart by something. Chapter 176, The Powerful Shihongi. Energy stones are so scarce, are there no cities around her? Chenyi looked at Shihongi with some confusion. From what the other party said, he roughly understood that it seemed that the other party was intentionally abandoning this place because of insufficient resources and too few energy cores. While it might be difficult to conquer a city with a core item, it's not exactly rare. After a moment's thought, Chenyi made a bold guess. Could it be that Shihongi is unaware that the energy core requires conquering cities? But if we don't know, where did her energy core come from? Damn, what's that? As Chunyi was pondering, he suddenly saw a strange scene in the sky. The corpses scattered on the ground were rapidly converging towards the sky, where a gigantic mouth had appeared out of nowhere. Your giant mouth struggled and grew stronger under the infusion of energy, until it finally shattered completely. Even though Chunyi wasn't present, he could still feel the terrifying atmosphere. Even through the video, Chunyi could feel the terror of the giant maw in the sky. The first-person perspective links of the other lords were even more detailed. Damn it, what kind of trick is this now? The lords looked up at the sky in frustration, cursing inwardly. That damn Shihongi, can't she just die peacefully? Why must you struggle? Everyone looked at the giant mouth in the sky, and on the other side of that mouth was a terrifying yet familiar aura. Flames from hell fill the other side of the world. The other side of the giant mouth is clearly no longer this world. No, that's not quite right, because the land there is completely different from ordinary Atlantis. But it is similar to the land they stand on now. The land was scorched black, the corpses were endless, and the flames were black. This thing. Luaha's pupils contracted because the thing the other party summoned was actually similar to what he had summoned from his scroll. He didn't know what the scroll he had drawn using the imps of hell was, only that it had an extreme craving for hellfire. Therefore, he attempted to come into contact with the flames of hell. Sure enough, his new scroll could absorb hellfire, but in a rather strange way. Because when fully unfolded, it turned out to be a door. Then it might be because of my own lack of ability. The city of the underground gate disappeared completely after saving most of the troops. He thought he would never see that thing again in his life. After all, its main ingredient, the liquid of hell imps, is a type of unit belonging to Chi-Hongi. But now he saw an even bigger door. After that giant mouth, there should be a door, right? Luaha felt a sudden longing for no apparent reason. Behind the door, something seemed to be calling to me. What on earth is that thing? Damn Chi-Hongi. The lower-ranking lords were still cursing Chi-Hongi's methods. Quickly attack Chi-Hongi. We can't let her complete her plan. A lord reminded everyone. Although I don't know what the other person is doing. But stopping the enemy is always the right thing to do. The high-ranking lords remained silent for a second. The only thing that can stop Chi-Hongi now is their high-level troops. However, Chi-Hongi's power. Let's go together. I don't believe she can kill all of us. No matter what, she is just a lord who has lost her army. Everyone knows how difficult it is to upgrade the lord's panel. Chi-Hongi might just be putting on an act. Kate looked at Chi-Hongi with resentment. He didn't want any mistake to result in Chi-Hongi surviving. Because once the other person recovers, the first person they need to protect is themselves. At that point, forget about the Death Knights. Just the 30,000 hell skeletons and hellfire alone would be enough to overwhelm him. Slow experience gain. The lords fell silent. Kate had, it must be said, reminded them of something. They knew how difficult it was to level up. Many people had only leveled up once or twice so far. Leveling up is indeed difficult. A lord echoed this. If Adida had been present at that moment, he would have definitely stood up and refuted the lord. Because he knew a way to quickly gain experience. Training ground. He used this thing to train Owen to be comparable to a king-level player. He once attempted to train many wandering lords as special troops. Owen was merely an experiment. The experiment was a great success. If there had been enough time, there would definitely have been an extra army of the same lords participating in this battle. A group of lords comparable to king-level troops, possessing self-awareness and special abilities. Unfortunately, there are no what-ifs. The current situation is that Chi-Hongi has once again demonstrated her methods, making everyone wary. We must fight to the death. Chi-Hongi must die. The leader of the Blood Oath Alliance gritted his teeth and agreed with Kate's statement. After all, if the opponent doesn't die, it will definitely affect the development of the three major alliances. Chi-Hongi outwardly claimed that he didn't care about the resources here and looked down on them, but his alliance had unintentionally covered a huge portion of the market. Buzzing. A large number of bone-eating insects began to wriggle, their wings vibrating and producing a deafening roar. The bone-eating insects transformed into tentacles and moved towards Chi-Hongi. At the same time, the green ox roared and charged forward with its mountain-like body. Court death. Chi-Hongi didn't care about the former's reckless behavior, and with a wave of her hand, a large amount of hellfire emerged. Hiss hiss. The bone-eating worms, positioned at the forefront, devoured the fire dragon like ants, instantly enveloping it. The bone-eating worm has the ability to come into contact with the flames of hell for a short period of time. Although it cannot devour a few hellfire dragons, it can restrain one. Seeing that the blue ox was about to crash into her, Chi-Hongi dared not be careless. Getting up and jumping was much easier than before. The azure ox, a behemoth that only attacks in a straight line, is adept at fighting against other behemoths of similar size or in sieges and raids. However, there's not much you can do against something that's much smaller and faster than yourself. Such speed. The lords immediately dispatched their own troops to follow. However, Chi-Hongi moved through the crowd with ease. Although the opponent's attack method is limited to fire, it also possesses extremely high speed. This was something no one expected. No matter how strong you are, my goal has always been just this thing in front of me. Kate maneuvered her dragon to the giant mouth in the sky. Although I don't know what this thing does, as long as it's destroyed, Chi Hongi will be a complete lamb to the slaughter, right? His eyes were fixed on the gates of hell with a fierce look. Activate Dragon's Breath. Dragon breath condensed from the dragon's mouth, and the energy of the frenzied report continued to gather. Shuilong was indeed exhausted, but he could still unleash his final dragon breath using certain special techniques. He originally intended to use this move to escape from the Sea of Fire. Even if they fail, he can preserve his strength to the greatest extent possible. Roar! Boom! The blizzard, accompanied by dark clouds and a terrifying burst of violent energy, struck the giant mouth with pinpoint accuracy. Click-clack! To Kate's surprise, the huge mouth visibly closed slightly. This scene was witnessed by everyone. Chi Hongi looked up and was furious. You're asking for death. Chapter 177. Power and the Unknown. Court death. The voice was icy cold, and by the time the dragon heard it, it had already seen a small figure standing in front of it. It was Chi Hongi, who was attacking her with a fist that was less than 20 centimeters long. Sizzle. The dragon let out a disdainful sneer. If the opponent used that hellfire, he might be even more afraid. But is that tiny fist meant to tickle itself? Seeing the opponent's attack method, he even lost the will to dodge. Let him hit me a few times while I take the opportunity to destroy the things in the sky. As Shuilong was thinking this, the next second the world spun around him and he lost his balance. How is this possible? The dragon clearly sensed that its scales had been breached, and the one who breached them was that woman. How is that possible? She's just a mere human. No magic was used, no skill was used. This is impossible. The dragon was unbelievable, but the fact was right before our eyes. His massive, 100-meter-tall body was sent flying by a punch less than 20 centimeters long. Everyone stood frozen in place. This scenario of an ant taking down an elephant with a single finger was far more shocking than threatening everyone with fire. Damn bugs. Chi Hongi pinched off a bone-eating worm from her own arm, and flames instantly ignited, turning the worm into dust. What? Bugs? This Chi Hongi actually mistook a dragon for an insect? Yeah, that's incredible. Is that even human? She didn't use any skills just now, did she? I don't think so. Simply brute force brought down the dragon. It's different. You've maxed out attack and speed. While everyone was shocked, Chen Yi, who was watching the live broadcast via video, noticed something different. Chi Hongi's last words were not about a dragon. The damned bug she was referring to was the bone-eating worm. The dragon's sudden attack forced Chi Hongi to quickly break free from the entanglement of the accident insects to protect the door. He could be a tough dragon, but he was burrowed into his body by bone-eating worms that were several levels lower than dragons. Chen Yi could roughly determine that Chi Hongi had allocated all her personal stats to speed and strength. This approach of adding only one or two attributes might not seem like much in the early stages, but it will definitely lead to a qualitative change once the attribute points are accumulated. He knew he couldn't achieve that speed, but he was definitely not far off. Chen Yi has added all his attributes to speed and mental strength. His mental strength is not yet apparent, but in terms of speed, he can reach 80% of Chi Hongi's previous level. The speed that the latter just displayed was only that of an ordinary king-level being. However, everyone's units were riddled with various injuries, which prevented them from keeping up with Chi Hongi's speed. As for that terrifying power, without defense and only having strength, she is a high-attack, low-health character. In other words, in Chunye's eyes, Chi Hongi, who was extremely powerful and had many unique methods, was only slightly stronger than himself. The control of fire is what the other party possesses that you do not. Is this the ability you gained after upgrading your territory? Chen Yi watched as Chi Hongi intimidated everyone, remaining silent in his heart. All the unreasonable situations that the other party has shown so far can be traced back to certain points. The upgrade to the fountain breaks the constraint on the number of summonable units. He could roughly figure out what the upgrade of that territory had disrupted. After upgrading the territory, will the focus be on upgrading the personal panel? Chen Yi pondered. Then what ability will I gain? Will it also be fire? It's highly unlikely to be fire, but it's really hard to guess what it is. What should we do? All the lords stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding before them. They knew perfectly well the inner workings of the lords. They were all just ordinary people who had been summoned. But now, an ordinary person has knocked down a giant dragon with a single punch right in front of him. This instilled in them both disbelief and deep fear. Chi Hongi has too many tricks up her sleeve. I'm afraid we're no match for her. Yeah, she can send dragons flying. The strongest things around us are probably dragons and behemoths, right? The Lord sighed, but it seemed more like they were making excuses for themselves. Shinyi scoffed. Foolish. These people were misled by the former's strength and failed to notice its weaknesses. Even a tiny bone-eating worm can burrow into his body. If it were any other attack, wouldn't Chihongi be on the verge of death? Unfortunately, people don't understand this principle. Shinyi gazed at the battlefield, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. Am I going to have to return this divine weapon that I just acquired? He was somewhat depressed. The current situation is beyond anyone's control. Once the war ends, there will be no one left for him to protect. Since the agreed-upon conditions weren't met, I'd feel guilty taking these things. Shinyi tucked the bracelet into his sleeve. At worst, we can return the rest of the miscellaneous items to her. As for the bracelet, what bracelet? I didn't see it. On the battlefield, above the sky, Chihongi used the properties of flames to stay in the sky for a short time. She scanned the crowd and then fixed her gaze on Bailuha, who was behind the soldiers. I'm sparing your life today, hoping you'll know what to do in the future. Spare my life? What does this mean? Bailuha was somewhat stunned. To be honest, he was also shocked by the strength his opponent displayed. If Chihongi wanted to kill him, it would probably only take a flick of her wrist. But what does she mean by sparing her own life in the future? Long. Boom. Just as everyone was on edge, another unexpected event occurred. The troops surrounding Chihongi quickly retreated to a distance of 100 meters. No, that's not right. The vibration isn't coming from here. Those retreating troops were in a bit of a predicament for a time. They sensed something was amiss and immediately retreated, but the anomaly did not come from Chihongi. It's over there. Someone pointed out the direction. The tremors were coming from a castle not far from them. Buzz. The oppressive feeling returned, and everyone turned around in fear. The giant mouth, now brimming with energy, stands atop the castle. Damn it, what on earth is going on? Anxiety spread around like a spider web covering the ice. Something is coming, but they cannot clearly perceive what it is. Chapter 178. I want to leave, and no one can stop me. What exactly is that mouth? Is it a passage from hell? They stared in shock at the enormous mouth. Although his giant mouth had closed somewhat due to the previous dragon attack, it didn't seem to affect his progress to the next stage. Eat. Before everyone's eyes, the 100-meter-long giant mouth opened and then closed towards the castle. And the castle disappeared from the spot under everyone's watchful eyes. With a single bite, a vacuum immediately appeared between the castle and the land beneath it. It vanished from the spot as if it had been eaten by something. Having devoured the castle, the 100-meter-long maw remained in place, its blood-red tentacles beginning a second round of energy replenishment. What is Chihongi doing? That's the heart of her own territory, doesn't she care? And what exactly is that giant mouth? Void Beast. GG Bond. Ultraman. Everyone was shocked by Chihongi's actions, knowing that the giant mouth was attacking her own core. She actually allowed that thing to attack her core? Wasn't that thing meant to attack us? She wants to commit suicide? The lords were both intimidated and shocked by the former's actions. That thing must be used for spatial teleportation. Is she really planning to move to another place to develop her career? Chunyi cautiously observed the enormous mouth. He didn't believe Chihongi would be foolish enough to destroy her own spring and territory. Considering Chihongi's previous reminder to move to another place to develop her career, the entrustment of her orphan not long ago, and the current situation, she seems capable of moving her territory. The vanished land became a deep, gaping pit, and the giant maw, replenished, continued to devour the scorched earth. The crowd just watched, unsure whether to stop it or not. Should we continue? Dongfang Tiexin stared blankly at the terrifying giant mouth made up of cracks for a moment. Of course we must continue. As long as Chihongi lives, none of us can hope to develop further. Kate spoke first. I agree. The leader of the Blood Oath Alliance also expressed his opinion. Things have come to this point, there's no going back. So what should we do? Dongfang Tiexin questioned her and naturally knew that reconciliation was impossible. But do they have any proper way to deal with Chihongi in the sky? With our current forces, it seems we can't kill her. No, we can kill them. The Blood Oath Alliance leader suddenly interjected. One of my bone-eating worms has captured her. You caught them. They hurriedly captured Chihongi, who was effortlessly maneuvering amidst the encirclement and suppression by numerous military units. That red figure symbolizes death, and each time it passes by, it takes the life of a soldier. Apart from king rank or holy rank troops, none of them are a match for Chihongi. Dongfang Tiexin gritted his teeth and said, "Since it can cause injury, it proves that it is not completely beyond our understanding." Superior. At the master's command, Behemoth, who had been watching the water play, suddenly sprang forward, its fists, as large as small mountains, raining down like a storm. The terrifying nature of Behemoth was revealed at this moment. He not only possessed greater strength than the blue ox, but was also extremely agile. Are you afraid of a hexagonal assassin with high attack, high defense, and high critical hit rate? The answer is, of course, fear. Even Shi Hongyi dared not be careless in the face of this behemoth that feeds on dragons. Boom, 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 boom. Behemoth's sweeping and brutal attacks created a vacuum zone in the center of the battlefield. The other troops dared not approach and were trapped in this vacuum zone, while Shi Hongyi, who was in the center of the vacuum zone, was also in great discomfort. Puff! The giant fist grazed past me without hitting me, but the shockwave was extremely strong. The constant shaking caused her internal organs to rupture, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. Damn it! Does this behemoth disregard its own life and death? Shi Hongyi was also very annoyed by the fact that Behemoth was not afraid of her flames. When the opponent attacked, he also took the opportunity to attach flames to it. At this moment, Behemoth had become a small fire figure again. But the other party was not afraid at all. She's hurt. Dongfang Tiexin was overjoyed. The fact that she had Behemoth use all its stored energy to replace its fur in order to resist Shi Hongyi's attack actually worked. If you can hurt them, then kill them. Superior. With Dongfang Tiexin leading the vanguard, the other high-ranking lords launched a frenzied attack on Shi Hongyi. The relationship between the two sides had long since reached a point of life and death. Neither side would hold back if they were willing to kill. The bald behemoth hid behind the crowd, while the giant dragon hovered in the sky, unleashing its dragon breath magic. Orcs, militia, beastmen, and other high-ranking lords surrounded Shi Hongyi. Even if the opponent's strength is comparable to the peak of the king rank, it would be difficult to withstand the layers upon layers of protection. 2 fists can't beat 4 hands, let alone 2 fists against 1,000 people. Ha ha ha, she's injured. My knife cut her. Ha ha, and me too. Her speed has been significantly reduced after being poisoned by my voodoo. Kill her. An ant colony can devour a giant elephant. As Shi Hongyi was injured time and time again, her condition gradually weakened, and the fear etched in everyone's hearts gradually dissipated. She was like a deity high on a mountaintop, an existence that was originally unattainable and unreachable. But when she appeared among the people and revealed her health bar, the god was no longer worthy of fear. The long-suppressed emotions and fears were released, and the fighting spirit of thousands of people was fully ignited. Shi Hongyi was getting weaker and weaker. If it weren't for the fact that the opponents were afraid of her flames and dared not come forward, a few of her death servants would probably have been enough to kill her. The crowd grew increasingly excited. The gods have lost their majesty. The great edifice is about to collapse. Suddenly, die all of you. Flames rose like high walls, and angry flames bloomed in the center of the battlefield. The power of a volcanic eruption is once again on display. The massive flames, hundreds of meters in size, expanded and instantly incinerated hundreds of soldiers and a subadult snow dragon. Huff, huff. You forced me to release the thousands of strands of hellfire I had accumulated. You did a good job. Shi Hongyi offered her praise to these people. Huff, but you still can't kill me. She slowly inhaled and then straightened up. If you can't kill me, then wait for my return. When that happens, all the rebellious ministers will be killed. Her cold, piercing eyes swept over the crowd, within which a fiery lotus slowly rotated. Shi Hongyi, stop playing tricks. The flames you released will disappear very quickly. Once they go out, it will be your death day. Kate said angrily. The opponent just unleashed a powerful attack, causing me to lose a subadult dragon. My death date. Shi Hongyi looked at the battered snow dragon in the sky with amusement. I want to leave, and no one can stop me. Kate immediately became displeased upon hearing this. You're talking nonsense. He stopped mid-sentence, only to find that the enormous black mouth had appeared behind Shui Long at some unknown time. Shui Long hurriedly stopped his arrogant behavior and retreated in a disheveled manner. The next moment, the massive black maw reappeared behind Shi Hongyi. Shi Hongyi turned and stepped inside. As she was leaving, she turned back to Shui Long with disdain and said, I told you, no one can stop me from leaving if I want to. Isn't this thing supposed to be devouring territory? When did it appear here? Kate looked at the black chamber with lingering fear. He had almost lost his second dragon. Then came the mocking words from Shi Hongyi. Damn it, The former had already extinguished the flames and stepped halfway into the black cavity, but she seemed to sense the resentment of the giant dragon in the sky. If you dare, come and catch up with us. After saying that, she turned and stepped inside. Depend on. Kate angrily punched the air, but didn't dare to actually chase after it. The flames devoured by the bone-eating worms were saturated. The behemoth was hairless, the blue ox was too slow, and the dragon dared not pursue. The total number of participants in the battle so far has reached 150,000. The Alliance suffered heavy losses in high-tier units and over 68,000 low-tier units. Chi Hongyi lost 90,000 units, 20,000 of which were resurrected hell skeletons. Both sides employed a variety of tactics in a decisive battle at the core of the territory of the leader of the Sun Never Sets Alliance. More than 2,000 people besieged Chi Hongyi, but to no avail. Chi Hongyi stepped into the dark cavity under the watchful eyes of everyone and disappeared without a trace. Chapter 179. The Mountain of World will arrive late. They've left. Are we just going to let her go like that? The crowd looked at the vanished Chi Hongyi and the dissipating twilight sky with a sense of unreality. Otherwise what? Bailuaha glanced at the various soldiers who were still arranged in a circle. She wanted to leave, and you couldn't stop her. Bailuaha turned around and looked around. The ground paved with corpses had turned into pure energy and disappeared, revealing ugly trenches and various weapons. Within these ravines, a massive pit stands like an abyss. Chi Hongyi left, taking her territory and Spring with her. While everyone else was fighting, that giant mouth took the opportunity to devour everything. Or rather, everything was transferred. Then this. A lord looked fearfully at the spot where Chi Hongyi had disappeared. Bailuaha naturally knew what these people were worried about. The only question is whether Chi Hongyi will seek revenge after escaping this time. He exclaimed, Chi Hongyi must have gone to a very far place. They probably won't be back anytime soon. Of course, Bailuaha said self-deprecatingly in a voice only he could hear. It will only be for a short time. Chi Hongyi won't be back for a while, but she will definitely come back. All we can do is develop ourselves as quickly as possible. Bailuaha was troubled because he hadn't killed Chi Hongyi and hadn't discovered the secret of the Ascension Spring. This is hardly a victory. They've just taken a piece of the pie that others don't even want. Rapid Development League, she'll be back. He said to Dongfang Tiexin. Dongfang Tiexin nodded in agreement. She looked down at the cheering crowd through Behemoth's perspective. We've won. Ha ha. Chi Hongyi has escaped. We've won. These people have forgotten their original intentions. Dongfang Tiexin shook his head. With Chi Hongyi employing a variety of tactics, they felt that driving her away would be the greatest victory. How pathetic. The crowd cheered, but some clever people did not participate. Because they know what they will face in the future. Now that Chi Hongyi has such methods, what kind of bloody storm will rage when the other party returns? Suddenly, boom, the sky, which had just cleared, gathered dark clouds again, this time not a hazy yellow, but oppressive black clouds. Everyone looked up. Dark clouds rolled in and muffled thunder rumbled. Boom! A bolt of purple lightning, several meters thick, struck the abyss with ferocity. Boom! The earth trembled as the lightning shattered the last trace of the underworld's aura. The aura of the underworld had completely vanished, yet the thick lightning still struck. The lightning bolts, several meters high, shattered the already devastated land, leaving it scarred and ravaged. Sparks of lightning flashed in the abyss. How terrifying! Is this divine might? Shuilong was forced to lower its altitude. Even under the might of heaven and thunder, he appeared insignificant. The 100-foot-long thunderclouds of the heavenly dragon gathered in the sky, forming a huge thundercloud vortex. At the center of the vortex, endless lightning was violently bombarding Chi Hongyi's former territory. This horrific scene chilled everyone to the bone. The lightning bolts, several feet long, barely grazed the edge, yet they already caused immense suffering to many low-tier units. 100-foot-long thundercloud enveloped the giant dragon and covered the entire sky. As far as the eye could see, there was only dark, oppressive lightning, making it hard for everyone to breathe. Why does this thundercloud look like it's venting its anger? This was the only way Chunyi could explain everything he had seen. Chi Hongyi has left, but the thunder continues to bombard her former territory. At this moment, Lei Yun was like a rising child, arriving late to the battlefield because he was hindered by the will of another world. The enemy had already vanished with what belonged to them, leaving him only with impotent rage. TSK. Looks like I can't get it for free anymore. I'll have to act as a security guard. Chun-Yi shook his head. Although he was somewhat surprised by the outcome of the war, it seemed to be a good result. At least they felt at peace with themselves. He cut off the video link and no longer cared about the rest of the war. His supply chain is not among lords, or rather, the relationships between them are very few. Therefore, he did not care about the infighting among the other lords. As long as it doesn't involve himself, he won't deliberately get involved in anything, let alone try to gain any titles or honors. The true path to success is to quietly accomplish great things and make big money without making a sound. Of these 10 people, 3 are with me, and the other 7 are a bit far away. Chun-Yi frowned. The 3 on my side are manageable. One of them is Chun-Mo, and the other 2, although somewhat distant, are not too far away. We can simply send some people over. Chun-Mo's situation was even simpler. He still had goblin soldiers guarding his territory. As for the other 7, even if you use the bracelet to teleport, you can only protect 3 of them. Moreover, he did not intend to use his precious teleportation opportunity here. It seems I need to talk to those alliance leaders. Protecting a few people shouldn't be too much to ask, right? Chun-Yi looked at the goblins that filled his territory and then thought about the wrecked units on the battlefield. Given that their own strength was already inferior to ours, and they suffered heavy losses in troops, they should be able to negotiate amicably. In that case, let's deal with the matters in OS City first. The goblins who escorted Yaden back have sent back the latest news. The Heidi family has agreed to the dragon's deal and is preparing to send someone to take over. Judging by the time, we should be arriving soon, right? Chun-Yi connected the goblins to the road he had carved out that led directly to the edge of the forest. Sure enough, a group of people was spotted. The leader among them was Heidi Yaden. Oh, what a coincidence. Chun-Yi was greatly surprised, because looking further ahead, there was actually another group of people. It's Saravelsa. You've arrived together? That's perfect. Let me see what good news you've brought back for me. Sarah, please don't let me down. Chapter 180. I'm just afraid the deal will go wrong. This road seems to be getting safer and safer. The low-level magical beasts that we used to be able to see are all gone now. As Sha walked along the road planned by Chun-Yi, looking at the increasingly safe roads around her, her mind was filled with many thoughts. This road was opened by Chun-Yi for his own use in and out of the forest. After all, he was captured by the Minotaurs because the guards were too weak. She didn't say anything about what Chun-Yi had done, but she was subtly moved. After all, Chun-Yi not only saved him, but also gave him a chance to be reborn. This gave her an opportunity to compete with her younger siblings as an heir. Although I also made a lot of sacrifices, it was all voluntary. I wonder how long this time will take, Master. Sha was filled with anticipation but also a sense of pride, proud to be Chun-Yi's only one. The other party is a hero recorded by the Empire, and although he is my only choice, let's look at it from another perspective. The only outlet for the owner's venting and communication with the outside world is himself. It's possible, but it can't last too long. Sha puffed out her chest proudly, and the queenly aura within her began to subtly emerge. They have already obtained the rights, and the Chamber of Commerce has also achieved a certain level of success. To put it more bluntly, it means that I am more important now. I am more important. As for the master, could I make some requests? Sha glanced at the goblin guards beside her. The guard's strength far exceeded his expectations. Normal enemies are one thing, but even the recent inspection and malicious attack by the city lord's mansion were easily intercepted by these goblins. She was initially unhappy when the number of goblins increased to 5. But when the 5 goblins easily defeated the Dragonblood guards, she realized that Chun-Yi's arrangement was for her own good. I disobeyed your orders, but you still care about me. Master is the best. A sweet feeling welled up in Sha's heart as she thought about this. I wonder if the master's anger has subsided. She felt a sinking feeling in her heart as she recalled her silence and Chun-Yi's angry expression last time. But then she thought of Chun-Yi's arrangement with the 5 goblins, realizing that he was still doing it for her own good. Perhaps a little longer is fine. Consider it a reward. Sa jumped up and down, unable to contain her joy. The prospect of facing Chun-Yi filled her with a mix of excitement and fear, but mostly anticipation. I'm actually starting to look forward to a partner kidnapping and threatening me. This is really amazing. Perhaps we can ask our master for more goblins. The city is in turmoil now, and there are even rumors that the Dragon Blood Guard of the city lord's mansion has run into trouble. Perhaps they can take over a portion of the market. Sha thought to herself that with the strength of these goblins and her own merchant guild, they might really be able to rise up and seize more of the merchant guild's market. No, if we unite with the Heidi family. She remained silent for a moment, weighing the strengths of both sides. If we add the well-established Heidi family, they might be able to directly replace the OS family. Of course, all of this depends on the owner and the Heidi family reaching an agreement. I wonder if the Lord can produce more bronze weapons and armor. After thinking about it, Xiao realized that she had only established relations with the Heidi family through the initial bronze weapons. If she wanted the Heidi family to be completely bound to her, she would probably need to go through a lot more advanced cooperation. However, being able to establish initial diplomatic relations with a powerful family solely through bronze weapons, I suppose I've already exceeded the task assigned by my lord. After all, the main task at the time was only to attempt to establish diplomatic relations, but they had already exceeded their goal of establishing diplomatic relations. Xiao was somewhat smug. I'm sure I'll receive praise from the Lord. Filled with anticipation, she quickened her pace. In order to see Chun Yi as soon as possible, she even used a basic wind track spell on herself. This magic can deepen the wind trail in front of you, thereby reducing air resistance when moving. Sasa floated 10 centimeters above the ground, moving forward at full speed with the wind, while the goblins relied on their powerful bodies to break through the wind resistance and advance brute forcefully. With the already cleared road and her magic-enhanced speed, she quickly arrived near Chun Yi's territory. The familiar city walls, the familiar patrols, and what is that? Xiao was startled. The magical elements beneath her feet dissipated instantly due to the huge fluctuation in her emotions, and she staggered a few times before stopping. The goblin beside him instantly stood upright, like a javelin. Because of Chun Yi's orders, the goblins assumed that they were on a mission and in combat. Therefore, the overall response was astonishing. This is also why Xiao admires the goblin guards and wants to acquire them. A soldier who executes orders without question or utterance, and whose absolute discipline ensures that no command is disobeyed. Isn't that the perfect soldier? She even had a vague feeling that these soldiers were several levels above the Dragonblood guards. Not just in terms of combat, but in all aspects. Of course, she wasn't in the mood to think about building up the Goblin Guardian's muscle right now. Instead, they were shocked by the scene before them. Master is indeed master. In the few days I was away, what did you do again? Xiao looked at the small hill in front of the territory with some fear. The icy blue hill was extremely oppressive, but even more terrifying was the terrifying pressure emanating from the icy blue snow mountain. That was the aura of a dragon. Wasn't the Dragon Master faced a wind attribute dragon before? What's going on with this one in front of us? She stared in disbelief at the 150-meter-long frost dragon, a massive creature that was 150 meters long even when curled up. This is definitely a fully grown frost dragon. But how did Master do that? During my absence, has Master's strength developed to this extent? Xiao's eyes sparkled with thought. The Master will definitely entrust the dragon business to me. So how should I deal with this giant dragon? Alive, should we sell it, or? Chun Yi was unaware of Xiao's thoughts. It was only through the goblin's perspective that we saw Xiao freeze in place after seeing the dragon. Meanwhile, the Heidi family's forces are also approaching the territory. Heidi Yaden gazed in a complicated direction toward her territory. Why did I come when I didn't have to? Could it be? No, it's definitely not to see Chun Yi. I'm just afraid the deal will go wrong. Yeah, that's it. Yaden, standing at the end of the line, referred to himself as a handsome tiger and nodded to himself. Yes, I came along because I was worried. I didn't have any other intentions. Chapter 181. How should we utilize the dragon? Young master, are we about to reach the territory of the one you mentioned? Should we be on guard? The guard leader asked Yaden. The group consisted of 13 people, including Yaden and 2 goblin guards, as well as 10 experts from the Heidi family. They each rode on a striped tiger, guarding their young master. No need to be on guard. If that person wants to harm us, we are no match for them. Yaden rode. This. The guards looked at each other and then fell silent. Although they are the true core fighting force of the underwater family, and although they are all diamond-level powerhouses, if the opponent really takes down a giant dragon, their strength is really not enough. A giant dragon, it could crush them many times over. And there were the 2 guards beside him. The leader of Heidi's family guards glanced subconsciously at the 2 black-armored goblins. They are extremely obedient, have exceptional combat skills, and are even fearless in the face of death. Such bodyguards are not something that ordinary people can possess. The young lady said these are all monsters. But how could monsters be trained to such an extent? If it's control magic, that's fine, but if it's not, then the opponent's strength is quite intriguing. A powerful figure hidden deep within a dangerous forest. The other party even cleared a safe path from the forest to the outside. In this forest teeming with magical beasts, you can encounter many high-level magical beasts even while just taking a stroll. But we've been traveling for so long, and we haven't seen many low-level magical beasts, let alone high-level ones. Even the most common compound-eyed mouse was not seen. Who? Upon hearing the weak voice, everyone immediately became alert. Although the voice was weak, it stirred up fear within them. That sound is a dragon's roar. Everyone was shocked, and then the captain added precisely. It was a weakened dragon's roar. Let's go. It seems they really did capture a dragon. The captain of the guard walked ahead with a solemn expression. Yadin, seeing this, was quite pleased and muttered to herself. I told you long ago that I had closed a deal involving dragons, but you still didn't believe me. The guards dared not respond, but felt an even greater weight on their shoulders. If what the young master said is false, then they are at most just there to accompany him on his journey. But it has now been confirmed that all of this is true. In other words, they will be facing the terrifying being who captured the dragon alive. Hopefully, there will be enough funding. The head guard touched the ring on his hand. Although young Master Yadin was very sincere and certain, Mrs. Heidi did not believe him entirely. Of course, if such a powerful figure truly exists, one must not offend him. Therefore, aside from the 50,000 gold coins in the young Master Yadin's ring, he still had 20,000 gold coins in reserve. I'd like to borrow 70,000 gold coins for a seed. I hope the other party will agree. Now that he had truly heard it, he naturally had no doubt about the authenticity of the dragon's oppressive aura emanating from his very soul. He just hoped the other party would agree to his deal. With this deal, the Heidi family's power will experience a qualitative leap. Should I stay this time? The dragon deal probably won't be quick, will it? But if I stay, he will still treat me. Probably not. I brought people with me this time. No. It seems that even with his men, they are nowhere near as strong as him. Far more than the captain of the guard's worries, the young master of the Heidi family was in a complete state of confusion. Expectation, fear, panic, all mixed together in a chaotic mess. All of this is because of one person, and this person was sitting leisurely in his rocking chair. Greetings, master. Inside the wooden house, Sarah walked to perform the ceremony. Get up. Chinyi casually glanced at Saravel. My lord, the Chamber of Commerce has been developing very well during this period, and the furs you provided are being sold. However, winter has not yet truly arrived, and it may take some time before they are sold out. Fox fur is the most popular, followed by. Shah gave a methodical report on the business operations of her Chamber of Commerce and the sales of various furs. Chinyi nodded. These are new goods. There's no need for sellouts or scarcity marketing. We can just focus on volume sales during the winter. We'll take out some of the valuable furs and sell them in small quantities. Yes, my lord. Shah nodded in agreement and then offered up the profits she had made during that time. 10,000 energy stones. That's not bad. Chinyi glanced at the ring. The furs I prepared last time only cost less than 1,000 energy stones, but I got 10,000 energy stones in return, and that was before they were all sold. More than 10 times the profit, and it's also a sustainable economic path. I'm glad I accepted my choice. Chinyi pondered the warning Chi Hongyi had given him. The other person wants me to break out of my current path, which probably means leaving for another place like she did. He didn't know if there was more core energy in that place, but it was definitely not as quick as obtaining energy stones as he was doing now. Your investment is about to pay off. 10,000 energy stones are just the beginning. Within a month, his power will reach its peak. I earned 10,000 energy stones in just 7 days of sales. How many will I get a month later? Moreover, there are 2 male dragons. Selling these 2 features would bring in a considerable sum of money. The price we agreed on with Yadin beforehand was 50,000 gold coins for the whole service. 50,000 gold coins is equivalent to 500,000 energy stones. You have your path to take, and I have my path to take. Perhaps the path Chi Hongyi chose was the right one for her, but her own choice was absolutely correct. 1 dragon is worth 500,000 energy points, and 2 dragons are worth 1 million. Once the underwater family is hollowed out, they can then use the underwater family to control the city of OS. They took control of the city of OS and extracted the energy core to advance their territory. Then, by continuously producing energy stones for themselves from the city of OS and attacking surrounding cities, they can obtain core energy. This path seems much smoother than that unknown route of transfer. Jiaoyu. Chinyi, the goblin on the city wall, sent a request for Yadin's arrival and entry. Chinyi got up, but then saw Shah standing to the side. He asked, "Why didn't you leave?" "My lord, I've discovered a giant dragon at the city wall entrance. Oh, you noticed? Yes, it's quite obvious. Then let's come together. Chunyi got up and led Sha there. Heidi Yadin had indeed arrived at the door. Sha followed excitedly. Really? As expected, the Dragon Lord intended to hand it over to him. That's true. I doubt anyone else can help the Lord deal with this. She felt both honored and proud. How should we utilize the dragon? This is truly exciting. Perhaps the Merchant Guild will be able to protect itself even without the Lord's goblin monsters. Chapter 182. The Cultivation of a Dragon. The Lord's goblins are powerful, but the creatures fused with dragon blood are not much weaker. Then what kind of culture should we use? No, we need the true method of breeding with dragon blood. Sha followed behind Chunyi, her delicate eyebrows slightly raised. This method of breeding hybrid monsters is already quite rare, and the method of breeding dragon bloodlines is even rarer. As far as she knew, only the OS family possessed the entire city of OS. Perhaps the Heidi family also has it. After all, the Heidi family's heritage is incredibly profound. But how do I obtain it? After much contemplation, Sha followed Chunyi, turning left and right, until they reached the outer edge of the territory. If she could make more use of the Salivir family, she could indeed receive better nurturing methods. It's even possible to breed monsters that are guaranteed to possess a dragon-type magic. But her current situation is not good enough for her to obtain such a thing. As the heir to the family fortune, she has two options for acquiring family resources. The first method is to gain the support of an elder, thereby acquiring their connections and resources. The second method is exchange, where profits and gold coins are handed over to exchange for family resources. Heirs generally do not use the second method. After all, the first method is much simpler and doesn't require any sacrifice. However, she had no support from any elders, and even her status as heir was obtained through a transaction involving benefits. Therefore, the only way for her to obtain the family's nurturing and inheritance of the dragon bloodline is the second one. The second option is to hand over sufficient benefits. All her interests belong to Chunyi. If you want to use it, you can only discuss it with Chunyi. I wonder if the master will agree. Sha was somewhat unsure. After all, the Lord has already nurtured goblins, so he must also possess the methods for nurturing them. Perhaps we could ask the Lord for advice? No, the goblins that the Lord raised, though powerful, did not display any dragon breath abilities. Sha thought about the fighting style of the Black family goblins back then. Although they were very powerful, they did not carry the aura of a dragon. In other words, the master has the methods to cultivate monsters, but lacks the means to cultivate dragons. Yes, that must be it. Otherwise they wouldn't have left the dragon unattended. Sasha affirmed. You must know that a dragon can be killed, but not humiliated. Each additional day that the dragon is imprisoned increases the danger. Arrive. Chunyi arrived at the gate of the territory and happened to meet the Heidi family. Squeak. The door slowly opened. The city walls that once symbolized defense have now become structures marking the entrance to a home. The goblins on the arrow towers have been replaced by dragon goblins that constantly hover in the sky. Your Excellency, I extend my greetings on behalf of the Heidi family. The captain looked at Chunyi warily. He was unaware of Chunyi's character. However, the monsters around here all exude a remarkable aura. Could it be that, as the young lady said, the monsters here all possess platinum-level strength? Goblins patrolling the city walls, goblins patrolling the sky, goblins playing in the training ground, goblins sleeping lazily, and the goblins who followed Chunyi to their side. Although none of these monsters, except for the last batch, showed any obedience to orders, he dared not underestimate them. Not only because every breath of the other party was highly sought after, but also because of the giant dragon at the entrance. The other party is a ruthless person who can capture a giant dragon alive. Finished watching? Chunyi also sized up the people that Yadan had brought. He ignored the captain and spoke to Yadan instead. Where's the money? Give me the money, and you can take your things. Snort. Yadan snorted coldly, seemingly somewhat dissatisfied with this lukewarm attitude. In reality, he confidently tossed out his savings ring. Here is the agreed-upon 50,000 gold coins. The dragon will belong to us for 3 days. 3 days? Chunyi frowned. Yadan was somewhat surprised, but then, remembering Chunyi's cunning nature, she gritted her teeth and changed her answer, saying, 2 days. 2 days? Chunyi was puzzled again. Didn't these people pay for the dragon? What does 3 days mean? Hey, don't go too far. Yadan glared at the former with some dissatisfaction. At the same time, the guards behind him subconsciously placed their hands on the rings. things didn't go as smoothly as I expected. It seems the other party didn't have enough gold coins. 20,000 gold coins. I wonder if that will be enough to satisfy their appetite. Dragon breeding costs 50,000 gold coins per time, which is the market price, but such a market is often one where there is demand but no price. It wouldn't be surprising if prices increased by 50% or 100%. Only 20,000? To be honest, that's a bit low. However, the fact that the family could produce so many gold coins and so many high-ranking guards based solely on the young master's words demonstrates Yaden's status within the Heidi family. I was just trying my luck, but I never expected that the other party would actually possess a dragon. The captain of the guard was also somewhat troubled. However, dragons are sometimes a matter of chance, and given the current predicament of the Heidi family, it is precisely the time when they urgently need to increase their strength. While the OS family is in a weakened state, we might be able to take this opportunity to strengthen ourselves, and then take them down to reclaim everything that belongs to the Heidi family. If all else fails, we'll have to rely on the reputation of the Undersea family as a guarantee. The captain of the guard said in a somewhat helpless tone. Damn it, this guy is definitely going to raise the price. If 2 days isn't enough, then what about 1 day? Yaden, riding atop the striped tiger, gritted her teeth and glared fiercely at Chunyi. The striped tiger, however, sensed something terrifying even more keenly and tucked its tail between its legs. The human man before me is terrifying, even more terrifying than the dragons outside the city. As magical beasts, they already possess a certain level of intelligence. If the dragon represents the oppression of bloodline, then the terror of this man comes from his soul. I can't explain it, I can't put it into words, but I'm just afraid. He was like a bottomless abyss that one dared not look into, or like the mist at the end of a gray fog that one could not fathom. 1 day is too short. Mating should take at least 2 days. Yaden gritted her teeth, plotting how she could profit from Chunyi, that cunning and stingy businessman. Perhaps I can use my feminine wiles, but I'll have to sacrifice myself. Wait a minute. Yaden froze on the spot as soon as she came up with a plan. Only then did she notice the person standing next to Chunyi. This person, why does he look so familiar? She looked at Saravelsa. Sha's mind was already a complete mess. The young master of the Heidi family? Why? Why is he here? Chapter 183, Awakening. This woman, Heidi took a deep breath. Salavel Shah? The elegant and graceful skirt, the stunning figure and exquisite face, and the precious snow fox fur collar around her neck. It's definitely her. But why is this woman here? Still standing next to Chunyi. Yaden was unaware of the situation, but immediately felt a strong sense of oppression. You should know that this woman is second only to his mother. In terms of figure, appearance, and temperament, she is comparable to her mother. His mother was once a figure revered throughout the entire city of OS. If it weren't for the Salavir family and the prince behind her, Sasha would probably have been taken down by some nobleman long ago. This woman is very clever. She not only used the prince as a shield, but also created her own merchant guild in the gap between the two major merchant guilds. A formidable opponent. A strong sixth sense from a woman stirred within Yaden, and she subconsciously regarded the former as her opponent. President Sarah, what brings you here? Yaden spoke first, asking Shah in a friendly manner. Shah's heart sank, but her expression remained unchanged. She didn't know how to answer, so she turned her head to Chunyi. Seeing that the latter did not react, she gently said, Purchase the goods. Purchase goods. Yaden was somewhat puzzled, but what the other party said did make sense. Recently, the Sarah Chamber of Commerce had been selling furs, so it was perfectly reasonable for her to come to the forest to purchase them. Only, she looked at the other person standing behind Chun Yefe with a slightly humble posture, and felt a little puzzled. She felt like she'd seen this state somewhere before, somewhat similar to herself. Yes, it's myself. When I was first enslaved by Chun Yi, I looked exactly like this. However, there are some things she sees through but doesn't say outright, and she didn't delve into them further. Instead, he turned his head to look at Chunyi. Chunyi was looking at Shah. Purchasing goods. Huh, an interesting answer. Although his answer wasn't wrong, he wasn't satisfied. The reason he remained silent when Shah looked at him was because he wanted to gauge his standing in her eyes. Purchasing goods. So that's what you were thinking. Indeed, power can make people lose themselves. On the surface, they call me Lord, but in reality, they already regard me as a partner with whom they are subordinate. Snort. Chunyi snorted inwardly, already having a plan in mind. If they don't listen, just abandon them. Chunyi, 2 days is already the bottom line. There's nothing we can do about cultivating a hybrid within a day. I know what you're thinking. Here, this is the added price. Yadin then took out a ring and tossed her savings over. Although it only contained a few hundred gold coins, she still extravagantly tossed out a savings ring in order to imitate the trading style between big shots. Chen Yi took the savings ring. His lips twitched slightly, but he accepted it without making a sound. The ring contains 300 gold coins, and the savings ring is worth 200 gold coins, for a total of 500 gold coins. Not a lot, but not a little either. Something is better than nothing. Also, what does it mean when they say they'll buy it for 2 days? Are you suggesting I pay it back to myself in 2 days? Such a good thing? As Chen Yi pondered, the guard captain's eyebrows twitched wildly, and he was secretly alarmed. Didn't our young master only bring 50,000 gold coins? What did she throw out next? It looks like her own personal ring. Could it be pocket money? Could it be? Surely not. The captain of the guard knew that the lady had specifically emphasized before leaving that Yadin's coming of age was only the beginning of the granting of power, and therefore he, as a guard, would be needed in every way. This time, the lady had already revealed the bottom line to him. The minimum price was 70,000 gold coins, and there would be no more. So, does that mean the young master gave the other party his own pocket money? Isn't this an insult? The captain of the guard was secretly alarmed, and immediately took out the ring that the lady had prepared. My lord, when we set off, my wife urgently placed another set of funds on my person. Here are 20,000 gold coins. I hope you can grant me an extension of 3 days. The captain of the guard handed out another ring. Immediately afterwards, he added, the Heidi family will thank you after this is done. This is also what Lady Heidi meant. If it is true, as the young master said, that there is a powerful figure living in seclusion in the forest who owns a dragon, you must try to please them. 70,000 gold coins was already a lot. The subsequent additional thanks were purely for the purpose of winning over Chen Yi. Chen Yi himself was completely bewildered. I was prepared to sell the dragon to you for 50,000 gold coins, but you don't want the dragon, and you keep giving me money. Chen Yi paused, and after confirming that the other party would not continue to send money, he said with some regret, 3 days it is. The dragon belongs to you. Thank you, sir. The captain of the guard placed his left hand on his right, and bowed slightly in front of his chest to express his gratitude. Xiao Yadin snorted coldly and led her guards toward the dragon. As she was leaving, she glanced at Saravelsa. Upon seeing that one look, Xia bit her lip. Wasn't this dragon left to me by the Lord? Why? Why give that to Yadin? Also, isn't the Lord someone who doesn't go out? Shouldn't the Heidi family be contacting us through me? Why is the master in contact with the Heidi family? If the master has already made contact with the young master of the Heidi family, then what is the point of the diplomatic relations I just established? The other party has already sent their young master to conduct the transaction, and I have only just gained their trust. Is it still worth boasting about one's achievements? As a result, the idea of building a stronger monster protection guild, or even joining forces with the Heidi family to instigate the city of OS has fallen through. No, all of this might still happen. But the one who carries it out is no longer oneself, but the Lord. Suddenly, a sentence resounded like thunder in Xia's mind. A figure once looked down at her and said that. You must remember, it's not that I need you, it's that you need me. Chen Yi ignored Xia's reaction and followed her out, wanting to see how the Heidi family cultivated crossbreeds. Although he was the originator in this field, he still wanted to see how the other party used male dragons. After all, one's own hybrid can only be a female dragon. If I could learn how the other person does it, and even a male dragon could do it. My lord, I'll leave your safety to you during this time. Before Chen Yi could get close, the guard captain had already stepped forward, bowed, and quickly set up a huge tent. The tent, several tens of meters long, covered half of the dragon's body and also blocked Chen Yi's view. Cut. Chen Yi lived a cold and aloof life. If others didn't want him to see it, he simply wouldn't. After all, once he takes over the Heidi family, everything in the Heidi family will be his. Now that we have the money, it's time to have a heart-to-heart talk with those alliance leaders. Chen Yi turned back to his territory, ignoring Xia's intentions the entire time. Xia followed silently behind. Chapter 184, Arrangements. We have 3 opportunities to teleport regardless of distance. Instead of using them to protect those 10 people, we should save them for a surprise attack. Chen Yi weighed the ring in his hand and opened the chat page. The first organization we contacted was the Iron River Alliance. The Bai Luo River of this alliance left a deep impression on him. He not only went to the battlefield himself, but also played an extremely important role in the outcome of the battle. It could even be said that without Bai Loha and Qi Hongyi, they might not have been defeated. Everyone else is hiding their true intentions, but this person seems to be hiding them quite well. Huh? Chenyi. In the middle of a vast grassland, Bailuaha stopped writing and looked at the friend request in the chat box with surprise. The war had just ended, so what could Chenyi possibly want from me at this time? He frowned. Could it be that, as we speculate, Chunyi and Chihongi are really close? Are they here for revenge? Bailuaha was somewhat surprised, but he still opened the chat box, since no matter how strong the other party was, they couldn't possibly attack him through the chat box. Does Lord Shin want me to customize a scroll? If so, I'll give you a 20% discount. Bailuaha, adopting a you can't hit a smiling face attitude, took the initiative to ask. Chenyi immediately refused, then stated that he was there to discuss business. Let's talk business. Bailuaha murmured repeatedly. It's good that they're not here for revenge. He inquired. What kind of scroll does Lord Chen require? Chenyi. I've already told you. I'm not here to order scrolls. I'm here to talk to you about calligraphy. Bailuaha then realized that the other party really didn't come to discuss scroll business. If it's not a scroll, then it must be business between alliances? I'll offer 10,000 energy stones to help me protect a few people. Chenyi said. As expected, it's a problem between alliances. Bailuaha sighed inwardly, then pulled Dongfang Tiexin over. Taixin, look at this. Chenyi wants to do business with us. The two were not far apart, and with his ability to fly at low altitude using the scroll, he quickly arrived in front of the leader of the Iron River Alliance. Offering 10,000 energy stones to protect just a few people, that's really generous. Dongfang Tiexin marveled at Chunye's wealth. It's not that I can't afford 10,000 energy stones, but using 10,000 energy stones to protect one person is a bit extravagant. Who is he protecting? A king-level lord. Using 10,000 energy stones to protect a few people. Only a king-level lord could justify that price. After all, even if the other low-level lords destroyed 10 or 8 of them, they might not be able to earn 10,000 energy stones. Just then, Chenyi also gave the other party a list of 3 people within the Iron River Alliance. He offered 10,000 energy stones to protect 3 bronze-level lords under the Iron River's name, and he couldn't imagine why they would refuse. Moreover, this was at a time when we urgently needed to recover our strength after such a major battle. Oh, it's been sent. Bailuaha was taken aback. Dongfang Tiexin immediately pressed. Is it that king-rank lord? Not king-level, just a few bronze-level. Bailuaha was also greatly surprised. They are just a few bronze lords, but these people all seem to be from the British Empire. A member of the Undying Alliance? A bronze lord. Interesting. After the battle, all 3 alliances began to devour the power of the Sun Never Sets Alliance and expand their influence. Perhaps the other party wanted to save several lords who had joined Chunye's alliance, so Dongfang Tiexin didn't think much of it. The British Empire is like a giant whale in the sea. After it dies, it is hunted by these large predators. In the British Empire, territories, lords, and markets are all valuable assets. Only after they have enjoyed themselves enough will they leave the leftovers for the lower-ranking lords to fight over. Although Chunyi does not belong to the latter category, but during the war, he seemed to belong to Chihongi Fong. In other words, he had no right to share the food. It's good enough that they didn't actively seek revenge against Chunyi. If the latter dared to interfere at this time, the consequence would definitely be an attack from the 3 major alliances. However, it's a different story if the other party uses energy stones to purchase it. In their eyes, it was no big deal to sell these remnants of the British Empire, who should have been wiped out, to Chunyi. Just a few bronze lords. Dongfang Tiexin thought for a moment. We can trade, but we are only responsible for ensuring the lord's safety. No problem. Chunyi readily agreed. Given the Iron River Alliance's current status, few bronze lords would refuse to protect them. Having reached an agreement with the Iron River Alliance, he then began negotiations with the Bloodlust Alliance. Using the same method, they saved the 4 bronze lords by using 10,000 energy stones. The leader of the Blood Oath Alliance seemed to give himself more face. If it weren't for my insistence, the other party wouldn't even need positive energy. However, Chihongi specifically requested and offered her divine artifact to protect these people. He was afraid something might go wrong, so he had to let the other party take the energy stone. Only after receiving payment will the other party be less likely to deny responsibility when trouble arises. In addition, the goblins are on their way to the territories of the other 2 lords, and the price for obtaining a broken artifact is only 20,000 energy stones. 20,000 energy stones are nothing to me now. Chenyi was in a great mood. On the other side, the leader of the Blood Oath Alliance looked at the energy stone in his hand with great confusion and even a bit of fear. He had inquired about Taida indirectly. After his battle with Chunyi, he disappeared without a trace, and even the Devouring Sun Alliance made very little move. This is completely out of character for the other party, so the only explanation is, he was severely injured by Chunyi. It was a devastating blow that hit the root of the problem. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been no word about it afterwards. This made him even more wary of Chunyi. Possessing the ability to severely injure a saint-level lord, the opponent is definitely not just a clown posing as a demigod soldier as rumored. These 10,000 energy stones are a hot potato. He sighed, but there was nothing he could do. Why haven't you left yet? After Chunyi finished dealing with the problems left by Chihongi, he turned around and saw Sha standing behind him. This, my lord, don't you need my presence? Serving as a companion? Chunyi turned his head, surprised that Sha was being so proactive this time. But it's still daytime. Who? The mournful roar of the dragon echoed once more. The dragon was already exhausted, both physically and mentally, from the goblin's constant poisoning, and Chunyi finally had a few days of peace and quiet. However, Heidi's family once again ignited the dragon's inner fire. He wanted to refuse, but listening to the dragon's roar made him feel restless. He turned his head and smiled. Okay. Chapter 185. I can do it. Yes, I will serve you. Sha followed Chunyi into the familiar wooden house. Both Yaden's appearance and the tone of Yaden's voice when speaking to the Lord made her feel a great sense of crisis. If she was confident before that she could gradually break free from her dependence on Chunyi, now she has returned to the state of Saravelsa, who had nothing. The gradual expansion of the Chamber of Commerce and the huge profits it brought made her naively believe that the cooperative position between the two parties was becoming increasingly arrogant. Especially after witnessing the spirit of the ancient tree, her emotions became even more difficult to calm. After expanding the Chamber of Commerce, one will obtain the soul of the fruit tree, allowing them to soar to great heights. But all of this vanished after the arrival of the Yardong landforms. The young master of the Heidi family has arrived, and he's here to do business. In other words, he was dispensable to Chunyi. Everything he has now is thanks to the other party. If he can support one Sarah Chamber of Commerce, he can support another. You seem very sensitive today. Two hands wrapped around her from behind. Sha Jiao trembled, unsure how to respond. She is indeed very sensitive, especially her sixth sense. The appearance and relationship with the Yardong landforms were absolutely a natural disaster for him. If you don't handle it well, the other party could very well replace you. Therefore, she had to do everything she could to please her lord. This might be my only advantage. Sha was trying her best while thinking. After all, the Heidi family holds a prestigious position, and Yaden would never offer herself to them. Although she herself held an equally prestigious position, she was willing to give everything without crossing that final hurdle. She would do anything and pay any price to gain power. The early winter snow quietly arrived. But Chunyi's territory was filled with spring sunshine and full of vitality. Phew, it's so cold. Yaden followed the captain of the guard to observe the dragons harvesting. Ordinary creatures cannot mate with dragons, whether actively or passively. However, if one obtains the blood of a dragon during its mating season and uses a secret technique, it is possible to steal the dragon's power. However, this secret method is rare and cannot be obtained by ordinary people. Phew, it's so cold. Yaden was wearing the latest limited edition aristocratic clothing from the Sarah Chamber of Commerce, with a snow fox fur cape casually draped over her shoulders. Phew, it's so cold. She spoke again, and her gaze seemed to drift intentionally or unintentionally toward the captain of the guard. The captain of the guards seemed to have seen through his young master's thoughts. Young master, if you feel bored, I can accompany you for a walk. Putting aside the fact that their young master himself is at the bronze level, he is not easily affected by ordinary cold or heat. Your clothes are all blessed with magic arrays. Even if an ordinary person wore them and stood in the freezing winter at -10 degrees Celsius, they wouldn't feel anything. The young master clearly wants to go out. So how could he be so tactless as to expose him? No need. There's no danger here, with those monsters guarding it. I'll go out for a walk by myself. Yaden, dressed in a light blue dress, was warming her hands by breathing on them. Apart from those monsters, there's no danger. The guard leader's lips twitched. The biggest danger here is that group of monsters you mentioned, isn't it? Unfortunately, he was always a step too late. The young master had already lifted the tent flap. Outside the tent, the soft rustling snowflakes danced like white sprites among the green leaves. So it's snowing. I don't care how cold it is. Yaden looked up, quite pleased with the arrival of the snow. This gave me a perfectly valid excuse. Young master, the presence of the frost dragon here does exacerbate the cold. If you feel cold, I can set up a new tent for you in the distance. The guard leader discovered the problem as soon as he stepped out of the tent. It turns out it's snowing. The combination of snow and ice dragons does indeed intensify the chill. His physical abilities disregarded the aura of ice, snow, and dragons. But the young master is only at the bronze level. It was indeed my oversight. As he spoke, he walked to the city wall a few dozen meters away, intending to set up another tent. No need for that. There are plenty of them here. I'll just go in and hide. Yadin gave a casual explanation and then quickly rushed into the territory. Because of Chen Yi, no goblins stopped her. Young master, you mustn't. The captain of the guards rushed forward, wondering why his young master kept trying to enter the other party's territory. Here, the moment he entered the territory, he was targeted by several goblins. Although the goblin didn't make a move, the feeling of being in the middle of the crowd and being targeted by hundreds of auras instantly made his hair stand on end. Those seemingly carefree and playful goblins have definitely locked onto you in an instant. Aura lock is a skill that only platinum-level monsters possess. What's going on with this damn territory? Are there so many powerful individuals here? If he only knew about the 20-odd platinum goblins patrolling the city walls and the dozen or so platinum goblins who had just met Chen Yi, he would have thought that this territory was unusual. But now, with hundreds of auras locked onto him, he only felt that the other party was terrifying. Such a foundation is probably enough to destroy any family in the city of OS. Among these numerous locked auras, 3 stand out as particularly unique. More accurately, they are the 3 weakest. One of the goblins was sleeping, hanging upside down in the training ground. One is burying itself in the ground and watching its own home. The other one seems to be somewhere in the sky. Although these 3 were weak, they set his alarm bells high. Concealing one's presence, isn't that a hallmark of a diamond-level expert? He was drenched in sweat and dared not make any rash moves, so he could only slowly move towards the Yardong landform. Young master, you ran too fast. The captain of the guard felt a bitter taste in his mouth as he looked at his young master, who had arrived in front of the largest wooden building. He dared not roam freely in the other party's territory. Fortunately, these monstrous creatures did not make a move against him. Suddenly, Yadin, who had already run to the front of the largest wooden house, ran back. However, he kept his head down, his face was red, and his expression was very unnatural. You stay here. You absolutely cannot move around unless I call you. Yadin spoke in a somewhat flustered manner. The captain of the guards refused outright. Young master, my mission is to protect your safety. We absolutely cannot allow a repeat of the last incident. Yadin gripped the hem of her clothes tightly, took a deep breath to calm herself, and said, the president of the Sarah Chamber of Commerce is in that wooden house. I need to go there for negotiations. Don't come over easily. The president of the Sarah Chamber of Commerce. The captain of the guard was taken aback, but then he realized that Saravelsa was indeed in this territory, and he understood. If it's a business conspiracy, it's indeed inappropriate for him to be a retainer. He cupped his hands and said, young master, I will stay here and shout if anything happens. Yadin's face flushed red instantly, and she buried her head even deeper, thinking to herself, how could we not call out? But in front of her subordinates, she had to maintain her authority and could only say, okay, I understand. Yadin turned around and recalled the passionate scene in the wooden house just now. I will try my best not to make any noise later. Yes, I can do it. Chapter 186, Vassal States, a New Type of Army. The mesmerizing sound carried like a song, and Yadin swallowed hard, her mind reeling. Saravelsa, the president of the Sarah Merchant Guild, is also the prince's fiancée. It's actually with Chunyi. This matter must absolutely not be leaked out, and it must absolutely not be spread by the Heidi family. Although everyone knew that the prince was merely using Saravila's status to exploit her marriage arrangement, it was still considered. However, even so, no one dared to offend Shakespeare again. Because the other party is a prince's woman, she represents the face of the royal family. Within the entire Titan Empire, from bottom to top, the ranks are ordinary nobles, meritorious city lords, hereditary kings, and royal relatives. Ordinary nobles are easy to understand. They are simply a large number of nobles. Meritorious city lords, on the other hand, are those who, in addition to the former, possess a certain level of industry and are granted a city. Hereditary nobles, on the other hand, are those who have made greater contributions and possess royal blood, building upon the achievements of meritorious city lords. Because they were considered family members, these people were granted a kingdom. The Titan Empire, constantly waging war and expanding its territory, would often grant most of the important lands to its relatives for easier management. These people were called kings. Above all the meritorious officials and noble titles is the emperor. The emperor of the entire Titan Empire was the sole emperor of the tens of thousands of cities and hundreds of smaller kingdoms within its borders. Chen couldn't possibly not know Saravelsa's identity, yet he still dared to. As Yadin mustered her courage and walked forward, she was secretly amazed. To the prince, Sha was merely an identity to be used. Even with such a status, insults are absolutely unacceptable. This is also why Isha's beauty and figure did not result in her being bullied in many cities. As long as he brings up the matter of the prince's marriage, no nobleman dares to provoke him. But it's so exciting. Yadin licked her lips. It wasn't just the heat. My hidden curiosity was reactivated. Not only did he dare to capture a dragon alive, but he also dared to lay a hand on a prince's woman. Just who is this Chinyi? Aren't you afraid of dying? Curiosity drove her closer to the wooden door, which was half open, revealing a glimpse of spring. That's outrageous. That's how they bullied me back then. Yadin clenched her little fist as she looked at the scene inside. My lord, recently, the Chamber of Commerce has been expanding very rapidly. Your goal has been achieved. I know, but the energy stones you brought back are far from what I'm after. Chinyi gasped for breath. My lord, please forgive me. I did this for. Sha spoke for a long time, but she still couldn't finish her sentence. The current turmoil in the city of OS presents a good opportunity for expansion, so I have decided to use the funds for this purpose. The two were actually discussing matters, which made Yadin both shy and want to continue spying. Now that I have gained the trust of the Heidi family, all I need is your. If you simply continue to provide me with a certain amount of protection, allowing me to face the Heidi family on equal footing, then I will. The following sounds were like burning anger, but Yadin couldn't hear a thing. Wow, so many different styles. The flames of passion seemed to burn across Yadin's face. I'm gathering intelligence, gathering intelligence. She patted her cheeks, trying to find useful information amidst the rambling. Young master, what are you doing? Aren't we supposed to be negotiating? Why aren't you going inside? The captain of the guards watched as his young master was prying open the door. Suddenly, as if a gentle breeze had swept by, the wooden door opened on its own. Come in. Chinye's voice came through. With his extremely high mental strength, he already knew about Yadin prying open the door. However, there was nothing to hide about this, and he planned to change his trading target. Rather than giving Saravelsa enough leverage to establish relations with the Heidi family on an equal footing, it would be better to give her the opportunity to do so. It would be better to establish diplomatic relations with the Heidi family directly. With his own power, it's uncertain who would rise and who would fall. With the 500,000 energy stones he just sold, no, 700,000, he could easily annihilate the entire city of OS. The reason he didn't do that was because he didn't want his territory and power to be exposed to the Empire too early. If he were to launch an attack on the surrounding cities, it would certainly provoke suppression from the Empire. However, if they secretly take control of the city of OS and then use it to advance into the surrounding areas, it can only be considered an internal conflict. The Empire will not care about a meritorious city lord who wants to rise to power. I see you're busy, so maybe we should just forget about it. The moment he was discovered, Yadin turned to leave. But the next second, a pair of pure white eyes met hers, and she found herself walking in without realizing it. This eye of the abyss is quite useful. Chinyi smiled as he watched Yadan approach him. He only slightly provoked the other person to reveal their true thoughts, and they then voluntarily disclosed them. We're all business people. Let's discuss a deal worth over 100 million. The first snow came fiercely and quickly covered Chun-Ye's territory. It's snowing. After the winter snow comes another spring. The snow is still the same snow, the spring is still the same spring, and the city of OS will still belong to the OS family. Ostantin reached out and caught a snowflake falling from the sky, delivering a powerful speech. My lord, we have successfully obtained the beast-taming bloodline of that Eastern woman. Butler Fei appeared beside Ostantin with his hands clasped in a bow. Ostantin glanced sideways and asked, So, can the newly fused magical beast be used as a mount? The Dragonblood Warhorse is precious for 3 reasons: its great endurance, its considerable strength, and its tameability. The fusion of bloodlines can indeed create more powerful magical beasts. However, A flawed fusion could also create an uncontrollable monster. Therefore, obedience and tamability are the most important qualities for a mount. Butler Fei bowed again. My lord, it is tameable and has good attributes in all aspects. Very good. The man stood with his hands behind his back in the snow, his expression finally showing some relief. In that case, my second son is not entirely useless. At least he has left me with a decent backup option. Tandon turned and left. He wanted to see for himself what his newly trained magical beast was like. At the same time, Su Qingyu stared intently at the newly born magical beast in front of her. You have discovered a newly spawned unit, the crocodile horse. Because your unit is related to the crocodile horse by blood, the crocodile horse has a very favorable impression of you. The crocodile horned horse senses your power and willingly submits to you. Congratulations on successfully capturing your first vassal, the crocodile horse. Vassal? Without the spring, haven't my troop numbers stopped growing? What is this vassal state? She stared in shock at the crocodile-horned horse in front of her. If this thing submits to me, then I would essentially have 300 soldiers? Su Qingyu looked at the first crocodile-horned horse born in disbelief. This thing seems to be able to replace and become a type of soldier. And there are no summoning restrictions? No, there's no need to summon at all. Chapter 187. Would you be interested in becoming my daughter? If there were enough of this thing. Su Qingyu's ambition was reignited. The memory of fleeing the forest in disarray due to the failure of her plan remains a lingering knot in her heart. He originally intended to gain a place in the city of Os by currying favor with the powerful and influential. But now it seems. She gazed at the newly hatched crocodile-horned horses in the small wooden sheds on the training ground, and wondered, if there were enough of these, could I use them as a unit to fight my way back? Wildebeest. Quality, silver. Attribute, 20. Level 3. Weapon, none. Skills, quicksand charge. Current status, weak. Note, this is a hybrid species created using some kind of secret technique, and the fusion seems to have been quite successful. There is a control panel. Yes, it works. Su Qingyu watched the crocodile-horned horses with excitement, and a plan for revenge began to form in her mind. Good looking, how long will it take for you to reach adulthood? A rough voice came from the end of the training ground, and a large man wearing a blood-red cloak walked over. The chubby butler, Fei, was squinting behind the man. Reporting to you, sir, according to our estimates, this horse should be able to reach adulthood in about 3 months. 3 months. It's too slow. Let's catalyze a batch first and use it. Tandon stroked the crocodile-horned horse, a ruthless glint flashing in his eyes. The ability to induce birth is associated with bloodline secrets and is typically used in emergencies. However, the creatures that are forced into existence often do not fare well. Yes. Butler Fei nodded. The current situation, whether it's the unusual movements of the 3 major families or the need to rescue young Master Rog, requires strong combat power. Therefore, it was not unexpected that the former would lead to the creation of warhorses. Despite being a horse, it had scales as hard as a crocodile's and fierce fangs in its mouth, giving it a ferocious appearance. Its incredible stamina pleased Dante. Although these warhorses are not as powerful as the Dragonblood warhorses, they are definitely the best alternatives to the Dragonblood warhorses. This is because this warhorse not only lacks the complex training required for dragon-blooded warhorses, but also does not need the bloodline of a dragon. Along the way, Butler Fei gave him a general overview of the crocodile horse. It has been cultivated to a very high standard. It even has 2 skills. This is practically a real warcraft. While the quicksand and charge skills are just average, when used together, they make for a formidable cavalry unit. Tandon imagined the scenes of conquest. The special structure of the crocodile horn and hoof allows it to run not only on hard ground, but also to move quickly through quicksand. Even in quicksand, its speed is far greater than on the ground. Therefore, the quicksand skill can be used on both the opponent and oneself. Excellent, excellent. Haha, nurture him with great effort. Tandon became more and more satisfied. Although this unit is not as good as our own Dragonblood warhorses, it has the advantage of being numerous and easy to manufacture. Suddenly, he noticed something. Who is that? Why is he here? Tandon didn't turn around, but glanced down with a slightly questioning look, and Butler Fei hurriedly responded. My lord, this woman is the Eastern Maiden, the master of the crocodile monster. We asked her to take charge because those crocodiles were difficult to control. I see. Tandon's expression softened. Give me my life. As it was a core family secret, He absolutely could not allow anyone else to know it. The alligator breed has already been bred, and the remaining alligator breeds can reproduce on their own, so there is no need for those alligators. Yes. Butler Fay stepped forward. Etc. Dante waved his hand, and the former stopped instantly. His pupils gradually narrowed as he watched the woman not far away. Why does this woman have such a unique aura? There's no doubt about it. It's all about presence. Diamond-level masters can conceal their aura, while star-level masters can project their energy. The aura that is present on my body is weak, but it is indeed present. Calling it an aura might be an exaggeration. This aura is actually at a lower level than an aura. Perhaps it can be called temperament. Tandon frowned. This is not the common air of aristocrats, but a manifestation of strength. Or rather, it's a manifestation of talent. True strong people are born with a different aura. This woman is from the Eastern continent. He recalled the woman's background, and what he had initially thought was just idle talk now seemed to have some truth to it. Butler Fay cupped his hands in greeting. She said she came from the Eastern continent, but that's not actually confirmed. Our spies can't get into that kind of place yet. Tandon waved his hand and said, no need to confirm. This woman should be from Dongzhou. This woman possesses a miniature aura at the bronze level. She might be able to quickly integrate the things I brought back from the Holy Church. He thought this to himself and laughed as he strode forward. Tandon boldly asked, women from the Eastern continent, would you be interested in becoming my daughter, the third young master of the OS family? What? Butler Fay stood there dumbfounded, and Su Qingyu was also at a loss. She knew, of course, that this city lord of the city of OS. Are you sick? A complete stranger, yet he immediately wants to be my father? Su Qingyu felt a little disdainful, but she didn't say it. Although the man in front of me seems to be mentally ill, becoming his daughter seems much better than seducing his son. But what price must be paid for this sudden benefit? She was hesitant to accept the city lord's kindness. What? You don't want to? Tandon's rugged eyebrows furrowed, and then an unparalleled aura swept over him like a tidal wave. It is as heavy as a mountain, yet contains the explosive power of flames. Faced with this overwhelming aura, Butler Fay hurriedly retreated. Su Qingyu, who was in the very center of the aura, was instantly knocked to the ground. However, the next second, a chilling power surged from her petite body. The chilling Korean wave clashes with the domineering power of the mountains. Although this chilling aura was extinguished as soon as it appeared, it reappeared and was extinguished again. However, he actually withstood the pressure from the star-level expert in front of him. Great. Very good. Cold and cunning. What a formidable aura. Tandon was very satisfied with Su Qingyu's performance, and he smiled and extended another invitation. Become my daughter. I will give you countless resources and strength. Su Qingyu gritted her teeth and, with the help of the chilling aura emanating from her, managed to stand up. The other person's overbearing attitude made her very uncomfortable, and she subconsciously wanted to refuse. Snort. The soft whimper of the newborn crocodile-horned horse awakened her. A blue chill shone between her eyes, and a slight smile appeared on her lips. Okay, I agree. Brush. In an instant, the overwhelming pressure vanished without a trace, leaving only a sparse, increasingly intense cold current. Su Qingyu looked at the crocodile horse, her smile growing wider. Whisper, I have met my godfather. Chapter 188, Demonstrating Strength. Very good. Dante looked at Su Qingyu with excitement. He won her over for two main reasons. First, this woman was indeed quite talented. Secondly, one could use the other person's identity to enter Dongzhou. The Eastern Zhou dynasty has always been mysterious and dangerous, but it also contains great treasures. If I can obtain the resources of the Eastern Zhou dynasty, I might be able to break through to the third level of the star realm. Either way, you're guaranteed to make a profit. He turned to Butler Fay behind him and asked, which family has been the most active lately? Butler Fay thought for a moment and said, Sir, it seems that the Paro family is deliberately using the Dragonblood Guards in their struggle with the Sarah Merchant Guild, causing us to lose more than 10 Dragonblood Guards. This matter. Tandon frowned. He knew about it. However, out of consideration for the prince, he did not want to do anything to Saravelsa. More importantly, she did not infringe upon her own interests. She infringed upon the interests of the two major chambers of commerce. In Tandon's view, the two major business families, like the Heidi family, were entities that could not be used for his own purposes and should be eliminated. He even preferred that Saravelsa replace the two business families. Because Saravelsa lacked a powerful background, She was easier to control compared to the two major families. Unfortunately, the other party lacked a powerful background and therefore could not lead a large family, especially the Paro family, whose backers are the main forces in the capital. In that case, let's send someone to curb their arrogance. Tandon thought for a moment. As the saying goes, the emperor is far away and the sky is high. Since the Paro family has chosen to take the lead, let's teach the Paro family a lesson first. It will be left to. He was about to speak and designate a general when he turned his head and saw Su Qingyu. Let my goddaughter do it. Demonstrating military force has always been something he enjoys doing. Now he has to do not only show that he is not weak, but also show his new daughter. This. Butler Fei glanced at the woman from Dongzhou, surprised that the head of the family had given him so much power and trust. Yes, I will assist you. As a retainer, he had no intention of disobeying the patriarch. Although the Tandon family had outwardly intended for this woman from the east to go to the Paro family. However, the opponent is weak, only at the bronze level, and probably cannot even control the crocodile horse. In other words, he has to do everything behind the scenes to pave the way for the newly appointed young master. Chunye's territory. Looking at Yadin beside her, Sha felt a mix of emotions. She had a feeling of being abandoned. Yadin noticed Sha's gaze, but snorted and ignored it. The other person's performance wasn't as amazing as hers, so she won. Sarah noticed the former's expression and felt even worse. She couldn't understand why the young master of the Heidi family, the true future heir and the person in charge of the Heidi family, would do something so crazy. You should know that the other party is not as unfavored as you are. He is the true heir who enjoys the utmost love and affection from the Heidi family. But it's surprising that someone like this would be so proactive. All right, you can go back now. Chunyi ruthlessly kicked them out. There was no other way. The bed was a bit too small. Oh, yes. Sha was stunned for a moment, then realized what was happening. Has she fallen out of favor? But I'm so unwilling to accept this. She was just one step away from making the Sarah Merchant Guild a great success once she had enough guards. They could then seize most of the assets of the city of OS. She was putting on her new clothes while struggling intensely inside. Suddenly, Saravelsa bit her red lips and turned around. My lord, what about the security arrangements with the Merchant Guild? As for the guards, 5 goblins should be enough, right? Just focus on developing your Chamber of Commerce. If needed, I'll have Heidi Yadin support you. Yes. Sha breathed a sigh of relief, but felt a bitter taste in her mouth. At that moment, it seemed as if she had truly lost something. After Sha left, Yadin, who was standing nearby, also got up and quickly put on her clothes. She said to Chunyi, I didn't promise you anything about helping to protect the Chamber of Commerce. Chunyi smiled and said softly, I know, but you will, won't you? Yadin was speechless for a moment. Chunye's tone was so gentle. Well, I guess that's considered gentle. Well, at least he didn't yell at me. But, so what? She was as stubborn as a squirrel that was determined to get its nut. You have so many powerful monsters. Why do you still need me to take action? Why not just give him a few? Yadin said with some dissatisfaction. Chunyi smiled and stretched out his body on the bed to fully extend it. The armor hasn't arrived yet, so it's not appropriate for them to go into the city looking like this. In fact, Chunyi also wanted to send his troops to OS City. However, it was not given to the Chamber of Commerce, but to the Heidi family. If he is strong enough, he can control the entire Heidi family in a very short time, thus turning them into his puppets. However, all of this is predicated on them having a valid reason and being fully armored to enter the city. Otherwise, given its monstrous appearance, it wouldn't even be able to appear in the city of OS, let alone approach it, as it would be besieged by the guards on the city walls. At that point, it won't just be about taking down the Heidi family, it will be about fighting against the entire city of OS. The major families may fight amongst themselves when things are safe, but when they have a common enemy, they unite against it. He didn't want to face off against the 4 major families at the same time. Well, we'll see how I feel then. If I'm in a better mood, I'll help you. Yadin got dressed and came to the door, her little nose puffed out. How powerful is Saravelsa's background? I still have to help her myself. She stepped out the door, then turned back. She glanced at Chunyi on the bed, tossed out her last few gold coins, and quickly left. Yes, I paid the money, so I didn't lose out. A few gold coins were tossed in front of Chunyi, instantly igniting his damned competitive spirit. Just as he was about to pull the little girl back and fight her for another 300 rounds. A beeping sound came from inside. Gu Xiaoyu. Brother Chunyi, I've finished making what you asked for. Can we teleport now? Chenyi was stunned by the artifact. Okay. There was no one else here, so teleportation was possible, but it would take too long. What was that little girl he had made? Brush. A violent flash of white light followed by a series of metallic clanging sounds echoing around Chenyi. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was the armor he had commissioned a long time ago. Armor, 500 sets, gone so quickly. Boom. Before he could finish speaking, a pile of armor fell beside the bed, completely crushing the already rickety wooden bed. Chenyi. Alright, let's change the bed. Chapter 189. There's a fire dragon in the backyard, do you want it? White light flashed continuously as chunks of armor appeared, quickly covering the entire house. Chun hurriedly put away some of the armor, otherwise the entire wooden house would burst when all 500 sets of armor were teleported over. It seems we not only need to change the bed, but also upgrade the buildings in the territory. Chenyi thought for a moment. Shi Hongyi's place was a large castle, and Chun Mo's place was a small village. It was time to upgrade his place as well. Unfortunately, the goblins didn't understand architecture, and the orc tents they stole were extremely rudimentary. I've heard that the Earth Elves are skilled in this kind of construction. I'll find a few lords to trade with later. As the lords' economies became more and more prosperous, some troop types, though weak in combat power, had special abilities and were brought into the open. You can trade with the other party by paying a certain price for energy stones. Of course, this requires purchasing a special teleportation scroll from the Iron River Alliance shop. This business is just starting out, and both the troops and teleportation scrolls are very expensive, but fortunately, he is now rich and doesn't care at all. We still need to exchange energy stones with the Heidi family. Chenyi scratched his head and stood up. The dragons were sold based on the Empire's currency, but they forgot that the common currency among their lords was energy stones. The armor has just arrived. Let's exchange the gold coins for the boss while we're at it. Brother Chenyi, my blacksmithing skill has been upgraded to level 3. Ha ha ha. Now I can forge bronze weapons in just over 10 minutes. Gu Xiaoyu recounted her success to Chenyi. 10 minutes? Is that really that insane? Chenyi's lips twitched. No wonder there were so many restrictions set up initially. This profession has become truly abnormal once it develops. Thanks to Brother Chenyi's support, otherwise I would still be forging synthetic iron. Gu Xiaoyu felt genuinely grateful to her alliance leader. Throughout his growth, Chunyi and the Casual Alliance provided him with tremendous support. Without prior practice with large quantities of refined iron and various materials, she wouldn't be at level 3 now. Don't mention it, wasn't this all agreed upon beforehand? Chenyi chuckled. He was quite satisfied with the blacksmith he had acquired for free. Here, take these things. Try forging whatever you want. Chunyi transmitted a bunch of rare materials he had collected in Manhwa to Gu Xiaoyu. The other party's forging required blueprints, but not long ago Gu Xiaoyu discovered that she could actually synthesize the blueprints herself. Although she can only synthesize some of the most basic weapons so far, it's a good sign. Using her expertise in various materials and knowledge of forging various armors and weapons, she can synthesize the most common alternative armor. Wow, thank you, Brother Chenyi. Gu Xiaoyu's eyes lit up as she accepted the various teleportation materials. This way, my forging skills can be improved to a higher level. Ha 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 ha, swing the sledgehammer, swing the sledgehammer. Brother Chenyi, I'm going to forge now. After obtaining the authentic materials, Gu Xiaoyu didn't want to linger for even a moment longer. It can be said that after learning about the powerful abilities of her profession, she didn't want to get involved in anything else and only wanted to focus on forging and wielding the sledgehammer. She had only heard about the recent great battle between the lords. What's stopping him from swinging the sledgehammer? It does not hinder. Does it matter? That's fine. Go ahead, go ahead. Chenyi waved his hand. He felt somewhat helpless about this muscular little girl, who seemed to be enjoying herself. As I approached the door, a cold wind blew, and the world turned completely white. Atlanta's winters seem unusually cold. In just a short while, the snow outside had already fallen to a depth of a foot. He took out 100 sets of armor and summoned 100 black-armored goblins to arm them. Follow me. Quack. Chenyi gave the order, and the goblins followed leisurely. Upon arriving at the gate of the territory, he walked straight toward the large tent. Please stop. 2 guards stood outside the tent with long swords. Huh. Upon seeing this, the black-armored goblins drew their long swords and, without a word, slashed down one goblin after another. Chenyi narrowed his eyes and looked closely. It was the cursed goblin that had made the move. His wisdom seems to have improved quite a bit. The goblin's behavior surprised him. because he not only took the initiative to teach the guards who were blocking him a lesson, but also used the back of his knife with great restraint. It only knocked him down, not injured him. After finishing the chop, he silently returned to stand behind Chunyi. That look seemed to say, "How dare you act so wildly on our turf? Sir, what brings you here?" The guard leader rushed out upon hearing the commotion. He saw the two elite guards fall to the ground at a glance, and his pupils contracted sharply. As expected, this monster is as powerful as the young master described. It can kill ordinary platinum swordsmen with a single strike. And there are hundreds of such monsters. Just who is this person? Since stepping inside, the commander of the guards has gradually felt the power of the array. Now he has even lost the courage to face Chunyi directly. What's wrong? Yadin lifted the tent flap and stepped out. He had just returned to the tent when Chunyi chased after him. Chunyi did not exchange many words with the captain of the guard when he saw the person in question arrive. He bypassed the latter and said directly, "I heard that your family is weak, so I'm sending you some guards." The captain of the guard was completely dumbfounded. "No, it wasn't me. I'm still here. Isn't it a bit presumptuous of you to say that this family isn't powerful enough in front of a guard captain?" He was about to retort, but after glancing around at the guards who had just stood up, he fell silent. "Well, it's best if I don't get involved in the discussions between my masters." Yadin raised an eyebrow, looking as if she had already seen through him. "Are you planning to plant a spy in my family?" Chunyi didn't refute, but simply asked with a smile, "So, do you want to?" "If you don't want to, then I'll." "Yes, of course I want it." Yadin readily agreed. She knew all too well how strong these guards were. When she got home, she learned that the adventure team that had saved her was an A+ level team. However, even a squad of this caliber couldn't withstand more than a few rounds from the two goblins. "Aren't you afraid I'll plant a spy?" Chunyi inquired. Yadin rolled her eyes at the other person. "Don't be afraid. It's no use being afraid. You have hundreds of these kinds of monsters." She demonstrated through her actions that since she couldn't resist, she would enjoy the benefits. This goblin was not only powerful, but it also appeared during the turmoil in the city of Os. If such a powerful force is properly utilized, the Heidi family can definitely regain its former glory. As for planting an undercover agent, is there an undercover agent with a higher rank than myself? Fine, whatever you say. But you need to replace everything here with energy stones. He returned the ring he had previously kept, which contained 60,000 gold coins. Yadin glanced at it, her eyes narrowing. "Aren't you afraid I'll pocket it?" Chunyi glanced at the 100 black-armored goblins and the cursed goblin beside him. "I'm not afraid." "Cut." Yadin gave a cold sneer. She had naturally seen the look in the former's eyes. "Is there anything else? If not, please leave. We are conducting secret research here." The slightly angry tone didn't sound like a discussion between the two, but rather like the frustration of a young couple whose scheme had failed. Chunyi smiled and said, "Yes, of course I do. I even have a fire dragon in my backyard. Do you want it?" "Yes, I want it." Huh. What did you just say?" Yadin subconsciously agreed, but then suddenly turned around. Chapter 190, The Remnant Party Where the Sun Never Sets. Chunyi didn't have high hopes for the dragon before it was sold. He even thought he'd be lucky to get a few tens of thousands of yuan. But who would have thought that the dragon would sell so well? Not only were the prices outrageously high, but it was also only being borrowed, not purchased. With 2 giant dragons, he could probably keep doing this business indefinitely, right? In short, that's what Chunyi thought. Gurgle. The guard leader and Yadin's Adam's apples bobbed as they stared in shock at the person before them. "There are dragons too? A fiery dragon. Aren't you afraid of dying?" There are 2 reasons why mounts with dragon bloodlines are so rare. First, the dragon is so powerful that it is difficult to capture. Second, if you attempt to capture a dragon by force and are discovered, you will be attacked by the entire dragon race. If Chunya's capture of a giant dragon was considered reckless and audacious, it could be understood. But now he is caught too, and it seems he intends to make this a regular business. If you capture a giant dragon and use its bloodline to propagate your species, and then kill the dragon afterward, you'll be all set. If you don't kill it, or the dragon escapes, you must always be wary of its revenge. However, if you capture more than one dragon and want to do this business sustainably, this is tantamount to courting death. The head guard and Yadin were so shocked they were speechless. Chunyi raised an eyebrow in annoyance. "Do you want it or not? Dragons are so easy to sell, and the other party is in dire need of expanding their strength, so there's no reason for them not to accept." He saw terror in the expressions of the 2 people in front of him. "What's the panic? So what if it attracts the dragon's revenge? If there's any revenge, it'll be against me." He already knew that this kind of business would provoke the dragon's revenge, but so what? If there were any other dragons within 100 miles, they would probably have followed the scent just like this frost dragon. Since there is none, it proves that this area is safe. As for whether this matter will be exposed or witnessed by the dragon afterward, does it matter? Catch them one by one. Catch them two by two, the more the better. He even planned to set up a production base in Atita's place in a few days. Gurgle. After Chen Yi finished speaking, Yadan and the other person shook their heads repeatedly. No, our funds don't allow us to purchase the bloodline of a second dragon. Yadan politely declined. This man was even crazier and bolder than I had imagined. Insufficient funds? Isn't your family known as the most financially powerful family? Chen Yi frowned. The other side accepted the more than 100 spies they had planted, but refused to buy a second dragon. That doesn't make sense. Despite Chen Ye's enthusiastic invitation, Yadan and her companion repeatedly waved their hands in refusal. It's already extremely risky to acquire a dragon. It's absolutely impossible to seek the bloodline of another dragon. And her family really couldn't come up with any more money. This might have worked before, but now, with the city of OSS in turmoil, the Heidi family has prepared more than just the dragon bloodline as a backup plan. Is the market for this product really that small? Chen Yi looked at the large tent covering half of the frost dragon with a sense of frustration. The frost dragon's eyes were unfocused, and they met Chen Ye's gaze. Instantly, it shuddered and hurriedly used all its strength to turn itself around. That's terrifying, absolutely terrifying. This man was the culprit who caused it to become stronger every day, almost to the point of death. No one knows how he has spent the past week or so. If possible, I wish there were no mother dragons in this world. It stopped begging for the mother dragon. Cut. Seeing the frost dragon struggle to turn its head, Chen Yi scoffed in annoyance. So what should we do with these two giant dragons? Chen Mo's territory. Summon units. Chen Mo used his last few energy stones to summon a mighty tiger army. Greetings, my lord. My lord, be careful. As soon as the elite troops emerged, they saw the densely packed black-armored goblins around them and instantly went on high alert. Chen Mo waved his hand and sighed. These are not enemies. Go and clear out the territory. The elite troops surveyed the surroundings, then turned and bowed, saying, Yes, sir. Chen Mo watched his troops leave and then looked at the well-equipped goblins standing ready in the territory. If you didn't know better, you'd think this was goblin territory. But these goblins helped him drive away the dragon, but they didn't invade his territory. In fact, they even helped protect it. Did you arrange this, Lord Alliance Leader? Chen Mo sighed, because since the territory had not been destroyed, he could still enter the chat interface to observe the overall situation. Chi Hongyi has been defeated, and the Sun Never Sets has been completely disbanded. The three major alliances launched a joint siege against the British Empire, with members of the British Empire either surrendering or fleeing. No one would risk their own life. If this alliance collapses, then we'll just find another one. This is also why Chi Hongyi ultimately did not rally the crowd to resist. The British Empire appears powerful, but in reality it is a disorganized mess. Most of its decision-makers have been turned against it, making it impossible for them to reunite and launch a counterattack. He stood on the scorched earth, baked by the fiery dragon, watching the goblins that refused to eat. These goblin-like monsters are very strong. But, as a remnant of the party, are you really confident you can protect me? As a remnant of the party and a staunch supporter of Chi Hongyi, he knew that he had long been targeted by many lords. If it weren't for these goblins, he might have been replaced by a bronze lord this morning. Now, it's probably coming soon. There was more than one lord eyeing him, including several king-level lords. You bronze and gold-level cultivators, can you possibly stop those king-level cultivators? Or rather, is the lord behind this goblin willing to offend a king-level lord for my sake? Chen Mo sighed and silently picked up the fallen logs. Although the dragon destroyed his territory, some energy stones fell from the ruins. Destroying the original building has a chance to drop energy stones, which was originally the way everyone accumulated energy stones. But now it has become his only lifeline. Only by accumulating energy stones in this way can one summon more troops to go hunting, thereby expanding one's forces. Good news, you can get energy stones by destroying buildings. Bad news, the entire territory is destroyed. Forget it, it's already like this. If a lord from a royal realm really has his eye on this scorched land, then let them have it. Chen Mo put down the charred wooden stick in his hand and chose to lie down. As for the previous elite soldier, he changed his orders and sent him hunting. At the same time, somewhere in the Thousand Ghost Forest. My lord, you really haven't come to invade my territory? Beneath a majestic dragon, a timid lord of a tiger cat inquired. Facing this holy lord, he dared not breathe too loudly, fearing that the other party had come to destroy him. Above the snow-covered dragon, a lord's projection looked down at the other side. First of all, I don't care about the benefits I gain from destroying you. Secondly, I don't want to explain. Just send your troops to accompany the team. The Silver Lord was initially hesitant and unwilling to comply. However, upon seeing Wang Jie's unfriendly gaze, he immediately changed his expression and expressed his willingness. Snow Dragon nodded in satisfaction as he watched hundreds of tiger cats following behind his unit. Once the team had mostly assembled, he continued on to the next territory. To sustain war through war, and to await war through war. We already have 3,500 people. We hope to gather 10,000 before we reach Chun Ye's territory. Chapter 191. The Energy Core, a Familiar Feeling. The Lord of the Snow Dragons looked at his army with excitement. The war with the British Empire brought him many benefits. The weapons he received from Chi Hongi alone were enough to buy a lot of energy stones. Not to mention the many low-ranking lords who were forced to switch allegiance to him in order to survive. He plundered every low-ranking lord and is now rolling in wealth. Since the three major alliances planned to besiege Chi Hongi succeeded, why can't I follow suit? As the victorious king-rank lord, he was confident that he could challenge Chun Yi after assembling his army. Although Chun Yi was once rumored to be a demigod lord, he has now been confirmed as a saint-level lord, but things are different now. He became even stronger after the baptism of war, and his strength and influence expanded more than twofold. As for Chun Yi, it is said that during the war with Chi Hongi, he intercepted Ataida, the leader of the Warriors Alliance. The two fought a bloody battle, and both returned with serious injuries. Ataida was protected by the lords of the Warriors Alliance, so they dared not make that move. But Chun Yi didn't. The Casual Alliance, an alliance that's so small it couldn't be smaller. I heard that if there are fewer than 5 members, you shouldn't expect them to be in the same place. After a fierce battle, Chun Yi was seriously injured and isolated. Wasn't this the perfect opportunity to strike? He felt this was an opportunity given to him by God. He was placed in the same forest as Chun Yi, and at the peak of his life, he encountered the severely injured Chun Yi. By the way, do you know the location of Chun Yi's territory? The Snow Dragon Lord pulled the Tiger Leopard Cat Lord into a newly created group chat to ask him questions. I've never seen it before. The Tiger Leopard Cat Lord looked completely bewildered. Although he knew that Chun Yi was also in this forest, how could he possibly know the other's exact coordinates? Is that so? Never mind if you don't know. The Snow Dragon Lord didn't dwell on it too much. He asked on a whim, so it's normal that the other person didn't know. The general direction is correct. Once we find Chun Mo's territory, we won't be far from Chun Yi. He obtained Chun Mo's coordinates under the pretext of attacking the remnants of the British Empire. Rumors suggest that Chun Mo and Chun Yi live not far apart. If all else fails, we can just search little by little. The Snow Dragon Lord was not worried at all about not being able to find Chun Yi. As long as he continued to win over the alliance on this road ahead, he could repeat the scene of the sun never setting. At that time, a fourth alliance might emerge. The Snow Dragon Lord snorted smugly twice. It's just a badly damaged territory. It'll be easy for me to take it over. Chun Yi pondered how to deal with the two giant dragons. Are we supposed to hand it over to Shizai to get our money back? He hesitated. Saravelsa had previously stated that she had channels to sell dragons. However, given the other party's various actions, he does not want to reuse Saravelsa now. He even plans to place the focus of power and training on Yadin if possible. The Heidi family might be easier to control. But, what should we do with this giant dragon? Chun Yi was in a real bind. Beep, beep, beep. A system notification sounded, and he opened the chat window. Did Manhwa already have a channel to sell giant dragons so quickly? Because of the direction of development, he also informed Manhwa that they should make contact with the imperial cities surrounding them in advance. But he had only just told them, and there was already news? Liao Michelle. He stared blankly at the ID that was both familiar and unfamiliar. This ID belongs to the woman who once contributed the alien crystal to me. But, since the trading market expanded, hasn't she already had enough channels to obtain enough flesh and blood? Why are you still looking for me? Chun was somewhat puzzled, but his pupils contracted after clicking on the specific information. I possess an energy core. Would you like to trade? An energy core? Chun Yi opened his mouth, but then closed it again. He didn't know what to say for a moment. Michelle actually traded the energy core for him. Where did this woman get her energy core? And she even has extra energy cores. He forced back his agitated breathing and replied, "What do you need?" "Michelle, a message from an evil will. Use your power to help me investigate all the lords, including those who possess evil intentions, including the troop types of which lords. They're after my information channels." Chinyi rubbed the brows between his eyebrows. Most of the intelligence he had came from Manhwa, and Manhwa had never let him down. But what's with this strange request? Can they really trade energy cores for just some information? Are there specific goals? No. Are there any special requirements? No. That's all. Chinyi couldn't believe that this benefit had come so suddenly. By simply investigating the information of the various lords, one can obtain a valuable energy core. Michelle suddenly added, "These can be ruled out." Immediately afterwards, a long list of names was sent over. Chunye's eyebrows twitched violently. This is fucking. He glanced at the list and found that all the lords who were active in collecting information had been included. So, you mean we need to investigate those lords who are bubbling in the water, or even those who don't bubble at all? The lord's intelligence, which was easy to gather, was already all in their possession, while the intelligence that was difficult to gather was also extremely difficult to obtain. Michelle replied expressionlessly, "Yes, that's why I need your help. Oh, by the way, please don't let more people know about this." Chunyi nodded and replied, "Okay." Nanha was then assigned to investigate. This matter seems simple, but it is actually a difficult task. It is estimated that it will take at least 10 days to half a month to find out anything. I should focus on the city of OS first. And there are dragons for sale, etc. Chinyi suddenly remembered something, and he turned around sharply and opened Michelle's chat box again. "I remember you used to collect meat from Warcraft bosses, right?" Michelle was stunned. "Yes." She glanced at the stone pillar beside her and added, "The meat of low-level bosses is not very useful to me now. I need high-level monsters or boss creatures." "High-level?" Chinye's eyes lit up. "Does a dragon count?" Michelle tilted her head back and said, "Fine." "Chinyi, so what are you going to use in exchange?" "Michelle, what's with this familiar feeling?" Chapter 192, Core Energy Acquired, Territory Upgraded. "What do you need?" "Energy Stone?" Michelle tentatively asked. All the lords were developing their territories, and so was she. Although the restrictions on troop types are becoming increasingly severe, occasionally requesting a troop can still bring in a considerable income. Chunye's lips curled into a slight smile. "Energy stones are fine too. I just sold a dragon set for 700,000 energy stones." Michelle. She glanced at the 10,000 energy stones she was about to take out from her personal storage space, then looked at the messages on the system interface and fell silent. She really wanted to tell Chunyi that she was blind, not stupid. If you possessed 700,000 energy stones, would Chi Hongi still be the most powerful lord? I painstakingly collected 10,000 energy stones, and the other party just casually asked for 700,000. That's just bragging. This guy is clearly trying to make things difficult for me. But this dragon's flesh and blood. Michelle glanced at the message, then at the only sacred statue not far from her territory. An angel with 3 wings is holding a holy sword and gazing into the distance. This angel is incomplete. Only by growing a 4th wing can it be summoned again. But she didn't have the ability to grow wings. The meat required for the statues is becoming increasingly of a higher quality and increasingly difficult to find. As the most devout believer, she must quickly help the god of light restore his strongest force. Previously, the transaction with Chi Hongi went very smoothly, and both sides got what they wanted. But why does things become a little strange when it comes to Chunyi? She took a deep breath and pleaded, "You don't need to blow me up. In the current situation, very few people can produce 10,000 energy stones in one go." Michelle had just sent the message when she saw a photo sent by Chunyi. The energy stones were piled up in groups of 10, forming a mountain, and a quick sweep revealed a staggering 30,000 of them. Chunyi said, "This is just the tip of the iceberg. Do you want to keep watching?" Although his gold coins were not fully converted into 700,000 energy stones, the phased gains brought by Sha and Nanha amounted to 30,000. Well, this happened after we hired all the lords. Michelle, no need. She wanted the dragon's flesh and blood, but didn't know how to ask. If one could obtain the flesh and blood of a powerful dragon, it would probably sprout a 4th wing. He glanced at the broken statue, then at Chunye's tightly clenched lips, from which a trickle of blood seeped. This person, how can they be so cunning? She knew that Chunyi was doing this to tell her that he didn't lack energy stones. But If she trades the energy core for the dragon, she'll have no other leverage to investigate the evil will. The God of Light gave her 2 tasks. First, to find and eliminate the evil will among the lords, and second, to repair the damaged idol. Although both oracles are sacred to me, it now seems I have to choose one. Michelle was torn about what to do. She never imagined that in the blink of an eye, she would go from being the client to the service provider. What should I do? I'm so conflicted. On the other side, Chenyi pondered with amusement what the other party meant by evil will. What conditions must be met for something to be considered an evil will? Ugly? Smelly? Or some kind of special creature that grows nowhere from afar? The latter seems unlikely. He pondered carefully what Michelle had said about the evil will. If it were the kind of evil unit that leaves nothing but barren land around it after it appears, it wouldn't remain unknown. After all, such a powerful creature must be at least at the king or saint level, so it's impossible for him not to know about it. Now that all the high-ranking lords under the alliance have made their appearance, he knows them roughly. But there was no evil intention involved. So, we can only look among the lower-ranking lords. There are a large number of low-ranking lords, and they are not easy to attract attention. He was preoccupied with matters of evil will, paying no attention to the energy core trade. It wasn't that Chenyi didn't care about the energy core, but rather that he was certain the other party would agree. Trading a dragon for an energy core sounds like a losing proposition. The last person to obtain an energy core and gain an advantage over everyone else was the leader of the Sunless Alliance, who single-handedly fought against more than 200 lords. All the high-ranking lords nowadays want to obtain the energy core, but they just don't know where to get it. This evil will is so vague. How exactly should it be defined? Could it be a low-ranking lord like myself, a goblin, who looks ordinary but has incredibly powerful abilities? Wrong. Chenyi scratched his head. A lord like this shouldn't remain unknown. He pondered and pondered, but still couldn't figure out what conditions would satisfy this so-called evil will. It seems we can only cast a wide net and search slowly. Chenyi compromised. Okay, I agree. However, you will still need to help me find the evil will. At this point, Michelle finally made up her mind. Chenyi touched his chin with interest and asked, "You don't happen to have 2 energy cores, do you?" Michelle bit her lip. "No, but I have a future. Give me some time, and I can give you the energy core. On credit." Chenyi does not extend credit to his business partners unless he is lending money at exorbitant interest rates. However, it's not impossible now. After all, even he himself had difficulty obtaining an energy core. Judging from the tone of the other party, they seemed to be very confident in obtaining the energy core. He could accept exchanging some insignificant information for precious energy cores, even if it was a bit late. At worst, he can just message the other person later. Chenyi was making his plans, while Michelle was worried about whether he would agree, since she didn't have any more energy cores left. "Okay, you can pay on credit," Chenyi said. "Call." Michelle breathed a sigh of relief. "Fine." The two then exchanged chips. Chenyi gave the dying flame dragon to Michelle, and Michelle gave Chenyi an energy core in return. A blinding flash of white light signaled that the deal was done. A rhombus-shaped core, shimmering with holy light, floated in Chenyi's hand. This core is different from the desolation and dreamlike nature of the ancient tree soul. It seems to contain some kind of powerful and violent force. Energy core, a sacred and powerful entity. Note, this is a reward from God, given to a faithful believer. As long as it is, that's fine. Chenyi remained unmoved as he looked at the information on the reconnaissance tree. Anything that is an energy core is fine. Immediately afterwards, he gently clenched his palm, and the energy core floated high into the air. Upgrade territory. Chapter 193. Personal panel, Chi Hongyi's powerful secret. Dark Goblin territory. Dark Goblin territory. Territory level, level 4. Territory size, 4,000 meters. Territory abilities, notification of invasion, provision of wall protection, provision of multiple arrow towers for vision, mode, enhances territory defense, magical well, transforms the mundane into the extraordinary, academy, a special entity capable of awakening intelligence. Required for leveling up, 5,000 units of wood, 8,000 units of stone, 2,000 energy stones, 3,000 units of refined iron, 1 energy core. You are now eligible to upgrade. Congratulations on successfully upgrading your territory to level 5. Your personal panel has undergone significant changes. Congratulations on successfully upgrading your territory to level 5. The overall architecture of your territory has been optimized. Congratulations on successfully upgrading your territory to level 5. You have received a boost to your attributes. Within your territory, your troops will receive a 5% bonus to all combat attributes. Congratulations on successfully upgrading your territory to level 5. Your territory's range has expanded to 10,000 meters. Congratulations on successfully upgrading your territory to level 5. You now have the option to unify your territory and choose your path. You've found the key to your Lord's upgrade. Please make your choice. As expected, level 5 territories are a crucial juncture. Chinyi looked at the information panel with a sigh. Dark Goblin territory. Territory level, level 5. Territory size, 10,000 meters. Territory abilities, notification of invasion, provision of wall protection, multiple arrow towers providing vision, moat enhancing territory defense, magical stone wells that transform decay into wonder, academies capable of awakening special beings with wisdom, will of the territory. Troops within the territory gain a 5% bonus to all combat attributes. Required for leveling up, 10,000 units of wood, 20,000 units of stone, 10,000 energy stones, 1,000 units of refined iron, and 2 energy cores. Looking back on my journey, I never imagined my territory would grow so large. He looked at the various buildings and necessities of his territory, realizing that he had unknowingly reached this level. What is the purpose of a school? Oh, I vaguely remember, goblins can't be used. He even gradually forgot about some of the buildings in his former territory. The territory grew stronger step by step, and the Lord finally reached a turning point in his life. He was watching the key milestones of this upgrade. First, the personal panel. Name, Chinyi. Level, level 4. Attribute, 45. Free attributes, 10. Skill, shared vision, shared experience. You can gain 1 out of 1,000 experience boost from your unit's combat performance. Eyes of the Abyss. Guided by the spirit, bounded by the eyes, those who disrespect will fall into the abyss of hell. You can pull anyone with a lower mental strength than yours into the abyss world. Those with a higher mental strength will suffer 10% damage to all their attributes. Note, damn it, you pervert, Tui. Personal space, 32,100 energy stones, Tier 1 Fire Rain Scroll, Tier 1 Rejuvenation Scroll, Silver, Death Scythe, Forest Map, 70% discount token. Mental Strength, 20. Speed, 15. Strength, 5. Stamina, 5. Features, copying, extracting. Note, you have activated your exclusive feature. Note, you can achieve your own characteristics by exploring the characteristics of goblins. Trait, Abyss Mastery. Note, as the Lord of the Abyss, you have gained the initial ability to manipulate the Abyss. You gave me 4 free points in stamina and strength on my personal panel, and 10 free attribute points too. Chinyi stared blankly at the updated attribute panel. Does it matter? Yes, it matters. The key to Chi Hongyi's powerful strength lies in the 8 free attribute points and the 10 free attribute points she receives. But at the same time, at the very bottom of the personal panel properties, there is also a characteristics section. Compared to this feature list, those powerful attributes are simply not worth mentioning. Gurgle. The Adam's apple moves, and saliva enters the stomach. Features, still 2. Although he needed to explore the first characteristic himself, he could already sense its formidable power just from its name. As for the second one, his eyes were closed, then he opened them. The next second, a thick fog suddenly rose in the territory where it was still snowing. A grayish-white mist enveloped the entire territory. The goblins sniffed around excitedly, while the captain of the guard outside the city was on high alert, on guard everywhere. Inside the cabin, several adventurers suddenly looked up, then looked down. Never mind, nothing is strange about the strange things that happen in this territory. This feeling of being violated and unable to understand would normally cause him great distress. But now, I can no longer control my own life and death, so what's the point of reacting? All he could ask for now was for the gray mist to be gentle with him. If it invades too quickly, I won't be able to handle it. The grayish-white mist spread rapidly, soon covering an area of 10 miles in radius, which was Chunye's territory. There is a strange flower 3 kilometers away, and the place where the soul of the ancient tree was originally on the other side of the river is now withered and yellow. The adventurer squads I captured are a bit twisted. The captain of the Yadin Guard is very conservative. Yadin's thinking, damn it. He hurriedly withdrew his mental energy. It's a very strange feeling. Chinyi clenched his fist. He can now use the skills that cursed seal goblins use. Moreover, he also gained a deep understanding of the terrifying nature of this fog. It can detect everything within the mist's range, invade the consciousness of those within the mist whose mental strength is lower than its own, and slowly disintegrate the physical functions of creatures within the mist from the inside. These 3 skills are all incredibly powerful. He probably also knew where Chi Hongyi's ability to manipulate hellfire came from, because he too has now acquired such great power. Although this ability doesn't have a powerful burst, it's more powerful and more suitable for him. If Chi Hongyi's hellfire is an open, erupting flame, then his ash mist is a slow, insidious simmering attack. He can kill without revealing his identity, which suits him perfectly. Now, in the gray fog, Chen Yi felt that he was the master, able to control all life and death. What is that? At the edge of the gray fog, he saw a vast procession. And this team is also tentatively trying to enter its territory. Chapter 194, Chen Yi's Secret. The fog ahead looks so strange, it feels a bit eerie. Should we really go in? In the newly created group chat, a Gold Lord raised a question. Of course we have to go in. This is where Chen Yi is most likely to be. The Lord of the Snow Dragon replied with great certainty. Based on Chun Mo's territory, it has expanded to 20 kilometers. Aside from the territories of some low-level lords that he had subdued, this place was the strangest of all within those 20 kilometers. And this strange phenomenon clearly originated from people. I still feel there's something wrong with it. Chen Yi is a well-established big shot, and his strength is undeniable. Despite not understanding why, the Golden Lord still insisted on his choice. Although, under the leadership of the Snow Dragon Lord, their numbers have reached 10,000. But he still didn't dare to make a move against Chen Yi. This lineup looks remarkably similar to the perfect lineup used to besiege Chi Hongyi back then. However, Chen Yi was neither Chi Hongyi nor any of the experts from the 3 major alliances. Yeah, I also think it's inappropriate. Even though this big shot is low-key, he's still a big shot. I think it's just a rumor that Boss Chung is a demigod-level lord. Snort. The Snow Dragon Lord snorted coldly as he watched the growing number of voices supporting the retreat. Now that things have come to this, I'm not afraid to tell you. Drop. A clear image appeared before everyone. This Snow Dragon Lord actually turned on a projection. He's really rich. One lord sighed sourly. If I had the money to watch videos, I would have been with Qinger long ago. Pity. The image of Lord Snow Dragon appeared before everyone, and he spoke arrogantly. The reason I dared to lead you to attack Chen Yi is naturally because I have my trump card. Do you know why the British Empire was defeated back then? The voice was slightly arrogant, and even contained a hint of smugness. Chen Yi, carrying his seriously injured body, stopped the Taida from getting the information he had painstakingly gathered. This group of ignorant people, who hadn't even participated in the war, couldn't possibly have known this inside information. As the Snow Dragon Lord thought this, the corners of his mouth unconsciously turned up. The Undying Alliance? Chi Hongyi? Defeated? The crowd was puzzled by the 3 consecutive likes, comments, and replies, but after thinking about it, they realized they had indeed lost. Although it is rumored that Chi Hongyi killed Fong and then left gracefully. However, her original territory was still captured by the 3 major alliances. If the former says that Chi Hongyi lost, then there is some truth to it. Only, what does the British Empire have to do with Chen Yi? Isn't Chen Yi always the one who gets involved in worldly affairs? When the Snow Dragon Lord realized that someone had asked a crucial question, he just wanted to slam his gavel. He said mysteriously, the reason why Aida didn't arrive at the final battle of the British Empire was because he was blocked by Chen Yi. Chen Yi and Chi Hongyi have actually joined forces long ago, and the 2 of them, one openly and one covertly, have dominated the entire Lord market. Think about it carefully. Didn't the jade gambling craze unintentionally become popular throughout the entire Lord circle? Think about it again. Is there any other support behind Chi Hongyi's substantial financial resources? As the Snow Dragon Lord guided them step by step, everyone had an aha expression on their faces. So that's how it is. I was wondering why Chen Yi was so arrogant before, but then he didn't make a sound and kept a low profile. That explains it clearly. No wonder Chi Hongyi was able to take the lead over us. It turns out that it was the combination of their strengths. The truth is terrifying. Why do you think those 2 were able to team up so quickly? Xingye has given all his resources to Chi Hongyi. Is there something fishy going on between them? I think so. I think so too. No wonder the Snow Dragon Lord dared to lead us to attack Chen Yi. It turns out that the other party was already injured and had also lost Chi Hongyi, who was a great mountain. The crowd, one after another, logically and reasonably explained the whole story. However, what they didn't expect was, now that it has been confirmed that Chi Hongyi and Chen Yi are also in cahoots, Why didn't the three major alliances eliminate them completely back then? Fools fabricate everything, while lazy people enjoy everything. In their view, there is nothing unreasonable about this matter. This must be the truth of the matter, and you must be exactly like this. Since that's the case, what are I waiting for? Let's rush in. Some lords said anxiously. Since this method worked against Chun Ye's old flame, it must also work against Chun Yi. They didn't participate in the last epic battle, so naturally they didn't get to enjoy the lucrative profits that came with it. But things are different now. Their chance has come. The same events, but different people, will also become the creators of history. Get out of the way, let me lead the charge. As the Lord spoke, a rift opened up among the large army, and dozens of enormous figures, each dragging a small hill, appeared in everyone's sight. It's actually a mountain-moving turtle. I heard that this ice-type turtle can be used to contend with a king-level monster with golden cheese. Some were shocked by the Lord's initiative to take the lead. Yes, this mountain-moving tortoise's attack power isn't that great, but its defense is absolutely top-notch. Even ordinary king-level lords can't break through its defense. One lord remarked on its mountain-like size. At 20 meters tall, it was a behemoth among the allied forces. Swish, swish. The army broke through a gap and marched straight forward halfway up the mountain. Its hill-like shape caused the ground to tremble slightly, and the leaves of the trees to sway gently. With such a defensive behemoth, we've secured our position during this siege. Seeing the appearance of the mountain-moving turtle was like a calming drug for everyone. Phew. The giant tortoise calmly stepped into the gray mist. As the master of the wielding weapon, Chun Yi naturally sensed everything clearly. What's there to say about a deck that trespasses on your territory? To deal with me, I would need at least a force of 70,000 men plus many high-ranking lords, just like the force I used against Qi Hongying. Now this. Snort. Chun Yi was dismissive. He didn't even want to send out his goblin army. Let me show you how a few little turtles react when you inhale too much smog. He observed everything within the gray fog with great interest. He is the ruler within the gray fog. He could clearly sense that the gray mist absorbed by the giant tortoise had not disappeared, but the amount was too small for him to handle. No rush, let the smog drift for a while longer. Chapter 195, Mere Gray Fog. Just some gray fog, let me see what terrifying thing is inside. The Lord of the Mountain-Moving Turtle watched everything from behind the scenes. He regretted not participating in the battle to besiege Qi Hongying because of his cowardice. Who would have thought that a war that seemed to offer no real benefit would actually bring enormous gains to all those involved? The three major alliances actually took the opportunity to devour the entire British Empire, and some low-ranking lords were even taken as spoils of war. Some accepted partial surrenders to restore their strength, while others acquired low-ranking lords to serve them. Even more remarkably, some received personal intervention from the alliance leader to exchange their territory, instantly transforming them from bronze lords to gold lords. Damn it! If I'm going to join the war, I need to get a few low-ranking lords to help me out. Seeing that his troops had entered the gray fog without suffering any attacks, the mountain-moving turtle lord's ambitions grew. If I had participated in the last war, I might be a minor leader now. I missed it last time, I definitely can't miss it this time. I just wonder how many low-level lords Chun Yi has in his casual alliance. He grinned as he pondered the benefits of the battle. Roar! The goblins on the city wall growled, wanting to deal with the invaders. Chun Yi raised his hand to stop him. Standing atop the city wall, he flicked his long, slender fingers, and the light in his eyes became even more pronounced. The grayish-white mist from the depths of hell began to thicken. Not far away, more and more mist was being inhaled into the lungs of the mountain-moving turtle. Is this fog really not dangerous at all? It's just a bluff. In my opinion, Chun Yi is probably just a bluffer. The mountain-moving turtle lord scoffed, becoming even more disdainful of the supposedly strongest lord. They've already invaded our doorstep, yet they don't even show up to stop us. Was it not discovered? In other words, his mountain-moving tortoise was slow. If it were a faster one, it probably would have already taken Chun Yi's head by now. He looked at the mountain-moving tortoises, which resembled a small hill, with a proud expression. Although his troops are slow and their attack power is not great, their defense is extremely high. Below the king rank, even among king rank creatures, there are very few units that can break through their defenses. Of course, this excludes Qi Hongying's eerie flames and the extremely powerful attacks of the saint-level dragon lord. But that was enough to make him proud. His own troops are considered to be among the most invincible in defense below the saint rank. The last person to withstand a king-level unit with gold-level strength was Chen Mo, right? Unfortunately, Shinemo has already disappeared. Perhaps I am one of the few combatants who can fight beyond their level. If this were in a novel, I'd be a protagonist by nature. The fog grew thicker and thicker, and he could already see the massive city wall not far away. It seems that this is Chun Ye's territory. It's much easier than I imagined. Mountain-moving turtle, speed up. He gave orders to his troops. Who? The mountain-moving tortoise was equally excited and started to accelerate, but its body felt as heavy as if it were filled with lead. Hold head high. It looked down at its 4 feet. Nothing has changed, so why can't I move? Boom. With a loud bang, the hills fell to the ground one by one. The mountain-moving tortoise's limbs went limp and its entire body crashed to the ground, forming small hills in front of Chun Ye's territory. What happened? Why aren't you leaving, you mountain-moving turtles? Speed up. The Lord was somewhat angry to see that his troops' vision hadn't sped up, but instead remained stationary. Could it be that my troops want to sleep at this time? Your troops are very powerful, a perfect combination of strength and defense, but great power must always be limited. His limitations are his slow speed and his tendency to oversleep. He can manage if he's slow, but he can't control his tendency to fall asleep. Really. The next second, my vision went black and I couldn't see anything. His vision and unit type are linked. Without vision, there are only 2 possibilities. First, the troop type was eliminated. Second, the mountain-moving turtle fell into a deep sleep. Damn it! Why did it choose to fall asleep at this time? He roared, his violent temper rising. Just as I was about to continue ruling out other mountain-moving turtles, I was interrupted by a video link. How is the situation? Is there any insurmountable danger? The Snow Dragon Lord took the initiative to inquire. These mountain-moving turtles are his vanguard, and their success or failure will greatly affect the morale of his army. The mountain-moving turtle lord was somewhat embarrassed, not expecting the other party to come and inquire so quickly. What? We were all wiped out. Snow Dragon felt a chill run down his spine when he saw the other party's hesitant expression. They were wiped out so quickly, and we didn't hear a single sound about the battle. Did I underestimate Chunyi? The Snow Dragon Lord's expression gradually darkened. It seemed he had encountered the worst possible situation. Chunya's strength was not significantly affected. If his strength isn't severely damaged, this could be a fierce battle. Snow Dragon's expression grew increasingly grim, and he was already plotting how to deceive his army. After all, it takes a considerable price to capture a saint-level creature. No, it's not, it's mine. The mountain-moving turtle lord quickly explained his situation, saying that it was very likely that his mountain-moving turtles had become drowsy and fallen asleep. Snort. You triggered a period of dormancy and then went into sleep with me? You're something else. After hearing the explanation, the Snow Dragon Lord flung his sleeves, slightly angry. However, this is not all bad news. The fact that the mountain-moving turtle was sleeping in front of Chun Ye's territory without being discovered means that Chun Ye's troops had indeed suffered heavy losses. That's more like it. How could you possibly escape unscathed after fighting the leaders of the 3 major alliances? The Snow Dragon Lord smiled, then explained to the crowd, and began to recruit the next Vanguard Lord. When the Snow Dragon Lord's new conscription order was posted in the Midnight group chat, the mountain-moving turtle lord was confused and bewildered. Yes, why are all my mountain-moving turtles in a deep sleep? He glanced at the few mountain-moving turtles among the army. None of them seemed to be asleep. Never mind. Maybe the fog has a hypnotic effect. The mountain-moving turtle lord didn't think much of it. After all, no one could instantly kill his dozen or so mountain-moving turtles. Moreover, he had not received any news of the soldiers' deaths. Meanwhile, within the gray fog, Chunyi was manipulating the gray mist inside the mountain-moving turtle's body. It can also erode from the inside. Doesn't that mean it can ignore some powerful magical beasts? Chunyi played with the gray mist with great interest. This gray mist can actually grow by consuming other creatures? If that's the case, will the gray mist still exist after I withdraw my skill? He studied all of this with curiosity, thinking that if possible, it would significantly improve the defense of his territory. After all, even with minimal energy consumption, keeping skills active all the time is still very stamina-intensive. At this moment, the mountain-moving tortoise's internal organs had been almost completely devoured by its own gray mist. The reason the opponent lost sight was because he manipulated the gray mist to devour the opponent's eyes. The reason there was no feedback from the mountain-moving turtle was that he was suffering unimaginable pain and had no extra strength to report anything to his lord. The gray fog resembled tiny insects. slowly consuming the enormous mountain-moving tortoise from within. On the other side, everyone breathed a sigh of relief after learning that their anxiety had turned out to be a false alarm. Let me handle this. I don't see anything to be afraid of in Chunyi. That's right, I'll come too. There are no restrictions on my unit type. After learning that the mountain-moving turtle had been sleeping in front of Chunye's door without being attacked, the two lords volunteered to help. They certainly knew what this meant. If their initial cohesion was due to the Snow Dragon Lord's military might, that's greed now. Chunyi was seriously injured, and he easily took his place. Although the chances are slim, even a 1% probability is worth the gamble. Yes, the gray mist that devoured the giant tortoise has indeed expanded. The expansion is just a bit too small. Oh, someone's brought fertilizer. Chunyi clicked his tongue as he watched the second wave of his vanguard attack. There are quite a few people. Why are they coming in batches? Why don't they all come at once? Chapter 196, Path Selection. Oh, it really can grow. Chunyi felt his gray mist gradually increasing, slowly but definitely increasing. This gray mist should be the power of the goblins, or rather, the power of the cursed goblins. Chunyi analyzed the source of his power. The personal panel has undergone a huge change, and it seems to be heading in the direction of goblins, whether it is the ability to control the gray fog or the so-called copying and extraction characteristics. It possesses two traits, but these traits seem to originate from goblins. The individual character stats have been improved. Does this mean the focus from now on will be on the development of the Lord himself? He opened his personal panel, and the attributes on the card had undergone astonishing changes. Name, Chunyi. Level 4. Attribute, 45. Free attributes, 10. Skill, shared vision, shared experience. You can gain 1 out of 1,000 experience boost from your unit's combat performance. Eyes of the Abyss. Guided by the spirit, bounded by the eyes, those who disrespect will fall into the abyss of hell. You can pull anyone with a lower mental strength than yours into the abyss world. Those with a higher mental strength will suffer 10% damage to all their attributes. Note, damn it, you pervert, Tui. Personal space, 32,100 energy stones, Tier 1 Fire Rain Scroll, Tier 1 Rejuvenation Scroll, Silver, Death Scythe, Forest Map, 70% discount token. Mental Strength, 20. Speed, 15. Strength, 5. Stamina, 5. Features, copying, extracting. Note, you have activated your exclusive feature. Note, you can achieve your own characteristics by exploring the characteristics of goblins. Trait, Abyss Mastery. Note, as the Lord of the Abyss, you have gained the initial ability to manipulate the Abyss. With the 10 points in freedom, 4 points in speed, and 6 points in spirit, his overall attributes reached 55. Mental Strength, 26. Speed, 19. Strength, 5. Stamina, 5. With attributes comparable to a king-level expert, plus the silver weapon Death Scythe, and this gray mist star-controlling powerhouse, he might not be my match, right? Chunyi marveled at his own strength, thinking that Chi Hongyi must have been just like that back then. The only difference is that the two of them allocated their skill points in different ways. That guy clearly allocated his points to a more aggressive style. I, on the other hand, tend to be more conservative. However, with this mental strength combined with his abyss eyes, he probably wouldn't lose to Chi Hongyi in terms of attack power. Chunyi clenched his fists, measuring his own strength. He imagined himself fighting alone against all the heroes in the end. If it were me now. Chunyi had just thought that when he burst out laughing. There's no comparison, but with the unique properties of the Abyss Eye, he can drag most of his opponents into the Abyss world. After most of the units were pulled into the Abyss world, how could the remaining few possibly be a match for them? He scoffed. Now, I can be considered the strongest, right? Roar. The goblins around them growled. Their senses were heightened by the fog, and they had already detected the vanguard rushing in. Don't rush. Now is not the time for you to make your move. Chunyi stopped the goblins once again. A coalition of 10,000 troops. In the past, I might have taken it seriously and sent goblins to fight them. But we don't need to anymore. If he wanted to, they wouldn't even be able to get near his own territory due to the properties of the gray fog. They came in simply to devour more. The so-called coalition, though I don't know if it's an organization, is just a toy to me now. Toys are something that needs to be dealt with gradually. Suddenly, you have lost a ground goblin. A ground goblin? Chunyi put away his playful expression. His earth-walking goblin wasn't here. As the view shifted, some lords had also gathered around Chunmo's territory. Although it wasn't much, it was fatal for Chunmo right now. 1,000 people, they're really being cautious. They're targeting the people I'm protecting, and they're targeting me too. I'm starting to wonder who organized this whole thing. Chunya's anger rose slightly. It's obvious that these people are on our side. How did they know I was protecting Chinemo? Never mind, we'll find out soon enough. He wanted to take a step, but then he pulled back. There are many things to handle at this crucial juncture of territory upgrade. It's not just about researching characteristics, controlling the fog, and improving the personal panel, but also about the most crucial choice. Please select your career path. Chinyi pondered for a moment as he looked at the final choice. The so-called choice is not clearly indicated. It's just two selection boxes. One is an endless gray fog, within which some towering, strange rocks can be vaguely seen. The other road leads to a city. Is this the city of Osto? Chinyi looked at this city that was both familiar and unfamiliar. Although he had never been to the city, he knew the symbols of the OS family and the other major families. He looked down at the city from God's perspective. The scene is quite lively, seemingly depicting two opposing forces battling in the city. Is this the development direction that Chi Hongi was talking about? Everything went as I expected. After the territory was upgraded, all of Chi Hongi's secrets were revealed. The other party had suggested that I choose another path. So this is the kind of place you went to? He looked into the gray fog. No, that's not right. Our path should be different. The place you went to seems to be a sea of fire. City roads and another unknown road? At that moment, he understood the meaning of choosing a path. It's just about choosing your own development path. I already decided on the direction of development. Without hesitation, he clicked on the icon representing the city of OS. A large part of the reason Chi Hongi left was the difficulty in obtaining the energy core. But this wasn't a problem for him. Besides, he couldn't possibly abandon everything he had steadily built up and turn around to start over in a strange and crisis-ridden place. Congratulations on choosing your path. You will receive some protection on your journey ahead. Congratulations on choosing this path. You have encountered the malice of Atlantis. You have suffered from the malice of Atlantis. It is recommended that you withdraw from your territory and relocate to a nearby city as soon as possible. You have made a road selection, and you have been given the opportunity to relocate your territory. Chapter 197. The mountain-moving turtle must be asleep. This is yet another clash between the wills of two worlds. Chinyi looked at the panel and roughly understood what it meant. He will be protected by a world will, but will also be subject to the malice of Atlantis. Although it's a good opportunity for me to relocate my territory, I don't want to move now. He glanced at the sky with a strange look in his eyes. How far can Atlantis's malice go? Based on the above, he can only choose between the forest and the city. But he was doing well here, and the resources in the forest were really abundant, so he didn't want to move. Besides, my troops aren't suited to appear directly in the city. He wanted to be the one pulling the strings behind the scenes, rather than standing in the spotlight and becoming a thorn in the side of the empire. He was indeed strong enough to take the city by force long ago, but he didn't do so. You can't have your cake and eat it too? He gazed at the sky with unwavering determination. I'll have it all. Boom. Thunder suddenly roared in the clear sky. I hope this thing doesn't kill me. Chinyi swallowed hard. I admit I was a little too loud just now, but I won't change. Rumble. Thunder gathered, and the dark clouds that had just dispersed began to gather again. Purple lightning gathered in the thunder clouds, as if it were about to crash down like a mountain collapsing at any moment. The next second, another black lightning bolt appeared out of nowhere and forcefully shattered the purple lightning. Boom, boom, boom. The purple lightning roared incessantly, only to be shattered again and again by the black lightning. Moments later, the thunder, representing the will of Atlantis, was forced to quell its rage. Fortunately, I have someone protecting me. Chinyi puffed out his chest smugly. He now understood that his presence was a threat to Atlantis, and that Atlantis would do everything in its power to destroy him. However, if I do anything that threatens Atlantis or vigorously develops myself, I will receive the protection of another world's will. You dare scare me? I'll plunder all your land later. Chinyi put his hands on his hips and silently recited to himself. Their own goblins rely on the land for survival, and perhaps that really is possible. Quack! The goblin tilted its head, puzzled, before reminding Chunyi that the enemy was already at its feet. Sure enough, while Chunyi was distracted choosing a path, a small team of 100 people was heading towards him a few hundred meters away. We are already close to Chunyi's territory. We've spotted Chunyi's territory. There's no danger. The mountain-moving turtle, it must be asleep. The vanguard squad reported the news repeatedly. It wasn't that they didn't want to enter Chunyi's territory, they just hadn't expected the other side to have such high walls. After upgrading his territory, Chunye's territory underwent tremendous changes. All the log cabins have been transformed into exquisite stone houses, which are neat and beautiful. The tents stolen from the orcs were transformed into luxurious and beautiful yurt-style structures. The ground throughout the territory was replaced with large blue stone bricks, and 2 streams and a beautiful arch bridge were added to the territory. With the redesigned sand dunes and upgraded equipment, the training ground has become much larger, likely capable of accommodating 1,000 people for training at the same time. A school that resembled a toilet was transformed into a thatched hut. Even that neglected, dry well has been elevated. The surrounding area of the dry well was filled with even more fallen leaves, adding to the sense of desolation. The saying goes, when one person attains enlightenment, even his chickens and dogs ascend to heaven. At this moment, his territory resembled a small city. 100-meter-long city wall, a 30-meter-wide moat, and countless buildings throughout the territory. Even a starved camel is bigger than a horse, damn it. The vanguard, seeing the 100-meter-high city wall, had no choice but to request reinforcements from the rear. Ha ha ha, good. The Snow Dragon Lord was overjoyed to hear that the vanguard had arrived at the moat without being attacked. Chunye, I didn't expect him to be so seriously injured. Ha 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 ha, the 4th alliance is mine. The Snow Dragon Lord's eyes gleamed with greed. Chunye was like a piece of succulent meat waiting to be devoured. The next moment, a video link was posted in the public chat group. The title is, Please Let Chunye Die. The Snow Ridge Alliance is established. Such an arrogant tone. What kind of power is this Snow Ridge? I've never heard of it. In group chats, those who engage in casual conversation are constantly monitoring the transmission and occurrence of any messages. However, they had no recollection of this snow-capped mountain range at all. Who knows? Maybe it was founded by some minor lord. No, someone who can open a video link in a public chat channel must be someone important. Yes, and Chunye too. Asking Chunye to die, what a boastful tone. Are you asking a saint-level lord to die? Is this person also a saint-level lord? One by one, people were drawn into the chat channel by the title. Some were curious about the snow-capped mountains, while others were drawn by Chunye's reputation. Although Chunye is very likely no longer a demigod lord, he is a genuine saint-level lord. We have no choice but to follow the story of the saint-ranked lord. The Snow Lord was very satisfied as he watched the increasing number of people flooding into his link. Now that the 3 major alliances are gaining momentum, if he wants to seize a lord from one of them and bring him into his own alliance, he will have to take a risky approach. Wow, so many people. There must be over 5,000, right? Who is this person? Does he have such influence? No, it's more than that. I think there are over 10,000 people. Look, that Snow Dragon, if I remember correctly, it should be the one that attacked Chihongi last time, right? Yes, it's him, I remember him. More and more lords poured in, and were subsequently stunned by this most spectacular scene. More than 10,000 people have gathered. Are they preparing to recreate the scene of Chihongi being besieged? My God, is another high-ranking lord about to fall? Everyone was amazed by the Snow Dragon Lord's work. Meanwhile, the Snow Dragon Lord was grinning from ear to ear with smug satisfaction. This is exactly the effect he wanted. As long as I make a name for myself in this battle, combined with the reputation I gained from Chihongi last time, it will definitely be enough to support me in establishing an alliance. Chunye, a new era has arrived. As a god of the old era, you should become my stepping stone. The Snow Dragon Lord grinned menacingly, then gave orders to his army. All troops attack. Severely wounded and surrounded by 10,000 soldiers, you are doomed. Chapter 198. The Power of the Scroll. Does this guy have that much influence? Nana stared intently at the video link from the public channel. He had already captured and entered the link the moment it appeared. I initially thought it was some kind of clown performance, but it seems that's not the case at all. The alliance leader can certainly handle an army of 10,000, but he looked at the waves of people going in with some worry. No matter how strong a person is, their abilities are always limited. Just like Chihongi, she was strong enough, but she was still besieged by everyone and lost her territory. Alliance leader, if you need, I can provide 50 king-rank troops. Manhwa watched as various types of troops rushed into the gray fog in the video. Although most of them were low-level troops, there were simply too many of them. King-rank troops. Chunye was taken aback, but then he realized what was happening. It should be the Manhwa's own military unit. The other party was already a famous businessman before meeting him. It would be strange if a merchant who can do business with various high-ranking lords didn't have any trump cards up his sleeve. However, I don't need this trump card right now. No need. I can handle those reckless brats. Chinyi refused Nana's help. Brother Chinyi, I saw the message. My stone golems are good. I have more than 100 stone golems. I can sponsor you 50. 80. Chinyi had just rejected the message from Manhwa when he immediately received a message from Gu Xiaoyu. He was surprised that this little girl, who was so passionate about blacksmithing, still had time to browse the chat channel. No need, I can handle it. Chinyi refused again. But the other side has 10,000 people, a lot. Gu Xiaoyu was a little worried, as she knew the principle of being outnumbered. Brother Chinyi, I've already contacted Bailoha to customize a teleportation scroll for me. Just give me the coordinates of the territory, and I can hold out for an hour. Really, you don't need to. Trust me. Brother Chinyi, don't push yourself. Gu Xiaoyu was very worried. Ding. You have received a tattered scroll of explosive fire from Nanha. Ding. You have received 50 healing potions from Lei Qi. Ding. You have received 20 berserk potions from Lei Qi. A slight smile appeared on Chun Ye's lips. He was pleased that someone was still willing to help him in this situation. He seems to be more popular than Qi Hongyi. Really, you don't need to. He first replied to Gu Xiaoyu, then refused her energy donation. Nanhunt, Lei Qi. Chinyi couldn't remember who Lei Qi was, but he remembered that the other party had helped him at this time. He thanked everyone again, and then focused his attention on the so-called invading coalition. The goblins I currently keep are dragon goblins with 3 attributes: ice, wind, and fire, as well as black-armored goblins and powerful iron-eating goblins. He looked at his eager goblins with a conflicted expression. The issue wasn't how to win, but rather which legion to send to annihilate them. After all, these are all experiences gained through walking around. How about we send the black armor goblin? He glanced at the black-armored goblins at his feet. These goblins were the ones who had followed him the longest, and were currently the weakest link in terms of numbers. Quack! The black-armored goblin shouted excitedly. But wind attribute dragon goblins seemed to have a natural disadvantage compared to other dragon goblins. He looked at the wind attribute dragon goblin with a conflicted expression. Although the wind attribute goblins born from the subadult wind dragon have reached the king rank, they are the weakest among all dragon goblins. Quack! The wind attribute dragon goblin looked at Chun Yi excitedly. Or, should we let the iron-eating goblin do it? He looked with a troubled expression at the pig-shaped balloons that were barely flying in the sky. These guys are clumsy, but they have the strongest attack of all. How about we boost their strength? That way, my own strength improvement would be more noticeable. Chinyi scratched his head, looking somewhat troubled. Kill. Fight your way in. Once we get over the high wall, we'll be the victors. At this time, the Allied forces had arrived at the moat of Chun Ye's territory. The 30-meter moat is a distance that many types of troops can easily cross. However, the next 100 meters of the city wall were not so easy to cross. If you fall into the moat without clearing the city wall, you'll not only lose face, but you could also lose your life. Although the river is not wide, it seems to be bottomless. Yes, that depends on how they get across. Those watching the live stream marveled at Chun Ye's territory. Compared to Qi Hongyi's vast territory and mining operations, Chun Ye's territory is more like an impenetrable fortress. Snow Dragon should be able to fly there, right? One of the lords noticed the wings on the arms of the Snow Dragon as it looked at its form. Although it's not big, it should be able to perform maneuvers like low-altitude gliding. It's no use. Only Snow Dragon dares not enter Chun Ye's territory. Some people noticed the Snow Dragon Lord's concerns. If Chun Yi were truly seriously injured, he would have rushed in himself long ago. Even a starved camel is bigger than a horse. What he fears is Chun Yi suddenly rising to power or borrowing troops. What he needs are cannon fodder and stepping stones. But if the Snow Dragons don't come out, I don't think there are many of their troops who can fly. The lords watching consciously put themselves in the shoes of the lords who were devising strategies to help the Snow Dragon. Our troops can't get through. Outside Chun Ye's territory, a group of soldiers of various types were trapped under the city walls. My troops can't get past that 100-meter-high city wall. 100 meters? Are you crazy? Shouldn't this thing just be for show? The lords cursed as they looked at the 100-meter-high wall. Even though it was already a cat that died of illness, it still couldn't die peacefully. Qi Hongyi has already stepped down. Why aren't you dead yet? The lords cursed, all because of the other side's high walls. If the Allied forces are stopped by a high wall and a moat, they will become the biggest laughing stock in the lord's circle. However, the lord who was about to cut down the Snow Dragon seemed to have anticipated this. How could he attack the former strongest lord without any preparation? Hold head high. With a soft hum, the Snow Dragon emerged from the ranks as a special unit stepped out. a gray robe, a hunched body, and a strange cane trembled as he walked out from the crowd. They looked like frail old people who could grow old at any moment, but the eerie aura emanating from them made everyone unconsciously make way for them. Shamanic rituals. He can use witchcraft from a mysterious tribe, which is his greatest gain from participating in the Chihongi War. These are special units belonging to the lords of the British Empire, extremely rare and extremely powerful. Sahabla Makutu Ilu. The obscure and difficult language emanating from their mouths exuded a green aura that even began to materialize. The shaman's expression became increasingly exaggerated and his aura grew stronger. Within seconds, a huge green beam of light shot straight into the sky. Boom! A clap of thunder was heard, followed by a howling wind. What happened? My troops were blown away. It's grown wings? A lord was about to complain about the group of seemingly charlatans attacking randomly when he saw his troops change the next second. Wings of freedom, a divine gift bestowed upon you by the shaman. Your unit has gained the ability to fly briefly. Quack. While Chun-Yi was debating which one to send out, the goblins all tilted their heads 180 degrees, curiously watching the strange, slowly flying creatures. Chapter 199, Shamanic Ritual. So fast. Chun-Yi was impressed by the opponent's speed. He had thought the city wall could hold them off for a while. But it seems that this won't work now. But I haven't decided who should make the move yet. Chun-Yi stared blankly at the various types of soldiers with uniform blue wings in the sky, feeling frustrated. At this moment, he also noticed the group of priests in gray clothes. Can this skill be combined with other skills? It possesses the ability to make other creatures fly. He subconsciously wanted to apply it to his black-armored goblin. What a pity, a bunch of old men. Shaking his head, he realized the old man's words were of no use. There was no way to crossbreed them. Gagaga. While Chun-Yi hesitated, some of the allied soldiers had already begun to cross the city walls. Haha, I'll see it soon, let me see what's inside. Boom. Before the soldier could speak, he was shattered into dust by a blue tornado. Avoiding that tornado, our objective is... Boom. The leader's voice had just come out from the crowd when they discovered that the blue hurricane was spreading out in all directions with no way to escape. 1 tornado, 2 tornadoes, 3 tornadoes. One by one, the blue wind attribute magical tornadoes transformed into blue dragons that devoured everything. What is this thing? There's no way to avoid it. Help me, sir, help me. The allied forces, who had just charged forward amidst cries of agony, retreated instantly. Unfortunately, the giant dragon that the tornado had conjured up was still relentless. Azure dragons continuously surged out from the high walls and then crashed down towards the allied forces. Each attack caused many low-ranking lords who couldn't dodge in time to fall like grass. A scroll, this must be a scroll. As expected of Chun-Yi, he actually possesses such a rare scroll. This power, it must be a first-tier scroll. The lords watched the battlefield in shock on the World Channel. The allied forces lost 300 troops without even seeing Chun-Yi's face, which truly proves the saying. Even a starved camel is bigger than a horse. Don't worry, Chun-Yi doesn't have many of these scrolls. Attack. Let's attack. Although Lord Shuilong's expression was grim, he immediately pointed out the problem and reassured the troops. Yes, the scroll is powerful, but it's impossible for it to attack so many of us at the same time. That's right. Since it's a scroll, it must have an expiration date. We shouldn't be afraid. Lord Shuilong's arrangement for Netto to boost morale also began. However, at this time when everyone was shocked by the scroll. But what no one noticed was that the grayish-white mist was gathering on the corpses that had just been killed by the tornado dragon. Compared to living people, these inanimate objects seemed to be easier to digest. Ha ha ha, it's gone, look, it's gone. Seconds later, the azure tornado, which resembled a natural disaster, completely disappeared. Charge. Big guys we. Boom. Boom boom boom. Before the man could finish speaking, he was stained with red from hell. The long, thin beam of energy, accompanied by the power of magma, instantly raised the surrounding temperature by hundreds of degrees Celsius. Fire dragon. In the sky, the allied forces, who were preparing to charge, retreated again, even turning their attack into a retreat. Because, out of nowhere, a shower of lava meteors began to fall from the sky. Run, run. The lords exclaimed in surprise and immediately gave orders to their troops. In an instant, the sacrificial wings that were originally used for attacking became their exclusive means of escape. Don't run. Save my troops. Quickly save my troops. Don't run, everyone. This is a scroll. It's temporary. It won't last long. Everyone, go to hell. Couldn't I have waited until the scroll was finished before coming back? You wish you were dead. Boom. Flames pierced through a winged, shift-moving mountain tortoise whose thick armor was like a small mountain, but it was slowly melted by the fire meteor. Damn it, look ahead. Look ahead. At this moment, no one wanted to stop, but the group at the very front all stopped in their tracks. Stop what? If you don't run now, do you really want to be paired with his troops? The person who came from behind cursed angrily, but the next second, he also stopped. Behind them, a sea of fire raged, the sky dyed rose red, like apocalyptic fireballs still crashing down. But what lay before him was a completely different scene. Frost fell from the sky, and icicles hundreds of meters high pierced the ground. Snowflakes were like blades, tearing apart any enemy who dared to step into this land. In front of him, crimson lotuses and hellfire meteors rained down, while behind him, icy snow and frost filled the sky with blades. For a moment, no one knew where to go. Front. No, what's behind? I don't care, I'll choose the one in front. A winged orc who already had wings gritted his teeth and broke through the membrane separating the two worlds. Our race excels at speed, as long as I'm fast enough. Brush. The moment it charged out, a massive ice-scarred blade descended from the sky, piercing straight into the orc's body and driving it from the sky into the ground. This? Everyone gasped in shock. We're doomed. The orcs can't break through. We're all dead. It's all over. Roar. In the face of despair, a dragon's roar was heard, followed by a massive figure blocking everyone's path. Its body is like a snake, over 70 centimeters long, with folded wings on its arms and sharp claws on its limbs that look like gleaming, cold artifacts. Follow my snow dragon. I'll lead you all out. The snow dragon lord hurriedly notified everyone in the group chat, and then gave orders to the snow dragon. The fiery hell behind them was deadly to the snow dragon, but the icy world before them was the opposite. Shinyi, perhaps your scroll is really powerful and works very well together. But you never expected that my snow dragon would have its power amplified by the frost attribute, did you? The snow dragon, protecting numerous units as it soared through the sky, glanced mockingly behind it. The anthropomorphic expression made Chun-Yi realize that the other lord was viewing his territory from this perspective. They just escaped the pursuit range of some of my troops. What's there to be excited about? He didn't understand. If he could simply give the order, and these two worlds, which are like natural disasters, would move along with the other side. Or, if he fully unleashes his gray mist, he can instantly kill most of them. After inhaling the smog for an extended period, their lives were no longer in their own hands. It's not that he can't, it's just that he doesn't want to. He has a better way than before. It's a good opportunity for everyone to participate. He watched as the fleeing opponent, enhanced by his frost world, truly resembled a divine beast. It was almost as powerful as the snow dragon that besieged Chi-Hongi. Despite the constant interference from the enemy, none of the falling ice blades hit the Allied forces. The Allied forces also huddled under the protection of this giant dragon. Although the massive kilometer-long energy field could not protect all the Allied forces, it did protect most of them. The group huddled together, feeling as if they had survived a disaster. We've escaped. We're almost out. I can see the end of the scroll's spell. Ha ha, I knew it. The Lord of the Snow Dragon looked down on the Snow Dragon with great satisfaction. As long as he escapes and returns after the scroll ends, Chun-Yi will be a lamb to the slaughter. Chun-Yi chuckled and waved his hand. A little flying pig with wings wobbled up to him. Chun-Yi held it in his hand, one hand holding the iron-eating goblin's tail, and the other hand pressing down on its head as if to fire a cannon. Chapter 200. Is it over? I thought it had just begun. Luckily, my unit type is close to the ice element. Otherwise we would have really capsized in the gutter. The Snow Dragon Lord let out a long sigh. His own unit type is among the top-tier king rank units, second only to the Snow Dragon and the Frost Dragon. It could even be said that among these lords, without the dragon, no one could compete with him in the realm of ice and snow. Chunya's scroll won't work either. I should have sent out another Snow Dragon. He felt a pang of heartache looking at the damage on the screen. If the plan succeeds, these will all be part of my family's wealth. Unfortunately, because he wasn't very clear about Chunya's strength, he didn't risk deploying too many troops. After all, their own troops are powerful, but have many limitations. He turned his head and glanced at the two snow dragons behind him. These 3 adult and 5 juvenile snow dragons were all he had. Wow, no wonder he dared to make such a bold statement about establishing the Fourth Alliance. He really has some skills. In the world chat, someone marveled at the snow dragon's control over ice. It can even distort the power of a scroll. That's amazing. Yes, the ice and snow battlefield and the lava battlefield are like two different worlds. It's no wonder that Chunye's long-prepared reserves were destroyed just like that. Yes, in my opinion, this snow dragon is no less powerful than the snow dragon and the frost dragon. Exactly, I think. The lords began to admire the snow dragon, and some even started inquiring about how to join the Snow Ridge Alliance. It's not easy to live alone. On the other side, in a crimson valley, some lonely figures gazed somberly at the scene. Atiera's face turned ashen. These ignorant fools have no idea about Chunye's strength. Those monsters haven't shown up yet. His fists clenched involuntarily. Thinking of those bizarre monsters and goblins, even his two adult dragons were no match for them. So how could they not be a match for this rabble? He looked at the so-called coalition forces as if they were idiots. They deployed nearly 80% of all the Lord's high-end combat power to attack the strange Hongi, but unlike this fool in front of them, who only had himself as a high-end combat power. They're all going to die when those monsters make their move. Atiera suddenly took a deep breath while watching the video. This group of people bought themselves some time. He had unintentionally offended Chunye last time. After learning of the opponent's formidable strength, he was constantly filled with worry. After all, having a neighbor who could kill you at any moment is not a good thing. What's more, this neighbor has a grudge against you. He opened another person's communicator and asked, "How are the trainees doing?" Reporting to the alliance leader, "Everything is in order. 10 people have already reached the initial king rank." "Very good." Atai nodded. "Although these 10 people are few, they're the foundation upon which they can move the boulder. Once I obtain the wealth of the OS family, or even the city of OS, Chunye, then our relationship will have to be reversed." Atai continued giving orders into the chat box. "Use my token to find the Fallen Ones Association and have them arrange a legal identity for you." Yes. Having arranged everything, Adida looked at the video on the World Channel again. Although this person is a bit stupid, he might actually be able to help reduce the number of Chunye's troops. He was looking forward to it. On the other side, in the center of the battlefield, a snow dragon was protecting a group of people who were trying to break out of Chunye's territory. "Ha, we're out. We're out." Everyone gasped in surprise as the surrounding ice and snow grew weaker and weaker, clearly indicating that they had left Chunye's territory. Suddenly, boom, a deafening roar filled everyone's ears. The next second, a white crack appeared in the sky, and flames, frost, and gray mist. He ignored everything and split the world in two in an instant. Bump, click clack. The attack arrived before the allied forces with lightning speed. The protective shield constructed by the snow dragon was like a thin layer of ice hitting a red-hot iron. It shattered like glass at first, and then melted completely before it even had a chance to fall. In an instant, all the light in the world was absorbed by this attack. It was brutal, sharp, and shimmered with an aura of destruction never before seen. The attack was like a raging steel dragon going berserk, destroying everything around it. Daylight ends. A 20-meter-long hole was ripped into the 70-meter-long body of the frost dragon, and molten iron flowed out from around the hole. The world fell silent, roared, wailed, and ecstatic. The world lost all sound. Until, boom, the iron-eating goblins' attack sliced through the frost-type goblins in the sky curtain, allowing them to continue their assault. The icicles fell mercilessly, reaping thousands of lives in an instant. Help me." Once they realized what was happening, the crowd began to scream desperately. Without protection, they scattered like a bunch of monkeys and trees, fleeing in all directions. Unfortunately, without the protection of high-end combat forces, they were all just lambs to the slaughter. At this moment, the world regained its color and sound. However, these colors are composed of ice, blood, and whales. The gray fog continued to engulf the corpses, causing its area to expand rapidly once again. The gray fog expanded and enveloped everyone once again. The war has ended absurdly. It came quickly and ended just as suddenly. Many people didn't even realize what had happened before they lost most of their units. Others didn't even get a taste of the melon before the table was gone. The video link was broken. All the carefully arranged multiple perspectives disappeared in an instant, as if they had never existed. That's it. It's over. I fucking thought it had just begun. The lords who had just clicked and stared at the screen with a bewildered expression. I just clicked in, ready to watch the drama unfold, but all I saw was a white screen, followed by a scene of freezing snow. And then, you tell me it's over? I just got here. Isn't this just the beginning? I missed. Some people, still in shock, exclaimed, how surreal. It's like magic has been added to my head. I don't even know what happened. Let me tell you what happened. A kind-hearted lord explained to those who hadn't seen it. A bunch of fools tried to die, and they succeeded perfectly. Yes, it seems Chunyi hasn't officially deployed troops yet, has he? Sending troops? I haven't even seen what type of troops Chunyi is commanding. Don't even mention the troop types. This Snow Ridge alliance was wiped out before they even entered the enemy's base. I was just thinking of joining them. When everyone awoke from their dream, they all began to criticize the Snow Ridge alliance. I think I saw Chunyi's unit, a not-so-bright goblin. Get lost. I could have said I saw a group of girls in black stockings. Exactly. How could a saint-level unit be a goblin?